Transmigrated to a world where a game has invaded reality, I thought my life would be unremarkable. Until the day of my class change, I awakened a unique passive, Origin of the Sword Dao. Damage result increased by 300%, skill range increased by 1000 times, and once every 24 hours, I can use any divine sword regardless of level requirements. While others were still ecstatic over a bronze weapon, I had already turned my novice wooden sword into the divine sword Qingxian, and cleared the entire novice map with a single strike. Outside the solemn class change temple, a sea of people gathered. Today was the annual day of baptism, where all young men and women who had come of age would complete their class change and embark on the path of fighting monsters. 50 years ago, a game invaded reality, and the world of Blue Star was forever changed. Class changers became humanity's strongest vanguards against the monsters, and their strength determined humanity's future. I must become a mage. Lynch stood in the queue, praying silently. He was a transmigrator. For 18 years, besides being handsome, he had nothing to his name. He was an orphan raised in an orphanage. He knew that only by becoming a powerful combat class could he gain a foothold in this world overrun by monsters. He Tian, class Xian Fire Mage. Suddenly, the crowd erupted. A young man named He Qian had changed into a rare hidden class, instantly becoming the center of attention, with countless girls fawning over him. Lin Chen looked at He Qian, who met his gaze with a provocative look. He knew that this He Qian had always been at odds with him. Lin Chen. Finally, it was his turn. He placed his hand on the class change divine stone. A faint green light flashed and then quickly disappeared. Lin Chen, class swordsman. The beautiful registrar's voice sounded, without a ripple of emotion. Swordsman, a common class, not bad, but not great. Lin Chen took the standard issue bronze sword, a little disappointed but still composed, and thanked her. He casually glanced at his status panel, which only he could see, and his pupils suddenly contracted. Lin Chen, class, swordsman, tier 1, ancient, level, LV, 0, skills, sword chi, origin of the sword Dao LV, 1, passive upgradable. When using sword skills, damage result plus 300%. When using sword skills, skill coverage range plus 1000 times. All attributes increase significantly with each level up. Once every 24 hours, you can use any sword-type weapon regardless of level requirements. This cheat has finally appeared. Lin Chen was ecstatic. This, origin of the sword Dao, was insane. Damage, range, growth, all top tier. Even more ridiculously, he could use a divine sword once a day, regardless of level. It would be great if you were a divine sword. He subconsciously grumbled at the bronze sword in his hand. The next second, he cursed out loud. Qingxian sword, divine weapon, lost, bound. Required level, 1000. Attack power, 999999. Skills, 1. Conceal, can hide its appearance, making it look like an ordinary, inferior sword. 2. Sharp edge, maximum physical attack plus 30%. Holy crap! Lin Chen suspected that the class change temple had made a mistake and given him a divine weapon as a standard issue 1. To verify, he immediately went to a weapon shop, spent 1000 gold coins, and bought the most common iron sword. The moment the sword was in his hand, its attributes changed dramatically. Shishao sword, divine weapon, lost, bound. Attack power, 888888. Skills, 1. Conceal, 2. Armor pierce, ignores 50% of the target's physical defense. So that's how it is. Lin Chen understood. It was his cheat that could automatically transform any sword-type weapon he touched into a divine weapon. It's a pity they're bound. Otherwise, I'd just open a divine sword factory and become invincible on the spot. Though slightly regretful, Lin Chen was already content. He turned and headed for the novice leveling zone outside the city. 2 hours later, in the wild, the place was swarming with more players than monsters. A newly spawned rabbit would be instantly mobbed and killed by a crowd. Good thing I was prepared. Lin Chen glanced at his map and headed deeper. As he went deeper, there were fewer people, and the monsters' levels got higher. Lin Chen? Just as he was about to start his slaughter, a gloomy voice called out. It was the hidden mage, He Qian. He and his followers had surrounded Lin Chen. I didn't expect a little swordsman like you to dare to venture this deep. He Qian looked at him playfully. How about this? Become my sword slave, and I'll let you follow me and leech some EXP. Sword slave. For a swordsman, this was the greatest insult. Lin Chan's eyes instantly turned cold, and killing intent burst forth. He Qian, do you believe that you will face a disaster of blood today? He held his Qingxian sword, its tip pointing directly at Tian. Tian was startled by his sudden aura and, for a moment, didn't dare to act rashly. Oh whoa! Just then, a level 10 boss, the Azure Wolf King, spawned, attracting everyone's attention. Humph, you're lucky this time. Tian found himself an excuse and immediately led his men to snatch the boss. Lynch looked at his back and sneered, "You're the lucky one." He didn't bother with the level 10 boss but went to the very center of the novice zone, where the level 20 monsters were. Let's begin. I hope I can clear the map. He took a deep breath, and without hesitation, deactivated the conceal status of his Qingxian sword. Swish! A 3-foot-long, azure-green blade reappeared in the world. The phantom of a divine bird, the Qingxian, erupted from the blade, letting out a high-pitched cry. Its divine beast aura instantly suppressed the entire novice zone. What? What is that monster? Quick! Run! All the leveling players were immobilized by this immense pressure. Tian was even worse off. He had just activated his amplification talent, Bloodlust, to snatch the boss, and now, under the divine pressure, he felt a backlash, as if his insides were on fire. In the sky, the Qingxian phantom suddenly transformed into a sky-piercing giant sword. It slashed down, splitting the earth in two. The surging sword chi spread out, and wherever it passed, monsters were instantly ground to dust. -999,999. -999,999. A series of damage numbers floated before Lin Chen's eyes. You have killed a rabbit, gained 1 EXP. You have killed the Azure Wolf King, gained 1000 EXP. Congratulations, you have leveled up to level 32. 5 seconds later, the giant sword disappeared. The novice zone map was completely destroyed, and all players were forcibly teleported back to the city. Wow, I'm going home. I'm never grinding monsters again. Weren't the monsters in the novice zone supposed to be free EXP? Damn it, which high-level player is so bored as to clear the entire novice zone? The crowd discussed in fear and anger. Ah, who was it? You deserve to die. Just then, a cry full of grief and hatred rang out. It was Tian. He discovered that his proud 7-star mage aptitude had been reduced to a mere half-star under the backlash from the divine pressure. He was crippled. The city guard quickly arrived, but facing such a powerful expert, they could only appease the crowd and remain silent on the matter. Tian's followers, seeing he was finished, scattered like birds, even mocking him. Tian. As the crowd gradually dispersed, Lin Chen walked over. Lin Chen? Tian looked up, asking weakly, "Are you here to laugh at me too? Laugh at you?" Lin Chen shook his head, looking down at him, and said lightly, "Not really. I just came over to tell you that my fortune-telling is quite accurate. You really did have a disaster of blood today." Put. Enraged, Tian coughed up another mouthful of blood and fainted on the spot. After saying goodbye to Tian, Lin Chen felt somewhat relieved. From the moment Tian wanted to take him as a sword slave, he had harbored thoughts of killing. However, Tian's final outcome was even more painful than death. He had no intention of continuing his revenge, and at the same time, he felt a bit melancholic. Tian's fate was a clear indication of the coldness of the world, and it further solidified Lin Chen's determination to become strong. Only the strong could have a foothold in this world and could face everything without fear. It's time to count my gains. Collecting his thoughts, Lin Chen made his way to the nearby trading hall. "Welcome, sir. May I ask if you wish to purchase or sell items?" The attendant was very polite and did not underestimate Lin Chen because of his young appearance. "Sell." Lin Chen glanced at the attendant. Her looks were just passable, but the long legs under her chipa were quite eye-catching. Of course, Lin Chen was just looking and had no other thoughts. "All right, sir, please follow me." The attendant smiled and nodded, swaying her hips as she led Lin Chen into the back room. "Sir, what items do you wish to sell? I will appraise them for you." In the back room, a short, plump middle-aged man smiled at Lin Chen. "I have quite a few items to sell." Lin Chen glanced at the short man, knowing he was the main person in charge. "Please rest assured, sir. Our Tianbao Trading Hall has branches all over the country. As long as you have items to offer, we can handle them." The short man continued to smile confidently, promoting Tianbao Trading Hall. Indeed, as he said, Tianbao Trading Hall spanned the entire Dragon Kingdom. While they might not have everything, they generally had what could be found on the market, showcasing the deep foundation of Tianbao Trading Hall. Clatter! Lin Chen didn't waste any more words. With a wave of his hand, the items he had obtained in the novice area appeared, filling more than half of the room, except for a few pieces he kept for experiments. Cough! The short man cleared his throat, momentarily taken aback. It wasn't that the items Lin Chen presented were of particularly high value. On the contrary, they were all items usable only in the first transition of the novice stage. However, the sheer quantity of novice items he brought out, combined with the news of the novice area being destroyed, naturally led him to think of certain things. "What's wrong? Can't handle it?" Lin Chen asked deliberately upon seeing his reaction. He wasn't worried about Tianbao Trading Hall being Unable to handle it, he understood that those in charge there must have received the news about the destruction of the novice area map. As for why he dared to act at this moment, there was no choice, he was out of money. The only 1,000 gold coins he had were spent on the Chixiao sword, and he had no other options. Moreover, he had carefully weighed the pros and cons. With the novice area temporarily destroyed, those above would surely have their suspicions, thinking that high-level professionals were leveling up with their juniors. From the attitude of the city guards earlier, it was clear that those above did not intend to pursue the matter. By taking out these items now, he appeared even more fearless, making it hard for the other party to grasp his true intentions. We can handle it, we can handle it. The short man nodded repeatedly, his tone now more respectful. He had received the news about the temporary destruction of the novice area, and the young man before him was clearly offering these novice items as toys given by the high-level professional behind him. Moreover, after their preliminary analysis, it was evident that the professional capable of destroying the novice area map was at least level 7, someone the manager of this small branch could not afford to offend. That's good. Lynch nodded. Please wait a moment, sir. I will appraise your items right away. The short man moved quickly. His awakened profession was that of an appraiser, and he finished counting the hundreds of items in less than a minute. Sir, the total value of these items is 283,332 gold coins. Since today is the day of baptism, I can offer you a discount. How about 300,000 gold coins? The short, stout man spoke. Again, 300,000? Lin Chen was taken aback, momentarily speechless. Throughout his life, his savings had never exceeded 10,000, and recently, due to the day of baptism, he was completely broke. If you're not satisfied, we can negotiate further. Seeing Lin Chen's reaction, the short, stout man assumed he was unhappy with the price. However, being a shrewd businessman, he looked further ahead. If Lin Chen was dissatisfied, he wouldn't mind buying at a loss, treating it as a favor to the powerful professional behind Lin Chen. Who knows, he might attract that powerful professional as a repeat customer. The potential profit from that was worth far more than just a few tens of thousands. Well, let's go with the price you mentioned. Lin Chen pretended to be calm and nodded. All right, sir. The short, stout man's smile widened, and with a wave of his hand, he packed away the numerous items in the room and transferred 300,000 gold coins to Lin Chen. With the transaction complete, Lin Chen planned to leave. Sir, please wait a moment. The short, stout man hurriedly called out as he saw Lin Chen about to leave. Lin Chen turned his head. Please don't misunderstand. The short, stout man rubbed his hands together and took out a Dragon Rising gold card from his sleeve. This is our Tianbao Trading Company's gold membership card. You will receive certain discounts when buying and selling items in major cities of the Dragon Kingdom. Also, rest assured, our Tianbao Trading Company guarantees absolute confidentiality of customer information. He implied that the gold membership card was the lowest tier membership card of Tianbao Trading Company, but even so, it was only given to professionals of at least the 6th rank, and there were only a dozen or so in the entire Qingjin city. Now, by giving the gold membership card to Lin Chen, it was more like a gift to the powerful professional behind Lin Chen. Thank you very much. Lin Chen nodded and didn't refuse. Why not take advantage of a good deal? Safe travels, sir. After leaving the Tianbao Trading Company, Lin Chen quickly returned to his residence. He had already used up the number of times he could wield the divine sword today, and there was no point in going to farm monsters alone. The most critical issue was that he couldn't use his sword anymore. No matter what level of sword he obtained, it would always be a divine sword, and there was nothing he could do about it. Was he supposed to punch monsters? Don't be ridiculous. Just thinking about that scene made Lin Chen want to laugh. It's such a pity. Only sword-type weapons can automatically transform into divine artifacts. Lin Chen sighed as he sat cross-legged on his bed. He had already equipped all the remaining parts dropped in the novice area, but there was no change at all. As for weapons like axes, although they couldn't increase attributes, he had tried them out, and the final result was the same, no change whatsoever. The last bit of hope in his heart had completely vanished. Let's take a look at the attribute panel. Lin Chen opened his attribute panel. Lin Chen profession, swordsman, 1st rank, ancient, level, LV.32, stamina, 1100 strength, 900 agility, 800 endurance, 1000 magic, 100 combat. Power, 1050 skills, sword slash, active a direct sword slash that can effectively attack enemies. Sword chi, active attacks enemies in a straight line, while the sword chi can cause minor damage to a certain range around. Sword Dao Origin LV.1, passive, can be upgraded. Can be advanced. You, recognized by the Sword Dao Origin, will have unexpected gains. When using sword techniques, you will have a 300% damage result bonus. When using sword techniques, the skill coverage range can be increased by 1000 times. Each time you level up, all your attributes will be significantly enhanced. With the Sword Dao Origin, you can ignore levels and use any level sword-type weapon once every 24 hours. This upgrade is no ordinary boost. Lin Chen was overjoyed, feeling as if he had traded in a bird gun for a cannon. His combat power terrifyingly enhanced. Moreover, he knew that ordinary professionals maxed out at level 100 after their first job change, with a combat power of around 1000 before completing their second job change. Now, even without the enhancement of the divine sword, his combat power had already surpassed 1000. It seemed that the fourth characteristic of the sword Dao's essence, attribute enhancement, was indeed impressive. Next, let's get a few more divine swords. Lynch took out several ordinary swords that had exploded from his backpack and began to wield them. Although they were not needed at the moment, who would complain about having too many divine swords? Swish! Various colors of light continuously illuminated. You have obtained the divine sword Deep Sea, Lost, affected by the sword Dao's essence. You have successfully unlocked the 3 talents sword formation. You have obtained the divine sword Exorcise Evil, Lost, affected by the sword Dao's essence. You have successfully unlocked the 4 symbols sword formation. You have obtained the divine sword Chasing Wind, Lost, affected by the sword Dao's essence. You have successfully unlocked the 5 armies sword formation. This is quite a fun way to play. For a moment, Lin Chen felt a bit dazed. At the same time, Dragon Country, Sword God Mountain. Master, Master. A thin, childlike man rushed into the great hall, speaking anxiously to the white-haired elder who was sitting cross-legged in midair. What is it? Why? The rush? The white-haired elder remained with his eyes closed, yet his voice resonated like a great Tao. The sword tomb, the Qing Xian. Sword in the sword tomb has lit up about an hour ago. The thin man seemed a bit flustered. The white-haired elder opened his eyes, and his body quickly vanished. This sword formation is a bit of a mixed bag now. Lin Chen looked at the introduction of the sword formations, feeling quite tempted but also a bit of a headache, and even more speechless. 3 talents sword formation, using 3 divine swords, it can form the 3 talents sword formation, unleashing power akin to moving mountains and filling seas. 4 symbols sword formation, using 4 divine swords, it can form the 4 symbols sword formation, unleashing power akin to burning mountains and boiling seas. 5 armies sword formation, using 5 divine swords, it can form the 5 armies sword formation, unleashing power akin to plucking stars and grabbing the moon. What excited him was that he had previously worried that as levels increased facing those sword gods and magic gods, everyone would have divine artifacts and he would have no advantage aside from attribute boosts. Now, he no longer had to worry about that. What gave him a headache was that at his current level, he could only use a divine sword once a day. What was the use of this sword formation? Well, having it is better than not having it. There will definitely be opportunities in the future. If I encounter some blind sword god or magic god, I can just unleash the sword formation on them. Lin Chen comforted himself. The items were good. If they couldn't be used now, he could just hold on to them. One day, they would be useful. Moreover, his intuition told him that once the sword formation was formed, it would not be as simple as 1 + 1. Its power could very likely be several times greater than now, and at that time, any sword god or magic god would be taken down in an instant. But how exactly should I enhance this sword Dao essence? Lin Chen opened his attribute panel again, looking at the description behind the sword Dao essence. Can be enhanced, can be advanced. But how to enhance it? What the heck is advancement? He had no clue at all. Could it require using talent points? Lin Chen speculated in his heart. After the 3rd job change, he could awaken talent skills and would also have talent points. At that time, the combat power of the job changers would significantly increase. If the sword Dao essence truly belonged to the category of talent skills, then it could only be enhanced this way. It should be like that. Lin Chen increasingly felt that his thoughts made sense. Oh right. Suddenly, he seemed to realize something. Having 3 or more divine swords, each additional divine sword would unlock a sword formation. If I have enough divine swords in my level also rises to 1000. With this thought, Lin Chen leaped out of bed as if he had seen a captivating beauty. Half an hour later, Lin Chen returned from a nearby shop brimming with excitement, his package now containing 100 swords, including a few silver ones, costing him a total of 150,000 gold coins. Please don't let me down, Lin Chen murmured as he equipped the swords one by one. You have obtained the divine sword Extreme Fire, Lost, influenced by the essence of the sword path. You have successfully unlocked the 16 sword formation. You have obtained the divine sword Thunderous Shock, Lost, influenced by the essence of the sword path. You have successfully unlocked the 9 extreme sword formation. Dreams are beautiful, and reality isn't too harsh. In no time, Lin Chen possessed over 100 divine swords. However, it was somewhat disappointing that after unlocking the 9 extreme sword formation with the 9th divine sword, there were no further prompts. This is still pretty good. Lin Chen was not disheartened. The 9 extreme sword formation gathers the power of 9 divine swords, and the description says it can annihilate worlds. How could its power be lacking? Besides, apart from the 10,000 immortal sword formation he had seen in novels, he had never heard of any sword formation requiring so many swords. As the saying goes, one should pursue quality over quantity. Now, Lin Chen had quality with the sword formation and quantity with over 100 divine swords, which made him quite pleased. Time to sleep, what a fruitful day. I'll keep working hard tomorrow. Ultimately, Lin Chen fell asleep contentedly. The next morning, Lin Chen woke up very early. Unlike yesterday, he didn't go to destroy the map but headed straight to the qualification testing branch of the job change temple. Strange, why is there no one around? Lin Chen looked around suspiciously, feeling something was off. Compared to yesterday's job change ceremony, although those with secondary professions didn't need to come today, combat professionals definitely had to come for testing. How could there be no one? Maybe they haven't woken up yet. What a bunch of unambitious folks. Don't they know the early bird gets the worm? While Lin Chen grumbled to himself, he walked towards the testing branch. Go back. The entire city is under strict lockdown today and the testing branch is not open. A familiar voice rang out behind Lin Chen. This voice? Lin Chen felt it was somewhat familiar. Turning around, he found it was none other than the burly city guard he had encountered yesterday. Understood, sir. Lin Chen replied respectfully, turning to leave. He was somewhat eager to know what level of sword pattern qualification he had, but considering he already had the essence of the sword path, how could his qualification be poor? That was impossible. Anyway, it didn't matter whether he tested or not. You're Lin Chen, right? Suddenly, the burly man's voice rang out again, causing Lin Chen to pause. Yes, sir. Lin Chen's heart tightened. How did he know my name? Did he find out about me from yesterday? Should I find a secluded place to deal with him? Not very reliable. The city guards were at least third-tier experts. At this moment, Lin Chen's mind was racing. No need to call me sir, I'm Gong Fong, just call me Uncle Gong. Gong Fong glanced at Lin Chen and said casually, then took a sip from a wine flask hanging at his waist. What the hell? Drinking during patrol. Be careful, or I'll report you. Lin Chen squinted his eyes, trying to relax and not show any signs of abnormality. He. Gong Fong chuckled at Lin Chen's expression, as if he could see through Lin Chen's thoughts. I'm the captain of the city guard in Qingjin City. Lin Chen was taken aback. What kind of person is this? Just because he has power and strength, he can do whatever he wants? Well, indeed, those with power and strength can do as they please. You don't need to be nervous, as Gong Fong continued. I won't do anything to you. I know your name because I looked up some information about Tian yesterday, but I didn't find much. Tian hasn't offended any big shots, he only had some conflicts with you kids. He spoke without reservation, as Lin Chen was present during yesterday's events, so there was nothing to hide. Uncle Gong, you're joking. I'm also heartbroken about Tian. After all, he is someone dear to me. This shouldn't be a problem, right? Aren't classmates just friends? As the saying goes, love and hate are intertwined. He and Tian would love nothing more than to take each other down. Isn't that love? Isn't that just how it is? You brat. Gong Fong was amused by Lin Chen's words, took another sip of his drink, and said, You're here to test your sword pattern qualifications, right? Exactly. Lin Chen nodded. Was he here to test qualifications? Or just to hang out? Perfect, you won't have to come back next time. I have a sword testing stone here that can help you test your qualifications. Gong Fong wiped his mouth, his stubble giving him a somewhat rugged look, and took out a dark stone from his bag. Lin Chen's eyes lit up at the sight. Having power, influence, and money is great. The sword testing stone is essential for testing a swordsman's qualifications, priced at $1 million each, but it's only available at the Transmigration Temple and some large guilds and families. Ordinary people definitely can't buy it even if they have the money. Of course, ordinary people wouldn't casually spend $1 million on a sword testing stone. Thank you, Uncle Gong. With the mindset of not passing up a good deal, Lin Chen gladly reached out to take the sword testing stone from Gong Feng's hand. However, in an instant he froze. The pitch-black sword testing stone was engraved with 6 glaring sword patterns. No, it should be 5.5. The 6th sword pattern was clearly only half. Ahem, it was used by a junior and I forgot to wipe it off. Gong Fong also noticed the marks on the sword testing stone and quickly wiped them away, his expression somewhat unnatural as he said, Quick, try it out and see how your qualifications are. Alright. Lin Chen nodded, seeming to discover something but not making a fuss about it. He exerted force with his hand on the sword testing stone. The sound of the sword echoed endlessly, and a faint black light emanated from the sword testing stone in Lin Chen's hand. Then, Lin Chen's eyes widened, feeling that something was a bit off. A minute passed. Gong Fong looked at Lin Chen, who was unwilling to let go, and comforted him. Don't worry, the sword patterns aren't absolute. True strong warriors don't care about these things. Just like the Stream Wind Sword God, who was only a 9-pattern swordsman back then. Didn't he defy the odds and achieve the position of sword god? Lin Chen shook his head in silence, his face a bit awkward. It's fine. A swordsman should have a resolute and invincible heart and be brave enough to accept everything. Gong Fong frowned slightly. Could it be that this kid's qualifications are too poor? Lin Chen still shook his head. Don't worry, no matter how many patterns you have, you still have a chance. Gong Fong continued to reassure him. In this era, being a swordsman is not easy, and since he had a few drinks today, he was a bit more talkative. Lin Chen shook his head again. You brat, let go of your hand, I want to see how poor your qualifications can be. One pattern? That's fine. Gong Feng's voice rose a few notches. But before he could finish his sentence, Lynch opened his hand that was holding the sword testing stone. Uncle Gong, the sword testing stone broke. Just so you know, I can't afford to pay for it. It broke? Gong Feng's face darkened, rubbing his eyes, looking at the broken sword testing stone in Lin Chen's hand in disbelief. If he hadn't had much to drink today, he would have really thought he was drunk again, hearing things wrong, and seeing things wrong. Uncle Gong, I can't afford to pay for this. I believe you won't make me pay, right? Lin Chen smiled awkwardly, looking quite embarrassed. There was no way around it. The 1 million trial sword stones had been played to pieces in his hands. Although it wasn't his intention, he felt a bit embarrassed. The most critical issue was that he couldn't afford to pay for it. Half of yesterday's earnings had been spent on buying 100 divine swords, and today he hadn't even started. What could he use to compensate? As for just running away? Don't be ridiculous. The divine swords were currently in a cooldown period. Where could he possibly run to? No, you don't have to pay. Gong Feng's voice was a bit stuttered as he directly followed Lin Chen's words. At that moment, he wasn't concerned about the value of the trial sword stones. His mind was occupied with other thoughts. This is too unscientific. Even if this kid is a 9-pattern swordsman, or even a golden pattern swordsman with the potential to become a sword god, he shouldn't be able to break the trial sword stones. Could it be that I've used the trial sword stones too many times in my daily practice? But that doesn't make sense. Although the trial sword stones have a usage limit of 10,000 times, I've only used them a little over 1,000 times since I bought them. Could it be that I used them without limit during those few times I was drunk? At this moment, Gong Feng's heart was quite unsettled, unable to find a reasonable explanation. Uncle Gong, you're really a good person. Goodbye, Uncle Gong. Seeing this, Lin Chen didn't care about anything else and directly took off running. Why stay here if not to run? To pay money? To feel guilty? That was absolutely out of the question. Not to mention he didn't have the money to pay now. Even if he did, not having to pay would be a profit. Besides, didn't Uncle Gong say it himself? No need to pay. Wait a minute. Gong Fong reacted in time, wanting to ask something else, but suddenly realized something and shouted, Lin Chen, you brat, come back. This is a trial sword stone worth 1 million. However, what responded to him was Lin Chen's gradually receding figure. This kid. Gong Fong looked at the place where Lin Chen had disappeared but didn't chase after him. Although 1 million was a lot, it was only equivalent to his monthly salary. Well, it's quite a pity. Gong Fong picked up the trial sword stone that Lin Chen had dropped on the ground, not knowing whether he was lamenting the broken trial sword stone or something else. However, he didn't blame Lin Chen. After all, he had a bit of selfishness in letting Lin Chen test it this time. 2 hours later, Lin Chen arrived at another leveling area outside the city, the Goblin Nest. This place was different from the novice area. The highest level monsters inside were as high as level 60, and there weren't as many people here as in the novice area yesterday. There was no way around it. After he destroyed the novice area map with one sword yesterday, it led to the absence of those capable family members who could find someone to help them level up to 30 within a day. Time to get to work. It's definitely going to be a fruitful day. Lin Chen hummed a little tune as he walked into the Goblin Nest, having long since thrown the incident with the trial sword stones out of his mind. You're the one, divine sword, Qishao. With no one around, Lin Chen struck a stylish pose and the Qishao sword appeared directly in his hand. Having learned from yesterday's experience, he no longer calculated whether the divine sword's power was sufficient. Swish! The divine sword let out a long cry, and a giant with fiery red skin appeared, wielding a sword in both hands, its might seemingly overwhelming the heavens and the earth. Slash! The giant roared, bringing down its sword with force. In an instant, the entire goblin nest was engulfed in flames. What the hell, is it on fire? What the heck? How could this broken goblin nest have heavenly fire descending? Damn it, could it be that yesterday's big shot brought his juniors here to level up again? Deep within the goblin nest, a scattered group of miners were groaning in their hearts, clearly having heard about the big shot's map destruction from yesterday. But just because the map was destroyed, did it need to make such a big commotion? Big shot, what if you forget to turn on the good evil mode and accidentally turn on the combat mode? Everyone was in a state of panic, silently praying. However, their worries were unnecessary. How could someone of Lin Chen's good character do such a thing? 5 seconds later, Lin Chen looked at his fully packed bag with satisfaction, then glanced at his attribute panel LV.62 with significant boosts in all attributes, and his combat power had reached over 2,300. Let's go, time to wrap it up. With that, he left without a trace, adhering to his principle of leaving no name after a good deed. Sure enough, just a few seconds later, Lin Chen received a notification. The goblin nest you were in has been destroyed and is currently under maintenance. You will be automatically teleported to a safe zone. Whoosh! In a flash of light, Lin Chen's figure vanished. Moments later, when Lin Chen reappeared, he found himself in a corner of the city. Fortunately, this time the teleportation was reliable. Lin Chen looked around and found no one, his only concern dissipating. If he were to be among those teleported every time he destroyed a map, it would be hard to explain. But this map destruction teleportation is really effective. It saved a lot of time. Time is money, Lin Chen thought to himself as he made his way toward the Tianbao branch in Xinjiang City. 1 hour later, Lin Chen walked out of the Tianbao trading hall with a smile on his face. The transaction went smoothly. The chubby manager gave him a great discount. The items he obtained, aside from a few silver gear he needed for this stage, sold for a total of 1.5 million gold coins. Of course, he also learned the manager's name this time, Lin Dundu. However, Lin Chen couldn't help but internally complain about that name countless times. It was one thing to be called Dundu, but to have the surname Lin as well. Meanwhile, in the Lord's mansion of Xinjiang City, the city's big shots were sitting with serious expressions. I just received news that the goblin nest has also been destroyed. The Lord, sitting at the head of the table, spoke with a headache. No need to think, it must have been that map-destroying big shot from yesterday. But come on, big shot, you can destroy maps, but you're spoiling your juniors too much, and why do you keep doing it in our Xinjiang City? Everyone fell silent, no one spoke. Unlike ordinary professionals, they were all at least 5th-tier transmuters, and they understood the power of that big shot even more, so no one wanted to be the one to stick their neck out. What do you all think we should do? The Lord asked, seeing no one was speaking, and he could only continue to press on. What to do? Just sit back and relax. What else could be done? The highest in all of Xinjiang City was just a 6th-tier transmuter. How could they negotiate with someone who was at least a 7th tier? Dream on. Who knows if that person would be displeased and their own lives could be at stake? Who would want to be the first to speak up? I have already reported to the provincial capital. There should be a response. The Lord was furious but had no way to vent. Several families in Xinjiang City had already come to him for an explanation. Destroying the novice map was tantamount to cutting off resources for their juniors. Who would want that? But he was helpless. Like everyone else, he didn't dare to investigate that big shot personally. In that case, we just wait for a reply. Yes, that's best. Those big professionals all have eccentric personalities. It's better to leave this matter to the provincial capital to handle. Upon hearing this, everyone chimed in, clearly masters at shifting blame. I know you all don't want to deal with this, but before we get a reply from the provincial capital, we must take some action. This way, we can at least have something to report. The Lord spoke in a deep voice. Of course, my personal opinion is that if you are worried that acting rashly will offend that big professional, we can look for that big professional's juniors to see if we can make contact with them. Surely you can guess that the great professional is quite fond of that junior, otherwise they wouldn't go to such lengths to destroy the map. So starting from this angle is the most prudent approach. The Lord of the city already had a not-so-mainstream idea in mind. What the Lord says is absolutely right. The Lord's reasoning is sound. But we've been searching for a whole day and haven't found any clues. How should we proceed? The crowd below was engaged in lively discussion, completely unconcerned. Could it be that the scions from the major cities have come here to prepare for this year's city championship? Is that why we've been unable to find any traces? From all angles? Suddenly, Gong Fong, who had been silent, spoke up. Over the course of the day, they had done a lot of things in secret. Whether it was the trading hall or the major entrances of the Qingjin market, they had all been investigated, yet there were still no leads, which led him to this speculation. Yes, I think it should be just as Captain Gong said. If that's the case, then it becomes quite troublesome. The crowd began to discuss. If that were true, it would be very problematic. Those prominent families in the major cities value their reputation and want to elevate the status of their elite seeds in preparation for the city championship, so they definitely wouldn't engage in map destruction in their own city. The ones who would suffer would be them in Xinjiang. Lord, I think we should stop investigating, whether big or small. At that moment, an elderly man spoke up. The crowd was taken aback and turned to look at him. Have you considered, Lord, that if it really is as Captain Gong said, then our secret investigation might not yield results? But if we do find something and the news leaks out, how will the provincial capital handle it? The elder's words were pointed. If things were truly as speculated, it would be better if they couldn't find anything. But if they did, the provincial capital wouldn't want to offend those prominent families either. However, if they didn't punish anyone, then the rules would become a joke. If they did punish, it would definitely cause a huge uproar, and in the end, they would be the ones to take the blame. Moreover, that person has just ascended not long ago. If it really is that person who brought people here, not to mention us, would the provincial capital dare to investigate? The elder's words hit the nail on the head. That person ascended? The crowd's pupils constricted, as if there was a great taboo in their hearts. According to the timeline, that person successfully ascended from scratch, and it was indeed possible that they brought people here. Lord! At that moment, a servant suddenly walked in, whispering a few words in the Lord's ear and handing him a piece of recording stone. Everyone, Preliminary estimates suggest that the descendant of that great professional has been found. The Lord rubbed the recording stone in his hand, as if he were holding a hot potato. He had already sent people to investigate the descendant of that great professional yesterday, and now, there was finally a result. It shouldn't be those prominent families' direct descendants, right? Yes, it definitely shouldn't be. If it were the direct descendants of those prominent families, how could the people under them have found anything? The more the Lord thought, the more confident he became, but there was still a hint of worry. Better safe than sorry. In the end, he steeled his heart and said directly, "Everyone, please take a look. This should be the person." He placed the recording stone on the table, and soon Lin Chen's projection appeared, along with some details about Lin Chen's life. Lin Chen? Suddenly, Gong Fong, who had been sitting upright, exclaimed, "Isn't this Lin Chen? How did this kid become the descendant of a big shot? Playing dumb to eat the tiger? Or did the Lord's subordinates make a mistake?" For a moment, Gong Fong was also deep in thought, but suddenly he realized his slip of the tongue, and his expression quickly returned to calm. But his call of Lin Chen did not attract the attention of others. However, the Lord sitting in the first seat smiled at him. Could it be a mistake? An orphan? How is that possible? What kind of influence could an orphan from an orphanage have to warrant such a significant effort from a high-level professional? Everyone looked at Lin Chen's life story with expressions of doubt. Could it be that the Lord is looking for someone to take the blame? That would be too unethical, right? And conveniently finding an orphan. However, even though everyone speculated this in their hearts, they tacitly chose not to voice it. As for doubting whether Lin Chen himself had destroyed the map, they didn't even consider that possibility. What a joke! A first-tier swordsman who had just changed jobs for a day. Even if you were the reincarnation of a sword god, it would be impossible. Everyone, please share your thoughts. The Lord scanned the crowd and noticed their doubts, but if it weren't for the fact that this matter was handled by his trusted aide, he himself wouldn't believe it either. "Lord, I firmly believe in you. It must be this person, and he should have a high-level professional master behind him." "Yes, Lord, it should be that this kid inadvertently saved a high-level professional, or that high-level professional has some ulterior motive, which is why he is going to such lengths to help him level up." "I agree, I think so too." The crowd once again activated their skills of dodging questions and talking nonsense, until finally the Lord could no longer listen and cleared his throat, saying, "Everyone, stop speculating. Since the target has been identified, let's send someone to make contact." He naturally did not believe in their nonsensical talk. He didn't believe for a second that someone had inadvertently saved a high-level professional or that a high-level professional had any ulterior motives. Did they really think that today's high-level professionals were that fragile? What could a mere little swordsman offer? If it were a particularly special hidden profession, he might be willing to believe it. He knew that these people must be doubting whether he was looking for someone to take the blame. "Lord, I just remembered I have something at home, so I'll take my leave." "Lord, I recently learned a new skill that I haven't mastered yet. I need to go." "Lord, my wife is about to give birth. I need to go home and check." Upon hearing this, everyone quickly stood up to find excuses to leave. They could clearly see that the Lord was looking for someone to take the blame. Although a little swordsman was insignificant, once this matter spread, it would be bad for them, and who would want to get involved in something that brought no benefits and only trouble? You all? The Lord stood up, his face filled with anger, but in the end, he waved his hand and said, "Forget it, you all can go. By the way, Gong Fong, you stay." After saying this, he turned his gaze to Gong Fong. Unlike the others, Gong Fong had no intention of leaving. Instead, he frowned and looked at the Lord. Before long, everyone dispersed, leaving only Gong Fong and the Lord in the room. "Captain Gong." The Lord looked at Gong Fong with a smile, took out a bottle of wine from a package, and continued, "This is the lost wine that has been preserved since peacetime, aged for a full 82 years. Take it back and try it." Saying this, he pushed the wine towards Gong Fong, who remained seated and unmoved, still staring seriously at the Lord. Finally, he said, "Lord, don't you think this matter is a bit excessive? Using an orphan to take the blame?" He shared the same thoughts as the others, believing the Lord was looking for someone to take the blame. Moreover, he had interacted with Lin Chen and had a good impression of him. If it really came to sacrificing an innocent person for this matter, he would never do it. "Why do you think that way?" 2. The Lord was taken aback. "Isn't it so?" Gong Feng's expression remained serious. "What a joke! How could I possibly be that kind of person?" The city lord furrowed his brows and continued, "However, I can understand your feelings. If this matter hadn't been handled by my trusted aide, I would have the same thoughts as you. If you don't believe me, take a look. This is the transaction record from the Tian branch in Xinjiang City over the past 2 days." With that, he slapped his hand, and the image on the projection stone changed, displaying a list. It really is him. Seeing this, Gong Feng's doubts diminished significantly. But why did this transaction list only arrive today? Don't you know? Although the Tian branch in Xinjiang City is under our jurisdiction, that group of slippery characters uses the excuse that customer information is paramount, making it difficult to obtain. The city lord pursed his lips, took out a set of tea utensils from a package, poured himself a cup, and then poured one for Gong Fong. That's indeed the case. Gong Fong nodded. The city lord's words had no loopholes, but he still found it hard to believe that person was Lin Chen. By the way, you should know that Lin Chen, right? The city lord took a sip of tea, pretending to be indifferent as he asked Gong Fong. I've met him a couple of times. Gong Fong nodded and spoke truthfully, but he concealed the fact that Lin Chen had smashed the trial sword stone. After hearing this, the city lord slammed the table and said, "See, I told you it was this Lin Chen, right? Otherwise, how could he be so coincidentally present when the novice area map was destroyed?" Comparing the two situations, the city lord solidified his thoughts. There's a high possibility. At this moment, Gong Feng's suspicions about Lin Chen also increased significantly. In that case, since you two know each other, I'll leave this matter to you. The city lord said to Gong Fong with a smile, but don't harbor any ill intentions. After all, the big professional behind him is genuine. It's best to maintain goodwill until you understand the other party's intentions. Being in his position, he naturally had to be cautious. Even if Lin Chen didn't have any shocking background, he was still reluctant to act rashly before clarifying the attitude of the big professional behind Lin Chen. Rest assured, City Lord, I will investigate this matter thoroughly. Gong Fong nodded, stood up, and was about to leave, not forgetting to take the lace-eye from the table with him. Upon returning home, Gong Fong paced back and forth in his room, feeling that something was off about his conversation with the city lord earlier. It just happened to be near the destroyed novice area. The investigation by the city lord's confidant, the bills from the Tian trading house, all of this pointed the clues toward Lin Chen. Could it be that Lin Chen is really a wolf in sheep's clothing? Gong Fong frowned and muttered to himself. Suddenly, the fragments of the trial sword stone left on the table made him think of something. No way. He quickly picked up the fragments of the trial sword stone, his expression turning extremely grave. After parting ways with Lin Fong, he had taken the fragments to the Transmigration Temple for appraisal. The appraisal results indicated that this trial sword stone was not a subpar item. At first, he thought he had used the trial sword stone without limits while drunk. After all, that 5.5-star sword pattern had always been his nightmare, but now he didn't think so. Could it really be like this? A terrifying thought appeared in Gong Feng's mind. The next day, Lin Chen, as usual, successfully destroyed the map again, raising his level to LV.90, with his combat power reaching 4100. I should be considered a wealthy man now, right? Exiting the Tianbao trading house once more, Lin Chen looked at the over 3 million gold coins in his package, feeling quite pleased. Destroying maps is great. Destroying maps is quick. The profits from destroying maps are fantastic. In a good mood, Lin Chen walked back to his residence, only to see a familiar face in front of his door. Uncle Gong? What is he doing here? Damn, this is bad. They can't be expecting me to pay for the trial sword stone, right? Didn't we agree that I wouldn't have to pay? Why are they being so stingy? Even though I have money now, 1 million is still quite a lot. No, I should just run away. Hello, Uncle Gong. Goodbye, Uncle Gong. Gong Fong? With just 2 simple sentences, Lin Chen turned and ran, leaving Gong Fong with a bewildered expression. You brat, do you think I can't catch you? Gong Feng's reaction was quick. The speed of a 5th-tier swordsman was fully displayed at that moment, and with a swift move he blocked Lin Chen's path. Why do you always? Gong Fong hadn't finished speaking. Uncle Gong, I have no money. Didn't we agree that I wouldn't have to pay? How can you, a captain of the city guard, go back on your word? Before Gong Fong could finish, Lin Chen unleashed a series of brilliant retorts. You think I'm here to ask you for the trial sword stone money? The corner of Gong Feng's mouth twitched, and his expression became somewhat unnatural. 1 million might be a lot for an ordinary person, but for a 2nd-tier professional, it wasn't a big deal at all. Moreover, as a 5th-tier official, he truly didn't understand what Lin Chen was thinking. Not here to ask for money? You should have said so earlier. Lin Chen let out a sigh of relief. As long as it wasn't about asking for money, everything else was negotiable. Hearing this, Gong Feng's eyelids twitched, but he still forced himself to say, You haven't eaten yet, right? Let's pick a place and go have a good meal. Uncle Gong is treating? Lin Chen blinked, a smile appearing on his face. Choose a place. Gong Fong waved his hand grandly. That sounds great, but not somewhere too fancy. How about Tian Shangrun? Jian? Lin Chen quickly spoke up, deciding on the location. Tian Shangrun Jian. He had heard long ago that it was the most famous restaurant in the country, but unfortunately he had always been too broke to go. And now, the opportunity had come. Isn't this place a bit pricey? Gong Feng's eyes widened. Did this kid really think he was a big spender? Alright, it's Tian Shangrun Jian then. Gong Fong didn't hesitate much and agreed directly. There was no way around it. He had come to find Lin Chen to verify some things and needed his help. Uncle Gong is generous. Lin Chen's smile grew wider, but he was also contemplating what might happen next and thinking of ways to respond. Half an hour later, Lin Chen and Gong Fong were seated in a private room at Tian Shangrenjian. Inside the private room, there were no other adjectives to describe it, just 4 words: wealthy and ruthless. Even the tableware was made of valuable crystal, and as for the service, Lin Chen was silently evaluating the 4 waitresses in the room. This one gets a 7 for looks, 8 for legs. This one deserves extra points, after all, she has quite the figure. This one is just average, but her temperament is decent. Order, Lin Chen. Gong Fong didn't notice Lin Chen's unusual behavior. Oh, order? Lin Chen replied, no need, just bring one of everything from your best specialty dishes. After all, someone is treating the captain of the city guard, not needing to pay $1 million. Could he really be short on cash? Lin Chen's words left the 4 waitresses stunned. In this most luxurious restaurant in Qingjin City, they had seen extravagant spenders and some young masters, but they had never seen anyone who didn't even look at the menu and just ordered everything. For a moment, they didn't know what to do and could only look at Gong Fong for help. Just do as he says, bring the whole set. Gong Feng's face twitched. At that moment he really wanted to give Lin Chen a good beating, but after thinking about some things he dismissed that idea. All right, sir, the etiquette lady replied with a smile. They might earn quite a commission from this order. As expected of Uncle Gong, so generous. Lin Chen gave Gong Fong a thumbs up. Generous? What the hell? I usually can't even bear to order the full set myself. At this moment, Gong Feng's heart was bleeding. Although he wasn't short on money, he couldn't shake the feeling of being a big fool. I have to say, the efficiency of Tian Shangrenjian is really high. In less than half an hour, the emperor's set meal from Tian Shangrenjian was fully presented on the table, a total of 108 dishes, each a masterpiece. Want a drink? With the dishes served, Gong Fong took out the treasured Lars from 1982 gifted by the city lord. Lars wine? Lin Chen's eyes lit up. The most expensive things in this world are the materials needed by professionals, followed by fine wines. There's no helping it, most strong people have a taste for this. And the Lars that Gong Fong brought out, Lin Chen recognized it too, starting at 3 million a bottle. Then we must try it. Lin Chen nodded, showing no embarrassment. As he opened the wine, pouring a glass for Gong Fong and another for himself. Uncle Gong, cheers. Lin Chen raised his glass, taking the initiative to toast. After all, they were eating and drinking someone else's, so showing some respect was no problem, right? So, half an hour later, after 3 rounds of drinks, the 2 of them opened up. Kid, let me tell you, back in the day during the defense battle, your Uncle Gong, personally participated in the encirclement of a city-level boss. That scene was truly magnificent. So many brothers died tragically. But in the end, it was worth it because we fought hard and saved an entire city. Gong Feng's face flushed, getting more and more excited as he spoke. Lin Chen knew about the city-level boss. Bosses below level 200 on Blue Star are called ordinary bosses, while those above level 200 have a unified classification, with every 200 levels marking a threshold: destroy town, peace level, city level, state level, world annihilation. As for whether there are higher level bosses, Lin Chen had never heard of them. However, a city-level boss is at least level 600, equivalent to a human 6th or even 7th transition. Since Gong Fong could participate in the encirclement, one could imagine his strength was definitely not weak. Back in those days, Gong Feng's words flowed endlessly, as if he had countless stories to tell. Lin Chen listened quietly, starting to remain silent. He knew that Gong Fong today definitely didn't just want to chat. Sure enough, not long after, Gong Fong changed the subject, saying, Lin Chen, you should be able to transition to the 2nd level soon, right? As soon as he spoke, his eyes instantly regained clarity, and he signaled the 4 maids beside him to leave. Here it comes. Lin Chen's heart tightened, knowing the main topic was coming, but he didn't hide it and replied frankly, I'm already level 90. He understood that Gong Fong must have some evidence for asking this, and continuing to conceal it was pointless. Moreover, he didn't think Gong Fong had any malicious intent, otherwise, the city guards would have come directly to arrest him, not with all this fanfare. So, it really is you? Gong Fong showed no surprise at Lin Chen's level. Counting today, 3 maps below level 100 had been destroyed in the past 3 days, so it was normal for Lin Chen's level to rise to 90. It's me. Lin Chen nodded, wanting to say something more, but was directly interrupted by Gong Fong. I knew it was you, kid. Gong Fong slapped the table, looking as if it was all expected, and continued, don't worry, I have no ill intentions towards you, and I can understand the helplessness of a bastard from a big family. After saying this, his expression changed quickly, showing a look of understanding. What does that mean? Big family? Bastard? Lin Chen started to feel a bit confused. But in Gong Feng's eyes, Lin Chen's confusion was mistaken for surprise. He continued, sigh, I once had my glory too. I know that those from prominent families may seem prosperous on the surface, but behind the scenes, they also struggle to get by. One misstep and they can be eliminated, replaced by someone else, let alone a bastard child. Don't worry, before you grow up, I will definitely not tell anyone about your situation. Lin Chan? Even more confused. Alright, you don't need to be surprised. Right now, I'm the only one who knows about this matter. I also express my sympathy for your experiences growing up. Gong Fong continued, his face full of pity. I understand. You were born into a prominent family but were abandoned as a child, thrown into this Qingjin city. And for 18 years, you could only live in solitude. If it weren't for your astonishing talent being discovered by someone from your family's faction, you would still be a pearl covered in dust. I understand you. I understand you. Gong Fong rambled on for a few more sentences, downing a glass of wine in one go. At this moment, Lin Chan felt extremely speechless, not knowing what to say. What is this all about? Is this a play? He blinked and stared at Gong Fong, trying to find a hint to see if Gong Feng's mind had gone awry. However, in Gong Feng's eyes, this scene felt like a mutual understanding. Good brother. Gong Fong stood up, wrapping an arm around Lin Chen's shoulder, even changing how he addressed him. Lin Chen's body tensed. How much fake wine has he drunk? But he could only grit his teeth and say, good big brother. We are both lost souls in this world. Gong Fong shook his head with a sense of melancholy, his voice filled with age. Back in the day, I was from the Gong family in Longjing, and on the day of the aptitude test, I had a full 8 sword patterns. Although I wasn't as good as the core members of the family, I was still someone of note. Perhaps it was Lin Chen's background that affected him, making him feel like a fellow lost soul, or perhaps he believed that only by empathizing could he gain Lin Chen's friendship, so he laid bare his past. But unfortunately, I was a bastard. At this point, a complex expression appeared on Gong Feng's face, a mix of loneliness, sadness, but mostly anger. Do you know? The 5.5 sword patterns you saw that day weren't someone else's, they were mine. Gong Feng's eyes were tightly shut, and in his hand appeared a testing stone, on which 5.5 sword patterns gleamed brightly. I was supposed to achieve an 8th tier accomplishment, but because of a secret realm exploration, that core member in the family deliberately showed off, leading us into a deadlock. At that time, only I and any one of those core members had the chance to break the deadlock by burning our talents. According to the family ladder system, when facing a deadlock, one must sacrifice the lesser for the greater. And the legitimate children enjoy an exemption. From any angle, the one who should be sacrificed was me. And I had no hesitation or complaints. For the seeds within the family, I burned my own talent. At this point, the tightly shut eyes of his were surrounded by deep wrinkles, clearly a result of extreme inner pain. You can probably guess the outcome. The cost of burning talent is high. My 8 sword patterns ultimately dwindled to 5.5. Lin Chen nodded, feeling a twinge of sympathy rise within him. He also understood why Gong Fong had such disdain for Tian that day. As someone whose talent had been ruined, he should have felt more sympathy for Tian, but Tian's showiness made him even more annoyed, and of course, part of the reason was that Tian had been discarded. I thought that after making such a huge sacrifice, even if the family didn't praise me, they would find a way to restore my talent. Gong Feng's voice rang out again, but do you know? I was wrong. I was too naive. After returning to the family, they knew I only had a 5.5 sword mark, and they immediately kicked me out of the family. I will never forget the words they said when I was thrown out, an illegitimate child who couldn't even reach the 6th rank, unworthy to stay in the family. I hate it. Over the years, I've tried every means to improve my qualifications, but it was all in vain. Gong Feng's voice suddenly grew louder, hatred surging on his face. Lin Chan remained silent, quietly watching Gong Fong. From his expression, he could tell that the other person's words were not fabricated. Moreover, he had heard of the Gong family, one of the top families in the Dragon Kingdom, known for their harsh treatment of their members. So, do you understand what I mean? After a quarter of an hour, Gong Feng's emotions returned to normal, staring intently at Lin Chen. Brother Gong, I understand. Lin Chen nodded deeply, wearing a similar expression of understanding. However, he felt somewhat speechless inside. Good brother. Your experience is indeed sympathetic. But I am not some illegitimate child of a big family. And I am definitely not an illegitimate child. What do you want me to understand? I'm not some understanding brother. That's good. Gong Fong had an expression that suggested it should be this way. Continuing, actually, I'm telling you this because I want you to know that we are the same kind of people, and I can somewhat guess the intentions of that person behind your family. Is that so? The person behind my family is just myself, right? How would I not know my own intentions? Lin Chen felt a headache coming on but did not deny it. He originally didn't know what excuse to make, but now that Gong Fong had seen through it, it saved him some trouble. Don't worry, as long as your level doesn't exceed 100, you will definitely have a spot in the Qingjin City competition. Gong Fong immediately patted his chest and guaranteed. In his view, Lin Chen had been an average orphan for the first 18 years but suddenly became extraordinary on this year's baptism day, which must mean that members of his family were secretly paying attention to him. Upon discovering Lin Chen's extraordinary swordsmanship talent, they must have been nurturing him in secret. As for now, going to great lengths to help him level up, it was obvious that their family lacked enough spots for the city competition and wanted to secure another spot in Qingjin City to shine in the competition and return to the family in glory. City competition? What is that? Lynch was filled with questions, but he couldn't show it. He could only continue to wear an expression of "I understand, brother," and said, "Brother Gong, you are truly a genius, you can guess this." "Actually, it's nothing." Gong Fong waved his hand. "These are just tricks commonly used by those big families." He wasn't wrong. The city competition happened every 3 years. Some big cities had too many powerful families, leading to insufficient spots, so they would send family members to smaller cities in advance to secure a place in the city competition. "Brother Gong, let's make a deal." Suddenly, Lin Chen seemed to have discovered some business opportunity, his eyes sparkling. "A deal?" Gong Fong was taken aback, not understanding what Lin Chen meant. "I can participate in the city competition, and the final honors and rewards for the city will count as belonging to Qingjin City. Anyway, I won't be returning to the family in the short term." Lin Chen quickly spoke. Since it was a city competition, it seemed that every big family and city valued it highly, so the rewards must be substantial. He guessed that if he represented Qingjin City and achieved a good ranking, Qingjin City would likely offer considerable rewards, so he felt this was a business opportunity. As for family matters, that was nonsense, he didn't have one. "Anyway, is this what that person behind you wants?" Gong Feng's reaction was quick. He instantly thought this must be the decision of the person behind Lin Chen. Otherwise, such a significant matter would be beyond Lin Chen's control. After all, achieving a ranking in the city competition would grant the represented city a massive amount of resources. This is also why those weaker cities are willing to collaborate with those big families. If luck is on their side and they secure a ranking, even if they have to share some with those big families, they can still gain a lot, right? "That person told me everything is determined by the heart," Lin Chen replied earnestly, "and I truly have no plans to return to the family for now. Of course, when doing things oneself, everything is indeed determined by the heart. If that's the case, then we can talk." Gong Fong nodded, not thinking Lin Chen was just rambling, and his curiosity about Lin Chen's qualifications grew even more. The ability to shatter the sword testing stone, combined with the indulgence of the elder behind him, could only mean one thing. Lin Chen's qualifications were terrifyingly high, to the point that even the elders in the clan were reluctant to interfere with his decisions. "In that case, Brother Gong, you can make an offer." Lin Chen perked up. After all, it was a competition. Earning a bit more would be great. Gong Fong responded, his fingers tapping rhythmically on the table as if he were contemplating the offer in his mind. Lin Chen was not in a hurry, quietly waiting. After a long while, Gong Fong spoke again. "How about this? If you can enter the top 10, I will persuade the city lord to reward you with 100 million gold coins. If you can enter the top 5, that would be 300 million. If you can secure third place, that would be 400 million. If you can get second place, that would be 500 million. This was something he had thought through carefully. These corresponding rewards were already equivalent to 1/10 of the resources the city would gain. Moreover, he felt that with Lin Chen's qualifications, it should be possible to achieve these rankings. Wow! Is a competition's ranking reward worth that much? Or is it that people nowadays start business deals in the hundreds of millions? But in an instant, he seemed to think of something else. What about first place? First place? Gong Fong was taken aback and shook his head, saying, "Don't even think about first place. If it were previous year's city competitions, you might have had a chance to compete for first, but this year, there's no opportunity. You could say it's just not your time." "No opportunity? Are you kidding?" Lin Chen frowned. From their earlier conversation, he guessed that the city competition had strict level restrictions, likely only allowing job changers not exceeding level 100 to participate, or even more strictly, only those who had just transitioned to level 100. Even those who had just transitioned to level 2 were not allowed, and with the divine sword in his possession, how could he possibly have no chance? Of course, this could also be because Gong Fong was unaware that he had the divine sword. "You better not be unconvinced." Gong Fong chuckled at Lin Chen's expression. "I'm not wrong. In previous years, you indeed had a chance at first place, but this year, unfortunately, that person will also participate." At this point, Gong Feng's expression suddenly turned serious, as if he had touched upon a significant taboo. "That person? Who is it? A well-known genius? Can any genius withstand my divine sword?" Lin Chen clearly felt unconvinced and asked, "Who is it?" "Yun Pianpian." Gong Fong cautiously glanced around and whispered to Lin Chen, "Yun Pianpian?" Even Lin Chen, usually calm, couldn't help but be surprised. Yun Pianpian, recognized as the #1 genius from the early days of the disaster to now. As for why she is recognized as the #1 genius? It's simple. This year, Yun Pianpian is only 23 years old, and in 5 years, she has already reached level 1000 as a mage god. Moreover, even against the older generation of strong players, Yun Pianpian has never been defeated, making her one of the top figures on this planet. No way. Thinking of this, Lynch felt a bit dazed. Isn't she already level 1000? How can I participate? In the city championship? Wasn't it said that only those who have reached level 100 after their first job change can join? Even those who have reached level 100 after their second job change can't participate, and here you are, a level 1000, trying to join the fun? Is this some kind of predetermined conspiracy? It seems the person behind you is worried about affecting your mindset and hasn't told you. Gong Fong glanced at Lin Chen and continued, but since you've been informed that Yun Pianpian will be competing, there's no harm in saying a bit more. After all, this is common knowledge among those big families. Do you know what rank you reach after the 10th job change at level 1000? Gong Fong asked. Isn't level 1000 the maximum level? Thus, it's bestowed with the name of a god, Lin Chen replied, puzzled, as that was what the school books said. Naive. Gong Fong shook his head and continued, for the sword god and the mage god, level 1000 is merely the beginning. Only after successfully ascending can one truly be considered a god. Ascend? Lin Chen was both familiar and unfamiliar with this term. Ascending to godhood? Could there really be a realm of gods? Gong Fong seemed to see through Lin Chen's thoughts and said, don't overthink it. Ascending is just a mechanism to continue growing stronger after reaching the maximum level. As for whether there is a realm of gods or something similar, at least I haven't heard of it, and those who have ascended from Long Country are still above this blue star. Level 1000 continuing to grow stronger. Lin Chen felt a bit speechless. If that's the case, what's the point of fighting? Others can use divine gear at level 1000, not to mention those terrifying skills. How can one even play? But you don't need to be discouraged, we just need to aim for second place. Losing to Yun Pianpian isn't shameful. Gong Fong continued, moreover, the current Yun Pianpian isn't as terrifying as you imagine. After ascending, she also has to start from level 0 and she can't equip her divine gear, plus, her skills and talents are suppressed. However, suppression is just that, she can still use them. Gong Fong didn't continue with the rest of his words, but Lin Chen knew that Yun Pianpian possessed forbidden spells as a mage god. There's no need to think about that now. It's already strange that Yun Pianpian is participating in this year's city championship. Logically, the master of the Mage Sea is her uncle. And being a mage god, she should lack nothing. Her uncle is a mage god master? A black line appeared on Lin Chen's forehead. However, Gong Fong didn't notice this and continued, moreover, it seems she has some connection with the Sword God Master from Sword God Mountain. She has a connection with the Sword God Master? Another black line appeared on Lin Chen's forehead. What kind of fate is this? You might as well say you're from another world. At this moment, Gong Fong finally noticed Lin Chen's abnormality, cleared his throat, and said, let's not talk about this anymore. The most crucial thing now is to take you to complete the sword pattern baptism tomorrow. Sword pattern baptism? Isn't that unnecessary? Lin Chen instinctively thought that the sword pattern baptism was just a retest of his qualifications. Using the sword testing stone. In his view, it was completely unnecessary. Didn't others know how the sword testing stone got shattered? He himself couldn't be unaware, right? That was definitely because his qualifications exceeded the limits that the sword testing stone could bear. Going to the qualification testing branch of the job change temple wouldn't make much sense. If he broke another sword testing stone, he might get reported and taken for research. This is very necessary. The qualification test at the job change temple is actually quite different from the sword testing stone test. Gong Fong said seriously, continuing to explain, if you think it's just a simple qualification test, then you're mistaken. If it were just that, the job change temple wouldn't need to set up this testing project. A few people could just use the sword testing stone for testing, so why bother going to the job change temple? So, Brother Gong, what do you mean? Lin Chen vaguely seemed to guess something. That's right, the so-called qualification test at the job change temple is actually specially prepared for those talented prodigies. Gong Fong nodded and continued, ordinary sword testing stones can only test a swordsman's aptitude, but the aptitude tests in the Transmigration Temple involve more than just sword testing stones. There is also the light of swordsmanship. While ordinary people test their own aptitude, those geniuses and prodigies have the opportunity to awaken their talents early, under the baptism of the light of swordsmanship, which is also known as the sword pattern baptism. In fact, these matters are not secrets among those big families, so you must go for the aptitude test after the ban is lifted tomorrow. Gong Fong explained in one breath. I see. Lin Chen couldn't help but nod. He knew that ordinary transmigrators would only awaken their talents after the third transition, while those prodigies had the chance to awaken their talents earlier. At first, he thought it was a natural awakening, and he even complained that someone as foolish as Tian could awaken his talent while he couldn't. It turns out the key to the problem lay here. However, Gong Fong spoke again, saying, your current identity is quite sensitive, so I think it's better to be cautious. Shattering a sword testing stone is no small matter. At the very least, your kind of aptitude is unheard of from the early stages of the disaster until now. Therefore, To avoid unnecessary trouble, it's best not to let anyone from the Transmigration Temple know about your aptitude test. At this point, a serious expression appeared on Gong Feng's face. Damn, this is an aptitude that can shatter a sword testing stone, definitely. Stronger than the so-called golden sword pattern aptitude. If this gets out, Lin Chen might be targeted before he even grows stronger. So, he felt that being cautious was not excessive. What can I do then? Now it was Lin Chen's turn to be troubled. He definitely had to go for the sword pattern baptism. If Tian could awaken his talent through the baptism, he must be at least a billion times stronger than Tian, right? But going there carried some risks, just as Gong Fong said, once his aptitude was exposed. Although there would be many benefits, such as being prioritized for training, the downsides would be even greater. At least before the city competition, it was best not to reveal his aptitude. As for later, he had already made up his mind. I've actually thought this through long ago, so you don't need to worry. Gong Fong looked at Lin Chen's troubled expression, smiled mysteriously, and whispered his plan in his ear. The next day, close to noon, Lin Chen finally set out from home. However, he did not head to the aptitude testing branch of the Transmigration Temple but instead arrived at a leveling area with a level cap of LV.120, the spider's nest. There were quite a few people here, with many transmigrators from last year grinding monsters with all their might. There was no way around it. Not everyone had family support and not everyone had a cheat like he did. Most ordinary transmigrators could only monotonously grind monsters day after day, and their lives might stop at the second transition. This was the reality. Without too much sentimentality, Lin Chen quickly advanced and soon reached the depths of the spider's nest. Get to work. As usual, Lin Chen took out the divine sword, Thunder. Boom! Unlike before, the Thunder divine sword did not emit a sword cry but instead summoned lightning, and the sky was suddenly filled with thunder, instantly transforming into a thunder dragon. Roar! The thunder dragon roared, illuminating the originally dim spider's nest with lightning. Immediately after, the rampaging thunder dragon swept through the entire spider's nest. And then, there was nothing more. A few seconds later, congratulations, your level has increased to 100. Please proceed to the Transmigration Temple for your transition. Spider's nest map is damaged, currently under maintenance. You have been automatically teleported to a safe zone. Let's go to the Transmigration Temple. After being teleported out again, Lin Chen looked around and, finding no one, headed towards the direction of the Transmigration Temple. This was what he had discussed with Gong Fong yesterday. To prepare for the city championship, he could only suppress his level for the next few days. Fortunately, although he wouldn't gain experience until he completed the job change task, the drop rate for equipment items remained normal, so there wasn't much loss. After all, with the divine sword in hand, Lin Chen wasn't worried about not leveling up quickly enough. Moreover, if he were to undergo the second job change now, it would easily expose his identity. After all, in the past few days he had destroyed several low-level maps nearby. Anyone paying attention would quickly notice the clues. Soon, Lin Chen arrived at the aptitude testing branch near the job change temple, and hidden in the shadows, Gong Fong smiled slightly at Lin Chen's arrival. As usual, there was a line, but this time the number of people was far fewer compared to the day of the job change. After about half an hour, Lin Chen was led into a private room by a tall girl. In the dark room, apart from two recorders, he could vaguely see a dark testing stone and a faint azure light on the ceiling. Is that the light of the sword path? Lin Chen looked at the faint azure light above and felt an instinctive sense of familiarity. Just place your hand on the testing stone, one of the recorders said without looking up. Lin Chen nodded, approached the stone table where the testing stone was placed, glanced at the commotion outside the door, and placed his hand on it. Crack! The dark blue light flowed, and the familiar sensation returned to Lin Chen's heart. Sure enough, it shattered again. This result was within Lin Chen's expectations, and at that moment he also received a notification. Influenced by the light of the sword path, you have successfully awakened the talent, sword. Heartmark, influenced by the light of the sword path, you have gained 3 talent points. Don't dawdle, there are many people waiting behind. Lin Chen didn't have time to check, as an impatient voice rang out not far from him. Lin Chen remained unfazed and looked again at the door. What are you still doing there, you brat? The recorder nearby was about to lose his temper. City guard handling a case. Everyone is to be investigated. At that moment, a loud voice came in, and Gong Fong, accompanied by dozens of city guards, instantly filled the entire room. Gong Fong, what are you doing? The hot-tempered recorder stood up, slamming the table. Although they were affiliated with the job change temple in Qingjin City, they were not under the jurisdiction of the Lord's office, let alone the city guards. Old Li, I have no choice. You know things have been unstable in Qingjin City lately, and I'm forced to do this. Gong Fong smiled nonchalantly. At the same time, he made a gesture towards Lin Chen with his fingers behind his back. Seeing this, Lin Chen looked around. The entire room was blocked tight, and the recorders couldn't see him at all. Once he confirmed there was no problem, he moved quickly, swiftly putting the already shattered testing stone into his bag and taking out a testing stone imprinted with 4 sword patterns from his bag to replace it. The entire action was smooth and seamless. This was something he had discussed in advance with Gong Fong. Gong Fong would lead the charge into the aptitude testing branch to draw the recorder's fire, while he was responsible for the switch with the sword patterns on the testing stone prepared by Gong Fong long ago. As for the cost of the testing stone, it was naturally covered by Gong Fong. You are outrageous. Do you think you can even investigate me? The recorder's face was filled with anger. He didn't believe Gong Fong had the guts to do that. Although he was just a recorder, if Gong Fong investigated him, it would be equivalent to slapping the job change temple in the face, and even the lord of Qingjin City wouldn't be able to help. Oldly, I apologize, but please cooperate. Gong Fong still had a smile on his face, and after waving his hand, the 2 city guards beside him stepped forward directly. I wonder who among you dares. The old man was seething with anger, his body trembling slightly. The 2 city guards who stepped forward exchanged a hesitant glance with Gong Fong. Suddenly, it seemed as if someone had nudged the hands Gong Fong had behind his back. Forget it, I trust Oldly won't have any issues. Since we've offended each other today, let's leave. In an instant, Gong Feng's attitude changed dramatically and he led his people away. Humph, at least you know your place. The old man snorted coldly, a hint of smugness on his face. He believed it was his imposing presence that intimidated Gong Fong. After Gong Fong left with his group, the old man's gaze shifted to Lin Chen. What are you still doing there? If the test is over, hurry up and get out. Lin Chen remained silent, making no unnecessary movements, and turned to leave. After Lin Chen walked away, another tester approached the sword testing stone and noted down on paper, Lin Chen, 4-pattern swordsman. Not long after, in a deserted alley not far from the testing hall. So, how did it go? Did you awaken your talent? Gong Fong asked Lin Chen, looking somewhat anxious, even more so than Lin Chen himself. After all, he was now tied to Lin Chen's fate. His assistance to Lin Chen was an investment. The stronger Lin Chen's talent, the greater his future achievements, and thus, his own returns would be larger. I awakened it. Lin Chen nodded. That's great. That's great. Gong Feng's face lit up with a smile upon hearing this. After saying that, he turned and walked out of the alley, not asking any further questions. He was perceptive. With Lin Chen's qualifications, he surely had many secrets, and asking would only be counterproductive. He really knows how to handle people. Lin Chen murmured as he watched Gong Feng's departing figure. He understood that Gong Fong had intentions of investing in him, but Gong Fong had indeed helped him a lot. As long as Gong Fong had no ill intentions, he wouldn't mind helping him out in the future. Let's see the effect of this talent. Sword Heart Mark. Lin Chen opened his panel and found Sword Heart at the very end of the skill list. Sword Heart Mark passive can be upgraded, can enhance all sword-related skills and sword weapons by 1000%. Amazing. Lin Chen's eyes lit up. The simple description revealed its extraordinary nature. This talent was perfect for someone like him who possessed a divine sword. One must know that the minimum attack of a divine sword starts at nearly 1,000,000, with a 1000% boost. How terrifying would that attack power be? He also understood that if he were to acquire powerful sword-related skills in the future, it would be even more frightening. Just imagine, with a duel enhancement, that attack power would absolutely double and double again. Who else could compare? Alright, I still have talent points. Lin Chen shifted his gaze to the Sword Dao Origin skill, and sure enough, a plus sign appeared after the description of Sword Dao Origin. Just as he thought. Lin Chen was not surprised. He initially guessed that Sword Dao Origin was a talent skill, and now it seemed to be true. Without any hesitation, Lin Chen directly added a talent point to the plus sign behind Sword Dao Origin. Your Sword Dao Origin has been upgraded to level 2, current level LV.2. 1. More usage. Lin Fong looked at the description of Sword Dao Origin, overjoyed. If I level up again, will I be able to use it 3 times? Lin Chen muttered to himself, feeling it was increasingly likely. He looked at the remaining 2 talent points and saw that the talent points required for upgrading Sword Dao Origin had changed to 2 halves, and he directly added them. Your Sword Dao Origin has been upgraded to level 3, current level LV.3. Sword Dao Origin LV.3, passive, can be enhanced, can be upgraded. You, recognized by the Sword Dao Origin, will have unexpected gains. When using sword techniques, you will have a 500% damage result bonus. When using sword techniques, the skill coverage can be increased by 1300 times. Every time you level up, all your attributes will be significantly enhanced. With the essence of the sword path, you can ignore levels and use any level sword weapon 3 times every 24 hours. That's really great. Lin Chen was overjoyed. With 3 uses of the divine sword each day, he no longer had to worry about the weakness period after using the divine sword once a day. That feeling was truly unpleasant. The key point is that being able to use the divine sword 3 times a day also means he can now use the 3 talents sword formation. Thinking of this, Lin Chen looked at the icon for the 3 talents sword formation on his skill panel, which had turned from gray to bright, and felt quite pleased. He had high expectations for the 3 talents sword formation. This gave him another trump card for a guaranteed kill. Meanwhile, on the turbulent endless sea, a temple floated above. This is the sacred place of mages, also known to the world as the Mage Sea. Above the temple of the Mage Sea, a young woman with a veil of ice sat. Opposite, a holy man surrounded by flames. Tian, besides that brat from the Wang family, we should be able to select 3 suitable teammates for you in this city competition, the holy man spoke, flames surging around him, yet there was not the slightest feeling of burning. The woman, referred to as Tian, nodded, her clear, watery eyes showing no ripples, as if nothing in the world could move. Horror. Sigh, your temperament. The holy man sighed, momentarily at a loss for words. Having just obtained the 3 talents sword formation, Lynch was not idle. Although he couldn't test the power of the 3 talents sword formation today, he still had 2 uses of the divine sword left. As the saying goes, wasting is the most shameful. Adhering to the principle of not wasting, Lynch stepped out of his house again and flattened 2 level 120 leveling maps before contentedly heading towards the Tianbao branch. At this moment, in the Lord's mansion, the Lord was looking at Gong Fong across from him with a face full of anger. Gong Fong, you need to give me an explanation. His voice trembled slightly. Just moments ago, he had received notifications about 2 leveling areas near Qingjin City being blown up. Even with his toes, he could guess that it was definitely that great professional behind Lynch who did it. Wasn't it agreed that only 1 leveling map would be blown up each day? Wasn't it agreed to be more restrained? Wasn't it agreed that there would be trust between people? At this moment, the Lord felt somewhat disheveled. Initially, Gong Fong had assured him that the great professional behind Lynch would only blow up 1 map a day. Moreover, Gong Fong had informed him about the deal with Lynch, which he was relatively willing to accept. In his view, blowing up 1 map a day wasn't a big deal, as the novice area map that Lynch had blown up 3 days ago had already been automatically repaired, and with only 5 days left until the city competition, Lynch would be going to the provincial capital to compete, so he wouldn't have time to wreak havoc in Qingjin City, right? But now, 3 maps blown up in 1 day, and he didn't know how to explain it to those noble families. Of course, 3 maps being blown up was one thing, he could still accept that for now. The key issue was that he had already learned from Gong Fong that Lin Chen's level had reached 100. What other significance was there in blowing up maps besides obtaining some junk equipment? Gong Fong was clearly a bit embarrassed. Initially, he and Lin Chen had an agreement to only blow up 1 map a day, and Lin Chen had readily agreed. However, what he didn't know was that at that time, Lin Chen could only use the divine sword once a day, so agreeing didn't cost him anything. Now, however, Lin Chen could use the divine sword 3 times a day. How could he waste that? Stop with the this and that. In short, you need to take responsibility for this matter. No matter what method you use, you must make Lin Chen and the people behind him keep a low profile. The city lord directly shifted the blame, clearly no longer wanting to manage this issue. There was no way he couldn't manage it anyway. Don't worry, city lord, I will talk to Lin Chen. Gong Fong nodded repeatedly, feeling helpless inside. The guarantee was made by himself, and Lin Chen had also agreed. Now he was the one getting into trouble. Was he really the one who dug his own grave? But what did that great professional behind Lin Fong really mean? He shared the same thoughts as the city lord, both believing that it was pointless for that great professional to blow up maps now. Could it be that this person had become addicted to blowing up maps these past few days and had made it a habit? Thinking of this, Gong Fong couldn't help but shiver. Impossible, absolutely impossible. If that were the case, would the others in Qingjin City still be alive? No, this matter must be clarified with Lin Chen. Not wanting to think any further, he immediately got up and rushed towards Lin Chen's residence. At the same time, Lin Chen, who had completely forgotten about his agreement with Gong Fong, was dazzled by the array of items in the Tianbao branch. Autumn water sword, purple gold item, purple gold chainmail, purple gold item, chasing clouds and treading moon, purple gold item. The dazzling array of equipment made Lin Chen quite tempted, all of which were items he could use at level 100 in the current stage. However, the prices were outrageous. Ordinary low-level silver items cost about 10,000 gold coins, golden items cost 100,000, but purple gold items had skyrocketed 30 times more, which left him in a dilemma. Having just sold his gains from today, he temporarily had over 13 million gold coins, but now it seemed that gathering a full set of purple gold items would be difficult. Sigh. Countless gold coins are a challenge even for heroes. Lin Chen sighed deeply in his heart. What if he came back the day after tomorrow? Lin Chen thought for a moment. Based on his daily 3 map-blowing gains, if he was lucky tomorrow, he should be able to gather 20 million gold coins. Besides the weapon, he could roughly buy 7 pieces of equipment, and the day after tomorrow, he would have 27 million gold coins. Just enough to gather the remaining 9 pieces of equipment. Thinking of this, Lin Chen felt relieved. Equipment, he could wait 2 days. After all, there were still 5 days until the city competition began, so he wasn't in a hurry at all. Manager Lin, please hold these Items for me, I will come back to buy them the day after tomorrow. Lynch pointed to a few pieces of equipment he had chosen beside Lin Dundu. Okay. Lin Dundu nodded repeatedly, looking at Lin Chen with newfound respect. Self-reliance, not relying on the power of his elders, what a good seedling. In his view, these pieces of equipment were worth less than 30 million for the great professional. Behind Lin Chen, who was at least level 7, it was merely a drop in the bucket. Could Lin Chen not afford them? That was completely impossible. Therefore, there was only one possibility: Lin Chen wanted to earn enough money slowly through his own efforts. Such a noble ambition. In a young man, how could he not admire him? At this moment, Lin Chen was unaware of Lin Dundu's thoughts, otherwise, he would definitely retort. Noble? What the hell is noble? Can nobility be eaten? If you don't believe me, just give me these items and see if I won't take advantage of you? In the end, Lin Chen walked out of the Tian Bao branch with a face full of disappointment. Just as he was about to head home, a hurried figure rushed to his side. Brother Gong, what a coincidence. Just finished your business at the city lord's mansion? The newcomer was none other than Gong Fong. After glancing at the direction Gong Fong had come from, Lin Chen guessed where he had been, as the city lord's mansion was not far from the Tian Bao branch. Not a coincidence, I was just about to find you. Gong Feng's expression was not good, and he got straight to the point. Did we not agree that the person behind you would only blow up one map at most each day? And now that you are level 100, can't you make that person keep a low profile? His heart was filled with helplessness. He couldn't afford to offend the person behind Lin Chen, so he could only approach Lin Chen. Lin Chen slapped his forehead. What to do? He couldn't just say he got so excited after reaching the 3 talisman sword array that he forgot, right? This map explosion was indeed addictive, and the habit over the past few days had made him forget the agreement. In the end, Lin Chen, feeling helpless, still told part of the truth, saying, Brother Gong, I've been short on money for equipment lately, so I blew up a few more places. Short on money for equipment? Gong Feng's face clearly showed disbelief. Would the person behind you be short on money to buy you level 100 equipment? He felt that Lin Chen was trying to pull a fast one on him, treating him like a fool. It seemed that person really had gotten used to blowing up maps. No, absolutely not. Gong Feng's mind raced with countermeasures, and suddenly, a light bulb went off in his head. Short on money for equipment? That's easy to solve. If you have difficulties, just come to your brother Gong. Come on. Today, your equipment is on me. After saying that, he didn't pay attention to Lin Chen's strange expression and forcibly dragged him back into the trading hall. In his mind, as long as Lin Chen's excuse was blocked, the person behind Lin Chen should calm down, right? Meanwhile, Lin Chen's mouth twitched as he let Gong Fong pull him along. What on earth was happening in this world? There really was a big fool delivering himself to the door. What was going on? The scene of Gong Fong dragging Lin Chen back into the Tianbao pavilion happened to be seen by Lin Dundun. He knew Gong Fong, the captain of the city guard in Qingjin City. How could he not know him? Isn't this Gong Fong acting a bit crazy? Lin Dundun muttered to himself, somewhat puzzled. With the capabilities of the Lord's mansion, could they really not have discovered Lin Chen's identity by now? No, that wasn't right. The city restrictions had been lifted, and the Lord's mansion was no longer investigating the recent map explosion incidents. It was clear they knew who the main person was. But why was Gong Fong still treating Lin Chen this way? For a moment, Lin Dundun was confused. However, his good professional demeanor quickly masked the confusion on his face, and he smiled as he approached, saying, Captain Gong, Mr. Lin, may I ask if you need anything? I don't need anything, he does. Gong Fong rolled up the heavy armor on his arm and continued, today, all of his equipment expenses at your Tianbao branch will be covered by me. In the end, Gong Fong still didn't let himself get carried away. At this stage, the equipment Lin Chen could buy at the Tianbao branch, even if it was a complete set of purple gold gear, wouldn't cost too much. But if Lin Chen were to ask for some expensive skill books as well, that would be beyond what he could bear, so he kept a close eye on it. I see. Lin Dundun's lips moved, and a hint of disdain appeared in his eyes as he looked at Gong Fong. What a good-natured young man, to be forcibly defiled by Gong Fong like this. It was truly unbearable, wasn't it? The few pieces of equipment Lin Chen initially valued clearly had his own senior high-level professional backing him, and he hadn't even asked for money from his elder. Now, having seen the scene at the door just now, he naturally regarded Gong Fong as a simp, and a forceful one at that. I didn't expect Captain Gong to be this kind of person. He doesn't seem like it on a usual basis. Although Lin Dundun still wore a smile, his disdain in his heart had intensified, and his words were more pointed. Am I usually stingy? Gong Fong frowned, feeling a bit displeased. This Lin fatty really didn't know how to talk. He hadn't spent little at your Tianbao branch. How did he become a miser in your eyes? No. Captain Gong is generous and magnanimous. How could he be stingy? Lin Dundun noticed Gong Feng's displeasure and forced a smile. In his view, Gong Fong was completely putting on a brave face, not wanting to be seen as a simp. Alright, enough chit-chat. Take him to pick out some gear. Gong Fong waved his hand impatiently, pointing at Lin Chen behind him. Really going to buy? Then I won't hold back. A glimmer flashed in Lin Chen's eyes but quickly faded as he awkwardly said, Brother Gong, isn't this a bit much? Seeing this scene, Lin Dundon's opinion of Lin Chen rose a few notches. Look at that, at such a young age, being forced to cater to a big shot, yet still unwilling to lose his integrity. Who in the younger generation of Qingjin City can do that? Don't worry, young friend Lin Chen, old Lin will definitely help you this time, making that gone liquor bleed heavily. At this moment, Lin Dundon already had a plan in mind. Mr. Lin, please follow me. His reaction was quick. After making a decision in his heart, he began to take action. Let's go. Gong Fong smirked and followed, with Lin Chen closely behind. Click. A secret room at the Tian Bao branch's front desk opened under Lin Dundon's operation. Wait, this feels a bit off? This Lin fat guy didn't bring me to this place just now. Could it be he saw that Gong Fong had money and wanted to fleece this big fool? A minute later, Lin Chen confirmed his suspicion. Among the 9 boxes made of pure gold pieces of equipment radiating a purple gold glow were displayed, clearly not comparable to the purple gold items Lin Dundon had shown him earlier. Scoundrel! Scoundrel! As expected, scoundrels love to fleece big fools. Lin Chen kept cursing in his heart while his gaze towards Lin Dundon held a hint of appreciation. At that moment, Lin Dundon happened to turn around, locking eyes with Lin Chen. Indeed, my approach was correct. Lin Dundon saw the look in Lin Chen's eyes and returned a I understand you glance. These are all the treasured 100 level purple gold sets from our Tian Bao branch. Lin Dundon slowly began to speak, stepping forward to introduce each one. This set is the Blazing Flame set. When all 9 pieces are equipped, it can change the swordsman's sword energy attribute, adding extra fire damage to attacks. Priced at 70 million. This set is the Extreme Ice set. When all 9 pieces are equipped, it can convert the swordsman's sword energy into ice attributes, adding a slowing effect to attacks. Priced at 70 million. This set is the Winged Wind set. When all 9 pieces are equipped, it can trigger the passive skill, Winged Wind, increasing the swordsman's attack speed. Priced at 80 million. Lin Dundon introduced 8 sets of swordsman gear in one breath, grinning at Lin Chen, not even glancing at the twitching corner of Gong Feng's mouth. All good stuff. After Lin Dundon's introduction, Lin Chen quickly pondered, wanting to choose the set that suited him best. First, he eliminated the 6 sets that added attribute damage with the Divine Sword. What more attribute damage did he need? It was completely unnecessary. That leaves only the Night Shadow set and the Winged Wind set. After some thought, Lin Chen felt these 2 sets were the most suitable for him. The Night Shadow set had a brief stealth ability which was very useful for him. Just imagine, sneaking up on someone and delivering a Divine Sword strike. How satisfying would that be? However, the stealth ability of the Night Shadow set had a clear drawback. High-level experts could easily see through it. As for the Winged Wind set, it was also good, as it could increase attack speed. He had 3 chances to use the Divine Sword each day, and if he could minimize the interval between strikes, that would definitely be delightful. For a moment, Lin Chen found himself in a dilemma, a conflicted expression on his face. Sigh, young friend Lin Chen is truly too kind-hearted. These sets may be expensive, but for Gong Fong, they are within his means. Why bother getting hung up on the price? Lin Dundon shook his head as he looked at Lin Chen. He felt that Lin Chen was reluctant to disappoint Gong Fong after hearing the prices of these sets. Are there any other swordsman sets? Suddenly, Lin Chen spoke up. He always felt that these 8 sets weren't quite suitable for him. Lin Dundon blinked at his words, quietly shifting a few steps to hide a gold box that hadn't been introduced behind him. But this scene was keenly noticed by Lin Chen. What is this set? Lin Chen quickly stepped forward, and the attributes of the equipment in the gold box appeared before his eyes. Shield Sword, purple gold item, attack 500, 1000 stamina plus 20 strength plus 20 skills. Spirit Turtle, passive increases physical defense by 5%. Required level, LV.100, Shield Armor, purple gold item, LV.100, Shield Boots, purple gold item, LV.100. Sword Armor set, 10/10 increases physical defense by an additional 30%. Each job changer has only 10 pieces of equipment, excluding weapons, which are armor, gloves, belt, ring, shoes, necklace, helmet, and 2 bracelets, while a normal set consists of 9 pieces excluding the weapon. However, this Sword Armor set is somewhat unique as it actually counts the weapon as part of the 10 pieces. Normally, a level 100 purple gold sword type weapon has damage basically above 1000, while the shield sword in the Sword Armor set only has a minimum initial attack of 500. This is the Sword Armor set, which focuses on defense, considered a treasure of our Tian Bao branch. Lin Dundon smiled wryly as he looked at Lin Chen, who appeared very interested. However, he wasn't wrong. The swordsman Profession focuses on physical burst, aiming to break through with precision. If there's anything else that is indispensable, it would be agility. As for the sword armor set, which emphasizes defensive bonuses, it seems somewhat redundant, hence it is regarded as a collectible. How much is this sword armor set? Lin Chen ignored Lin Dundu's words. 50 million gold coins. Lin Dundu blurted out reflexively, then quickly added, but this sword armor set is really not very useful for swordsmen. The price of 50 million gold coins for a purple gold set is indeed quite cheap, but this sword armor set clearly has little practical use, which is why it has remained unsold until now. Otherwise, such a low price would have been snatched up long ago. Alright, then it's this one. Lin Chen nodded in satisfaction. It wasn't because the sword armor set was cheap, but because it gave him a very unique feeling. Since choosing other sets wouldn't provide much of an improvement, he planned to take a gamble with this sword armor set. Mr. Lin, you don't have to save money for Captain Gong. Lin Dundu became a bit anxious and inadvertently revealed his true thoughts. Ha! Gong Fong, who had been silent, widened his eyes and stared at Lin Dundu with an unfriendly expression. That's not what I meant. Lin Dundu quickly explained, what I mean is, since you're choosing a set, you should definitely pick one that suits you so as not to waste Captain Gong's good intentions. At this moment he was sweating a bit, fearing that Gong Fong would hold a grudge against him. In his heart, Lin Chen's choice was just saving money for Gong Fong, right? But if the other party clearly wanted to please you, why were you still thinking about them? Moreover, if you buy an expensive set, my commission would be higher too. While admiring Lin Chen's character, Lin Dundu also had his own little calculations. It's fine, I think. This sword armor set is very suitable for me. Lin Chen shook his head, not intending to change his mind. After speaking, he shot a glance at Gong Fong. Pay up. However, this look felt different in Gong Feng's eyes. Good little brother, you actually know to think of your big brother. Truly my heartfelt little brother. An inexplicable sense of emotion washed over him. In an instant, Gong Fong swiped his card to pay, his movements clean and swift, without a hint of hesitation. 2 minutes later, at the entrance of the Tian Bao branch, Lin Dundu looked at Gong Fong with a wary expression, then glanced at Lin Chen. He knew that his earlier words had likely offended Gong Fong, and while he felt a bead of sweat forming in his heart, he silently lamented. All he could do was send Lin Chen and the others off with a bitter smile. After bidding farewell to Gong Fong, Lin Chen returned home alone. I hope you don't let me down. Lin Chen quickly took out the golden box and equipped the sword armor set piece by piece, his combat power instantly rising to 6,700, a full 600 more than before. Not bad. Lin Chen looked at his attribute panel and nodded in satisfaction. In the end, only one purple gold item remained in the golden box, a shield sword. I hope it's as I imagined. Lin Chen muttered, directly grabbing the shield sword in his hand. Sing, roar, a faint sound of the sword ringing mixed with the roar of ferocious beasts. You have obtained the divine sword Baxia, lost, the expected transformation of the divine sword didn't surprise Lin Chen. Instead, he quickly focused his gaze on the attributes of the Baxia sword. Baxia. Sword artifact, lost, bound, required level, 1000 attack power, 500,000? Strength plus 2,222 stamina plus 18,888 agility plus 2,222 vitality plus 18,888 skills. 1. Hidden additional. A special skill that comes with no known reason can hide its appearance, making it look like an ordinary sword. Can be. 2. Soul of Baxia. Active. The soul of the divine sword, the might of Baxia, after use, can summon the soul of Baxia to protect the body, gaining 10 seconds of invincibility. 3. 4. Baxia set 1/10 can gain 5 seconds of invincibility. Description: Abyssal Baxia, capable of carrying the sun and moon, capable of covering the vast sea, a divine sword lost in the river of time, may one day shine again. Invincibility skill. Damn it! Lin Chen couldn't help but curse. Although he had been mentally prepared, he was still shocked. Having transformed over 100 divine swords, he knew that the higher the quality of the sword transformed, the stronger the attributes of the artifact generated. According to his estimation, if a normal purple gold sword were transformed into a divine sword, the minimum initial attack power should be over 2 million. Yet now, the minimum initial attack power of the Baxia sword was only 500,000. However, this was also within his expectations, as it was primarily a defensive sword set. Moreover, his initial choice of the sword armor set was precisely for this reason. The attack power was already absolutely sufficient, and choosing another set would be meaningless. It was better to focus on defense. What if he transformed a divine sword with an invincibility skill? And just like that, it came to pass, and it was a 2-for-1 deal. Lin Chen's face blossomed with joy. In this world, if the equipment items endowed with the name of the divine were the most valuable, then those with invincibility skills were a close second. Even if it were just a piece of bronze equipment, once it had an invincibility skill, it would be worth a fortune, let alone 2 invincibility skills on a divine sword. Now, with 2 absolute defense skills, Lynch no longer had to worry about encountering a top expert and being taken down before he could react. This should secure the city championship. Lin Chen's smile grew even brighter. What if there were forbidden spells? What if there were ascended mages? As long as your attributes are still in a suppressed state, no matter if you have forbidden spells, once the invincible skill is activated, the divine sword goes swish swish swish. Everything is instant. The next day, the sky was clear and bright. Lin Chen set out from home again, feeling quite good. The 100-level purple gold set was already complete, so he didn't have to worry about money for the time being. In terms of offense, he could use the power of the divine sword 3 times a day, and for defense, he had 2 invincible skills, not to mention the 3 talents sword formation for finishing moves. Everything seemed wonderful. Let's get to work. Destroy the map. Lin Chen hummed a little tune, striding towards today's destination. After more than an hour, Lin Chen arrived at the last LV.120 leveling map near Qingjin City, the White Tiger Forest. The rules on Blue Star are set quite balanced. Almost every city has such wild maps nearby, and the number of wild maps depends on the size of the city. Now, there was only this one suitable leveling map left for Lin Chen to destroy near Qingjin City. However, he wasn't discouraged. Thanks to the big fool Gong Fong, he had temporarily gathered all the equipment he needed, and he was going to test the power of the 3 talents sword formation anyway. So, life was without regrets. I could give Brother Gong some face. After all, it's not easy for Brother Gong to be such a fool, Lin Chen muttered as he ventured deeper into the White Tiger Forest. Eventually, he stopped in a deserted area. This will do. Lin Chen looked around and, seeing no one, halted his steps. Qingxian sword, Shishao sword, Jinglei sword. Lin Chen took out the 3 divine swords in turn. His purpose this time was simply to test the power of the 3 talents sword formation and to harvest some battle power items. He didn't really care which divine swords he used. Come on, let me see the power of the sword formation under the blessing of the divine swords. Lin Chen's body instantly stood straight, directly activating the 3 talents sword formation. Swish, swish, swish. 3 consecutive sounds of breaking air rang out as the Qingxian, Shishao, and Jinglei divine swords soared into the sky, arranged in a triangular formation. Ka, chant, roar. In an instant, the blue bird sang long, the thunder dragon roared, and the giant stood tall. The origins of the 3 divine swords manifested, and the powerful pressure made the entire ground of the White Tiger Forest tremble. An earthquake. This is the legendary earthquake. No way, can there still be earthquakes in this era? What the hell, this isn't an earthquake. Look at the sky. In the White Tiger Forest, many second transformation professionals were leveling up. At first, they all thought the tremors were due to an earthquake. After all, they had learned about such knowledge during their school years in peaceful times. However, when they looked up at the sky, they were dumbfounded. What the hell? This is not an earthquake. It's clearly a ferocious beast being unleashed, and it came with 3 of them. Run! Someone shouted loudly, using all their strength to escape, but they were dumbfounded to find that their bodies couldn't move. Could it be that the map destroyer has come here? At this moment, some people began to notice the clues. What Lin Chen had been doing these past few days had spread throughout Qingjin City, and even people from nearby cities had heard about it. If that's the case, then there's no need to worry. Someone breathed a sigh of relief. Based on that big shot's temperament, he wasn't a bloodthirsty person. At most, the map would be destroyed and they would be teleported out. Thus, a bizarre scene appeared in the White Tiger Forest. A group of second transformation professionals stared at the origins of the divine swords in the sky as if watching a movie, occasionally commenting, "That flying one should be the legendary blue bird, right? That thunder dragon is really majestic. I think the giant is the most domineering." Everyone was exchanging words, but in reality, only a brief moment of less than 3 seconds had passed. Boom! A sound like the opening of the heavens echoed, and the divine sword's original phenomenon in the sky changed. Once more, the fire giant leaped into the air, wielding a massive axe, landing on the back of the thunder dragon. Beside it, the blue bird circled, flapping its wings continuously, seemingly bestowing unparalleled power upon it. Dong! Finally, a muffled sound reverberated throughout the world as the 3 divine sword origins merged into one, transforming into a tricolor divine sword that struck down. You have obtained LV.100 White Tiger Battle Armor, Purple Gold Set. You have obtained LV.100 Red Tiger Battle Sword, Golden Set. The White Tiger Forest map has been permanently destroyed, and you have been automatically teleported to a safe zone. A series of notifications appeared. With a flash of light, Lin Chen found himself in Qingjin City. It seemed like things had gotten a bit out of hand. Lin Chen felt a bit dazed. He knew that the power of the 3 talents sword formation was certainly stronger than that of a single divine sword, but he hadn't expected it to be by such a large margin. Should he run away? His brows furrowed slightly. This notification was different from the usual ones. A permanently destroyed map. For a city, this meant a permanent loss of resources, indicating that the future situation for the job changers in Qingjin City would be even more difficult. Who knew if the city lord's office would go crazy and spare no effort to capture him? Just as Lin Chen was contemplating whether to flee, a notification echoed in the ears of all job changers in Qingjin City. The White Tiger map has been permanently destroyed. A new map is being generated, and entry will be allowed once it is completed. Thank goodness, thank goodness. As long as a new map is being generated. Lin Chen patted his chest. The permanent destruction of the map was definitely not his intention. After all, he had lived in Qingjin City for 18 years and had a deep attachment to it. The key was that he didn't need to run away anymore, right? Meanwhile, in the city lord's office, the city lord was panting heavily, his face flushed, while Gong Fong across from him looked as if he had just been splashed with tea. Just moments ago, upon hearing the notification that the White Tiger Forest map had been permanently destroyed, he nearly spit blood and sprayed Gong Fong with tea. Fortunately, the subsequent notification about the new map being generated eased his discomfort. Otherwise, he would have faced an investigation from the provincial capital. As for why he would be investigated, isn't it obvious? A big shot capable of permanently destroying a map, if not the sword god or the law god, was certainly close enough. Would the provincial capital be willing to offend them? Moreover, the destruction of the map in Qingjin City had been reported for several days, and the provincial capital had yet to respond, clearly indicating a desire to shift the blame. Sigh. It seems I underestimated the person behind Lin Chen. The city lord sighed, patting his still heaving chest. Ordinary, low-level maps could potentially be temporarily destroyed by high-level powerhouses above the 7th rank if they exerted their full strength. But this time, it was a permanent destruction. Thinking of this, the city lord felt a bit apprehensive. It seems I really underestimated it. Gong Fong wiped the tea off his face with a big hand, looking equally bewildered. Coming from a prominent family, he understood better what kind of strength was required to permanently destroy a map. Alright, let's not talk about this anymore, let's make a deal. The city lord, regaining his composure, looked at Gong Fong and said, I'll personally reimburse you for that 50 million, but there's a condition. Before the city competition, you should take Lin Chen out of Qingjin City. For example, to nearby cities like Chitong City or Tianquang City. The city lord listed several cities where he usually had conflicts with their lords, but he felt he had no other choice. Lin Chen's gameplay was truly nerve-wracking. He was genuinely afraid that in a few days, all the maps near Qingjin City would be gone. Well, I'll try my best. This time, Gong Fong didn't make any guarantees, instead speaking with an uncertain tone. There was no way around it. After making promises in the past and getting slapped in the face each time, he couldn't do that again. Don't just try, you must succeed. The lord's expression turned serious. Given the current rate of map destruction, the already lagging resources of Qingjin City would likely fall even further behind, and then it would truly be the last in the entire Tianhai province, something he, as the city lord, did not want to see. Alright, I do have an idea, but it depends on Lin Chen's willingness. Gong Fong nodded, already formulating another plan in his mind. I trust you, just as I did in the past. The lord nodded solemnly. Past times? Gong Feng's face showed an awkward expression. You trust? What do you trust? I don't even trust myself anymore. Which time did I not get slapped in the face? As the sun set, the lord and Gong Fong sat upright, staring at each other in silence, neither willing to speak. It wasn't until the 12th time the attendant came to change the tea that the lord finally sighed in relief. It seems that person won't destroy any more maps today, right? He looked up at the deep night sky. Even experts need to rest, right? Going out to destroy maps at night just doesn't seem right, does it? Shouldn't be. Gong Fong nodded. One was a 6th-tier mage, the other a 5th-tier swordsman. They sat in silence all night, only worrying that Lin Chen's backer might go crazy and destroy maps again. There was no way around it. Who told them they didn't have the guts to check the maps outside Qingjin City? The next morning, as dawn broke, Lin Chen was awakened by a series of urgent knocks on the door. Who is it? Lin Chen, still groggy, opened the door, mentally cursing the ancestor of the person knocking. Lin Chen, I need to discuss something with you. Gong Fong barged in, directly sitting on the sofa in the room. Uncle Gong? Lin Chen instantly became alert, reflexively saying, Uncle Gong, I've already told my elder that I would only destroy one map a day at most. He shouldn't have gone back on his word, right? Didn't he just blow up a map yesterday? Why is this big fool back again? Is he going to give me equipment? But my current gear is already sufficient. Could it be that he has a better Lioli set, or even a celestial set? The more Lin Chen thought about it, the more likely it seemed, and his gaze towards Gong Fong gradually sparkled with golden light. Ahem! Gong Fong cleared his throat twice, awkwardly smiling. No, he hasn't gone back on his word. You haven't gone back on your word. But this time, you directly destroyed the map. Permanently. You nearly scared the city lord's attributes away. Do you know the serious consequences of your backer's actions? What if no? New maps are generated? At this moment, Gong Fong was constantly cursing inwardly, but he still didn't dare to voice it. Oh, Lin Chen nodded. I knew it, we are trustworthy people, how could we be untrustworthy? He had completely forgotten about the 3 maps he had destroyed the day before. The reason I came to find you this time is for something else. Gong Fong continued, his expression serious. I want to take you away from Qingjin City for a few days. Leaving Qingjin City? Lin Chen was taken aback. Such good news? After testing the power of the 3 talisman sword array last night, he had been feeling a bit troubled. All the places suitable for him to destroy maps near Qingjin City had been destroyed, and now there were no suitable targets left. As for those higher-level maps, he wouldn't be idle enough to do such a thing. Killing monsters that were either 30 levels above or below him would not yield any equipment. How could he possibly do something that wouldn't yield any rewards? Before falling asleep, he was still contemplating whether to head to a city near Qingjin City, but there was no way. Qingjin City was just a small town without a teleportation array. He himself hadn't even undergone the second job change yet, so he couldn't learn sword control techniques. Relying solely on himself to run over there would waste so much time. What a timely rain, such a good person. Lin Chen stared at Gong Fong with a hint of excitement, ready to agree. I've thought this through. Gong Fong quickly explained, think about it, right now you're still in a hidden state. If someone with no identity or background, just a 4-star sword pattern like you, suddenly participates in the city championship and reveals your level, people will definitely suspect you and link you to the map destruction incident, right? This was the excuse he had prepared long ago, but it was indeed true. The young generation who had just changed jobs this year had been unable to level up because of Lin Chen's presence, and many families had already taken their juniors to nearby cities to grind levels. If Lin Chen, this backgroundless person, suddenly revealed his level at this time, wouldn't it clearly indicate that the one behind the map destruction was a major player backing him? This time I'll take you away for a few days, and we'll come back before the city championship, which will cover up a lot of things. Gong Fong continued. After saying that, he nervously stared at Lin Chen. But you must agree, if you go to another city, that big shot should also go over to protect you in secret. As for what happens in the other city, you can do whatever you want. Is that so? Lin Chen nodded. Gong Feng's words made a lot of sense and he was indeed considering him, but he could also see from Gong Feng's expression that the other party was very eager for him to leave Qingjin City. As for whether there were other reasons, he had already guessed a bit in his heart. Then, do you agree? Gong Fong widened his eyes and looked at Lin Chen. I agree. Lin Chen nodded. Someone was offering to take him to another city to make money. Who would refuse such a good deal? That's great, that's great. Gong Fong let out a long sigh of relief, feeling at ease. He was really afraid Lin Chen would refuse. If that happened, the entire wilderness map of Qingjin City would probably be collectively blown up. When do we leave? Lin Chen asked. There's no time to waste, let's go right now. After saying that, Gong Fong grabbed Lin Chen and ran outside. The speed of a 5th-tier swordsman was nothing to scoff at. With Lin Chen's own pace, it would take at least over an hour to leave the city, but with Gong Fong carrying him, they reached the city gate in just over 10 minutes. Captain Gong, Captain Gong, Captain Gong. At the city gate, the soldiers of the city guard saluted Gong Fong repeatedly while they curiously sized up Lin Chen beside him. Who is this? They hadn't heard that Captain Gong had any relatives or juniors in Qingjin City. Could he be an illegitimate child? At this moment, Lin Chen was unaware of the thoughts in the minds of these city guards. Otherwise, he would definitely retort angrily. Illegitimate child? Your whole family are illegitimate children. Swish! The sound of a sword slicing through the air rang out. In the vast sky above the wilderness, Lin Chen stood on Gong Feng's giant sword, overlooking the land. This was the sword control technique that second-job swordsmen could learn. Once mastered, one could soar through the void. Of course, flying was not exclusive to swordsmen. For example, second-job mages and priests could also learn skills like levitation, and there were even some flying pets and mounts. However, Lin Chen, who had lived in Qingjin City for many years, had rarely seen it because there were rules in the city: no flying. This no flying rule was not a human-made regulation, but a consequence of the Blue Star rules. Whether you were a second-job professional or a ninth-job major professional, even those sword gods and magic gods could not violate it. About an hour had passed. The giant sword slowly descended, and the two arrived at their target city, this time, Chicopper City. Like Qingjin City, Chicopper City also belongs to Tianhai Province, but unlike Qingjin City, the resources and overall strength of the job changers in Chicopper City are much stronger. After paying the entrance fee for both of them, Gong Fong entered the city with Lin Chen. Alright, let's stay in Chicopper City for a few days. Gong Fong glanced at Lin Chen beside him, finally feeling relieved. Then, he just left. Lin Chen was left in a daze. Is he really that irresponsible? I'm just a lowly first-tier swordsman. In this foreign city, you can just leave me like that? For a moment, Lin Chen couldn't help but grumble inwardly. What Lin Chen didn't know was that Gong Feng's thoughts were completely the opposite. Sigh. Take care, Chicopper City. There's nothing I can do. A dead friend is better than a living one. Besides, this isn't my idea, it's our Lord's idea. If you want to blame someone, blame our Lord. Gong Feng's figure gradually faded away, muttering under his breath. In his view, what foreign city is there to speak of? Pure nonsense. As for danger? Are you kidding me? You have at least 9-turn high-level job changers behind you. Do you need me, a 5-turn job changer, to protect you? Don't joke around. So, at this moment, his steps were particularly light. Without Lin Chen, this calamity, Qingjin City would surely be peaceful for the next few days. In contrast, Lin Chen, upon realizing that Gong Fong had truly walked far away and completely disregarded him, didn't dwell on it too much and turned to wander around the city. Not long after, in a luxurious and extravagant room, Lin Chen's figure reappeared. At this moment he was leisurely soaking in a bath. This top-tier suite in the heavenly realm is really nice, but it's too expensive, 50,000 gold coins a night. Sigh, looks like I'll have to ask Brother Gong for reimbursement later. Lin Chen muttered while soaking in the bath. Now he could be considered a wealthy individual, and with money, he should enjoy himself. Plus, he could get someone to reimburse him. Not indulging would be a waste. No problem there. The sun was high in the sky. After eating, drinking, and finishing his bath, Lin Chen knew it was time to get down to business. After buying a map of Chicopper City, Lin Chen excitedly headed towards a LV.120 outdoor leveling map. Soon, Lin Chen arrived at his destination. Let's go, time to work. Lin Chen skillfully found an unoccupied spot. 5 seconds later, the seawater engulfed the entire leveling map and a whale's cry shattered everything. You have obtained LV.120 Wonderful Method Necklace, gold. You have obtained LV.120 Heavenly Silkworm Boots, purple, gold. The Heavenly Silkworm Forest map has been destroyed and is currently under maintenance. You have been automatically teleported to a safe zone. Not bad. Lin Chen appeared in a corner of Chicopper City, nodding in satisfaction as he looked at the map marker in his hand, heading towards the next target. 2 hours later, when Lin Chen appeared in Chicopper City for the third time, he happily walked towards the Heavenly Realm Hotel. At the same time, in the Lord's Mansion of Chicopper City, find out who is so despicable. Don't they even understand the rules? Blowing up maps, huh? I will definitely find you. A robust man engulfed in flames was venting his anger. This man was the Lord of Chicopper City, and just moments ago he received news of another map being destroyed, counting the previous 2 maps. This was already the 3rd map destroyed today. As a 6-turn mage, his temper was already explosive, and how could he endure such a thing? But what was strange was that none of the officials from Chitong City below him moved. What are you all standing there for? Hurry up! He was furious. Lord City Master, do we really need to investigate? I think it's better to let it go. A voice spoke up. It was the captain of the city guard of Chitong City. Have you lost your mind? This is a clear violation of the rules, and I will not let it slide. The city master of Chitong City was blinded by anger. Ahem, City Master, are you aware of the situation in Qingjin City? The captain of the city guard cleared his throat. Qingjin City? What happened to Qingjin City? He couldn't recall for a moment. City Master, in the past few days, several maps in Qingjin City have also been destroyed, and one of them was permanently destroyed. A trusted attendant beside him whispered, just yesterday, you were mocking Qingjin City for being a bunch of useless people. Upon hearing this, the city master of Chitong City blinked, and the anger on his face vanished instantly. Could it be that the map-destroying expert from there has arrived? It must be a coincidence, right? Besides, there were no permanently destroyed maps in Chitong City. Oh, I remember now. At this moment, the anger on the city master's face completely disappeared, leaving him somewhat at a loss. City Master, I think it's better to report this matter to the provincial capital first. Isn't that what Qingjin City did? The captain of the city guard noticed the city master's embarrassment. Yes, report it to the provincial capital immediately. Such a major issue should indeed be reported before making a decision. The city master of Chitong City nodded repeatedly, following the steps down. However, he couldn't help but complain in his heart. Would that bunch of cowards in the provincial capital really care? Didn't they see that Qingjin City had already reported it? What good did that do? But he could only do this. What if it wasn't a coincidence, and it really was that person from Qingjin City? He didn't have the strength to offend them. The next day, at the same time, in the same place, inside the city master's mansion, Go urged the provincial capital again, and also informed the city guard not to wander near those destroyed maps. What's the use? Today's city master of Chitong City was completely different from yesterday. Just a moment ago, he received news that 3 more maps had been destroyed. Now, he was certain that it was indeed the map-destroying maniac from Qingjin City who had come. As for not letting the city guard wander near the destroyed maps, That was entirely out of concern that those oblivious guards might offend that big shot. Meanwhile, Lin Chen, the instigator, was unaware of all this. He was feeling a bit troubled. Yes, troubled. And quite melancholic. Why? Because the 6 LV.120 leveling maps near Chitong City had also been blown up by him, leaving him with no maps to destroy again, and he hadn't considered the lower level maps. At his current level, only destroying LV.120 maps could maximize his gains. He had roughly calculated that destroying 3 LV.120 maps daily could yield about 7 to 10 million gold coins, but if he chose the lower level LV.100 maps, the daily earnings would drop to around 3 million, which he couldn't tolerate. What he didn't know was that if his thoughts were known to the city masters of Qingjin and Chitong, they would surely cry out to the heavens, kneeling and offering money. Sir, please don't do this. We can give you 20 million a day, can't we? Of course, the current city masters of Qingjin and Chitong were unaware of this. What if I change to another city? Lin Chen frowned, thinking that this was the only solution. Not having maps to blow up wasn't scary. Changing to another city would solve that, right? Now, with a net worth exceeding 50 million, he had fully experienced the joy of blowing up maps and would definitely not stop here. Thus, with an idea in mind, Lin Chen headed towards the Wenlexiang restaurant in Chitong City. Wenlexiang. Perhaps it wasn't the best restaurant in Qingjin City, but the fine wines inside were the most famous. Lin Chen, who had been here for 2 days, naturally knew this. Just as he arrived at the entrance of the Wenlexiang, a wave of fragrant wine aroma greeted him. Let me tell you, that county-level boss I encountered last time was terrifying. One skill wiped out half of our team. Luckily, I was clever. What's that to you? I've seen a city-level boss. What's the point of bragging? Let me tell you something you don't know. Guess what the champion prize for the city competition is? There are divine crystals inside. Inside the restaurant, the sound of boasting filled the air. However, Lin Chen paid no mind to this and walked straight into the restaurant. Just as I thought. Before long, Lin Chen spotted a familiar figure in an inconspicuous corner. Exactly the target he was looking for. Gong Fong. Lin Chen was not surprised to find Gong Fong here. He had already guessed it. Gong Fong had a simple hobby. He loved wine. In such a famous place as Wenlexiang in Qingjin City, it was impossible for him not to come. As Lin Chen approached the corner, Gong Fong noticed his arrival and exclaimed, "Lin Chen, what brings you here?" He was a bit puzzled. The time limit for this public-funded trip was 3 days, and it was only the second day. He hadn't gone looking for Lin Chen, so why had Lin Chen come? On his own? He had also heard about the explosion incident in Chitong City over the past 2 days. For that, he could only silently mourn. For Chitong City, there's nothing much to see in Chitong City, and that person said they wanted to check out Tianquan City, Lin Chen said, raising the banner, though his expression was serious. That person wanted to see Tianquan City? Gong Fong instantly perked up. What was so special about Tianquan City? Was it worth that person going to see in person? The current situation was clear. That person wanted to visit Tianquan City but was worried about Lin Chen's safety. Wasn't this the perfect opportunity for him to shine? Perfect. I also find Chitong City quite boring. Let's go to Tianquan City. Gong Fong was sharp and quickly grasped the key point. After all, there was no loss in it. Plus, he could gain a favor from a big shot. Why not? So, when do we leave? Lin Chen asked. Gong Feng's prompt agreement was within Lin Chen's expectations. Right now. Gong Fong immediately stood up, filled a few gourds with wine, and pulled Lin Chen towards the exit of the restaurant, causing others inside to glance over frequently. Still in a rush. Still decisive. 2 hours later. Inside the city of Tianquan, Gong Fong and Lin Chen parted ways again. However, this time they had made an agreement to meet at the city gate the next afternoon to return to Qingjin City as the preliminary rounds of the city competition were about to begin. Lin Chen didn't concern himself with these matters. After all, there was still a day left and he could earn about 10 million more. After finding the Heaven on Earth restaurant in Chitong City, Lin Chen settled in comfortably. The next day, after Lin Chen completed his daily explosion tasks, it was already afternoon. He arrived at the city gate of Chitong City as agreed. By the time he got there, Gong Fong had been waiting at the city gate for quite some time. However, Gong Feng's expression was not good at all. Let's go back. Lin Chen glanced at Gong Fong and didn't ask further. Everyone had their own secrets. He wouldn't pry into Gong Feng's secrets, nor would he be bored enough to ask what had happened to him. Yeah, let's go back. Gong Fong nodded and walked out of the city gate with Lin Chen. Swish! The giant sword appeared, and Lin Chen skillfully jumped on it, but Gong Fong did not move. Ha! Lin Chen glanced back. Lin Chen, Gong Fong spoke, you need to be mentally prepared for this trip back to Qingjin City. Mentally prepared? Lin Chen frowned. Could it be that what Gong Fong encountered was related to him? In the afternoon, the city lord sent word that because the list for the Qingjin City Championship was announced, Some families are not too pleased, particularly targeting your spot, Gong Fong said succinctly. But don't worry, your spot is absolutely secure. You might just encounter some trouble. He wasn't worried about any changes to Lin Chen's spot. As long as the city lord's mind was intact, Lin Chen wouldn't be replaced. What he was concerned about was if those families made things difficult for Lin Chen, causing the person behind him to get angry, then it would be a big problem. And now, these matters couldn't be openly discussed, which made him a bit anxious. Some people are not satisfied? Lin Chen blinked, showing no surprise. The city championship was held once every 3 years, with rewards so generous that it drove people mad. Otherwise, those big families in major cities wouldn't be trading. Many families held on to a glimmer of hope, thinking, what if a junior from their clan achieved a ranking? Even the smaller families within Qingjin City were no exception. It was only natural for someone to covet his spot. I'll handle this. Gong Fong nodded, thinking of countermeasures. Actually, it doesn't need to be that complicated. Lin Chen smiled nonchalantly, I can handle it myself. However, his words were misunderstood by Gong Fong. Lin Chen, don't act impulsively. Impulsiveness is the devil. Don't ask the person behind you to intervene. Otherwise, it would be a big trouble. Gong Fong hurriedly advised earnestly. Lin Chen, upon hearing this, had a face full of question marks. When did I say I would ask someone to intervene? Besides, I don't have anyone behind me. Such a simple matter doesn't require any thought. If someone is not satisfied, can't I just unleash a divine sword? Meanwhile, not far from Qingjin City, in the wilderness, Feng Xiao, hold the monster's aggro. Feng Yuan, be careful not to break the healing. Fenghua, watch your damage output. Over 20 young men and women were besieging a giant python, with a young man at the forefront directing them methodically, sword energy soaring in fireballs, filling the sky. City Lord Gu, how is it? Are my family's juniors doing well? On the city wall of Qingjin City, 5 middle-aged men gazed at the scene in the wilderness, one of whom was the city lord, Gu Qingyun. Not bad, not bad. Gu Qingyun nodded helplessly. His mood had been quite good these past 2 days because Lin Chen had left Qingjin City, finally bringing a brief peace to the city. He had also heard about the matters in Tianquan City and Shitong City. For this, he had secretly felt pleased for a while. However, after the list for the Qingjin City Championship was announced today, troubles came knocking at his door. Then, City Lord Gu, could you reconsider the personnel list for the city championship? The head of the Feng family, Feng Lin, who had just spoken, had a flicker in his eyes and continued sharply, it can't be that just because Lin Chen is Captain Gong's junior, the city lord would give him special treatment, right? Each city had 5 spots for the city championship, and there were 4 major families in Qingjin City. The initially drafted list included 1 spot for each of their 4 families plus the newly transitioned hidden mage, He Qian. However, since He Qian was eliminated, their thoughts became active, thinking that the 5th spot would definitely be chosen from their 4 families. So, in recent days, they spared no effort in bringing their family juniors to nearby cities to level up. But who would have thought that when the final list was announced, it turned out to be a Lin Chen they had never heard of. For Lin Chen, they had also conducted an investigation. A small swordsman with a 4-pattern talent appeared utterly unremarkable. If one were to insist on finding a difference, it would be that Lin Chen had an unusual relationship with Gong Fong. Lin Chen cannot be changed. Gu Qingyun shook his head, his gaze unusually firm as he said, let's not bring this up again. I'm doing this for your own good. He understood the intentions of the 4 major families. Today, at LV.120, destruction level, boss had spawned in the wild map. Such a trivial matter would normally not catch the attention of those who were at least 5th-tier job changers, but now it had been forcibly brought here to watch some so-called junior perform, clearly aiming to make him change his mind. However, his heart remained unwavering. Although he did not know what method Lin Chen had used to alter his aptitude test results to become a 4-pattern swordsman, he knew that someone who could attract the attention of at least a 9th-tier major job changer would not be so simple. Even if, for the sake of argument, Lin Chen were just an ordinary 4-pattern swordsman, he still had to give face to the major job changer behind Lin Chen. Since the city lord is unwilling to change his mind, we can only proceed according to the rules. Feng Lin's gaze gradually sharpened. The slots for the city competition in each city did not need to be contested through a competition. They were normally determined by the city lords. However, if someone had doubts about the proposed list, they could challenge the person holding the slot. He did not intend to do this, as it would completely offend Gong Fong, which he did not want to see. However, there was no other choice now. For the sake of that remaining slot, they could not afford to be overly concerned. I advise you not to use the challenge method. This is for your own good. Gu Qingyun's face twitched. If someone was dissatisfied with the selection list, they could challenge the person holding the slot. This was a long-established rule, and he could not stop it. But the one being challenged was Lin Chen. Regardless of the outcome, whoever ended up on the list would likely provoke dissatisfaction from the person behind Lin Chen. Moreover, Judging by the temperament of the person behind Lynch, if they were truly angered, the final outcome for the four major families might very well resemble that of the several destroyed maps. Rest assured, City Lord Gu, my clan's disciples will know their limits and won't let Lin Chen lose too embarrassingly, Feng Lin said, glancing at Gu Qingyun. In his view, how could the core disciples of the four major families, all of whom had qualifications above 6 transfers, possibly be outmatched by a mere 4-pattern swordsman like Lin Chen? They just needed to give Lin Chen some face during the challenge, so as not to make Gong Fong look too bad. It's better not to challenge. Gu Qingyun wanted to persuade him again. Swish! At that moment, a sword's cry rang out in the high sky of the wilderness. A giant sword pierced through the clouds, and on top of the giant sword were 2 figures. Is that Gong Fong? Feng Lin quickly recognized Gong Fong on the giant sword and continued, the boy behind Gong Fong should be Lin Chen. After saying this, he signaled to someone beside him. That person quickly understood and walked towards the city wall below. A destruction level boss has spawned in the wild. Gong Fong on. The giant sword glanced at the giant snake on the ground and the more than 20 people surrounding it. The younger generations of the Fong and Zhao families are also here. He then looked up at Gu Qingyun and the others on the distant city wall, instantly understanding everything. Lin Chen, be careful, among those more than 20 people below, there are likely some who want to challenge you. The giant sword's speed suddenly decreased. After saying a word to Lin Chen behind him, Gong Fong continued, that commander in white is Feng Yun from the Feng family, a 6-turn mage. The one in blue is Zhao Changhu from the Zhao family, a 6-pattern swordsman. That, the so-called knowing oneself and knowing the enemy ensures victory in every battle. He was genuinely reminding Lin Chen. Oh, so it's them. Lin Chen replied leisurely. Yes, it's very likely them. You should observe their skills more, it will help you respond later. Gong Fong nodded and turned around, wanting to encourage Lin Chen. But just as he turned, he realized that Lin Chen was nowhere to be seen. Lin Chen, what does that kid want to do? At this height, without second-turn strength, he could very well fall to his death. The few people who were paying attention to Lin Chen were stunned. At that moment, Lin Chen had already leaped down from the giant sword. Under the influence of inertia, his body accelerated continuously. Lin Chen slightly adjusted his posture, and the long sword in his hand was already sheathed. As he approached the ground, Lin Chen transformed his palm into a fist, instantly locking onto the destruction-level boss and delivering a powerful punch. Boom! 37,824. The earth trembled as if a small earthquake had occurred, and the destruction-level boss, with only 1/3 of its health left, crashed to the ground. You have killed LV.120 Titan Python, destruction-level boss. You have obtained LV.120 Python skin armor, purple gold. You have obtained LV.120 Python skin boots, purple gold. A series of notifications rang out as Lin Chen gently landed, his white clothes untouched by a speck of dust, but the deep pit beneath his feet proved the terrifying force of that strike. Sigh, I've ultimately become what I despised. Lin Chen sighed softly. After gaining the special ability of the transformation sword, he had once mocked himself, thinking that if he had no sword-type weapon to use, he couldn't just swing his fists. And now, it seemed he had indeed punched a destruction-level boss to pieces. There was nothing he could do. Lin Chen felt helpless. He had already exhausted the 3 uses of the divine sword today in Tianquan City, and he couldn't even show off, so he could only use the most low-key method, swinging his fists. However, even without the divine sword's enhancement and without equipping any weapons, his attributes, boosted by the essence of the sword path, were still a billion times stronger than ordinary practitioners of the same rank. After all, an ordinary practitioner who had just reached the 3rd turn only had a combat power of over 5,000, while his current combat power was nearing 7,000. Am I seeing things? Standing on the city wall, Feng Lin rubbed his eyes and glanced at the people beside him. But when he saw that they were all in a daze, he knew he wasn't mistaken. Who exactly is this Lin Chen? He couldn't help but frown. If it were a 2nd or 3rd turn practitioner using a weapon to one-shot a destruction-level boss with about 1/3 health left, he wouldn't be surprised. Because some geniuses with early awakened talents could have a strong burst of power. But Lin Chen was clearly a candidate for the city championship, and he hadn't even reached the 2nd turn yet. Achieving this was enough to shock him. Moreover, the most crucial point was that Lin Chen hadn't even used a sword. Isn't the strongest reliance of a swordsman the sword in their hand? Who can punch a boss to death bare-handed? This is too unscientific. For a moment, a storm surged in his heart. The other family heads beside him were also feeling quite unsettled. Where did this genius come from? The 4-pattern swordsman of the ghostly code. If such strength only qualifies for 4 patterns, then what does that make me? Someone with not even a single pattern. This is outrageous, outrageous. Isn't this just a deliberate slap in our faces? At this moment, the heads of several major families were all looking at Gu Qingyun with unfriendly expressions, wanting an explanation. In contrast, at the location of Lin Chen and his group on the wild map, Gong Fong stood dazed on top of the giant sword, momentarily at a loss for words. However, the ground below was far from calm. Who are you? Why are you stealing our boss? A boy with an afro, clearly a fire-type mage, stepped forward, his face filled with anger as he glared at Lynch. The reason this destruction town level boss had not been contested until now was that the members of their 4 families had already dispersed the surrounding crowd in advance. He also knew that this was a deliberate act by the elders within the family to allow them to prove their strength in front of the city lord. Now, it turned out that they were directly robbed, and judging by the looks of it, this person didn't seem very old, which made him feel embarrassed. Sir, you are at least a third-turn professional coming to steal our boss. I'm afraid that's a bit inappropriate. Our family's elders and the city lord are watching from the city wall. The previous commander, Feng also stepped forward, staring at Lin Chen. In his view, Lin Chen could kill a LV.120 destruction town level boss bare-handed, so he must be at least third turn. Thus, he directly used the family's influence and the city lord to suppress him. Oh, watching, are they? Lin Chen casually nodded and looked towards the distant city wall. Let's go over and take a look, otherwise, something bad might happen. Gu Qingyun, seeing Lin Chen looking in their direction, directly used the levitation technique to fly into the wild. The family heads behind him quickly followed suit. What kind of attitude is this? You stole our boss and still won't apologize? The boy with the afro saw Lin Chen's indifferent expression, and his fiery temper was about to explode. So what if you are a third-turn professional? Each of our families has sixth-turn professionals. Would we be afraid of you? Apologize? Lin Chen smiled playfully and slowly said, shouldn't it be you apologizing to me? Impudent. Unappreciative. You're playing with fire. At such a young and impulsive age, the surrounding crowd all shouted at Lin Chen's words, but not a single person took the initiative to strike. They were angry, but they weren't foolish. Do more than 20 first-turn professionals have a chance against a third-turn professional? Absolutely no chance. Thus, although they were furious, they could only wait, with over 20 pairs of eyes constantly watching Gu Qingyun and the others flying towards them. Kid, while the city lord and our 4 families elders haven't arrived yet, you should apologize now. There's still a chance. The boy with the afro felt emboldened upon seeing Gu Qingyun and the others flying over. Friend, you indeed went too far this time, but as long as you apologize, I believe Uncle Gu and the elders of my families won't make things difficult for you. Feng Yun also frowned and advised. Then I'll wait for them to come. Lin Chen's smile grew wider as he looked up into the sky and said, Brother Gong, how long are you going to watch the show? Aren't you coming down? Brother Gong? Who is that? Could it be this kid's backing? Over 20 youths all looked up into the sky. Whoosh! The giant soared rapidly. Descended, the sword energy stirring up countless dust, splattering the members of the 4 families with dirt, while Lin Chen remained unscathed. As the dust settled, Gong Feng's figure also became visible. Captain Gong? Captain Gong? He's the captain of the city guard. The members of the 4 families were somewhat surprised to see that the newcomer was Gong Fong. However, there were still some who bravely stepped forward and said, Captain Gong, this isn't right, is it? Are you really going to back this person? He stole our trial boss. And the city lord will surely be unhappy when he finds out. Unhappy? A hint of mockery appeared on Gong Feng's face. Little brat, do you even know who you're talking to? The city lord would be unhappy? He's probably more worried than anyone else. Just as he was about to speak, he noticed Lin Chen beside him winked. I get it. Seeing this, Gong Fong immediately swallowed his words. He knew Lin Chen was about to burst with ideas. Before long, several people led by Gu Qingyun descended one after another. Patriarch, you have to stand up for us. This person stole our boss and is relying on Captain Gong's protection, which is just too arrogant. Yes, Patriarch, such arrogance must be punished severely. We ask the city lord to uphold justice. The disciples of the 4 great families saw Gu Qingyun and the others arrive, as if they had found their backbone, and they all began to complain. Slap, slap, slap. However, what greeted them was a continuous series of slaps. The patriarchs of the 4 great families simultaneously raised their hands and harshly slapped their complaining juniors. Is it not embarrassing enough? You can't even recognize the person you want to challenge? And you still dare to dream of getting a spot in the city competition? You might as well give up your profession and go home to farm. In an instant, the faces of the patriarchs turned ashen, wishing they could beat these juniors to death. What a disgrace, truly a disgrace. At that moment, a rather casual voice rang out, City Lord, are they the ones challenging me? Lin Chen's gaze fell upon the group of family disciples. Challenge? Challenge. What? Are you asking us to challenge you? You, a professional who has at least undergone 3 transfers, want us, these first transfers, to challenge you? Are you out of your mind? More than 20 family disciples exchanged glances, and in the end, their eyes all landed on Lin Chen. Yes, it's them. Gu Qingyun nodded confidently, glancing at the patriarchs of the 4 great families beside him. I told you not to challenge Lin Chen, but you wouldn't listen. Now look what happened. You didn't believe I was doing this for your own good. You are Lin Chen? The leader, Feng Yun, was the first to react. At this moment, no matter how slow he was, he recognized Lin Chen's identity. He is Lin Chen? This is impossible. Isn't Lin Chen at the same level as us, not even having undergone a second transfer? Surprised. Voices rose and fell, and the group of youths all wore disbelieving expressions. What a joke. We are already considered the elite in Qingjin City. But even so, more than 20 people attacking a Destruction Town level boss couldn't take it down in over 10 minutes. How could someone who was only a first transfer level 100 possibly kill a Destruction Town level boss with a single punch? They thought the City Lord was looking for an excuse to deliberately give the city competition spot to the secret Lin Chen. The City Lord is joking. At this moment, the patriarch of the Feng family, Feng Lin, stepped forward with a smile to smooth things over. These juniors had never seen Lin Chen's appearance, he had seen it from the recording stone. With such strength, it is well deserved for young friend Lin to obtain a spot in the city competition. He felt a bit awkward, as just moments ago he was certain that Lin Chen could not be a match for the disciples of the four great families. And now, the slap in the face came too quickly. As for forcing the juniors to challenge him, after seeing Lin Chen throw that punch, he completely dismissed the thought. According to his calculations, Lin Chen could deal such damage barehanded, which meant he must have awakened a talent during the first-tier aptitude test, and it was at least a 30-fold strength amplification talent, otherwise he could never deal such damage. 30 times. Feng Lin couldn't help but smile bitterly in his heart. As the current patriarch of the Feng family, he had seen the world. He knew that many talented prodigies awakened attributes that enhanced their abilities, and in those large cities there was a general classification. Those who could instantly unleash 5 times the damage were already beyond the ranks of ordinary geniuses, while those who could unleash 10 times belonged to the realm of unparalleled geniuses. He had even seen a prodigy in the provincial city who could unleash 100 times the damage, and Lin Chen before him, even if he hadn't entered the ranks of unparalleled prodigies, was probably not far off, especially since Lin Chen's attack just now was without a weapon. How could he expect these useless fish in the family to compete against someone like Lin Chen? For a moment, he felt a bit emotional, wishing Lin Chen were a member of the Feng family. Impossible. He can't be Lin Chen. At that moment, the explosive-haired boy who had initially provoked Lin Chen stepped forward. He was the one most likely to secure the 5th spot in the city championship of Qingjin City, so he couldn't believe that the person before him, who at least had the strength of a third transition, was Lin Chen. Impudent! Slap! The sound of a slap followed Feng Lin's angry shout, sending the explosive-haired boy flying, half of his face swollen like a pig's head. Get back to your family and stay under house arrest for a month. Feng Lin looked at the explosive-haired boy, a hint of disgust flashing in his eyes. Just look at you all, acting like useless trash. It's one thing to be inferior to others, but to want to step up and get slapped in the face? What a fool. At that moment, Feng Lin wished he could strangle the explosive-haired boy, completely forgetting that he was the one who first targeted Lin Chen's spot. Please excuse us. Feng Lin collected his thoughts, his face once again returning to a calm demeanor as he looked at the City Lord and said, City Lord Gu, it was all a misunderstanding. These juniors were just being foolish. We will definitely teach them a good lesson when we return. At the same time, he exchanged glances with the other patriarchs of the 3 major families beside him. Yes, it was a misunderstanding. These juniors have embarrassed City Lord Gu. When we return, we will definitely discipline them strictly. The others were all clever. How could they not understand the current situation? A typical collective scapegoating. Misunderstandings among the juniors, I don't really mind. Gu Qingyun's expression remained unchanged as he glanced at Lin Chen not far away. In an instant, the patriarchs of the 4 major families understood the key point here. Young friend Lin, my Zhao family's juniors are ignorant of their own limitations. I hope you won't take offense. Young friend Lin, I will definitely teach that little beast Manhwa, the explosive-haired boy, a good lesson when I return. Young friend Lin, the juniors of my Li family actually admire you very much. And there are several eligible young ladies in my family who hold you in high regard. The patriarchs of the 4 major families instantly turned into sycophants. There was no helping it. Even though they had just interacted with Lin Chen, they could still read some meaning from the City Lord's attitude. This matter could ultimately be treated as a case of juniors misbehaving, but the City Lord did not do so. Instead, he wanted to see Lin Chen's attitude. There were only 3 possibilities: either Lin Chen's awakened talent was not just what they had seen, but even stronger, or Lin Chen had an astonishing background, or both of the first 2 possibilities were true. And any of these 3 possibilities was something that these small families stationed in Qingjin City could not afford to offend. Eligible young ladies? Lin Chen instantly perked up, ignoring the flattery from the other 3 patriarchs and focusing his attention on the patriarch of the Li family. Just as he was about to ask the Li family patriarch how well those young ladies had developed and whether their legs were long enough, he hesitated. Eligible young ladies are only around 18, right? How big could they be? How long could they compare? To those big sisters and lawn sisters from the heavens? In an instant, Lynch felt a bit disheartened and could only pout, saying, "Since we're not fighting anymore, I'll just head back." With that, he hurried towards the city gate, no longer paying attention to the others. Once back in Xinjiang City, Lin Chen went to the Tianbao branch and after counting and selling the spoils from the past few days, his total assets had exceeded 60 million gold coins, which made him quite pleased as he returned to his residence. The next morning, Lin Chen was awakened by Gong Fong and taken to the city lord's mansion. When Lin Chen arrived at the mansion, 4 people were already waiting there. 3 men and 1 woman. Among them was a familiar face, Fong Yun. Lin Chen didn't pay much attention to Fong Yun but focused instead on the female contestant. Not well developed, huh? Are these big families too strict usually? And her legs aren't long enough. Just a few glances. And Lin Chen lost interest. Ahem, it seems everyone is here. At that moment, a dry cough sounded and Gu Qingyun walked out from the room. He glanced at Lin Chen and the others and said directly, "I won't waste time on small talk. I'm sure you all know the importance of this trip. I hope you can bring glory to Qingjin City. The preliminary round of the city championship will take place in Tianzhuan City, and Captain Gong will take you there." With that, Gu Qingyun turned and walked back into the room. "Let's go." Gong Fong looked at Lin Chen, then at the other 4 and without any further ado, led them towards the city gate. By noon, after 4 hours of flying on their swords, Gong Fong and the group arrived at Tianzhuan City. This Tianzhuan City is really big. Look at those buildings, they're clearly extraordinary. Look, that person has a pet beast, and that one does too. The 4 young heirs gazed at the bustling professionals in Tianzhuan City, repeatedly astonished, looking like they had never seen the world. But they couldn't be blamed, after all, they were just newly adult transmuters who had never had the chance to visit other cities. The pet beasts that were rarely seen in Qingjin City were frequently visible in Tianzhuan City, naturally leaving them in awe. Is it really like this? Country bumpkins entering the city? And what are you focusing on? Lin Chen couldn't help but scoff internally while also paying attention to his own focus. This one has really long legs. This one has developed well, no wonder they're from a big city, their nutrition must be on point. And this one, clearly an ice mage, has such a good aura. Lin Chen followed behind Gong Fong, continuously admiring the scenery around him. Before long, they arrived at the designated place in Tianzhuan City for receiving participants from other cities for the city championship. After showing their credentials, the reception staff arranged accommodations for the group. Now, I'll briefly explain the rules of the competition. I hope you all listen carefully. In the room, Gong Fong looked seriously at Lin Chen and the others. Except for Lin Chen, who was studying the map he had just received from the attendant, the others sat up straight, ready to listen attentively. According to past practices, Tianzhuan City, as the capital of Tianhai Province, will open the Tiangui secret realm during tomorrow's preliminary round. At that time, participants from all 17 cities in Tianhai Province will enter it, and the final rankings will be based on a points system calculated automatically according to the monsters the participants kill. Tiangui secret realm? Lin Chen was taken aback, his hand marking the map stopping. The others also wore puzzled expressions. The Tiangui secret realm, just from the name, one could tell it was a secret realm. But isn't entry to a secret realm supposed to require at least a 3rd transition? This is a rule established after the gamification of Blue Star, and it cannot be interfered with. I'm sure you're all wondering why there's no 3rd transition level restriction for this Tiangui secret realm, right? Gong Fong noticed the thoughts of several people and immediately explained, actually, the Tiangui secret realm is not a purely natural secret realm. At this point, he paused his words, focusing on Lin Chen, and continued, 30 years ago, before the Dragon Kingdom held the city championship, the Lord of Tianzhuan City, who is also the provincial head of our Tianhai province, accidentally flattened the entire LV.300 Tiangui secret realm. Later, a new secret realm map was generated. Although it is still the Tiangui secret realm and the space has increased several times, the monster levels inside have decreased significantly, and the rules have changed. Oh, so it was a man-made destruction of the secret realm map that regenerated. No wonder the provincial head was so keen. It's no surprise that he didn't care about the explosion in Qingjin City. It turns out they are kindred spirits. Lin Chen nodded, feeling a sense of mutual understanding in his heart. Captain Gong, I have a question. At that moment, Fong Yun, who had been listening attentively, spoke up. As we all know, the attributes of ghost type monsters on Blue Star are much stronger than those of ordinary monsters at the same level. Now that the rules of the Tiangui secret realm have changed, have the ghost type monsters inside also weakened? He was quite worried about this, as he had seen the ferocity of ghost type monsters during his time at school. If ordinary monsters on Blue Star are equivalent to ordinary job changers among humans, then ghost type monsters are definitely the elite among monsters, even geniuses. Unfortunately, no. Gong Fong shook his head and continued. From the past few city championships, the attributes of ghost type monsters in the Tiangui secret realm have definitely not been suppressed. This is also one of the important reasons why the provincial head chose the Tian secret realm as the venue for the city championship preliminaries. The entire Dragon Kingdom is divided into 9 provinces. Although it is called a city championship, each province will conduct preliminary rounds in advance. Only the top 10 genius seeds from each province's preliminaries will have the opportunity to participate in the final competition against geniuses from other provinces. I see. A gloomy expression rose on the faces of Fengyan and the others. They were merely the outstanding ones in a backward small city like Qingjin, and they weren't even considered geniuses. If they encountered a lone ghost-type monster, it might be manageable, but if they faced a group of ghost-type monsters, they would likely be overwhelmed. I have a question too. At that moment, Lynch spoke up. Since the ghost-type monsters in the Tiangui secret realm have not weakened in their corresponding level attributes, does that mean their drop rates are the same as what is described in the books? Lin Chen didn't care how strong the ghost-type monsters were. What he cared about was whether these ghost-type monsters had the same drop rates as described in the books, which were 10 times that of ordinary monsters. He knew that although he had been clearing maps every day, it seemed like he was gaining a lot, but that was an entire map, and he was clearing 3 maps each day. Now, if the drop rates of ghost-type monsters in the Tiangui secret realm remained unchanged, he had no intention of being low-key and planned to make a big haul. Well, the drop rates haven't changed. Gong Fong was taken aback and blurted out instinctively, That's good. A smile appeared on Lin Chen's face. However, this smile seemed strange in the eyes of Fengyun and the others. Your strength is impressive, but those are groups of ghost-type monsters, including some bosses. Aren't you at all worried about being taken down by a boss? But they didn't dare to voice these thoughts, as even if they all teamed up, they wouldn't be a match for Lin Chen. Lin Chen, it's better to be cautious. Gong Fong frowned, feeling it necessary to remind Lin Chen, I know you're strong, but those are ghost-type monsters, so don't underestimate them. Don't worry, Brother Gong. Goodbye, Brother Gong. Lin Chen nodded, disregarding the gazes of others, and walked straight out the door. The news that needed to be known was already known, so what was he still doing here? 2 hours later, Lin Chen completed his daily bombing again through the markers on the map and returned to his room, satisfied. At night, Lin Chen slept soundly. However, the faint sound of the door creaking open still startled him awake from his dreams. Who is it? The Qi Yan sword instantly appeared. In his hand, the dim firelight illuminating the face of the visitor. Li Qingqing? Lin Chen recognized the person, his face filled with confusion. The visitor was the only female contestant from Qingjin City, Li Qingqing. Assassinating him? Don't joke around, this is the provincial capital, who would dare to cause a scene? Moreover, the head of the Li family wouldn't be foolish enough to send a girl to assassinate him. Could it be sleepwalking? Do job changers even sleepwalk? Looking at Li Qingqing's dazed yet slightly tense expression, Lin Chen felt it was increasingly possible. More importantly, at that moment, Li Qingqing was dressed in a red spaghetti strap nightgown, clearly having gone to bed and then woken up, which further solidified his belief that she was indeed sleepwalking. However, he couldn't help but silently complain. As a professional, shouldn't one always be armored and ready for battle? How could one be so lax? Sleeping in pajamas? That's just ridiculous. What kind of attribute boost could pajamas provide? It would be better not to wear them at all. Lin Chen, I want to invite you to team up with me in the Tiangui secret realm tomorrow. Just then, Li Qingqing's nervous voice rang out, and the straps on her shoulders slipped down just right. Was this a coincidence? Lin Chen's eyes widened, feeling that he must be purely shocked to be staring so wide. As for Li Qingqing's invitation to team up, he automatically ignored it. But you're just too thin, aren't you? Does the old Li family treat you this harshly? No way. When I return to Qingjin City, I must have a good talk with old Li about this. At that moment, Lin Chen had already made up his mind. When he returned to Qingjin City, he would definitely have a serious discussion with the head of the Li family about the food situation for the younger generation. This is just unacceptable. How could she have become so thin? For a moment, Lin Chen felt a surge of indignation for Li Qingqing. As long as you are willing to team up with me tomorrow, tonight I will be yours. Li Qingqing's voice trembled even more, her stiff long legs stepping closer to Lin Chen. She was also in a helpless situation. Within her family, the status of women was already low, and if it weren't for the fact that she was the only one among the Li families young adults this year with a 6th transition qualification, she wouldn't have had the chance to participate in this preliminary competition at all. Today, after hearing Gong Feng's introduction to the Tiangui secret realm, while feeling scared and worried, she also understood that this was an opportunity. If she could team up with Lin Chen in the Tiangui secret realm and obtain enough treasures, she might even make it through the selection, which would definitely draw her family's attention. Otherwise, she would face being used as a bargaining chip for some big shot. What the hell? What does this mean? Damn it, this cursed good looks of mine always brings trouble. Lin Chen slapped his head, feeling a bit regretful. How could he not understand such a blatant hint? But girl, you really don't pique my interest at all. Your development is lacking. Your legs aren't even enough to kick someone. The front and back are practically a parallel template. What to do? Lynch kept thinking, pondering how to politely refuse her without hurting a young girl's feelings. Please promise me? Shi Yan's sword still emitted a glow, and Li Qingqing gently leaned forward, her alluring voice ringing in Lin Chen's ear. This can't be happening. This can't be happening. Lin Chen's heart raced, and in the end, he steeled himself and stepped away from Li Qingqing. Was he rejected? A look of undeniable disappointment appeared on Li Qingqing's face, and a tear slid down her cheek. Just as Lin Chen brushed past her, a light breeze followed, and she knew she had been turned down. Sister, this isn't good. Lin Chen's voice rang out, and then he said with a serious expression, I'm not the kind of person you think I am. He then picked up the nightgown that Li Qingqing had dropped and draped it over her shoulders. In this world, the only one you can rely on is yourself. If you only want to depend on others, then the outcome you will face in the end will be abandonment. Lin Chen's voice echoed again, and even he felt that his words were quite lofty. The only one you can depend on is yourself? Li Qingqing murmured, childhood memories flashing in her mind. After a long while, Li Qingqing's voice rang out again, Lin Chen, thank you, you really are a good person. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen's forehead twitched slightly. Good person? How are you insulting me, sister? I kindly advised you not to get into trouble. And you just gave me a good person card? You need to work hard tomorrow. I believe that the so-called geniuses of big cities are definitely not as good as you. Li Qingqing smiled brightly, her smile quite charming. After saying this, she walked towards the door. Wait. Lin Chen came back to his senses, feeling that there was still something he hadn't said. Ha? Li Qingqing looked at Lin Chen with a wary expression. Could it be that he has changed his mind and is plotting something against me? No way, such an upright person would never do that. So why is he stopping me? You should eat more. In the future. Lin Chen looked Li Qingqing over again and finally reminded her kindly. So thin. Really too thin. Just skin and bones. Is he concerned about my health? Li Qingqing felt a surge of joy in her heart. This man in front of her not only has great strength but is also upright. Most importantly, he cares about others. For a moment, a sparkle appeared in Li Qingqing's eyes and her gaze towards Lin Chen held an indescribable hint of affection. Okay, I'll do as you say. In the end, Li Qingqing turned back with a smile and walked out of Lin Chen's room. Sigh. Great me, saving a fallen girl. After Li Qingqing left, Lin Chen sighed to himself. But as soon as the words left his mouth, he felt something was off. Pa! What fallen girl? I'm not a P client. Clearly, she's a frail girl. In his opinion, Li Qingqing was indeed too thin, and calling her a frail girl was quite fitting. Thus, without further words, Lin Chen, who had saved a frail girl, fell into a deep sleep that night. The next morning, Lin Chen woke up a bit late. When he found Gong Fong and the others in the dining room, they were already eating. However, the meal was somewhat strange. In front of the few male transmuters, there were only a few bottles of alcohol and some meat, while Li Qingqing had 5 large bowls of rice in front of her. At that moment, Li Qingqing was focused on devouring her food. Lin Chen couldn't help but exclaim, truly, a child worth teaching. From then on, Li Qingqing gained another title in Lin Chen's heart, rice-eating girl. However, Lin Chen didn't say much and simply sat down to eat something. Half an hour later, under Gong Feng's lead, Lin Chen and the others set off towards the wilderness map outside Tianzuan City. The journey wasn't very far. Without taking too much time, they arrived near the entrance of the Tiangui secret realm. At this time, about 100 people had gathered. At the entrance of the Tiangui secret realm, mostly teams of 6 to 7 people. It was clear that these people had come from various cities in Tianhai province to compete, along with their team leaders. Beside the entrance of the secret realm, 2 high-level professionals held over 100 nameplates in their hands. The 2 of you are holding your identity badges, which are valid for 24 hours and personally crafted by the provincial leader. These badges serve as both passes and can automatically record the points you earn from killing monsters within. Additionally, the badges have a life-saving function. They contain spatial power, allowing you to crush the badge to teleport out if you encounter irresistible danger in the Tiangui secret realm. However, this also means your journey in the secret realm ends here. Gong Fong glanced at the 2 high-level professionals and reminded Lin Chen and the others. Why are there people here too? Gong Feng's expression changed slightly as he muttered to himself after a quick scan of the surroundings. Lin Chen and the others nodded in response, not hearing the latter part of Gong Feng's words. Before long, all personnel from the 17th city of Tianhai province had gathered. Everyone's here. Disperse the badges. Enter. The 2 high-level professionals shouted loudly after glancing at the last arriving chubby contestant. Over 100 badges flew automatically into the hands of the participants. As Lin Chen received his badge, he also received a prompt. Tiangui Secret Realm, LV.100 LV.120. The demons from hell are already ravenous, and the corpses of the gods can no longer suppress them. brave warrior before you. Are you willing to cleanse the demons and maintain peace in the world? Do you wish to enter the Tian secret realm? Yes/no. Yes. With a flash of light, Lynch and the surrounding contestants vanished from sight. Is this the Tian secret realm? Lynch surveyed his surroundings. The dim, eerie forest was filled with bones, and the trees had long since withered. Occasionally, non-human howls echoed, creating a terrifying atmosphere. Creak, creak. A harsh sound came from behind a dead, giant tree. Lin Chen moved forward and discovered the source of the noise. Bone Wraith level, LV.100 health, 40,000 attack, 2,000, 3,000. Defense, 800 speed, 128 skills. Description: the wraiths sealed in the land of silence have become even stronger as they gnaw on the corpses of the gods. 3 bone wraiths wielding bone knives staggered towards Lin Chen. Bang, bang, bang. Lin Chen unleashed 3 punches in quick succession. 42,828, 41,282, 39,872. 3 floating blood numbers appeared, with 2 of the bone wraiths shattered instantly, while the remaining one, severely injured, was sent flying. It wasn't that Lin Chen didn't want to use the divine sword to clear the area directly. It was just that the Tiangui secret realm was inherently special, and from Gong Feng's words, he learned that after the provincial leader forcibly destroyed the Tiangui secret realm once, its area had expanded several times. He was somewhat concerned that the divine sword might not be powerful enough. As for using the 3 talisman sword formation, he was confident he could forcibly clear the area, but given the number of experts in Tianzhua City, he felt it would be better to save a chance to use the divine sword for unexpected situations. Who is so inconsiderate, throwing garbage around? At that moment, ripples appeared in the surrounding void, and a chubby figure emerged at the landing point of the last injured bone wraith. Ugh, what bad luck, just a pile of bone scraps. The bone wraith was still alive, provoking the chubby figure, who became quite irritated and lightly waved the staff in his hand. Crack. 12,000. The void ripples once again, and the severely injured bone undead is completely obliterated, leaving not even a fragment of bone behind. Lin Chen clearly sees that at the moment of the bone undead's death, a skill book burst forth, but it vanished in an instant. What kind of luck is this? A black line appeared on Lin Chen's forehead. He had been desperately destroying maps, and in the past few days, he had only obtained 6 skill books, none of which were for swordsmen. Now, this little chubby guy casually takes down a ghost-type monster and gets 1. He really doesn't know whether to say this little chubby guy's luck is outrageous or if the monster drop rate in the heavenly ghost secret realm is just too high. At the same time, he was secretly on guard. The little chubby guy in front of him was clearly a space-type mage, and even a hidden class. It's known that the most common mage classes are the 5 elemental attributes, followed by attributes like thunder, ice, and wind, while the most recognized strongest are the time and space mages. He had never heard of a mage with the power of time, but he had heard that there were a few space mages in the Dragon Kingdom, the most accomplished of whom was the provincial governor of Tianhai province. Hey, what are you staring at? At this moment, the little chubby guy also noticed Lin Chen. What are you looking at? Lin Chen blurted out instinctively. But as soon as he said it, he regretted it. Why did it feel so cringy? Try staring again, try. And you might just die? Lin Chen refused to back down, locking eyes with the little chubby guy. Ha, you're quite interesting. No one has ever dared to talk to me like this from childhood to now. Suddenly, the little chubby guy burst into laughter, and the previously tense atmosphere dissipated. Who on earth is this guy? Why is he so arrogant when he speaks? Lin Chen glared at the little chubby guy with a displeased expression. I'm Wang Defa, you must have heard of me, right? The little chubby guy stepped forward to introduce himself. Looking at Lin Chen, Wang Defa? What a good name, but is he really that famous? A look of confusion appeared on Lin Chen's face. You can't possibly not know me, right? How could anyone not know me? You must be pretending, right? Wang Defa saw Lin Chen's expression and instantly switched to full-on chatter mode, as if not knowing him was an unforgivable sin. Who exactly are you? In the end, Lin Chen could no longer tolerate the noisy chatter. Wang Defa. Wang Defa was taken aback, wondering if Lin Chen's brain was malfunctioning. Your identity. Lin Chen held back, trying not to go into a rage, looking at Wang Defa with a gaze that said he was an idiot. Come on, I already know your name. Don't you think you're famous? I'm asking about your identity, okay? Oh, the provincial governor is my dad. A proud expression appeared on Wang Defa's face. How about that? Scared now? So you're a second-generation official. Lin Chen's disdainful voice rang out as he turned to leave. Based on Wang Defa's arrogance and the space spell he had just used, it seemed the other party wasn't lying. Hey, stop right there. Wang Defa looked at Lin Chen, who was turning to leave, feeling as if he had suffered a great blow. Throughout his life, who among those who knew his identity didn't fawn over him? Is Lin Chen sick or something? Not fawning over him? Is there anything else? Lin Chen frowned. You just stole a monster from me, and I didn't even hold it against you, plus you got a skill book. Thinking of this, his heart twitched. That was all money. Skill book? Wang Defa blinked his almost invisible small eyes and directly took out 3 skill books from his bag. Here. 1 stolen, 2 given. With that, he tossed the skill books to Lin Chen. Lin Chen caught them effortlessly. Shanglong / Swordsman, learning level, LV.100. After use, it can deal 150% physical damage to a single target. Extreme Cold, Mage, learning level, LV.100. After use, it can cause a continuous freezing effect on targets within a 20 by 20 range. Heart Healing Technique, Priest, learning level, LV.100. Can instantly restore 30% of the target's health. 3 genuine low-level rare skill books appeared before Lin Chen, one of which was specifically for swordsmen. For a moment, Lin Chen felt that the world had changed. Was it that there were too many rich people, or had skill books become rotten cabbages? Ultimately, after a brief contemplation, he dismissed both of these guesses. There were definitely more poor people than rich people in this world, and skill books were absolutely not rotten cabbages. That left only one explanation. The Wang Defa before him was the foolish son of a landlord. So, how about it? Is this price enough? Wang Defa looked at Lin Chen, a smug expression returning to his face. Oh, and I'll throw in a map of the heavenly Ghost Secret Realm, which my father personally drew 30 years ago. With that, he took out a map from his bag and tossed it to Lin Chen. Boring. Lin Chen waved his hand, showing a look of disdain, but quickly stowed the map and the 3 skill books into his bag before turning to leave again. Hey, what kind of person are you? You take my stuff and just walk away? You really don't take me, Wang Defa, seriously, do you? Wang Defa activated his verbal assault mode again, chasing after Lin Chen. Why do you have to follow me? Lin Chen suppressed the impulse to slash Wang Defa with a sword. I want to team up with you and take you flying. Wang Defa scratched the back of his head, smiling awkwardly. My dad said that only those who don't flatter me can make friends. What? Team up? Take me flying? Lin Chen felt like he must have misheard. With my divine sword in hand, the world is mine. Although you are an extremely rare space type mage, can you withstand a strike from my divine sword? At that moment, Lin Chen looked at Wang Defa as if he were an idiot. Moreover, the most crucial point was that unsolicited flattery is either deceitful or malicious. Sending skill books and asking to take me flying definitely meant trouble. Could it be? Thinking of this, Lin Chen swiftly distanced himself from Wang Defa, feeling that Wang Defa's almost invisible small eyes looked rather lewd. It's over. My damn good looks. I just rejected the foodie girl last night. Today, even a man is attracted to me. For the first time, Lin Chen felt that being handsome wasn't necessarily a good thing. In the end, he could only sigh inwardly, looking at Wang Defa with sympathy and saying, "Brother, I understand you." He nodded deeply and continued, "This kind of illness is not scary. With the energy behind Wang Province's governor, you will definitely find someone to help you get better." Why do you say? I have an illness too? Wang Defa was stunned, his expression one of surprise. Just as expected. This scene confirmed Lin Chen's thoughts. That Wang Defa was indeed fragile. Just as he was about to continue comforting Wang Defa spoke up. My dad often says I have a problem with my brain. Could it be that I really have a problem? But I'm a genius, right? How could a genius have a problem with their brain? At this point, disappointment was evident on his face. Locked up at home since childhood, needing a large number of experts to protect him every time he went out, his simple nature often led him to be scolded by his father for having a problem with his brain. A problem with his brain? Lin Chen blinked. Right. Your dad is right. It seems like you do indeed have a problem with your brain. Otherwise, who would be so extravagant as to directly throw 3 skill books to someone they just met? However, even though Lin Chen thought this way in his heart, he couldn't say it out loud. He could only comfort him earnestly. Actually, you're not crazy. A straightforward person like you can't possibly have a problem with your mind. Your dad must have made a mistake. It's obvious what a straightforward person represents. Is there a need to say they have a problem with their mind? Really? Wang Defa's eyes lit up as if he had discovered a new continent. Staring intently at Lin Chen, I've made up my mind. Not only will I team up with you to help you soar, but you will also be my friend from now on. Friend? What the hell? Lin Chen felt a bit dizzy, wishing he could slap himself twice. Wasn't I just comforting you? How did we become friends? Although having the son of a provincial governor as a friend is indeed nice, but if you keep following me, how am I supposed to make money? In the end, Lin Chen could only pretend to be serious and said, although I also want to be friends with you, I have always been clear about public and private matters. If you want to be my friend, it's not that simple. Not enough price? Wang Defa was taken aback. Then give me a price. 200 million gold coins. Lin Chen casually threw out a number. No matter how rich you are, you can't just throw away 200 million, right? At this moment, he just wanted to get rid of Wang Defa quickly to go make money. 200 million? Wang Defa's small eyes clearly widened a lot. Little brat. I don't believe I can't handle you. You can't come up with 200 million, right? Lynch secretly felt pleased, thinking that Wang Defa must feel this price is too high. However, Wang Defa's next words completely confused Lin Chen. So friends are that cheap? It seems my dad's words aren't necessarily true, that a true friend can't be bought for 100 billion. That's right, my dad often says I have a problem with my mind, but isn't this friend saying my mind is perfectly normal? Wang Defa mumbled, completely oblivious to Lin Chen's expression. What the hell? Lin Chen listened clearly, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but twitch. In his heart, he firmly established Wang Defa's reputation as the foolish son of a landlord. At the same time, he couldn't help but sigh. Others are digging pits for their fathers, but this Wang provincial governor is digging a pit for his son. Deal. At that moment, Wang Defa spoke again. But I don't have that much money right now. I'll ask my dad for money to give you after we leave the secret realm. Not enough money? Thank goodness, thank goodness. Lin Chen secretly breathed a sigh of relief and said seriously, I am a person who values principles the most. You can come to me to be friends only when you have enough money. He didn't take the previous words seriously at all. Even if Wang Defa really took out 200 million for him, he couldn't accept it. After all, he was only at the first level now, and he didn't want to be remembered with resentment by a big shot like the provincial governor over such a trivial matter. Wang Defa frowned upon hearing this. Lin Chen nervously stared at Wang Defa. After a long time, Wang Defa nodded solemnly and said, my dad said that only principled people keep their promises. I'll find you to be friends after we leave the secret realm. Whoosh! A gust of wind blew by, and Lin Chen quickly dashed away, fearing that Wang Defa would go back on his word. Hey, I still don't know your name. Wang Defa looked at Lin Chen's figure, a bit anxious. Lin Chen! A distant voice echoed in the dense forest, and Lin Chen's figure completely disappeared. Half an hour later, Lin Chen arrived at 1/3 of the territory of the Tian secret realm according to the map given by Wang Defa. This should be about right. Lin Chen looked at the mark on the map, confirmed it was correct, and prepared to get to work. At the same time, he couldn't help but sigh. Having someone backing you makes things easier. Having a big shot as a dad allows you to take various shortcuts. Let's keep a low profile this time. Lin Chen took out the thunder sword, feeling that, although this time he was in a secret realm and there was no one around, he couldn't be sure if there was any special surveillance or something similar. Therefore, he did not unleash the original power of the divine sword as he had before. At the same time, outside the Tian secret realm, these little guys have been inside for half an hour already. I wonder how they are doing. The leader of Chitong City looked at the entrance of the secret realm with concern. Among the participants from Chitong City this time was his son, so it would be a lie to say he wasn't worried. After all, no matter how good the protection is, there are always contestants who fall in the Tianhai province preliminaries every year. Old Fong, what is there to worry about now? The leader of Tianquang City glanced at the leader of Chitong City. Clearly they were familiar with each other, and continued, those little guys have only been in for half an hour. They are probably exploring cautiously and shouldn't have too many problems. The other city leaders nodded involuntarily upon hearing this. They had all done their homework on the participants from their respective cities before entering the Tiangue secret realm. One point was to repeatedly remind those juniors not to rush in, and it was best to assess the surroundings before considering whether to take action, as the monsters inside the Tiangue secret realm were not just one or two, some even appeared in groups. Oh no! At this moment, Gong Fong, who was also standing outside the Tiangue secret realm, slapped his forehead in frustration. How could he forget this? Drinking really does lead to mistakes. Before Lin Chen and the others entered the Tiangue secret realm, he had a nagging feeling that there was something he hadn't mentioned, but in the end, he couldn't recall it. Now he remembered, he forgot to remind those little guys not to rush in after entering. As for Lin Chen, he wasn't too worried. As long as Lin Chen didn't act recklessly, there shouldn't be too much of a problem. But what about the others? Thinking of this, the corners of his mouth twitched as he vaguely remembered encouraging Li Qingqing during breakfast that morning. Although you are a girl, you are not necessarily worse than the boys. As long as you have a brave heart, you will not fall behind the boys. It was just some motivational talk. But now he felt that his well-meaning motivational talk seemed to have turned into toxic advice. I hope those little guys can come out safely. Gong Fong silently prayed in his heart, already feeling a bit regretful. At this moment, in a corner of the Tiangue secret realm, a girl in blue was battling fiercely, her long sword wildly slashing at the surrounding bone undead, and she was chanting as she fought, I cannot rely on others. The only one I can depend on in this world is myself. As long as I have a brave heart, I will not be weaker than others. However, even though she was doing her utmost in fighting valiantly, the increasing number of bone undead around her gradually made her feel powerless. Creak, creak, the sound of bones grinding became more and more urgent, and eventually, dozens of bone undead completely surrounded the girl in blue. Am I really going to be forced out? The growing number of bone undead made it increasingly difficult for her to defend herself, but she was very unwilling. She had only been in the Tian secret realm for about half an hour and had only killed 7 bone undead, far from qualifying. No, I won't accept this. I absolutely cannot go out like this. In the end, she steeled her heart, stowed her nameplate in her bag, and erupted. Once more. In an instant, sword energy surged and the bone undead fell to the ground. Just then, a massive bone undead suddenly emerged. From the ground, its sharp bone knife slashing towards the girl in blue. It's over. The girl in blue hurriedly turned around, but it was too late to dodge. Well then, dying here wouldn't be so bad. In the end, she sighed within her heart as if resigning to her fate, and closed her eyes. However, at that moment, a violent sword aura mixed with the power of thunder swept past. In an instant, the monsters surrounding the girl in blue turned to dust. After a long while, the cold wind rose again, and the girl in blue slowly opened her eyes. I didn't die? She stared blankly at the empty surroundings, with only the ground covered in white bone dust to prove how perilous the situation had been. At this moment, in the one-half map of the Heavenly Ghost Secret Realm, a strange scene unfolded in the corners where the various participants were located. The originally fierce ghost-type monsters had all turned to dust. What the hell is going on? Did the monsters self-destruct? I've never seen anything like this. Monsters can actually self-destruct? After half an hour of exploration, the participants, who were slowly reviving their killing instincts, were just about to take action when they discovered that these ghost-type monsters had collectively self-destructed. At this time, Lynch, the instigator, was unaware of the thoughts of the other participants. These skeleton scraps are really rich. Lynch looked at his overflowing bag, unable to contain his excitement. He roughly estimated that the harvest from this one strike was a staggering 40 million gold coins, which was definitely equivalent to his earnings from 7 days of map clearing. There should still be monsters left, right? Lynch muttered. Having tasted the sweetness of victory, he didn't want to stop just like that. According to his speculation, since there was no map destruction prompt, it meant that the power of the divine sword strike was still insufficient to clear the map. Keep going, keep going. Realizing this, Lin Chen ran deeper into the Heavenly Ghost Secret Realm. An hour later, a participant team from Lujin City arrived at the central position of the Heavenly Ghost Secret Realm. Boss, it's been over an hour. After you killed a bone undead, we haven't encountered any other monsters. What's going on? A participant looked at the young man at the forefront. At this moment, he felt very frustrated. He had originally thought that encountering a big shot from his city would lead to a smooth journey, but unexpectedly, it had been over an hour, and apart from the initial monster, they hadn't seen any others. The young man at the front frowned slightly upon hearing this. With his sword-like brows and starry eyes, he exuded an otherworldly aura. This person was Lu Qingchen, the number 1 genius of Lujin City, a hidden mage with 9-turn qualifications. At this moment, Lu Qingchen's frustration was no less than that of the few people beside him. Where had the monsters gone? Were they hiding too deeply? Or were they all clustered together in a deeper area? He repeatedly speculated in his heart and finally waved his hand, saying, "Let's go deeper and take a look." After saying that, he ran towards the deeper part of the Heavenly Ghost Secret Realm. The others, seeing this, also followed closely behind him. Finally, about half an hour later, dozens of bone undead appeared before them. Finally, we see monsters. This is so exciting. These monsters were really well hidden. Boss Lu is amazing. He guessed that the monsters were deeper all along. The group's eyes sparkled with excitement, as if they had been injected with adrenaline, charging towards the nearby bone undead. Lu Qingchen also wore an expression that suggested it was about time. He slowly raised the staff in his hand, ready to unleash a group spell. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A series of faint explosion sounds rang out, and the bone undead, before Lu Qingchen and the others instantly turned to dust. Boss, did these monsters self-destruct? One of the participants stared blankly at Lu Qingchen, asking in disbelief. Maybe. Lu Qingchen nodded blankly, but deep down he didn't really believe it. What a damn monster. Self-destruct? He had only heard of humans burning their talents. When did monsters ever self-destruct? Surely these monsters couldn't have developed a conscience? But at this moment there was no other explanation aside from the monsters self-destructing. Could there be any other possibility? Everyone who entered was a first-tier job changer. Could there be someone inside like Yun Pianpian, a transcendent being? Did a forbidden spell just clear the map? Don't joke around. Rather than believing that one of them was a transcendent being, he would prefer to believe that these monsters self-destructed. At the same time, in various locations of the ghostly demon secret realm, the monsters self-destructed again. What do we do now? With this self-destruct method, how are we supposed to earn points? Is this secret realm map going to be ruined by the provincial capital? A group of contestants were howling at the sky. At this moment, they had completely lost their fear of ghost-type monsters and had cursed their respective team leaders countless times in their hearts. What the hell is this cautious approach? What the hell is this step-by-step strategy? Go fool someone else. If they hadn't been so cautious, they could have started harvesting points as soon as they entered the map and they wouldn't still be at 0 points now. Why hasn't the map indicated it's been destroyed yet? At this moment, Lynch glanced at the deep trench beside him, cut open by the divine sword, she too, feeling quite puzzled. Unlike the thoughts of the other contestants, he wasn't worried about not having enough points to qualify. Instead, he was concerned about whether there were any stragglers left in the ghostly demon's secret realm. Maybe the power of a single divine sword isn't enough? Lin Shen thought to himself just as he was contemplating whether to delve deeper into the ghostly demon's secret realm and use his last chance with the divine sword. A prompt suddenly rang in his ears. There seems to be an unusual presence in the deep pit before you. The presence in the pit seems to have absorbed some divine power and is beginning to slowly awaken. Do you wish to investigate? Yes/no. A hidden quest? Lin Chan's eyes lit up. Due to the rules on Blue Star, the probability of triggering a quest in a secret realm or wilderness was very low, and prompts like this were mostly hidden quests. Yes, Lin Chen immediately made his choice. The rewards for hidden quests were usually very generous, and today he still had one chance to use the divine sword, so not going would be abnormal. A flash of light. Lin Chen's figure slowly became ethereal. The mechanical voice rang out again. The cursed burial ground, millions of years have passed. The corpses of the gods have gradually decayed, and they no longer have excess divine power to suppress this ominous place. One day, the consciousness of the gods gradually fell into a deep slumber, and from the suppressed evil spirits, strange beings were born. They feed on divine power, lurking in the dark depths of the earth, waiting for the day to emerge and destroy this world. You have triggered the only hidden quest, the fall of the gods. Do you accept? Yes/no. When Lin Chen reappeared in a dim cavern, he received this prompt. A hidden quest. The only hidden quest. 2 beams of golden light burst from Lin Chen's eyes as he directly chose yes. The 9 divine corpses suppressing the ominous power have completely decayed, and the sealed aberrations have awakened once more. Brave one, you have chosen to accept the challenge. Please proceed to the depths of the ghostly demon's secret realm to slay the recently awakened ghostly demon. Quest. Reward Ancient God Battle Armor, damaged. Prompt. The current quest is the first phase of the Fall of the Gods. Completing the current quest will automatically trigger the next phase of the quest. Ancient God Battle Armor. Lin Chen looked at the reward in the quest prompt, feeling exceptionally excited. The Ancient God Armor, just by the name, one can tell it is undoubtedly a divine artifact. Currently, he has no shortcomings in terms of attack power, and although he possesses 2 invincible skills for defense, aside from the absurdly strong attack power when wielding the divine sword, his other attributes still have noticeable weaknesses. If he acquires this ancient god armor and repairs it, it will greatly compensate for his shortcomings. No need to think too much, let's take down the sky demon first. After all, the hidden quest won't let me down. In the end, Lin Chen shook his head and walked deeper into the eerie tunnel. After about 10 minutes, he finally saw the target of this mission. Sky Demon, Destruction Town level boss, level, LV.120 health, 1 million attack, 20,000, 40,000. Defense, 20,000 speed, 3,200 skills. Description, born from devouring divine corpses, if allowed to grow, it could potentially cause catastrophic damage to this world. Goodness. Lin Chen looked at the attributes of the Sky Demon and couldn't help but click his tongue. Although this Sky Demon is currently only a LV.120 Destruction Town level boss, its attributes are already comparable to some weaker City Annihilation level bosses, truly worthy of being able to grow into a World Destruction level boss. Who dares disturb my slumber? At that moment, the Sky Demon, which had been standing still, noticed Lin Chen's presence. Its hollow, bony eyes emitted a chilling green fire, and the massive ancient blade in its hand was already raised. Is it almost becoming sentient? Lin Chen blinked. He had never heard of any monster below world destruction level possessing intelligence, which shows that the Sky Demon before him is indeed extraordinary. However, Lin Chen didn't want to waste words with such an anomaly. Swish! A sound of sword ringing echoed as the Bashya sword appeared in Lin Chen's hand. Roar! The essence of Bashya manifested, and a gigantic black turtle shielded Lin Chen, instantly triggering the invincible skill that came with the divine sword. Die! Lin Chen was unwilling to waste the invincibility time. He originally used the Bashya sword just for safety's sake. Sword energy surged, and a soaring dragon slash suddenly descended. 5 million under the enhancement of the sword heart mark, sword Dao essence, and the soaring dragon slash skill. Enormous floating blood numbers appeared, and the Sky Demon was instantly killed. You have killed the Sky Demon. You have obtained LV.120 Void Staff, Celestial Artifact. You have obtained LV.120 Bone Robe, Glazed Artifact. You have obtained LV.120 Bone Necklace, Glazed Artifact. You have obtained the Heart of the Sky Demon. Special. Congratulations, you have completed the Fall of the Deity, Phase 1, and obtained Ancient God Armor, damaged, the Fall. of the deity. Phase 2 automatically triggers the burial ground of the 9 gods is not limited to one place. They sacrificed themselves to suppress the ominous, and now their consciousness has completely vanished. The rotting divine corpses will only nourish those anomalies. Brave warrior, please proceed to the burial ground and kill the Azura within. A series of prompts sounded, and Lin Chen was once again teleported to the Sky Demon's secret realm. Burial ground, Azura? Two completely unfamiliar names. Lin Chen didn't pay much attention. After all, there was no time limit and he could ask around later. But this Sky Demon is really rich. Lin Chen's gaze fell on the 12 newly dropped items in his bag, a smile spreading across his face, unable to resist wanting to give a thumbs up to the Sky Demon. Ancient God armor, artifact, damaged, attributes, invisible. Description: armor worn by ancient deities, but after a long passage of time, it has long been in ruins. Reparable, heart of the Sky Demon, divine crystal. It truly is a divine artifact. Lin Chen's heart was filled with joy. Although the ancient god battle armor was broken and could not be equipped at the moment, it could be repaired, right? Moreover, among the required repair materials, he already had the heart of the Sky Demon. He just needed the divine crystal, which meant he had completed half of the repair. He was somewhat unfamiliar with the divine crystal, but it seemed he had heard about it somewhere before. Forget it, I'll just ask Brother Gong when I go out. Lin Chen couldn't recall where he had heard someone mention the divine crystal, and ultimately he didn't try to remember any longer. This void staff is also quite good. Lin Chen didn't dwell on it too much and shifted his gaze to the only celestial artifact dropped by the Sky Demon. Theoretically, the higher the grade of the boss, the better quality equipment it could drop. This was the first time he had heard of a destruction-level boss dropping a celestial artifact. He was quite looking forward to it. Soon, the attributes of the Void Staff appeared before Lin Chen's eyes. Void Staff, celestial artifact, required. Level, LV.120 magic attack, 18,000, 20,000 mana, plus 200 stamina, plus 200 endurance, plus 200 skills. Description: a small toy accidentally made by an ancient deity, which eventually lost its way to who knows where. This magic attack is brutal. Although it was just a LV.120 celestial artifact staff, it was still a celestial artifact. Its terrifying magic attack was far superior to the same level purple gold and glazed artifacts, and it even came with 3 active skills. It should sell for quite a bit, right? Lin Chen muttered to himself, filled with the scent of money. At that moment, the plump figure of Wang Defan naturally appeared in his mind. A space-type mage paired with the celestial artifact void staff should be a perfect match, right? Lin Chen had already made up his mind that this staff would not be sold to anyone but the foolish son of the landlord, because they were friends. Next, Lin Chen took a look at the other equipment dropped by the Sky Demon one by one. LV.120 bone robe, glazed artifact, LV.120 bone necklace, glazed artifact, LV.120 garb of the dead, purple gold artifact. The worst were all purple gold artifacts, which made him feel like he was about to take off right there, suddenly becoming rich. It wasn't until half an hour later that Lin Chen's heart finally calmed down. Once he was calm, he wore a serious expression as he pondered a question. Although he had tried to keep a low profile this time and hadn't gone for a big explosion, the points recorded on this nameplate seemed a bit too much. Although the final point tally hadn't been conducted yet, he knew he had secured first place. The only worry was not to pull too far ahead of the second place. However, at this point, there was nothing else he could do. After all, he was definitely going to make money. Finally, he steeled his heart and muttered, whatever happens, happens. Anyway, I plan to reveal part of my trump cards during the final showdown with Yun Pianpian in the city championship. This was something he had thought about long ago. Now, those who knew him well believed he had a powerful professional backing him, but he didn't. This could be hidden for a while, but it certainly wouldn't last long. Moreover, holding back wasn't his style, it just didn't feel satisfying. So the only way was to prove his sufficient talent value in the final championship match, and defeating Yun Pianpian, this ascendant, would be more convincing than anything else. By then, even if someone wanted to move against him, they would have to see if the Sword God Mountain would agree. Stop thinking about it. In the end, Lin Chen decided not to think any further, found a relatively hidden spot, and quietly waited for the time limit on the nameplate to expire so he could teleport out. Meanwhile, in various places within the Sky Demon secret realm, a group of contestants with red eyes were searching everywhere for monsters, not even sparing the Dead Tree Hollows monster. Where on earth are you? Monster, come out quickly. I promise to send you off in the most peaceful way possible. Oh monsters, please don't hide, I beg. You. The sounds of despair echoed intermittently. Meanwhile, outside the heavenly demon's secret realm, a team leader from a large city smiled broadly as he spoke to another team leader from a different city. It seems this year's seeds are quite good. It's been over 3 hours, and not a single person has been teleported out. In his view, this year's seeds were indeed impressive. Based on the performance Of previous seeds, it was expected that someone would be teleported out in about 2 hours, yet over 3 hours had passed without anyone emerging. Indeed, quite impressive. Another older team leader stroked his beard, agreeing. Since we're all just sitting around, bored, why don't we have a bet on who will take the crown this time? At that moment, a rather gambling-inclined city leader set up a betting pool. As soon as he said this, the eyes of the surrounding leaders lit up. After all, since they were idle, finding some fun was a good idea. I bet 10 million on Lu Qingchen from our Lujin city. He's a hidden mage with 9-turn qualifications. Someone immediately placed a bet. That's not certain. Zhao Tianxi from our Kunwo city also has 9-turn qualifications and he has awakened a strong talent. I believe he's just as good. I bet 10 million on him. Another large city leader also placed a bet right away. Qualifications only show their worth in the later stages, it's not guaranteed now. I bet 5 million on Qin Xuanshuang from our Moyu city. I bet 5 million on Zhou Sun from Tianqing city. I bet 3 million on Sun Wu from Shangqian city. More and more people placed bets, with most leaders betting on the geniuses from their own cities. Although some leaders from smaller cities knew their seeds had little hope of winning, they didn't want to lose face. After all, this amount of money meant little to them, and even the leaders from Chitong City and Tianquang City were no exception. In the end, among the leaders from the 17 cities of Tianhai province, only Gong Fong had not placed a bet, aside from the leader from Tianduan City. At this moment, Gong Fong had a serious expression as he pondered a question. Lynch, he should be capable, right? After all, he could enter the ranks of extraordinary geniuses. His strength was even close to that of an ordinary 3-turn class changer. If he put in the effort, it wouldn't be 100% guarantee of winning, but at least he should be among the top few, right? Ultimately, Gong Fong steeled his heart and strode towards the city leader who was running the betting pool. I bet 100 million on Lin Chen from Qingjin City. 100 million. As soon as this was said, it shocked the entire venue. Although they were all trying to maintain the prestige of their own cities, they were still making small bets. After all, no one could guarantee that their city's seed would win in this realm filled with elements of luck. At the same time, everyone remembered the name Lin Chen. They were eager to see what kind of genius Lin Chen was, worthy of such a gamble from their leader. Are you sure you've thought this through, leader? The city leader, running the betting pool, stared blankly at Gong Fong. I've thought it through. Gong Fong nodded and immediately proceeded with the transfer. At the same time, he kept muttering in his heart, Lin Chen, you must do your best. If you can't win, I won't have a drink for 3 years. This time he was also betting his life savings, not to say he was going bankrupt, but he had taken out most of his savings. Well, then, the betting leader nodded, glancing around again. Is there anyone else who wants to place a bet? No one around responded. After a long while, the team leader in charge, seeing that no one was placing bets, used the recording stone to rank the number of bets placed by the major team leaders. Lujin City, Lu Qingchen, 5 people. Kunwo City, Zhao Tianxi, 5 people. Moyu City, Qin Xuanshuang, 4 people. Tianqing City, Zhou Sun, 1 person. Shangqian City, Sun Wu, 1 person. Qingjin City, Lin Chen, 1 person. In the end, the rankings appeared, and it was clear that more than one team leader had bet on their own city's seed while also betting on candidates from other cities. If that's the case, if Lin Chen wins, I can at least get back 700 million. Gong Fong looked at the rankings on the recording stone, filled with anticipation. The betting ended and another 2 hours passed. It seems this year's seed players are really strong. It's been over 5 hours, and not a single person has been teleported out. At this point, it was already afternoon, and the team leader who had praised them first spoke again. Indeed, it seems that our Tianhai province should achieve a good ranking in this city championship finals. Another team leader beside him nodded in agreement. 10 hours since the Tiangui secret realm opened, the sky had darkened. The quality of these seed players is really impressive. Not only are they strong, but each one is also sufficiently cautious. The team leader spoke again. Caution is key to survival. Another team leader nodded. At this moment, the participants in this year's preliminary round had already broken past previous records, as never before had there been a round where not a single person was eliminated after 10 hours. 18 hours since the Tiangui secret realm opened. What are those kids doing in there? Did they all find a place to hide? How foolish. The team leader spoke again, his expression quite grim. In his view, under normal circumstances, no matter how strong or cautious this year's seed players were, such a situation should not occur. Old Mo, don't be anxious, they all understand the importance of this preliminary round. How could they do that? Just wait and see, another team leader advised. Yet, he too felt a sense of unease. This was too abnormal. 22 hours since the Tiangui secret realm opened, the sky was beginning to brighten. What is going on? Not a single person has come out yet. Could they have been completely wiped out? A hot-tempered team leader couldn't help but look towards the 2 high-level professionals guarding the secret realm. Yeah, it's been 22 hours. How could no one have been eliminated? What's going on? Didn't the provincial head say there are absolutely no monsters over level 120 in the Tian secret realm? A group of team leaders were filled with worry, questioning the two high-level professionals guarding the secret realm. If something unexpected really happened inside the Tian secret realm, not only would this year's Tianhai province be finished, but they would also have no way to explain it when they returned. After all, the family backgrounds of these talented seeds were not to be underestimated, and some even came from prominent families in other provinces. Be cautious with your words. One of the high-level professionals guarding the secret realm frowned slightly, scanning the many team leaders. The provincial head would never make a mistake, just wait quietly. However, he too felt a sense of unease. The seeds participating in this competition included the provincial head's own child. Although the information was kept hidden from the public, if something truly went wrong, they would surely be blamed. Should we notify the provincial head? Another high-level professional guarding the Tian secret realm, holding a different badge, asked his colleague for advice. There are still 2 hours. Let's wait a bit longer. The high-level professional's frown deepened. 2 hours later, the 24th hour since the Tian secret realm opened. They should be coming out soon. Let's hope everything is fine. We must not all be doomed. A group of team leaders anxiously murmured. At this moment, their hearts were all in their throats. They no longer cared who would take the crown, as long as the seeds of their own cities did not all perish. Swish, swish, swish. A series of dazzling lights lit up, revealing a total of 85 figures. Our Lu Qingchen from Lujin City is fine. Our Zhao Tianxi from Kunhua City is also safe. Our Qin Xuanshuang from Maoyu City has come out too. In an instant, the dozen or so team leaders felt a great relief, the tension in their hearts completely dissipating. Even the 2 high-level professionals guarding the Tian secret realm secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Just as many team leaders were about to step forward to inquire about the battle situation, they noticed that these seed contestants who had been teleported out seemed a bit off. Monster, monster, where are you? Monster, come out quickly. Monster, please, don't hide. Most of the contestants had expressions of grim determination, their eyes bloodshot as they searched for something, completely unaware that they had been teleported out. Various team leaders? What's wrong with these people? Have they gone mad? As usual, Lin Chen, after being teleported out, looked at the dazed crowd with confusion, then walked towards Gong Fong. Among the dazed crowd, he also noticed that Feng Yun was among them. Could madness be contagious? Lin Chen frowned, secretly thinking. Fortunately, he hadn't been close to that guy Feng Yun on usual days. When Lin Chen reached Gong Feng's side, the food-loving girl Li Qingqing also came over. However, unlike Lin Chen, Li Qingqing wore a face full of frustration at that moment. Captain Gong, I'm sorry, I only killed 7 of the lowest level bone undead this time. Before Gong Fong could ask, Li Qingqing spoke with a mournful face. 7? Gong Fong was taken aback. Although Li Qingqing's strength was not strong, 7 was still too few, right? However, he couldn't bear to discourage this innocent girl and comforted her. 7 is still quite a lot, at least you weren't eliminated early. But in his heart he was secretly muttering, not eliminated early? Well, that's true, isn't it? This year's Tianhai province preliminary round is likely to break historical records, the highest survival rate in history for a preliminary round. Lin Chen, what about you? After comforting Li Qingqing a few more times, Gong Fong turned his gaze to Lin Chen. His eyes were filled with hope. I'm not quite sure about the specific points. Lin Chen hesitated, furrowing his brow, thinking about whether there was a reasonable explanation. Not quite sure? Gong Fong was taken aback. He could see from Lin Chen's expression that the other party was hesitating. Did he perform poorly? That shouldn't be. Although luck plays a significant role in competitions within secret realms, ultimately it still depends on personal strength, and with Lin Chen's strength he shouldn't have performed poorly. Forget it. In the end, Gong Fong smiled bitterly in his heart and shook his head helplessly. Forget about that 100 million. It seems I need to quit drinking. Thinking of this, he felt he still needed to comfort Lin Chen. Lin Chen, you don't need to worry. Even if you performed poorly and didn't get the top spot, it's okay. As long as you rank in the top 10, you can participate in the finals of the city championship. This temporary setback is just that, you need to pick yourself up. A round of motivational talk, and Lin Chen was left speechless. What is this all about? Lin Chen's brows furrowed even more. Do they really have that little confidence in me? However, this scene made Gong Feng's heart skip a beat. Could it be that he wouldn't even make it into the top 10? What should he do? At this moment, he felt extremely despondent. He had invested heavily in Lin Chen. If Lin Chen couldn't advance in the preliminary round of Tianhai province, he would lose everything. However, Lin Chen's next words almost made Gong Fong spit out a mouthful of old blood. First place is definitely secured. Lin Chen's voice rang out, but his deep-set brows showed no sign of change. I'm just worried about one thing. Before Lin Chen could finish, Gong Feng's old face instantly turned crimson. Although the feeling of suddenly rising from From hell to heaven was exhilarating. Could you please finish your sentence in one breath? You're really making it easy to scare someone off, you know? As long as we can get first place. As long as we can get first place. Gong Fong forced himself to calm down, repeating those phrases several times while he hardly paid attention to what Lynch said next. They were already firmly in first place. What was there to worry about? Wasn't that just asking for trouble? However, Lin Chen didn't think so and continued. Although I tried my best to control it this time, the points might still widen the gap too much from the second place, so I'm a bit worried. Is there really a need to worry? Isn't more points better? Gong Fong was taken aback and he couldn't help but recall a term from peacetime, Versailles. But can you really be this Versailles? There's nothing to worry about. The more stunning the genius, the more capital they have to negotiate with. Those big shots. Gong Fong comforted Lin Chen. In his view, Lin Chen wasn't the type to exaggerate, just like Lin Chen believed he could definitely take first place. Gong Fong absolutely believed it too. After all, Lin Chen had that kind of strength. But if he said the gap from the second place would be too wide, then Gong Fong was a bit skeptical. Clearly, no one was eliminated early in this preliminary round. What that represented was self-evident. Being able to participate in the preliminary round meant they were all outstanding individuals from their respective cities, including several geniuses with 9-turn qualifications. In the same time frame, how could Lin Chen possibly widen the gap from the second place too much? I hate you all. What the hell is caution? What the hell is planning before acting? At that moment, such voices emerged from around. Not far away, most of the mad geniuses were looking angrily at their respective team leaders. The team leaders? What on earth happened? They were momentarily at a loss. It's all your fault. If it weren't for your instructions to be cautious again when entering the Tian secret realm, how could we have fallen to such a state? A contestant angrily pointed at his team leader, then squatted down, holding his head and crying. How humiliating. It was truly humiliating. Until now, his nameplate score was still 0. If it weren't for these damn team leaders, how could he have given up those 6 bone undead? When he first entered the Tian secret realm, for the first time, he felt such regret. It's your fault, all your fault. I definitely won't make it through now. I hate you. Why do you have to sabotage us like this? Voices of anger rose and fell. Without exception, it was a group of genius seeds angrily cursing their team leaders. At this moment, they all forgot the gap in levels and just wanted to vent their inner fury. What on earth was going on? A group of team leaders remained in a state of confusion. Was it wrong to instruct you to be cautious and plan before acting? Why did it feel like they had deep-seated grudges against them? Silence. At that moment, the 2 guardians of the Tian secret realm could no longer stand by. You can handle your personal matters later. This is still competition time. One of the guardians frowned and took out a plaque from his pack. Rise, he commanded sharply, and all the contestants' plaques flew up, swirling in the air. Come. With a single hand gesture, a plaque entered his grasp. Shangqian City, Sunwu, score, 0-0 points. The surrounding team leaders were taken aback. The leader of Shangqian City looked heartbroken as he gazed at the young man nearby who had just been cursing at him. Then another plaque flew into the guardian's hand. Tianqing City, Joseon, score, 0 Sai. Upon seeing the results, the leader of Tianqing City let out a deep breath. Swipe, swipe, swipe. Tianqing City, Wusong, score, 0 Shangqian City, Zhengcheng, score, 0. Plaques continued to fly into the guardian's hand, and without exception, the scores of the 30 contestants were all 0. It was only then that the previously heartbroken team leaders began to realize something was off. If just 1 or 2 people had a score of 0, they could accept it. After all, there are too many uncertainties in the Tian secret realm, but now, with 30 consecutive 0 scores, it was simply unbelievable. Guardian, could there be a problem with the plaques? At that moment, a city leader asked, steeling himself. Are you questioning the provincial leader? The guardian, who was ranking the contestants, frowned slightly. Though he said that, he too began to doubt whether there was indeed a problem with the plaques. Just then, another person's score appeared in the air. Lujin City, Lu Qingchen, score, won a clear standout, crushing all the 0 scorers. It seems the scoring plaques are likely fine. It's possible that the provincial leader has reduced the score conversion for these plaques by several thousand times compared to previous years, one of the leaders speculated, sensing a clue. Yes, that must be it. Those 0 scorers probably couldn't reach 1 point under the reduced scoring system, another leader chimed in. That's very likely. Exactly. It must be. I'm sure the provincial leader has other ranking methods. Lu Qingchen is really impressive, managing to score 1 point even under the pressure of a several thousand times reduction. Nearby leaders continued to speak up, with several praising Lu Qingchen generously. The ranking continued. With Lu Qingchen's score of 1 as motivation, all the leaders were eager to see if the next contestant with a score of 1 would come from their city. Kunwu. City Zhaotianxi score 1 Mayu City Qinchuangshuan score 1 Tianshuan City Wang Defa score 1. Another 30 rankings appeared, and this time it wasn't as dismal as the first 30. There were 7 contestants with a score of 1. I knew Shuangshuan could at least score 1 point. Our Zhao Tianxi from Kunwo City truly lived up to expectations and scored 1 point. The provincial leader's child is also competing and scored 1 point. It seems they didn't give it their all. The crowd buzzed with excitement again, and those leaders whose cities had contestants scoring 1 point felt quite proud. The atmosphere in the venue became somewhat strange. While the leaders from various cities were thrilled, the originally bewitched geniuses stared at their respective leaders with odd expressions. Scoring 1 point can be a source of pride now? Lu Qingchen began to doubt his life choices. As the number 1 genius of Lujin City, he regarded a score of 1 as the greatest shame of his life, since he had only killed a single low-level bone undead when he first entered the demon ghost secret realm. As for the so-called 1,000-fold suppression of scores, to him that was complete nonsense. He would rather believe that monsters could really self-destruct. Forget it, it's better to explain the situation. Lu Qingchen thought for a moment and decided to approach his team leader for clarification. Just then, a flash of light appeared in mid-air. Qingjin City, Li Qingqing, score 7A striking number emerged, the large 7 standing firm in the air. Score 7? Who exactly is this Li Qingqing? How could such a prodigy come from a small city like Qingjin? In an instant, the team leaders from various cities were shocked, all looking towards Gong Feng's direction. Score 7. Li Qingqing blinked her big eyes, looking incredulous. Wasn't there supposed to be a 1,000-fold suppression on scores? How did my score become the highest? It seemed that so far, no one could surpass it. For a moment, Li Qingqing was completely confused, having already forgotten that she had indeed killed 7 monsters in the demon ghost secret realm. Score 7. Unlike Li Qingqing's confusion, Gong Fong was filled with doubt. According to Li Qingqing's words, she had indeed only killed 7 low-level bone undead, and if it were the scoring system of previous years, getting 7 points would be perfectly fine. But this year's scoring system had changed, hadn't it? Could it be? An absurd thought popped into Gong Feng's mind, and he fixed his gaze on Lin Chen, ready to ask for clarification. Captain Gong, congratulations. Your Qingjin City has truly produced a prodigy. This girl must be Qingqing, she's really impressive. Captain Gong, to be honest, Lu Qingchen from our city is still unmarried. Why not try to match them up? A group of team leaders, familiar with Gong Fong, stepped forward, conveniently blocking his path. To them, being a genius with a score of 1 meant they were on the same level and didn't need to curry favor. But a score of 7 was different. It represented that Li Qingqing's talent was far superior to someone like Lu Qingchen, and some team leaders were already considering the idea of a marriage alliance. Congratulations. Gong Fong clasped his hands awkwardly, responding to them. At this moment, only he understood what was really going on. Sigh. I hope this doesn't cause too much of a stir. He sighed inwardly, just wanting the final ranking results to not be too shocking. Swish. 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 More nameplates rose into the air, and unsurprisingly, they all had a score of 0. Until finally, only 1 nameplate remained in the air, and Lin Chen's name had yet to appear. Congratulations to Qingjin City for winning first place. Old Gong, your luck is really good. This time, a peerless genius like Qingqing has emerged. Your Qingjin City is going to rise this year. The higher-ups will definitely allocate resources to you. The team leaders beside Gong Fong had already congratulated him in advance, envious of Qingjin City's good fortune, while also calculating whether they could recruit Li Qingqing. It should be ending soon, she's really a nice girl. The scorekeeper glanced at Li Qingqing not far away, waved his hand, and the last nameplate appeared in his hand. He shared the same thought as most team leaders, believing that this year's scoring system had definitely been secretly altered by the provincial head, compressed by thousands of times. After all, no one could fathom the provincial head's intentions. And now, aside from Li Qingqing, the highest score among others is just 1, so it's clear that there's no one else but Li Qingqing at the top. Swish! A flash of light, and the last nameplate emitted a dazzling glow. Qingjin City, Lynch in his score, 21,892. The large number appeared in mid-air, and compared to the previous single-digit scores, this score seemed somewhat out of place. 21,892? How is that possible? There must be a problem with the nameplate. Guardian, is this a mistake? It must be a mistake. How could there be so many points? A group of team leaders chose to doubt upon seeing the score. Even without the suppression of thousands of times, based on the scores from previous preliminary rounds, the total score of all the genius seeds from the 17 cities in Tianhai province was hard to break 10,000. Suddenly, there's over 20,000. How could anyone believe that? It seems the gap really is quite large. Unlike the shock of others, Lynch didn't feel his score was outrageous. After all, he had cleared the entire map and even taken down a celestial demon. What he was worried about now was how to wrap things up. Sigh. Seeing this, Gong Fong silently sighed, feeling a bit of a headache. After Li Qingqing's score came out, he knew there was no suppression of scores in this preliminary round. But this was just too exaggerated, right? At this moment he recalled Lin Chan's earlier words that the score gap might be a bit too much. This wasn't just a bit, it was like throwing a few universes away, okay? For the first time, Gong Fong felt troubled by Lin Chan's excellence. It might really be a mistake. The ranking guardian quickly regained composure after a brief daze. He waved his hand, and Lin Chan's nameplate once again radiated a dazzling light. 21,892. The same number appeared again, without any change. The problem shouldn't be big, let's try to fix it once more. The guardian was already sweating, and with another light wave he attempted to repair the damaged nameplate. 21,892. The score was still exactly the same. Let's try again. The guardian couldn't believe it, and the golden light rose again. 21,892. It wasn't until he tried to fix it 9 times that he finally gave up. In the end, he scanned the crowd with an odd expression, awkwardly saying, "It seems this nameplate is fine. Now, I announce that the champion of this preliminary round is, I object. There must be something shady going on. I want to complain to the provincial leader. Yes, there's definitely something shady. How could such an outrageous score be achieved by anyone?" Before the guardian could announce the rankings, a group of team leaders jumped up in excitement to voice their objections. Lin Chen winning wasn't a big deal, as the leader of a city, they could afford to lose. But with other geniuses scoring at most 7 points, Lin Chen had racked up over 20,000 points, which looked like someone was manipulating things behind the scenes. At this moment, they couldn't care about anything else and just wanted to expose this shady business. "I want to see the provincial leader. The provincial leader should give us an explanation. We came to participate in the preliminary round for fairness, but what do you mean by this now? Don't think that just because you're high-ranking professionals, you can do whatever you want. We want to see the provincial leader." The situation became increasingly out of control, with a group of team leaders frantically shouting to see the provincial leader, and many had already begun to suspect that the 2 guardians were the ones behind the manipulation, and that ranking guardians. Several attempts to repair the nameplate were just for show. Silence. The preliminary round is absolutely fair, no one can manipulate it. Behind the scenes, the guardian in charge of the rankings wore a grim expression. It was now clear that many team leaders from various cities were suspecting foul play, a burden they could not bear. Just then, another high-ranking professional from the Tian secret realm approached the ranking guardian. The two exchanged a glance, as if making a decision, and one of them quickly took out a glassy-colored plaque from his bag and crushed it. "Just because you say no one can manipulate it behind the scenes, does that mean no one can? You dare to mess around with such outrageous scores? Aren't you afraid of being held accountable by the provincial governor?" The crowd was furious, and it was evident that no one believed their words. Boom! Suddenly, the space in midair exploded, and a middle-aged man in a blue robe stepped out. "The provincial governor! The governor is here! Governor, you must thoroughly investigate the dark dealings." The team leaders, after a brief moment of distraction, rushed forward. The middle-aged man who appeared was none other than Wang Zizai, the governor of Tianhai province. "Governor! Governor!" 2 guardians of the Tiangui secret realm approached respectfully, one of them whispering in his ear and handing Lin Chen's plaque to Wang Zizai. "Issues with the scores?" Wang Zizai, with an imposing demeanor, scrutinized the plaque seriously, and a spatial aura enveloped it in an instant. "Now that the governor has taken action, let's see who dares to manipulate things behind the scenes. There's a good show to watch. Someone is bound to be held accountable." Humph. Accountability will be light. Deceiving the governor and cheating in the preliminary round. Qingjin City is finished this time. The team leaders gradually distanced themselves from Gong Fong and the others. With the governor present, all dark dealings would be exposed, and as the instigator, Qingjin City would naturally not escape. No wonder that Gong Fong dared to bet 100 million on Lin Chen's victory. So someone was manipulating things behind the scenes, trying to make money this way? How foolish. Several team leaders whispered among themselves about the recent bets. It was clear that Lin Chen and his companions had become the targets of everyone's ire. After a long while, the spatial aura dissipated, and Wang Zizai put away Lin Chen's plaque. Just when everyone thought Governor Wang Zizai would unveil the dark dealings and bring justice to all, he directly scanned the crowd and asked, "Who is Lin Chen?" "Lin Chen?" The crowd exchanged glances. Aside from Gong Fong and a few others, they had only heard of Lin Chen and did not actually know him. "I am Lin Chen." At that moment, a figure stepped forward, standing in front of everyone. At the same time, Gong Fong also stood beside Lin Chen, although he did not speak. His actions spoke volumes. Meanwhile, Li Qingqing, who had been in a daze, looked left and right before finally standing next to Lin Chen. "You, very good." Wang Zizai spoke, his spatial aura spreading, making him appear somewhat ethereal. What is he trying to do? Lin Chen was taken aback. Others might be unclear, but he understood. He had not cheated, and he did not believe Wang Zizai could not see that. At the same time, he was calculating in his mind. The power of a divine sword might not be enough, but the power of the 3 talismans sword formation would definitely suffice. Killing a 9-turn professional who had not yet ascended would not be a big problem, even if the opponent was a rare hidden mage of the space element. At this moment, he had already decided that if things could not be resolved peacefully, he would stall for a while. The usage cooldown of the divine sword was about to expire. Dad, Lynch is my friend. He could never cheat. Suddenly, a chubby figure stood in front of Lynch. Who else could it be but Wang Defa? Cheating? Wang Zizai stared blankly at his foolish son. When did I say Lin Chen cheated? The space nameplate was crafted by my own hands, and I just carefully examined it. There was no problem at all. Don't even think about touching Lin Chen. I will never agree to that. Wang Defa looked at Wang Zizai with a serious expression. Step back. Wang Zizai's face darkened, wishing he could slap his foolish son a few times right now. Lin Chen didn't cheat in the first place, and by standing up like this, I lose my authority to say he didn't cheat. I won't step back. Wang Defa stubbornly insisted, disregarding everything. Humph. With a cold snort, Wang Zizai created a wave of spatial energy that appeared beside Wang Defa, and his figure instantly vanished. When he reappeared, he was already standing next to 2 guards. Keep an eye on him. Wang Zizai frowned as he glanced at Wang Defa, then swept his gaze over everyone present, saying, I know many of you are puzzled about how Lin Chen could score so high. First of all, I can tell you that this year's preliminary competition has no difference in the scoring system compared to previous years. As soon as these words were spoken, the team leaders who had just been proud of their score of 1 turned red with embarrassment. At this moment, they wished they could dig a hole and hide. It was such a slap in the face. As for why Lin Chen could achieve such a high score, you can see for yourselves. After saying that, Wang Zizai pointed at Lin Chen's identity nameplate, and images began to appear in the void, showing none other than Lin Chen himself. Oh no! Lin Chen was startled at this scene. The big shots from Sword God Mountain weren't here, and this wasn't the time to reveal his trump card. He wasn't sure how Wang Zizai would react after discovering his secret. Even if, hypothetically, Wang Zizai was friendly and wouldn't pry into his secrets, could a 9th turn mage really protect him? With that thought, Lin Chen's heart sank. The secret of being able to use divine artifacts regardless of level was too significant. There was no such thing as level-restricted equipment in this world. However, the next scene left Lin Chen dumbfounded. In the images, Lin Chen was seen accelerating continuously in the heavenly ghost secret realm, occasionally crossing his hands to perform some strange hand seals, and monsters in a wide area around him kept disappearing, until finally, Lin Chen tirelessly ran across the entire map. Is that me? Lin Chen's mouth twitched repeatedly. He initially thought Wang Zizai could use spatial magic to restore the scenes within the secret realm, but he didn't expect the other party to be such a big deceiver. Can you all see clearly? As the images ended, Wang Zizai scanned the crowd without a hint of embarrassment. Governor, looking at this footage, it seems Lin Chen single-handedly cleared all the monsters on the map. But I have a question. What kind of talent skill did Lin Chen use? How could it be so terrifying, without any cooldown? A stunned team leader couldn't help but ask. Such a terrifying skill must undoubtedly be a talent. There were many geniuses in their cities who had awakened talents, and some had area of effect attack talents, but none of those had such immense power. Moreover, Lin Chen was clearly continuously releasing talent skills without any cooldown? The other team leaders, though silent, clearly wanted to understand this point. After hearing this, Wang Zizai shook his head, revealing an expression of a child cannot be taught, and continued, on Blue Star. Professions are paramount, qualifications represent the upper limit, and talent skills are an excellent manifestation of qualifications. But there are even more special existences beyond talent skills. More special existences? All the team leaders were taken aback. Could it be? Someone couldn't help but blurt out, but halfway through, they suddenly realized something and quickly shut their mouth. Could it be? What? Lin Chen was intrigued, wanting to see how Wang Zizai would continue to deceive. Who would have thought that just as he was about to hear the key to the deception, it was gone? However, Wang Zizai's next words did not disappoint Lin Chen. That's right. It is indeed a secret technique. His expression was serious, and he glanced at Lin Chen again. Secret technique? What the heck is a secret technique? How come I don't know I have a secret technique? Faced with Wang Zizai's gaze, Lin Chen could only smile awkwardly. Then doesn't that mean Lin Chen can rival that person? Moreover, that person comprehended the secret technique during the 3rd transition, while Lin Chen is only at the 1st transition now. More people turned their attention to Lin Chen. Such a gifted young man was truly terrifying. For a moment, everyone's attitude towards Lin Chen was no longer as hostile as before. In fact, many team leaders who had previously slandered Lin Chen for cheating were now filled with regret. Lord Provincial Leader, I still have a question. A city team leader who was still somewhat skeptical stepped forward. However, before he could finish his sentence, a ripple appeared in the air, and where was Wang's ice figure? Ahem. Seeing Wang's eye leave directly, the guardian in charge of the rankings cleared his throat and said, I suppose everyone has no doubts now, right? Just a moment ago, he was genuinely worried that Wang's eye would uncover some issues. If Lin Chen was indeed cheating, they, as guardians, would undoubtedly share the blame. Now that the truth was out, he felt no pressure in his heart. No doubts. A genius awakening a secret technique, securing first place is only natural. If a genius awakening a secret technique can't take first place, that would be abnormal. Most city team leaders spoke up with smiles, clearly trying to win favor with Lin Chen. However, there were still a few who remained skeptical, but they had no way to challenge it. Seeing Wang's eyes demeanor, they understood that the provincial leader clearly did not want to dwell on this matter, and they would not seek discomfort. Alright, I will now announce the rankings for this Tianhai province preliminary competition. The guardian nodded, and the recording stone in his hand rose into the air. 1. Xingjin City, Lin Chen. 2. Xingjin City, Li Qingqing. 10 names appeared in the void, with Lin Chen taking the first position, while the 3rd to 10th places all had a score of 1, thus no specific ranking. Tomorrow at noon, please have those on the list go to the city lord's mansion in Tianzhuan City under the guidance of their team leaders, the guardian added. Immediately, a giant sword flew across the sky, and 2 guardians took the speechless Wang Defa away into the distance. Old Gong, your Qingjin City really gained face this time, occupying the top 2 spots. A city team leader familiar with Gong Fong stepped forward, completely forgetting how fast he had been to doubt Lin Chen's integrity earlier. Yes, Captain Gong, with Lin Chen's qualifications, he will definitely secure a top 5 position in the final city championship. Top 5? That's not enough. I think at least the top 3. I believe young friend Lin Chen can take 2nd place. After Wang's eye and the 2 guardians left, the group of team leaders no longer restrained themselves, turning into sycophants, surrounding Lin Chen and Gong Fong. Even the few who had been skeptical earlier were no exception. These fair weather friends. Gong Fong couldn't help but curse inwardly, but he didn't show his dissatisfaction. This world is like that. If you're strong, people will flatter you. It's just that realistic. It was purely luck. Our Qingjin City was just fortunate. Gong Fong replied politely. How could it be good luck? Captain Gong must have already believed in young friend Lin Chen's ability to win the championship. Otherwise, who would directly place a bet of 100 million? Indeed, Captain Gong, I didn't expect you to be so bold and to trust young friend Lin Chen so much. Captain Gong, don't forget to treat us. Everyone chimed in, bringing up the betting matter to flatter Gong Fong. A bet? 100 million? What's going on? Lin Chen, who had no interest in these sycophants, suddenly perked up, his eyes fixed intently on Gong Fong. It's over. Gong Fong slapped his forehead, secretly cursing himself. Just then, the team leader in charge of the betting approached with a pained expression and said, Captain Gong, according to your bet, the 700 million is what you deserve. After saying that, he directly transferred the money to Gong Fong. Holy crap! 700 million. Lin Chan's eyelids twitched at the mention. Old Gong, you're not being fair. At this moment, he was calculating that he must split the winnings with Gong Fong 50-50. Gong Fong seemed to notice Lin Chen's gaze and could only nod at him, as if to say, don't worry, I understand the rules. Just as the 2 exchanged glances, a group of sycophant team leaders revealed their true intentions. I assume young friend Lin Chen doesn't have a guild yet. One team leader spoke up, his eyes fixed on Lin Chen. Due to the rules on Blue Star, those who had not yet undergone their 2nd job change could not join a guild. At this moment, his question was all too obvious. What are you saying? Young friend Lin Chen hasn't undergone his 2nd job change, so he definitely doesn't have a guild. Another team leader stepped forward, walking up to Lin Chen, and said, young friend Lin Chen, why not consider our Outyen guild? We are a level 3 guild. What's Outyen guild? Young friend Lin Chen should join our Chaos guild. We are a level 4 guild, and our benefits are even better. Benefits? Is the welfare of our Xingxing guild lacking? Young friend Lin Chen, as long as you are willing to join our Xingxing guild, I guarantee your benefits will be double that of any other guild. A group of city team leaders eagerly extended olive branches, hoping to recruit Lin Chen into their guilds in advance. After all, although Lin Chen represented a participating city that could not be changed, he still had no guild. If they could recruit a genius like Lin Chen for their guild, they would receive considerable rewards. A level 4 guild dares to recruit young friend Lin Chen? Are you overestimating yourselves? Young friend Lin Chen should join our swordsman guild. After all, you are also a swordsman, and our swordsman guild is a level 5 guild, with the president being the sword god Shifeng. At this moment, a confident leader from a large city stepped forward. Upon hearing this, the surrounding team leaders fell silent. On Blue Star, a 5-star guild was already the highest level, and there were very few in the entire Dragon Country, while the president of the Swordsman Guild was the sword god Shifeng. No matter how they compared, their guilds could not compete. Is the Swordsman Guild really that impressive? At this moment, a gloomy voice rang out. A team leader looked disdainfully at the leader of the Swordsman Guild. Gongxing, what do you mean by that? The leader of the Swordsman Guild's expression changed, glaring at Gongxing. I mean nothing, I'm just speaking the truth. Gongxing still wore a look of disdain, then turned his gaze to Lin Chen. Lin Chen, as long as you are willing to join our mage guild, I, representing the Gong family, promise that all resources before your 5th job change will be covered by my Gong family. Mage guild? All resources before the 5th job change? The surrounding team leaders were all taken aback. There have long been rumors that the Gong family has been gaining power in recent years, and in Longjing they are already on the verge of overshadowing the other 3 families. I fear that apart from that one family, the Gong family is now the strongest, right? Sigh, that's indeed the case. I just didn't expect the Gong family's influence to have reached our Tianhai province. Is the provincial leader not doing anything about it? Isn't there a rumor that the provincial leader is at odds with the Gong family? I fear the current provincial leader is also struggling against the Gong family, but the Gong family is indeed wealthy and powerful. A faint murmur arose as people discussed the Gong family while also having to acknowledge their wealth. It is known that the transfer tasks for those who have changed professions are supposedly completely random and refreshed based on luck, but some have summarized experiences that the more gifted a genius is, the more difficult their transfer tasks are likely to be. And considering Lin Chen's awakened secret method aptitude, even the resources needed just for the 5th transfer would likely be an astronomical figure. Gongxing, hasn't your mage guild always refused to accept swordsmen? Why the change of heart today? The leader of the Swordsman Guild wore a mocking expression. Although both the Mage Guild and the Swordsman Guild are named after their respective professions, the Swordsman Guild has never had any occupational restrictions for its members, while the Mage Guild is different. Ever since the conflict between swordsmen and mages decades ago, the Mage Guild publicly declared that it would never accept transfer students from the swordsman profession. In this, the Gong family played a significant role. Li Zhang, you're mistaken. Gongxing's face showed a playful expression as he continued, rules are made by people, and they can naturally be changed. My Gong family has always been eager to recruit talent, and there are many swordsmen within my family. We do not discriminate against professions, we simply do not accept useless individuals. At this point, Gongxing paused, looking at Gong Fong beside Lin Chen, and with a teasing gaze said, "Isn't that right, cousin Gong Fong?" Gong Fong? Cousin? Everyone's gaze turned towards them. There have long been rumors that Gong Fong is from the Gong family in Longjing, and it seems to be true. Wait, if Gong Fong is really from the Gong family, why would he be sent to a small place like Qingjin City? Could there be some hidden circumstances behind this? Whispers filled the air as everyone looked at Gong Fong and Gongxing with strange expressions. If Gong Fong were also from the Gong family in the capital, even if he were a backup plan arranged in advance, he wouldn't have been sent to Qingjin City, as Gongxing is a perfect example. Although Gongxing was also deliberately sent down, he was still the leader in Tianxiu City, which ranks 3rd in Tianhai province. At this moment, Gongfeng's expression was as dark as water, his strong fists clenched tightly, and he remained silent. He had long noticed Gongxing's presence and was surprised at first, but he didn't want to have any further interactions with him. Now, he never expected the other party to humiliate him so openly. My dear cousin, why are you silent? Weren't you once the genius swordsman of our Gong family with the 8 inscription sword pattern? Gongxing spoke again, his mocking expression even more pronounced. Back then, he was only a 7th transfer mage, and although he had a conflict with Gong Fong, he couldn't do anything about it. But now it was different. In his view, Gong Fong, whose aptitude had been ruined, was like a stray dog, while he, under the operations of his faction, had been entrusted with the important task of infiltrating Tianhai province to scout for talents in various cities. In comparison, he felt incredibly pleased. As for recruiting a genius like Lin Chen, it was an important part of the plan, after all. With Lin Chen's aptitude for comprehending secret techniques, only someone with the aptitude of a divine mage within the family could possibly overshadow him. 8 inscription sword pattern? Ruined aptitude? Sent to a declining city? The people around were once again stunned. They felt that the news they received today was simply explosive. So, what do you say, Lin Chen? Join my mage guild? As long as you join, everything I said before counts, and my Gong family will be your strong backing in the mage guild. Your good cousin, was once a member of the Gong family, but he was too disappointing and was expelled from the family. I believe you are definitely different from him. Gongxing noticed that Gong Fong was silent and shifted his focus back to Lin Chen. However, his words were filled with disdain for Gong Fong. Creak, creak. The sound of gritting teeth came from Gong Feng's mouth as he kept his head down, not saying a word. Would Lin Chen join the mage guild? Gong Fong couldn't help but ask himself. If he were Lin Chen, under such favorable conditions, he would likely choose to join. Moreover, it was Gong Fong who had wronged the Gong family, not Lin Chen. Lin Chen had no obligation, nor any need to do anything for him. After all, the relationship between him and Lin Chen was merely one of investment. Thinking of this, he sighed inwardly and silently took a step forward, not wanting to interfere with Lin Chen's choice. However, just as he took his first step, a hand suddenly grabbed his arm. Gongge, you haven't shared the winnings from my bet with me and you want to run away like this? A familiar voice reached Gong Feng's ears. At this moment, Lin Chen had already made his decision through action. Lin Chen, you. The corners of Gong Feng's eyes were slightly moist. Lin Chen, you must think clearly about the consequences of rejecting my Gong family's offer for a waste. Gong Xing's expression darkened instantly upon seeing this. He never expected that Lin Chen would refuse the Gong family for a waste of a leader. In his view, the so-called leader was just a driver, like himself, who had temporarily taken over the position of captain of the city guard in Tian City for convenience. Even now, he couldn't remember the names of the few geniuses he had brought along. Gong family? Is it really that impressive? If it were, how could there be a waste like you? Lin Chen scoffed, a hint of disdain on his lips. His refusal of the Gong family was not solely because of Gong Fong. He had carefully considered it based on the incident of Gong Fong being expelled from the family and the rumors of sword slaves from decades ago. This Gong family truly lacked humanity. Although for some large families, a lack of humanity might be the norm for longevity, the Gong family clearly had a bias against swordsmen, and the entire Mage Guild was not very friendly towards swordsmen either. If he really joined the Mage Guild, who knows when he might be sold out by the Gong family. Waste? Do you know who you are talking to? Gong Xing's face showed obvious anger. It was a great humiliation for a sixth turn mage of the Gong family to be called a waste by a first-turn swordsman. You may be blind and deaf, but I am not. I am clearly talking to a waste. Lin Chen's mocking voice rang out. Is it wrong to call you a waste? Can you withstand my sword? Clearly not, right? Since you can't even withstand a sword, what else could you be but a waste? Lin Chen thought to himself. Good. Gong Xing laughed in anger, but this was Wang Zizai's territory and he didn't want to cause trouble. He could only force a smile and continue, we'll see about this arrogant brat. With that, he left alone, not even caring about the few geniuses he had brought from Tian City. However, before Gong Xing could walk far, Lin Chen's voice rang out again. No need to wait and see, I definitely look down on a waste like you. He truly disliked Gong Xing. His arrogant demeanor made one want to kick him in the face. Humph. Gong Xing, who had not walked far, stumbled and nearly fell. This kid was too arrogant. I must make him pay the price. Before long, as Gong Xing's figure completely disappeared, the atmosphere around them returned to normal. Captain Gong, we're leaving now. Captain Gong, I have something else to attend to, so I won't linger. Captain Gong, I bid you farewell. One by one, the team leaders took their leave of Gong Fong, and no one tried to persuade Lin Chen anymore. It wasn't that they didn't want to, but that they didn't dare. The highest level of the guild behind them was only a level 4 guild, and they couldn't afford to offend the Mage Guild and the Gong family. Moreover, it was well known that the Gong family was notorious for holding grudges in Long Country. Thus, although they valued talent, they didn't want to offend the Gong family because of Lin Chen. In the end, only a few people from Qingjin City and the leader of the Swordsman Guild remained in the wilderness. Young friend, Lin Chen, the promise I made to you earlier still stands. You are always welcome to join the Swordsman Guild, and my guild fears no one. At that moment, the leader of the Swordsman Guild smiled kindly at Lin Chen and continued, but you don't need to rush your answer. Joining the guild is entirely voluntary, and you can take your time to consider it. Farewell, Captain Gong. He then cupped his hands to Gong Fong and walked away. Joining the guild, huh? Lin Chen muttered to himself. He had considered this matter long ago. When he reached the second job transfer, he could join a guild, as joining a guild would allow him to use the heavenly gifted pen to pray for blessings and increase his additional attributes. However, during his time in Qingjin City, those small guilds were not within his consideration. Now, having offended the Mage Guild and the Gong family, joining the Swordsman Guild was undoubtedly the best choice. However, he had other thoughts in mind. Lin Chen, actually your best choice right now is to join the Swordsman Guild. Gong Fong glanced at Lin Chen and continued. The president of the Swordsman Guild is the sword god of Shifeng, and the sword god's master is that sword god Lord. As long as that Lord is around, I believe no one would dare to touch you. Also, about what happened earlier, thank you. Finally, he expressed his gratitude to Lin Chen, feeling somewhat moved. Regardless of Lin Chen's reasons, directly rejecting someone from the Gong family was, in fact, the greatest support he could offer. Gongge, what are you talking about? Lin Chen smiled nonchalantly. I just can't stand that bunch of petty people from the Gong family. He was never one to be sentimental. If others were genuinely kind to him, he didn't mind returning the favor. Alright, I understand. Gong Fong looked at Lin Chen and nodded with a smile. Today is a great day. The top two from the Tianhai province preliminaries both come from my Qingjin City, so we should celebrate properly. Let's go to Tian Shangrenjian. He then took the lead and headed towards Tianzhuan City. Gongge, about that betting money. Just then, Lin Chen's words made Gong Fong pause in his steps. How about a 70 to 30 split? I take 7, you take 3? Lin Chen shook his head. How about a 60 to 40 split? I take 6, you take 4? Lin Chen still shook his head. Clang! A pleasant sound rang in Lin Chen's ears as 600 million gold coins appeared in his package. Ha! Lin Chen was taken aback. How about now? Are you satisfied? Gong Feng's voice rang out. Since Lin Chen had grabbed him, his perception of Lin Chen had changed. He no longer viewed Lin Chen as an investment object, and his earlier words were just a joke. Not bad. Lin Chen nodded, unsure of what he was thinking. Before long, a group of people arrived at Tianzhuan City's Tianshan. It must be said that Tianzhuan City's Tianshan was indeed different from Qingjin City's. Not only was the appearance and equipment far superior, but even the service quality was exceptional. There, in the private room, Lin Chen was constantly admiring those long, white legs. Lin Chen, what are you looking at? Li Qingqing, who came along, looked at Lin Chen with a puzzled expression. What are you looking at? Lin Chen replied without changing his expression, just observing the food in the heavenly realm. He glanced at Li Qingqing, feeling a sense of wonder in his heart. Big cities are indeed different. The food here is really good. Just look at their height and long legs. And that top, it's almost bursting. Clearly, it's not something a stunted little kid like Li Qingqing can compare to. Lin Chen, order something. Gong Fong, seeing Lin Chen's expression, reminded him helplessly. Oh, ordering, right. Lin Chen came back to his senses, of course, the usual, the emperor. But before he could finish, a figure burst through the door. Order, what to order? Just bring 3 sets of the emperor's meal. Ha! Everyone was surprised and turned to look, only to see a chubby figure storming in, followed by 2 familiar figures. The landlord's foolish son? Lin Chen was taken aback and blurted out, Wang Defa? Wang Defa? Gong Fong. Beside him was stunned, and after glancing at the 2 people behind Wang Defa, he confirmed Wang Defa's identity. Lin Chen, did you miss me? I brought enough money this time. We agreed to be friends. You can't go back on your word. Wang Defa didn't care about the expressions of those around him and ran directly to Lin Chen's side, transferring money to him. Clang! Before Lin Chen could react, 200 million gold coins appeared in his bag. Good friend. Lin Chen looked at the additional 200 million gold coins in his bag, momentarily at a loss for words. The 2 guards watching over the heavenly ghost secret realm behind Wang Defa exchanged strange glances but did not intervene. Ha ha, from now on, we are good friends. Wang Defa was very excited and glanced at the 8 stunned maids standing aside, saying, what are you still doing? Didn't you hear this young master wants 3 sets of the emperor's meal? If you dawdle, I'll have your shop closed in Tianzhuan City. Okay. One of the maids responded repeatedly. Although she had never seen Wang Defa, how could she not have heard of the name of the young lord of Tianzhuan City? Not long after, the 3 sets of the emperor's meal were all served, and even the oversized table made of jadeite in the private room was a bit overwhelmed. Young Master Wang, are you sure you can finish all this food? Lin Chen looked at the table full of dishes, somewhat speechless. He thought he was enough, but it turned out Wang Defa was even more so. Eat? Who said we have to eat it all? Wang Defa was taken aback and continued, also, don't call me young master. Since we are friends now, just call me Xiao Wang, that's what my close uncles and aunts call me. Alright, Xiao Wang, can you really eat all this? Lin Chen asked again. I never said I would eat it all. If I can't finish, I can just leave it to look at. We have to show off a bit, Wang Defa said with a look that suggested it was only natural. Show off? Right, leaving it to look at is also quite good. Showing off is indeed necessary. Lin Chen nodded speechlessly. After that, everyone stopped talking and focused on eating. Lin Chen, try the osmanthus wine I stole from my dad. Good wine. Lin Chen, try the heavenly fragrance wine I stole from my dad. Good wine. Lin Chen, try the peach blossom wine I stole from my dad. Good wine. 2 hours later, it was almost noon, and the meal finally came to an end. Lin Chen, I'm leaving first, see you tomorrow. Satisfied after a hearty meal and making friends, Wang Defa left with 2 guards whose faces were as black as iron pots. On this trip to the heavenly realm, he returned with a bountiful harvest. Not only did he become good friends with Lin Chen, but his good friend Lin Chen also gifted him a magical staff. Let's go, it's time to head back. Today has truly been a delightful day. After Wang Defa left, Lin Chen paid no mind to Gong Fong and the others, happily humming a little tune as he made his way to the Tianbao branch in Tianzhuan City. Without much hassle, once Lin Chen presented the purple gold membership card gifted by Wang Defa, the shopkeeper instantly transformed into a sycophant, packaging Lin Chen's gains from the Tiangui secret realm for a price of 150 million. From then on, the gold coins in Lin Chen's package surpassed 1 billion. Now, I can definitely say I'm a wealthy man. Looking at the string of gold coin numbers in his package, Lin Chen felt elated as he walked towards the city gate. Meanwhile, outside Tianzhuan City, in a wild map area, Gongxing was anxiously waiting for something. Suddenly, a fierce wind erupted, and a gigantic white tiger with wings descended. On its back sat an old man. "I've seen my third uncle." Seeing this, Gongxing's face lit up with joy, and he respectfully bowed to the old man sitting on the white tiger. "Is what you said in the message true?" The old man leaped down, his expression serious as he stared at Gongxing. "How could Gongxing dare to deceive my third uncle? I was there at the time. Wang Zizai personally used a spatial spell to restore the scene of Lynch in the Tian secret realm." Gong Xing recounted truthfully, then added embellishments. "Moreover, my family's discarded son, Gong Fong, was also present, but that little brat Lin Chen was truly too arrogant, completely disregarding my Gong family." The old man before him was none other than the third elder of the Gong family, a grand mage with 9 transformations, Gong Quan. At this moment, Gong Xing only wanted to take revenge on Lin Chen, not mentioning how he had humiliated Gong Fong at that time. Humph. Upon hearing this, Gong Quan suddenly let out a cold snort and said, "Stop with the nonsense. I know your character well enough. What a fool you are to offend such a genius over a personal grudge with a discarded son." As the third elder of the Gong family and part of the same faction as Gong Xing, he had naturally heard of the conflict between Gong Fong and Gong Xing, and he understood Gong Xing's character even better. "Third uncle, I was wrong. I realize my mistake." Gong Xing's face instantly turned pale, and he knelt down to plead for mercy. He hadn't expected to be seen through so easily. At this moment, he was extremely anxious, knowing that in the Gong family, useless or troublesome individuals were never tolerated, and he feared his fate would be the same as Gong Feng's. However, a swordsman, no matter how monstrous his talent, is still just a swordsman. He shouldn't be so arrogant. Gong Quan glanced at Gong Xing and continued, "The finals of the city championship are coming up soon. We must win the championship without any accidents. It's best to go meet that Lin Chen." All right. Everything is up to my third uncle." Gong Xing secretly wiped the sweat from his palms, knowing that Gong Quan was not planning to pursue the matter further. "White tiger, you go hunt for food in the wild." Gong Quan patted the enormous white tiger beside him and was about to head towards Tianzhuan City. Suddenly, the jade pendant at his waist flashed. "Ha!" Gong Quan was taken aback, took down the jade pendant, and a stream of information entered his mind. Xingjin, city qualification test, 4-pattern ordinary swordsman, has a close relationship with Gong Fong, suspected to have a 9 transformation, grand practitioner behind him. The information from the jade pendant was what he had sent someone to investigate after receiving Gong Xing's message. It seems this Lin Chen also has significant backing. Gong Quan frowned, then changed his mind, saying, "Let's first go into the city and have that discarded son probe Lin Chen's true strength." In his view, it was within his expectations that Lin Chen had a powerful figure behind him, so he planned to first gather information from Gong Fong about Lin Chen. If Lin Chen's backing wasn't from those few families in the capital, he would have no reservations. "Yes, it's still my third uncle who is considerate. I'll lead the way for you right now." Gong Xing wore a smile that resembled a licking dog, proactively stepping forward to guide Gong Quan. Half an hour later, Gong Fong, who had just come back from the world of heaven and earth, returned to his temporary residence in Tianzhuan City. "Who is it?" He instinctively jumped at the sight of 2 figures as he entered the room. "It's you guys?" Gong Fong frowned slightly, a bad premonition stirring in his heart. "Long time no see, Fonger." Gong Quan looked at Gong Fong with a benevolent smile. "There's nothing to say about long time no see. A discarded piece is unlikely to catch the eye of the third elder." Gong Fong replied with a stern face. Ever since he was abandoned by the Gong family like a discarded piece, he vowed never to have any dealings with them again. "Gong Fong, what kind of attitude is this? How can you speak to the third elder like that?" Gong Xing immediately showcased his licking dog skills from the side. "Shut up." Gong Quan scolded Gong Xing and continued to Gong Fong, "I know you harbor resentment for being expelled from the family back then. I'm here this time to give you a chance to return to the family and restore your qualifications." "Return to the family? Restore qualifications?" Gong Feng's body stiffened at these words. He didn't care about returning to the family. In fact, he despised the Gong family. However, the thought of restoring his qualifications, it would be a lie to say he wasn't tempted. For over a decade, he had been searching for ways to restore his original qualifications. "Then I'll speak plainly." Seeing Gong Feng's slightly moved expression, Gong Quan revealed a hint of mockery at the corner of his mouth and continued, "As long as you can make Lin Chen not participate in the final of the city championship or let him deliberately lose when he encounters Gong Tian, I can take charge and allow you to return to the Gong family, and I'll also gift you a bottle of marrow cleansing liquid." "Marrow cleansing liquid?" Gong Xing was taken aback. As the name suggests, the marrow cleansing liquid has the effect of washing tendons and cleansing marrow, allowing any job changer with qualifications below the 7th rank to unconditionally elevate their qualifications by 1 level, and it can even restore the qualifications of those who have been wasted at the 9th rank and below. This is something that money can't buy, extremely rare, and most of it is monopolized by those Big families to prepare for their geniuses with ninth-rank qualifications. What do you think? As long as you agree, once the city championship is over, I will restore your identity as a Gong family member and the marrow cleansing liquid will be granted to you. Gong Quan's tempting voice rang out. Gong Fong fell silent, not answering immediately. Gong Fong, don't be ungrateful. Seeing Gong Feng's silence, Gong Xing stepped forward to show off such generous conditions. If it weren't for the third elder's kindness, how would you have this opportunity? Hurry up and kneel down to thank him. He. At that moment, Gong Fong laughed, a mocking expression on his face. The marrow cleansing liquid is indeed tempting. I've dreamed of obtaining it for over a decade, but, he paused, the mockery on his face deepening. But Gong Fong knows his own worth and cannot bear the third elder's kindness, so the third elder should look for someone else. Humph. You. Both Gong Quan and Gong Fong wore expressions of anger, not expecting Gong Fong to refuse such an offer. Moreover, if the third elder wants Gong Tian to win the championship, I'm afraid that won't happen this time. With that contestant, who can claim the first place? Ha ha ha. Gong Fong looked at the furious expressions of Gong Quan and Gong Xing, feeling quite pleased in his heart. Humph. A discarded piece like a frog at the bottom of a well. This year's city championship must belong to Tian, and no one can change that. Gong Quan coldly replied, waving his sleeve as he stepped out of the room. Outside the room, Gong Xing, who had been secretly rejoicing, suddenly felt the token at his waist light up. Third elder, I have good news. Gong Xing glanced at the message on the token and, with a fawning expression, said to Gong Quan, Lynch has left the city. The Gong family is really getting more and more despicable. Gong Fong paced back and forth in the room. As one of the top families in the Dragon Kingdom, the new generation within the clan possessed the potential of a divine mage, yet they resorted to such underhanded tactics to secure the championship, which he found utterly shameful. But why does Gong Quan think that as long as Lin Chen goes easy, that genius seed of the Gong family can win the championship? Gong Fong stopped and muttered to himself, a look of confusion on his face. Anyone with a bit of insight knew that Yun Pianpian would be participating in this year's city championship. And once Yun Pianpian entered the competition, did the others still have a chance? He didn't believe anyone else could rival Yun Pianpian. Even a prodigy like Lin Chen, he didn't think Lin Chen could win. But Gong Quan's last words, Gong Fong kept pondering in his heart. Suddenly, it seemed he thought of something. Disaster. Gong Feng's figure moved swiftly, bursting out of the room and rushing towards the city lord's mansion of Tianzuan City. Lin Chen, you must not leave the city. At the same time, Lin Chen, who had just stepped out of Tianzuan City, was studying the map in his hands. Well, this wild wolf den is nice. Not only is the level suitable, but it also produces sets. This crazy peak secret cave is also good. It even has a chance to drop royal jelly. Big brother. Goblin den is pretty good too. There are plenty of monsters, so the drops must be more. At this moment, Lin Chen was focused on selecting his money-making locations. Unlike the small city of Qingjin, Tianzuan City, as a provincial capital, had a population and area several times larger than Qingjin, and even the nearby wilderness maps were ridiculously abundant. There were as many as 18 outdoor leveling spots suitable for Lin Chen to farm. For a moment, Lin Chen felt dazzled by the choices. Tomorrow I will head to Longjing for the finals. Although the competition starts the day after tomorrow, I only have 6 chances to use the divine sword. Looking at it this way, I need to be a bit more careful in choosing the map. Lin Chen muttered to himself, feeling a bit regretful about wasting 12 maps without being able to farm. Forget it, there's nothing I can do about it. In the end, Lin Chen shook his head and turned towards the direction of the Big Brother Goblin Denver. Strange, why is there not a single person on this road? More than an hour later, Lin Chen was getting closer to the Big Brother Goblin Den, but along the way he hadn't seen a single job changer. Could it be because Tianzuan City is a provincial capital that there are particularly few low-level players around? Lin Chen thought for a moment, and it seemed that was the only explanation. But that doesn't make sense. The day of baptism has passed for a while, shouldn't it be more lively here? Lin Chen frowned, feeling that something was off. Roar! Suddenly, a tiger's roar echoed through the sky. A flying tiger? Lin Chen looked up and saw a massive white tiger descending from the sky, flapping its wings. At the same time, a huge light curtain enveloped Lin Chen. You have been enveloped by the radiant sky curtain. The prompt startled Lin Chen, and a cautious expression appeared on his face as the Basha sword instantly appeared in his hand. Someone really wants to make a move on me. Lin Chen looked at the descending white tiger, on which were 2 figures. One was Gong Xing, whom he had called trash, and the old man beside Gong Xing was someone he had never seen before, but his instincts told him that this old man was terrifying. You are Lin Chen? I am Gong Quan from the Gong family. Gong Xing and Gong Quan leaped down from the white tiger. I am Lin Chen. Lin Chen nodded, staring intently at Gong Quan. Lin Chen, why aren't you quickly paying your respects to the third elder of the Gong family? Gong Xing looked at Lin Chen with a smug expression. After having a conflict with Lin Chen, He bribed the soldiers guarding the city gate in Tianzhuan City so that whenever Lin Chen left the city, they would immediately notify him. Now, with Gong Quan here, Lin Chen was practically a turtle in a jar. I didn't expect you to be not only useless but also a sycophant. Lin Chen glanced at Gong Xing and mocked him without reservation. Isn't that right? I'm not one of your Gong family members. Besides, if your Gong family wants to be sycophants, why drag me into it? You are being outrageous. Gong Quan was furious, raising his staff, ready to strike Lin Chen. Gong Quan shot an unhappy glance at Gong Xing. It was Gong Xing who was rude. Upon seeing Gong Quan's expression, Gong Xing's arrogance instantly vanished. Lin Chen, my young friend, I know there may be some misunderstandings between you and Gong Xing. Gong Quan continued to speak to Lin Chen. I came this time to clarify the misunderstandings. Clarify misunderstandings? Lin Chen rolled his eyes, feeling utterly disdainful. Are you trying to fool me? Does your family's clarification of misunderstandings require a barrier treasure? Lin Chen absolutely did not believe Gong Quan's words. I already know about the incident between Gong Xing and you, outside the Tian Gue secret realm, and I apologize for that. It is my Gong family's negligence in managing our family members. Additionally, I have also heard about your relationship with Gong Fong and have sent word to the clan to prepare to restore Gong Feng's status as a member of the Gong family. Gong Quan said softly while looking at Lin Chen. This old man is quite a character. Lin Chen's expression became serious. As the third elder of the Gong family, Gong Quan's strength was certainly not weak. For someone of such status to speak to him in a low voice showed that the other party's scheming was definitely not something Gong Xing, this waste, could compare to. No need for an apology. I am a magnanimous person. Just have that waste kneel and knock his head twice, and that will be enough. Suddenly, a hint of mockery appeared at the corner of Lin Chen's mouth as he looked at Gong Xing with amusement. In his view, such an excessive demand would surely be refused by Gong Quan. Lin Chen, you are insulting my Gong family. Do you know you are courting death? Gong Xing's eyes were filled with barely concealed killing intent. What? You disagree? Is this your attitude towards an apology? Lin Chen shook his head, his gaze still fixed on Gong Quan. You must be dreaming. You are humiliating my Gong family. How could the third elder? Gong Xing laughed in anger. But before he could finish, a serious voice interrupted. Kneel. It was Gong Quan who spoke, and at that moment he was suppressing the anger in his heart. Just endure a little, it's not a loss. If it can be resolved peacefully, that would be best. Winning the championship is the most important thing right now. Another Gong Quan is nothing. When could he represent the Gong family? He comforted himself in his heart. Third elder, you. Gong Xing looked shocked. He never expected Gong Quan would actually make him kneel before Lin Chen. I said kneel. Gong Quan's face showed obvious anger, but whether this anger was directed at Lin Chen or Gong Xing was unclear. Thud. The sound of knees hitting the ground echoed as Gong Xing reluctantly knelt down. What the hell? This old man is really ruthless. He even makes his own people kneel. Gong Quan's evaluation in Lin Chen's heart rose another level. Alright, Lin Chen, my young friend, are you satisfied now? Gong Quan forced a smile on his face. Quite satisfied. Lin Chen nodded, speaking frankly. Then can we have a good talk now? Gong Quan asked next. Talk about what? Lin Chen pretended to be confused. When did I agree to talk with you? Are you toying with me? Upon hearing this, Gong Quan's entire face instantly darkened. He, a 9-turn Grand Mage, was so humble as to curry favor with a mere 1-turn swordsman, even going so far as to make his family members kneel. Little did he expect that the other party was actually toying with him. In an instant, Gong Quan felt a surge of blood rushing to his head, wishing he could eliminate Lin Chen right then and there. Roar! Behind him, the white tiger seemed to sense its master's fury and let out a roar towards the sky. Big cat, why are you howling? Lin Chen appeared unconcerned. Toying with you? I certainly am not. It was you who insisted on bringing people to apologize to me. Is it wrong for me to accept? Lin Chen felt his understanding was perfectly reasonable. Now, I'll give you one last chance. Withdraw from the finals of the city competition voluntarily and I can spare your life. Gong Quan's expression grew increasingly grim, his aura steadily rising. What if I refuse? A glint of cold light flashed in Lin Chen's eyes. Do they really think they can bully him? If you refuse, you die. The voice filled with murderous intent rang out, and a magical staff appeared in Gong Quan's hand. I know there is a 9-turn Grand Practitioner behind you, but my Gong family has never lacked 9-turn Grand Practitioners. And don't delude yourself into thinking that the Grand Practitioner behind you can come to save you. In this Yaohua sky, no matter how much commotion you cause, no one will notice. He had prepared thoroughly this time, intending to use both courtesy and force against Lin Chen. If he could resolve this peacefully, the Gong family would not only gain a promising dog but also secure Gong Tian's championship position, so he thought it was worth enduring a little. However, Lin Chen's actions were completely beyond his expectations, which is why he had already developed a murderous intent. No one will notice no matter how much commotion you cause?
Lin Chen was momentarily stunned, focusing solely on this sentence, while
Gong Quan's other words were automatically ignored as nonsense. What? Afraid? Now regretting agreeing to my terms? I can still give you another chance to be my Gong family's dog.
Seeing this, Gong Quan forcibly suppressed the murderous intent in his heart.
Afraid? Lin Chen looked puzzled. Why should he be afraid? What I mean is, why didn't you say earlier that your so-called Yao Hua Sky is so impressive? Lin Chen spoke up, a hint of a smile on his face, continuing, you made me worry for nothing. What do you mean? Gong Quan looked at
Lin Chen's smile and felt something was off.
What I mean is, that way I don't have to worry about causing too much of a commotion when I kill you.
Lin Chen's smile remained, as if he were discussing something trivial.
Ha ha ha.
Suddenly, Gong Quan burst into laughter, looking
at Lin Chen as if he were an idiot. Kill me? Do you think you're the sword god? Lin Chen, are you dreaming? The third elder is a 9-turn mage.
At that moment, Gong Xing, who had been kneeling on the ground, stood up, glaring at Lin Chen with resentment.
In his view,
Gong Quan was already a 9-turn mage, and with the support of the Gong family, unless the sword god or the mage god personally came, it would be impossible for any other 9-turn grand practitioner to kill Gong Quan.
You don't believe me?
Lin Chen shook his head helplessly.
Silently activating battle mode, I am indeed not the sword god, but my divine sword is a bit too many.
As soon as he finished
speaking, a terrifying pressure erupted around Lin Chen. Ja! Roar! Een!
The bluebird spread its wings, the thunder dragon roared, and the soul of the Baxa lay in the void. The 3 divine sword origins instantly manifested, making Lin Chen appear like a true deity, sacred and inviolable. Die! Lin Chen gave Gong Quan no chance to react, directly activating the 3 talent sword formation.
In an instant,
the 3 divine sword origins completely merged, and a colossal sword of creation slashed down.
Boom! Crack! 999, 9999.
999, 9999, 999, 9999. 3 blood-red numbers floated up, clearly indicating that the health deduction limit had been reached.
The power that
annihilated heaven and earth cleaved the ground open, leaving a deep pit, and Gong Quan, Gong Xing, along with that white tiger, had no chance to escape, only to be reduced to dust with expressions of sheer terror. Even the dazzling sky above shattered directly.
The surging
sword energy did not dissipate. The entire wilderness was continuously collapsing, stirring up clouds of dust.
You have actively killed Gong Quan. You have actively killed Gong Xing. The notification sounded, but Lin Chen had no mind to pay attention to it. What happened to being indestructible? Is this how the barrier treasure works?
Just a bunch of hot air from the 9 turns trash. At this moment, Lin Chen had cursed Gong Quan countless times in his heart and could only helplessly run towards the Big Brother Goblin lair.
You have entered
the Big Brother Goblin lair. It wasn't until a flash of light that Lin Chen, having entered the Big Brother Goblin lair, finally breathed
a sigh of relief.
He had originally thought the barrier treasure would be impressive, even if it couldn't withstand the 3 talents
sword formation. It should at least weaken the impact, right?
He never expected it to cause such a huge commotion.
If someone knew what Lin Chen was thinking at this moment, they would definitely scoff. Don't you have any sense?
The monster map could be blown up directly.
Could the barrier treasure be sturdier than a rule-generated map? Let's stay here for a while before going out.
Lin Chen found a spot far
from the monsters, adjusted his combat mode to good and evil mode, and muttered, killing 9 turns shouldn't be a waste, right?
Meanwhile, outside the Big Brother Goblin lair, on the wilderness map, the dust was slowly settling, and 2 figures suddenly appeared in midair.
Dad, hurry and find Lin Chen. He's my only friend, he can't die.
One of them was Wang Defa, who had received a message from Gong Fong, and the other was naturally Wang Zizai, the governor of Tian province. At this moment, Wang Defa looked at the shattered ground and the bottomless pit, feeling extremely anxious, and cursed.
Gong Quan is really too unruly. How dare he make such a big noise in our territory? Wang Zizai remained silent, his furrowed brow scanning the devastated land. Dad, say something. Is Lin Chen still alive or not?
Seeing Wang Zizai not speaking, Wang Defa became even more anxious.
Lin Chen is not dead. After
a long while, Wang Zizai finally spoke, but the seriousness on his face was even more pronounced than before, and then he continued, moreover, the commotion
here is not something Gong Quan could have caused.
As a fellow 9 turns, he knew Gong Quan inside and out. He understood that Gong Quan absolutely did not
have the strength to inflict such terrifying destruction here. Could it be that the one behind Lin Chen is a certain sword god from Sword God Mountain?
He thought, feeling the lingering sword energy around him. The scene before him was clearly caused by the wrath of a sword god, and since the Gong family had no sword god, there was only one possibility left. The one behind Lin Chen was not the rumored 9 turns great professional but a genuine sword god who had
completed 10 turns.
Since the preliminary competition in Tianhai province ended, he had sent someone to investigate Lin Chen, and he was not surprised at all that there was a big shot behind Lin Chen. He just didn't expect it to be a sword god. He just didn't know which sword god from Sword God Mountain it was.
Not dead? Wang Defa was taken aback. Lin Chen is actually not dead? Do you really want Lin Chen to die? Wang Zizai looked at his foolish son with some exasperation. How could Lin Chen possibly not be dead? Wang Defa blurted out instinctively. The terrifying scene before them was clearly caused by a professional. Above 9 turns, although Lin Chen was a prodigy, he was still only 1 turn. How could he possibly be alive? Lin Chen didn't die, Wang Zizai repeated, with a dark face. Oh, it's great that he's really not dead. Wang Defa nodded, feeling relieved in his heart, secretly muttering, I was already planning to steal your divine weapon to take revenge for Lin Chen. Turns out it was all for nothing. Steal my divine weapon? Although Wang Defa's voice was very low, Wang Zizai heard it clearly. At this moment, his face darkened even more, wishing he could slap his foolish son. Isn't this just a blatant trap for me? Yet, Wang Defa didn't notice his father's expression at all and continued, so where is Lin Chen now? Let's bring him back. Wang Defa was still very concerned about Lin Chen. I don't know. Wang Zizai turned his head away irritably, not wanting to look at his foolish son. Dad, you must be lying to me. How could you not know? Wang Defa clearly didn't believe it. Didn't you use the space rewind skill outside the Heavenly Ghost secret realm? Just use it again to find Lin Chen. Space rewind? Wang Zizai's darkened face couldn't help but twitch. That was purely a lie to those fools. What secret technique? What space rewind? There's no such thing. I don't even believe it myself. However, Wang Zizai couldn't say these truths out loud, so he could only darken his face and silently use the space skill, preparing to leave with Wang Defa. Just as he was using the space skill, a hand behind him gently tapped. Puff! A slight sound of spatial vibration occurred, and invisible spatial ripples spread out, completely erasing the sword energy that was about to dissipate. Night, the stars densely packed, silent and tranquil. Since entering the era of universal job change, heavy industry during peacetime had been completely scrapped, and the environment of Blue Star was particularly good now. In the wild, at the entrance of the Big Brother Goblin Denver, a figure walked out, and after confirming that no one was around, the figure quickly headed towards the city gate. This person was Lin Chen. An hour later, no unexpected events occurred, and Lin Chen safely entered Tianzhuan City. However, the 3 times the usual number of city guards at the city gate puzzled him. Once inside Tianzhuan City, Lin Chen didn't take much time to return to his room. Inside the room, Gong Fong had been waiting for him for a long time. Lin Chen, you're finally back. It's good that you're fine. It's good that you're fine. Seeing Lin Chen return safely, Gong Fong finally relaxed the anxious heart he had been holding. Good that I'm fine? A hint of confusion appeared on Lin Chen's face. Could it be that the news of Gong Quan trying to kill him had already spread? No, if it had really spread, the people from the city lord's mansion in Tianzhuan City should have already taken him away for questioning at the city gate. Thinking of this, Lin Chen was somewhat puzzled, and asked Gong Fong, Brother Gong, has something big happened? Not just big, it's simply earth-shattering. At this point, Gong Feng's face was filled with excitement. Earth-shattering? Could it be that my killing of Gong Quan and Gong Xing's matter has been exposed? However, before Lin Chen could speculate further, Gong Fong asked, you didn't encounter anyone from the Gong family, did you? Well, I shouldn't have encountered them, otherwise, I wouldn't have returned safely. After asking, Gong Fong muttered something quietly, then continued, today, the Gong family has truly been slapped in the face. I heard that. The 3rd elder of the Gong family, Gong Quan, caused trouble in Tianzhuan City and angered Wang Xingshou. In a fit of rage, Wang Xingshou directly killed him with a divine weapon staff. What? Gong Quan was killed by Wang Zizai? A hint of unnatural expression appeared on Lin Chen's face. But that's not all. Gong Fong didn't stop. Instead, he spoke even more excitedly. In the afternoon, the Gong family sent 2 elders to demand an explanation. But who would have thought that Governor Wang would act without a word and directly take action, successfully driving those 2 Gong family elders back? You should have seen the scene. The ground in the wild was caved in. Those deep trenches are bottomless. Governor Wang is truly fierce. The more Gong Fong spoke, the more excited he became, until he was practically spitting. Meanwhile, Lin Chen listened in a daze, silently muttering in his heart, Old Wang. Oh no, Governor Wang. You really are a good person. Lin Chen was quite pleased to see someone taking the blame for him. At the same time, in the Lord's mansion of Tianzhuan City, Governor Wang Zizai sat in his chair with a gloomy expression. Today's events are truly absurd, he muttered to himself. After seeing the scene in the wild, he had intended to do a favor for Lin Chen by covering for the Sword God from Sword God Mountain, but who would have thought it would backfire, with the Gong family insisting that he was the one who killed Gong Quan. Of course, he couldn't admit to that. Why should he take the blame for something he didn't do? But then, even more absurd things happened. The Gong family directly sent people to provide alibis for several sword gods from Sword God Mountain, and the head of the Gong family even obtained the specific locations of several magic gods from the Mage Sea at that time. After calculating one by one, the only one capable and with the time to kill Gong Quan outside Tianzhuan City was him, especially since he had a divine weapon in hand. Moreover, coincidentally, the Gong family's people captured the aura of spatial magic while investigating in the wild. At this point, he truly found himself in a difficult position. The next day, Lin Chen woke up very early. Since he had already used the 3 chances of the divine sword on Gong Fong yesterday, he felt a bit uneasy in his heart. Obsessive-compulsive disorder, obsessive-compulsive disorder. I feel uncomfortable if I don't make money for a day. Stepping out, Lin Chen hummed a little tune as he walked towards the city gate. 2 hours later, comfortable, Lin Chen walked out of the Tianbao branch in Tianzhuan City with a satisfied expression. Having gotten used to blowing up maps every day, not doing it for a day felt truly uncomfortable. At the same time, in the Lord's mansion of Tianzhuan City, Wang Zizai, who was instructing Wang Defa, looked at the message on the jade token at his waist and his expression instantly became unnatural. These Gong family people are truly too much. Do they really think I won't dare to take action? A layer of frost rose on Wang Zizai's face, clearly indicating his genuine anger. Just moments ago, he had received a message from his subordinates. 3 LV.120 maps in the wild of Tianzhuan City had been maliciously destroyed, and someone had spotted the figure of a Gong family elder nearby. What a clumsy scheme, trying to pin the blame on that sword god. Do they really think I would fall for it? Wang Zizai snorted coldly. In his self-perception, he had helped the sword god behind Lin Chen immensely, not only clearing the traces of sword energy but also taking the blame for him. Although he learned from investigating Lin Chen's information that the sword god behind him liked to blow up maps, he had indeed done a great favor for the other party. Surely they would give him some face and not blow up the wild maps of Tianzhuan City? Moreover, there were people who had seen the Gong family elder's figure near those maps. It was obvious. This was a deliberate act by those despicable Gong family members, trying to frame the sword god behind Lin Chen. Humph, don't they know who this governor is? How could I fall for the tricks of you small-time villains? But it is indeed time to teach you a lesson, otherwise, you would truly be lawless. Ultimately, based on his deductions, Wang Zizai felt he had found the truth of the matter. Soon after, his figure disappeared from the spot, leaving behind a bewildered Wang Defa. At this moment, near the destroyed map in the wilderness of Tianzhuan City, 2 elders from the Gong family were exploring something. We're late again. This is the 3rd location, one of the elders said with a frown. Today, upon hearing the news that Lin Chen had left the city, they rushed over. Although they didn't suspect Lin Chen was involved with the murderer, they wanted to investigate the strength of the 9 turns great class master behind him. If possible, they even hoped to recruit Lin Chen into the Gong family. Unfortunately, every time they arrived at a map where Lin Chen had been, he had already left, leaving only the forcibly destroyed map behind. It seems that the 9 turns master behind Lin Chen must be very strong, the other Gong elder said, glancing at the entrance of the destroyed map, his voice low. As a 9 turns, he was confident he could destroy a level 120 wilderness map, but it would never be as clean and quick. At least several skills would be needed. After all, destroying a map requires not only defeating all the monsters within but also genuinely breaking through the maximum damage limits set by the rules. Could it be that the 3rd brother was killed by the person behind Lin Chen? The 1st elder spoke again. It does seem possible, the other Gong elder nodded. As elders of the Gong family and 9 turns great class masters, they were confident in their strength, but they also knew that there are always stronger people out there. While few in the 9 turns could kill them, it was not impossible. Let's go back and decide on this matter. We've already offended Wang Zizai. If we find evidence proving that it was Wang Zizai who acted, that would be fine. But if we can't find anything, we might end up getting hit back. The Gong elder thought for a moment and made a decision. Staying in Tianzhuan City, he always felt a sense of insecurity. Alright, let's go back, the other elder agreed with a nod. Just as the two were preparing to return, the void nearby suddenly became imprisoned. Can you two leave? A gloomy voice echoed, and Wang Zizai's figure appeared out of thin air. Wang Zizai, what do you mean? Although we are no match for you, we are not people you can bully at will. One of the Gong elders spoke, flames of heavenly fire erupting around him as he forcefully broke through the spatial imprisonment. Bully? Wang Zizai sneered, then coldly said, it is your Gong family that has gone too far, casually slandering the provincial leader and recklessly destroying the resource map of Tianzhuan City. Do you really think I, Wang Zizai, am made of mud? As he finished speaking, the surrounding void shattered and enormous black holes appeared, seemingly ready to swallow everything. Destroying the map? Both of them were taken aback, and while desperately resisting the pull of the black holes, they turned to glance at the entrance of the destroyed map. Wang Zizai, you misunderstood. This map was not destroyed by us, it was destroyed by the person behind Lin Chen, the other Gong elder said anxiously. Ha! I knew you would say that. Do you really think the provincial leader is a fool? Wang Zizai sneered, his hands never stopping. Wang Zizai, do you really want to fight to the death? The Gong elder was also getting angry. It was clearly their Gong family member who had died, and it was also their Gong family member who was getting beaten up while seeking justice. Why should they bear the blame? At this moment, his anger
reached its peak, and blazing heavenly fire descended from the void, clearly ready to fight Wang Zizai to the death. The other Gong elder, seeing this, also exerted all his strength. In an instant, wind and fire clashed, the air in the void filled with energy, and the sky above the wilderness of Tianzhuan City seemed to be covered with black fire clouds. Is that the provincial leader battling with the two elders of the Gong family? It really seems to be. The provincial leader is so fierce, could he really kill all three Gong family elders? Near the destroyed map, although there were few class changers, there were still some. Soon, the news of provincial chief Wang Zizai's surprise attack on two elders of the Gong family spread throughout the entire Tianzhuan city. 2 hours later, Lynch, who had returned to his room for a nap, was awakened by a hurried knock on the door. With no other choice, Lynch opened the door. Lynch, guess what just happened? Gong Fong excitedly walked into Lynch's room. What happened? Lynch, still groggy, replied lazily. Did someone from the Gong family die heroically again? However, he was just saying it casually. It couldn't be that coincidental that people from the Gong family were dying every day, could it? This time, no one died, but they almost did. Gong Fong said with great excitement, vividly recounting, this morning, I don't know what got into those two elders of the Gong family, but they maliciously destroyed the maps of the wild areas in Tianzhuan City, and they were even spotted near the destroyed maps. At this point, he paused and looked at Lin Chen intently. When he first learned of this incident, his first reaction was that it was the work of the person behind Lin Chen. However, based on the truth uncovered by the provincial chief's investigation, it seemed that the two elders of the Gong family had done it on purpose to divert blame. With solid evidence, Provincial Chief Wang acted in anger. I heard that if those two elders of the Gong family hadn't used their life-saving trump cards in the end, they probably wouldn't have made it back. Gong Fong finished in one breath, his tone filled with regret. Is that so? Lin Chen was taken aback, marveling at the vastness of the world and the continuous coincidences, while also feeling unusually alert. It was obvious. The two elders of the Gong family had gone to those wild maps to track his location. What did this indicate? It completely demonstrated that there are always schemers wanting to harm me. The Gong family was still harboring ill intentions. No, this cannot continue. Absolutely cannot sit and wait for death. As the saying goes, to cut the grass, one must remove the roots. Since the few weeds from the Gong family were still unrepentant, they should be uprooted entirely. At that moment, Lin Chen made a decision in his heart, looking seriously at Gong Fong and asking, Brother Gong, does the Gong family still have any close relatives? Close relatives? Gong Fong was clearly taken aback, not understanding what Lin Chen meant, but he instinctively replied, the Gong family only has my enemies left. He was right. Although he had once been an 8-pattern qualified swordsman, he was not favored since childhood. Just like Lin Chen, as he was an orphan. Many times, Gong Fong even wondered if his biological parents were still alive. Would the Gong family have driven him out? That's good. Lin Chen nodded upon hearing this, lost in thought. Why are you saying all this? Gong Feng's nose felt a bit sour, as if touched by certain memories, and then he continued, hurry and come with me to the city lord's mansion. Don't waste any time. Today was the day for the representatives from Tianhai province to head to Longjing for the finals of the city championship. Okay. Lin Chen nodded and followed behind Gong Fong. Half an hour later, when Gong Fong brought Lin Chen to the city lord's mansion in Tianzhuan City, the other 9 representatives had already gathered, including Li Qingqing and Wang Defa. Lin Chen, come here. Wang Defa waved joyfully at Lin Chen upon seeing him arrive. Unlike Wang Defa, the other 8 were more reserved. Lin Chen walked over at the sound, but Wang Defa's next words nearly made Lin Chen spit blood. Yesterday I thought my dad was lying to me, but it turns out you were already dead. Indeed, I can't fully trust my dad's words, nor can I completely disbelieve them. But why didn't you die? Wang Defa opened his mouth again, fixating on Lin Chen and chattering endlessly. Do you really want me dead? Lin Chen's face revealed a hint of annoyance, and then he said, do you know that good friends are supposed to share life and death together? In peaceful times, good friends don't seek to live together on the same day, but rather, to die together on the same day. Lin Chen switched to persuasion mode, while silently muttering in his heart, hadn't I already died once after crossing over? So it's better for you, Comrade Wang, to go die yourself. Is that so? Wang Defa's eyes widened in disbelief. However, at that moment, a loud voice rang out, this time to Longjing, I will take you there. Before the person arrived, the voice had already come. An old man slowly walked out from the living room, glanced at everyone, and continued, little ones, follow me. With that, he took the lead and walked towards the door. Ha! Everyone looked puzzled. Such an important competition as the city championship, shouldn't it be accompanied by the provincial governor? For a moment, no one moved. No need to guess, my dad is afraid of death and doesn't dare to go to Longjing. At this moment, Wang Defa took the initiative to follow behind the old man and continued, this is my great-uncle Wang Tianmen, also a 9-transformation powerhouse. Upon hearing this, the puzzled expressions on everyone's faces instantly turned awkward.
While lamenting Wang Defa's mischief, their admiration for Wang Zizai also diminished. He.
Wang Tianmen only smiled upon hearing this, showing no signs
of blaming Wang Defa. Everyone followed Wang Tianmen, and after about 10 minutes,
they arrived at the location of the teleportation array in Tianzhuan
City. Is this the legendary teleportation array? It's pitch black inside. Could it be dangerous? I've never seen a teleportation array in my life. I heard
that this teleportation array can only be opened at the same time with the unified approval of the provincial governors. At other times, it is closed. Everyone looked at the teleportation array in front of them, all marveling. My dad said that using the teleportation array definitely carries a risk of
danger. Wang Defa's voice rang out.
At that moment, he was leisurely eating jade grapes and even handed a large bunch to Lynch and beside him.
Is there really danger? Everyone was taken aback. Spit it out.
Wang Defa spat out a grape skin and continued, the premise is he tampered with the teleportation array to
trick people. Phew.
Everyone let out a sigh, looking at Wang Defa with strange expressions.
Although this young lord was a bit of a troublemaker, Wang Zizai
only had this one son. He wouldn't go so far as to tamper with the teleportation array to harm his own son, right?
Alright, stop listening to this kid's jokes. If you've seen enough, follow me.
Wang Tianmen shook his head helplessly, affectionately ruffling Wang Defa's hair, and then fiddled with the coordinates beside the teleportation array before stepping inside. Lin Chen and Wang Defa followed closely behind. The others exchanged glances and then stepped into the
teleportation as well. A flash of light. When everyone opened their eyes again, they had already arrived in Longjing. Wow, is this Longjing? Li Qingqing looked around at the bustling streets and the crowds coming and going, unable to help but exclaim. Coming from Qingjin City, she had thought Tianzhuan City was
luxurious enough, but compared to Longjing, it was like a small witch meeting a great witch. The locals of Longjing, upon seeing Lin Chen and the others
suddenly appear from the teleportation array, were not particularly surprised. Today was the eve of the Triannual City Championship Finals, so it was quite normal for the teleportation array to be open. That person is coming, make way. Quick, make way, that person is coming. Everyone, make way, make way.
Suddenly, there was a stir in the crowd, and everyone automatically made way in the somewhat crowded street.
Who is traveling? They must have quite the influence. Lin Chen looked on with a sense of amusement.
There were many big shots in Longjing, but since this was Longjing, generally speaking, no big shot
should have such great influence.
Before long, a graceful figure dressed in white gauze appeared before the crowd. Her steps were slow, and with each stride, her perfect body proportions were unmistakable, her clear eyes gazing straight ahead like stars in the moon, seemingly unable to accommodate anyone else. Unfortunately, the woman's face was obscured by a veil of ice, making it impossible to see her full features.
The food in big cities is indeed good. Lin Chen admired the woman's appearance,
but he suddenly noticed that Wang Defa had somehow crept up behind him, and his body seemed to be trembling, looking as if
he had seen a ghost. What are you doing? Lin Chen looked at Wang Defa in confusion, wanting to pull him out from behind. No, Lin Chen. No, it's Brother Mo. Please don't pull me out.
Wang Defa pleaded repeatedly, looking terrified at the thought of being seen by others.
Are you seeing ghosts? Lin Chen's confusion deepened.
No, that demoness is scarier than a ghost.
Wang Defa's body trembled even more violently. Demoness?
Lin Chen was puzzled and blurted out,
Who is the demoness? It's that Yun Pianpian who ascended.
Wang Defa peeked his head out from Lin Chen's shoulder, pointing at the woman in the middle of the
street. Yun Pianpian?
Lin Chen was taken aback, carefully scrutinizing the woman walking in the middle of the street.
Is she really Yun Pianpian? The legendary woman?
He had heard too many rumors about Lin Pianpian's deeds. She does seem quite impressive.
Lin Chen nodded to himself, unsure whether he was referring to Yun Pianpian's strength or something else.
Just then, it seemed Yun Pianpian sensed the unusual gaze and inexplicably turned her eyes toward Lin Chen.
She's looking over here. She's looking over here. Brother Mo, you have to shield me. Wang Defa quickly shrank back as he saw Yun Pianpian's gaze turn
toward them, his body shaking even more.
Is she really that terrifying? She's just a woman, right? Unlike Wang Defa, Lin Chen didn't feel much. He simply
exchanged a glance with Yun Pianpian, appreciating her beauty, while continuously tossing jade grapes into his mouth.
In that moment, their eyes met. There were
no dramatic sparks of love as seen in romantic dramas, no instant attraction.
At that moment, Yun Pianpian felt a bit curious. Since her rise to fame,
she had never encountered a fellow job changer of similar age who remained so calm in her presence. However, she didn't delve too deeply into it, she merely
glanced lightly before turning back to walk ahead. 2 minutes later,
only after Yun Pianpian had completely walked away did Wang Defa let out a sigh of
relief. That demoness has finally left. Wang Defa wiped the sweat from his forehead, his anxious heart finally at ease. Was she really that scary? Lin Chen's mouth twitched.
In his impression, although Wang Defa was the foolish son of a landlord, he was clearly not someone who was easily frightened.
How could he be so afraid of Yun Pianpian? You wouldn't know this. Wang Defa's face showed a conflicted expression, as if trapped in painful memories.
2 years ago, when Yun Pianpian reached level 1000 and began preparing materials for ascension, she came to me for help.
Came to you for help? Li Mo looked
At him with disbelief.
2 years ago, you were just an unclassed kid and a level 10 mage asked you for help? Are you out of your mind? Mo Gu, don't be skeptical. Wang Defa looked at Lin Chan's disbelieving expression and continued. Do you know what my title is?
The foolish son of a landlord.
Lin Chan
blurted out, but immediately felt a bit awkward after saying it.
Although Wang Defa did have a bit of that vibe, it wasn't right to say it outright.
Put. Wang Defa spat a few times but didn't mind, instead continuing, I have a well-known title, Child of Fortune.
Put.
Upon hearing this, Lin Chen sprayed
a half-chewed jade grape all over Wang Defa's face. Child of Fortune? What are you thinking?
I wouldn't even dare to call myself the Child of Fortune, and
you just say it like that. So, are you surprised?
Wang Defa wiped the saliva off his face, completely unfazed, and said proudly, do you know how my father's
divine staff came to be?
I dug up the map of mountains and rivers and used fragments of divine artifacts to synthesize it.
The map of mountains and rivers? Fragments of divine artifacts?
Lin Chen was stunned. He knew about the map of mountains and rivers. After the game invaded reality, it became like a treasure map on Blue Star, requiring 3 rare materials to synthesize. And he was even more familiar with fragments of divine artifacts. 1000 fragments could randomly
synthesize 1 divine artifact. But this doesn't make sense.
According to the records and books, the chance of digging up fragments from the map of mountains and rivers is extremely low, and each fragment could sell for around 1 billion.
This means the value of a divine artifact is at least over 10 trillion. And that's the lowest price.
But this is just too ridiculous. Although he had heard that the big families in various provincial capitals had been collecting fragments of divine artifacts, and a few families had managed to gather some, it usually took years of collection to do so.
And how old is Wang Defa? Where would the old Wang family get that much money?
But my dad is quite stingy. When he built the teleportation arrays for the provinces, he made so much money, yet when I finally synthesized a divine artifact after working hard to dig up the map, he wouldn't even give me 1 billion.
A hint of complaint appeared on Wang
Defa's face as he began to vent about his father.
Are you sure you dug up that many fragments all by yourself?
Lin Chen still found it hard to believe. The teleportation arrays between the provinces of Longwa were not generated randomly, they were constructed with a massive amount of manpower and resources,
equivalent to strategic-level materials.
Wang Zizai, being the strongest spatial mage in Longwa, would normally rake in tens of trillions.
Is there any doubt?
Wang Defa raised his head, feeling quite proud.
Alright, people really do make others feel inferior.
Lin Chen nodded. It was then he remembered when he first met Wang Defa in the Tian secret realm, where the other had killed a low-level, bone undead, and dropped a skill book.
So since Yun Pianpian needed your help back then, why were you so afraid of her?
Returning to the main topic, Lin Chen voiced his confusion.
Well, a painful look of recollection
appeared on Wang Defa's face. Back then, the materials she needed were in the Frost Ghost domain, and it was too cold there. Halfway through, I backed out, and
then what? Lin Chen became interested.
Then she hung me off the edge of an ice cliff, with a city covering, boss below, and I was left hanging
there for a whole day.
At this point, Wang Defa couldn't help but shiver, his face contorted in despair. Mogu, just think about it, is there anyone more
insane than that demon girl?
Upon hearing this, Lin Chen's mouth twitched. The scene was too beautiful to look at directly.
So are you still daring to participate in the city championship this time? Lin Chen continued to ask. I didn't want to come either.
Wang Defa spread his hands and continued. Originally, my father had no expectations of me, but that Yun Pianpian said something to him, and he agreed.
Moreover, my father also said that if I didn't
comply, he would hand me over to that for her to deal with. What's even more infuriating is that I could have gone straight to the final championship, but my father insisted I participate in this ridiculous preliminary round, claiming it would trigger some hidden task. In the end, I went in and found nothing.
And got tricked again. My life is truly... Wang Defa kept lamenting his grievances, leaving Lin Chen feeling quite awkward. Sorry, old Wang. Sorry, little Wang. The only hidden task you wanted has already been taken by me. At the same time, he also understood that Wang Zizai didn't intentionally destroy the Heavenly Demon's secret realm. He must have triggered some kind of clue but just couldn't find the cave where the Heavenly Demon was located. Otherwise, who would be bored enough to blow up the map in their own jurisdiction?
As for why Yun Pianpian insisted that Wang Defa participate in the final city championship,
he hadn't fully figured that out. However, it should also be related to Wang Defa's good luck. Sigh. Go, what am I doing this for? In the end, Wang Defa
sighed again and said, I originally didn't need to participate in this scam of a competition. After all, I lack nothing.
But now I've been tricked into it.
And I know my own capabilities, I can't possibly compete for the championship. I'm completely unrelated to those third turn and his tone was somewhat complaining, feeling that he had been completely scammed. Lin Chen's eyes suddenly sharpened as he stared at Wang Defa and asked, "Are you saying that the championship reward for the city championship includes?" "Yes." Wang Defa nodded, then said with some confusion, "Didn't old Gong tell you? He should have known the final championship reward for the city championship by now." Could he really be getting old and confused? That's not right. Yesterday, when the Gong family caused trouble in Tianzhuan City, old Gong thought they were targeting you and even specifically went to the Lord's mansion to ask my father to save you. If he really was getting old and confused, he wouldn't have thought of that. In the end, Wang Defa muttered softly, "Old Gong asking for help?" A complex expression appeared in Lin Chen's eyes. "Sigh, let's not talk about that anymore. Maybe old Gong really is getting old and confused." Wang Defa spoke again and continued, "This time, quite a bit of investment has been made in Sword God Mountain and Mage Sea, and just because the reward includes some old-timers stuck at level 900 in various families are keeping a close eye on it. The at level 900 requires?" Lin Chen was taken aback. In the classification of levels, the first 9 turns and the 10th turn are different. For the first 9 turns, every 100 levels allows for a task to be claimed, and upon completion, one can break through. When some major reach level 800 and complete the 9-turn task, they need to wait until level 999 to claim the 10-turn task. During this period, there is not only the at level 999 but also the at level 900. Only by completing the at level 900 can one continue to level up. The reason it is called is that the difficulty of the task is terrifying, basically a 9 out of 10 chance of death, hence the name. Without. Are you saying one can forcefully cross the? Isn't that seeking death? A look of confusion appeared on Wang Defa's face as he continued, during the without to temporarily refine physical attributes, it's basically very difficult to withstand it. As the son of the provincial leader, he was quite clear about this. I see. Lin Chen nodded. I originally planned to win the championship. Now it seems that this championship is a must-have. Even God couldn't stop it. Alright, let's not linger here any longer. We should hurry and register. At that moment, Wang Tianman's voice rang out. As he spoke, he took a step forward and walked ahead. Lin Chen and the others quickly followed suit. Before long, they arrived at the registration location for the competition, which was a place Lin Chen was familiar with, Heavenly Paradise. However, while the Heavenly Paradise in other cities were branches, the one in Longjing was the main store. Entering Heavenly Paradise, everyone couldn't help but exclaim. Even Lin Chen felt a bit dazed, because the Heavenly Paradise in Longjing was incredibly luxurious. It hardly resembled a tavern, but rather a palace. Look at them, all wide-eyed like they've never seen the world, Wang Defa remarked, pulling Lin Chen's arm and unable to hold back his comment. Actually, this place is quite nice, Lin Chen said seriously as he surveyed the maids coming and going, nodding repeatedly. What's nice? Wang Defa asked instinctively, following Lin Chen's gaze. Of course, the big cabbage. Oh no, I mean, the big cabbage here is quite nice. Lin Chen almost let it slip, quickly correcting himself while covering Wang Defa's eyes, saying, "Little kid, what are you looking at? Big cabbage?" Wang Defa asked, puzzled. Isn't big cabbage the lowest grade of ingredient? His innocent belief was genuine. Nighttime. A rare light rain began to fall, and the night sky appeared particularly gloomy. Boom! A flash of lightning illuminated the darkness. In the light of the lightning, a shadow could be seen rushing out from Heavenly Paradise. What kind of weather is this for scouting? The shadow muttered, quickly disappearing into the street. About an hour later. Boom! Hoo! Hoo! The sounds of thunder and lightning suddenly intensified, and a fierce wind began to blow, clearly signaling that a storm was approaching. What kind of ridiculous weather is this? It's really not suitable to go out tonight. At this moment, Lin Chen stood in a corner outside the city, complaining with a gloomy expression. However, his gaze never strayed far from the Gong family's territory nearby. He had gone through so much trouble to sneak out at midnight just to scout the area in preparation for the upcoming family explosion, but who would have thought it would rain heavily? Forget it, let's get down to business first. Lin Chen muttered to himself, then took out the recording stone from his package. Thus, in the pitch-black night, a figure was seen darting around the vicinity of the Gong family. It wasn't until half an hour later that Lin Chen nodded in satisfaction. Fortunately, the Gong family is so proud that they disdain to send anyone on patrol. As one of the top families in the Dragon Kingdom, the pride of the Gong family had been swelling, evident from their decision to establish their family territory in the wilderness. They were unafraid of any monster attacks and even less afraid of intruders. However, this also made it convenient for Lin Chen to take action. Otherwise, if the Gong family had set up their territory within Longjing, it would have been impossible to act within the safe zone. Alas, it's a pity that I can't take action today. Lin Chen moved his feet and ran off into the distance, having already studied the recording in the stone and found the best location to deploy the sword formation. Given the power of the 3 talents sword formation, even if there were divine beings guarding the Gong family, it could still annihilate them. However, today the divine sword had already run out of uses, and tomorrow was the final match of the city championship. Forget it, let you weeds live a few more days, I'll come to harvest after. The city championship ends. Lynch made a decision in his heart. He felt that compared to the Gong family, the divine crystal was more important. Moreover, with the city championship competition coming to an end, he could immediately repair the ancient god armor and complete his second job transfer, which would significantly enhance his strength to deal with any potential surprises. The next day, as dawn broke, Lin Chen and the other contestants arrived at the competition venue under the lead of Wang Tianmen. They had come quite early, and at that moment, aside from some staff members, no one from other provinces had arrived yet. This competition venue is really terrible, isn't it? Wang Defa looked around and then glanced at the ruins in the 8 small arenas in the center, unable to hold back his complaints. How can a competition co-hosted by Sword God Mountain and Mage Sea be so stingy? Wang Tianmen, standing in front, glanced at Wang Defa and smiled. Don't underestimate this shabby place. It was constructed using the treasure shumi illusion of the master from Mage Sea. Under normal circumstances, even a godly being would find it hard to break through here. So this time you don't need to hold back, just go all out. There won't be any casualties in this shumi illusion arena. After saying this, Wang Tianmen focused his gaze on Lin Chen. Clearly, he had learned quite a bit about Lin Chen from Wang Zizai. So that's how it is. Now I can relax. That mage god supreme really thought this through. Upon hearing this, everyone felt relieved. Step, step, step. At that moment, a sound of footsteps came from the entrance. The contestants from Longjing have arrived. Walking at the front are Long Ao and Gong Tian, right? Everyone turned to look and someone whispered, Gong Tian? Lin Chen also turned around and saw a sinister gaze fixed on him. As the saying goes, one cannot hide the murderous intent in their eyes. And at that moment, Gong Tian was indeed like that upon seeing Lin Chen. The day before, the family's third elder had been killed, and the day before that, 2 elders had been severely injured. All of this was closely related to Lin Chen standing before him. Therefore, after learning of these events, Gong Tian had placed the blame squarely on Lin Chen and had conducted a detailed investigation into him. What kind of gaze is that? Lin Chen frowned as he looked at Gong Tian's stare. I haven't even killed you yet. Is there really such hatred? Lin Chen felt somewhat puzzled. In his view, what he had done in Tianzhuan City should not have been exposed yet. How could this little brat from the Gong family already hold a grudge against him? Moga, that little Gong brat is looking at you with a strange gaze. You need to be careful. Even Wang Defa, who was beside him, noticed something was off. He clearly wants to stab you. Oh. Lin Chen nodded nonchalantly. Good, you can't be careless. Wang Defa looked at Lin Chen's indifferent demeanor and became anxious, continuing, although this little Gong brat isn't a good person, he has the potential of a mage god. The Gong family has become increasingly arrogant in recent years because 5 years ago, they produced a genius with the potential of a mage god, and now they have this Gong Tian. Wang Defa reminded Lin Chen, and since this brat comes from the Gong family, who knows if he has any hidden tricks up his sleeve? He is indeed a strong contender for this year's championship. If we don't count you, Good, then only Long Ao can compete with him. Contender for the championship? Lin Chen felt something was off upon hearing this and frowned as he asked, can they compare to Yun Pianpian? Initially, he had learned from old Gong that Yun Pianpian would be competing. Could these small fry really challenge an ascendant? In his mind, the only opponent this time was Yun Pianpian, and he didn't take the others seriously. Definitely not. Wang Defa spread his hands and continued, although the demon girl is quite detestable, I have to say her talent is indeed so extraordinary that no one can match her. Even the master of the Mage Sea has personally stated that Yun Pianpian's future achievements will definitely surpass his. But that demon girl isn't even competing for the championship in this city competition, so there's no need for comparison. Wang Defa shook his head, suddenly realizing something, and exclaimed, Good, you don't think Yun Pianpian is going to participate, do you? Lin Chen remained silent, unable to suppress a twitch of his lips, while inwardly he was complaining. This old Gong is really something. Good, the rumors from the outside world are not to be trusted. Recently, I don't know which family from Longjing spread the news that the demon girl would participate, mainly to automatically deter some strong opponents. Wang Defa had a knowing look and continued, actually, it's not entirely false that the demon girl is going to compete, but she will only participate in the exhibition match after we fight for the championship. Exhibition match? Lin Chen was taken aback. So he had been battling with his own fantasies these past few days? Yun Pianpian wouldn't even participate in the official competition, which meant the championship reward was already in the bag, right? Anyone with a brain can guess this. Although Yun Pianpian is only a few years older than us, her status is even higher than some old geezers. How could someone like her lower herself to compete for such a trivial reward? Wang Defa had a look, of course it should be this way, but then seemed to remember something. Oh, wait, actually Yun Pianpian isn't just a few years older than us, At this point he felt a chill rising up his back and quickly shut his mouth. Go on.
A cold voice came from behind Wang Defa, a voice that seemed otherworldly, ethereal yet devoid of any emotion. Wang Defa's stiff body slowly turned around and he finally saw the owner of the voice, who else but Yun Pianpian, Sister Pianpian. Wang Defa felt like he was facing a great enemy, cold sweat pouring down his forehead, almost kneeling. After the competition, I will personally find you. Yun Pianpian's face, veiled in ice, remained expressionless as she dropped that line and walked towards the audience. That was close, you really scared me. It wasn't until Yun Pianpian walked far away that Wang Defa let out a sigh of relief. Then he wore a mournful expression and said, "It's over, now I've been marked by the demon girl. Mo-gu, what should we do?" He looked at Lin Chen with a pleading gaze. "Just chill." Lin Chen shrugged nonchalantly and continued, "By the way, you didn't finish what you were saying earlier. What's wrong with Yun Pianpian's age?" He was curious about what Wang Defa was about to say. "This, I can't say, otherwise my dad won't be able to protect me." Wang Defa shook his head repeatedly, his gaze occasionally darting towards Yun Pianpian, who was sitting alone in the audience. "Why are you so cowardly? I've got your back, just wait until the exhibition match and watch me conquer her," Lin Chen said casually. He. Wang Defa laughed awkwardly, his expression seeming to say, "You just keep dreaming." "What? You don't believe me?" He. "Really don't believe me?" He. "Still don't believe me? Mo-gu, just give it up. Although I think you have a good chance of winning the championship, it's best if you just forfeit the exhibition match." Wang Defa had a look that said, "I'm not an idiot." 2 hours later, the participants from various provinces of Long Country had all arrived, and in the front row of the audience, 2 more people had joined Yun Pianpian. As for the other seats, they were already filled with members of various families who had come to watch the competition. "It's about to start, soon you will randomly draw your opponents." Wang Tianmen glanced at Lin Chen and the others behind him and spoke. Upon hearing this, everyone except Lin Chen and Wang Defa nodded heavily, their faces showing obvious signs of tension. Before long, the large screen in the center of the arena displayed the match list. Chen Duodul, Li Hu Gong Tian, Li Qingqing Lin Chen, Sun Xiaoxiao Longao, Fengcheng. The list of 16 contestants for the first round had been released and the defensive barriers of the 8 small arenas automatically opened. It's over, my opponent is actually Gong Tian." Li Qingqing, who had yet to enter the arena, looked anxious. She had heard of Gong Tian's name long ago. Wasn't this a guaranteed loss? "Don't be afraid, believe in yourself. You've eaten quite a bit during this time and have enough strength to fight him." At that moment, Lin Chen, who had not yet entered the arena, looked at Li Qingqing seriously. "Really?" Li Qingqing blinked as if she saw a glimmer of hope. Lin Chen had never lied to her. Since Lin Chen said it would be fine, it must be fine. Of course, Lin Chen began to speak again, but before he could finish, he was teleported into the arena. In the arena, the 16 contestants had taken their positions and the barrier automatically closed. "Hey there, you better go easy on me." In the arena where Lin Chen was, a girl named Sun Xiaoxiao threw a flirtatious glance at him. Sure. I'm the type who cherishes the fairer sex." Lin Chen carefully examined Sun Xiaoxiao from head to toe, trying to see if she had any hidden weapons. "Humph, what a lecher." A hint of disgust flashed in Sun Xiaoxiao's eyes as she planned to take advantage of Lin Chen's distraction to launch a sneak attack. However, a flash of sword light suddenly cut through, and she was surprised to find herself teleported out. "Indeed, with no women in my heart, drawing the sword is naturally divine." In the arena, Lin Chen held his sword with one hand, speaking to himself seriously, and was soon teleported out as well. The large screen also displayed the words "Lin Chen wins." "Damn, this guy named Lin Chen is really something. Is he really going to sneak attack a girl? Although I think this Lin Chen seems a bit shady, his attack power is indeed high." In the audience, some people noticed everything that had just happened in Lin Chen's arena, and in the front row of the audience, a pair of beautiful eyes curiously glanced at Lin Chen. "Mo-gu, impressive. One sword and it's done, no dragging at all." When Lin Chen returned to his spot, Wang Defa praised him, then asked, "Mo-gu, what skill did you just use?" "Heartless sword technique." Lin Chen replied seriously. "Is that skill in the beginner skills for swordsmen?" Wang Defa asked, somewhat puzzled, but didn't press further. 1 minute later, the large screen displayed the winner's announcement: Gong Tian wins. Then, 2 figures were teleported out, and Li Qingqing, looking dejected, came to Lin Chen's side and said, "I'm sorry, Lin Chen, I let you down." There were tears in her eyes. Although she understood that she had relied entirely on luck to advance in the preliminary rounds of Tianhai Province, being eliminated in the first round of the finals truly saddened her. What was even more critical was that Lin Chen had encouraged her so much before the match. She felt she had disappointed him greatly. "What's wrong with this girl?" Lin Chen didn't speak, glancing at Li Qingqing awkwardly. "I'm sorry, Lin Chen, I'm sorry, I let your expectations down." Seeing Lin Chen silent, Li Qingqing hurriedly apologized again. "He must be so disappointed. It's all my fault for being useless. He valued me so much." but I still lost. Losing isn't the issue, but at least I should have held on for 3 minutes. In the end, Li Qingqing sighed. At this moment, Lin Chen was unaware of Li Qingqing's inner thoughts, his face showing obvious confusion. What is this all about? When did I ever have expectations for you? Isn't it normal for someone who slacks off to lose? However, out of a sense of compassion for not wanting to discourage a young girl, Lin Chen could only speak earnestly. It's okay, it's not your fault. It just means your strength isn't enough yet. Just keep working hard and eating well in the future. I will. Hearing that Lin Chen wasn't angry with her, the tears in Li Qingqing's eyes instantly vanished, replaced by a joyful expression. Time passed by. Second by second. About half an hour later, the first round of matches in the 8 arenas finally concluded. Then, the second round of matches followed. Xiaofeng, Lin Yaqi, Wang Defa, Zhao Qua. The second round's match list appeared on the big screen, with Wang Defa prominently listed. Mo Gu, wait for my triumphant return. Seeing that it was finally his turn to compete, Wang Defa was a bit excited and made a victory gesture towards Lin Chen before being teleported into the arena. No unexpected events occurred. About 3 minutes later, Wang Defa's name appeared first on the big screen. However, the Wang Defa, who was teleported out, wore a face full of gloom. What's wrong? Aren't you happy you won? Lin Chen casually asked. I won, but I can't be happy. Wang Defa pouted and said, my opponent is a bit strange. What's strange about him? He said he likes me. It's a good thing to have a beautiful girl like you. But he's a man. Having a man like you isn't bad either. The morning passed quickly. By this point, 45 participants from the 9 provinces of Manhwa who came to participate in the finals had been eliminated. The second phase of the competition is about to start, so the little guys who advance should be ready. At noon, Wang Tianmen looked at Lin Chen and the others with a smile. This time, 6 out of the 10 participants from Qinghai province advanced in the first phase, which put him in a good mood. Don't worry, third uncle, with me and Mo Goat here, our Tianhai province will definitely secure 2 spots in the top 5. Wang Defa replied confidently. Haha, having confidence is a good thing, but don't underestimate your opponents. Wang Tianmen smiled and shook his head. Just then, the match list on the big screen refreshed again, and Lin Chen's name prominently reappeared in the first round. Seeing his name, Lin Chen didn't hesitate at all, directly leaving his seat and being teleported into the arena. In the arena, standing opposite Lin Chen was a muscular young man, 2 meters tall. Kid, my name is Nyoshan. Looking at your skinny frame, you might as well admit defeat to avoid getting hurt by me. The muscular Nyoshan looked at Lin Chen with disdain. Nyoshan, what a great name. Lin Chen replied off-topic, generously complimenting Nyoshan's name. Great name? Nyoshan was taken aback. He had heard his mother say that when he was born, he was so big that it almost caused her to have a difficult labor. His father was so angry that he almost beat him right after he was born, and in the end, out of frustration, he was given this name, Nyoshan, Fan. All along, he had been mocked for this name, but he never expected to finally meet someone who recognized it today. Good brother, you truly are a person of character. I, Nyoshan, will definitely not let you lose too. Nyoshan, slightly dazed, looked at Lin Chen with excitement. However, before he could finish his sentence, a flash of fire swept past his eyes, and his body was instantly extinguished. Just as he was about to be teleported out by the protective mechanism, Lin Chen's voice faintly reached his ears. Nyoshan, I wonder if you've ever had beef jerky. A few seconds later, Lin Chen, holding the Qishao sword, was also teleported away. More than 50 minutes later, the second stage of the competition was completely over, and out of the 45 contestants, 22 were eliminated. Again, leaning back in his seat, Lin Chen cast a suspicious glance at Wang Defa beside him. Since the start of the second stage until now, it seemed that Wang Defa had not participated in the competition at all. As if to respond to Lin Chen's doubts, after the name of the 22nd victor appeared on the big screen, Wang Defa's name finally showed up. Wang Defa, by alas, what a pity, just like that I advanced. Wang Defa looked at the word by on the big screen, his face showing an annoyed expression. I think you should change your name. Lin Chen's leisurely voice rang out. Change it to what? Wang Defa surprisingly did not object, instead looking at Lin Chen with curiosity, wondering if Lin Chen could come up with a good name for him. Wang Fonda Ersai. Lin Chen glanced at Wang Defa speechlessly. Just as the two were conversing, the battle list for the third stage reappeared on the big screen. This time, Lin Chen was not placed in the first round. I should be in the second round. Lin Chen looked at the big screen, not seeing his name, and did not think he would be like Wang Defa and get a bye, instead muttering, hurry up and end this, it's really too boring. He knew that the first day of the city championship finals would only determine the top 10, and the second day would be the main event where the top 10 would compete for rankings, so he just had to hold on a little longer to be free. Soon, the first round of the third stage was over, and Lin Chen's name reappeared on the big screen. To his surprise, his opponent this time was none other than Gong Tian from the Gong family.
Lin Chen, Gong Tian. 3 sets of battle information appeared on the big screen, one of which
was Lin Chen against Gong Tian. This is interesting, these two have met. This will be exciting. Let's see how Lin Chen, the old six, handles it this time. This old six is going to be unlucky this time. A wave of discussion arose in the audience. They were all familiar with Gong Tian. After all, he was a prodigy with the potential of a law god from the Gong family, and Lin Chen had garnered quite a bit of attention after 2 rounds of battles. After all, Lin Chen had defeated his opponents with a single sword in both rounds, and although his actions seemed a bit like an old six in the eyes of the crowd, he was still quite eye-catching. Ding! The arena's light screen unfolded again, and the 3 sets of battling contestants were teleported in with the arena where Lin Chen and Gong Tian were located, particularly eye-catching. I bet this old six Lin Chen is going to lose. Gong Tian definitely won't give him a chance to sneak attack. Just wait to see this old six get schooled by Gong Tian. The discussions erupted again, and no one in the audience thought Lin Chen could win. Meanwhile, inside the arena, Gong Tian looked at Lin Chen with a sinister smile and said, "So it's you, Lin Chen. Finally, I've met you." Ever since he learned about the incident in Tianzhuan City, he had long wanted to find Lin Chen to vent his anger. After all, the losses in his family were all caused by this person named Lin Chen. Now, the opportunity had finally come. In fact, he had already thought about how to taunt Lin Chen after taking him down with a single spell. So what if we've met? Lin Chen blinked, a malicious smile appearing on his face. Coincidentally, at that moment he was also thinking about which divine sword to use to take down Gong Tian in one strike, just to see the reaction of a prodigy with the potential of a law god after being defeated in one blow. In an instant, both of them harbored their own schemes. Meaning me is your misfortune. Gong Tian's sinister smile became increasingly apparent, while his hands, hidden behind his back, were silently forming a spell. He had witnessed Lin Chen's previous battles, where he had taken down his opponents with a single sword strike. Although this was partly due to his opponents being somewhat careless, Lin Chen's strength was indeed not to be underestimated. Moreover, he had heard the rumors from Tianzhuan City that Lin Chen had awakened a secret technique. Of course, he didn't believe it, thinking it was just a trick by Wang Zizai. After all, not everyone could be as talented as Yun Pianpian. Nevertheless, he did not let his guard down. Taking advantage of the time he had to attract Lin Chen's attention, he had already begun to secretly form his spell. Ordinary mages needed to chant when casting spells, but one of the talents he awakened during his first transition was the ability to cast spells without chanting, using spell gestures instead. Although this talent seemed somewhat lackluster on the surface, it often had the effect of catching others off guard. What he was about to do was to give Lin Chen a harsh surprise. You like to catch others off guard, right? You enjoy being the underhanded one, don't you? Then let me show you what it feels like to be caught off guard. The smile at the corner of Gong Tian's mouth grew more pronounced, and he could even envision Lin Chen's panicked, astonished, and incredulous expression. Why does this kid look so sinister when he smiles? Could it be that he also wants to be the underhanded one? It's very possible. Lin Chen, observing Gong Tian's expression, had already guessed his intentions. Since you want to be the underhanded one, then I shall fulfill your wish. Swish! The Baxiang sword instantly appeared in Lin Chen's hand, and the invincible skill, Soul of Baxiang, was activated, though its visual effects were concealed. Only now do you realize you should draw your sword? It's too late. 2 seconds passed in the blink of an eye, and Gong Tian's spell was ready. Wrath of the Heavenly Fire. Gong Tian shouted, a smug smile on his face. However, before his smile could last even 0.1 seconds, it immediately turned into shock. Swish! The sound of a sword ringing out echoed. The heavenly fire charging towards Lin Chen seemed to be cleaved in two by a strand of sword energy. Subsequently, the sword energy continued unabated, striking directly at his face. How is this possible? Gong Tian, now split in two, wore an expression of disbelief on half of his face. You still want to be the underhanded one? A disdainful voice came from Lin Chen's mouth. What the hell, I can't be seeing this wrong. Lin Chen, that underhanded one, actually took down Gong Tian with a single sword. Am I seeing things? What skill did Lin Chen just use to cut through Gong Tian's spell? No way could the rumors be true. Did Lin Chen really comprehend a secret technique? In the audience, everyone was stunned, their faces filled with disbelief, and those who had heard the rumors from Tianzhuan City spoke of this secret. This is interesting. In the front row of the audience, Yun Pianpian glanced again at Lin Chen, who had already been teleported away. What the hell, Moge, you're so fierce, you actually took down that underhanded Gong Tian with a single sword. Wang Defa ran over to Lin Chen, his face filled with joy. Just now, he had clearly seen from the stands that Gong Tian, relying on his special talent, had clearly wanted to be the underhanded one and ambush Lin Chen. At that moment, he had been secretly worried for Lin Chen, but he never expected that Gong Tian, the underhanded one, would fail and instead be taken down instantly. No, you're wrong. Lin Chen looked at Wang Defa with a blank expression. Wrong? Taking down Gong Tian, a prodigy with the potential of a spell god, with a single sword strike, wasn't that fierce? Mo Gu is just too low-key.
However, before Wang Defa could think much more, Lin Chen's voice rang out again. Only those with strength can be the underhanded ones. Those without strength can only be a joke.
It's obvious. That Gong Tian is just a joke. He doesn't deserve to be the underhanded one. So that's how it is. Wang Defa nodded, somewhat understanding. At this moment,
he recalled Lin Chen's performance in the previous 2 matches, where he had won by taking the initiative with unexpected moves. Clearly, compared to Lin Chen,
Gong Tian was not worthy of being the 6th.
Soon, after another 10 minutes, the other 2 arenas also determined their winners. The large screen in the middle once again displayed the words Wang Defa by.
Then, the screen flashed again, and the list of the top 12 appeared. Next, the challenge round should begin, right?
Lin Chen muttered to himself as he looked at the screen. He had already understood the rules of the competition. The reason he didn't
immediately take down Gong Tian was partly to create a deterrent effect.
After all, he had already used his divine sword 3 times today. Although he was confident that even without the divine sword he could teach these little kids a lesson with his iron fists, he preferred to avoid trouble whenever possible. Thinking of this, he felt a bit frustrated. 3 uses of the divine sword in a day were still not enough.
Sure enough,
not long after, the words free challenge appeared on the big screen.
The 12 contestants were all teleported to the central arena. The free challenge mode is now open. Each contestant has
1 chance to challenge. The loser will exit and lose their chance to challenge. A cheerful voice rang out as a middle-aged man beside Yun Pianpian stood up. The crowd in the arena reacted quickly, clearly familiar with the competition system. The moment the middle-aged man finished speaking, someone immediately pointed at the person next to them and shouted, "I want to challenge Zhou Hai." Whoosh! A flash of light, and the 2 were teleported to the adjacent arena.
"I want to challenge Wang Defa." Another flash of light, and only 8 people remained in the central arena. Clearly, the first 2 challengers were not
very confident in their own strength and wanted to eliminate someone they perceived as weaker, thus avoiding being eliminated by others. Lin Chen was not surprised by this. It was within his expectations. As for Wang Defa being challenged, he was not worried at all. After all, he was a rare space mage and the son
of the provincial governor, with no chance of losing in the top 10. The battle began suddenly and ended just as quickly. 5 minutes later, the 2 arenas had determined their winners, and Wang Defa had easily secured victory. Sigh, finally, I can go back. Lin Chen stretched, feeling that the day had been incredibly boring. However, at that moment, the middle-aged man in the front row of the audience leaned in to whisper something to Yun Pianpian. After receiving a nod from her, he spoke again. To ensure the fairness of the competition, we will now conduct a series of ladder elimination matches. Contestants eliminated in the top 23 can freely step up to become the challenger. If they successfully defend their position, they can continue until only 1 person remains, who can then challenge any of the current top 10. If successful, they can take their place. Is this for fairness? Lin Chen glanced at the middle-aged man, unable to suppress his sarcasm. You must also have the surname Gong. In his view, this ladder elimination match was clearly prepared for Gong Tian. Sure enough, without any surprises. While the eliminated contestants hesitated, Gong Tian had already appeared in the center of the arena, clearly well prepared. However, at this moment, Gong Tian wore an expression of anger. Now, eligible contestants can begin. The middle-aged man's voice rang out again. However, the contestants below exchanged glances, none willing to challenge Gong Tian. Although Gong Tian was defeated by a single sword strike when he took the stage, he was, after all, a genius of the law god, and no one wanted to step up and make a fool of themselves. In the end, someone who had just been eliminated from the free challenge and the crowd steeled themselves and challenged Gong Tian. 3 minutes later, the battle ended, and Gong Tian successfully defended his title. This must be Gong Tian's true strength, right? He must have been careless earlier, otherwise, a prodigy with the law god's talent couldn't possibly be this weak. Yes, it must be that way. Gong Tian was definitely careless. In the audience, everyone was shocked by Gong Tian's strength, believing that his earlier overwhelming performance was what he was truly capable of. After all, as a local of Longjing, regardless of whether they liked Gong Tian or not, they didn't want to admit that their local genius could lose to an outsider. The rest can continue to challenge. The middle-aged man glanced at Gong Tian and nodded. No one responded, and no one stepped up to challenge. While no one dared to challenge Gong Tian, they still held onto a sliver of hope. What if they got lucky? But with the previous example in mind, how could they possibly seek discomfort? 5 minutes later, the middle-aged man scanned the surroundings, and, seeing that no one was challenging Gong Tian, directly announced, the winner of the latter challenge is Gong Tian. Next, Gong Tian can challenge any of the top 10. If he wins, he will replace their rank, and if he loses, he will leave. With a flash of light, Gong Tian appeared in the same arena as Lin Chen and the others. Lin Chen. The suddenly appearing Gong Tian glared at Lin Chen with hatred. Lin Chen, seeing this, remains silent, extending his right
hand, curling 3 fingers while straightening his thumb and little finger to gesture at Gong Tian, then quickly lowered the pose.
You. Gong Tian was
furious, the burning anger in his heart wanting to challenge Lin Chen. But reason told him that even with full preparation he might not win if he challenged Lin
Chen now.
In the end, he suppressed his anger and casually pointed at someone present, saying, "It's him."
The light shone, and Gong Tian and the unfortunate
soul he challenged disappeared, while Lin Chen and the others were teleported to the audience stand. After all, once Gong Tian and his opponent determined the winner, the top 10 list would be finalized, and it would be pointless for the others to remain in the arena. In the arena, the battle commenced. With a belly full of anger, Gong Tian unleashed all his power, as if venting all his fury towards Lin Chen onto his opponent. This battle ended even faster than Gong Tian's previous one. In just over a minute, Gong Tian emerged victorious. The middle-aged man's voice rang out again. The top 10 list has been released. Today's matches conclude here, and tomorrow the final champion will be determined. With that, he stood up to leave, while Yin Pianpian beside him had already departed. Let's go back. Lin Chen didn't linger either, following Wang Defa back to Tian Shanrenjian with Wang Tianmen. Night. In a royal suite at Tian Shanrenjian, Wang Tianmen was celebrating grandly with Lin Chen and the others. After all, in the 9 provinces of Longhua, having 2 people from just Tianhai province enter the top 10 was a first. Come on, mo good, drink up. The wine my third uncle secretly kept is no worse than my dad's. Wang Defa unceremoniously grabbed bottles of wine, ready to compete with Lin Chen in drinking. Meanwhile, in a room at the Gong family mansion in the outskirts of Longjing, Gong Tian was furiously smashing the luxurious items in the room, and no servant outside dared to step forward to stop him. Losing to Lin Chen today left him feeling extremely unwilling. But what could he do about his unwillingness? Even for tomorrow's top 10 finals, he still lacked the confidence to face Lin Chen, because Lin Chen's secret technique was too bizarre, capable of cutting through his magical skills. Step, step. A faint sound of footsteps echoed, clearly indicating that someone had entered Gong Tian's room. Who let you in? Get out! Gong Tian scolded without raising his head. Xiao Tian, it's me. A slightly magnetic voice rang out, and a man in his 30s appeared before Gong Tian. Big brother. Upon hearing that familiar voice, Gong Tian snapped awake, his face filled with tension. The visitor was none other than his half-brother, Gong Qianli. Xiao Tian didn't know it was you, big brother. Gong Tian hurriedly explained. His position in the Gong family was irreplaceable. If one had to say there was someone comparable, it would be this Gong Qianli, who also possessed the talent of a magic god. Moreover, unlike him, his elder brother had already advanced for many years into the 8th transition, residing in the realm of mages, just one step away from the 9th transition. Is it because you lost to that guy named Lin Chen today? Gong Qianli casually found a chair and sat down, his face showing no signs of emotion. Yes. Gong Tian nodded, then gritted his teeth and said, I'm so unwilling. Take this. Gong Qianli shook his head, took out a bronze ring from his bag and handed it to Gong Tian. What is this? Gong Tian stared at the bronze ring in his hand, somewhat dazed. In the past, even if a golden ring were thrown on the ground, he wouldn't bother to pick it up, but this bronze ring was given by Gong Qianli, so he had no choice but to take it seriously. Upon carefully examining the attributes of the bronze ring, Gong Tian was taken aback and blurted out, invincible skill. Remember, in tomorrow's finals, the champion absolutely cannot be anyone else. If that thing falls into someone else's hands, it will be very troublesome. Gong Qianli spoke again, his expression heavy. The next morning, Lin Chen groggily opened his eyes and found a lump of flesh resting on his thigh. Wang Defa? Realizing the lump on his thigh was indeed Wang Defa, Lin Chen instantly woke up, kicked out, and then looked at his still intact clothes, finally letting out a sigh of relief. Bang! A dull sound echoed, and Wang Defa flew back, landing on the ground. Who is it? Disturbing my sweet dreams so early. Wang Defa slowly woke up, his eyes barely open as he scanned the surroundings, only to discover Lin Chen's figure. Mo Gu? What are you doing in my room? Wang Defa rubbed his eyes, looking puzzled. Your room? Lin Chen glanced around, confirming the situation before saying, take a closer look. Oh, I got it wrong, this is your room. Wang Defa looked around the room's layout, scratching his head in embarrassment, and continued, how did I end up in your room? I was just about to ask you. Lin Chen replied directly. In his memory, it seemed that everyone had gotten quite drunk yesterday, with Li Qingqing insisting on dancing on the spot, and Wang Defa shamelessly wanting to accompany her. In the end, Wang Tianmen couldn't bear to watch any longer and dispersed everyone. What happened? After that, he couldn't remember. I wonder if the food-loving girl really danced or not. Lin Chen muttered to himself. Oh, I remember now. Suddenly, Wang Defa shouted, quickly protecting his body, staring at Lin Chen in terror. Ha! Lin Chen blinked, feeling something was off, and asked, what kind of reaction is that? Could it be? No way, absolutely no way. How could I possibly like men? And a fat one at that.
Good, you were really too much last night. Wang Defa's face showed a look of resentment. What happened to me?
Lynch widened his eyes. He had indeed drunk too much last night and had no memory at all after
being dismissed. You really forgot? The resentment on Wang Defa's face deepened. Lin Chan's eyes widened even more. Really forgot? Wang Defa repeated. Lin Chan had a bad premonition. It seems you really forgot. Wang Defa's resentful expression turned aggrieved. Can you just finish your sentence in one breath? Two black lines appeared on Lin Chan's forehead.
Last night after being dismissed, I wanted to go back to my room, but you insisted on dragging me
along, saying you wanted to discuss some life philosophy. Wang Defa spoke up.
Although he had also drunk quite a bit last night, he still retained some memories.
Discussing life?
Lin Chen felt a sense of despair. Talking about life with a man, especially a fat one, made him feel like his reputation was ruined for life. And it would be fine if you were just discussing life philosophy, but you kept trying to swindle my money.
Wang Defa continued, his expression of grievance growing heavier. Is that it?
Lin Chen suddenly woke up and his mood instantly improved.
Yes, that's it. Wang Defa nodded, feeling that Lin Chen was somewhat ungrateful. Is there nothing else? Lin Chen asked again. Nothing else. Wang Defa replied. That's good.
Lin Chen breathed a sigh of relief,
but then suddenly realized something and blurted out. So did you give me money?
After saying that, he quickly glanced through his bag.
Upon discovering that
there were no extra items or gold coins, he felt quite regretful.
I'm not stupid. How could you swindle me? A hint of pride appeared on Wang Defa's face. You're indeed not stupid.
Actually, I wasn't drunk last night. I mainly wanted to test if you would fall for it, Lin Chen said with a serious expression. But I'm quite satisfied with the result. You managed to keep your true self and not easily fall for tricks, which is good.
In light of you passing the
test, I'll send you a copy of the fraud prevention guide later. Make sure to study it well, Lin Chen said without a blush or a racing heart.
So it was a test.
Wang Defa believed it and was about to get up from the ground but found his whole body sore and he asked Lin Chen in confusion, did someone
kick me last night? No, I remember it was you. It wasn't me, you must have been dreaming. Then why am I sore all over? Maybe you got hit by a low-level crown poison. At noon, the sun was high in the sky.
Lin Chen and the others returned to the competition venue from yesterday.
This time, when
they arrived, the other participants were already present and the spectators in the stands had a distinctly different demeanor and aura compared to those from yesterday. At the front of the stands, Yun Pianpian still sat there calmly, but the two people beside her had changed. Damn, the Shifeng sword god actually came. Wang Defa scanned the spectators in the stands and suddenly exclaimed when he saw the elegant man next to Yun Pianpian.
Just as he was finishing his surprise,
he was shocked again. The mage Haijini also came. Lin Chen followed Wang Defa's gaze and saw an elegant man in white sitting upright, his sharp eyes revealing an undeniable brilliance. Not far from him, a woman in a luxurious purple robe was none other than the mage Haijini.
It seems this city's championship is indeed not simple,
Lin Chen muttered to himself.
First, Yun Pianpian would participate in the final exhibition match. Now, two god-level
professionals had come to preside over the event, along with rewards far exceeding those of previous years. These unusual events are interconnected, making it
hard not to draw associations. Everyone's here, the match begins.
At that moment, the sword god Shifeng on the stands nodded to Yun Pianpian and Yun Yi beside him, glanced at Lin Chen and the others who had just arrived, and directly announced the start of the match. Swish! A flash of golden light passed, and the duel list appeared on the large screen in the center. Long Ao, Su Xian Wang Defa, Gu Qingqing Lin Chen Gong Tian. The top 10 battles still consisted of head-to-head duels, and Lin Chen's opponent happened to be Gong Tian. Gong Tian's reputation as a victim is truly solidified. Even Wang Defa beside him looked at Lin Chen oddly, then glanced at Gong Tian in the distance, a look of pity on his face. Originally a strong contender for the championship, Gong Tian had encountered Lin Chen twice in a row. This victim truly had no one else to blame. Gong Tian is indeed a victim. Lin Chen nodded in agreement and continued. But there's one thing you haven't mentioned. What is it? Wang Defa asked, puzzled. Not only is he a victim, but his level of victimhood is quite high. I would call him a fated victim. Lin Chen replied leisurely. Are there levels to being a victim? Wang Defa was somewhat confused and wanted to ask more. However, with a flash of light, he and Lin Chen were directly transported to the arena. Lin Chen, we meet again. In the arena where Lin Chen was, Gong Tian looked at him with a sinister smile. This time, he, Gong Tian, would not repeat the same mistakes, because he had an absolute trump card in hand. This should be the last time we meet. Lin Chen nodded indifferently. Indeed, this is the last time we meet. This time, I will let you know what a true genius is. Gong Tian's sinister smile gradually solidified, revealing a fierce expression. Lin Chen had killed him in one strike yesterday, which he considered the biggest stain of his life. But fortunately, there was still a chance for redemption. And today, with his absolute trump card, he would wash away
That stain. Genius? Lin Chen was taken aback and said seriously, does your Gong family have geniuses? Aren't they all useless? He had encountered a few people from the Gong family, but none could withstand a single strike from him. What else could they be but useless? You, Gong Tian gritted his teeth, genuinely furious. In today's Long Kingdom, who would dare to call a genius with divine talent useless? What's wrong with me? I'm fine, but I feel like you have a serious problem.
Lin Chen blinked, the Basha sword appearing in his hand. He always felt something was off. Logically, although Gong Tian was weak, he had the ambition to become the sixth elder. He didn't seem like a fool. But after yesterday's lesson, why was Gong Tian still spouting so much nonsense? At that moment, Lin Chen was filled with questions.
Is all you can do is talk nonsense and show off your verbal skills? Suddenly, the atmosphere shifted. Gong Tian, who
had been furious, smiled instead.
Isn't the mouth meant for talking? What else can it be used for?
Lin Chen stared at Gong Tian with a look of disbelief,
as if recalling something, and revealed an innocent smile, saying, could it be that your mouth is used for licking? Licking? Licking what? Gong Tian was
taken aback, not understanding Lin Chen's words, but still retorted firmly, stop talking nonsense, let's fight. Today, I will show you what true strength is. With that, he held his staff with one hand and began to chant. O fire god, sleeping in ancient times, your servant sincerely requests your help. Please send down heavenly fire to burn away the sins of the world. In an instant, a raging fire enveloped the entire arena, but it did not descend immediately. 3 seconds later, Gong Tian remained in the posture of casting a spell, staring blankly at the unmoving Lin Chen, feeling a bit anxious. Inside, he had never uttered the last word of the incantation, waiting for the moment Lin Chen would actively use his secret technique, so he could activate his invincibility skill. Once his invincibility skill withstood Lin Chen's secret technique, it would be time for him to deliver a fatal blow. Last night he had carefully studied this with Gong Qianli, and they both agreed that Lin Chen's secret technique definitely had a limit on the number of uses, and under normal circumstances, it could only be used once in a short period. That was why this scene was unfolding now. It seems you're really a waste, you didn't even learn the full incantation back in school. Lin Chen's leisurely voice rang out. Before his class change, he had done ample research on the mage profession and was thoroughly familiar with the incantations of all schools. How could he not know that Gong Tian's incantation was incomplete? Moreover, he could faintly sense something was off. Gong Tian's self-deprecating waste of breath was clearly a scheme, so he did not act rashly. Alright, since you're so arrogant and seeking death, I won't hold back. A glint of cold light flashed in Gong Tian's eyes as he directly dissipated the unfinished spell and quickly formed hand seals with both hands. The blazing heavenly fire once again engulfed the entire arena. Your middle finger is a bit bent, it's not standard. Lin Chen's voice rang out again, followed by, did you get hit in the head yesterday? You waste? How could you make such a fatal mistake? Gong Tian's face was filled with frustration. He opened his mouth to retort, but when the words reached his lips, he didn't know what to say. At this moment, he had cursed Lin Chen countless times in his heart. Damn it, are you the mage or am I? You can notice such a small detail? Thinking of this, Gong Tian began to doubt his life and could only continue to provoke Lin Chen. It seems you really can only talk nonsense. You don't even dare to take the initiative against me. He retreated to advance, hoping to force Lin Chen to strike first. Why didn't you say so earlier? Lin Chen's face revealed an expression of realization. Since you want me to strike first, then I'll oblige. At this moment, he was already certain that there was definitely a scheme behind Gong Tian. He had fallen for it. A trace of imperceptible smugness appeared on Gong Feng's face. Swish! A beam of swordlight lit up as Lin Chen brandished the Basha sword, poised to strike. Here it comes. Gong Tian was extremely excited upon seeing this. After provoking Lin Chen for so long, it finally had an effect. At this moment, he was fully focused, his heart in his throat, just waiting for Lin Chen to unleash his secret technique so he could instantly activate his invincibility skill. However, something unexpected happened. Just as Lin Chen's Basha sword had cut halfway, it suddenly stopped. Why isn't he striking? Gong Tian was stunned. He had made all the necessary preparations and was waiting for Lin Chen's sword, but Lin Chen actually didn't strike? Sorry, the posture is a bit off, let me do it again. Lin Chen casually glanced at the Basha sword in his hand, posed again, and then struck out. Once more. This time it should be for real. Gong Tian's heart was once again raised to his throat, ready to use his invincibility skill. Immediately. But this time, Lin Chen's sword only cut 2/3 before being retracted again. Not right, this posture isn't very cool either, let's do it again. Lin Chen muttered as he sheathed his sword. Damn it, do you know that you're making it very easy for someone to have a heart attack? Gong Tian, upon hearing this, cursed inwardly, beads of sweat already forming on his forehead. Meanwhile, the dignitaries from various families who had come to watch the battle also noticed this bizarre scene. Unlike the other arenas, where battles were intense and fiery, The arena where Lin Chen and Gong Tian were located was not only silent, but it seemed neither of
them had any intention of making a move. Isn't that Gong Tian? His opponent must be that Lin Chen, right? What are these two little guys doing? A big shot in the audience asked the person next to him in confusion.
They should be testing each other, after all, both of these little guys are exceptionally talented. One has the potential of a mage, and the other has even comprehended secret techniques. It seems neither has the confidence to strike first, the other replied. They had come to watch the match to see just how extraordinary this generation of geniuses was, hoping to extend an olive branch to those without family power, and Lin Chen was their top target.
This time passed second by second.
In the 5 major arenas, some had already determined winners and losers.
However, in the arena
where Lin Chen and Gong Tian were, there was still no sign of action.
What on earth are Lin Chen and Gong Tian doing? Aren't they planning to advance? Isn't this a bit too cautious? More and more big shots in the audience turned their attention to the arena where Lin Chen and Gong Tian were.
Initially, they all agreed that Lin Chen and Gong Tian were testing each other, neither having the
confidence to strike first.
But now, after more than 10 minutes, there was still no sign of them making a move.
If this was still a test, give me a break.
At this moment, Gong Tian, who was in the arena, wore a face of despair. He had thought that by acting contrary to expectations, he could force Lin Chen to make the first move. However, after more than 10 minutes, Lin Chen had changed his posture 9 times without drawing a sword. Now, he was on the verge of a breakdown, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead like rain.
This time, I will definitely find a cool pose.
Just then, Lin Chen's voice rang out again.
Cool? What the hell? Can you not play with me like this? Gong Tian's face turned pale, his whole body trembling. Every time Lin Chen said, next time will definitely be cool, he braced himself, but each time Lin Chen didn't draw his sword. What was he supposed to do?
Trust me, this time for sure.
Lin Chen
nodded seriously at Gong Tian, then swiftly drew his sword. Swish! The sound of the sword slicing through the air echoed, a beam of sword energy suddenly slashing down, only to be instantly retracted.
Damn it! Gong Tian roared to the sky, cursing loudly, his body trembling even more.
At this moment, he had completely collapsed.
To hell with being cool. Gong Tian could no longer endure, his veins
bulging, trembling hands struggling to form a spell. He was already possessed, no longer considering any strategies or gains, just wanting
to fight Lin Chen to the death. Boom!
A thunderous sound erupted, and heavenly fire suddenly descended, raising the temperature
of the entire arena in an instant. Flames rushing towards Lin Chen. This time it must be real.
Seeing this, Lin Chen stopped joking, instantly slashing out with his Basya sword, while the invincible skill of the divine sword was also triggered.
Die for me! Gong Tian
shouted, consecutively casting his second skill. I don't believe it. With an invincible skill, I can't kill you. As Lin Chen's sword came slashing down, a brief moment of clarity appeared in Gong Tian's eyes, and he instantly activated the invincible skill attached to his ring. In his view, this was fine. First, he would use the invincible skill to draw out Lin Chen's secret technique, and the rest would rely on sheer strength.
Come on, let's see who dies. Gong Tian charged forward, completing his second skill. However, a shocking scene unfolded before him.
Lin Chen's sword strike was once again forcibly retracted.
Ha, what a fool. Did you think I would trick you again this time? Gong Tian laughed heartily upon seeing this.
He seemed to have already envisioned Lin Chen being burned to ashes in his heavenly fire. In his mind, it must have been Lin Chen's cleverness that backfired, as his strategy of having truth within falsehood
and falsehood within truth took effect, leading Lin Chen to make a wrong judgment. What a waste of my invincible skill. Completely regaining his composure, Gong Tian silently shook his head, already thinking that if this invincible skill were saved for the final showdown against Long Ao, the championship would be absolutely secured. However, before he could finish his fantasy, he witnessed
an astonishing scene. Lin Chen, engulfed in heavenly fire, showed no signs of injury but instead stared at him with a mocking gaze.
3, 2, 1. Lin Chen silently counted, as if calculating something. Could it be, you also have? Gong Tian stammered, as if realizing
something, his face displaying an expression of disbelief.
Time's up.
At the moment Gong Tian's invincible skill vanished, Lin Chen's
voice rang out like the pronouncement of death. Having an invincible skill doesn't help, does it?
As soon as he finished speaking, the long sword in Lin Chen's hand struck out directly. This time, he did not toy with Gong Tian but truly unleashed a strike of the divine sword.
I won't accept this.
With the invincible skill's time already expired, Gong Tian, feeling his body cleaved in two under the
protection of the mechanism, wore a face full of regret. At this moment, he finally understood that both he and Gong Qianli's initial
guesses were wrong. Lin Chen was not relying on sword techniques but had a genuine invincible skill as well.
Moreover, in the previous
battle, Lin Chen did not rely on secret techniques to break through his skills but had genuinely used the invincible skill to immunize
himself against his magic. Though destruction had occurred, it was too late. A flash of light and Gong Tian was teleported away.
Lin Chen wins such subtitles appeared on the big screen and Lin Chen was also teleported out.
This kid named Lin Chen is impressive. Not only does he possess secret techniques but he also has an invincible skill? Indeed, this kid's foundation is not shallow. Alas, poor Gong Tian, even if he couldn't defeat Lin Chen he could have contended for second place against Long Ao, but now he can't even make it into the top 5.
A group of big shots in the audience had varied expressions.
If secret techniques represented absolute
talent, then invincible skills represented foundation.
It's important to know that equipment with invincible skills is hard to come by. Even for those with money, at least among them, very few possessed equipment with invincible skills. At this moment, their regard for Lin Chen increased, while their caution also deepened. Could a first-turn professional with invincible skill equipment not have a powerful backing? Fortunately, I'm clever, otherwise, I would have wasted another opportunity to use the divine sword.
Lin Chen muttered to
himself after being teleported out.
He had long seen through Gong Tian's poor acting. Originally, the two divine swords could have
decisively ended the match.
But with the intention of playing with his opponent, he didn't mind wasting a bit more time, otherwise, wasting a chance to use the divine sword could lead to unknown risks against future opponents, some of whom might possess invincible skills. Although the probability was extremely low, Lin Chen was still unwilling to take that risk.
Soon, another 10 minutes passed, and in
the fifth arena, Wang Defa also successfully advanced. That was close, that girl's healing was really strong.
Even I almost fell for it.
Wang Defa, wiping the sweat from his forehead, came to Lin Chen's side. He had battled against a priestess for nearly half an hour. But her healing was so abundant that even with his celestial staff, he found it hard to make a dent. In the end, it was only when her mana was exhausted that he managed to wear her down.
A priestess?
Lin Chen heard this and looked in another direction, only to see a big loli with a stunning complexion and a fierce expression staring defiantly at Wang Defa.
The milk volume is indeed very large, very ample. Lin Chen couldn't help but sigh. Soon,
the large screen in the center of the venue flickered again, clearly displaying the randomly
assigned battle list for the top 5. Mogu, see you in the finals.
Wang Defa glanced at the flashing screen, a confident look on his face.
In a 5-person battle, one person would definitely have a bye, and as the child of fortune, he couldn't possibly not have a bye. Moreover, as long as he got this bye, he would definitely be in the top 3, and in the top 3 battles, a showdown with Lin Chen was guaranteed.
That's hard to say.
Lin Chen replied leisurely. In his view, even if Wang Defa's luck was extraordinary, it was impossible for him to always have a bye, otherwise, it would be too unreasonable. Sure enough,
the brilliance on the big screen stopped flickering, and the battle list for the top 5 was revealed.
Lin Chen, Wang Defa, Long Ao, Zhao Qingchuan Xianfeng. Bye. What the hell, no way.
Wang Defa looked at the final battle list, his face filled with shock, and he instantly let out a curse. This was not what he had expected.
How could he, as the child of fortune, not have a bye? And even if he didn't have a bye, as long as he didn't face Lin Chen and Long Ao, he had a high chance of winning against the other two. But why did he have to face Lin Chen? Even facing Long Ao would be better.
Although the winning rate wasn't high, he could still give it his all against someone who wasn't on his side, striving for a chance to advance.
But facing Lin Chen left him at a loss. Go all out?
That would hurt their brotherly feelings.
Hold back? He would be ridiculed by others.
Suddenly, while deep in thought, Wang Defa seemed to have thought of something.
After glancing
at Lin Chen, he muttered to himself, it seems like going all out and holding back aren't really that different. He had seen most of Lin Chen's matches firsthand.
Even someone as strong as Gong Tian was defeated with a single sword. And was he as strong as Gong Tian? Although he didn't want to admit it, clearly not. So wasn't there only one outcome?
At this moment, Lin Chen, however, didn't have
as many thoughts as Wang Defa.
When he noticed Wang Defa looking at him, Lin Chen also looked over and said seriously, Xiao Wang,
I have a question I want to ask you, and I hope you can answer truthfully. Mogu, go ahead.
Wang Defa looked at Lin Chen's serious
expression, his heart skipping a beat. Could it be that Mogu wanted to hold back to let him advance? That absolutely couldn't happen. Even if he held back to let him into the top 3, he still couldn't compete with Long Ao. In the end, wouldn't that just waste a spot? Thinking of this, a touch of emotion appeared on his face, and he quickly spoke up, Mogu, please don't hold back. I know my own limits. Hold back? The originally serious Lin Chen was taken aback. Mogu, you don't have to worry about me. Even if you hold back to
let me advance, I'm still not a match for Long Ao. Wang Defa looked at Lin Chen, who was silent, feeling even more moved. What a good Mogu, willing to hold back for the sake of his brother. But he, Wang Defa, absolutely couldn't let him do that. At this moment he had
already made up his mind. No, let me finish.
Lin Chen's mouth twitched.
Why was this Xiao Wang so dramatic? No, Mogu, you don't need to say any more. I won't allow you to do that. Wang Defa, with a passionate expression, interrupted Lin Chen from continuing.
Lin Chen rolled his eyes in exasperation, feeling quite awkward.
He actually wanted to ask Wang Defa if he had any thoughts of becoming the sixth. After all, since the gamification of Blue Star, there were two professions universally recognized as the sixth, namely,
assassins and spatial mages. The assassin concealed his movements, waiting for the right moment to strike, often able to catch others off guard at the most critical times. He was a true schemer. The space mage, while somewhat better, also had unpredictable spatial skills. That made it hard to defend against, making him a little schemer as well. Although he had a good relationship with Wang Defa, he had to take the final championship seriously. He had just wanted to understand Wang Defa's thoughts to figure out how to defeat him without losing face, but little did he know that the other party was putting on a one-man show in his mind. Swish! A flash of light appeared, and the two could no longer continue their conversation, as they were both teleported to the arena.
Oh, this time it's the only son of that guy from Tian province facing off against Lin Chen.
I heard these two little guys have a pretty good relationship.
Wang Defa
has inherited his father's talent. He's also a hidden class space mage, but he probably can't compete with Lin Chen.
Are you all paying attention to this?
I'm more curious about how much of his father's scheming skills this little Wang has learned.
In the audience, a group of big shots looked at Lin Chen and Wang Defa in the arena with interest.
Although they all agreed that Lin Chen would win, they also wanted to see Wang Defa's full strength.
And in the arena,
Wang Defa stared seriously at Lin Chen, slowly raising his chubby little hand holding the magical staff, saying, "Imoga, I understand what you mean, but I can't allow you to do that. Otherwise, I'll feel guilty for a lifetime, so I can only do this."
"Alright, I understand." Lin Chen nodded.
At that moment, he realized Wang Defa's actions clearly indicated that he wanted to fight him with all his strength, wanting to show him that the greatest respect for a good brother was to go all out. "Don't worry, little Wang, I will defeat you with all my strength," Lin Chen murmured to himself. Then, a sword light shone, and the Wanxie sword appeared in his hand. This was the sword with the highest attack power among all of Lin Chen's divine swords, with a minimum initial attack power reaching 5 million, transformed from a Liuli artifact. Now, to show respect for Wang Defa, he planned to use this divine sword.
"Come on, little Wang, let me see your strength," Lin Chen said solemnly, the Wanxie sword pointing diagonally to the ground. Although he hadn't struck yet, the sword energy was already rippling in the arena. Seeing this, Wang Defa helplessly shook his head.
"Imoga, stop putting on a show. I know you're just trying to create an atmosphere, planning to go easy
on me later,
but I really can't accept that." In the end, he steeled his heart, raising his chubby hand with the staff, waving it back and forth in the air, and even took out a piece of white cloth from his bag and tossed it onto the staff, shouting loudly, "I concede."
"Concede?"
Lin Chen stumbled, nearly losing his grip on the sword.
"Little Wang, what are you doing? What happened to going all out? Is this how you play? Don't let it end up with others thinking I'm playing dirty."
At this moment, Lin Chen was speechless. He felt severely
deceived. He hadn't expected such an ending after just having an epiphany. How was he supposed to realize anything after this? Realize what? Damn it. What's that kid Wang Defa doing? It looks like he's waving a white flag. Waving a white flag? Doesn't that means surrender? The big shots in the audience couldn't help but twitch their eyelids at the scene unfolding in the arena. Even a
blind person could see that at this moment, Wang Defa was surrendering.
It was surprising that they had just been speculating about how
much Wang Defa had learned from Wang Zizai's cunning demeanor.
The kid from the Wang family actually surrendered. In the front
row of the audience, even the usually calm sword god Shifeng was at a loss for words. "There's no rule against surrendering in the match," Yun Piampian said indifferently, glancing at Wang Defa in the arena.
"Indeed, there isn't." Shifeng nodded.
Then, with a single wave of his hand, the protective barrier of the arena where Lin Chen and Wang Defa were located was opened, and the two were promptly teleported out. The big screen displayed the words, "Lin Chen wins."
Damn, Wang Defa really surrendered. This is definitely a setup. I want to report it. Wang Fatty, you coward, I look down on you. In the back rows of the audience, many young members from various families had come to watch the match today. Initially, when they saw Wang Defa waving the white flag, they were merely suspicious, but now, seeing that the two had not fought and a winner had been declared, they all wore dissatisfied expressions, with many feeling that there was something fishy going on. "TCH, do I need your approval? Those who look down on me can line up from Longjing to Tianzhuan City. Who do you think you are?" Wang Defa was quite open-minded.
After making his decision in his heart, he had no intention of regretting it. He then turned to Lin Chen, his face serious, and said, "Brother Mo, forgive my unilateral decision, but I didn't want you to be eliminated
because of me.
And don't blame yourself, this was all my choice.
Even if we did fight, I definitely wouldn't be your match."
His eyes were bright, his demeanor serious, as he expressed his innermost thoughts.
Lin Chen opened his mouth, momentarily unsure of what to say. It seemed that both he and Wang Defa had misunderstood each other. However, with things having come to this point, Wang
Defa had also saved him a use of the divine sword, so he felt it was not appropriate to explain further and could only say, "Little Wang, you really understand me." Not long after, in another arena, it was clear that a winner was about to be determined. Long Ao, with the hidden berserker class, was like a humanoid tyrannosaurus, continuously swinging his giant axe and completely suppressing his opponent. Finally, after another 3 minutes, the match ended. The big screen displayed the words, "Long Ao wins. Brother Mo, in the next match, you'll be up against Long Ao." Wang Defa glanced at Long Ao, who had just been teleported out, and reminded Lin Chen, "This guy also has god-level qualifications and he's a hidden class blood berserker. I heard my dad say that he has comprehended the Yeet blood frenzy talent. Once activated, the lower his health, the higher his attack power. So if you get the chance, don't waste time talking to him, just take him out with one sword." Wang Zizai had told him about Long Ao's qualifications and talents long ago. He felt that with Lin Chen's strength, it wouldn't be a problem to take him out with one sword, but if it dragged on and Long Ao got the chance to stack his attacks, that would be troublesome. Lin Chen nodded. He understood the strengths and weaknesses of the berserker class. It had a very strong short-term burst but relatively weak health defense. However, Lin Chen was confident that under his divine sword, as long as Long Ao didn't have an invincible skill, he definitely wouldn't be able to withstand a single strike. Soon, the big screen rolled again. The names, Lin Chen, Long Ao, Qian Feng, quickly appeared. Just like yesterday's top 10 challenge, today's final three-way ranking match was also a free challenge. Swish! A flash of light passed and the three were teleported into the arena. Inside the arena, Qian Feng hesitated as he glanced at Lin Chen and Long Ao and was the first to speak. "I choose to forfeit." He was very self-aware. His original goal was to enter the top 10, and now, due to luck, he had made it into the top 3. He was already quite satisfied. Facing Lin Chen and Long Ao, he understood that he had no chance of winning. As for being mocked or looked down upon by others, wasn't there still Wang Defa? If the son of the provincial governor of Tianhai could surrender, why couldn't Qian Feng? Swish! The light flashed again, and the forfeiting Qian Feng was directly teleported out. However, this time, it seemed that because of Wang Defa's precedent of forfeiting, no one mocked Qian Feng. At this moment, the big shots in the audience and the family disciples in the open space behind were all focused on Lin Chen and Long Ao. With Qian Feng forfeiting, it was now just Lin Chen and Long Ao competing for the championship. In the arena, a strange scene unfolded between Lin Chen and Long Ao. The two stared at each other, neither initiating a challenge first. After a long while, Lin Chen slowly spoke. "Are you going to forfeit too?" He wanted to find a few more scapegoats for Wang Defa, so he wasn't in a hurry to challenge the other. If the other could forfeit, he would be happy to see that. "Forfeit? Ha ha ha." Long Ao laughed loudly upon hearing this. "I, Long Ao, have never been weaker than anyone in my life. Even if the one standing opposite me today is Yun Pianpian, I will not forfeit." After saying this, he looked towards the front row of the audience and shouted, "I want to challenge Lin Chen." Good. What spirit! As expected of the blood warrior Long Ao. Seeing Long Ao's boldness, the family disciples in the back of the audience couldn't help but cheer. Both were geniuses, and it was clear that Long Ao overshadowed Wang Defa and Qian Feng in terms of spirit. What guts! Even Lin Chen couldn't help but admire him. Then, as if recalling something, he asked Long Ao, "By the way, does your family have an elder named Long Aotian?" In his view, such a high-profile Long Ao resembled someone from a novel he had read in his past life. However, before Long Ao could respond, the two were teleported to another arena. The final battle was bound to commence. In the other arena, the Wansha sword had already appeared in Lin Chen's hand. Although he was confident of victory, Lin Chen still chose to take it seriously and intended to use his strongest divine sword to cut through the chaos as a sign of respect for the tough guy Long Ao. Swish! The sword energy surged, sweeping across the entire arena, and Lin Chen was about to strike. "Wait!" Suddenly, Long Ao spoke up, his expression serious. "Lin Chen, hold on a moment, I'm not ready yet." At this moment, he felt a bit uneasy and regretted the harsh words he had just said. As a god-level genius on par with Gong Tian, he didn't want to leave a stain on his life by being defeated in one strike. "Alright, I'll wait for you." Lin Chen nodded heavily. He still had some respect for Long Ao, but just in case Long Ao was a schemer, he kept a close watch on him to prevent any surprises. 1 minute later, holding a giant axe, Long Ao glanced at Lin Chen and said, "Okay, Lin Chen, let's start." Good. The Wansha sword was drawn, the sword light exploded, and Lin Chen was about to unleash the flying dragon slash. "Wait a moment." Just then, Long Ao's voice rang out again, "I forgot to enhance a skill, just wait for me a bit longer." After saying this, Long Ao seemed to be preparing something. "Wait? Are you kidding me? Is he messing with me?" Lin Chen, who had halted the Wansha sword, felt his face twitch. Now he could see that Long Ao was just a hollow shell of bravado. Swish! A beam of sword light cut through, and Long Ao was instantly defeated. At the moment when Long Ao was about to be teleported away, his lips clearly formed the words, "Lin Chen, you old six, no martial ethics."
Damn, Lin Chen, that old six is at it again with the sneak attack. What the hell, this guy really can't take a loss. With such strength still resorting to sneak attacks, he's definitely an old six.
The scene of Long Ao being slain by a single sword was witnessed by a group of young heirs
in the back of the audience, but they couldn't hear the conversation between the two.
To them, it seemed that Long Ao was preparing for something, only to be caught off guard and killed by Lin Chen's sword.
Damn it, you guys are the real old six. Your whole family is
old six.
Wang Defa, sitting in the stands, stood up angrily and shouted towards the back of the audience. A bunch of little trash, if you're not convinced, come challenge me one-on-one. You're just envious and jealous. Wang Defa spoke again, his face clearly showing anger.
In his heart, Lin Chen was strong, smart, and considerate of others, while those little brats dared to slander Lin Chen as an old six, which was simply intolerable.
If you're not convinced, come. I'll be waiting in the arena. Wang Defa wanted to say more harsh
words, but suddenly a hand grabbed his shoulder.
Forget it, don't pay attention to those people. A calm voice came from behind Wang
Defa, and the speaker was Lin Chen, who had just been teleported out.
But they all slandered you as an old six. Wang Defa looked frustrated. Actually, being an old six isn't necessarily a bad thing,
Lin Chen said lightly, his expression unchanged as he continued.
Think about it, doesn't Gong Tian always want to be an old six? Gong Tian?
Wang Defa was taken aback for a moment, then nodded. He had seen both of Lin Chen and Gong Tian's battles, and from Gong Tian's performance, it was clear that he had always wanted to be an old six.
Do you think Gong Tian is stupid? Lin Chen asked again. Wang Defa shook his head at this. Although Gong Tian's character wasn't great, no one ever thought he lacked intelligence.
So, if such a not-stupid genius with the potential of a divine mage wants to be
an old six and hasn't succeeded, do you think being an old six is that easy? Lin Chen looked at Wang Defa seriously. It really does seem to make sense. Wang Defa pondered for a moment and found it quite reasonable. So don't think of being an old six as an insult.
Lin Chen continued, then said, you have to remember, not everyone can become an old six, only those with enough strength can be called old six, while those without enough strength can only be called a joke, just like Gong Tian, who desperately wanted to be an old six,
but ended up as a joke.
Lin Chen earnestly explained to Wang Defa. In his heart, since the title of old six had already been established,
he couldn't be bothered to explain further. Mo good. Suddenly, Wang Defa looked at Lin Chen with a strange expression and said, "What you said is exactly the same as what my dad said.
When he was younger, some uncles who were close to the Wang family liked to call Wang Zizai an old six, and for that, Wang Zizai had specially explained to him that being an old six was an honor, which he completely disbelieved at the time. Now, Lin Chen's words were exactly the same as what his unreliable dad had said, making him feel that his dad
might not have been lying. Is that so?
Lin Chen awkwardly smiled and said, that's because your dad is also an old six.
After Lin Chen's explanation, Wang Defa didn't dwell on the old six matter any longer. At that moment, the big screen rolled again, revealing
the competition for the 4th to 7th places.
Soon, the battle list appeared and Wang Defa was teleported into the arena. Meanwhile,
Lin Chen was calmly closing his eyes to rest, waiting to receive the champion's reward in a while.
Half an hour later,
all the competitions have come to an end and the specific rankings of the top 10 have appeared on the big screen.
1. Lin Chen 2. Long Ao 3. Chen Fong 4. Wang Defa.
Immediately, the sword god Shifeng stood up again and said loudly, the city championship has concluded. The rewards you all deserve will be sent to your residences shortly, and tomorrow the exhibition matches will begin.
With that, he did not
linger, glancing at Lin Chen's position before leaving with Yun Pianpian and Yun Yi.
Finally over.
Lin Chen stretched lazily. At this moment, he still felt a bit excited. After all, the champion's reward was quite generous.
Let's go. He glanced at Wang Defa beside him, and was about to get up and leave together.
However, at that moment, a group of big shots from the audience suddenly surrounded them. Lin Chen, my young friend, I am Qiansen from the Tian family.
I heard you haven't joined any forces yet. Why not consider our Tian family?
Lin Chen, my young friend, our Zhao family is willing to provide you with all the resources before your 5th transition, and
we will have the most professional team to help you level up. As long as you nod, we will ensure you grow at the fastest speed. Lin Chen, little brother, why not join our Fong family?
The conditions are up to you, and we have quite a few suitable young ladies. As long
as you are willing, they can do anything for you. The big shots from the Longjing family spoke one after another, and a few beautiful young women even hinted at him without reservation. Wow, am I really that popular? Lin Chen was taken aback, his gaze darting
back and forth among those beautiful young women.
Lin Chen, little brother, as long as you nod, what my sister says counts, and if you
don't like those innocent young girls, my sister has other arrangements. Fong Ling noticed Lin Chen's interest and swayed her enchanting
figure, whispering in his ear, including me, really?
Lin Chan's eyes widened as he looked at Feng Ling's devilish figure and
fairy-like face. He really wanted to ask, can it be like this? But then he thought, I am a gentleman, how can I do that? In the end, he could only regretfully decline. Thank you for your kindness, seniors. I currently have no plans to join any forces. If I have such intentions in the future, I will definitely seek you out. What a joke. Am I the kind of person who can be swayed by beauty and money? With the divine sword in hand, do I need you to help me fly?
I should focus on developing myself and wholeheartedly pursue my career.
Joining you would only bind me and make me serve you.
However, even though Lin Chen thought this way, he still took a good look at Feng Ling.
A few more times. Not bad at all.
Well then, Lin Chen, my young friend, if you change your mind, our Zhao family welcomes you.
Any time. The doors of the Tian family are always open for you. Don't forget to call your sister. Although everyone felt regretful, they did not press the issue.
After all, a genius like Lin Chen, if forced, would surely hold a grudge once he grew stronger. Before long, everyone gradually dispersed. Lin Chen and Wang Defa finally had the chance to escape. When Lin Chen returned to his residence in Tianxiangren, a servant distributing prizes was already waiting at his door.
After confirming Lin Chen's identity, the servant handed various rewards to him. I've hit the jackpot.
In the room, Lin Chen looked at the prizes before him, feeling quite unsettled.
LV.200.
Immortal Equipment Set Divine Crystal 9-star Gifted Pen 3 bottles of Essence Cleansing Liquid, a key with no attributes whatsoever. This champion reward is really well thought out. Lin Chen muttered, and the attributes of the Immortal Equipment Set appeared before his eyes.
Hero's Armor.
Celestial Artifact, Required Level, LV.200 Physical Defense, 2200 Magical Defense, 2000 Strength, plus 800 Stamina, plus 800 Agility, plus 800 Skills. 1. Hero's Heart, Active. After activating the skill, it can increase attack power by 10% for a short time, lasting 30 seconds. 2. Hero's Resilience, Active. After activating the skill, it can increase defense power by 10% for a short time, lasting 30 seconds. 3. Hero's Redemption, Passive. When the user's health limit is below 30%, it can automatically restore 50% of the maximum health limit. Description: a set of armor used by heroes in the ancient arena during their youth. Only true heroes are worthy of possessing it.
LV.200 Hero Bracelet, LV.200 Hero Necklace, LV.200 Hero Boots. Hero Set, 9/9. All attributes of the user are increased by 20%.
It is clear that this hero set is tailor-made for Lin Chen, a LV.200 Celestial Artifact set that he will soon be able to use after completing his second
class transfer.
I have to say, the depth of Sword God Mountain and Mage Sea is truly not to be underestimated, Lin Chen murmured as he placed the hero set into his bag. Celestial artifact sets are not common commodities. Even those with 9 class transfers find it difficult to gather a complete high-level celestial
artifact set.
Moreover, low-level celestial artifact sets are even rarer due to the drop rate rules of Blue Star, making this hero set something that money cannot buy. If he had to estimate its value, Lin Chen felt that this hero set was definitely worth over 10 billion. Thinking of this, Lin Chen's heart was filled with joy. With his leveling speed, the hero set would not last long, and when it became obsolete, it could still be sold for money. Next, Lin Chen picked up a few other rewards. Washing Essence, a rare mysterious liquid.
Effect can enhance the qualifications of class changers below the 7th transfer, and can also repair the qualifications of class changers below the 9th transfer.
Well, it seems those big shots have thought this through.
Lin Chen nodded and directly placed 3 bottles of Washing Essence into his bag. On the path of genius growth, unexpected events are inevitable.
Although this Washing Essence has many restrictions,
it can still be sold, right? Moreover, among the people he knows, there is one who needs Washing Essence even more. Heavenly Gifted Pen?
Strength 100, 1000 Stamina, 100, 1000 Endurance, 100, 1000 Agility, 100, 1000 All Skills Bonus, 1% to 100% Restrictions. 1. The user must have a guild, none at present. 2. Must be consecrated, not consecrated. Description: the Heavenly Gifted Pen, refined from Candle Dragonstone and Celestial Grass, has the highest amplification
limit. What a great item! Lin Chen couldn't help but exclaim.
The Heavenly Gifted Pen is divided into 9 stars, with 9 stars being the highest, providing
the greatest limits for attribute enhancement and skill power increase. Although it may seem that for some high-class professionals, even the attribute limits
enhanced by a 9-star Heavenly Gifted Pen are dispensable. One must not forget that the 9-star Heavenly Gifted Pen can double the bonus for all skills. Thus, under normal circumstances, a 9-star Heavenly Gifted Pen is priced at over 5 billion, and it is the kind that is valuable yet hard to find. For him, whether it is attribute enhancement or all skill enhancement, both are extremely needed at this stage.
Moreover, after the 2nd class transfer, he can join or establish a
guild, and once he has a guild, he can use the Heavenly Gifted Pen. Strange key, unknown, a rusty key, perhaps an important item to open the gates of
hell. What use is this broken thing?
Lynch carefully examined the rusted key in his hand for a while but ultimately found nothing and directly placed it into his bag. Finally, Lynch excitedly picked up the multicolored crystal on the table. Divine crystal formed from the residual primordial divine power
within a fallen deity.
Effects: 1. Can temporarily increase the user's all attributes by 500%. Duration: 30 minutes.
2. Can be used as a repair material for some precious items. It's you!
Lin Chan's eyes sparkled as he looked at the divine crystal in his hand. The main purpose of his victory this time was for the divine crystal. After all, he hadn't forgotten that there was a piece of artifact armor in his bag waiting to be repaired. With excitement, Lin Chen took out the damaged ancient god armor and heart of the celestial demon from his bag. Detected materials for repairing ancient god armor. Would you like to proceed with the
repair immediately? Yes/no, the prompt sounded, and without any hesitation, Lin Chen chose yes. Swish! In an instant, the entire room was filled with golden light.
It felt as if the breath of time sealed for 1,000,000 years flowed over the surface of the damaged armor.
5 minutes later. Congratulations, ancient god.
Armor has been successfully repaired. The prompt sounded again, and Lin Chen quickly took the ancient god armor into his hands.
Ancient god armor, artifact.
Required level, LV.100 physical defense, 20,000 magical defense, 20,000 strength, plus 1,000 stamina, plus 1,000 agility, plus 1,000 endurance, plus 1,000 skills. 1. Hide can conceal its appearance, making it look like an ordinary piece of armor.
Can be. 2.
Divine rebound, passive. The user automatically rebounds 10% of the damage received each
time they take damage.
3. Divine blessing, passive. The user's all attributes increase by 10%. 4. Soul of war, active. After activating the soul of war, the
user can temporarily increase their physical defense by 50% and physical attack by 20%. Duration 30 minutes.
5. Divine barrier, active. After activating the
divine barrier, the user will gain 10 seconds of invincibility. Characteristics: 1. Growth. The ancient god armor will automatically grow as the user's level increases, enhancing all attributes and skill power upon growth. 2. Non-tradable. The majesty of the ancient gods cannot be triggered once equipped by the user. The ancient god armor, which carries the aura of the ancient gods, cannot be traded for life. Ancient god set, 1/9? Is this the charm of an artifact?
Lin Chen was somewhat dazed. Although he already had over 100 divine swords in hand, this was still his first time obtaining an artifact other than a divine sword. The attributes, while only those of a level 100 artifact armor, completely overshadowed the level 200 celestial artifact armor, and the additional skills
were incredibly powerful.
Most importantly, this ancient god armor could grow, and it was the rarest artifact set. As for the so-called non-tradable, Lin Chen
directly ignored it.
Only a fool would sell an artifact they could use.
Unless there were a few more similar artifacts. Not going to destroy maps these past few days was really worth it.
Lin Chen laughed, feeling that the loss of not destroying maps due to participating in the competition was completely negligible. Without any hesitation, Lin Chen directly equipped the ancient god armor, while the hero armor in his bag that couldn't be equipped was thrown to the back
of his mind. Can celestial artifact armor compare to artifact armor? Clearly, it could not. Just as Lin Chen equipped the ancient god armor, 2 large characters bound appeared on the suffix of the ancient god armor. A piece of divine armor has directly boosted my combat power to nearly 6,000.
Lin Chen glanced at his attribute panel, and the combat power value had changed to 5,896.
With such combat power, even some ordinary third transformation professionals would find it absolutely difficult to reach.
It's important to note that although he was now level 100, he had not yet undergone his second transformation.
Once he completed the second transformation, his overall attributes would significantly increase again, and his combat power would soar.
Thinking of this, Lin Chen felt a surge of
excitement in his heart.
Forget it, I'll just hold on for another couple of days.
Lin Chen was eager to undergo his second transformation right now. However, after some thought, he decided against it. The transfer tasks for job changers were all peculiar and could not be predicted by common sense. Some transfer tasks had no time limits, while others did.
Today, he only had one more use of the divine sword left, and if he received a tricky transfer task with a time limit, it
would be troublesome.
Moreover, tomorrow was the exhibition match, and he was quite looking forward to facing Yun Pianpian. Of course, he had no intention of stepping
on the goddess beneath his feet.
I can't waste this last use of the divine sword, Lin Chen muttered to himself, then got up and walked towards the door.
2 hours later,
Lin Chen returned to the heavenly realm, satisfied, and the originally empty bag was once again filled with items. Such a beautiful day, it
would be a shame not to enjoy the scenery.
Upon returning to the heavenly realm, Lin Chen did not go back to his room but instead wandered around alone, admiring the beautiful scenery.
Meanwhile, in the Gong family in Longjing's wilderness,
a servant rushed into Gong Tian's room and respectfully said, "Young masters,
that Lin Chen just left the city and a LV.120 wilderness map has also been destroyed." Lin Chen indeed has a very likely 9 transformation grand professional.
Behind him who has survived the life and death tribulation, Gong Qianli said, his expression heavy.
What should we do? Gong Tian, beside him, looked anxious.
Don't worry, he won't escape. Gong Qianli shook his head and continued, that item can be dropped, and grandfather has already replied to me.
He will personally return in 3 days to eliminate Lin Chen. Grandfather.
Gong Tian's face showed surprise upon hearing this, and then a sinister smile crept onto his lips. Their grandfather was truly a god of magic.
The next day,
Lin Chen and the others arrived again at the venue for the city championship.
Damn, is this Demonis serious? Does she want to bully the weak?
Wang Defa exclaimed as soon as he entered the competition area and saw Yun Pianpian standing in the center of the
arena. Yun Pianpian was dressed in white, her outfit unchanged from yesterday. However, her aura at this moment was completely different from the previous day. If yesterday's Yun Pianpian was an untouchable frost goddess, then now she stood as a proud goddess of war in the mortal realm, instilling a sense of awe. That's not necessarily the case.
Lin Chen smirked, glancing at the Shifeng sword god in the front row of the audience, pondering something.
Mo-gu, you don't really want to fight the Demonis, do you? Wang Defa's face showed a bitter smile.
He had great faith in Lin Chen's strength, and he expected Lin Chen to win the championship. However, the opponent now was Yun Pianpian, and no matter how much he believed in Lin Chen, he didn't think Lin Chen could defeat her.
How about we just forfeit? Wang Defa looked cowardly, wanting to persuade Lin Chen to give up. Ha ha ha.
After being ambushed by Lin Chen and narrowly losing yesterday, I must showcase my true strength in this exhibition match today. Suddenly, a loud laugh came from behind Lin Chen and the others.
Ha! Everyone was puzzled, including the spectators in the audience, who all turned their gazes toward the source of the voice, eager to see who had the courage to speak up. It's Long Ao. So it's the tough guy Long Ao.
As expected of the bloodthirsty warrior, even after being ambushed by Lin Chen yesterday, it hasn't affected his mindset, and he still
dares to challenge the goddess.
The murmurs began, and many middle school boys stared at Long Ao with admiration.
Compared to Lin Chen, they preferred the tough guy Long Ao. This 13th king really knows how to put on a show.
Lin Chen turned to look and saw Long Ao proudly chatting with a few people beside him.
Completely unaware of his cowardly demeanor in the arena yesterday.
However, he couldn't be bothered to expose him. Once the exhibition match started, everything
would become clear. Soon, the top 10 from yesterday's city championship had all arrived. Top 10, enter.
At that moment, the voice of sword god Shifeng
rang out. Swish.
As soon as he finished speaking, several beams of light flashed, and the 10 were all teleported into the arena.
Today's competition rules are very simple.
Sword god Shifeng slowly began. You 10 can attack freely, as long as you can last 3 minutes in Yun Pianpian's hands. That counts as a win for
you. Moreover, the winner can freely choose an opportunity to enter Sword God Mountain or Mage Sea. Sword God Mountain? Mage Sea? Upon hearing this, everyone's eyes lit up.
Sword God Mountain, as the holy land for swordsmen, even has the existence of the sword tomb. Just being able to enter it, the benefits are self-evident. The Mage Sea is even more famous. It is rumored that as long as a mage-class job changer undergoes the baptism at the mage altar within, they will definitely
awaken a talent. Thus, everyone was filled with excitement.
But when they saw Yun Pianpian on the opposite side, they instantly felt like wilted eggplants.
10 against 1, and they only had to last 3 minutes.
On the surface, it seemed they had a huge advantage, but their opponent was Yun Pianpian, an ascendant with
forbidden spells. There was simply no way to fight. What kind of joke is this? 10 against 1? Is this looking down on me, Long Ao? Suddenly, a loud voice echoed in the arena, and it was none other than the 13th king, Long Ao. What does tough guy Long Ao mean by this? Is he going to apply for a one-on-one duel with the goddess? As expected of tough guy Long Ao,
the young heirs in the audience all cast admiring glances at Long Ao in unison.
However, what Long
Ao said next left them stunned.
For an unfair match like this, I, Long Ao, disdain to participate, so I choose to forfeit. Long Ao's voice rang out again, and then he was automatically teleported away. Today's arena setup was different from yesterday's.
Due to Yun Pianpian's presence, the arena had made special adjustments, allowing the contestants inside to choose to teleport freely.
In an instant, the entire arena fell silent, and everyone looked in astonishment at Long Ao,
who had been teleported out.
Could it be that Long Ao was afraid?
At that moment, everyone had such a thought in their minds,
but then they reconsidered and
felt it was impossible.
Long Ao, well done, you're my idol.
A real man should be like this.
Long Ao, I support you, even if the opponent is the goddess, you should still have backbone.
Suddenly, the arena erupted with enthusiastic cheers, and everyone applauded for Long Ao, captivated by his charisma. This 13th king, he really knows how to put on a show. Lin Chen looked at the group of middle school boys in the audience, unable to suppress a twitch at the corner
of his mouth.
I also think this is unfair, so I choose to forfeit.
Yeah,
how could I, Xin Feng, participate in such an unfair thing as 10 against 1?
I forfeit. I forfeit too.
Voices of withdrawal began to rise, and with Long Ao leading the way, in the blink of an eye, 5 more were teleported out. At this moment, aside from Yun Pianpian, only Lin Chen, Wang Defa, Gong Tian, and Gu Qingqing remained.
Mogu, so many people have withdrawn, we should go too.
Wang Defa glanced at Yun Pianpian across from him, then walked over to Lin Chen's side and whispered, "It's not shameful to withdraw in front of a demoness."
Lin Chen
remained silent, decisively shaking his head. "Withdraw." Gong Tian, glancing at Lin Chen, revealed a hint of mockery and also chose to withdraw.
"Then I will withdraw too."
Big-breasted Gu Qingqing looked at the remaining Lin Chen and Wang Defa, feeling hopeless, and directly chose to give up.
Mogu, let's go. This exhibition match is just a joke. Wang Defa was getting anxious. If they didn't leave soon, Yun Pianpian might take action, and he didn't want to be beaten up again.
Lin Chen still shook his head, looking at Yun Pianpian with a calm expression. In response to Lin Chen's gaze, Yun Pianpian, who had been unresponsive, suddenly produced a staff in her hand. "Damn, the Ice and Snow Goddess staff, the demoness is getting serious." Wang Defa shivered at the sight and quickly threw out a line, "Mogu, don't blame me for not being loyal, you should withdraw quickly too." As soon as he finished speaking, his figure vanished, clearly teleported away.
Is this exhibition match going to happen or not? It seems it won't happen.
Now 9 out of 10 people have withdrawn. Lin Chen, that old 6, will definitely
withdraw too.
I bet that Lin Chen, that old 6, will absolutely withdraw, otherwise, I'll wash my hair upside down. In the audience, a group of young
heirs whispered among themselves, their faces showing obvious disappointment, and a few hot-tempered heirs even made oaths. They didn't come to watch the final outcome but just to see Yun Pianpian's grace. However, an unexpected scene unfolded. Lin Chen answered everyone's doubts with his actions. Swish! A flash of sword light passed, and the Basha sword appeared in Lin Chen's hand, the blade pointing directly at Yun Pianpian. Behind him, the phantom of Basha coiled, its fierce claws radiating a terrifying glow. At that moment, Lin Chen no longer hid, directly unsealing the appearance of the divine sword. Divine Beast Basha? Is this an anomaly? How is that possible? That's the Divine Beast Basha? Why can Lin Chen summon the Basha anomaly? In the front row of the audience, the big shots from various families were no longer calm, all standing up. Even the sword god Shifeng was moved. What is that? I heard those seniors say it's an anomaly. Seems like it's the Divine Beast Basha. Basha? Is it very powerful? Unlike the big shots in the front row, the young heirs in the back lacked experience and didn't understand what Basha and anomalies were. This shouldn't be all your strength. At that moment, Yun Pianpian spoke up. She lightly tapped her lotus foot, her ethereal body slowly rising into the air, her white robe radiating a holy light, making her appear sacred and inviolable. This woman is something else. Lin Chen frowned, unsure if Yun Pianpian had truly seen through something or if it was just her speculation. However, he had no intention of continuing to hide. Clang! A burst of golden light erupted, and a sound like golden spears and iron horses spread throughout the arena as a phantom of a golden giant appeared. Behind Lin Chen. Boom! The golden giant raised its hand, as if personally donning armor for Lin Chen, the originally unremarkable battle armor completely transformed, golden symbols and inscriptions flowing over it, making Lin Chen appear like a supreme deity, exuding an aura that was untouchable. Another divine anomaly? Am I seeing things? What exactly is Lin Chen's background? The audience in the front row was stunned. They had seen much and were naturally able to recognize the extraordinary phenomena behind Lin Chen. Ha! Even Yun Pianpian, who was in the void, finally showed some emotion, a hint of surprise flickering in her clear, untainted eyes. But that was not all. Een! 2 more sword cries rang out, as the Tian's Hujian and Daiwenjian unsheathed, forming a triangular arrangement with the Baza sword at the forefront, appearing on either side of Lin Chen's shoulders. At the same time, the Shenhuang Qi flowed endlessly, enveloping Lin Chen entirely. Oh my, 2 more phenomena? That makes a total of 4 phenomena, right? Even a 9-turn master who has survived the life and death tribulation couldn't possibly possess 4 phenomena, could they? The group of big shots in the front row was completely dumbfounded. Was Lin Chen even human? Phenomena could appear on equipment, skills, or even the special nature of hidden professions themselves. However, without exception, anything or anyone that could manifest phenomena was undoubtedly among the pinnacle of existence. And now, with 4 phenomena appearing on Lin Chen, they felt utterly bewildered. 4 phenomena. Yun Pianpian's lips parted slightly, her eyes reflecting even more surprise. She gently waved the ice goddess staff in her hand. Whoosh! In an instant, countless snowflakes fell from the sky above the arena, and a phantom of an ice temple emerged. That is the forbidden spell, Snow Kingdom. Lin Chen is going to lose. The audience rose excitedly. Although they were curious about what Lin Chen's phenomena were, they felt that since Yun Pianpian had already invoked a forbidden spell, Lin Chen had no chance of winning. A forbidden spell? Suddenly, Lin Chen, who was in the arena, raised his head, a faint smile on his lips. As you wish, today I will let you see my full strength. In an Instant.
3 divine swords soared into the air, arranged in a triangular formation, the fierce phantom of Baza surrounding them, the Xianhuang Qi swirling as if to empower them.
At the same time,
the golden giant raised its hands high, standing proudly between heaven and earth, lifting the ice temple, preventing it from advancing even an inch. This was Lin Chen's invincible
skill, God's barrier.
Seeing this, Yun Pianpian remained unfazed, her delicate hand moving slightly, the ice staff radiating a crystalline glow. The ground rapidly froze, instantly enveloping
Lin Chen's surroundings. Another forbidden spell?
This is the forbidden spell Ice Seal for 1,000 miles.
A sustained forbidden spell, and its instant cast. It seems Yun
Pianpian's talent, words follow the law, has not been suppressed by the rules. Yun Pianpian is simply terrifying. Even under such suppression after ascending, she can still cast 2 forbidden spells in a row, and although Lin Chen has an invincible skill, he probably won't be able to withstand it.
The big shots widened their eyes. They knew Yun Pianpian was strong,
but they hadn't expected that she could continuously cast forbidden spells after starting from 0 post-ascension, and both were instant cast.
No need to watch, the outcome is already decided. Yun Yi, sitting in the front row of the audience, nodded in satisfaction at the scene.
Others might not know the terror of the forbidden spell Ice Seal for 1,000 miles, but she
did a sustained forbidden spell with high-intensity continuous destruction for 15 seconds.
Even if Lin Chen had an invincible skill, she didn't believe it could last more than 15
seconds.
At least, she had never seen an invincible skill that lasted more than 15 seconds.
Not necessarily.
However, the sword god Shifeng shook his head. Although he also felt that Lin Chen couldn't possibly win under these circumstances, he had a feeling in his heart that this battle might not be that simple.
3 seconds later,
the ice temple dissipated, the golden giant stomped its feet, and the surrounding ice shards shattered, leaving the entire arena completely sealed by ice, with only a patch of open ground remaining where Lin Chen stood. At the same time, Yun Pianpian, facing 3 divine swords, cautiously activated her invincibility skill. A milky white light burst forth, and a map of the Northern Kingdom appeared before
Yun Pianpian.
She had a feeling that if Lin Chen were given the chance to strike under the constraints of the rules, she might not be able to withstand his attack.
Yun Pianpian is really cautious.
Sword god Shifeng shook his head helplessly upon seeing this. The moment Yun Pianpian activated her invincibility skill, the feeling in his heart vanished.
He knew that Lin Chen had no chance of winning now.
If Yun Pianpian hadn't activated her invincibility skill, he felt Lin Chen would still have had a chance. After all, he could have used the invincibility skill to withstand the forbidden spell, and then with those 3 swords that were clearly extraordinary, defeat the suppressed Yun Pianpian at the fastest speed.
But now, everything was impossible.
Another 7 seconds passed. The golden giant's phantom slowly dissipated in the arena, and the map of the Northern Kingdom before Yun Pianpian also vanished.
In an instant, the ice shards rampaged, seemingly about to completely encase Lin Chen in ice. It's over.
Everyone watching this scene simultaneously had the thought that Lin Chen had lost.
However, a shocking scene unfolded.
The rampaging ice shards came to a sudden halt just a few centimeters away from Lin Chen.
What the hell? Does Lin Chen still have an invincibility skill? Is there any justice in this world? Has invincibility skills become as common as cabbages? At this moment, even the onlooking big shots couldn't help but curse, roar, sing, sing. At the same time, a beastly roar and 2 sword cries echoed throughout the arena.
The 3 divine swords, which had been suspended in mid-air, erupted completely. The divine swords surged, and an anomaly reappeared, with the sword of the tyrant charging straight at Yun Pianpian. Her beautiful eyes were filled with surprise. At this moment, even Yun Pianpian lost her composure. She could clearly feel the power of these 3 swords. If they were allowed to explode, not only would she lose, but the arena's barrier would also be unable to
withstand it. Forget it.
In the end, Yun Pianpian shook her head with a hint of helplessness. Her fingers, as white as sheep-fat jade, gently brushed across her forehead.
Swish! The entire arena instantly turned into night, with only the phantom of the tyrant's sword visible. Following that, brilliant stars illuminated the darkness, forming a complex pattern behind Yun Pianpian. Yun Pianpian, are you crazy? Sword god Shifeng couldn't help but shout. It's just a performance match to educate the younger generation. Do you know what unsealing the star patterns means? The entire Shumi illusion might not be able to withstand it. Pianpian, stop. Yun Yi also spoke anxiously.
Unlike other professionals, they were all divine-level existences and naturally understood what Yun Pianpian was doing at this moment. After ascending, professionals would possess star patterns, and the abilities of these star patterns varied.
Yun Pianpian's
star pattern ability was to restore her true self, allowing her to temporarily escape the constraints of the rules and return to her peak state.
Now, it was clear that Yun Pianpian was
borrowing the power of the star patterns to restore her true self. In mid-air, upon hearing this, Yun Pianpian merely shook her head indifferently, offering no explanation.
Just then, the
last 2 stars behind her connected together.
In an instant,
a terrifying aura erupted, and Yun Pianpian's entire demeanor changed, revealing the manifestation of an ice and snow goddess.
Behind her,
At the same time, Lin Chen's 3 divine swords also completely merged, striking directly towards Yun Piampian.
Forbidden spell, Frostmourne. Yun Piampian lightly parted her lips, her gaze fixed solemnly on the sword that Lin Chen was swinging towards her. Boom! A violent explosion echoed throughout the arena, shattering the defensive barrier surrounding the competition grounds in an instant. This is outrageous. Sword god Shifeng, witnessing the scene, quickly retrieved a sword seal from his pouch. Clang! The sound of the sword rang out, the aura of the earth enveloping the arena as a giant sword circled in midair, a yellowish light shield protecting all the spectators within. After a long while, the ice and snow dissipated, the sword energy receded, and the yellowish light shield vanished, leaving only the center of the shattered arena still shrouded in icy mist, making it impossible to see the final outcome. Who won? Whoever won, I'm willing to call Lin Chen brother Mo. It should be Goddess Yun who won, but Lin Chen is really strong to have pushed Goddess Yun to this extent. As the young members of various families sighed in relief, they genuinely praised Lin Chen. Previously, they had thought that even if Lin Chen was stronger than Gong Tian and Long Ao, it wasn't by much, and he mostly won through sneak attacks, which they found disgraceful. However, in today's battle, Lin Chen not only did not concede against Yun Piampian, but also fought her openly to this degree, completely changing their perception of him. At this moment, they were willing to regard Lin Chen as their idol. Not long after, around the shattered arena, the icy mist slowly dispersed, revealing the scene within. Who won? In the audience, a group of young family members stood up, anxiously watching the slowly dissipating icy mist. It's Goddess Yun. As a corner of the icy mist revealed itself, Yun Piampian's extraordinary figure appeared in midair. I knew it was Goddess Yun. Someone couldn't help but exclaim, excitement evident on their face. Although their impression of Lin Chen had changed, it was still hard to accept that someone of their age could defeat Yun Piampian, even if she was being suppressed. No, Yun Piampian didn't win. At that moment, a sharp-eyed big shot in the front of the audience noticed something was off. Although Yun Piampian still stood gracefully in midair, based on the shattered barrier of the arena, she had actually been eliminated, meaning that Yun Piampian was no longer in the competition grounds. Didn't win? What does that mean? Isn't Goddess Yun perfectly fine? How could she not have one? Confused voices arose among the young family members. I understand now. Suddenly, someone had an epiphany. Look at where Goddess Yun is standing. She's clearly been eliminated. Eliminated? Everyone looked over in confusion. Sure enough, comparing their line of sight with the shattered barrier, Yun Piampian had indeed been eliminated. Does that mean Lin Chen won? Someone spoke in disbelief. Not necessarily. A person beside him shook his head. What was originally a light-hearted exhibition match had now become so perplexing, truly gripping. At this moment, no one dared to make any assumptions. Gradually, the icy mist continued to dissipate towards the center of the arena, but Lin Chen's figure still did not appear. Could it be a draw? Everyone stared intently at the arena, with some even looking around the entire competition grounds, trying to see if Lin Chen had been teleported out by the mechanism. However, scanning the entire arena, they found no trace of Lin Chen. Time passed second by second. Finally, the thin icy mist only lingered in a corner of the arena. We'll soon find out whether it's a tie or if Lin Chen has won. Someone in the audience spoke up again. At this moment, everyone was wide-eyed, fearing they might miss a historic moment. Ultimately, as the icy mist completely dissipated, a handsome figure appeared in the corner of the arena. What? No way, Lin Chen actually won. Oh my god, Lin Chen won. Lin Chen, I want to marry you. After a brief silence, the crowd erupted, with a group of female family members shouting in fervor, eager to rush to Lin Chen's side. This was a moment to witness history. Lin Chen had successfully defeated a god as a mortal, although they all understood it was under the suppression of Yun Piampian. However, throughout history, no transmuter had ever defeated a god after ascension while still being mortal. Yet now, Lin Chen had done it. I'm really curious, how did Lin Chen survive? At that moment, a big shot in the front row of the audience voiced his doubts. I'm curious too. Yeah, this is outrageous. Lin Chen has 2 invincible skills, but when Yun Piampian launched her final strike, it was clear that Lin Chen's invincible skill had already expired. Continuous voices of confusion arose, and the big shots felt it was somewhat unbelievable. He has 3 invincible skills. A calm voice spoke up. It was the sword god Shifeng. He was seated at the very front of the audience, able to see more clearly than others. At the moment the frost was about to ravage the arena, he clearly saw another light shield illuminate around Lin Chen. Although it was just for an instant, based on the current outcome, he could be certain that Lin Chen had indeed used another invincible skill. 3 invincible skills? Upon hearing this, the big shots felt an urge to spit blood. All of them were at least 8th transmutation professionals, and their families could hold their own in Longjing, but even so, there were only a few people present who possessed invincible skills. But what about Lin Chen? A first transmutation professional with 3 invincible skills? They had never seen anything like it. However, they couldn't disbelieve it, as it was hard to believe that a first transmutation professional could withstand a forbidden spell without using an invincible skill. But how could Lin Chen's attack power be so outrageous? He even shattered the defensive barrier? A big shot asked again, voicing his confusion. The others looked curiously at Sword God Shifeng, wanting to hear the answer from him. The entire arena was constructed from the artifact of the mage god, the Shumi illusion, which under normal circumstances, even ordinary god-level powers couldn't break. Yet Lin Chen, a first transmutation professional, shattered it? Who would believe that? The defensive barrier wasn't shattered by Lin Chen.
Sword God Shifeng shook his head and continued. Just now, Jin Pianpian used the power of star patterns briefly, restoring her peak combat power, attempting to break the rules and forcibly shatter the invincible skill. Breaking the rules, forcibly shattering the invincible skill? Upon hearing this, everyone's pupils constricted. This Yun Pianpian was truly formidable, daring to have such thoughts at such a young age. However, in the end, she failed. Even at her peak, she couldn't forcibly break the limitations of the rules, but with her full power strike, she did manage to shatter the defensive barrier. Sword God Shifeng spoke again, clarifying for everyone, in the end, it should have been Lin Chen taking advantage of the moment when Yun Pianpian's star pattern power faded, returning to her suppressed state, and then using those three swords to defeat her. So that's how it was. Upon hearing this, the big shots all showed expressions of understanding. If viewed this way, it didn't seem so outrageous after all. Lin Chen first used 3 invincible skills to withstand Yun Pianpian's 3 forbidden spells, then seized the opportunity to strike when she was once again suppressed, defeating her. After all, although the suppressed Yun Pianpian had an explosive attack power, her other attributes should not be much stronger than Lin Chen's. But is that really the case? At this moment, deep in the air, Yun Pianpian appeared calm on the surface, but her heart was in turmoil. Only by personally experiencing Lin Chen's 3 swords did she understand the power they contained, even in her original form. She could not withstand the terrifying 3 swords and ultimately had to be forcibly teleported out by the arena's mechanism. As for the so-called arena barrier being shattered by her, she believed that if she had intended to do so, she could have. However, at that moment, it was because she felt the power of Lin Chen's 3 swords that she cast the forbidden spell to intercept him, but the result was that she failed to stop him, leading to the barrier being broken. In an instant, she felt a strong curiosity towards Lin Chen. How could a first-tier professional, who had not ascended, achieve such feats? Even if those 3 swords were divine swords, they couldn't possibly have such power, right? With her skirt fluttering, Yun Pianpian slowly descended to the ground, her gaze complex as she stared at Lin Chen in the arena, and said, "I lost." Her voice was not loud, but it clearly reached everyone's ears. After speaking, she turned and left, seemingly indifferent to the outcome, and offered no further explanation. He won, Lin Chen really won. My goddess actually lost. Damn, Mo Gu actually defeated the demoness. Lin Chen, big brother, I want to have your babies. In the arena, cheers erupted once more, mostly from young female professionals, while most of the male professionals wore gloomy expressions. They felt that their goddess had been trampled on. However, they had no choice. After all, even Yun Pianpian herself admitted her defeat. Lin Chen wins. The voice of Sword God Shifeng rang out, and Lin Chen's figure was immediately teleported to the front of the audience. Their eyes met. The two stared at each other. Neither spoke first. After a long while, Sword God Shifeng could no longer hold back and slowly said, "You are quite good. Quite good." Lin Chen blinked. He held back for so long just to say this? Does he not know that he is quite good? Was that really necessary? Let's get to something practical. Lin Chen rubbed his hands, feeling hopeful. Then, an exasperating scene unfolded before Lin Chen's eyes. After dropping that line, Sword God Shifeng exchanged a glance with the mage goddess Yuni beside him, then turned and walked towards the arena's exit. Moreover, the mage goddess Yuni shot Lin Chen a fierce glare as she left. That's it? Lin Chen felt a bit frustrated. No rewards, fine, but what about the promised qualification to enter Sword God Mountain and Mage Sea? Did they forget? His main purpose in exerting himself this time was to attract the attention of Sword God Mountain. But now, it seemed like he got nothing? And that Yuni, what kind of look was she giving him? Can't she learn from Fongling? Lin Chen couldn't help but complain in his heart. Just when Lin Chen thought he had suffered a huge loss, Sword God Shifeng's voice echoed throughout the arena. After your 3rd promotion, I will personally come to take you to Sword God Mountain. Additionally, the teacher mentioned that he would consider accepting this year's city championship winner as a disciple. As soon as these words were spoken, the arena erupted in an uproar. Lin Chen's luck is too good, right? That esteemed one wants to take him as a disciple? Ah, I'm so jealous. Why isn't it me? Don't you even look at yourself? In terms of strength, you're definitely not as strong as brother Lin Chen, and in terms of looks, you're completely crushed. A group of young heirs from various families were seething with jealousy. However, unlike these young heirs, the family patriarchs still seated in the audience had expressions that varied greatly. Although the Sword God Master rarely took on disciples, and normally even those with the potential to become Sword gods had little chance of being accepted. He had indeed taken on a few apprentices in the past but had never made such a public declaration before. The implication of this statement is worth pondering. It was clear that he intended to protect Lynch. The sword god master openly stated he wanted to take on a disciple. One must ask, how many people in the entire dragon kingdom would dare to act against that? In an instant, those family patriarchs who had ulterior motives abandoned their ill thoughts. At least you guys are somewhat reliable. Lin Chen scoffed, then pulled Wang Defa, who was not far away, and left the competition venue directly. Meanwhile, on the Sword God Mountain, shrouded in celestial mist, a chubby boy resembling a servant rushed into the main hall in a fluster, exclaiming, "Master, the Tianju sword and the Wendy sword in the sword tomb have also lit up. Additionally, just now, a projection from Junior brother Shifeng came through a recording stone saying it's related to Junior sister and you should take a good look." For the past few days, he felt overwhelmed, as monitoring the sword tomb was his duty, but recently, with divine swords continuously emerging from the sword tomb, he began to question his life. If it weren't for the fact that the sword tomb was an ancient treasure personally discovered by the master, he would have thought it was broken. The continuous emergence of divine swords is indeed a warning, but there's no need to panic. The white-haired elder, sitting cross-legged in the void, shook his head and continued, "Let's first take a look at the recording sent by Shifeng." After saying this, he waved his hand, and the jade tablet in the chubby boy's hand shattered instantly. The image flickered. A phantom appeared, showing Yun Pianpian standing alone in the arena before Lin Chen took the stage. Pianpian. The white-haired elder's face revealed a hint of affection upon seeing this. The image then shifted to Lin Chen drawing the Baxia sword. Baxia sword? There was a trace of surprise in the white-haired elder's voice. But that wasn't the end. Two more divine swords appeared in succession on the projection. Tianju sword, Wendy sword. The white-haired elder was completely unsettled. After a long while, once the entire scene had played out, the white-haired elder slowly spoke. "It seems that the anomalies in the sword tomb these days were all caused by this little fellow named Lin Chen. Should we capture this kid for questioning?" the chubby boy blurted out. He. The white-haired elder chuckled and shook his head, continuing, "Fortune is predetermined. Just like the current world, everything has its own fate. It seems it's also time to hand over the sword tomb to its destined master. But we still need to see what this little fellow's character is like." The next day, Longjing, heaven and earth. Lin Chen woke up early, quietly waiting in his room for the 24-hour cooldown period of the divine sword. Once the cooldown was over, he would directly take on the job of changing professions and then go for a big score. "Go, are you going back to Tianzhua City with us?" At that moment, Wang Defa's voice rang out from outside the door. Ever since Lin Chen forcefully defeated Yun Pianpian yesterday, he had regarded Lin Chen as a deity in his heart. "I'm not going back yet." Lin Chen opened the door, glanced at Wang Defa, and said, "There's still a big matter to attend to. I'll go back after it's done." "A big matter?" Wang Defa was taken aback for a moment but didn't think too much about it and then said, "You need to be careful. I have to go back with my third uncle now. These days are when the monsters attack the city, and we need to prepare." "Monster attack?" Lin Chen slapped his forehead upon hearing this. How could he forget about this? Due to the rules on Blue Star, although the human side had gradually stabilized, every year there would be monster hordes bursting out from the wilderness to randomly attack cities. Fortunately, the city of Qingjin where he was located had been lucky enough not to encounter any in the past 18 years. The reason the city championship competition was scheduled for these days was mainly because random monster attacks would occur during this time. The provincial leaders of the 9 provinces of Longguo would work together to activate the teleportation array for mutual support between cities, which also facilitated the participating contestants. At noon, Lin Chen rushed out of his room and made his way to the Transmigration Temple in Longjing City as fast as he could. After identity verification, he was allowed to proceed without any delay. Unlike the first awakening, the second transfer task only required direct confirmation on the transfer stone tablet without the need for an inspector to record anything. Arriving in the empty room, Lin Chen placed his hand on the massive transfer stone tablet. "Detected that you meet the conditions for the second transfer. Do you wish to accept the second transfer task? Yes/no." Without any hesitation, Lin Chen directly chose, "Yes." Random task accepted successfully. Task name: I am the European Emperor. Incomplete. Task content: use the map of mountains and rivers to dig out a piece of divine artifact fragment. 0/1. Task time limit: 72 hours. Damn it. Lin Chen frowned as he looked at his second transfer task. On the surface, this task seemed to have no difficulty at all. Yes, it really had no difficulty. It didn't require him to kill some terrifying boss or specifically ask for some priceless rare items. It was just digging the map. However, this digging completely depended on luck. If luck wasn't on his side, even 100 maps of mountains and rivers might not yield a single divine artifact fragment. In simple terms, his second transfer task required a divine artifact fragment worth 1 billion and it had to be dug up by himself. The only difference was that this divine artifact fragment didn't need to be submitted as a task item.
Hopefully, I'll have better luck. Lin Chen looked at the over 1 billion gold coins in his bag and shook his head helplessly. 10 minutes later, Lin Chen walked out of the Tianbao trading hall in Longjing with a smiling attendant following him to the door before returning purple gold membership card client, an order volume of up to 400 million. Each of these made the attendant's heart bloom with joy, and he could earn a considerable commission from it. Yes. Just now, Lin Chen had bought 50 sets of materials for the map of mountains and rivers, getting an 80% discount on each set priced at 9 million gold coins. Overall, large orders. Using the purple gold membership card could indeed save a lot. 1 Palm Wind and Moon Treasure Mirror *50, 1 Palm Shishan Journey *50, 1 Palm Rivers and Mountains as Pictures *50. Lin Chen looked at these materials in his bag and clicked to synthesize 50 times. A few seconds later, 50 maps of mountains and rivers appeared in Lin Chen's bag. Spending more time with Xiao Wang, my luck should improve, right? Lin Chen muttered to himself, then headed towards the wilderness of Longjing City according to the coordinates on the first map of mountains and rivers. Half an hour later, Lin Chen arrived at the coordinates marked on the first map of mountains and rivers. Longjing Wilderness 182, 282. I have to say, the design of the map of mountains and rivers was quite reasonable. The coordinates were near the synthesis locations of nearby users, otherwise, Lin Chen would have to run all over Longhua. Quickly clicking, use. Lin Chen was filled with anticipation. You have obtained gold bag *10, a prompt appeared, and Lin Chen's inventory instantly increased by 10 million gold coins. Not bad, at least I'm not losing. Lin Chen muttered and continued towards the coordinates of the next map of the mountains and rivers. You have obtained gold bag *5. This is a bit of a scam. Lin Chen grumbled. The treasures that can be dug up from the map of the mountains and rivers vary widely. Those with incredible luck can unearth a complete artifact, while those with good luck might find artifact fragments. But for those with bad luck, finding a bronze item isn't impossible either. Of course, Lin Chen certainly didn't think of himself as one of those unlucky ones. Longjing Wilderness 1240, 1850. Lin Chen continued his treasure hunting journey. You have obtained a steel sword, bronze item. Damn it. Lin Chen couldn't help but curse. Just a moment ago, he thought he definitely wasn't among the unlucky ones, and now reality had hit him hard. Swish! A flash of light, and Lin Chen directly held the steel sword in his hand, simultaneously transforming it into a divine sword. Forget it, let's just consider it a divine sword. Lin Chen rolled his eyes, trying to comfort himself. An hour later, Lin Chen was bustling around various maps in the Longjing Wilderness, and his inventory of the map of the mountains and rivers had dwindled to just 25 pieces, yet he still hadn't found any artifact fragments. Let me get lucky just this once. Taking a deep breath, Lin Chen arrived at the coordinates marked by the 26th map of the mountains and rivers. Boom! Golden light shone, and the ground split open. Did I hit the jackpot? Lin Chen's heart raced, thinking his luck had finally arrived. With such a huge commotion, it couldn't possibly be trash, right? However, when he saw what was in the crevice, Lin Chen's mood instantly plummeted. LV.120 Greedy Goblin, no rank. A chubby blue little monster appeared before Lin Chen. Am I really going to be unlucky all the way? 2 black lines appeared on Lin Chen's forehead as he punched the Greedy Goblin, instantly killing it. There was a certain chance of digging up monsters like the Greedy Goblin while excavating the map of the mountains and rivers, and these monsters had very low attributes. After defeating them, there was a chance to drop equipment of any rank, but most were just trash, below the golden rank. Therefore, Lin Chen didn't hold out much hope. But this time, he was wrong again. The moment the Greedy Goblin was killed, he received a prompt. You have killed LV.120. Greedy Goblin, you have obtained LV.120 Frostblade, celestial item. Holy crap. Lin Chen's eyes widened in disbelief. Could he really have hit such odds? Once, a gambling professional had done statistics, estimating the probability of finding artifact fragments to be about 1/300, while the chance of obtaining a celestial item from killing a Greedy Goblin was roughly 1/1000. This celestial dagger can sell for at least 150 million. Lin Chen looked at the attributes of the Frostblade and nodded in satisfaction. The total value of the items dug from the previous 25 maps of the mountains and rivers was around 180 million, and now he had unearthed a celestial dagger, so he was still making a profit. The charm of treasure hunting lies in this. It could be that hundreds of maps yield nothing, leading to bankruptcy, or it could be a single stroke of luck that results in overnight wealth. Seizing the moment, Lin Chen, who had just found the celestial dagger, felt invigorated and began to run through the maps frantically again. You have obtained golden chain mail, golden item. You have obtained gold bag *20. You have obtained gold bag *12. You have obtained artifact fragment *1. Until Lin Chen dug up the 45th map of the mountains and rivers, his luck finally exploded, and he finally found an artifact fragment. Finally got it. Lin Chen looked at the taskbar, which now displayed completed for the job change task, and he breathed a sigh of relief. As long as he could complete the task, that was all that mattered.
Without the psychological pressure, Lin Chen's speed increased, humming a little tune as he finished digging up the last 5 maps.
You have obtained gold bag *10. You have obtained gold bag *50.
You have obtained artifact fragment *1 in the last 5 maps. Lin Chen's luck was clearly on his side, and on the 50th map, he struck it rich again, unearthing an artifact fragment. Digging maps is great, digging maps is wonderful, digging maps makes you rich and feels fantastic.
After completely finishing
the 50 maps, Lin Chen looked at the items in his bag, feeling very pleased. Including the 2 artifact fragments and some gold bags, he had unearthed items worth over 2.7 billion.
Could it be that I'm also a lucky one? Lin Chen nodded, unable to resist thinking, should I go for another 100 maps and take a gamble? No way. Just as this thought crossed his mind, Lin Chen immediately dismissed it. With the experience from his past life, he deeply understood one principle: gambling dog, gamble until you have nothing left. The scales of luck cannot always tip in favor of one person. Returning to Longjing City,
Lin Chen hurried to the Tianbao trading headquarters, selling all the items he had dug up except for the 2
artifact fragments, earning a profit of 530 million.
Including the gold bags he had found, Lin Chen's total profit reached 720 million.
I must say, this luck is really good. Even the attendant repeatedly praised Lin Chen's good fortune.
As for the 2 artifact fragments he had unearthed, Lin Chen chose not to sell them. One reason was that the value of selling artifact
fragments individually was not very high compared to a complete artifact.
The second reason was that Lin Chen planned to wait until he had enough money to buy some artifact fragments.
After
all, through these days of transforming the divine sword, he discovered that the higher the grade of the sword-type weapon, the higher the attack power of the transformed divine sword, and the more additional skills it had. Although many skills on the divine sword were still marked with question marks, it did not affect his judgment. Therefore, he was very eager to try out what level a divine sword transformed from an artifact could reach. Moreover, even if he gathered enough artifact fragments and the randomly synthesized artifact was not a divine sword, he could still choose to exchange it with others for a divine sword or sell it. In short, selling artifact fragments individually was definitely not cost-effective.
Jogging along, Lin Chen happily arrived at the job change temple in Longjing. After going through the registration and verification by the guards, he entered that dark little room again. I wonder how many talent points this time,
Lin Chen muttered, placing his hand on the huge job change stone tablet.
Compared to the attribute enhancement of the second job change and the new skills he would
comprehend, he was more concerned about how many talent points he would receive this time, as he mainly relied on the divine sword in his hand. If the attribute points given this time were sufficient, then raising the sword path origin talent to level 4 would allow him to use the divine sword 4 times a day and unlock the 4 symbol sword formation.
Detecting that your second job change task has been completed. Do you want to break through immediately? Yes/no. Yes. Clang.
A golden light illuminated the room, and a faint sword chant echoed throughout, while the huge trial sword stone trembled continuously.
1 minute later,
the golden light disappeared, and a series of prompts rang in Lin Chen's ears.
Congratulations! You have
successfully completed the second job change, and your attributes have been significantly enhanced. Congratulations!
You have automatically comprehended the skill sword control technique. Congratulations! You have automatically comprehended the skill blade storm. Congratulations! You have gained 5 talent points under the influence of unknown factors, the divine sword. Xingxian seems to have undergone some changes under the influence of unknown factors. The divine sword Baxia seems to have undergone some changes. A continuous stream of over 100 enhancement notifications left Lin Chen completely stunned. However, at this moment, Lin Chen was filled with immense joy. 5 talent points were already enough for him to elevate the sword Dao origin to level 4. With this thought, Lin Chen quickly opened his attribute panel and clicked 3 times. Your sword Dao origin has been upgraded to level 4, current level LV.4. Sword Dao Origin LV.4 passive can be enhanced, can be advanced. You, recognized by the Sword Dao Origin, will have unexpected gains. When using sword techniques, you will have an 800% damage result bonus. When using sword techniques, the skill coverage can be increased by 1800 times. Each time you level up, all your attributes will be significantly enhanced. With the Sword Dao Origin, you can ignore levels and use any level sword type weapon 4 times every 24 hours. Having consumed 3 talent points, Lin Chen upgraded the Sword Dao Origin to level 4. The level 4 Sword Dao Origin had to be said to have a qualitative improvement, with all its characteristics significantly enhanced, and the number of times the divine sword could be used reached 4. At the same time, the icon for the 4 symbols sword array in the skill list was no longer gray. Not bad at all. Lin Chen suppressed his excitement and continued to explore his other gains. Sword control technique, active, consume a sword type weapon to refine it into a flying sword. Note: 1. The higher the quality of the refined sword, the faster its flying speed. 2. Once refined, the sword will completely lose its original attributes and can no longer be used in combat. Is that it? Lin Chen glanced at it and
directly took out a wind attribute divine sword transformed from a glazed weapon, the Wind Chaser sword.
Do you want to convert the Wind Chaser sword into a sword control carrier? Yes/no.
Yes, Lin Chen made his choice without hesitation. Perhaps for other swordsmen, even for a sword god, it would be hard to part with a divine sword as a carrier for the sword control technique. After all, the preciousness of a divine sword was evident.
But for Lin Chen, this was not an issue. After all, with over 100 divine swords in his bag, if he really needed more, converting another 100 divine swords would be an easy task.
Your Wind Chaser sword has disappeared. Sword control carrier conversion successful. You have obtained the Wind Chaser sword.
Sword control carrier, Wind Chaser sword, sword control carrier, quality?
Characteristics: 1. Wind Chaser, can instantly increase speed by 1000%, duration, 60 seconds. 2. Moon Chaser, can use the moon phase to mark a target within the Wind Chaser sword. Once marked successfully, you can lock onto the target's position at any time.
Moon phase mark duration,
24 hours, 9-star sword control carrier, and it comes with 2 characteristics.
Lin Chen couldn't stop smiling.
He didn't know the quality upper limit of the sword control carrier. However, as far as he knew, in the entire Dragon Kingdom, only the Sword God Master of Sword God Mountain had a 9-star quality sword control carrier, while the others had at most an
8-star quality.
Moreover, the 2 major characteristics of the Wind Chaser sword converted into a sword control carrier felt tailor-made for him.
Just think about it, once the target is
marked with the moon phase, when the 4 symbols array sword is unleashed and he runs away after using it, who could catch up?
It was simply the essential artifact for killing and looting while escaping. Don't be proud, don't be complacent, one must be low-key.
Lin Chen patted his chest and continued to study. Blade Storm, create a storm of sword energy, dealing 80% physical damage of the user to all targets within a 100 by 100 range of the sword energy storm, duration 30 seconds. Wow.
Lin Chen was jolted by the introduction of Blade Storm. It seemed that trying to be low-key was no longer an option. Lin Chen was overjoyed. All along, although he had been forcibly using divine swords, utilizing the splash range of sword energy, along with the first characteristic of the Sword Dao origin to clear maps, this was ultimately not a long-term solution. Sword energy is merely the most basic skill of a swordsman, and its splash damage range is pitifully low.
In the early stages, Lin Chen could still rely on the terrifying damage of the divine sword to clear maps, but as his level increased, the monsters he faced would also be of higher levels. At that point, if he continued to rely on the splash damage of sword energy, even with the divine sword, it would be impossible for him to clear a map with a single strike. But now it was different. With the Blade Storm group attack skill, Lin Chen's shortcomings as a swordsman would be completely compensated. Finally, Lin Chen's gaze fell upon the divine swords in his bag. He remembered clearly that among the more than 100 prompts just now, most were about the divine swords in his bag.
Ha!
Suddenly, Lin Chen took out the Qingxian sword, a curious expression on his face.
Qingxian sword artifact, lost, bound, required level, 1000 attack power, 999,999?
Strength plus 9,999 stamina plus 9,999 agility plus 9,999 vitality plus 9,999 skills. 1. Concealment passive, a special skill attached for unknown reasons, can hide its appearance, making it look like an ordinary low-grade sword, can be.
2. Sharpness passive, maximum physical attack plus 30%.
3. Exorcism passive, deals an additional 30% damage to ghost-type monsters.
4. Description, the bluebird flies in the
mysterious, the copper drum of the sea, a divine sword lost in the river of time, may one day reveal its sharpness again. The Qingxian sword remains the Qingxian sword, with no changes in attributes, but the skill filled with question marks has unlocked one. Could it be that the other divine swords have also unlocked skills? With this thought, Lin Chen took out each divine
sword from his bag one by one.
Divine sword, Baxia divine sword, Heaven's punishment divine sword, questioning the earth.
Without exception, all the divine swords had unlocked
one skill, some being active skills and others passive skills.
What on earth is going on? Lin Chen pondered, a look of confusion on his face. The ability to transform all sword type weapons into divine swords was already astonishing enough, and now it seemed that this feature was not enough. It was gradually starting to unlock. Could it be that with each level I gain, every time I change jobs, I will unlock a divine sword skill? Until eventually, all divine swords will be completely unsealed?
Lin Chen boldly speculated. With this thought, his heart burned with excitement. The strength of an artifact lies not only in its terrifying attributes but also in its accompanying characteristics and skills, which are extremely abnormal, making
it highly sought after by many job changers. And now, if his speculation were true, wouldn't that mean that in the future, all divine generals would return to their complete forms? The thought was simply wonderful.
Lin Chen chuckled to himself, then turned his gaze to the 2 large characters lost after the divine sword.
What does this loss mean?
Lin Chen muttered to
himself.
Since the first transformation into a divine sword, all transformed divine swords have invariably carried the 2 characters lost and the description of the divine sword vaguely
hinted at something. Could it be that someone lost them?
Lin Chen thought wildly.
However, he quickly shook his head. It shouldn't be like that. If it were, it would be too absurd. Who could lose so many divine swords at once? Unless they were a total noob. At that moment, he completely forgot that he seemed to be that noob, ultimately, unable to make sense of
the origins of the divine swords. Lin Chen did not dwell on it further. Instead, he returned to his residence and lay straight down on the bed. Indeed, at this moment, Lin Chen was conserving
his energy, constantly muttering to himself, trading a day's worth of map destruction for a chance to eliminate the top 5 families of the Dragon Kingdom. Not a bad deal, right? Meanwhile,
in the wilds of Longjing, the Gong family.
Big brother, this Lin Chen is too arrogant. Does he really think that with the protection of Sword God Mountain and a great professional, who has survived the life and death tribulation behind him, he can disregard our Gong family?
Inside the room, Gong Tian looked grimly at Gong Qianli beside him.
Just this morning, the Gong family's servants brought news that Lin Chen had left the city again. Both Gong Tian and Gong Qianli were closely monitoring the situation. But who would have thought that Lin Chen would dare to openly wander near the Gong family, even cursing from time to time? It was simply unbearable. Indeed, this kid is too arrogant. Gong Qianli nodded, his expression equally grim.
In his view, Lin Chen's actions were clearly a provocation, relying on his backing to challenge the Gong family. Fortunately, at that moment, Lin Chen was unaware of their conversation. Otherwise, he would have surely shouted, "Does my cursing while digging maps bother you? But there's no need to worry. After my grandfather watched the recording I sent of Lin Chen's battle with Yun Pianpian, he has already replied, stating that Lin Chen must not be left alive and he will come over tonight." Gong Qianli continued. When he sent the footage of Lin Chen's fight to the family's mage, that mage immediately made the decision to return a day early.
Coming a day early? Gong Tian was taken aback and continued, "Isn't grandfather currently refining his body at the mage's holy altar, seeking to ascend in the future? Is he really going to give up a day for a Lin Chen?" He was somewhat puzzled. Although Lin Chen won the exhibition match, their post-match analysis and various confirmations all proved without exception that Lin Chen had merely taken advantage of the situation and was not truly strong. He even felt that if Lin Chen didn't have his invincible skill and was given the first strike, he could defeat Lin Chen himself. I don't know what grandfather is thinking. After all, his thoughts are beyond our speculation. Gong Qianli shook his head, a look of deep concern on his face. Night. The sky was overcast, the stars hidden, and darkness enveloped the entire horizon. Boom! A thunderclap sounded, and a figure descended from the sky amidst the lightning above the Gong family. Grandfather! Grandfather! In the courtyard, Gong Tian and Gong Qianli, who had already dismissed their attendants, both respectfully bowed to the figure descending from the sky, who was none other than the current absolute authority of the Gong family, Gong Wu. "Get up!" Gong Wu nodded, signaling the two to rise, and then asked, "Is that kid Lin Chen still in Longjing?" "Still in Longjing." Gong Qianli quickly nodded and continued, "Grandfather, rest assured, our people are watching Lin Chen closely, he won't escape." "That's good." Gong Wu slightly nodded, continuing, "Qianli, I watched the recording you sent, this kid definitely has a big secret and its value may not be lower than that key. Therefore, we need to act as soon as he leaves the city." The reason he gave up a day of refining time at the mage's holy altar was that he sensed something unusual about Lin Chen. Although it was still just a guess, he decided to come early to avoid any prolonged complications. "Grandfather, Lin Chen is currently protected by Sword God Mountain. Shouldn't we be discreet when we act?" Gong Qianli hesitated for a moment before voicing his concerns. They themselves did not dare to touch Lin Chen, partly because of the great professional behind him and partly because Sword God Mountain had already made their stance clear. They, as juniors, could not bear the wrath of Sword God Mountain. "It's fine, my Gong family is backed by the Mage Sea and a dead genius is no longer a genius. How much of a storm can they stir up? Even that group of sword slaves wouldn't dare to say anything." Gong Wu shook his head disdainfully. "Who?" At that moment, Gong Wu's eyes narrowed with disdain and he flew towards the outskirts of the Gong family. Meanwhile, at the outskirts, a figure was pacing back and forth, seemingly searching for something, muttering, "This night is so suitable for murder, both pleasing and scenic. If only a Gong family member would come by to mark me. It seems my Gong family has really been too low-key for years, even the likes of stray cats and dogs dare to come knocking." An elderly voice rang out as Gong Wu descended from the sky, glaring ominously at Lin Chen, who was hiding in the corner wearing a mask. Just moments ago, he sensed a living presence at the outskirts of the Gong family. "How many years has it been? No one has ever dared to be so reckless in my Gong family." Gong Wu spoke again, his voice tinged with nostalgia. Back in the day, the Gong family was just a small clan, and it was through his rise that they achieved their current status. Moreover, once the Gong family established itself to showcase their strength and fearlessness, he even relocated the family ancestral home to the outskirts of Longjing. At that time, countless people praised his boldness and marveled at the Gong family's power. Now, with two young talents Possessing divine mage potential emerging among the younger generation of the Gong family just as they were on the rise, some trivial matters dared to provoke them? Today, he would use thunderous means to show those with ill intentions towards the Gong family what true wrath looks like. Regardless of which family you come from, you won't be leaving today and I will personally pay a visit to your family. Gong Wu continued, already planning to establish authority over the family behind the person before him. Are you a member of the Gong family? Lin Chen was taken aback. This old man had been boasting about the Gong family, so he must be one of them, and his status couldn't be too low. It seems I really am getting old. There are actually people who don't recognize me. Gong Wu smirked coldly at Lin Chen's words. Remember my name, the head of the Gong family, Gong Wu. You are Gong Wu? Lin Chen's eyes lit up, excitement showing on his face. A few days ago, he had investigated the Gong family and learned that the current Gong family had a divine mage who was studying in the Mage Sea. Initially, he felt it was a pity that he couldn't eradicate the root of the problem. After all, if you cut the grass but don't remove the roots, it will grow back with the spring breeze, which is quite troublesome. But he didn't expect this old man to come knocking on his door. Since you've heard of my name, be honest and tell me which family sent you. Gong Wu glanced at Lin Chen with disdain and continued, if you tell the truth, I might give you a quick end. I have no family. Lin Chen blurted out. Humph. It seems you won't shed tears until you see the coffin. Gong Wu snorted coldly. In his view, Lin Chen must be one of those sent by the few families in Longjing to gather information, otherwise who would dare to provoke the Gong family as a lone wanderer? Does no one believe in honesty these days? Lin Chen rolled his eyes, thinking that Gong Wu might be senile. He truly had no family. Bold thief, how dare you cause trouble in my Gong family? Who is it? Truly unaware of the danger. At that moment, two more voices rang out as Gong Tian and Gong Qianli descended from the sky, looking grimly at Lin Chen. Why does this figure seem somewhat familiar? Suddenly, a look of confusion appeared on Gong Tian's face. Although the person before him was masked, they gave him a very familiar feeling. Has he advanced to the second tier? Lin Chen stared at Gong Tian, who had just descended, realizing that he was using the mage's second tier skill, levitation. However, after a moment's thought, Lin Chen understood. With the resources of the Gong family, it was only natural for Gong Tian to have advanced after the city competition. Grandfather, should we kill this person directly? Or should we capture him and interrogate him severely? Gong Qianli's voice rang out as he sought advice from Gong Wu beside him. Just kill him. I gave him a chance earlier, and he didn't tell the truth. Gong Wu waved his hand, signaling Gong Qianli to take action. He felt that such small fry, who came to probe for information, were not worth his personal involvement. All right. Gong Qianli nodded and was about to act. However, at that moment, Lin Chen spoke up. I want to ask, does your Gong family have any important figures still outside? Both. Gong Qianli and Gong Wu were taken aback by his words. Lin Chen? Gong Tian's face showed shock. That voice was unmistakably Lin Chen. Lin Chen? Gong Qianli and Gong Wu exchanged glances, and then turned their attention back to Lin Chen. Ahem. It seems I've been recognized. Lin Chen awkwardly removed the mask from his face. It really is you. Gong Tian's eyes widened in hatred as he recognized Lin Chen's features. You truly are a case of heaven having no path for you, yet you barge into hell. His voice was laced with unabashed malice. If it weren't for Lin Chen in the city competition, all the glory would have belonged to him. How could things have turned out like this? It really is Lin Chen. Gong Qianli scrutinized Lin Chen for a moment before confirming his identity. Kid, you really have guts. Seeing this, Gong Wu waved his hand, and a secret treasure barrier enveloped the entire Gong family. You have been enveloped by the Thunder Domain. Here we go again? Lin Chen's expression remained unchanged, but he felt somewhat helpless inside. Why do the Gong family members always use such fragile barriers? I really didn't expect this. I was still wondering if you would run away, but I didn't expect you to come right to me. Gong Wu looked at Lin Chen, his eyes revealing unmasked greed, and continued, Kid, I know you have extraordinary secrets, like those swords of yours. Now, I'll give you another chance to tell me your secrets and hand over those swords. I can give you a quick end. As a god of law, his vision was sharp. After watching Lin Chen's competition footage, he guessed the extraordinary nature of the swords Lin Chen used. Although there had never been equipment with no level limit on Blue Star, he still thought along those lines. Moreover, he understood that killing Lin Chen would only yield that key. The other items on Lin Chen wouldn't drop, so he patiently wanted Lin Chen to voluntarily hand over his treasures. Oh, you mean the divine sword in my hand? Lin Chen nodded, not bothering to hide anything. Swish! A beam of sword light appeared, and the Basha sword materialized in his hand. Behind him, the fierce phantom of Basha also emerged. Basha's manifestation? Is this sword responsible for it? Gong Wu's greed intensified, and he urged, Kid, hand over that sword to me. At this moment, he was extremely excited. Seeing it up close, he could finally confirm that the Basha sword in Lin Chen's hand was indeed a divine sword. Want it? Lin Chen smiled. I have more. Swish! 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 3 more beams of sword light lit up the Xianhuang Qi.
swirling endlessly, and a massive skeletal manifestation appeared, with the Tian's Hujian, Daiwenjian, and Wang Zijian all unsheathing and hovering above Lin Chen's head.
For manifestations? 4 divine swords? Gong Wu's greed nearly went wild.
These were 4 divine swords. If he could obtain them all, it would exchange for a massive amount of resources, and he could rely on
these resources to advance even further.
Yes, 4 divine swords, and I have many more divine swords. Lin Chen nodded nonchalantly and continued, you still haven't answered my question.
Are there any important figures from the Gong family out? Kid, even if you have a divine sword, you can't possibly be my match. Do you think I need anyone else to deal with you? Gong
Wu sneered, clearly misunderstanding Lin Chen's intention.
I think you misunderstood. The reason I asked you this question is that I want to take down your entire Gong family. Lin Chen's calm voice echoed. Take down the entire family?
The 3 of them were momentarily stunned upon hearing this.
Ha ha ha. Lin Chen, have you gone mad? Lin Chen, I think you're being too arrogant.
Once they regained their composure, Gong Tian and Gong Qianli looked at Lin Chen as if he were an idiot. Although I don't know why you have 4 divine swords in your hands, do you think that just because you took advantage of the situation to defeat the suppressed Yun Pian last time, you can be invincible? Gong Tian's voice turned grim. Today, not only you,
but even the peak Yun Pian wouldn't be able to leave my Gong family safely.
While he was surprised that Lin Chen could possess 4 divine swords at the first transition, he didn't believe Lin Chen had the capital to shake the Gong family, especially since his grandfather was right there.
And don't think about escaping.
The area around the Gong family is shrouded by my grandfather's barrier treasure. Even the sword god Shifeng wouldn't be able to receive your message.
Gong Tian spoke again.
In his view, Lin Chen was already a turtle in a jar, and he even hoped his grandfather wouldn't kill Lin Chen immediately but rather imprison him so he could torture Lin Chen to wash away the shame.
Why don't you all believe me?
Lin Chen sighed helplessly. Initially, Gong Quan from your Gong family didn't believe my words either, but he couldn't even withstand a single strike from me.
Now you are the same. Moreover, I really want to thank you all for always providing me such a comfortable environment to kill.
As he finished speaking, Lin Chen shook his head, feeling a surge of emotions.
This Gong family truly were good people.
Every time they came to deliver a head, they made sure to take care of their own affairs, afraid that others would find out.
You killed Elder 3? Impossible. Gong Tian's face showed shock upon hearing this. A 9th transition grand practitioner killed by a 1st transition swordsman?
Even with a divine sword in Lin Chen's hand, he couldn't believe.
It's Gong Quan died at your hands?
At this moment, Gong Wu had already sensed something was off, and a golden glowing staff appeared in his hand in an instant.
He had a bad premonition in
his heart but wasn't sure yet.
Just then, a prompt sounded in his ear. You have been locked on by the wind-chasing sword moon. Locked on? Gong Wu was taken aback, his gaze shifting to Lin Chen.
He saw Lin Chen standing on the wind-chasing sword, slowly rising into the air, with 4 divine swords arranged in a cross shape hovering above his head.
Not good. A strong sense
of crisis surged in Gong Wu's heart.
Wrath of thunder.
He swung the staff violently, and thousands of bolts of lightning appeared in midair, striking towards Lin Chen, which was the
lightning skill Gong Wu unleashed.
Target is in an invincible state, immune to your skill. Target is in an invincible state, immune to your skill. Target is in an invincible state, immune
to your skill.
Continuous prompts rang in Gong Wu's ears as thousands of bolts of lightning fell, but they were all blocked by the phantom of the tyrant behind Lin Chen.
At the same time,
in the spacious courtyard of the Gong family, curious figures emerged, looking at the sky filled with lightning.
Is that Wrath of Thunder? It seems the family head has returned. But who is the family head fighting against? Confused voices echoed throughout the Gong family's courtyard.
This afternoon, they had received a message from Gong Qianli, ordering
all non-Gong family servants and guest officials to be dismissed.
Now it seemed it was definitely because the family head Gong Wu had returned, and there would be significant actions taken.
No matter who he is fighting against, the family head cannot lose.
Relax, there are hardly a few in the entire dragon country who can match the head of the family.
I'm quite curious. Who is the blind fool daring to touch the tiger whiskers of the Gong family?
The discussions arose, and the members of the Gong family wore expressions of ease.
Their long-standing sense of superiority led them to believe that the Gong family was invincible in the dragon country. However, a shocking scene unfolded.
In the dim night sky, a figure riding a sword appeared in their sight. The figure slowly ascended. Behind it, a massive skeletal apparition spewed forth black gas, a phantom supporting it beneath.
The demon god has descended? The members
of the Gong family looked at the figure in midair, and the term involuntarily surfaced in their minds.
Is that Lin Chen? It really is Lin Chen. What is Lin Chen doing at our Gong family? Could it be that the one who just fought with the head of the family was Lin Chen? Many in the Gong family recognized Lin Chen.
Some had attended the city championship a few days ago and naturally recognized the one who defeated Gong Tian. This Lin Chen really isn't afraid of death. He ambushed and defeated our Gong family's genius, and now he dares
to come to our Gong family, someone sneered.
As members of the Gong family, they had always refused to admit that Lin Chen was stronger than Gong Tian. Just watch, this time the head of the family returns, and he comes here to seek death. Truly, if you don't court death, you won't die. Another person murmured, feeling that Lin Chen was completely seeking his own demise. Boom! At that moment, a thunder dragon swept down from the sky, charging towards Lin Chen, its might seeming to threaten the heavens and the earth. This is a heavenly thunder dragon. It's the head of the family's forbidden spell. The head of the family is truly cautious. Even when dealing with a mere first-tier swordsman, he uses all his strength. The members of the Gong family exclaimed, all wearing excited expressions. They seemed to already envision Lin Chen being struck into charcoal. But an unexpected scene occurred. Just as the massive thunder dragon was about to hit Lin Chen, a golden giant phantom emerged from behind Lin Chen, shattering the thunder dragon. How is that possible? The forbidden spell can't kill Lin Chen? Don't worry, Lin Chen just has an invincible skill, but he can only struggle in vain. What's all the fuss about? The head of the family is so cautious, there won't be any mistakes. Hey! Look, the head of the family has even activated the family's defensive formation. Voices of surprise rang out, but some who knew Lin Chen's background were unconcerned, and even more noticed that the Gong family's defensive formation had been activated. At this moment, they couldn't help but sigh in their hearts. Gong Wu truly deserves to be the head of the Gong family. His level of caution is unmatched. Just then, Lin Chen, who had been taking hits in midair, finally made a move. Swish, swish, swish. Ah! 4 beams of sword light illuminated the entire sky. The fierce phantom dove down, and the wails of 10,000 ghosts echoed throughout the Gong family. The 4-symbol sword formation has been formed. Young friend Lin Chen, let's talk this over. Please don't act rashly. A slightly trembling voice spread around. The intense sense of crisis forced Gong Wu to soften his stance. At this moment, he felt immense regret in his heart and shot a fierce glare at Gong Tian beside him, continuing, actually, this whole matter is a misunderstanding. If you are willing to stand down, our Gong family is willing to compensate you, and Gong Tian will be handed over to you for disposal. Grandfather, you. Gong Tian looked at Gong Wu in disbelief. Shut up. Gong Wu shot a disgusted glance at Gong Tian and said, this is all you're doing. Now he understood that Lin Chen's victory over Yun Pianpian was entirely due to his own strength. There was no question of any tricks. It was all because of this unfilial descendant that he was in this predicament. Oh, is that so? A faint voice echoed from the air. What a pity, I won't accept it. The voice sounded like the pronouncement of death, and Lin Chen immediately unleashed the sword blade storm. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, 4 divine swords completely merged, then split into thousands, targeting Gong Wu as the primary objective, slashing towards the Gong family. Ah, ah, ah. The chilling screams rang out as Gong family members fell, their faces filled with shock. In their final moments, they couldn't understand why the seemingly cautious master of the law god was not Lin Chen's match. Lin Chen, I was wrong. Please spare my life. This is all because of that old fool Gong Wu, who coveted the key on you and did this on purpose. A milky white halo lit up as Gong Tian knelt in terror, begging for mercy. Despite possessing an invincible skill, he was not immediately slain. Beast! Gong Wu turned back, wanting to slap Gong Tian to death, but at that moment he too was at the end of his strength, barely holding on with his invincible skill. Key? Lin Chen was taken aback, then recalled the rusty key from the city championship reward. Crack! Suddenly, a shattering sound was heard. The thunder domain had been broken. A great opportunity. Gong Wu seized the moment, flying outward, hoping to escape while there was still a second of invincibility left. Is it useful? Lin Chen shook his head indifferently. Could someone marked by the lunar phase escape? The thousands of divine swords erupted completely, not only charging towards Gong Wu but also sweeping in all directions across Longjing City. Ah! Boom! The sound of the earth shattering drowned out the chilling screams, and Gong Wu's body fell from the air. At the same time, Lin Chen switched his battle mode to the good-evil mode. 30 seconds later, the effect of the sword blade storm skill completely vanished, and Lin Chen stood high above, surveying the devastation below. There shouldn't be any fish that got away. After a brief inspection, Lin Chen flew towards Longjing on his sword. 10 minutes later, in front of the city gate of Longjing City, thousands of job changers rushed desperately into the city. Damn, that was terrifying. Which sword god was the Gong family fighting against? At that moment, I thought I was definitely going to die, but thankfully that sword god wasn't a mindless killer. The Gong family has really kicked a steel plate this time. I wonder what the final outcome will be. Discussions arose among the crowd. Just moments ago, thousands of sword blades had swept across the outskirts of Longjing, and these people were the job changers wandering nearby. Thank goodness I activated the good-evil mode in time. Lin Chen, following the crowd into the city, sighed in relief. If it hadn't been for the timely activation of the good-evil mode, innocent lives might have been lost. The next morning, the entire Longjing was in an uproar, with all major families entering a state of high alert. Last night, the entire Gong family had been wiped out, including their law god Gong Wu. Which sword god from Sword God Mountain do you think came down to destroy the Gong family? It shouldn't be the stream wind sword god. While strong, he couldn't have done this. Last night, I distinctly felt that powerful sword energy reaching Longjing. If it weren't for the restrictions, Longjing would have suffered some damage. I say you're just being overly worried. Isn't it good that the Gong family was destroyed? Besides, it's not surprising that Sword God Mountain intervened. Don't forget the incident about the sword slave decades ago, which was caused by that Gong Wu. In the Long family conference hall, the big shots from various families had different expressions, some worried, some anxious, but most wore faces of schadenfreude. There was no helping it, the Gong family's actions had been too unpopular. They were only worried about whether the one coming down from Sword God Mountain was targeting the Gong family specifically or the entire families of Longjing. After all, while their respective families could rank among the top in the Dragon Kingdom, even the strongest families had to heed the actions of Sword God Mountain and the Mage Sea. And at this moment, the instigator, Lin Chen, had already left through the teleportation array. Unaware of the concerns of these family bigwigs, Tianzuan City, Lin Chen strolled leisurely out of the teleportation array and arrived at the front of the city lord's mansion in Tianzuan City. Mo Gui, you're finally back. I was so worried about you, I thought you got taken out last night. As soon as Lin Chen stepped through the door, he heard Wang Defa's voice. Taken out? A black line appeared on Lin Chen's forehead. Before he could retort, Wang Defa continued, Mo Gu, do you know? The entire Gong family was wiped out last night, even that old geezer Gong Wu was taken down. After hearing this news, my dad even brought a few bottles of good wine to celebrate with my third uncle. Celebrate? Lin Chen's mouth twitched. Just how deep was old Wang's grudge against the Gong family? However, he didn't press further and instead asked, Xiao Wang, do you know where the burial ground is? He had come to the city lord's mansion in Tianzuan City to inquire about the second phase of the Divine Fall mission map, Boneland. After all, having tasted the sweetness of the ancient god battle armor, he was not willing to give up this only hidden mission. Boneland? Wang Defa was taken aback and blurted out, Emogu, what are you going to that cursed place for? To do a mission. Lin Chen replied. What kind of broken mission requires going to that cursed place? Wang Defa muttered, then continued, I've heard my dad say that place is the worst for getting people killed. Getting people killed? Lin Chen was puzzled. Are the monsters inside really strong? Not that the monsters are strong. Wang Defa shook his head, but that cursed place is well known, yet you might not necessarily find the entrance. What do you mean? Lin Chen was somewhat surprised. There's a map with known coordinates but no entrance? My dad has been to Boneland 9 times, but he's only managed to enter once. Wang Defa slowly explained, that cursed place is too eerie. Everyone knows it's in the wilderness of Langia City, but the entrance changes randomly and doesn't have a fixed location. Very few people can actually get in Langia City. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen stopped asking further questions and turned to walk towards the teleportation array. Mo, I haven't finished yet. There might be monsters attacking the city soon, so you must be careful. Wang Defa's voice rang out behind Lin Chen. After bidding farewell to Wang Defa, Lin Chen used the teleportation array to arrive at the capital city of Linshan Province, Tianqiu City. Fortunately, although the city championship has ended these past few days, the entire Dragon Kingdom will face random monster attacks and the teleportation array hasn't been closed. As he stepped out of the teleportation array, Lin Chen muttered, Langia City belongs to Linshan Province, but since it is not the capital city of Linshan Province, there is no teleportation array there, so Lin Chen could only teleport first to the capital city of Linshan Province, Tianqiu City. However, even so, taking advantage of this wave of monster attack teleportation benefits saved him quite a bit of time. This place seems to be very close to Qingjin City. Lin Chen stepped out of the city and glanced at the map in his hand. Linshan Province borders Tianhai Province, and Tianqiu City is even closer to Qingjin City, conveniently passing through Qingjin City on the way to Langia City. It's time to go back and take a look. Lin Chen murmured, a figure appearing in his mind. Swish! The Wind Chaser's sword manifested, azure wind swirling around, and Lin Chen stood firmly on it, flying towards Qingjin City. 10 minutes later, under the ultra-high-speed flight of the Wind Sword, Lin Chen arrived at Qingjin City. As he moved forward, Lin Chen reached the tavern he once knew well. Inside, it was still bustling with activity, with all sorts of adventurers sitting and standing about, and the air was filled with waves of chatter. Have you heard? The Gong family in Longjing has been wiped out. Wiped out? Good riddance. I've heard the Gong family has always acted tyrannically, so this is a relief. He. I heard it was the sword god from Sword God Mountain who took action. The noisy voices continued to rise and fall. Clearly, the news of the Gong family's destruction had not only shaken Longjing but had also spread to major cities across the Dragon Kingdom. Hey, what does it matter to us little folks whether the Gong family is wiped out or not? Did you know that Lin Chen from Qingjin City won the championship in the city competition? A slightly tipsy voice interrupted the conversation, and a young man dressed in city guard uniform stood up. Lin Chen? The crowd was taken aback. Is he the one who defeated Yun Pianpian? Is he really from our Qingjin City?
No way. How could our Qingjin city have such a genius?
Mentioning the champion of the city competition, everyone perked up. They had heard about Lin Chen's victory in recent days, but there were many versions of the story. Although many said Lin Chen was from Qingjin City, they subconsciously felt that it was just a rumor. It should be noted that the contestants from Qingjin City had not made it past the provincial qualifiers for many years, let alone win the championship in the finals.
Is there any doubt?
The young city guard took a swig of his drink and continued, and this Lin
Chen was discovered by our city guard's Captain Gong. After saying this, he looked at a middle-aged man in city guard uniform sitting at the table. Right, Captain? Since learning of Lin
Chen's victory, the entire city guard of Qingjin City had taken it as a topic of conversation, and many believed that Gong Fong would also rise to prominence.
After all, they, as city guards, clearly understood the relationship between Gong Fong and Lin Chen. Let's not talk too much about it.
Gong Fong frowned, clearly displeased. Lin Chen's victory surprised him, and it wasn't until the news of Lin Chen defeating Yun Pianpian came through that he was completely convinced that Lin Chen not only won but also defeated Yun Pianpian.
He felt very happy and somewhat gratified about this.
However, he did not want to flaunt this matter, fearing it might affect Lin Chen.
That's right, Lin Chen was indeed discovered by Captain Gong. At that
moment, a sarcastic voice chimed in. But a genius like Lin Chen is destined to be in a different world from us. You city guards are probably just celebrating in vain.
And don't keep bringing this up, it's a bit embarrassing.
A thin figure stood up, looking at Gong Fong and the young city guard with a mocking expression.
Sun Gao, what do you mean by that? When did our city guard's matters require you from the Transmigration Temple to interfere?
The young city guard glared angrily at Sun Gao.
Nothing much, just simply find it embarrassing. Lin Chen wouldn't even remember you, why humiliate yourselves?
Sun Gao shook his head, a cold smile appearing at the corner of his mouth.
Ever since Gong Fong forcefully entered the Transmigration
Temple last time, the people from the Transmigration Temple in Qingjin City had become at odds with the city guards, and now that there was such a good opportunity, how could he not take the
chance to humiliate them? Lin Chen is definitely not that kind of person.
The young city guard clenched his fists, looking somewhat agitated.
Not that kind of person? Sun Gao sneered and continued, it's been 2 days since the city competition ended. If Lin Chen truly cared about Captain Gong, why wouldn't he come back to see his old friends?
You agree, right?
Captain Gong?
Sun Gao's slightly mocking gaze turned towards Gong Fong, a sharp and bitter smile on his face.
Humph. Gong Fong let out a cold snort, standing up directly and glaring at Sun Gao, don't go too far. Captain Gong's authority is quite impressive. Can't anyone speak the truth?
Sun Gao said fearlessly, I've never been threatened by anyone when I
transferred to the Divine Temple.
Oh, it's really lively here. Just as tensions were rising between the two, a casual voice came in, Brother Gong, long time no see.
Did you specially come to the tavern to welcome me today? With that, Lin Chen walked in from the doorway and sat down beside Gong Fong.
Lin Chen?
The crowd around was taken aback. It really is Lin Chen. He looks just like in the image stone. He's quite handsome. As the murmurs began, everyone confirmed Lin Chen's identity. Lin Chen, you're back. Gong Feng's eyes widened, feeling a bit delighted.
I promised to come back and drink with you after winning the championship. I'm not someone who goes back on my word. Lin Chen tugged at Gong Feng's sleeve and continued. Brother Gong, try this, it's good wine my friend from Tianzhuan City sent me. With that, a bottle of wine appeared in Lin Chen's hand.
Lin Chen personally poured a glass for Gong Fong. It seems the rumors are true. Gong Fong really has a deep friendship with Lin Chen.
It's not false, I didn't expect Captain Gong to know a genius like Lin Chen. As whispers filled the air, the crowd discussed the relationship between Gong Fong and Lin Chen, casting strange looks at the flustered Sun Gao, the meaning in their eyes clear.
At that moment, Sun
Gao's face turned red, and he didn't dare to say a harsh word, leaving the tavern in disgrace.
The fly has finally left.
Lin Chen savored the wine in his glass, glancing at the tavern's entrance. He had heard everything Sun Gao said. The reason he didn't bother with such a person was that he felt the other party was unworthy.
Just like a powerful figure at the peak. Wouldn't care about the barking of a few mutts? Obviously not.
Moreover, he had already proven his relationship with Gong Fong through his actions, also showing that he was not a heartless person. Lin Chen, don't take Xiaobai's words too seriously, he's had a bit too much to drink. Gong Fong followed Lin Chen's gaze to the door where Sun Gao had just rushed out, then looked at the young city guard beside him. It was clear that Lin Chen had seen everything that just happened. Now, the Lin Chen before him was no longer the talented boy he once knew, but
the most renowned genius in the entire Dragon Kingdom.
The drastic change in status made him worry that Lin Chen would blame his subordinate's arrogance. Meanwhile, Xiaobai stood nervously
beside him, looking at Lin Chen.
Usually, they would boast about Lin Chen, but now that the real deal was right in front of them, it left him somewhat at a loss.
Blame what? Lin Chen smiled, gesturing for Xiaobai to sit down, and continued, what he said isn't wrong. Wasn't it you, Brother Gong, who discovered me back then? Or do you not recognize me as a friend? Although
he could still rise successfully without Gong Fong. It must be said that the other party played a significant role in it. Moreover, Lin Chen understood in his heart that Gong Fong truly treated him like a brother. How could that be? Gong Fong was touched by Lin Chen's words, downing his glass of wine, and continued, "Come on, Lin Chen, today we drink until we drop." At this moment he was in high spirits. Not only because Lin Chen had just stood up for him, but also because the Lin Chen before him was still the same Lin Chen from before. Haha, let's drink up. Lin Chen also laughed heartily, completely unconcerned about the astonished gazes of those around him. An hour later, the two, thoroughly enjoying themselves, slowly walked out of the tavern. "Hey, little brother, do you have any plans for your return to Qingjin City?" Outside the tavern, Gong Fong draped his arm around Lin Chen's shoulder, asking tipsily. "This time I came back mainly to see you, brother Gong. I won't be staying long." Lin Chen smiled, looking at Gong Fong with a playful expression. "See me?" Gong Fong shook his slightly tipsy head, staring at Lin Chen and saying, "What's there to see about a big man like me?" "Of course, I want to see if you're still single." Lin Chen chuckled, pushing Gong Feng's arm away and pretending to scrutinize him seriously. He knew that Gong Fong had been affected by the previous events in the Gong family, which had damaged his state of mind, and that he had never moved on, remaining unmarried even into middle age. "Hey, I'm a washed-up person, and at this age, what's the point of being single?" Gong Fong scratched his head, feeling a bit embarrassed. Under Lin Chen's gaze, "Isn't it just that your talent was ruined? What's so hard to fix about that?" Lin Chen shrugged nonchalantly, producing a small bottle of milky liquid in his hand. "Here, this is for you, brother Gong." As he spoke, he casually tossed the small bottle towards Gong Fong. "Cleansing essence?" Gong Fong caught the liquid, his pupils instantly widening, the drunkenness fading away, and he stammered, "Lin Chen, have you had too much to drink?" His voice trembled, disbelief written all over his face. This was the cleansing essence worth 1 billion, and it was something that money couldn't buy, and he was just given it? Although he knew that the champion prize of the city competition included this, and he had fantasized about Lin Chen winning and perhaps selling him a share, he never imagined he would witness this scene today. Initially, his deal with Lin Chen was mutually beneficial, but ever since Lin Chen stood up for him outside the Tian secret realm, his mindset had changed, and he truly regarded Lin Chen as a friend. To him, since they were friends, they absolutely couldn't measure their relationship by profit, so he ultimately didn't bring up the champion prize with Lin Chen. "I'm not that easy to get drunk." Lin Chen waved his hand, his eyes exceptionally clear. "Brother Gong, you're my good big brother. If you don't want this thing, then just give it back to me." Lin Chen smiled, pretending to reach for it. "Good big brother." Gong Feng's eyes glistened a bit, feeling an inexplicable emotion in his heart. However, his reaction was quick. He dodged aside and said, "Since you've given it to me, don't think about getting it back." There was no need for more sentimental words. He kept Lin Chen's kindness in his heart. "Ha ha, that's the brother Gong I know." Lin Chen laughed heartily and continued, "Brother Gong, I'm heading to Langia City soon. Take care of yourself in the future. There's likely to be a beast tide soon. Be careful on the road." Gong Fong nodded, not asking too many questions. "All right," Lin Chen replied. The two walked on, and eventually, Gong Fong escorted Lin Chen to the city gate, transferring the championship prize they had agreed upon to Lin Chen, a total of 2 billion. Lin Chen did not refuse but accepted it gladly. "Goodbye, brother Gong." Outside the city gate, Lin Chen bid farewell to Gong Fong and flew towards Langia City on his sword. 4 hours later, Lin Chen entered Langia City. At the same time, on the Sword God Mountain, the holy land for all swordsmen of the Dragon Kingdom, a middle-aged man covered in divine fire was playing chess with a white-haired old man, with a chubby little boy standing beside them. Clack! The white piece landed, seemingly stabilizing the universe, instantly changing the entire chessboard. "You lost." The white-haired old man smiled as he looked at the middle-aged man across from him. "Humph." The middle-aged man snorted coldly. "Your mind still can't settle down." The white-haired old man shook his head. "No need for you to teach me." The middle-aged man frowned and continued, "As the sword god master, isn't it beneath your dignity to act against a small family like the Gong family?" "Not me." The white-haired old man still smiled, shaking his head to himself. "Then it must be this kid." The middle-aged man glanced at the chubby boy beside him. "Master Yunhai has misunderstood. How could this kid dare to do such a thing?" The chubby boy shrank his head and decisively denied it. "If it's not you two, then who could it be?" The middle-aged man's words were pointed, and he continued, "That kid Shifeng doesn't have that kind of strength. The others, while capable, wouldn't be so decisive." "Could it be?" This person was none other than the mage god master of the Mage Sea, the foremost mage of the entire Dragon Kingdom, Yunhai. He had come to Sword God Mountain personally to confirm some matters. "Since you've already guessed, why ask further?" The white-haired old man nodded and then said, "I actually think that Lin Chen kid is quite good. Besides, he's just a small mage. If he dies, then he dies. You know what kind of character Gong Wu has. You have high hopes for Lin Chen?" Yunhai didn't argue with the white-haired old man about the death of a mage. "He's quite a good kid." The white-haired old man nodded, rubbing a white piece in his hand.
Do you think he can be better than Shanshan? Yunhai continued to ask. Shanshan? The
white-haired old man was momentarily taken aback, his hand's movement also stopping.
It seems you think so.
A flash of anger crossed Yunhai's face as he stood up and continued, when that place opens, I will prove to you that you are still wrong. With that, his body soared into the air and flew off into the distance. This Langya city is developing quite well.
Lin Chen
walked through the city, looking around and nodding continuously.
Although Langya city was not the capital of Linshan province, in terms of outdoor map resources and the number of job changers within the city, it was not something an ordinary small town could compare to.
As he walked, Lin Chen quickly arrived at a shop in the city, where he spent 10 gold coins to buy an
outdoor map before heading out of the city again. Let's go!
After leaving the city, Lin Chen summoned the Wind Chaser sword and was about to fly to the marked location on the map.
Lin Chen.
Suddenly, a crisp voice rang out, startling Lin Chen, who was standing on the flying sword.
Gu Qingqing?
Lin Chen turned around and found that the person was Gu Qingqing, the big milk opponent he had encountered during the city competition with Wang Defa.
It really is you. Gu Qingqing recognized Lin Chen's appearance and rushed from the city gate to his side,
causing Lin Chen to shake his head.
What are you doing? Why are you running around for no reason? Is this a show-off? As expected, Gu Qingqing's appearance immediately attracted a wave of
pierced gazes.
A bunch of old lechers.
Lin Chen stared at Gu Qingqing, internally looking down on the job changers around him one by one. At the same time, he was quite curious.
Is Langya city usually this lively? Why are there so many people just at the city gate?
Lin Chen, are you here to help us Langya city fend off the beast tide?
Gu Qingqing didn't notice Lin Chen's
abnormality and, seeing that he wasn't speaking, took the initiative to ask him.
Beast tide? Is there going to be a beast tide in Langya city? No wonder there are so many people here.
Lin Chen was taken aback for a moment, then recalled the monster's siege.
Maybe, probably, should be, perhaps.
Lin Chen didn't know how to respond, so he can only say this.
He couldn't just say that the beast tide in Langya city had nothing to do with Lin Chen from Qingjin city, right? Besides, aren't there major cities ready to support it any time? Of course, Lin Chen
would never say something that would obviously hurt a pure girl's feelings.
I knew it, you really are a good person,
unlike that perverted guy Wang Defa. Gu Qingqing's eyes sparkled with little stars upon hearing this. She had witnessed Lin Chen defeat Yun Pianpian with her own eyes, although some elders in the family later analyzed that Lin Chen had taken shortcuts. The
opponent was still Yun Pianpian.
For Lin Chen to defeat Yun Pianpian, he must be incredibly strong. She had an instinctive admiration for strong individuals, especially for handsome peers
of the opposite sex. Wait, even though you're quite big, you shouldn't insult people, right?
Lin Chen frowned, displeased with the label of good person, and then earnestly explained, Duh.
Qing, I need to clarify something.
Wang Defa is my friend. Although he can be a bit perverted, he is a true good person.
Xiao Wang, don't blame your brother Mo. After all, the girl has
already called you perverted.
You wouldn't mind adding the title of good person, would you?
Lin Chen silently thought to himself.
As for calling Gu Qingqing Dick Qing, Lin Chen felt there was nothing wrong with it. After all, it was quite exaggerated, right? The healing milk output is sufficient.
At the same time, he thought of Shaoqiang far away in Qingjin city.
Sigh.
It really is hard to compare people. How can there be such a big gap at the same age? Thinking of this, Lin Chen's frown deepened, feeling that he should remind Shaoqing to eat more
when he had the chance. Sorry, Lin Chen, I shouldn't have said that about Wang Defa.
Seeing Lin Chen frown, Gu Qingqing thought it was her careless words that caused his displeasure.
At
the same time, she added a layer of brilliance to Lin Chen in her heart. It was rare to find a man who would actively explain when others misunderstood his friend. Such loyalty was truly
hard to come by. A man who possessed strength, looks, and loyalty was simply captivating.
In an instant, Gu Qingqing became infatuated, her eyes sparkling as she looked at Lin Chen.
What the heck? Is this understanding acceptable? Would Xiao Wang be moved to tears? No way. What kind of look is that, girl? Since it was a misunderstanding, a sincere apology would suffice. Why are you even tearing up? Lin Chen noticed Gu Qingqing's unusual behavior and quickly said, It's fine. A good person like Wang Defa will definitely forgive you. And what about you? Will you be angry with me because of this? Gu Qingqing hurriedly asked. Of course not.
Lin Chen replied firmly. It was Xiao Wang being scolded, not me.
Why would I be angry?
Although Xiao Wang is a good friend, even brothers need to be clear about who deserves the scolding.
You're so nice. Gu Qingqing sighed in relief upon seeing this. At the same time, she mentally labeled Lin Chen as magnanimous. It's just okay.
Lin Chen felt a bit embarrassed by the compliment and quickly changed the subject. To Qing, have you already advanced to the
second class? Why did you come here alone to intercept the beast tide? I've already advanced to the second class.
Gu Qingqing nodded repeatedly, her somewhat heavy body rising into the
air to demonstrate the floating technique that a second-class magic profession could perform.
Then she said, earlier this morning, everyone in Langya City received a warning about a monster
siege. My dad and the others will come over with the family later. I sneaked out early. Once the beast tide starts, I'll return to my family's camp to gain some experience. Gain experience? A look of skepticism appeared on Lin Chen's face. He knew that monster sieges were no joke. While there were low-level monsters, they were not many. Given the scale of the wild maps around Langya City, high-level, city covering, bosses could very well appear, and the experience for them, who had just advanced to the second class, would be almost negligible. After all, who knew if a powerful mage from another camp would cast a spell and wipe out all the small monsters? However, Gu Qingqing's next words made Lin Chen's spirits lift. Lin Chen, why don't you come with me to my Gu family's camp later? My father will definitely welcome you, and with this random beast tide, there are no level difference experience restrictions. What a rare opportunity to level up. Gu Qingqing spoke again, a hint of blush on her face as she wanted to invite Lin Chen to her family's camp. No level difference experience restrictions? It seems that a comfortable life really makes one complacent, Lin Chen thought to himself. For 18 years, Qingjin City had never encountered a monster siege, which left him completely unaware of this special rule, and he secretly criticized the school's teachers. Such a good money-making opportunity, yet they didn't tell the students? Immediately after, Lin Chen looked at Gu Qingqing with a passionate expression and said, how can we, the younger generation, always hide under the wings of our elders? This time, during the beast tide, I, Lin Chen, must take the lead and rely on no one. With that, he soared away on his sword towards the burial ground. Lin Chen, you. It wasn't until Lin Chen flew far away that Gu Qingqing came back to her senses. Her face filled with excitement. Just a moment ago, she was so close to being inspired by Lin Chen's words that she wished to prove herself alongside him. At the same time, she had one more evaluation of Lin Chen, daring to be the vanguard for humanity. 3 minutes later, Lin Chen arrived at the outskirts of the burial ground map and directly found a comfortable spot to lie down. Yes, just lying down. As for finding the entrance to the burial ground, Lin Chen didn't even think about it. Are you kidding? Does that even need to be considered? Just wait. When the monster siege officially begins, the entrances to the major monster maps in Langya City will open wide for monsters to pour out. At that time, a collective sword formation will harvest them, allowing for both money-making and leveling up while also finding the entrance based on the direction of the nearby monsters. Why not? Only a fool would go to the trouble of searching for that problematic entrance. Nighttime. The bright moon hung high and the stars sparkled. The city gate of Langya City was filled with people, roughly around 20,000. Gu family head, this monster siege relies entirely on your Gu family this time. A middle-aged man in a mage's robe complimented the burly man beside him. This man was none other than Feng Daoguang, the city lord of Langya City, while the burly man was Gu Wudi, the head of the Gu family. The Gu family, as the first family in Langya City, had 2/8 transformation powerhouses within their clan, making them a standout presence in Langya City. Over the past 10 years, Langya City had experienced 3 monster sieges, each time with the Gu family as the main force driving back the beast tide. City Lord Feng is being polite. As a member of Langya City, defending the city is the duty of my Gu family. Gu Wudi clasped his fists towards Feng Daoguang, the muscles on his arms visibly bulging, and continued, moreover, this time, many capable individuals have come to Langya City, so my Gu family may not be able to contribute much. After saying that, his gaze swept around the corners near the city gate. Gu family head, you're joking. Although the Hunters Guild has sent people, it's just a small team, only about 200 people. Feng Daoguang followed Gu Wudi's gaze and noticed some clues. That can't be said. The bounty hunters in the Hunters Guild are notoriously fierce, and this time, they sent a demon hunting team which has a reputation for having killed several city-level boss monsters. Gu Wudi shook his head, a hint of dissatisfaction in his words. Today's monster sieges are not the same as they were decades ago. In the early days of the game's invasion into reality, humanity had not yet stabilized its footing, and naturally, they were fearful of monster sieges. In fact, many cities in history were destroyed during monster sieges. But now it's different. With the overall strength of humanity improving and the rise of various god-level powerhouses, for the past 20 years, no city in the Dragon Kingdom has been breached. Therefore, monster sieges are no longer a nightmare for humans but rather a pure benefit. After all, every time a monster siege occurs, not only do the monsters in the nearby maps come out in droves, but some rare boss monsters also spawn. These bosses have become highly sought after, viewed as a big cake by major guilds and family forces. Now, as the local tyrant of Langya City, Gu Wudi naturally feels some dissatisfaction that outsiders want to take a piece of this cake. Maybe they have good intentions, Feng Daoguang said with a casual tone. He could naturally sense Gu Wudi's dissatisfaction in his words, but while that may be true, the Hunter Guild is a level 5 guild, and as a 7-turn city lord, he couldn't afford to offend them, so he could only pretend not to notice. Let's hope so, Gu Wudi replied in a deep voice. Although he felt unhappy, he didn't want to stir up trouble at this moment. Time passed second by second. Half an hour later, a gentle breeze swept through the night sky, and dark clouds rolled in, obscuring the moonlight.
The monster siege on Langia City is about to begin. Monsters in the Nightshade Forest are stirring. Monsters in the zombie nest are ready for action. Monsters in the burial ground have gathered. A series of notifications echoed in the ears of everyone in Langia City. At this moment, everyone wore a serious expression. Although the monster siege was a big cake, one needed to have the life to enjoy it, so no one dared to let their guard down. Another 5 minutes passed. The wind grew stronger on the horizon, and not a glimmer of light could be seen in the night sky. Boom! With a tremendous sound, the entire area around Langia City shook. The monster siege on Langia City officially begins. The notification sounded. Roar! Roar! Hiss! The roars of monsters spread throughout the wilderness of Langia City. Hundreds of thousands of monsters continuously poured out from the entrances of various maps, heading towards Langia City. The hunting moment is about to begin. In a corner in front of the city gate, a small figure leading a team of 200 licked his lips, his eyes gleaming with a bloodthirsty light. This person was Li Hongguang, the captain of the demon hunting squad within the Hunter Guild, an 8-turn hidden assassin class, Night Hunter. Hey! Don't worry, Captain, this time the cake in Langia City will probably belong to us. Besides the Gu family, the other families in Langia City are no match at all. What about the Gu family? Can they snatch the cake from our demon hunting squad? Confident voices rang out. As an elite team within the Hunter Guild, they had fought many battles and taken down numerous city-level bosses, feeling very confident in themselves. Over time, they had come to scoff at so-called major families. Don't let your guard down, the Gu family is not a soft persimmon. Li Hongguang shook his head, not feeling any complacency. They were out on a mission and happened to encounter the monster siege in Langia City, thinking of coming here to share in the spoils. Monsters are coming. Suddenly, someone in the crowd shouted. Everyone quickly turned to look. They saw a pack of giant wolves with glowing green eyes appearing in the distance of Langia City. This is a monster from the LV.120 map, Giant Wolf Nest. Someone quickly identified the source of the monsters. However, no one took the initiative to attack. The reason was simple. These were just the most basic monsters showing up, and they were still far from Langia City. No one was willing to take risks for some low-level monsters. The giant wolf slowly advanced. In the darkness, more and more green glowing pupils appeared in everyone's sight. Monsters from the shaman's cave have also appeared. Soon, among the distant horde of monsters, humanoid creatures wielding skeletal staffs emerged. Let's take action. These shamans belong to the ranged magic type. If we let them get close to Langia City, it could spell trouble for us. A clan leader spoke up from the crowd. Yet, despite the words, no one moved. It seemed they were all waiting for something. The human-faced spider has come out. The flying black tiger has also appeared. That's a 2-winged flying snake. 5 minutes passed, and more monsters appeared in succession, their levels having risen to 500. It should be coming out soon. At the front of the crowd, Gu Wudi glanced at the horde of monsters gradually approaching Langia City, still showing no intention of taking action. Langia City Monster Siege, Random Boss Refresh, the Blasphemer is about to descend. The prompt sounded again. The Blasphemer? Everyone's hearts tightened. Although they still didn't know what tier of boss it was, just hearing the name suggested it wouldn't be simple. All Gu family members prepare. At that moment, excitement shone in Gu Wudi's eyes. He had been waiting for the appearance of the chief boss, because according to past experiences with monster sieges, when the monsters in all the wild maps appeared in abundance, a random city-level monster between levels 700 to 800 would spawn. And this blasphemer about to spawn was his target this time. Monster hunting team, enter battle readiness. A deep voice echoed as Li Hongguang, along with the members of the monster hunting team, quietly moved to the front line. Clearly, he would not let this blasphemer slip away. Blasphemer, Jinzhou level boss, descends with the final prompt. Sounding, the ground outside Langia City shook again, and a 100-meter-tall skeletal monster wielding a massive scythe appeared in everyone's view. Blasphemer, Jinzhou level boss. Level, LV.900 health, 10 million attack, 1,200,000, 2 million defense, 5 million speed, 12,000 traits. 1. Demigod body, forces a death state once and restores 50% of maximum health. 2. Undead skeleton, reduces all damage taken by 10%. Skills. Description: once a human who pursued the divine path in ancient times, but due to some reason failed to achieve divinity, ultimately dying with resentment and becoming a true blasphemer. Jun. Jinzhou level boss. My god, how could Langia City spawn a Jinzhou level boss? It's over, how are we supposed to fight this? Panic-stricken voices arose as everyone looked at the blasphemer's attributes, their faces filled with despair. Over the past 10 years, Langia City had experienced 3 monster sieges, with the highest level being only a 750-level city-level boss. And now, they had a direct 900-level Jinzhou-level boss. Jinzhou. As the name suggests, only a boss with the power to suppress a state can be called Jinzhou. It was normal for bosses to spawn in provincial capital cities during monster sieges. However, while Langia City was not weak, it was far from the strength of a provincial capital city, so how could it spawn a Jinzhou-level boss? For a moment, despair filled everyone's hearts. "Run!" Someone in the crowd shouted first, and more than half of the people turned and fled without hesitation. "Everyone, don't panic." At that moment, Fong Gaoguang's voice rang out. He raised a jade tablet high in his hand and shouted, "I have reported this matter to the provincial capital, and the news from there is that the sword god of Shifeng is currently within our Linshan province. He will arrive here in no more than half an hour. I ask everyone to hold the city of Langya with me." After speaking, he looked at Gu Wudi and Li Hongguang beside him. He knew that when dealing with a Ishinja level boss like the Blasphemer, mere numbers were no longer useful. Only the Gu family and the demon hunting team present could slightly restrain the Blasphemer while waiting for the arrival of the sword god of Shifeng. As for fleeing, he had never considered it. Not to mention whether escape was possible, as the lord of a city fleeing during wartime, even if successful, would leave a stench for eternity. Moreover, if Langya's city were truly breached, he, the fallen city lord, would only be left as a stray dog. Demon hunting team, retreat. Li Hongguang glanced at Fong Gaoguang and turned to leave without any hesitation. Their hunter guild had never been bound by any forces. They had come to Langya city merely to share in the spoils. However, they hadn't expected this cake to be too big, and he didn't want to be crushed by it in the name of so-called righteousness. As for being scorned by others, he didn't care about that at all. As a bounty hunter, their first principle was to survive, and only then to make money. Otherwise, no matter how much money one had, what use was it if there was no life to spend it? Master Gu. Seeing Li Hongguang leave, Fong Gaoguang's face showed despair, and he could only turn to Gu Wudi for help. Now, it was clear that Li Hongguang would not help anymore, and if the Gu family retreated as well, Langya city would face certain destruction. Gu Wudi, upon hearing this, showed a hesitant expression, glaring fiercely at the approaching blasphemer near Langya city, and gritted his teeth, saying, "Rest assured, Lord Fong, my Gu family does not have cowards who fear death. We will never abandon the hundreds of thousands of people in Langya city at this time." He was different from Li Hongguang. Although Li Hongguang belonged to the Hunter Guild, he was ultimately just a lone wolf. Even if he fled, he would only be scorned by the world, which wouldn't have a significant impact. However, he was different. Behind him was an entire family. If Langya city were truly breached, the Gu family members inside would likely not escape death either. Moreover, he had been managing the Gu family in Langya city for many years, making him a true local tyrant. It could be said that once Langya city was gone, everything about the Gu family would lose its meaning. Even if he were fortunate enough to escape with the survivors of the Gu family to other cities, they would undoubtedly face oppression from other families, a situation he absolutely did not want to see. Good. Thank you, Master Gu, for your righteousness. Upon hearing this, Fong Gaoguang repeatedly thanked Gu Wudi, and a glimmer of hope appeared on his previously despairing face. As long as they could hold on for half an hour, there would be hope. At this moment he could only place all his hopes on the Gu family. Fourth brother, you take Qingqing and leave Langya city first. Gu Wudi turned to look at his fourth brother, Gu Qingyun, and then at the anxious Gu Qingqing. Yes, Gu Qingyun agreed without any hesitation. He knew that Gu Qingqing, as the Gu family's top genius, was the hope for the family's future and must not come to harm. Father, I won't go. Gu Qingqing stepped forward. Although she was very scared, she still did not want to abandon her father and kin. Don't be foolish. Gu Wudi glared at Gu Qingqing. Then the muscles in his arm bulged as he spoke solemnly to an elder beside him. Second uncle, I need you to join me in taking action this time. The two eighth-turn professionals of the Gu family were him and his second uncle, Gu Liantian. If I, an old man, die, then so be it, it's no big deal. But Wudi, if it really becomes unsustainable later, just run. Gu Liantian smiled, showing no signs of fear on his face. If it were an ordinary Jinzhou-level boss, he and Gu Wudi could potentially hold it off for half an hour with the help of magical artifacts and external items, but this defiler was a level 900 boss, equivalent to a 9-turn practitioner who had already passed through the tribulation of life and death. Do your best and leave the rest to fate. Gu Wudi nodded heavily, his muscles bulging as a rich aura of blood energy surged forth, clearly having activated the berserker's desperate skill, Blood Boil. Clang! The sound of iron slicing through the air rang out as a massive axe appeared in his hand. Let's go, second uncle. Gu Wudi charged directly into the horde of monsters, unafraid of death. Dad, no. Tears streamed down Gu Qingqing's face as she tried to step forward, but Gu Qingyun held her arms tightly. Roar! 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 It seemed that Gu Wudi's appearance had angered the horde of monsters, as hundreds of thousands of them howled to the sky, accelerating towards the front. Come on, you beasts! Gu Wudi roared, the power of blood energy erupting behind him, forming a giant figure of blood, ready to cleave with his axe. Sing! However, at that moment, a three-colored giant sword crossed the void, illuminating the entire night. The magnificent sword energy stirred the air, and the dark clouds of the night seemed to disperse at that moment, the sharpness of the sword energy penetrating deep into the hearts of all. This is the sword god of Shifeng has arrived. Such a powerful strike can only be wielded by a sword god. The people of Langya city looked up, their faces filled with ecstatic joy, even those who initially wanted to flee stopped in their tracks. Although the Jinja level boss was strong, it was insignificant in front of the sword god.
Sword god of Shifeng? Seeing the might of this strike, Feng Gaoguang's face showed excitement.
This sword god of Shifeng is truly a good person.
He came just as he said,
and his speed was astonishingly fast. Originally, they had received news that they needed to hold out for half an hour, but unexpectedly, the sword god of Shifeng arrived in less than 10 minutes. How could that not be a pleasant
surprise?
It really is the sword god of Shifeng. At this moment, even Gu Wudi, who was fighting through the horde of monsters, stopped in his tracks, staring blankly at the sword coming
through the night sky.
Such a powerful strike, though it had yet to unleash its full force. Who but the sword god could wield such a sword?
However, the final outcome did not disappoint them.
The three-colored divine sword in the night sky seemed to have locked onto the defiler, and in an instant, it erupted directly.
Boom! The sound of the explosion rang out as the three-colored divine sword pierced through the defiler.
999, 9999 plus 5 million enormous damage numbers floated up, and the defiler, which should have been instantly killed by the strike,
triggered its immunity to death and restored itself to half health.
Roar! The heavily injured defiler let out a roar, its bone armor flying off as it prepared to vent its fury.
This damage is truly terrifying, but is that all the sword god of Shifeng has? There must be more up his sleeve.
The sword has been drawn, the sword god of Shifeng must be nearby. While everyone was shocked by the damage of this strike, they also looked worriedly at the now enraged defiler. The three-colored giant sword that pierced through the defiler did not dissipate.
Instead, it split into thousands in an instant. Clang!
Tens of thousands of sword energies erupted simultaneously, forming a storm of blades, as if the entire world was stirred into a vortex, with the defiler at its center. Terrifying damage numbers continuously floating above the heads of the surrounding monsters. 999,999, 999,999, 2,999,999. Waves of monsters continued to fall, not a single one able to withstand the terrifying sword aura in a single blow. A few seconds later,
the monsters that had surrounded the entire Langya city were all dead. My god, this damage is just too terrifying, and it's a swordsman's area attack skill? If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I would have thought a god of magic had come.
The stream wind sword god is truly too strong. In the crowd, everyone stared blankly at the wreckage and the corpses of the monsters scattered across the ground.
The
indiscriminate instant kills were like a visual feast, bringing not only shock but also a unique sense of exhilaration. If it weren't for the mechanism that imposed a health cap on monsters
of various levels, this exhilaration would surely be even more satisfying.
At this moment, however, Lynch, who was near the burial ground, was feeling somewhat annoyed.
You have killed a giant wolf, gaining 120 experience. You have killed a shaman, gaining 300 experience. Your level has increased to level 101. Your level has increased to level 102. Your level has increased to level 200. Congratulations, you have met the conditions for the third job change. Please go to the job change temple to accept the job change task. Congratulations, you have obtained LV.120 square sword, silver equipment. Congratulations, you have obtained LV.900 blade of the lost, celestial equipment. The overwhelming notifications left Lin Chen completely dazed. Finally, unable to bear it any longer, Lin Chen directly chose to mute. Finally quiet. With the noise around him gone, Lin Chen took a deep breath and quickly looked at his inventory. The densely packed items and equipment filled the entire inventory, stretching endlessly even when scrolled down. If it weren't for the fact that job changers had unlimited slots in their inventory, Lin Chen would have suspected that his inventory might burst. Let's get down to business first. Without spending too much time checking his gains, Lin Chen flew directly towards the now visible entrance of the burial ground. Just as Lin Chen was about to reach the entrance of the burial ground, a shadow flashed past at the entrance. Someone? A look of suspicion appeared on Lin Chen's face. No way. Lin Chen saw clearly that the figure had clearly poked its head out from the burial ground but then instantly shrank back. Could it be a job changer who was already in the map before the monster siege? Lin Chen couldn't help but think. But as soon as this thought crossed his mind, Lin Chen felt it was absurd. The entire Langya city knew that there would be a monster siege tonight. Who would be foolish enough to stay in a monster map? Forget it, I'll know once I go in. Without thinking further, Lin Chen charged directly into the Boneland. You have entered the Boneland, LV.200, LV.700. The place of the fall of the nine gods has formed a burial ground where the bones of ancient races are scattered everywhere. Millions of years of nurturing have given rise to a ghostly Shura, which is secretly absorbing nutrients in the darkness, waiting for the day it can wreak havoc in the world. Brave warrior, please find the ghostly Shura and kill it alone. Quest reward, Goddess's Guardian, damaged. Hint 1. The ghostly Shura is extremely cunning and has evolved intelligence. Please search carefully. 2. The current task is the second phase of the Fall of the Gods. Completing the current task will automatically trigger the next phase task. The task content for the second phase of the Fall of the Gods has officially triggered, along with specific rewards. Goddess's Guardian, Lin Chen looked at the task panel that had already changed, muttering to himself.
It was obvious that the rewards for the first phase of the task were broken divine armor, so how could the rewards for the second phase be any worse? Clearly, they couldn't be. At the very least, it should be a piece of broken divine equipment, right? After imagining which part of the goddess's protection was the divine artifact, Lin Chen quickly wielded the Wind Chaser's sword to search the entire map. Half an hour later, Lin Chen furrowed his brows as he flew back to the entrance of the burial ground. After circling the map 3 times, there were no monsters to be found. Apart from the eerie scenery, there was nothing at all. Where could it be? Lin Chen rubbed his chin with one hand, deep in thought. Today, with the monsters attacking the city, all monsters should have emerged due to the mechanics at play, and logically, the otherworldly demons should also be affected by these mechanics. Could they have been taken out instantly outside? No, if they had been taken out, the second phase of the task should have directly indicated completion. But where could it be? Lin Chen's frown deepened, and he couldn't help but recall the hints in the task content and the figure that had suddenly appeared at the entrance. Evolved with intelligence? A strange shadow? Could it be? Suddenly, a normal monster corpse entered Lin Chen's line of sight. Dead wild ghost corpse level, LV.200 attribute, none description. The corpse of a wild ghost after death. So there really is an old 6 among the monsters. Lin Chen looked at the wild ghost corpse on the ground and muttered to himself. The unremarkable description seemed to have no special features. If he had entered the burial ground under normal circumstances, Lin Chen probably wouldn't have paid much attention to it. Ordinary monster. Corpses remain for about half an hour after being killed, and on the surface there was nothing unreasonable about it. But don't forget, today was the monster siege. What kind of job changer would seek death by entering the burial ground to kill monsters? It couldn't be that the monsters were killing each other, right? That was even less likely. If monsters could kill each other, the human side would have fared much better during the initial invasion of the game into reality. That shadow from earlier must be this guy. A smile crept onto Lin Chen's lips as he stepped forward and stomped down. Crack! The sound of bones shattering echoed as Lin Chen crushed the leg bones of the wild ghost corpse with his foot. Looks pretty convincing. Seeing no reaction, Lin Chen stomped down again. Crack! The arm bones of the wild ghost corpse were crushed under Lin Chen's foot. Still pretending? Lin Chen sneered, channeling all his strength into a punch. Boom! A loud crash resounded as the wild ghost corpse was sent crashing into a deep pit, its bones shattered beyond recognition. Still no reaction? Lin Chen frowned, feeling a bit doubtful. Could I have made a mistake? At this moment he was filled with uncertainty. It was already absurd for a non-world-destroying monster to awaken intelligence. If his guess was true, a Shura that possessed intelligence and could disguise itself would be even more ridiculous. Yet, all possibilities had been ruled out. Apart from this wild ghost corpse, he truly couldn't think of any other anomalies. When all possibilities have been eliminated, whatever remains, no matter how improbable, must be the truth. Unbidden. Lin Chen recalled this saying from his past life. So, this must be the truth. Then, what am I hesitating for? Suddenly, a golden light flashed in Lin Chen's eyes. Swish! The azure sword light ignited, and the Qingxian sword appeared in Lin Chen's hand. In an instant, a fierce wind surged, and the azure bird phenomenon manifested. Earlier, he had used the 3 talents sword formation outside the burial ground, and today, he had only one use left for the divine sword. The newly unlocked exorcism effect of the Qingxian sword was specifically reserved by Lin Chen for the Azura. No matter if you are Azura or not. Lin Chen whispered, a hint of cunning flashing in his eyes as he swung his sword down. Crack! The blue bird flapped its wings, and the winds and thunder surged. However, just as the Qingxian sword was about to strike down, Lin Chen abruptly halted it. Whoosh! At the same time, a bizarre scene unfolded. The wild ghost corpse that was originally in the deep pit instantly transformed into a humanoid monster, wielding a curved blade and wearing a purple cloth on its head, running away without looking back. Azura, county level boss, level, LV.220 health, 2,500,000 attack, 50,000 80,000 defense, 50,000 speed, 6,000 traits. 1. Disguise, can disguise itself as any monster not exceeding its own level. 2. Inaction, a trait inherent to itself, often causing other beings to inadvertently overlook its existence. Skills, description, and aberration. Born from devouring divine corpses, known for its cunning and treachery. Once it grows, it will deal a devastating blow to this world. Damn! Lin Chen blinked, unable to suppress an expletive. This monster was indeed a crafty one. Moreover, it was the craftiest of the crafty. The 2 major traits of this aberration Azura were simply essential for a super crafty character. The most crucial point was that this crafty one could endure so much. The reason he had retracted his sword earlier was purely to test the waters. In his mind, although this absurd fact was the last possibility, he couldn't gamble on a single use of the divine sword for a mere guess, could he? Yet he never expected to actually draw out the true form of Azura. First, I'll take you down, crafty one. Lin Chen didn't dwell too much on it and instantly used the moon phase mark from the Wind Chaser sword. Mark successful, target marked LV.220 Azura.
County-level boss, whoosh.
The Wind Chaser's sword appeared beneath his feet, and Lin Chen chased after the aberration Azura.
5 seconds later, with the Wind Chaser's sword's incredibly high flight speed, Lin Chen caught up to the aberration Azura. Are you kidding? You think you can run after being marked by the moon phase?
Even with attributes surpassing the normal boss tier, comparable to a city-level BOSS, there was no chance.
Whoosh!
Without any hesitation, Lin Chen stepped on the Wind Chaser sword and unleashed a soaring dragon slash.
In an instant, the sound of dragon and phoenix echoed, charging straight at the aberration Azura.
10 million, a massive damage number floated up, and under the various talents and the exorcism skill.
Bonus of the divine sword, the damage skyrocketed to the maximum health deduction that the aberration Azura could withstand.
You have killed Azura. You have obtained the LV.300 blade
of Azura, divine artifact. You have obtained the LV.300 armor of Azura, divine artifact.
Congratulations, you have completed the Fall of the Deity Phase 2, and received Guardian of the Goddess, Fragmented. The Fall of the Deity Phase 3 automatically triggered the burial ground of the Frost Goddess harbors ominousness, the birth of the aberration.
Azura is just the beginning.
The unknown gates of hell have begun to stir, and the aberrations behind the gates are already restless. Brave warrior, please find the entrance to hell and
use the key to open the great door of hell to enter.
A series of prompts rang out, and Lin Chen's expression shifted rapidly from joy to helplessness, and finally to confusion. He was delighted to have obtained another divine artifact and even a set of divine artifacts, with the aberration Azura dropping 2 divine artifacts.
However, he was at a loss about what the entrance to hell was. He had no clue at all. The bewildering part was not only not knowing where the entrance to hell was, but also that according to the task prompt, it seemed a key was needed. Isn't this just pure trickery? Lin Chen's mouth twitched, his expression one of utter disbelief. The first time he triggered the Fall of the Deity task, luck played a significant role, but there were also clues to follow. The second phase of the task even provided a detailed map. But now, the gates of hell? He had never even heard of it. It should be a hidden map, right?
Lin Chen silently thought to himself.
On Blue Star, the rules varied, and it could be said that until now, no one had fully grasped all the rules. Hidden maps were even harder to find.
A hidden map, as the name suggests, is not a conventional map but requires some mechanism to trigger it.
If luck is on your side, anyone who has been to a certain place can trigger the hidden map of that location. If luck is not on your side, even tens of thousands of people passing through might not be able to uncover it, even if they try to trigger it intentionally. Forget it, no need to think so much, we'll cross that bridge when we come to it. In the end, Lin Chen decided not to dwell on the gates of hell any longer and instead took out the task reward from his pack. Guardian of the Goddess, artifact, damaged, attributes, invisible. Description: an artifact necklace once worn by the Frost Goddess, now long ruined by the ravages of time. Reparable, artifact fragments *10, Tears of the Goddess. 10 artifact fragments, that's worth 10 billion.
Lin Chen rolled his eyes.
Unlike the ancient god armor he
obtained last time, which directly dropped a repair material, this time the otherworldly demon did not drop any repair items.
Well, 10 billion for an artifact is still quite a deal. Lin Chen comforted himself.
However, it was indeed true. Under normal circumstances, even with the best luck, one would need 1,000 artifact fragments to synthesize a random artifact.
Compared to
synthesizing an artifact, using 10 artifact fragments to repair a damaged artifact was indeed quite valuable.
These Tears of the Goddess. Lin Chen glanced again at the other repair item. Needed as indicated. Tears of the Goddess. It was not something that could be bought but needed to be randomly obtained from the guild creation task. As everyone knows, after the second job change, job changers can create or join guilds. Once the fee is paid to create a guild, 50 people must respond to initiate the guild creation task. Only by completing the guild creation task can a guild be fully established. The guild creation task is uniformly known as the Hero's Trial. Speaking of which, the Hero's Trial has a bit of a dark humor to it. It must be completed with one male and one female. If the guild leader is a male job changer, a female job changer from the guild must be selected as the rescue target. If the guild leader is a female job changer, a male job changer from the guild must be selected as the rescue target. Yes, it's a rescue. Once a rescue target is chosen in the Hero's Trial, different difficulty levels of trials will be unlocked based on the strength of the rescue target, with difficulties categorized as easy, normal, hard, and hell. Completing the easy difficulty, Hero's Trial, can raise the future level cap of the guild by up to 2 levels. Following this pattern, to elevate the guild to the highest level cap of 5, one must complete the hell difficulty, Hero's Trial. Because of this, although some guild leaders in the Dragon Kingdom are above level 9, 5-level guilds are still quite rare. The reason is simple: the hell difficulty, Hero's Trial, is indeed a bit too harsh. Moreover, the Tears of the Goddess can only be randomly dropped after a male guild leader completes the Hero's Trial task. Additionally, the higher the difficulty of the triggered task, the greater the probability of obtaining the Tears of the Goddess. The most crucial thing is that the Tears of the Goddess cannot be traded. Once they are
revealed, they will be bound to the guild leader. It seems I really need to establish my own guild. Lynch muttered to himself. He had considered this issue when he was about to undergo his second job change. Should he join a guild or create one himself? After all, only with a guild could he use the heavenly gifted pen, significantly boosting his combat power. In his mind, if he were to join a guild, the Swordsman Guild would be the best choice. However, while joining a guild could provide many benefits, he would ultimately be under someone else's control, which was unnecessary given his strength. Now, with the items needed to repair the artifact requiring the goddess's tears, his resolve to create a guild was even stronger. But who should I choose as the target for rescue? Several female job changers flashed through Lin Chen's mind. Xiao Chang? He dismissed her outright. Perhaps Li Qingqing's talent was above average in Qingjin City, but compared to other geniuses in various provinces, she fell far short. De Qing? As the only female practitioner to enter the top 10 of the city competition, and a big-chested one at that, her talent was beyond doubt. But no matter how strong her talent, it was useless. De Qing was barely at her second job change now. He couldn't wait until she reached her 9th job change to create a guild, could he? Lin Chen felt he couldn't afford to wait. Then there was only Feng Ling. A graceful figure appeared in Lin Chen's mind. Feng Ling, one of the big shots from the Longjing Feng family, was surely at least at the 8th job change. Whether it was her looks or figure. Oh no, it was her strength and talent that made her the most suitable candidate. I can have a good chat with her then. Lin Chen nodded seriously, already convinced that Feng Ling was the best choice. As for whether she would agree, he had thought about that too. But as the saying goes, there's no business that can't be done. If it can't be done, it's just that the price isn't high enough. Just offer more money. Moreover, last time in Longjing, Feng Ling had shown a strong interest in recruiting him. With this in mind, Lin Chen felt no more worries, and he hummed a little tune as he flew out of the burial ground on his wind chaser sword. Meanwhile, in front of the city gate of Langia City, the city lord, Feng Gaoguang, stood there anxiously, surrounded by a group from the Gu family. The monster siege had started half an hour ago and ended half an hour ago. Now, Feng Gaoguang and Gu Wudi had not returned to Langia City because of the end of the monster siege. They were waiting for someone. Waiting for the savior of Langia City, the sword god of the stream wind. Gu family head, why hasn't the sword god of the stream wind come out yet? Feng Gaoguang rubbed his palms together, a clear look of tension on his face. As the lord of a city, he couldn't afford to be disrespectful to the benefactor who saved Langia City, especially since the other party was the sword god of the stream wind. So, after more than half an hour, he had been waiting here. It is rumored that the sword god of the stream wind has a cold temperament and dislikes superficiality. Perhaps he has already left. Gu Wudi replied with a frown, wanting to say more. However, before he could finish, a blue sword light suddenly lit up from the horizon, rushing down. The sword god of the stream wind has appeared. Seeing this, Feng Gaoguang's face lit up with excitement as he quickly walked toward where the sword light landed, with Gu Wudi following closely behind. The beast tide of Langia City. The sword god of the stream wind, dressed in blue, stood with his hands behind his back, scanning the surroundings. Upon seeing Feng Gaoguang approaching, he was about to ask if the monster siege in Langia City had not yet begun. Sword god of the stream wind, with your mighty sword, the beast tide of Langia City has been successfully quelled. Not a single monster has escaped. Feng Gaoguang quickly spoke up, showering him with flattery. Wasn't it? That one sword strike cleared the map, and even he started to doubt his life. Resolved? Sword god Shifeng was taken aback, thinking he had misheard. He had just arrived and hadn't even seen a single monster. How was it resolved? For a moment, he was a bit confused. Lord Shifeng, could you go look for Lin Chen? At that moment, Gu Wudi's companion, Gu Qingqing, stepped forward, looking troubled as she gazed at sword god Shifeng. Lin Chen? The nearby few were all taken aback. They had all heard of Lin Chen, the champion of this year's city championship, who defeated Yun Pianpian, the #1 genius. What happened to Lin Chen? Even Shifeng's heart skipped a beat. His arrival in Lingshan province was not a coincidence. He had received some kind of instruction from his teacher, and this instruction was closely related to Lin Chen. Lin Chen may have ventured deep into the beast tide. Gu Qingqing's face showed a look of guilt. Having witnessed the terror of the beast tide, she regretted not stopping Lin Chen at that time. What? Both Gu Wudi and Feng Gaoguang showed expressions of surprise. Ventured deep into the beast tide? And it was a beast tide. With a Jinzhou level BOSS? Even a 9-turn expert who had survived life and death tribulations might not be able to return unscathed, let alone Lin Chen, who had just completed his second transition. When did this happen? Sword god Shifeng frowned upon hearing this. This afternoon. Gu Qingqing replied truthfully. Whoosh! A flash of sword light appeared, and sword god Shifeng flew towards the outskirts of Langia City's wild map on his sword. 2 minutes later, sword god Shifeng, rushing at full speed, arrived near the wild map of Langia City. Whoosh! At that moment, a green sword light in the distant sky caught his attention. That is? Lin Chen? Sword god Shifeng was startled, unsure, and then he pursued on his sword, as the
Figure ahead looked too much like Lin Chen. 5 minutes later,
Sword God Shifeng finally stopped, not because he had caught up to the person who resembled Lin Chen, but because the figure he was chasing had completely vanished from his sight.
Just now, was that really Lin Chen?
At this moment, Sword God Shifeng was somewhat questioning his life. As a sword god, and a wind attribute sword god at that, he was confident that in terms of speed, no one in the entire dragon country could surpass him except for his teacher.
Thus, he was usually the representative of Sword God Mountain, rushing to aid various cities during the annual monster siege.
But now, he was deeply shaken.
Moreover, the one who had shaken him was likely just a newly transitioned swordsman.
No, I must tell my teacher about this. Sword God Shifeng thought for a moment, took out a jade tablet from his bag and then pointed his finger like a sword, inputting
something.
At this moment, atop Sword God Mountain, a chubby boy dressed in a Taoist robe was aimlessly wandering around, bored. Suddenly, the jade tablet at his waist lit up.
Seeing
this, the chubby boy hurriedly ran towards the main hall. Master, junior brother Shifeng has sent a message. In the main hall, the chubby boy respectfully handed the jade tablet to the white-haired elder.
Let's take a look.
The white-haired elder smiled, waved his hand, and a line of text appeared in the air.
Encountered a person resembling Lin Chen outside Langia City.
Pursued without success, now suspecting Lin Chen may be the one to quell the beast tide in Langia City. A simple line of text, without excessive embellishment, yet it explained many issues.
That little guy Lin Chen is indeed impressive.
The white-haired elder nodded repeatedly, but this time Shifeng has suffered a setback. He has always prided himself on his speed and probably didn't expect he couldn't catch up to a little guy.
Master, this seems unlikely.
The chubby boy beside him pouted and said, you know the sword-bearing vessel of junior brother
Shifeng, no one in the entire Dragon Kingdom can suppress him except you. And a second transformation swordsman can single-handedly quell a beast tide?
That defies all logic.
He, Lin Chen,
cannot be judged by common sense.
Do you think an ordinary person can wield a divine sword at his level?
The white-haired elder stroked his beard, a look of satisfaction in his eyes.
There
are young people with strong abilities and high talents, but those who are both monstrous in strength and talent while also caring for the common people are nearly non-existent.
Now, Lin
Chen, who has quelled the beast tide, can be counted as one of them.
What if it's not him?
The chubby boy shrugged. Shifeng is always cautious in his actions.
Since he said suspected, there must be at least a 90% chance.
The white-haired elder shook his head, already convinced it was undoubtedly Lin Chen, and continued, inform Shifeng to keep observing Lin Chen's behavior.
The next day,
having reached level 200, Lin Chen donned the LV.200 celestial equipment set awarded from the city competition. Of course, he only changed into the 8-piece set. He did not change his clothing set. With his level up to 200, the attributes of his Ancient God Battle Armor also changed.
Ancient God Battle Armor, Artifact, Required Level, LV.200 Physical Defense, 60,000 Magical Defense, 60,000 Strength, plus 2,000 Stamina, plus 2,000 Agility, plus 2,000 Endurance, plus 2,000 Skills. Traits, Ancient God Set, 1/9? Not bad at all. Lin
Chen looked at the Ancient God Battle Armor on him and nodded in satisfaction.
As his level increased, the attributes of the Ancient God Battle Armor automatically improved, not only tripling the dual defense attributes but also doubling the additional 4-dimensional attribute values, and even the skill bonuses were enhanced. Let's go! Just a day after the second transformation, and now I'm heading for the third transformation. It's a bit exhausting.
Lin Chen hummed a little tune and walked out of the inn he rented in Langia City, feeling quite proud.
As he moved forward, Lin Chen headed towards the Transmutation Temple in Langia City. Did you hear? A town-level boss appeared during the Beast Tide yesterday. A town-level boss? How is that possible? If a town-level boss really appeared, our Langia City would have been wiped out long ago.
Don't doubt it, this news came from the city lord's mansion. Moreover, the sword god Shifeng also descended upon our Langia City yesterday. It was the sword god Shifeng who struck, annihilating all the monsters with a single sword. As Lin Chen walked along, he could vaguely hear people around him discussing the monster siege incident from yesterday. When did I become the sword god Shifeng? Lin Chen muttered softly, not paying much attention, as, after all, low-key and stable development is the hard truth.
Before long, Lin Chen arrived at the Transmutation Temple in Langia City.
Entering the temple, Lin Chen skillfully placed his palm on the transmutation stone.
Detected that you meet the conditions for the third transformation. Do you wish to accept the third transformation task?
Yes/no yes random task.
Accepted successfully. The current task is the first phase of the third transformation task. After completing the first phase, the next phase will automatically unlock 0/5 task name.
Monster Nemesis task content, accumulate kills of 100,000 monsters of any level 0/100000 task time limit 72 hours easy points. Lin Chen looked at his task panel and
nodded calmly.
Such a task of killing a large number of monsters for a job change might be incredibly difficult for other second-tier swordsmen. After all, swordsmen rarely have area. attack skills, and even if they were to chop down low-level monsters one by one, 3 days might not be enough. However, for him, who possessed the divine sword, this was not a problem at all. With a single strike from the divine sword, was there any map monster that couldn't be dealt with? Moreover, it was still the time for monster sieges. With a bit of luck he could complete the task in no time. This is truly a win-win for both wealth and job change. In the end, Lynch whistled and leisurely walked out of the job change temple, drawing the attention of several job changers inside. An hour later, Lynch soared through the skies on his sword, traversing 3 cities near Langya City. Unfortunately, he found no signs of monster sieges in any of the 3 cities he passed through. The probability of monster sieges isn't that high. Lin Chen frowned as he stood on the Wind Chaser sword, continuing towards the next city, Qingfeng City. Qingfeng City, located on the border of Linshan Province, was an ordinary small town. However, today, Qingfeng City was unusually lively. Boss, this time we really hit the jackpot. In front of the city gate, a skinny man with a sharp face looked at the burly middle-aged man beside him with a flattering expression. We can't let our guard down. Although there are no prominent families in Qingfeng City, the principle of a strong dragon not suppressing a local snake doesn't need me to elaborate, right? The burly man shook his head. However, despite his words, a clear disdain was evident on his face. As the captain of the elite team in the Hunters Guild, the Flame Team, the 8th tier Fan Hao had the confidence to look down on the families in Qingfeng City. What the boss said is right, even a lion needs to use all its strength to catch a rabbit. But in front of you, this lion, what kind of storm can those local chickens and tiles in Qingfeng City stir up? The skinny man flattered again. Ha ha. Fan Hao laughed heartily and then said, I indeed don't take those families in Qingfeng City seriously. I doubt they would dare to compete with us. However, we should still be cautious of some external opponents and the potential beast tide that might occur. At this point, a hint of caution appeared on his face. Yesterday, he received news from Li Hongguang relayed to the guild, learning about the anomalies in Langya City, so he remained vigilant in this regard. Moreover, although their flame team was strong, there were many teams in the grand guilds of the Dragon Kingdom that could rival or even surpass them. Boss, are you worried about the situation that Captain Li encountered yesterday? The skinny man asked, then continued, that shouldn't be so coincidental, right? Jinja level boss is already rare. It was unexpected for it to spawn in a small city like Langya City yesterday, so it surely won't happen in Qingfeng City, right? Better safe than sorry. Fan Hao shook his head. At this moment he recalled what the president had said in the guild channel yesterday. The first wave of beast tides in recent days was clearly different from previous years, both in terms of the number of monsters and the upper limit of their levels, which were significantly higher than in previous years. What the boss said is right. If Captain Li had been as cautious as you, he probably wouldn't have run away so dejectedly yesterday. The skinny man chose not to argue further and instead opted to flatter again. Li Hongguang and his team can be said to have had good luck or bad luck. If it weren't for the sudden arrival of the sword god of the stream, they would have found it hard to retreat unscathed. Fan Hao nodded appreciatively. That makes sense. That makes sense. The skinny man continued his sycophant behavior. Time passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, 2 hours had gone by. The number of job changers at the city gate of Qingfeng City has once again doubled. At this moment, everyone is on high alert, quietly waiting for the monsters to begin their siege. The monsters' siege of Qingfeng City is about to begin. The monsters in the giant crocodile's lair have gathered. The monsters in the devil's forest are ready to go. Before long, a unified prompt echoed in the ears of everyone in Qingfeng City. Form the line. After receiving the prompt, Fan Hao immediately issued the command. Yes, yes, yes. A synchronized response rang out, and the 200-member team moved in an orderly fashion, clearly well-trained in their daily routines. The onlookers around, even some local families from Qingfeng City, instinctively stepped aside. There was no other choice. Qingfeng City is just a small town, and the strongest within the city is only at the 7th transition, so although people were dissatisfied with the domineering behavior of the fire squad, no one dared to provoke them. Very good, prepare for battle. Fan Hao glanced at the fire squad, which had already completed its battle formation, and then at the unwilling gazes around him, a satisfied expression appearing on his face. He really enjoyed this feeling. 5 minutes later, the ground in the wilderness of Qingfeng City suddenly trembled. The monster siege of Qingfeng City officially begins. The prompt sounded again, and soon, the figures of giant crocodiles appeared in the distance. Hold the line, Fan Hao shouted loudly upon seeing this. Immediately, the members of the fire squad behind him charged forward. This time, he wanted the local bumpkins of Qingfeng City to witness what true strength looked like. Monster siege of Qingfeng City, random boss spawn, prehistoric giant crocodile is about to descend. Just then, the boss spawn prompt also rang out. Boom! The sound of the earth shaking spread across the area, and a massive crack opened in the ground at the outskirts of Qingfeng City, from which a gigantic crocodile emerged. LV.720, city level, boss, not bad. Fan Hao caught a glimpse of the attributes of the prehistoric giant crocodile, and the last bit of worry in his heart completely dissipated.
Although the city-level BOSS is strong, as long as it's not a state-level BOSS, with the strength of the fire squad, they could easily slay it. Change formation, surround the boss, and anyone who dares to approach will be killed on the spot. Fun! Hao shouted, his eyes shining with excitement, completely ignoring the dissatisfied looks from the local job changers of Qingfeng City. There was no other way, being strong allowed for such arrogance. First team, follow me, draw the boss's aggro. Fan Hao spoke again, leading his team towards the prehistoric giant crocodile. At the same time, Lynch, who had been hiding in the shadows, saw the boss's appearance and instantly became energized. Swish! 3 sword sounds rang out, arranged in a triangular formation in mid-air. I'm doing a good deed, saving the people from fire and water. This doesn't count as stealing. Lin Chen muttered to himself, then formed his fingers into a sword and lightly pointed the 3 talents sword formation, fully taking shape and flying towards the prehistoric giant crocodile. Brothers, let's kill! In front of the city gate of Qingfeng City, Fan Hao led the charge, getting closer to the city-level boss, the prehistoric giant crocodile. In fact, he was already fantasizing in his heart about whether this time they would drop a celestial weapon. After all, based on past experiences, the probability of a city-level boss dropping a celestial weapon was as high as 30%. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but feel even more excited. A high-level celestial weapon would start at least in the tens of billions. Perhaps tens of billions might not mean much to some 8th transition professionals from prominent families, but for their hunting squad, which lived on the edge, it was indeed a considerable income. The more he thought about it, the more excited he became. Fan Hao felt as if the great sword in his hand was already thirsting for battle. Die! The roar erupted from Fan Hao's mouth once again, and a massive blade of light slashed down at the prehistoric giant crocodile. Clang! However, just as Fan Hao's giant sword was about to strike, a sudden sound of a sword ringing echoed in his ear. Could there be a great swordsman nearby? Fan Hao was momentarily stunned but didn't dwell on it. The giant sword in his hand still swung down with unstoppable force under the prehistoric giant crocodile. 30,000, a significant damage number floated up, and Fan Hao was about to raise his sword again. Boom! An unexpected turn of events. The once fearsome prehistoric giant crocodile suddenly collapsed to the ground. What was happening? Fan Hao was completely dumbfounded, his giant sword still poised to strike. Damn, the boss is amazing. He killed a city-overturning boss with one blow. At that moment, a skinny man with a sharp face behind Fan Hao was the first to react, shouting wildly in the crowd, fully embodying the role of a sycophant. Captain is awesome, Captain is mighty, Captain is invincible, the fire squad is invincible. One blow to overturn the city, Captain is invincible. Cheers erupted, and the entire fire squad went completely wild, leaving the local job changers of Qingfeng City around them stunned. Could it be that the rumors were false? The captain of the fire squad was not an 8th transformation powerhouse, but a strong warrior who had survived a life and death tribulation? The nearby job changers in Qingfeng City all shared the same thought in their hearts, and they instinctively stepped back to avoid provoking the fire squad. Aside from this explanation, they really couldn't think of any other possibilities. After all, they had clearly seen that when Fan Hao's sword fell, the prehistoric giant crocodile had also collapsed right after the blade of light. Could it be that I really killed this prehistoric giant crocodile with one blow? Or did I just happen to trigger some kind of fatal mechanism? At this moment, even Fan Hao himself couldn't help but doubt whether he had suddenly become incredibly powerful, managing to take down a city-overturning boss with a single strike. However, that didn't make sense. Why hadn't he gained any experience from killing the boss, let alone any dropped equipment? Fan Hao skeptically looked at his inventory, and upon discovering that there were no new items, he scanned the surroundings to see if the monster's siege mechanism had changed, causing the equipment to drop beneath the monster's corpse. But this glance left him even more stunned. Beneath the corpse of the prehistoric giant crocodile, in a corner that was not visible from a normal angle, a 3-colored divine sword was radiating a green aura. The sound of the sword ringing just now. Fan Hao blinked hard, recalling what Li Hongguang had said in the guild channel yesterday. The sword god of Shifeng could ascend at any moment, and his sword techniques had reached an unparalleled level, capable of defeating a Jinzhou-level boss with a single strike. Could it be? A bad feeling rose in Fan Hao's heart. At this moment, even if he were foolish or arrogant, he wouldn't believe that he had killed the prehistoric giant crocodile. Sing! But before he could think further, a long sound of the sword ringing came from the 3-colored divine sword. Immediately, the entire earth trembled, and hundreds of thousands of sword auras erupted centered around the 3-colored divine sword. That is, sword aura? It's a 3-colored divine sword. The sword god of Shifeng has arrived. Nearby, a group of job changers also discovered the 3-colored divine sword beneath the corpse of the prehistoric giant crocodile. Clearly, they had heard the rumors from outside Lengia City yesterday as well. Swish, swish, swish. Waves of sword auras, like the sharpest giant swords, swept through, causing monster corpses to fall one after another. Until 5 seconds later, there were no living monsters left on the outskirts of Qingfeng City. It really is the Stream Wind Sword God.
This group of attacking sword techniques is definitely the Stream Wind Sword God.
So the rumors from Langya City yesterday were true. Many
people were shocked by the terrifying group attack sword technique, while more were stifling laughter as they looked at the corpse of the prehistoric giant crocodile beside the fire squad. Just now, the fire squad had been boasting so much that even they almost believed it. But who would have thought the slap in the face would come so quickly? For a moment, the local job changers in Qingfeng City felt particularly comfortable. Although they gained nothing from this monster siege, wasn't the arrogant fire squad in the same boat? Anyway, whether it was the fire squad or the Stream Wind Sword God, they couldn't compete. In comparison, they actually preferred the well-reputed Stream Wind Sword God to take this piece of cake.
Damn it, sigh. Forget it.
The center of attention Fanhao's face turned red. He was about to curse out loud but stopped himself.
He then glanced around and said, "Let's go." He didn't want to stay here and be treated like a monkey on display.
Meanwhile, in a corner several miles away,
you have obtained LV.200 Xuanwu armor, purple gold. You have obtained LV.700 Twilight Cloud garment, celestial artifact.
You have slain the prehistoric giant crocodile. Current task progress 1/100000. You have slain the giant crocodile. Current task progress 2/100000. You have slain the abyss demon. Current task progress 1/100000/100000. Congratulations, you have completed the first stage of the job change task. The second stage job change task is automatically triggered. Task name, invincible resource. Task content, slay a monster boss of at least city level alone, 0/1. Task time limit, 72 hours. A series of prompts sounded,
and Lin Chen directly chose to mute. This efficiency is unmatched.
After a while, Lin Chen looked at the loot in his bag and the updated second stage task for the third job change,
nodding in satisfaction.
The ancients truly did not deceive me. Monster sieges are indeed a benefit.
With just one sword formation, money came, and the task was completed. Do good deeds without leaving a trace, hiding both merit and fame.
Having saved another city, Lin Chen flew away on his sword, in a great mood.
Night.
The bright moon hung high, and the stars
shone brilliantly.
In the Lord's mansion of Qingfeng City, Lord Rinqianqing was leisurely sipping wine. Another year's monster siege had been successfully endured.
Although the process was somewhat twisted, but the result is good, isn't it? Even though Qingfeng City gained nothing, didn't that group of pretentious fire squad members gain nothing either? This calls for a big drink. In a good mood and feeling quite refreshed, he was about to down the wine in his cup. Lord, Lord!
Suddenly, an urgent voice rang out as a guard rushed in a panic.
What is it? Why are you in such a hurry?
Rinqianqing frowned, feeling quite displeased, but still finished the wine in his cup.
Refreshing.
After the wine went down, Rinqianqing felt his displeasure vanish instantly, even savoring the taste of the wine in his mouth, not in a hurry to swallow. Lord, the LV.200 giant crocodile nest in the wilds of Qingfeng City has been forcibly destroyed. The guard quickly spoke.
Put.
A mouthful of wine sprayed out, and Rinqianqing lost his composure.
Every year's monster siege was due to a special mechanism. As long
as the monsters were successfully repelled, the monster map in the city's outskirts would refresh with monsters again.
But now, the map had been destroyed?
Although it was just a low-level
map, it represented the endless resources of Qingfeng City in the future. Is it permanent destruction or temporary destruction?
Rinqianqing forced himself to calm down and asked. Temporary destruction, the guard replied.
That's good. Rinqianqing breathed a sigh of relief. Meanwhile, not far from the destroyed giant crocodile nest, Lin Chen was leisurely
walking towards the city, muttering to himself, although monster sieges are tempting, I can't let go of the old skill of destroying maps.
The next morning, Lin Chen left Qingfeng City early to continue his rescue journey.
Until the evening, after busy all day, Lin Chen once again saved a city in Linshan province and arrived in Longjing through the teleportation array.
In Tianqiu City. Looks like I need to make a trip to Tianbao General Bank first. Stepping out of the teleportation array, Lin Chen glanced at his backpack and then at the third stage. Class change quest.
Quest name, Treasure Taoist Quest requirements. Please submit 4 elemental godstones and forged iron divine patterns, 0/5. Quest time limit, none. Indefinite. Pay to win quest, but fortunately, there was no time limit. Lin Chen knew that 1 elemental godstone was worth 20 million, so 4 types of stones would be 80 million, nothing too serious. However, the forged iron divine patterns left him a bit puzzled.
I'll ask about it while handling things. Lin Chen quickened his pace towards Tianbao General Bank in Longjing. Hey, young Master Lin, you're here, please come in. In front of Tianbao General Bank, a servant's eyes lit up upon seeing Lin Chen's arrival.
This person was the same servant who had attended to Lin Chen when he bought materials for the map of mountains and rivers. He remembered Lin Chen clearly, the champion of the city competition, definitely a genius and a wealthy man.
Is young Master Lin here to continue playing with maps?
The servant rubbed his hands, showing a hint of excitement on his face. Lin Chen's last spending had earned him quite a commission.
To sell things.
Lin Chen stated his purpose directly.
Ah, to sell things.
The servant responded, although he felt regretful. His good professional demeanor did not show a hint of dissatisfaction, and he continued, "What does young Master Lin want to sell? Let me take it to the manager for appraisal." He volunteered, hoping to gain some favor from Lin Chen. "No need." Lin Chen shook his head and added, "There are quite a few items, so I'll go personally." "Quite a few?" The servant was taken aback but didn't dare to ask further and directly led the way, saying, "Then please follow me, young Master Lin. I'll take you to see the manager." Before long, Lin Chen followed the servant into a spacious room. "Yo, young Master Lin, what brings you here?" The middle-aged manager sitting in a rattan chair recognized Lin Chen at a glance. "Manager, young Master Lin wants to sell some items, and I specially brought him here," the servant said, eager to take credit. In Tianbao General Bank, ordinary people selling items would not even attract the manager's attention. But is Lin Chen an ordinary person? Clearly not. "Well done." The middle-aged manager gave the servant an appreciative look and signaled him to step back. "Young Master Lin, what do you want to sell this time?" After the servant left, the middle-aged manager looked at Lin Chen with excitement. The rewards from the city competition were all items that money couldn't buy. "There are quite a few items to sell, and I'm afraid you won't have enough space here." Lin Chen glanced around and did not take out the items obtained from saving the cities. To him, this spacious room was indeed a bit small. "Then please follow me, young Master Lin." The middle-aged manager was taken aback but did not think Lin Chen was talking nonsense. And even if Lin Chen was just talking nonsense, he still needed to seriously meet Lin Chen's demands. He walked towards the backyard. Soon, Lin Chen arrived at an extremely spacious courtyard. "How is it, young Master Lin? Isn't it quite spacious here?" The middle-aged steward smiled at Lin Chen. "It's all right." Lin Chen nodded, estimating in his heart that it should be enough to hold the items he wanted to sell. Swish! With a single wave of his hand, the mountain of equipment and special items appeared in the courtyard, directly occupying more than half of the entire area. The middle-aged steward was instantly dumbfounded. He had guessed that Lin Chen would have a lot of items to sell, but he never expected it to be this many. How many maps had he cleared? Once he regained his composure, the middle-aged steward couldn't help but estimate in his heart, then continued, "Young Master Lin, please wait a moment, I will appraise these for you." Lin Chen nodded. However, this moment of waiting seemed a bit long. It wasn't until half an hour later that the middle-aged steward, covered in sweat, finally stopped. Even though he had a high-level appraiser profession, it still took him half an hour to evaluate such a massive amount of items. "Young Master Lin, among your items, there are 28 skill books for celestial artifacts and 22 glazed artifacts." The middle-aged steward said in one breath, then continued, "Since you are our most esteemed purple gold member, our Tianbao General Bank is willing to purchase these items for a total price of 13.2 billion. What do you think, young Master Lin? 13.2 billion. This time, Lin Chen's heart didn't waver much. After all, he had cleared all the maps of 3 cities, plus 3 rare bosses. Moreover, this was with him intentionally leaving 1 celestial artifact clothing behind, otherwise, the profit would likely have been several billion more. "Okay." Lin Chen nodded. "Great. I will transfer the money to you right away." The middle-aged steward, with a joyful expression, began the transfer for Lin Chen. 5 minutes later, Lin Chen walked out of Tianbao General Bank, and at this moment his bag had already gathered 10 shards of divine artifacts and 4 different types of 4-symbol divine stones. As for the so-called forged iron divine barrier, he had also inquired about it. Although it wasn't available in Tianbao General Bank at the moment, the middle-aged steward had promised that at the latest, within 3 days, he would obtain the forged iron divine barrier for Lin Chen through special channels. Lin Chen wasn't in a hurry about this. Instead, he leisurely walked towards the direction of the Fong family in Longjing. This time, he wanted to have a good discussion with Fengling about establishing a guild. "Brother, you finally came to see your sister." A slightly resentful voice rang out in front of the Feng family as Fengling swayed her slender waist and personally came out to greet Lin Chen. "I've been busy with my job change these past few days, so I came a bit late." Lin Chen smiled, replying without changing his expression, while his eyes unabashedly fixed on Fengling. At 170 centimeters tall, with a captivating, mature beauty, her classical red cheepo accentuated her proud figure perfectly. It must be said that Fengling was indeed a top-tier mature woman. "Do you think it's beautiful?" Fengling stepped forward, dismissing the attending servants, her slightly red lips whispering near Lin Chen's ear. "Beautiful." Lin Chen nodded without any reservations. Men should be bold. Hesitation was never his style. Moreover, Lin Chen felt that he was purely appreciating Fengling's beauty. "Come in with your sister, and I'll show you something even more beautiful, okay?" The enchanting voice continued, as her soft, delicate hand took Lin Chen's palm, slowly leading him deeper into the Feng family. 5 minutes later, in Fengling's boudoir. "Oh, brother, be gentle." "Sorry, sister, I got a bit nervous for a moment." "Forget it, don't just stand there, you can keep moving." In the room, Fengling was heartbroken as she cleaned up the shattered porcelain jade cup. Meanwhile, Lin Chen stood there awkwardly, unsure of what to do. After entering Fong Ling's room, he directly explained his purpose, but to his surprise, Fong Ling agreed without a second thought. Moreover, she even included the 50 people needed to respond to the guild. Lin Chen was, of course, very pleased with this. However, what Fong Ling said next made Lin Chen lose his composure, and in a moment of distraction, he accidentally crushed the porcelain jade cup in his hand. That was how the earlier scene unfolded. What? A misfortune, this porcelain jade cup is the only pair I have, and I've never let anyone else use it. Fong Ling shot Lin Chen a sultry glance. Although she was pained by the loss of her cherished teaware, there was no hint of blame in her tone. I'll find a better set of teaware for you next time, sister. Lin Chen scratched his head, feeling a bit embarrassed. I'm serious about that, Fong Ling said, stepping forward, wrapping her arms around Lin Chen's neck, her alluring figure pressing against him as she breathed softly. You just said you would find 50 different types of little sisters to respond to the guild. Why are you so nervous? Could it be that my little brother is still a virgin? One delicate jade hand that was wrapped around Lin Chen's neck glided over his solid chest, slowly moving down to his flat abdomen, intending to go further. Suddenly, a strong hand grasped Fong Ling's wandering hand. Sister, you must be joking. Lin Chen felt dry-mouthed and a surge of unexplainable anger, but he forced himself to stay calm. No, this cannot continue. I am a serious person. How can a serious person, focused on his career, be distracted by a woman's charms? Lin Chen shook his head and continued. I just want to find 50 people to respond to the guild, nothing like what you were thinking. It seems my little brother is indeed a serious person. A moment of surprise flashed across Fong Ling's face, her slender, fair fingers teasing Lin Chen's cheek as she continued. You still haven't answered my question. Are you really still a virgin? Virgin? What, does she look down on me? But why can't I get past this word? Although Lin Chen wanted to deny it, the truth was that he was indeed a virgin in both this life and the last. Of course, Lin Chen had his own explanation for it. He was focused on his career. The fleeting world was just a passing cloud. But how could he admit to such a thing? Lin Chen forced himself to appear calm, a wicked smile curling at the corners of his mouth as he said, Sister, why don't you try and see for yourself? As soon as he said that, Lin Chen seemed to transform, his large hand trembling slightly as he lifted the shawl from Fong Ling's shoulder, revealing a glimpse of her fair skin. Fong Ling's body stiffened, but upon noticing the tremor in Lin Chen's hand, she quickly returned to her usual demeanor. What's going on? Why isn't she resisting? Lin Chen was taken aback, his hand hovering between her collarbones without moving further. Could it be that this woman isn't pretending? Lin Chen couldn't help but think. From the beginning, he felt something was off. Although Fong Ling had high hopes for him, they had only met once, and she couldn't possibly be that open. The most likely scenario was that she was testing him. So he decided to play along and see where Fong Ling's boundaries lay. But this result. What's wrong, little brother? Keep going, or should I help you? A hint of mockery flashed in Fong Ling's eyes, and then the shawl from her other shoulders suddenly slipped off. So white. Lin Chen couldn't help but praise in his heart. He immediately turned his head away. He and Fong Ling were only meeting for the second time, and he didn't really know her character. Moreover, this time he had a request of her. To put it bluntly, it was just a transaction. And transactions are transactions, they must not be mixed with other factors. Just like in Qingjin City, he was willing to give away a 1 billion value cleansing liquid to Gong Fong without a second thought. Because the bond between them was strong enough, and Gong Fong had done a lot for him. However, he was equally ruthless when it came to the 2 billion prize from the city competition, because that was a transaction, agreed upon in advance. Thus, he always had his own bottom line in his heart. His gaze gradually shifted downward, and Lin Chen didn't want to look at that tantalizing scene any longer. Suddenly, Lin Chen seemed to notice something was off. In his limited line of sight, a pair of long legs appeared to be trembling slightly. So it was all an act. Seeing this, Lin Chen revealed a knowing expression, quickly turned around, and pulled Fong Ling into his arms as he walked toward the bed. Then I won't be polite, little brother, Lin Chen said softly, pressing his face against Fong Ling's ear as he walked. At that moment, he could clearly feel Fong Ling trembling even more violently in his embrace. Whoosh! A gust of wind swept by, and the person in Lin Chen's arms vanished without a trace. Little brat, want to play with me? Lin Chen looked at Fong Ling, who had appeared behind him, with a smile, and asked, What's wrong, sister? Sister suddenly feels a bit unwell, let's do it next time. Fong Ling's smile remained, and she continued, But don't worry, little brother, what I promised you still stands. Then I'll listen to sister. Once the matter is accomplished, there will definitely be a generous reward. I'll take my leave for now. Lin Chen cast a slightly regretful glance at Fong Ling's entire figure before walking out the door. After leaving the Fong family, Lin Chen made his way to the guild monument outside Longjing City. The guild monument. Every city has a fixed coordinate in the wild where one can find it, inscribed with the top 10 guilds of the country, and it also facilitates players who have not joined a guild to create one. Unlike decades ago, Humanity has gradually stabilized its footing and the number of guilds has begun to saturate, so there are almost no people around the guild monument now. It's really quite desolate. Lynch glanced at the weeds growing around the guild monument, then shifted his gaze to the rankings of the major guilds. 1. Mage Guild, level 5, 2. Swordsman Guild, level 5, 3. Hunter Guild, level 5, 4. Abyss Guild, level 5, 5. Heavenly Gift Guild, level 4. In the vast long kingdom, only 4 guilds among the top 10 have reached level 5, which shows that the difficulty of the Hell level, Hero's Trial, is definitely not something an average person can complete. Of course, even triggering the Hell level difficulty of the Hero's Trial feels like climbing to the sky. Not wanting to think too much further, Lin Chen placed his palm on the guild monument. Detected that you do not yet own a guild. Would you like to spend 10 million gold coins to immediately accept the guild creation task? Yes/no. What a scam. Lin Chen shows yes, with a pained heart. Ding. Conditions for creating a guild met. Guild creation task accepted successfully. Task content: please find 50 people to respond to the guild creation within 24 hours. Once the number of responses is sufficient, it will automatically enter the next stage. If the number of responses is insufficient within 24 hours, the task will be considered a failure. Current response count 0/50, remaining time 24 hours. As the prompt sounded, Lin Chen was not overly surprised and was about to turn around to head into Longjing. After all, the task had been successfully accepted. He just needed to wait for Fengling to bring people to respond. Just as Lin Chen had taken a few steps, another prompt sounded. Ding, someone has responded to your guild. Current response count 1/50. Remaining time 24 hours. This efficiency is really high. Lin Chen was taken aback, thinking it must be Fengling who brought people to respond to the guild. Since that's the case, there's no need to go back. I'll just wait for Fengling here. Lin Chen muttered to himself and then returned to the guild monument. Once the number of responses was sufficient, he still needed to come to the guild monument for the second phase of the Hero's Trial task. Since Fengling was so efficient, it was best to wait here. 5 minutes later, Lin Chen looked at the task panel with suspicion. It was still 1/50, with no increase at all. What's going on? Fengling should be selecting people, right? Lin Chen frowned but wasn't too anxious. In his view, it was very likely that Fengling had first withdrawn from her original guild to respond to his guild and was now looking for other suitable candidates within her family. 10 minutes passed. Finally, the response count on the task panel changed again. Ding, someone has responded to your guild. Current response count 2/50. Remaining time 24 hours. Ding, someone has responded to your guild. Current response count 3/50. Remaining time 24 hours. Ding, someone has responded to your guild. Current response count 4/50. Remaining time 24 hours. The continuous notification sounds rang out, and soon the 50 people needed for the guild response were gathered. Congratulations, your guild has enough responses, automatically. Starting the next phase of the guild creation task. Task name: Hero's Trial. Task content: only true heroes are worthy of becoming a guild leader. Please actively choose a male or female class changer within the guild as the rescue target. After making your selection and confirming with the chosen one, they will be teleported to the peak of the snowy region. Task map: as the guild leader, you will also be automatically teleported to the peak of the snowy region. Only by successfully rescuing the chosen one can you create the guild. Task time limit 24 hours. Note: 1. If you do not choose a male or female class changer within the task time limit, the system will randomly select any male or female class changer in the guild as the rescue target. If there are no male or female class changers in the guild, the task will be automatically considered a failure. 2. The difficulty of the task depends on the strength of the chosen one. The higher the strength of the chosen one, the higher the difficulty coefficient of the task. Difficulty coefficient: easy, normal, hard, hell. Please choose carefully. Lin Chen looked at the task panel's introduction and then opened his personal attribute panel. The guild interface had already been generated. I should choose first and wait for Fengling to come over. Lin Chen scrolled up the guild interface, wanting to find Fengling's name, as the name of the person who responded to the guild first would be listed at the top. However, a few seconds later, he was stunned. He found Fengling's name, but it was only in second place. At the same time, a stir arose among the major families in Longjing. Breaking news: Fengling has withdrawn from the guild. It's true, I also received the news that Fengling has left her family guild. What on earth is going on? First, Yun Pianpian left the mage guild, and now it's Fengling. Could it be that there's infighting in the Feng family? A chorus of suspicious voices echoed among the major families. As one of the prominent families in Longjing, their sources of information were incredibly fast, and they had all planted spies in each other's family guilds, allowing them to learn about significant news in each other's guilds at the first opportunity. A few seconds later, another piece of news left the big shots of the major families stunned again. After Fengling left the guild, she directly brought the young talents from her family to respond to a newly created guild, and it seems the guild leader is Lin Chen. What the hell? It really is Lin Chen. What does Lin Chen want to do?
Is he getting a kick out of being a guild leader? No way, we can't let the Fong family take all the opportunities to show goodwill. I'm rushing the young disciples of the Long family out of the city right now. My Zhao family won't let this go either. My Xiao family too. In an instant, the big shots from various families who received the news were all rolling up their sleeves, urgently gathering the younger generation from their families and rushing towards Longjing City. In their view, Lin Chen must be looking for something fresh to create a guild, and how could they allow the Fong family to monopolize such opportunities for goodwill and closeness? At this moment, Lin Chen was completely unaware of these matters, still looking bewildered. At the first person to respond on the guild interface, Yun Pianpian. What on earth does this woman want? Lin Chen muttered helplessly. Yun Pianpian. She is an absolute big shot in the Mage Guild. If that mage god were to step down, the one to take over would definitely be Yun Pianpian. And such a big shot actually left the Mage Guild to respond to his guild. Moreover, the speed of her response was so quick, clearly indicating it was premeditated. These people really know how to play mind games. Lin Chen mumbled. It was now very clear that Yun Pianpian could respond to his guild so quickly because she must have someone monitoring him at all times. Thinking of this, Lin Chen felt a chill run down his spine. If Yun Pianpian or the entire Mage Guild held an unfriendly attitude towards him, could the four-symbol sword formation withstand it? Should I strike first? The cautious feeling he had always possessed led Lin Chen to entertain an absurd thought. No way. In an instant, Lin Chen shook his head again. The Mage Guild is not like the Gong family, not to mention the Mage God. There are at least 8 other Mage Gods within, and if it came to a fight, the possibility of wiping them all out is simply too small. Forget it, they probably don't have any ill intentions. After careful consideration, Lin Chen abandoned the absurd idea of annihilating the Mage Guild. Moreover, he understood that although his trump cards had not yet been exposed, they must have already caught the attention of those big shots. If the power holders of the Mage Guild really wanted to investigate, they would have likely already taken action against him. Without thinking too much, Lin Chen continued to wait. About half an hour later, a group of graceful figures appeared in Lin Chen's line of sight. Leading them was Fong Ling in a red dress, followed by more than 40 young women, each with their own unique charm, but without exception, all well-developed and with particularly long legs. In an instant, Lin Chen stared wide-eyed. Lin Chen, how's it going? Did your sister stand you up? Soon, the group of women reached Lin Chen's side, and Fong Ling was throwing flirtatious glances, constantly sizing him up. Sister is indeed a trustworthy person. Lin Chen nodded foolishly. Isn't that right? She promised a variety of beauties, and she certainly didn't misspeak. Clearly, Fong Ling had put a lot of effort into selecting people. Wow, is this Lin Chen? So handsome, even more handsome than in the recording stone. The sounds of admiration rang out as a group of young women gazed at Lin Chen with sparkling eyes, wishing they could devour him. Feeling the intense gazes around him, Lin Chen felt a bit uncomfortable and could only lament that this damn good looks really attract trouble. But Lin Chen, you are being unfair. Suddenly, Fong Ling stepped forward and spoke with a hint of grievance. We clearly agreed to choose someone, so why did you change your mind at the last minute? At that moment, Fong Ling's tone was like that of a wronged little wife, as if she had been abandoned by her beloved. Change of person? Lin Chen was taken aback for a moment, but then he understood. Clearly, Fong Ling had also noticed Yun Pianpian in the guild interface. However, Yun Pianpian had no idea about the guild's little master. There was no so-called insider information. Lin Chen felt a bit confused and overwhelmed. Could it be? Suddenly, Lin Chen seemed to realize something. No way? Could it be that Yun Pianpian wanted to help the little master with the task? The more Lin Chen thought about it, the more likely it seemed. After all, Yun Pianpian could know right away about him creating the guild, so it was impossible for her to not guess his intentions. Just as Lin Chen was pondering Yun Pianpian's motives, a group of dark figures appeared in his line of sight from a distance. Ha ha, I heard that little friend Lin Chen is building a guild, so my Long family specially came to support you. Little friend Lin Chen, you are a bit unfair, establishing such an important guild, and not informing my Zhao family. All the young members of my Zhao family are eager to join your guild. The Sun family has specially brought people to support little friend Lin Chen. Before they even arrived, cheerful voices rang out. The top 10 families of Longjing, except for the destroyed Gong family, had all gathered. In an instant, the previously desolate area around the guild stone tablet became lively. Lin Chen was completely dumbfounded. All I wanted was to quietly build a guild and honestly complete the tasks, so why are all you fools here? Lin Chen felt overwhelmed, as if he didn't know what to do. Does my little brother still need his sister's help? A seductive voice rang out, and Fong Ling directly wrapped her arms around Lin Chen's neck, as if declaring her territory, deliberately putting on a show for the other families. This enchantress, truly shameless. How can you act like this in public? The big shots from the other families looked on and whispered their disdain. Don't worry, sister, how could I change what we agreed upon? Lin Chen nodded, glancing at the crowd around him. For now, Fong Ling was still the most suitable target to be saved.
At least you have a conscience, but sister won't make it hard for you. If that person really wants to help you, then let her do it. Don't worry, sister won't be jealous. Fong Ling whispered in Lin Chen's ear, then continued, but the gift you promised me can't be less.
How could it be less?
Lin Chen waved his hand, and a piece of armor radiating purple light, enveloped in mist, appeared in his hand. It was the twilight cloud garb obtained after slaying the prehistoric
giant crocodile.
This was something Lin Chen had planned for a long time. If he wanted to ask a female major professional for help, it definitely wouldn't be easy, especially for someone like Fong Ling who had the support of a big family behind her. Ordinary things would not impress her at all. Although Fong Ling had never mentioned any reward, a deal was a deal, and he didn't
want to owe anyone in this regard. Wow, this outfit is so beautiful.
Fong Ling took the twilight cloud garb from Lin Chen's hand, her eyes sparkling with excitement.
Women's love for
beautiful clothes is akin to men's passion for fine wine, regardless of strength or age. Clearly, Fong Ling in front of him was no different.
But this outfit is so precious. After looking
at the attributes of the twilight cloud garb, Fong Ling continued, sister can't take advantage of you. As soon as she finished speaking, Lin Chen heard a guild notification sound.
Ding! Fong Ling donated 5 billion gold coins to the guild. What the hell? Lin Chen's eyes widened in shock. Although the guild has not yet been successfully established, the template
interface has already been generated. Members within the guild can freely donate funds or items, while the guild leader has the authority to manage the guild's funds. Simply put, this money
could easily go into Lin Chen's own pocket.
However, since the guild is not yet fully built, if the upcoming Hero's Trial mission fails, that money will be unrecoverable, essentially going
down the drain. What a wasteful woman.
Lin Chen couldn't help but mutter in his heart, wanting to give Fong Ling a piece of his mind.
However, at that moment,
the originally clear sky suddenly began to snow, and the temperature around them dropped rapidly as a white figure appeared in the distant sky.
Is that Yun Pianpian? It really is Yun Pianpian. What is she here for? Yun Pianpian has come. Could it be that she is also interested in Lin Chen's guild? As the temperature plummeted, everyone involuntarily looked up towards the sky. Some even speculated that Yun Pianpian had come for Lin Chen, especially since she had withdrawn from the guild even before receiving the news of Fong Ling's withdrawal. This woman really came. Lin Chen couldn't help but frown.
Although Yun Pianpian was stunning in both looks and figure, even surpassing Fong Ling, he didn't want to have too much interaction with her.
The reason
was simple: her background was too strong, and with his current strength, he didn't have absolute confidence to handle any unexpected situations. Brother, she really came. It seems there's
nothing for sister to do here.
A strange light flashed in Fong Ling's eyes as she involuntarily took a step back.
Yun Pianpian's intentions were already clear. For whatever reason,
she wanted to help Lin Chen with the mission. And although she was usually confident, not inferior to any woman, she still felt somewhat inadequate compared to Yun Pianpian.
What a hassle!
Lin Chen muttered helplessly.
Before long,
the snowflakes disappeared, the temperature around returned to normal, and Yun Pianpian retracted the phenomenon she was carrying, slowly
descending to the ground. I can help you.
Her cold voice rang out, and Yun Pianpian remained expressionless.
Just as expected,
Fong Ling and a group of family bigwigs around them revealed
knowing expressions.
They had long speculated about Yun Pianpian's intentions, and now it seemed there was nothing surprising about it. However, compared to them, some of the younger male
family members were no longer calm. Damn, what kind of luck did Lin Chen hit? He actually got the goddess's favor? I can't take it anymore. I can't take it anymore. The goddess is actually going to join Lin Chen's guild.
No way, I can't let Lin Chen take advantage of the goddess. I decided I must join the guild Lin Chen is establishing. Initially, they were somewhat reluctant to be forced by the elders and their families to join Lin Chen's guild. After all, every man has a bit of a rebellious spirit.
But now, their goddess Yun Pianpian was
actually going to join Lin Chen's guild, leaving them no room for reluctance.
I guess Lin Chen is overjoyed right now. To receive the goddess's favor, if it were me, I'd be willing to die for it. Why didn't I think of establishing a guild myself? Maybe the goddess likes strong men like that.
A slight murmur arose, and at this moment, all the young male family members
wished they were the ones standing opposite Yun Pianpian instead of Lin Chen. However, Lin Chen's next response left everyone dumbfounded. I refuse. The not-so-loud voice rang out, but it clearly reached everyone's ears. Damn, is Lin Chen crazy? He's gone mad. He must be mad. How could someone refuse the goddess? Is their brain malfunctioning? This time, not only were some young members of various families stunned, but even the big shots of those families and Yun Pianpian herself were staring blankly at Lin Chen. Not to curry favor, what a good seedling. A leisurely voice rang out, and the speaker was none other than the third elder of the Long family, Long Tian. At this moment, Long Tian looked at Lin Chen with admiration. 2. Receive the favor of Yun Pianpian. How many men dream of that? One must know, with Yun Pianpian's background, this is truly a step to the heavens. If he were a few decades younger, he felt, he definitely wouldn't refuse Yun Pianpian's affection. Indeed not bad, ambitious.
This child will definitely be a dragon among men in the future. His talent and character are the best among men. Lin Chen's future achievements are simply unimaginable. The other big shots from various families, upon hearing this, instantly understood. I know you want the goddess's tears, and in your current guild, no one is more suitable than me. Yun Pian continued, showing no signs of dissatisfaction at Lin Chen's rejection. No way? No way? The goddess has actually joined Lin Chen's guild? This is outrageous, this is outrageous. Lin Chen has rejected the goddess, and the goddess can't change her target? A group of young family members displayed expressions of deep sorrow. When did their proud goddess become so humble? Being rejected once, she still wouldn't give up. I know. Lin Chen nodded and continued. But it's not necessary. He understood that looking across the entire dragon country, Yun Pian was indeed the most suitable candidate. However, he also knew that there is no free lunch in the world. He wouldn't think Yun Pian's goodwill was due to his exceptional talent or stunning looks. Moreover, with Feng Ling as a candidate, there was already a high probability of triggering the hell difficulty of the hero's trial. My god, Lin Chen has rejected the goddess again. Goddess, where is your former pride? Can you stop crushing our spirits? Goddess, can't you be a little less humble? The faces of the young male members of various families were filled with despair. It seems we need to have a serious talk. Seeing this, Yun Pian revealed a rare look of helplessness, then waved her hand, and a curtain of ice light enveloped her and Lin Chen. You have been enveloped by the ice and snow light curtain. In an instant, Lin Chen received a prompt. What do you want? A cautious look appeared on Lin Chen's face, and 4 divine swords hovered above his head, their edges pointed directly at Yun Pian. I mean no harm. The cold voice rang out again as Yun Pian continued. I came this time just to make a deal with you. A deal? Lin Chen was taken aback and did not respond. Immediately, he had long suspected that Yun Pian's behavior must have ulterior motives, but he did not yet know the specifics of the deal. I will help you obtain the goddess's tears. And you will help me clear a map. I will only take one item from the rewards of the map, and everything else can belong to you. With a slight parting of her lips, Yun Pian explained her intentions. I refuse. Before Yun Pian could finish, Lin Chen rejected her again. Are you kidding? With her background, does she really need someone to help her clear a map? What kind of difficulty must that map be? Although he was confident he would not be arrogant, nor would he blindly agree just because a woman was in front of him. Just listen to me finish. Don't be so quick to refuse. A hint of displeasure appeared on Yun Pian's face. Being rejected repeatedly, even with her temperament, she felt a bit dissatisfied. You speak. Lin Chen was taken aback for a moment, feeling a flicker of interest. Yun Pian dared to be so entangled, which must mean she believed there was something useful for her in clearing this unknown map. The map we need to clear this time is a bit special. It's a hidden map called the Gate of Hell, divided into 18 layers. You only need to help me clear the 6th layer. Yun Pian brushed her hair aside and continued. The boss of the 6th layer of the Gate of Hell is a world-destroying entity. This boss has the characteristic of physical immunity, so when it is physically immune, I will try to deplete its health, and when it is magically immune, I will need you to step in. After saying this, a rust-covered key appeared in Yun Pian's hand. Could it be that lucky? Lin Chen was stunned at the sight. The Gate of Hell? A familiar key? Isn't this the task map required for the 3rd phase of the Fall of the Deities? For a moment, Lin Chen felt a stir of excitement, but he did not agree immediately. Instead, he said, even so, with your status, you could ask those few from Sword God Mountain to help. The Sword God of Long Country had 7 sword gods under his command, all belonging to Sword God Mountain. If Yun Pian just wanted to clear the map, she could easily ask the sword gods from Sword God Mountain for help. Why come to him? Upon hearing Lin Chen mention Sword God Mountain, a hint of unusual color appeared on Yun Pian's veiled face, and then she said, the map of the Gate of Hell is quite special. It requires 5 people to hold different keys to unlock it, and there are strict level restrictions as well, which must be below level 300. Only the Sword Maniac senior brother from Sword God Mountain has successfully passed the Ascension Tribulation, but his level now exceeds 300, so he does not meet the conditions to enter the Gate of Hell. So that's how it is. A look of understanding appeared on Lin Chen's face. Why didn't she say so earlier? Did she make him worry for so long? Couldn't she just straightforwardly offer more money? However, even so, Lin Chen still said with a difficult expression, in that case, I can help you. Wouldn't it be foolish not to help? With a price that could be replaced, adding a clue to a divine artifact's map would surely be enough. Thank you. Yun Pian sighed in relief upon hearing this, and then she removed the icy light barrier. They're out. They're out. Look at Lin Chen's troubled face. Did he still not agree? Damn it, what did the goddess and Lin Chen do in the barrier? A wave of discussions arose, and the male family members all stared at Lin Chen with unfriendly expressions. Just now, due to Yun Pian's barrier, they could neither hear nor see Lin Chen and Yun Pian's conversation. Lin Chen, however, was completely unconcerned about the discussions around him. Instead, he directly pulled up the guild interface and set Yun Pian as the rescued target. Ding! Rescued target set successfully. The other party has confirmed agreement.
Would you like to enter the snowy peak immediately?
Yes/no yes. With a flash of light, Lin Chen and Yun Pianpian disappeared before everyone's eyes. What the hell, where?
Did the goddess and Lin Chen go?
Where did they go?
Lin Chen wouldn't have set the goddess as the rescued target and activated the hero's trial, would he?
The family members were somewhat bewildered.
But some immediately thought of Lin Chen's guild just successfully responding. No way? Is Lin Chen crazy?
Setting the goddess as the rescued target means facing the Ascension monsters.
At that moment, a family member exclaimed in shock.
The difficulty of the hero's trial task is determined by the strength of the rescued target, which means if Lin Chen uses the already ascended Yun Pianpian as the rescue target, he would inevitably face a massive number of Ascension monsters. Although the levels of these ascended monsters would be suppressed, they were still ascended monsters, and in terms of attributes, they were definitely several times stronger than ordinary monsters, and they came in groups. Although I don't want to admit it, I think that even among monsters of the same level, Lin Chen won't be able to hold them off.
Another family
member spoke with reluctance.
That's hard to say.
Even if Lin Chen has 3 invincible skills, he can't continuously use his sword techniques. You have to know that the hell difficulty of the hero's trial is divided into 3 layers. I don't believe Lin Chen can successfully clear it.
Someone else chimed in, clearly not wanting to see Lin Chen succeed.
What's the use of you little brats arguing about this? We'll know the result in at most 2 hours.
A family elder stepped forward, scolding the young family members.
He knew that with Yun Pianpian as the one to be rescued, it would definitely trigger the hell difficulty of the hero's trial, which has a time limit. In 2 hours, the result would be known. The other elders nodded involuntarily, patiently waiting. They also wanted to see Lin Chen's true strength.
At this moment, on the map of the snowy peak,
the cold wind howled, and the snow was thick. Only one figure stood in that white world, and that person was Lin Chen. The hero's trial officially begins.
Based on the strength of the one
to be rescued, the difficulty of this task is hell level. Task content: kill all monsters within the 3 layers of the snowy peak, break the cage, and you can rescue the target. Task time limit: 2 hours. A prompt sounded in Lin Chen's ear, and countless snowmen rose from the ground, taking shape in the white world. Raging Snowman, Ascended, Level, LV.200 Health, 500,000 Attack, 12,000, 20,000 Defense, 30,000 Speed, 1,200 Skills. Description: the guardian of the snowy peak, the originally gentle snowman becomes extremely violent upon discovering intruders.
These attributes seem a bit off. Lin Chen looked at the densely packed snowman charging towards him, a hint of surprise on his face.
Normally, monsters of this level would only have 1/4 of the attributes of the snowman in front of him.
Is this the advantage of ascension? Lin Chen couldn't help but mutter, feeling a bit of anticipation for ascension.
With the inherent attributes of the sword path already enhancing him, if he ascended, he should be able to crush them just based on attributes.
Right? Not wanting to think too much,
a flash of fire instantly filled the entire map.
5 million, 5 million.
A clean sweep as waves of snowmen fell to the ground under the scorching flames.
5
seconds later, there were no monsters left on the first layer of the snowy peak. Congratulations, you have successfully cleared the first layer of the snowy peak. You will now be automatically transported to the second layer. A flash of light.
Lin Chen's figure appeared in the second layer.
LV.250 Fat to High, Ascended. The vast white snow world trembled again as a batch of higher level ascended monsters appeared. Swish! The azure sword light swept across, and thousands of sword blades erupted in an instant. In the blink of an eye, all the monsters disappeared as if they had never existed.
Congratulations, you have successfully
cleared the second layer of the snowy peak. You will now be automatically transported to the third layer.
In the third layer of the snowy peak,
Lin Chen looked around at the monsters, whose levels had already reached 300, and was about to use the divine sword to clear the map again. However, as he looked up, he was suddenly stunned. In the cage on the high platform in the center of the map, a young woman in white was being held captive. The woman, without a trace of makeup, radiated an extraordinary brilliance. Her ethereal aura combined with her perfect features gave off an air that felt almost sacred, especially with that cold expression on her face, which made one involuntarily feel a surge of affection. This person was none other than Yun Pianpian, but at this moment, her veil was gone, completely revealing her stunning beauty.
No wonder. She's called a goddess.
Lin Chen stared, somewhat dazed. There had always been rumors in the Dragon Kingdom that Yun Pianpian's beauty was unlike that of any mortal woman, and now it was clear that the rumors were true. If Fongling's looks could be rated a 9, then the Yun Pianpian before him was a perfect 10, and in a situation where a perfect score of 10 could not be surpassed.
Have you seen enough? A cold voice broke the silence, and a faint blush appeared on Yun Pianpian's face.
Having risen to fame at a young age, she had always presented herself with a veil, and only a few from the older generation had seen her true face. Whenever young heirs from various families encountered her, they would instinctively feel a sense of distance. Even through the veil, no one had ever dared to look her in the eye, let alone act as recklessly
as Lin Chen did.
At this moment, memories of their first meeting flooded her mind. He had seemed just as audacious then.
No,
Lin Chen reflexively replied, only to realize instantly that he had misspoken.
However, everyone has a desire to be admired. Isn't being good-looking meant for others to see? Lin Chen consoled himself and didn't offer any further explanation. A hint of anger appeared on Yun Pianpian's
face, but this anger, combined with the faint blush, made her look even more stunning.
If you don't want me to look, then I won't. Why are you getting shy?
Lin Chen muttered without a care, then fixed his
gaze on Yun Pianpian, and a divine sword appeared in his hand once more. Swish! The sword was drawn, and thunder roared. In an instant,
the thunder dragon roared, sweeping across the entire map, while Lin Chen himself soared towards the high platform in the center of the map, stepping on the wind-chasing sword. This scene resembled a story from an oil painting. A handsome youth, as graceful as jade, rode the thunder towards
the damsel in distress. Crack!
The sound of a cage shattering echoed as the prison confining Yun Pianpian broke apart under Lin Chen's immense power.
This was not Lin Chen trying to be dramatic. He simply felt that the usage of the divine sword was precious. He couldn't waste it on a mere cage, could he?
However, this scene was perceived differently in Yun Pianpian's eyes.
Lecture!
A light reprimand rang out, and
Yun Pianpian's figure vanished without a trace.
At the same time, the peaks of the snowy domain shattered. Congratulations, you have successfully rescued the target and cleared the hero's trial. Congratulations, due to your outstanding performance, you have received an additional reward. Tears of the Goddess. A notification sounded, a flash of light appeared, and Lin Chen was teleported out.
Damn, Lin Chen can't be that weak, can he? Impossible, right? It hasn't even been a minute and he's already failed the mission?
What a shame the goddess was kind enough to help him. Turns out he's so useless.
Voices of astonishment
erupted, and the young heirs felt certain that Lin Chen had failed the mission.
Even some family bigwigs couldn't help but furrow their brows. Lin Chen shouldn't be that weak, right? Even if he couldn't complete the mission, he should have been able to last for 2 hours, right? At this moment, everyone shared the same thought. Lin Chen had failed the mission. That shouldn't be the case, right? Fengling, not far away, parted her lips slightly, unwilling to believe it, and then pulled up the guild interface. Your guild has been successfully created. Fengling was stunned. It was completed just like that? From the moment Lin Chen entered the mission map to when he came out, it had taken less than a minute. This is simply terrifying.
A storm surged in Fengling's heart.
Who said Lin Chen's mission failed?
Our guild leader's mission was
clearly completed. You lot are just up to no good. Are you all envious and resentful, not wanting our guild leader to complete the mission?
At that moment, a group of young women beside Fengling also pulled
up the guild interface.
Upon seeing that the guild had officially been created successfully, they all wore expressions of joy, with some even taking the initiative to display the guild interface for everyone to see.
Wow, it really worked? No way? Is this speed a bug? I don't believe it. This is absolutely impossible. A group of young heirs from various families looked astonished, their mouths agape. Completing the hell level, hero's trial, in less than a minute, is that something a person can do? However, even if they didn't want to admit it, they couldn't deny it anymore. After all, Lin Chen's guild creation was an established fact. Tomorrow, I will seek you out again, remember our promise. Yun Pianpian's voice rang out at that moment. A simple statement, yet it made the young male heirs feel even worse. My god, is there no justice left? It's one thing to be strong to the point of being abnormal, but this flirting is on a legendary level. Heaven, can you strike Lin Chen down? Everyone wore a bitter expression, deeply affected. In their eyes, something unspeakable must have happened between Lin Chen and Yun Pianpian in that less than a minute. Otherwise, how could Yun Pianpian's attitude change so drastically? What was this so-called promise? Alright.
Lin Chen nodded, never once looking at the young heirs around him. Swish! The sound of a sword echoed as Lin Chen directly took off on his sword, looking somewhat anxious.
Half an hour later, in a luxurious suite within Longjing, at the Heaven and Earth establishment,
Lin Chen, slightly excited, took out a broken necklace, 10 pieces of divine artifact fragments, and a drop of goddess's tears from his
package. Detected materials to repair goddess's guardian. Would you like to proceed with the repair?
Yes/no. Yes. Lin Chen made his choice directly. Radiance flickered as the 10 pieces of divine artifact fragments and the goddess's tears merged into the goddess's guardian and disappeared.
A few minutes later, congratulations! Goddess's guardian has been successfully repaired. A prompt sounded, and a pearlescent necklace appeared before Lin Chen.
Goddess's guardian, divine artifact, required level, LV.200 physical defense, 30,000 magical defense, 30,000 strength, plus 2,000 stamina, plus 2,000 agility, plus 2,000 endurance, plus 2,000 skills. 1.
Conceal, can hide its appearance, making it look like an ordinary necklace. Can be. 2. Goddess's favor, passive blessed by the goddess, all your attributes will be additionally increased by 20%.
3. Goddess's grace, passive under the goddess's radiance, any damage you receive will be reduced by an additional 15%. 4. Goddess's wrath, active even as a goddess, there is wrath. Once activated, the wearer's attack power
will be increased by an additional 30%, duration, 60 seconds.
5. Goddess's protection. Active under the protection of the goddess, you will gain an additional 5 seconds of invincibility.
Characteristics 1. Growth. Goddess's Guardian will automatically grow with the user's level, enhancing all attributes and skill power upon growth. 2. Non-tradable. The majesty of the ancient gods cannot be triggered once equipped
by the user. The Goddess's Guardian, tainted with the aura of the ancient gods, becomes non-tradable for life. Ancient God set. 2 ninths with 2 pieces of the ancient god gear. All attributes will be boosted by an
additional 50%. Truly a divine artifact set.
Lynch gazed at the sparkling necklace before him and equipped it immediately. The Goddess's Guardian may be slightly inferior to the ancient god armor in terms of
defense, but let's not forget this is a necklace component. Having such attributes is already quite abnormal. Moreover, the Goddess's Guardian excels in its additional attributes and skills, which are commendable,
and not at all inferior to the ancient god armor. Furthermore, having 2 pieces of the ancient god armor has unlocked the initial set effect, with just these 2 pieces providing an extra 50% boost to all attributes, showcasing the terrifying nature of the divine artifact set.
My current combat power. Lin Chen shifted his gaze to his personal attribute interface. Lin Chen profession, swordsman second transition. Ancient, level, LV.200 stamina, 20008 strength, 22888 agility, 21888 endurance, 21,000 magic, 3,000 combat power, 28,528 skills. Talents. Combat power has broken 20,000.
A glimmer of light flashed
in Lin Chen's eyes.
Just after his second transition, despite various talents and equipment boosts, his combat power was only a little over 8,000, and now it has surpassed 20,000, which is comparable to an
ordinary fourth transition professional.
It's important to note that after the third transition, a professional's combat power experiences a leap in growth, and he is yet to transition for the third time.
Don't get complacent,
Lin Chen silently reminded himself. Although his combat power is already strong, even capable of matching an ordinary fourth transition professional without using the divine sword, and he possesses for invincible skills, he believes there are still some things that could threaten him after the game invaded reality, with various items and treasures emerging.
What a pity.
It seems the monster's siege time has
already ended.
Lin Chen muttered to himself, a look of helplessness on his face. Compared to destroying maps, being a kind-hearted savior seems to earn more. However, he had specifically checked on his way back, and the teleportation array in Longjing had already closed, which meant the annual monster siege benefits had come to an end. With that thought, he felt a bit disheartened. If the monster's siege were to continue,
would he still need to worry about money?
Of course, that was just a thought. If the monster's siege were to exist all the time, it would likely mean no survival for humanity worldwide.
Sigh, I guess I should return to my old profession.
Lin Chen muttered to himself and walked out of his room.
1 hour later,
with a bountiful harvest, Lin Chen sold his map destruction gains to the Tianbao Trading General Hall, earning another 40 million gold coins, and then returned to his residence feeling somewhat disinterested, ready to lie down.
Yes, just lying down.
After all, he still hadn't secured the task items for his third transition, and his agreement with Yun Pianpian was set for the next few days. He didn't want to draw too much attention to himself. As the sun set and dusk fell, the day quickly passed.
The next day, it wasn't until noon that
Lin Chen was awakened by the knocking of a maid from Tian Shangrenjian. Opening the door, a familiar face appeared before him.
It's you?
Lin Chen was taken aback. The visitor was none other than the manager
of the Tianbao Trading General Hall stationed in Longjing. Greetings, young Master Lin.
The manager of the Tianbao Trading General Hall greeted Lin Chen with great respect.
Did you find the items?
Lin Chen's eyes lit up with anticipation. Yesterday, he had reserved the task item he needed for his third transition, the Forged Iron Divine Barrier, at the Tianbao Trading General Hall. Today, the arrival of the manager from
the Tianbao Trading Headquarters surely means that the Forged Iron Divine Aura has arrived.
Otherwise, the other party wouldn't have taken the trouble to find me here.
Thanks to young Master Lin, I have not failed my mission.
I searched through the branches across the country overnight and finally found a piece of Forged Iron Divine Aura that hasn't been sold yet. The manager smiled, his face full of flattery.
There was no way he could treat Lin Chen as an ordinary second-tier swordsman.
Moreover, he had heard some rumors about yesterday's events that Yun Pianpian personally helped Lin Chen establish a guild, and there were even
whispers that Yun Pianpian had taken a liking to Lin Chen.
Regardless of the truth behind these matters, he dared not be negligent, so he sent out a message to the Tianbao branches in major cities of the Dragon
Kingdom overnight to search for the Forged Iron Divine Aura.
Fortunately, he really managed to find a piece that hadn't been sold yet. Here he was, having just received the Forged Iron Divine Aura from the branch, coming to find Lin Chen. The manager is quite capable. A glimmer of excitement shone in Lin Chen's eyes. The efficiency of the Tianbao Trading Company was remarkable. In less than a day, they had found the item he needed for his class change quest. Young Master Lin is joking, this is all thanks to you. If it weren't for your need, I wouldn't have gone out of my way to find this Forged Iron Divine Aura. The manager continued to flatter him, taking out a dark stone from the package.
How much? Lin Chen directly inquired about the price. The price is negotiable. The item you need can be given to you under my personal name. The manager did not immediately state the price but handed the forged iron divine aura to Lin Chen with a smile. In his view, investing in such a talented genius like Lin Chen with just a piece of forged iron divine aura was a sure profit. Thank you for your kindness, but Lin Chen has never liked taking advantage of others, Lin Chen said calmly, refusing the manager's goodwill. Although it felt great to obtain the necessary quest item without spending any money, he clearly had no intention of having too much interaction with the manager before him. Therefore, he was unwilling to take this advantage. Since young Master Lin insists, then I will give you an 80% discount on the price for VIP members. The middle-aged manager's expression remained unchanged as he continued, you only need to pay me 80 million gold coins. He understood that he couldn't force a connection with a genius like Lin Chen. Such talents usually held themselves in high regard and were reluctant to owe favors to others. Thus, he wasn't too disappointed by Lin Chen's refusal. Alright, thank you for personally making the trip. Lin Chen nodded and transferred 80 million gold coins to the middle-aged manager. Then I shall take my leave. Once the gold coins were received, the middle-aged manager had no intention of lingering, bidding farewell to Lin Chen before leaving directly. Now, only the last 2 steps remain. Lin Chen entered the room, slightly excited. Ding! Detected that your package contains the items needed for the class change quest. Would you like to complete the quest immediately? Yes/no. Yes. The forged iron divine aura disappeared from Lin Chen's package, and the prompt sounded again. Congratulations! You have successfully completed the 3rd stage of the 3rd class change quest, randomly accepting the 4th stage quest. Random quest accepted successfully. Quest name, billionaire. Quest content, please accumulate 100 million gold coins, 0/100000000. Quest time limit, 24 hours. Note, the method of obtaining gold coins is not limited, but only gold coins obtained after accepting the quest count. Another easy question. Lin Chen's eyes lit up as he directly opened the guild interface and withdrew 100 million gold coins into his package. Congratulations, you have successfully completed the 4th phase of the 3rd job transfer task, randomly accepting the 5th phase task. Random task acceptance successful. Task name, Heart of the Demon King. Task content, please obtain a Heart of the Demon King and submit it as a task. Item, task time limit, none. Note, killing a Jinjo level or higher demon type boss has a certain chance to drop a Heart of the Demon King. Jinjo level, boss? It must also be a demon type monster? Lin Chen looked at the introduction on the task panel and wasn't particularly anxious. The agreement with Yun Pianpian was to head to the Gate of Hell map, and the Gate of Hell, just by its name, one could tell that there must be demon-type monsters inside. Moreover, Yun Pianpian mentioned that even the boss on the 6th level is of world destruction level existence. Lin Chen didn't believe his luck would be so bad that he couldn't get a Heart of the Demon King even after sweeping through all 18 levels of hell. With this thought, Lin Chen felt particularly relaxed and took out the 9-star heavenly gift pen he had prepared earlier. Using the heavenly gift pen requires entering the guild space. Would you like to enter immediately? Yes/no. Yes, Lin Chen made his choice directly. The guild space is different from the various human city outposts. It is an independent special space that does not exist in reality. With a flash of light, Lin Chen's figure disappeared. When Lin Chen's figure reappeared, he found himself in a small courtyard of about 100 square meters. This level of guild is really shabby. Lin Chen looked around at the empty surroundings and couldn't help but complain. A level 1 guild can accommodate a maximum of 200 members, and he seriously doubted whether the small courtyard could hold 200 job changers at the same time. However, complaints aside, Lin Chen still threw the 9-star heavenly gift pen into the air. Heavenly gift pen? Strength 100, 1000 stamina, 100, 1000 endurance, 100, 1000 agility, 100, 1000 all skill bonus, 1% to 100% restrictions. 1. The user must have a guild already satisfied. 2. Must be activated, not activated, detected that the amount of gathering sand in your bag is insufficient. Would you like to directly consume 10 million gold to activate your heavenly gift pen? Yes/no. Activating the heavenly gift pen requires gathering sand, and the higher the star level of the heavenly gift pen, the more gathering sand is needed. Of course, one can also directly spend gold to make up for the gathering sand. There isn't much price difference, and it's considered quite reasonable. Yes, Lin Chen made his choice, and the gold in his bag decreased by 10 million. Swish! The 9-star heavenly gift pen suddenly emitted a dazzling golden light. Congratulations! Your heavenly gift pen has been successfully activated. Heavenly gift pen? Strength, 828 stamina, 432 endurance, 528 agility, 320 all skill bonus, 72%. Note, the additional attribute values of the heavenly gift pen upon first activation are completely random. You can consume 20,000 gold to reset it, and accumulating 10,000 resets will definitely trigger full attributes. Current reset count, 0. Indeed, the 9-star heavenly gift pen is not something an ordinary person can play with. Lin Chen frowned slightly, but he didn't care much in his heart.
To reset it 10,000 times would only require spending 200 million gold, which he still didn't mind. Reset, ding. The attributes attached to your heavenly gift pen have changed slightly. Heavenly gift pen? Strength 526 stamina, 783 endurance, 528 agility, 888 all skill. Bonus, 82%. It was expected that one reset wouldn't be full. However, since I chose to reset, I must have full attributes. Reset ding. The attributes attached to your divine pen have undergone some changes. Reset. Ding. The attributes attached to your divine pen have undergone some changes. Reset ding. The attributes attached to your divine pen have undergone some changes. Ding. Congratulations, you have reset. To a fully attributed divine pen just at the 16th reset, Lynch seemed to be blessed by luck, directly resetting to a fully attributed divine pen. Divine pen? Strength 1000 stamina, 1000. Endurance, 1000 agility, 1000 total skill bonus, 100%. Not bad at all. Lin Chen exclaimed. Although the attached attributes have a maximum limit of only 1000 points, one must know that the power of the 9-star divine pen lies in its ability to amplify skills. Thinking of this, Lin Chen looked at his skill panel. The skills like Flying Dragon Slash and Sword Chi had noticeable changes, with clear amplification values behind them. However, there were no changes in the talent skills. It seems to be as I predicted. Lin Chen's words carried a hint of regret. However, this result was also within his expectations. If the divine pen could amplify talent skills, then with the perverse nature of the sword path's origin, it would be simply wonderful. Ding, someone has applied to join your LG001728 guild. Just as Lin Chen was lost in thought, a notification for a guild application rang out. Who is this again? Lin Chen frowned, a bit impatient as he opened the guild interface and casually changed the guild name to sticking to the old ways. Since the guild was established yesterday, many young members from the Longjing families had applied to join, but he had rejected them all. After all, he only established the guild for task items. Why would he need so many people? Of course, he did agree to a few applications from some well-developed beauties. Wang Defa has applied to join your guild. On the guild panel, Lin Chen saw the specific notification. Approved without any hesitation, Lin Chen directly added Wang Defa to the guild. Given his relationship with Wang Defa, as long as the other party was willing, he had no reason to refuse. Little demon not demon, hey, President, you added a new member again? Which family's beauty is it this time? Lemon not cute. I didn't pay attention to the notification just now, but the new beauty seems to have the surname Wang. Flowers never fall, wow. Stop guessing, let's welcome our new sister together. Sister is the queen, she should be a chubby beauty. The guild channel, which had been quiet for a while, became lively again with the arrival of the new member. For a moment, everyone except for Fongling's guild avatar assumed that the newly joined class changer was a female. After all, the guild had been established for a day, and Lin Chen had only added 8 people, all of whom were beauties. Child of Fortune, newcomer reporting, hello sisters. Sunshine every day, new sister, quickly report your name, let me see which family you belong to. Little demon not demon, I haven't heard of a Wang family in Longjing. Could it be someone from another province coming here for fame? But this avatar is quite special. Sister is the queen, indeed someone from another province. The guild channel went wild with messages due to the new member's arrival, leaving Lin Chen stunned. Little Wang has actually become a beauty? He was somewhat speechless but didn't expose it. Child of Fortune. May I ask, sisters, is the president currently in the guild space? Professional degree checker, little sister, you can go check the guild space yourself. Just a little bit. Yes, sister, you have already joined the guild, so you can enter the guild space at any time. A group of beautiful women kindly reminded Wang Defa. Ahem. Lin Chen looked at the talents in their vests and the chat records, unable to suppress a dry cough, while he also understood why Xiao Wan was so humble and submissive in the guild. Isn't it because of Yun Piampian in the guild? Lin Chen, I'm here. This was Lin Chen's first time speaking in the guild, but he didn't change his vest. Xiao Yao Bu Yao, wow, the president spoke. This new sister must be very beautiful. Ning Meng Bu Meng, this is the first time the president has spoken. It seems this sister's identity is not ordinary. Jie Jiushi Nu Wang, beautiful like no other woman. Lin Chen's message caused most of the women in the guild to explode with excitement. However, Lin Chen didn't pay much attention to it and chose to go silent instead. 10 seconds later, in the guild space, a golden light appeared and Wang Defa's figure appeared in front of Lin Chen. Mo Gu. Seeing Lin Chen, Wang Defa had a face full of sorrow, as if he carried endless grievances in his heart. What happened? Lin Chen was taken aback. As the only son of the provincial governor and a genius ranked in the top 10 of the city competition, who would dare to bully Xiao Wang? What's going on? Lin Chen wanted to ask. Don't mention it, Moga, I've really had the worst luck ever. Everyone else is just messing with their dads, but my dad is messing with his son. Last night, my dad sold me again, Wang Defa said, looking indignant. He. Lin Chen chuckled awkwardly. It seemed that since he met this father-son duo, they had always been at each other's expense. You Have no idea how insane my dad is. Wang Defa grabbed his hair, looking as if he wanted to die. He actually lent me to that demon girl Yun Pianpian again for a piece of fairy equipment, saying something about going
to the gate of hell. He really doesn't treat his own son like a human.
After saying that, Wang Defa took out a rusted key from his pocket and continued, and he gave me this broken key.
The gate of hell? A rusty key? Xiao Wang is also in this team?
Lin Chen was surprised but also found it quite reasonable.
The items Yun Pianpian needed must be extremely rare, and borrowing Wang Defa was probably to increase the
success rate with Xiao Wang's luck. As for old Wang selling his son, Lin Chen didn't believe it at all. Although this father-son duo liked to mess with each other, old Wang cherished Xiao Wang very much.
Since old
Wang agreed to let Xiao Wang go to the gate of hell this time, the danger level probably wasn't that high, or old Wang knew the composition of the team Yun Pianpian formed, which made him feel at ease.
And to sell his own son just for a piece of fairy equipment?
In Lin Chen's view, given old Wang's wealth, it was likely just a superficial show for a fairy item. There might be something truly enticing in the gate of hell.
M.O. Go, why aren't you saying anything? Wang Defa noticed Lin Chen was silent and showed a puzzled expression. Shouldn't a good brother help him vent a little? Well, actually, there's nothing much to say. I think your dad is pretty good,
Lin Chen said, looking quite serious.
Good?
Wang Defa was stunned, staring at Lin Chen with a face full of suspicion. Mo Gu, did you take the wrong medicine?
You took the wrong medicine.
Lin Chen rolled his eyes and continued, I know about the gate of hell, and I will go with you to the gate of hell. As soon as he finished speaking, a matching key appeared in Lin Chen's hand.
Mo Gu, you are so great.
Wang Defa looked at Lin Chen with a moved expression and said, they say only your biological dad treats you the best, but I think it's still you, Mo Gu, who treats me the best. In his view, since the place was where the demoness Yun Pianpian was headed, it must be extremely dangerous.
Yet Lin Chen, unwilling to let him take risks alone, insisted on going along. Where could one find such a good brother? As for why Lin Chen had the key in hand ahead of time, that thought was quickly cast aside. He.
Lin Chen chuckled dryly, momentarily at a loss for words. It seemed he had been misunderstood again.
The next morning,
Lin Chen, deep in sleep, was awakened by Wang Defa, who had come all the way from Tianxuan City. Beside Wang Defa, 4 familiar figures also entered Lin Chen's line of sight.
It was the 5-person team heading to
the gate of hell, Yun Pianpian, Gu Qingqing, and 13 Wang Longao.
Lin Chen, we meet again, Gu Qingqing exclaimed excitedly at the door.
Since their last parting, she had been worried about Lin Chen's safety, only
feeling relieved after hearing about yesterday's events. Big Chang.
Lin Chen nodded at Gu Qingqing.
Ding. Someone has applied to join your Mo Show Chen Gui Guild. The notification of a guild application rang in Lin Chen's ears.
Gu Qingqing has applied to join your guild. This was definitely something to agree to.
Without any hesitation, Lin Chen clicked, agree. With such a big shot, even Yun Pianpian held her in high regard. It would be foolish not to agree.
Mo Gu, once we enter the gate of hell, you must protect me a bit. Wang Defa cautiously glanced at Yun Pianpian not far away and continued in a low voice, I always feel like the demoness holds a grudge. Lin Chen smiled at his words, glancing at Yun Pianpian beside him, and said, you're overthinking it. She wouldn't let anyone get into trouble, especially not you.
Given Yun
Pianpian's emphasis on this map, it was clear there were items she urgently needed. As the lucky star, Wang Defa undoubtedly had a high chance of obtaining such items, and Yun Pianpian must have understood this. Otherwise, she wouldn't have specifically sought out old Wang to discuss it.
That's not necessarily true. Wang Defa shook his head and then said, by the way, did you see that Gu Qingqing? She's the one I defeated
in the arena last time. I always feel like she has ill intentions towards me.
And that Longao, that guy keeps looking at me and grinning.
Wang Defa's small eyes darted around at the others, feeling that aside from
Lin Chen, there wasn't a good person in sight. Was he suffering from paranoia? Lin Chen couldn't help but twitch his mouth. This little Wan was probably a bit bewitched by Yun Pianpian. However, he still followed Wang Defa's gaze and assessed the others. In the 5-person team, both Yun Pianpian and he were absolute damage dealers, no doubt about it. Little Wang, as the lucky star, was also reasonable, and Gu Qingqing, being a big shot, made sense. But Longao.
Lin Chen's gaze landed on Longao. Although Longao also had god-level qualifications, he was clearly still in a growth phase, so what use was it for Yun Pianpian to
bring him along? Old Mo, why are you staring at me?
Longao noticed Lin Chen's gaze and grinned. Don't worry, this time at the gate of hell, I will definitely protect you, and I've already advanced to the 2nd tier, absolutely powerful.
Powerful? Lin Chen couldn't help but nod. Indeed very powerful.
When it came to showing off, no one could compare to Longao.
Alright, let's set off. At that moment, Yun Pianpian spoke up and pulled Lin Chen and the others into the team one by one. The 5-person team was fully formed. 2 hours later,
at the junction of Longjing and the Tianluan mountain range, Lin Chen and the others descended
from the massive frost dragon into a dense forest.
Whoosh, a gust of cold wind blew through, and the dense jungle around appeared somewhat eerie, with even sunlight struggling to penetrate.
Let's go. They are waiting for us there. Yun Pianpian stepped forward, leading the way.
They? Lin Chen's face showed a look of doubt. Could it be that there were others on this trip to the Gate of Hell? Before long, Lin Chen and the others arrived at an open space. In the clearing, 3 figures had been waiting for a long time, 2 men and 1 woman. Shifeng Sword God? Yunyi Mage God? Why are they here? Who is that little fatty? The 4 of them looked at the 3 people in the clearing, all showing expressions of confusion. Damn, that's the sword maniac. Suddenly, Wang Defa, who had been timid, was taken aback. Sword maniac? Following Wang Defa's gaze, Lin Chen saw a young man of similar stature to Wang Defa standing with his hands behind his back facing away from them, between Shifeng Sword God and Yunyi Mage God. Is it really the legendary sword maniac? It really is Lord Sword Maniac. Even Long Ao and Gu Qingqing were no longer calm. Although the name of the sword maniac had not been mentioned much in the past decade, they had often heard their elders speak of his deeds. 15 years ago, when the borders of the Dragon Kingdom were loosened, 2 foreign god-sealing powerhouses took the opportunity to invade, and it was the sword maniac who struck, killing them with 9 swords. Since then, this disciple of the sword god has become famous throughout the Dragon Kingdom, recognized as the second swordsman in the entire nation. I heard that this sword maniac has successfully reached Immortal Level 3, but I don't know if it's true. Wang Defa whispered to Lin Chen. Immortal Level 3? A look of surprise appeared on Lin Chen's face. He had specifically learned some secrets about ascension in the past few days. Ordinary practitioners could undergo the ascension tribulation after reaching God ceiling, and once they passed the tribulation, they could successfully ascend. The job change after ascension was called Immortal Transition. Immortal Transition was equivalent to the job change task of ordinary practitioners. However, compared to the job changes of ordinary practitioners, the requirements for Immortal Transition, both in terms of task items and monsters to be slain, were on an insurmountable scale. The most crucial point was that once an ascender reached Immortal Level 3, they could restore their true self without being restricted by rules like before reaching Immortal Level 3. Currently, Yun Pianpian was at the level of Immortal Level 1, and there were only 5 known powerhouses above Immortal Level 3 in the entire Dragon Kingdom. You all have arrived. The sword maniac turned around, his small eyes scanning Yun Pianpian and the others, and when his gaze passed over Lin Chen, it noticeably paused for a moment. Let's begin, brother sword maniac. Yun Pianpian nodded and stepped forward. It's been many years, and my junior sister is still so impatient. The sword maniac simply smiled and shook his head. Brother? Junior sister? It's been many years? Lin Chen was left in a fog upon hearing their conversation. This relationship is a bit complicated. Isn't it said that the Sword God Mountain and the Mage Sea are like fire and water? Why does it feel like Yun Pianpian has a good relationship with every sword god on Sword God Mountain? This old sly guy only knows how to laugh. Wang Defa muttered quietly, then cautiously said to Lin Chen, "Oh good, you have to be careful of this old sly guy, the sword maniac." Old sly guy? Lin Chen was taken aback. According to rumors, every sword god on Sword God Mountain was a person of righteousness. How did he become an old sly guy? This is what my dad said. Just think about it. If someone like my dad thinks this sword maniac is an old sly guy. Wang Defa continued, but the latter part of his sentence was left unfinished. However, the meaning was already very clear. Anyone who could be called an old sly guy by Wang Laolu was definitely a master at playing mind games. Swish! A sudden sound of a sword ringing out. In an instant, the sky was filled with wind and thunder, and the surroundings darkened. In the sword maniac's hand appeared a long sword that was entirely made of translucent white. What is he going to do? Lin Chen and the others looked curiously at the sword maniac, not understanding why he suddenly drew his sword. Don't worry, senior brother sword maniac is splitting the nearby space to forcibly summon the Gate of Hell. A cold voice rang out, and Yun Pianpian looked at the sword maniac with indifference, continuing to explain to the others. The Gate of Hell is a hidden map, and the conditions to trigger it are extremely harsh. Not only do you need 5 keys, but it also requires a specific time to manifest. However, if a powerful external force splits the space, you can enter with the 5 keys. As soon as she finished speaking, a series of urgent sword cries echoed around, and the divine sword in the sword maniac's hand shone brightly. Swish! 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 9 consecutive sword cries rang out as the sword maniac unleashed 9 strikes, then sheathed the divine sword. This must be the 9 calamities sword of old In Bai. Wang Defa whispered beside Lin Chen. The 9 calamities sword is the sword maniac's ascension skill, divided into 9 strikes. 15 years ago, the sword maniac used the 9 calamities sword to angrily slay the dual gods. Crack! At that moment, a sound of shattering echoed through the void. Pieces of space shattered, revealing black holes. Boom! The shattered space increased, ultimately resulting in a massive explosion. Whoosh whoosh whoosh! A sinister gale suddenly arose, and a gigantic black gate appeared. The black gate was suffused with a chilling aura, and 5 small keyholes were exceptionally prominent, unconsciously giving people a sense of heart palpitations. Is this the Gate of Hell? Not far away, Long Ao and Gu Qingqing were momentarily stunned at the sight. Junior sister, please. The sword maniac spoke again, his gaze fixed on Yun Pian, kindly reminding her, with my strength I can only forcibly break this space for half an hour, so junior sister, once you enter the gate of hell, make sure to hurry and remember not to be greedy and reckless. Thank you, senior brother sword maniac. Yun Pian nodded, then used her levitation technique to fly towards the gate of hell in midair. Seeing this, Lynch and the others also ascended, following closely behind Yun Pian. Click! The five gathered, and the sound of the 5 keys turning rang out simultaneously. Ka, ka, ka. A piercing sound came from the black gate as it slowly opened. Go! A few seconds later, when the black gate opened wide enough to accommodate one person, Yun Pian charged in first. At the same time, Lin Chen and the others received a prompt. Do you wish to enter the gate of hell, LV.100, LV.300? Yes/no. Yes. A black light shone, and Lin Chen and the others' figures vanished. Inside the gate of hell, the 5 figures reappeared, and at the same time, Lin Chen's quest list was updated with the artifact quest. The gate of hell that erodes the human world slowly manifests. The power of the 3 gods suppressing it is nearing exhaustion, and the king in the darkness begins to stir. You who enter the gate of hell will face the most severe test. Quest content: kill the otherworldly ghost Ching Liao in the 6th layer of hell. Quest reward: ancient god Moonwalker. Fragmented. Quest time limit: none. Note: the otherworldly ghost Ching Liao is the offspring of the 6th layer's gatekeeper, the soul collector, and has mutated after inadvertently devouring the remains of a deity. Please be cautious of your surroundings. This place is really a bit terrifying, Gu Qingqing murmured as she looked at the eerie surroundings. The ground was littered with white bones, the blood-red floor, and from time to time, a mournful cry echoed, giving a chilling feeling. Don't worry, little sister, Brother Long will protect you, Long Ao said confidently, his head held high. Mogo, I always feel like Long Ao's IQ is a bit off. He seems to only know how to show off. Wang Defa disdainfully glanced at Long Ao and whispered to Lin Chen. Moreover, I seriously suspect that this guy got in through the back door. Lin Chen's strength, Gu Qingqing's milk supply, and his luck are all things Yun Pian needs, while Long Ao seems to have nothing. It's very possible. Lin Chen nodded in agreement. At the same time, he couldn't help but marvel that even Xiao Wang could see Long Ao's show-off nature. One can imagine the extent of Long Ao's skills in that regard. Let's go! I'll handle the monsters on the first 5 floors myself, and everything I collect will belong to Lin Chen. When we reach the 6th floor, you all will need to step in. Yun Pian looked around and immediately set the ownership of the items in the team to Lin Chen. Upon hearing this, no one spoke out against it. Clearly, they had all discussed the terms with Yun Pian beforehand to some extent. The 5 of them moved forward. Before long, they encountered the first batch of monsters inside the gate of hell. Undead zombie level, LV.100 health, 80,000 attack, 2,000 to 4,000 defense, 10,000 speed, 150 skills. Description: zombies guarding the first layer of hell, mutated for some reason. A horde of zombies with sharp fangs and bloodthirsty eyes charged towards Lin Chen and the others. Time is of the essence, go. Yun Pian glanced at the group of monsters, shook her head slightly in resignation, and then turned her gaze to Long Ao. Don't worry, what I promised you, Long Ao will definitely do. Long Ao's face showed a proud expression, and he immediately stepped forward into the horde of monsters. Come on, trash! Long Ao shouted, and a brilliant golden light erupted around him, clearly using some kind of skill. Roar! 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 As if provoked by Long Ao, angry roars echoed from all directions. Soon after, a massive swarm of zombies rushed towards Lin Chen and the others' location. Ha! A bunch of trash, really looking for death. At this moment, Long Ao, standing not far away, let out a cold laugh. No way? Is Long Ao really that bold, wanting to take on a map's monsters alone? Didn't the demoness say she would step in? Wang Defa stared blankly at Long Ao's back, unable to believe it. This show-off king is at it again. Lin Chen anticipated what would happen next upon seeing this scene. Sure enough, just when Wang Defa thought Long Ao was going to take on a map's monsters by himself, Long Ao suddenly turned around and ran towards Yun Pian. Sister Pian, I'm done, the rest is up to you. The unexpected yet expected voice rang out as Long Ao proudly ran to Yun Pian's side, looking at Lin Chen and the others. How about it? Brother Long's second turn skill, War Taunt, is awesome, right? Awesome. Truly amazing. Lin Chen and the others wore speechless expressions. They had never seen anyone flaunt their cowardice so refreshingly. Who at that moment, a chilling wind began to blow. Centered around Yun Pian, ice crystals rapidly formed and then spread wildly in all directions. Crack. Seconds later, countless monsters were frozen and then quickly shattered. Sister Pian is mighty. Seeing this, Long Ao flattered her wildly, his face full of pride, and then turned to Gu Qingqing. How about it, sister? How about Brother Long protecting you in the future? Idiot. Gu Qingqing shook her head helplessly, responding to Long Ao with just 2 simple words, and then moved closer to Lin Chen. You have successfully cleared the first level of the Gate of Hell. Alright, let's head to the second level. After receiving the prompt, Yun Pian, with a powerful forbidden spell, walked towards the entrance of the second level of the Gate of Hell. 2 minutes later, the 5 of them successfully entered the second level of the Gate of Hell.
Hee hee, it's time for you guys to see my brother Long in action.
This time, there was no need for Yun Pian to remind him. Long Ao charged into the group of monsters with his chest held high. Gu Qingqing, watching from the side, rolled her eyes, while Wang Defa cursed inwardly. 13 kings, no justice. As for Lin Chan, he was completely unconcerned with all this and was carefully counting the spoils in his bag.
It seems like the drop rate is 50% higher than normal.
Lin Chan muttered, a glint of excitement appearing in his eyes as he looked at Wang Defa. As a master of clearing maps, he had quite a bit of research in this area. At this moment, although most of the items in his bag were low-level equipment around level 100, their quantity had increased by half. It should be noted that the monster level in the second level of Hell had already risen to level 300, so the upcoming rewards could be imagined. Moreover, with Yun Pian, the Ascendant, leading the way, there was no need to worry about being affected by the level mechanism, as killing monsters would still yield equipment.
Whose snowflakes
filled the sky, and the cold wind howled. Yun Pian struck again, casting another forbidden spell to clear the map. 10 minutes later, under Yun Pian's 5 forbidden spells, Lin Chan and the others arrived at the 6th level of the Gate of Hell, which was their target level this time.
The 6th level of Hell.
This place was vastly different from the previous 5 levels.
It was no longer the eerie and chaotic
land of bones, but a magnificent grand hall.
In this day and age, even monsters know how to enjoy themselves? Wang Defa commented somewhat speechlessly in front of the hall's entrance.
Ha ha, such a palace is perfect.
For me, Long Ao.
Watch me take down the boss guarding this level and claim this grand hall for myself.
Long Ao laughed heartily, his words carrying no sense of incongruity. Lin Chan and the others collectively showed disdainful expressions.
In the 18 layers of Hell, every 6 layers is a major checkpoint. We can't be careless in this level. Yun Pian slowly spoke as she looked at the grand hall, her gaze shifting to Gu Qingqing as she continued. Qingqing, please cast a resurrection spell for each of us.
Resurrection spell? Upon hearing this, not only Wang Defa and Long Ao looked at Gu Qingqing in shock, but even
Lin Chan was no exception.
Although there were equipment with invincibility skills on Long Xing, there were no items that could resurrect.
However, they had heard some rumors.
Some extremely rare hidden healer classes
had a certain chance to comprehend resurrection spells upon job change, and such healers were generally above the 8th job change, with very few existing in the entire Dragon Kingdom.
But Gu Qingqing in front of them had just completed her 2nd job change and already possessed a resurrection spell?
For a moment, Lin Chan's heart raced. A healer with a resurrection spell undoubtedly had an extra life,
and it was one that could be used repeatedly over time.
I was lucky. I comprehended the resurrection spell when I changed jobs a few days ago, but my resurrection spell has some limitations.
It can only be used on those below the 5th job change. Gu Qingqing explained softly, feeling a bit shy under their gazes. Below the 5th job change? That was completely not a problem. Lin Chen didn't mind this at all. He knew that some incredible
talent, skills or equipment came with many restrictions, and for him at this moment, Gu Qingqing's resurrection spell was absolutely sufficient.
Alright, let's get ready quickly, time is running out. Yun Pian
urged, then took out 5 bottles of blue liquid from her bag. With a flick of her veil, Yun Pian turned her back to the group and drank all 5 bottles of blue liquid in one go.
The demoness is really wealthy. $1 billion for a bottle of revival liquid. She must be after something at least as powerful as a divine artifact. Wang Defa muttered quietly upon seeing this. Revival liquid? Lin Chen was taken aback. After
reaching the god level, mages can comprehend or learn forbidden spells, but the conditions for using these spells require a massive amount of magic.
Under normal circumstances, an ordinary god mage would be lucky to cast 2 forbidden spells in a row.
Yet, the Yun Pian before him could unleash 5 forbidden spells even while being suppressed, indicating that she must have comprehended a mana amplification talent dozens of times greater.
Of course, Lin Chen admired Yun Pian's extravagance even more.
Just for the preparations before the final level, she casually tossed out 5 billion without worrying about failing the mission. Swish! A series of green lights lit up, and at that moment, Gu Qingqing also cast a resurrection spell on everyone.
Ding! You are affected by the resurrection spell. You can be immune to a fatal blow, and instantly restore 100% of your health limit. The others received the notification. Everything was ready. The 5 pushed open the palace doors and walked inside. Let your brother Long go first. After entering the Great Hall, Long Ao excitedly searched for monsters. Upon discovering a group of monsters further away, he dashed over in excitement. 2 minutes later, roar, roar, roar. A series of roars erupted as hordes of monsters chased after Long Ao. Ha ha, brother is amazing. So many monsters can't even touch me? Long Ao ran with a proud expression. Hiss.
However, at that moment, a shadow suddenly appeared behind Long
Ao. Watch out. Run. Long Ao, be careful behind you. The others saw the shadow behind Long Ao and hurriedly warned him. Hey, trying to scare your brother Long, huh? Your brother is not. Long Ao shook
his head dismissively, thinking Lin Chen and the others were just trying to frighten him. However, before he could finish his sentence, a cold light sliced across his throat. -1 million instant kill. Long Ao's body slowly fell to the ground. The resurrection spell took effect at that moment, and Long Ao quickly got up, desperately running towards Lin Chen and the others. Shang Liao, city level boss, level, LV.500 health. 1200000 attack, 320,000, 400,000 defense, 250000 speed, 18,555 skills. Description: offspring of the Hell Lord Soul Reaper, possessing extraordinary potential, and after devouring the remnants of a divine corpse, underwent unpredictable mutations. Help me, Sister Pian. Long Ao ran for his life, no longer the arrogant figure he once was. Thanks to the resurrection spell, he had narrowly escaped disaster, but if the boss behind him landed another hit, he would definitely be finished. Move aside. A cold voice rang out as a pure white staff appeared in Yun Pianpian's hand. Whoosh! In an instant, a cold wind surged, and ice and snow reappeared. Clearly, Yun Pianpian intended to cast a forbidden spell to deal with the boss before them. Swish! However, before Yun Pianpian could act, a beam of sword light illuminated the entire great hall. Endless lightning manifested, filling the hall, as a lightning dragon rampaged within. Lin Chen! Yun Pianpian was startled, turning to look at Lin Chen, who had already drawn his sword, and continued, "You're being too reckless. This boss is not the guardian of the 6th level." She frowned slightly, feeling somewhat displeased. Before entering the gates of hell, she had conducted a detailed investigation of the monsters within and knew that the guardian of the 6th level was a level 1000 world-destroying boss. She had specially prepared the revival liquid for this purpose, wanting to maintain her peak condition to face the final gatekeeper boss. Similarly, she had some understanding of Lin Chen's attack power, but she did not know how many times Lin Chen's divine sword could be used. Therefore, she would rather waste another bottle of revival liquid than let Lin Chen exhaust his strength prematurely. "Don't worry." Lin Chen smiled confidently, taking a step forward as the wind-chasing sword appeared beneath his feet. Lunar phase mark successful. Target marked LV.500 Ice Demon slash. The most violent power of the lightning attribute manifested at this moment. Under the enhancement of the blade wind skill, the lightning dragon in midair transformed into countless lightning blades, ruthlessly slaughtering the surrounding monsters. The ice demon occasionally flickered in and out of visibility, as if it were constantly evading. However, each time its somewhat ethereal body was pierced by a lightning blade, it became a bit more insubstantial. 15 seconds later, the final wave of the blade storm erupted. The only monster in the arena, the ice demon, let out a reluctant roar before collapsing to the ground. "You have killed the ice demon, you have obtained the Hell's Faith badge." A series of notification sounds rang out, and Lin Chen's third phase of the divine fall was finally completed, while the fourth phase of the task was also triggered in succession. "Congratulations, you have completed the divine fall, phase 1, and obtained Ancient God. Moonwalker, fragmented, divine fall, phase 4, automatically triggered. Hidden within the gates of hell are 3 demon kings, who share the corpses of the 3 gods to nurture their offspring, aiming to cultivate them into even more terrifying beings. The ice demon is just one of them. 2 other demon kings' offspring have already evolved to an extremely powerful level. Please quickly proceed to the 12th layer of hell to find clues about the 2nd demon king's offspring." Indeed, the 3 phases of the divine fall task are all within these gates of hell. Lin Chen murmured softly upon hearing the task prompt. Killing the ice demon just now was a necessary action. Otherwise, if Yun Pianpian had killed it, he couldn't guarantee whether the next phase of the task would be triggered, nor could he ensure that a fragmented divine artifact would drop. As for the artifact tasks from the 3rd to the 5th phases being within the gates of hell, that was also within his expectations. After all, both the previous mention by Yun Pianpian that there would be a powerful world-destroying gatekeeper boss every 6 layers, and the hints in the task prompts fully explained this point. "Thank you so much, Mo Go." At that moment, Long Ao timidly approached Lin Chen, even changing how he addressed him. He had always thought that by clinging to Yun Pianpian's thigh, he could act recklessly, but he didn't expect danger to come so suddenly. For a moment, having survived a disaster, he placed Lin Chen on the same level as Yun Pianpian in terms of importance. "Where's your bravery? Where's your invincibility?" Gu Qingqing and Wang Defa smirked, teasing Long Ao. Just now, they were indeed worried about Long Ao. After all, they were teammates. Now that the crisis had been averted, they naturally had the opportunity to poke fun at Long Ao, the show-off. "Ha ha ha." Long Ao laughed awkwardly, feeling a bit embarrassed as he scratched his head. There was no way around it. This time, his show-off attempt had nearly cost him his life, which was indeed a bit shameful. Roar! Suddenly, a roar filled with the majesty of a king echoed throughout the hall. At the far end of the palace, a massive humanoid monster sat on a throne floating in the air. The others turned to look towards the back of the hall upon hearing the sound. Demon King, Soul Reaper, world-destroying level boss, level, LV.1000 health, 120 million attack, 7,500,000, 9 million defense, 5 million speed, 82,566 skills.
Traits: 1. Physical magic conversion.
The unique trait of the Demon King Soul Reaper. When its health is above 50%, it can be immune to any damage caused by physical attacks. When its health is below 50%, it can be immune to any damage caused by magical
attacks.
2. Undying, automatically recovers 0.1% of its maximum health per second.
Note, this trait cannot be dispelled and remains effective during combat.
3. Eternal Bone, as a Demon King, the Soul Reaper's
health limit is far higher than that of other entities at the same level.
Introduction: one of the 3 leaders of Hell, the Demon King Soul Reaper is responsible for guarding the first 6 layers of Hell.
Its power is immensely strong, beyond human resistance. Damn, this world-destroying boss is so strong. This is not scientific. Why are the stats so high? Can we even take this thing down? Wang Defa, Gu,
Qingqing, and Long Ao all showed expressions of shock, clearly astonished by the Soul Reaper before them. Although it was their first time encountering a true, world-destroying boss, they had seen such boss stats in the compendium, and the difference was not trivial.
These stats.
Lynch also showed a look of surprise.
The Visionjo level boss, the blasphemer, they encountered a few days ago was simply weak in comparison to the Soul Reaper before them.
No wonder even Yun Pianpian is so cautious. It seems this thing is indeed a bit difficult to deal with. Lynch glanced at Yun Pianpian not far away, contemplating strategies in
his mind.
According to the Soul Reaper's trait description, what he needed to do was to clear its remaining 60 million health after the boss reached half health.
But could the suppressed Yun Pianpian clear the boss's first half of health? You all step back, this boss is up to me and Lynch. Sensing Lin Chen's gaze, Yun Pianpian nodded at him, then looked at Wang Defa and the others, saying, "Stay back if necessary. You can use the invincible gear I gave you." She had paid a great price for this Soul Reaper. This included negotiating with the people behind Wang Defa's family and additionally providing 3 pieces of gear with invincibility skills. Then you all be careful, Long Ao said without hesitation, turning and running towards the hall's entrance. Be careful, Mo Gu.
Lin Chen, Sister Pianpian, be careful.
Wang Defa and Gu Qingqing hesitated for a moment before also running towards the hall's entrance. Do you have confidence?
Lin Chen looked at Yun Pianpian again, his face showing a serious expression.
The distance between the Soul Reaper
and them was closing in, leaving him no choice but to treat it with caution.
30 seconds.
With a slight lift of her jade finger, Yun Pianpian made a 3 gesture and continued, "We must kill the Soul Reaper in 30 seconds at the fastest speed, otherwise, with its second trait, its health recovery is indeed too fast."
Roar! Just then, the Soul Reaper fully descended. Who dares to kill my offspring? A commanding
voice echoed, the Soul Reaper wearing a crown and a dragon robe, looking nothing like a ghostly monster. If it weren't for the obvious boss mark on its head, it would resemble a king of the mortal realm.
So much nonsense.
Yun Pianpian struck directly, her divine staff rising into the air, her delicate figure following closely behind.
Is she going to unleash her ultimate power directly?
Lin Chen muttered as he watched
Yun Pianpian's actions. Sure enough,
as the clouds soared into the sky, once they reached a certain height, the entire palace was instantly shrouded in darkness. Behind it, the moonlight illuminated the surroundings.
Countless stars twinkling and quickly connecting together.
Clearly, Yun Pianpian had begun to restore her true self, wanting to swiftly deal with the Soul Reaper in her strongest state.
Humph. Unworthy ants.
The ghostly aura spread, opening up the twilight of the starry sky, as the Imperial Divine Sword in the Soul Reaper's hand suddenly slashed towards Yun Pianpian.
Whoosh! The sound of flowing water echoed at
that moment, and a painting of the northern country's landscape appeared before Yun Pianpian, instantly catching the Imperial Divine Sword in the Soul Reaper's hand.
Die! With the stars outlined, Yun Pianpian
reappeared in her strongest state, her pure white dress transforming into a set of divine robes, while the bracelet on her wrist and the necklace around her neck were completely different from before.
Out of caution,
Lin Chen took a few steps back, and the Bashia sword appeared in his hand. The invincible skill of the divine sword was triggered, and a phantom of a mysterious turtle completely enveloped him.
This is going to be a fight to the death.
The painting of the northern country's landscape flowed endlessly, the magnificent scenery of the Dragon Kingdom constantly changing, while all of Yun Pianpian's equipment transformed as well. Clearly, at this moment, Yun Pianpian was not merely restoring her true self as she had in the Shumi illusion, but was doing her utmost to equip herself with the highest level of gear.
You dare to plot against this king?
The Soul Reaper spoke again, the Imperial Divine Sword in hand erupting once more, unleashing waves of indiscriminate sword energy that wreaked havoc.
Damn, even we are caught up in this. Quick, activate the invincible skill. Hurry, don't hesitate. Seeing this, Wang Defa and the others at the entrance of the hall quickly activated their invincible skills. Forbidden spell 1,000 miles of ice. As the sword energy rampaged, Yun Pianpian unleashed her full power. Whoosh! A biting cold wind swept through every corner of the hall. Frost quickly formed, completely freezing the Soul Reaper. 3 million, a massive damage
number floated above the Soul Reaper's head. Taking advantage of this brief freezing control period, Yun Piampian waved her staff continuously. Forbidden spell absolute 0, forbidden spell, cold light of the world, forbidden spell, frostmorn, forbidden spell, snowy canopy. In an instant, the goddess of ice appeared behind Yun Piampian and the entire palace was enveloped in ice and snow. Sigh. A voice that seemed like a divine sigh echoed at that moment, along with an endless aura of cold ice materializing. Boom! Then, with a loud rumble, the 6 forbidden spells erupted completely. 5 million, 5 million, 12 million. Spell immunity, spell immunity, spell immunity. Continuous damage numbers floated up, and in just 5 seconds, the Soul Reaper was hit by the 6 consecutive forbidden spells, losing 60 million health points, forcing it into the second phase of magic resistance. Damn, this demoness is going all out. Such terrifying damage. Indeed, Sister Piampian truly deserves to be my idol. Sister Piampian is so amazing. Wang Defa and the others, enveloped in the invincible skill, all showed expressions of shock. Lin Chen. At that moment, Yun Piampian in midair called out to Lin Chen. Coming. Seeing this, Lin Chen summoned the wind sword beneath his feet once more, with the Baxia sword, Xingxian sword, and Tian's Hujian arranged in a triangular formation before him. Moon phase mark successful, target marked, Soul Reaper, go. After the moon phase mark was successful, Lin Chen showed no hesitation and directly unleashed the 3 talents sword formation. Ja! Roar! Boom! In an instant, the blue bird cried out. The Baxia charged wildly, merging completely with the heavenly thunder. Xianlong slash. This time, Lin Chen did not use the group attack skill Bladestorm but instead employed the strongest single target attack, Dragon Slash. Swish! The sword light fell and the nearby space seemed to be forcibly torn apart. With the enhancement of the 9-star Vermilion brush, the lethality of Dragon Slash was doubled. 70 million, a terrifying damage number, floated up. With a single strike, Lin Chen cleaved the Soul Reaper in half, and even the throne beneath its body was not spared. Boom! The Soul Reaper's corpse fell to the ground. You have killed LV.1000 Soul Reaper, world-destroying level boss. You have obtained the Divine Seal Throne, special. You have obtained the LV.1000 Imperial Sword, artifact. You have obtained the Heart of the Ghost King, special. You have obtained the Celestial Spirit Stone, special. A series of notification sounds rang out, leaving Lin Chen momentarily stunned. It seems like an artifact dropped from the notification just now, or a divine sword. For a moment, Lin Chen felt a surge of excitement and wanted to check his inventory to see if he had misheard. As per our agreement, please give me the Celestial Spirit Stone from your inventory. A familiar voice rang out, and Yun Piampian, with a strange expression, flew to Lin Chen's side. That sword strike had truly amazed her, making her even more curious about Lin Chen. But curiosity aside, she would not forget why she had come this time. The Celestial Spirit Stone? Lin Chen responded, taking out a stone surrounded by purple aura from his inventory. Celestial Spirit Stone, special. A special stone produced by the sublimation of the Ghost King's aura, melted with divine power. Effect: after use, it can ignore the ascension task of ascenders, allowing them to break through directly. Reminder: 1. Only ascenders below Celestial level 4 can use it. 2. After using the Celestial Spirit Stone, the current ascension task of the ascender will automatically disappear. No wonder they were so desperate. Lin Chen looked at the specific effect of the Celestial Spirit Stone in his hand, revealing a knowing expression. It is rumored that every ascension task for ascenders requires massive resources, and most of them are not common items, often starting from hundreds of billions, and sometimes, if luck is bad, artifacts are needed as task items. The Celestial Spirit Stone before him, if truly valued, would likely be worth several times more than an artifact. However, he could also understand Yun Piampian's thoughts. After reaching Celestial Level 3, one could restore their original self without restrictions, and it was likely that Yun Piampian wanted to use the Celestial Spirit Stone to quickly reach Celestial Level 3 so she would no longer be suppressed. Here, take it. Lin Chen reluctantly tossed the Celestial Spirit Stone to Yun Piampian. The value of the Celestial Spirit Stone goes without saying, no one would willingly give it away. But he had already made an agreement with Yun Piampian, and she had set the ownership of the item to him before entering the map. It was definitely not just because she trusted him. Perhaps even if he didn't give it, Yun Piampian would have other means. Moreover, as a person with principles, Lin Chen did not want to go back on his word. Thank you. Yun Piampian nodded at Lin Chen, feeling relieved, and a smile appeared on her delicate face beneath the veil. Mo Ge, are you still human? Are you cheating? Lin Chen, you are amazing. Mo Ge, from now on, I, Long Ao, will stick with you. By the way, Mo Ge, are you also an ascender? At that moment, Wang Defa and the other 3 excitedly ran to Lin Chen's side. They had clearly seen Lin Chen's sword strike. Facing a world-destroying level boss dealing 70 million damage with a single strike was simply shocking and unprecedented. Moreover, they all understood that Lin Chen had not yet undergone the 3rd transformation, unlike Yun Piampian, who had a hidden card for ascension. If Yun Pianpian's explosive output made them feel like they were out of reach, then Lin Chen's sword gave them a sense of awe.
Keep it low-key, just a routine operation,
Lin Chen said, touching his forehead with one hand, feeling a bit helplessly modest. Yun Pianpian had known her trump card for a long time, so there was nothing to say.
He wasn't worried about Wang Defa and Gu Qingqing either.
He believed that as long as he spoke up, these two would definitely be willing to help him keep this information under wraps.
It was just that the final dragon AO left him, feeling a bit conflicted. Could such a 13th king really keep his mouth shut? Clearly, he could not. Forget it, let them be.
In the end, Lin Chen sighed inwardly.
After all, the top tier of the entire Dragon Kingdom
should already know his trump card, so it didn't matter if the rest found out.
There are about 3 minutes left, let's just wait for the automatic teleportation. Yun Pianpian spoke again, showing no intention of delving deeper.
The other three nodded in agreement. Lin Chen also had no intention of going further, as he had already used up all 4 of his sword's uses today. Continuing would be akin to courting death.
3 minutes later,
the palace began to tremble continuously and the surrounding space shattered.
At that moment, the 5 of them were teleported out. A flash of light. The group appeared in a clearing within the dense forest. Junior sister, was everything smooth? The sword enthusiast, who had been waiting outside for a long time, looked at Yun Pianpian with a beaming smile, while Shifeng and Yun Yi beside him wore expressions of eager anticipation. We got the items. Yun Pianpian nodded. Ha, then our Dragon Kingdom is about to turn the tide this time, the sword enthusiast said, his face showing obvious joy. Ahem. Senior brother. Shifeng coughed lightly at the sword enthusiast. No worries. The sword enthusiast waved his hand dismissively and continued, if nothing unexpected happens, that place will also have spots for these little guys. It doesn't matter when we say it. As he spoke, his gaze turned to Lin Chen. It seems your strength is indeed as strong as the Lord Master said. A subtle voice rang out. The sword enthusiasts. Words left everyone present stunned. The sword god lord's evaluation of Lin Chen, very strong? One must know that was the sword god lord, and in his eyes, there were hardly a few people in the entire Dragon Kingdom who could be deemed strong. In an instant, Wang Defa and Gu Qingqing seemed to understand something, and after glancing at Lin Chen, they fell silent. Dragon Ao looked conflicted as he glanced at the sword enthusiast, and then at Lin Chen, ultimately remaining quiet as well. Indeed, just as expected. Lin Chen narrowed his eyes slightly, quietly observing everyone's reactions, already making judgments in his heart. Entering. The sword god lord's line of sight was within his expectations. He just didn't anticipate that the evaluation given to him by the sword god lord would be so high. The sword enthusiast before him undoubtedly had ulterior motives. As the sword god lord's first disciple, if he claimed to be unaware of the characteristics of the soul collector, the boss guarding the 6th gate of hell's door, Lin Chen would never believe it. And for the sword enthusiast to say such things openly clearly indicated he knew how much effort Lin Chen had put in trying to coax out words from Wang Defa and the others through indirect means. After all, a damage value of 70 million from a single sword made it hard to keep a low profile. Senior brother, you're talking too much. Suddenly, a graceful figure stood beside Lin Chen, her beautiful eyes clearly showing dissatisfaction. Yun Pianpian was the first to know Lin Chen's trump card, but she had never mentioned it to anyone. Although she understood that with Lin Chen's strength he had likely already caught the attention of Sword God Mountain and Mage Sea, she looked down on the act of revealing someone's trump card. Junior sister, you've misunderstood. The sword fanatic's expression remained unchanged as he glanced at Yun Yi and Shifeng beside him and said, let's go, it's time to head back. With that, the 3 of them soared into the air, each flying off into the distance. I'm leaving too. Finally, Yun Pianpian nodded kindly at Lin Chen before drifting away. Lin Chen and the others also hurried back in the direction they came from. 6 hours later, the sky was gradually darkening. In the luxurious private room of Longjing, Tian Shang Rinjian, Lin Chen took out the items he had acquired this time one by one. Influenced by the essence of the sword path, your royal sword automatically transforms into a terrestrial divine artifact, Sang Qiong, terrestrial divine artifact, lost, bound, wearing level, 1000 attack power, 10 million? Strength plus 100,000 stamina plus 100,000 agility plus 100,000 vitality plus 100,000 skills. 1. Hidden. Additional, a special skill attached for unknown reasons can conceal its appearance, making it look like an ordinary low-grade sword, can be. 2. Sharp, passive, maximum physical attack plus 50%. 3. Slaughter, passive. Each attack will additionally inflict 20% more damage. 4. Blood drinking, passive, each attack will absorb 30% of the damage dealt to restore the user's health. 5. Sacred Song Qiong, active, after activating this skill, the damage received will be reduced by an additional 70%. Cannot be stacked with other damage reduction traits. 6. 7. Traits. 1. Non-tradable, the Song Qiong spirit has awakened, and once used, it is in a bound state, non-tradable for life. 2. Spirit protects the master. The gradually awakening Song Qiong spirit has the function of automatically protecting its master when encountering unpredictable Dangers: the Tsang Cheong spirit will automatically emerge to protect its master. Description: forged from the stone of the collapsing sky and the fire of glazed glass at the edge of the North Sea. This is truly an upgraded version of a divine artifact. Lynch stared blankly at the attributes of the terrestrial divine artifact Tsang Cheong, feeling no joy, only shock. Reborn into this parallel world, Blue Star, after 18 years, he had a certain understanding of the equipment of various professions, but he had never heard of an additional tier above divine artifacts, although initial experiments had already proven that the higher the tier of the sword-type weapon transformed by his hands, the stronger the attributes of the divine sword would be. However, looking at the terrestrial divine artifact Tsang Cheong before him, his heart could not calm down. With a basic attack power exceeding 10 times that of a normal divine sword and additional attribute values also exceeding 10 times, even the attached passive skills were all incredibly powerful. It could be said that although the Tsang Cheong sword was merely a weapon, it was both offensive and defensive, its value almost surpassing that of a complete set of divine artifacts. Of course, the Tsang Cheong sword also had its flaws, namely the lack of an invincibility skill. However, Lin Chen did not mind this point. With so many invincibility skills on him, did he really need one more? If I could use the Tsang Cheong sword to unleash the 3 talents sword formation or even the 4 symbols sword formation, Lin Chen muttered dreamily. But the image was too beautiful, he found it hard to imagine just using the 3 talents sword formation with 3 divine swords for single target attacks could take down a world-destroying boss with 70 million health in one strike. If he added the Tsang Cheong sword, Lin Chen found it hard to imagine. The only thing he could be sure of was that the single target explosive power of the Tsang Cheong sword could probably rival that of the 3 talents sword formation. If he truly integrated the Tsang Cheong sword into the sword formation, dealing over 100 million damage would be almost effortless. Forget it, I'll know the power of the Tsang Cheong sword when I get the chance to try it. Lin Chen tried to calm the fluctuations in his heart and looked at the palm-sized divine seal throne on the table. Divine seal throne, special, the exclusive throne of the Hell 3 Demon Kings, a symbol of their identity. Function. Hint: it is rumored that gathering 3 divine seal thrones will completely unlock its functions. So it's a pie-in-the-sky throne. Lin Chen lost interest after just one glance. Although it was large, beautiful, and had 13 slots, what use was it if he had no idea what it actually did? Moreover, the key to the Gate of Hell was a one-time use item, and he had no clue about the next phase of the Divine Fall task, let alone this Divine Seal Throne. Lin Chen shook his head and continued to browse through other items. Hell Pass, a pass to the Gate of Hell, can be used permanently. Hint: after using the Hell Pass, you can automatically teleport to the 18th layer of Hell without going through the Gate of Hell. Is this even possible? Lin Chen looked at the Hell Pass in his hand, which was stamped with a skull, feeling unexpectedly delighted. Just a moment ago, he was worried about the next phase of the Divine Fall task, and now the Hell Pass had appeared. It must be said, it was like a ghost sending a pillow when one was sleepy, undoubtedly. The otherworldly blue fangs were that good ghost. This should be the artifact shoes rewarded for the 3rd phase of the Divine Fall. Lin Chen picked up a pair of somewhat tattered battle boots. Ancient God. Moontreader, artifact, damaged, attributes, invisible reparable, 10 pieces of fairy boots, wind spirit. Lin Chen looked at the repair description on the Ancient God battle boots and fell into deep thought for a moment. 10 pieces of fairy boots were easy to obtain, and there were no level requirements. He could probably get them for under 2 billion at the Tian trading house. As for the wind spirit, he wasn't as clueless about it as he was with the previous artifact repair materials. The wind spirit could be said to be the energy source of wind attribute, Jinzhou level, quality bosses, and he was aware of that. However, even the lowest tier, Jinzhou level, bosses were normally monsters above level 800, and even if he had coordinates for such monsters, under the level rules, he wouldn't gain any experience or items even if he soloed them. Sigh. The restrictions of the level rules are really a trap. Lin Chen couldn't help but exclaim. In fact, this was a normal rule restriction. Otherwise, the game would have invaded reality for 50 years. Now, and without such rules, those at the peak would continuously level up with their juniors, and even with talent influences, they could reach the level cap in the shortest time possible. Repeating this, the monsters would hardly need to survive. With that thought, Lin Chen felt less conflicted. I can check the Tianbao trading house later to see if they have the wind spirit. Lin Chen muttered to himself. The wind spirit wasn't an extremely rare material, as a core material dropped by wind-type Jinzhou level bosses. The Tianbao trading house should normally have it in stock. Realizing this, Lin Chen picked up the last special item on the table, the Heart of the Demon King. Ding! Detected that your package contains items required for the job change task. Would you like to complete the task immediately? Yes/no. Yes, the prompt sounded, and Lin Chen made his choice directly. Swish! A golden light suddenly brightened, and the Heart of the Demon King in Lin Chen's hand vanished. Congratulations, you have completed the 5 phase tasks for the 3rd job change. Please proceed to the job change temple for your job change. The pleasant prompt made Lin Chen feel immensely satisfied. After being stuck on the 3rd job change task for several days, it was finally completed. Half an hour later,
Longjing, inside the job change temple. Lin Chen skillfully placed his palm on the job change stone tablet. Detected that your third job change task has been completed. Would you like to break through immediately? Yes/no. The familiar prompt sounded, and Lin Chen directly chose yes. A sound of a sword ringing echoed, and golden light instantly enveloped Lin Chen. Congratulations! You have successfully advanced to the third transition, and you can continue to level up. Congratulations, you have gained 7 talent points. Congratulations, you have automatically learned spirit control technique. Congratulations, you have automatically learned shadow clone technique. A series of notifications rang out, marking Lin Chen's official third transition. 7 talent points. Lin Chen quickly opened his skill panel, his gaze fixed on the number of talent points. 9 points. Including the 2 talent points left from the previous second transition, Lin Chen now had a total of 9 talent points remaining. I should be able to raise the Sword Dao Origin talent to level 6, right? Lin Chen muttered to himself, swiftly allocating the talent points to the Sword Dao Origin. As for other talents that increased sword skill damage, he automatically ignored them. Now that he possessed a divine artifact, his attack power was already strong enough, stacking damage further was meaningless. It was better to increase the usage frequency of the divine sword. You have consumed 4 talent points, raising Sword Dao Origin to level 5. You have consumed 5 talent points, raising Sword Dao Origin to level 6. Sword Dao Origin LV.6 passives can be enhanced, can be advanced. Recognized by the Sword Dao Origin. You will gain unexpected rewards. When using sword skills, you will receive a 1000% damage result bonus. When using sword skills, the skill coverage can be increased by 2000 times. Each time you level up, all your attributes will be significantly enhanced. With the Sword Dao Origin, you can ignore levels and use any level sword-type weapon 6 times every 24 hours. You can use the Divine Sword 6 times a day. A glimmer of excitement appeared in Lin Chen's eyes. Now, the 5 armor sword array and the 6 ding sword array on the skill panel were no longer gray. This meant that as long as the Divine Sword's usage cooldown was complete, he could directly unleash the 6 ding sword array, which was 2 levels higher than the 4 symbols sword array. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. The 4 symbols sword array was already ridiculously strong, almost capable of clearing all the map monsters near a large city. How powerful would the 6 ding sword array be? At this moment, he wished the divine sword's usage cooldown would end immediately so he could venture into the 18th layer of hell. Of course, he was just thinking about it. After all, he still had other matters to attend to. Next, Lin Chen shifted his focus to the 2 newly comprehended skills. Spirit Control Technique. This skill allows you to control spirit beasts to recognize their master. Lin Chen nodded. The spirit control technique was a universal skill for all job changers after the third transition. After all, having a powerful spirit beast was quite impressive. Shadow clone technique. Divide the main body into 3 clones to assist in battle, each clone possessing 80% of the main body's attributes. Duration, 60 seconds. Tip: clones can inherit the same type of equipment and skills as the main body but will not attack proactively. Wow, this is a divine skill. Lin Chen blinked in disbelief. This skill was incredibly powerful. Although it only lasted a mere 60 seconds, the output it could unleash in that time would be terrifying. Just imagine, a 4-shot 6 ding sword array. How many world-destroying bosses could withstand that? For a moment, Lin Chen couldn't stop smiling. Stay low-key, stay low-key. A few minutes later, the smile on Lin Chen's face completely faded as he walked towards the outside of the job change temple. 1 hour later, in an independent courtyard of the Longjing Tianbao Trading Bank, a middle-aged manager looked around in shock at the piles of equipment, skill books, and some special items, unable to calm his heart for a long time. Just a few days? Lin Chen had delivered goods again, and the quantity was even greater than last time. Can you handle this? Lin Chen spoke calmly, his expression serene. Yes, yes, yes. The middle-aged steward nodded repeatedly, saying the word yes 3 times, and then continued, please, wait a moment, young Master Lin, I will count these for you right away. About an hour later, the middle-aged steward, sweating profusely and panting, said to Lin Chen, young Master Lin, the count is complete. The total value of these items is 23.2 billion. Would you like me to transfer the amount for you? Not yet. Find me 10 pairs of the lowest grade fairy boots and a wind spirit. I need these urgently, and you can deduct the cost directly from this amount. Lin Chen shook his head and mentioned the items needed to repair the ancient divine artifact, the Moonwalker. All right. The middle-aged steward nodded quickly, then called over a servant and gave a few instructions before turning to Lin Chen again. I have already sent someone to prepare. We have plenty of stock for the 10 pairs of lowest grade fairy boots at the Tianbao Trading headquarters. Although the wind spirit is rare, we do have it in stock. How about young Master Lin accompanies me to the private room for a short rest? Sure. Lin Chen nodded and followed the middle-aged steward to a private room. Inside the private room, the middle-aged steward sat beside Lin Chen with a smile, saying, young Master Lin, have you already completed your third job transfer? He wasn't genuinely curious about Lin Chen's strength. He had other thoughts in mind. Lin Chen did not deny it and replied flatly, After all, his strength might have already been exposed, so why bother hiding his level? Indeed, he had completed the third transfer. The middle-aged steward gasped in surprise. Although for ordinary job changers, as long as their aptitude was sufficient, they could quickly complete the third transfer. Lynch was known as the #1 genius in the Dragon Kingdom. So, it was clear that Lin Chen's job transfer task could not have been simple. It was obvious that it was impossible. Moreover, as the steward of the Tian trading headquarters, his information channels were no worse than those of some prominent families. Recently, he had learned that several geniuses within Longjing had completed their second transfer but were still stuck on the third transfer task. This showed just how deep Lin Chen's background was. Thinking of this, he regarded Lin Chen with even more respect.
Young Master Lin.
The middle-aged steward spoke again. This time a bit shyly. Our Tianbao trading headquarters recently acquired a fairy-grade spirit beast, and this spirit beast is considered top quality even among fairy-grade spirit beasts. Would you like to consider it? The middle-aged steward rubbed his hands together with a smile, looking at Lin Chen with anticipation. A fairy-grade spirit beast? Lin Chen was momentarily tempted. The grade of spirit beasts is similar to that of equipment, with the lowest being black iron grade and the highest being divine grade. Fairy beasts are second only to divine beasts, and judging from the steward's expression, this newly acquired fairy beast should not be an ordinary one. Young Master Lin, you should understand that a powerful pet can provide you with great assistance. The middle-aged steward continued, as if making some decision in his heart. Originally, the spirit beast was one of the highlights of the upcoming auction, but if you are interested, I can directly sell it to you at a low price. To build a good relationship with Lin Chen, he was willing to take the risk. Although he had many powers as the steward of the Tianbao trading headquarters, taking out a highlight item from the auction for personal favors put a lot of pressure on him.
How much? Lin Chen asked.
Now that he had completed his third transfer, having a spirit beast to help him clear small monsters would be quite impressive.
If you really want it, I can give you the highest discount, just this amount.
The middle-aged steward said, revealing a hint of joy on his face as he held up 3 fingers.
3 billion? Lin Chen blurted out without thinking. This price is acceptable and not too expensive. However, the
middle-aged manager's next words made Lin Chen feel awkward.
Ahem. Young Master Lin is joking, it's 30 billion. But this is already the biggest discount I can offer you. The middle-aged manager shook his head and explained to Lin Chen. But indeed, it was true. High-grade celestial beasts are highly sought after wherever they are, and their prices never fall below 50 billion. Some high-grade celestial beasts with special skills can even sell for over 100 billion. 30 billion.
Lin Chen's eyes widened as he looked at the gold coins in his bag, shaking his head helplessly. Including the items sold today, he could indeed come up with 30 billion. But let's not forget, he is now at the third transition, and if all goes well, he will reach level 300 within 3 days, at which point he will need to undertake the fourth transition task. Having experienced the first 3 transitions, he understood that his transition task would definitely require a massive amount of gold coins to support it.
Moreover, at this stage, celestial beasts or divine beasts would
only serve as auxiliary roles for him at most. With the divine sword in hand, as long as he has enough uses for it, he doesn't need any assistance at all. Of course, he did hope to have a high-grade pet, after all.
It would be quite impressive. Forget it, I don't need a spirit beast for now.
In the end, Lin Chen shook his head and declined the middle-aged manager's kind offer.
The middle-aged manager was taken
aback, wanting to say something more, but after thinking it over, he ultimately held his tongue.
Not long after, 11 maids walked into the private room one after another, each holding an item. Young Master Lin, these are the items you need.
Seeing this, the middle-aged manager quickly stood up and pointed to the items in the maid's hands. A total of 10 low-level celestial boots and a small stone enveloped in green light.
Lin Chen looked over.
LV.150 Death Spirit Boots, LV.150 Wind Burst Boots, LV.150 Thunder Battle Boots, Wine Spirit, Special.
How much?
Lin Chen nodded in satisfaction. Judging by the level of these items, the middle-aged manager was quite fair. After all, under normal circumstances, the lowest celestial equipment is around level 150, and it was clear that this person in front of him was not trying to cheat him.
These items total 3.5 billion.
The middle-aged manager quoted the price directly.
Alright, I'll take them all.
Lin Chen did not hesitate at all.
Okay. After deducting the price of these items, I will transfer 19.7 billion gold coins to you, young Master Lin.
The middle-aged manager said with a smile and transferred 19.7 billion to Lin Chen's account.
Do you need anything else, young Master Lin? After doing all this, the middle-aged manager looked at Lin Chen again.
Although he still couldn't sell Lin Chen a favor this time, he didn't mind making money.
Not for now. If I need anything, I'll come find you again. Lin Chen shook his head and left the Tianbao Trading Company. Half an hour later, in Lin Chen's residence, a blue light illuminated the entire room. Congratulations, your ancient god Moon Treader has been successfully repaired, the prompt sounded, and Lin Chen directly equipped the ancient god Moon Treader. Hiss.
A slight sound of wind arose, and the pair of jade-green battle boots on Lin Shen's feet continuously emitted wind. Patterns. Ancient God Battle Boots, Artifact, Bound, Required Level, LV.200 Physical Defense, 32,000 Magical Defense, 32,000 Strength, plus 2,200 Stamina, plus 2,200 Agility, plus 2,200 Endurance, plus 2,200 Skills. 1. Hide, can conceal its appearance, making it look like an ordinary pair of shoes. Unlockable. 2. Windwalker, passive movement speed plus 15%, can be applied to special items and mount enhancements. 3. Moonlit Steps, passive. While traveling at high speed, there is a certain chance to automatically trigger moonlit steps, granting an additional 30% movement speed for 60 seconds, can be triggered infinitely. 4. Lunar Resilience, passive. Automatically immune to 1 negative status every hour. 5. Moonlight, active, summons the divine moonlight, allowing you to conceal your form in the darkness. This skill is ineffective during the day. Traits. 1. Growth. The Ancient God Boots will automatically grow with the user's level, enhancing all attributes and skill power upon growth. 2. Non-tradable. The majesty of the ancient gods cannot be violated once equipped. The Ancient God Boots, infused with the aura of the ancient gods, cannot be traded for life. Ancient God Set 3/9 with 3 pieces of ancient god gear. All attributes will be further enhanced by 70%. Not bad at all. Lin Chen couldn't help but praise. Although the ancient god Moonlit Steps can't compare to the attributes of the celestial sword, it is still a divine artifact, right? Moreover, it is a set artifact. Furthermore, the ancient god Moonlit Steps are clearly excellent for escaping and ambushing. With the ancient god Moonlit Steps, it will be much more convenient for him to do some righteous deeds in the future. Thinking of this, Lin Chen felt that the ancient god Moonlit Steps on his feet shone even brighter. The next day, after waiting for the cooldown of the divine sword's usage to completely end, Lin Chen went out to the wild alone. You have used the Hell Signet, detecting that you last explored the 6th layer of Hell. Would you like to automatically teleport to the 6th layer of Hell? Yes/no, there's such an operation? Lin Chen was taken aback and directly chose, yes. Such a teleportation benefit would save him a lot of effort. Whoosh! With a flash of light, Lin Chen's figure disappeared. When Lin Chen's figure reappeared, he was already in the 6th layer of Hell. Just as I suspected. Lin Chen stepped forward, his gaze sweeping over the familiar Great Hall. The Great Hall at this moment looked exactly the same as the one he saw yesterday, with little difference, but there were no monsters present. Although this saves some trouble, I missed out on quite a bit. Lin Chen couldn't help but sigh. He had previously suspected that the monsters in hidden maps like the Gates of Hell were likely one-time spawns and would not respawn, just like his quest target, the otherworldly ghost, Xing Liao. Forget it, the remaining 12 layers of Hell can still earn quite a bit. Lin Chen walked towards the entrance of the 7th layer of Hell, feeling a bit excited. Before long, with another flash of light, Lin Chen arrived at the 7th layer of Hell. Roar! 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 Countless roars echoed around the 7th layer of Hell, revealing a terrifying scene, a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, with hordes of monsters charging towards Lin Chen. LV.200 Minotaur, LV.200 Horseman. Fortunately, the monster levels are not just stacking up. Lin Chen looked at the attributes of the monsters charging at him and breathed a sigh of relief. The ordinary monsters in the 1st layer of Hell start at level 100, and with each layer of Hell, the monster levels increase, with the ordinary monsters in the 6th layer reaching level 1000. Now, it was clear that the ordinary monster levels in the 7th layer of Hell were starting anew, equivalent to a strengthened version of the 1st layer of Hell's difficulty. Whoosh! The sword light shone, the fire giant rampaged in all directions, and the crimson flame sword slashed down. You have killed the Minotaur, gaining 400 experience. You have killed the Horseman, gaining 400 experience. You have killed the Minotaur leader, gaining 400,000 experience. You have killed the Horsehead leader and gained 400,000 experience. Congratulations, your level has increased to level 201. Congratulations, your level has increased to level 202. Congratulations, your level has increased to level 272. A series of notifications rang out, leaving Lin Chen stunned in place. Level 272? A look of confusion appeared on Lin Chen's face as he quickly opened his attribute panel. The level of LV.272 was exceptionally eye-catching. What's going on? Lin Chen looked completely bewildered. According to his calculations, even if he cleared the entire map, his level would only rise to around level 230. After all, there were still quite a few LV.300 monster leaders and LV.400 mini-bosses among the ordinary monster groups, and these monsters could not yield experience or items under the rules. But now, suddenly at level 272? Could it be? In an instant, a certain possibility flashed through Lin Chen's mind, and he hurriedly opened the system notification panel. You have killed the LV.300 Bullhead leader and gained 400,000 experience. You have killed the LV.400 Berserk Bullhead leader and gained 4 million experience. Just as I thought. A glimmer of light flashed in Lin Chen's eyes. The glaring system notification subtitles could not be wrong, which meant that this hidden map, the Gate of Hell, was not affected by level restrictions. This is great. A smile crept onto Lin Chen's lips as he walked towards the entrance of the 8th layer of the Gate of Hell. Initially, he had been thinking that in order to avoid wasting experience and items after clearing the 7th layer of Hell, he would go out to find a map suitable for his level to upgrade. But now it seemed there was no need for that at all. Soon, Lin Chen arrived in the 8th layer of Hell and swung his sword again. Swish! The sword light shone, and once again, everything was instantly killed. Congratulations, your level has increased to level 273. Congratulations, your level has increased to level 274. Congratulations, your level has increased to level 300. Congratulations, you have reached the 3rd job transfer limit. Please go to the job transfer temple to receive your job transfer quest. The notifications rang out again, and with the doubled experience from ghost-type monsters and the super high experience bonus from defeating monsters above his level, Lin Chen had raised his level to 300 in just 2 layers of Hell. The 9th layer of Hell. Once again, with a single sword. It wasn't until 5 minutes later that Lin Chen arrived at the 10th layer of Hell, and the pace finally slowed down. Roar! A roar echoed, and a 3-headed hellhound appeared before Lin Chen. LV.800 Hell 3-headed dog. Lin Chen glanced at the surrounding monsters and silently took out a long sword covered in lightning from his bag. It was the divine sword, Thunder. With only 3 uses of the divine sword left for today, Lin Chen naturally chose a divine sword with a higher attack limit. Hiss! Just as Lin Chen took out the Thunder Divine Sword, a ghostly figure suddenly flashed behind him. Damn, can they ambush too? The wind-chasing sword instantly appeared beneath Lin Chen's feet, and he quickly soared into the air, dodging the ghostly figure's attack. Hellbeast Agura, Jinzhou level boss, level, LV.800 health, 15 million attack, 1,200,000, 2 million. Defense, 4 million speed, 15,000 traits. 1. Beast Body, Agura, possessing the body of a beast, automatically reduces the damage taken by 10% when attacked. 2. Shadow of the Ghost, the evil beast Agura automatically enters the Shadow of the Ghost mode every 60 seconds, becoming immune to all attacks while in this mode. Skill. Introduction. The guardian beast Agura, seated under the 2nd Ghost King of the 18th layer of Hell, possesses terrifying destructive power with a ferocious personality but lacking intelligence. Standard attributes. Lin Chen nodded at Agura's stats, then activated the Moon Phase mark of the Wind Chaser Sword. Moon Phase mark successful, target marked LV.800 Agura under the Moon Phase mark. The second trait of the Hell Beast Agura is temporarily disabled, duration 24 hours. Is this really possible? Lin Chen seemed to have discovered a new world. The Moon Phase mark attached to the Wind Chaser is indeed very useful. Swish! Without hesitation, Lin Chen wielded the Thunder God Sword and unleashed a blade storm. Boom! An endless roar erupted. Where the thunder sword light passed, the entire space of the 9th layer of Hell was torn apart, and bolts of lightning rampaged as if destroying an era. Clang! Immediately after, another sword sound rang out, and a giant sword covered in lightning instantly split into thousands, forming blade storms that surged in all directions. 10 million, 10 million, 10 million. Uniform damage numbers reached the maximum limit for ordinary monsters, and the 3-headed hellhounds were instantly killed. 2 seconds later. Awah! With a mournful howl, the evil beast Agura could not escape the fate of being killed. 15 million terrifying damage numbers floated up, and the 3 heads of the evil beast Agura were severed by the Thunder Sword. You have obtained LV.800 Wolf Fong Blade, Celestial Artifact. You have obtained LV.800 Evil Beast Leather Armor, Celestial Artifact. Hundreds of prompt sounds rang out, and Lin Chen glanced at the loot in his bag before continuing to the next layer. 10th layer of Hell. 11th layer of Hell. In just 10 minutes, Lin Chen broke through 5 layers of Hell and arrived at the 12th layer. 12th layer of Hell. Lin Chen stood before a pitch-black grand hall door and slowly pushed it open to enter. The gate of Hell, sealed since ancient times, is about to reveal itself to the world, and the 3 lords within are gradually awakening, their offspring undergoing a terrifying transformation. The 2nd lord of the 12th layer of Hell, the Ghost King, Qin Song, has awakened, and his offspring Fuli has transformed into an extremely powerful being. Brave warrior, please take up your longsword to protect this world. Task content: please kill the otherworldly ghost. Fuli alone. Task reward: Ancient God Halo. Fragmented. Task time limit: none. Hint: the otherworldly ghost Fuli is the son of the Ghost King Qin Song, and his strength has transformed to an extremely terrifying level. Please be cautious of the Ghost King Qin Song's wrath while killing Fuli. The 4th phase of the Divine Fall task is officially triggered. Lin Chen briefly scanned the task requirements on the task panel and understood in his heart. Entering the Grand Hall, Lin Chen surveyed the surroundings. The classical architecture resembled the decor of a certain dynasty from his past life. Caution! You have been locked on by the Ghost King Qin Song. The sudden prompt echoed in Lin Chen's ears, and a strong sense of crisis instantly arose in his heart. Clang! The sound of gold and iron clashing rang out, and without any hesitation, Lin Chen activated the invincibility skill attached to the Ancient God Battle Armor. At that moment, a golden giant fist shadow also came crashing down. Boom! A tremendous roar reverberated throughout the Grand Hall, and the nearby ground trembled continuously. Step, step, step. A series of orderly footsteps echoed as countless humanoid monsters charged from the distance, accompanied by ancient war chariots. On the chariots, groups of armored monsters glared with murderous intent.
LV.1000 Ghostly Spirit Attributes. Introduction.
The ancient soldiers of the fallen divine dynasty still harbor obsessions in their hearts, ultimately transforming into wisps of heroic spirits to guard this 12-layer hell.
Is this the backdrop of that dynasty?
Lynch was momentarily stunned, involuntarily recalling a dynasty from his past life.
Who dares disturb my long slumber?
A voice filled with authority resounded. In the air, 6 warhorses wreathed in green flames pulled a palanquin rushing forward. The voice emanated from within the palanquin. Lin Chen was taken aback, glancing again at the surrounding monsters and the architecture of the Grand Hall. At this moment, he could fully confirm who the boss in the palanquin was. Among all the emperors in history from his past life, who else would dare to call themselves I first, if not that one?
Who a chilling wind
blew, lifting the curtains of the palanquin in midair, revealing a majestic figure, accompanied by a humanoid monster with a pale complexion.
Ghost King, Qin Song, world-destroying level boss, level, LV.1000 health. 200 million attack, 10 million, 12 million defense, 8 million speed, 122,888 skills. Traits: 1. Imperial Pressure. Passive as a sovereign of the world, the Ghost King Qin Song's pressure skill reduces all attributes of foreign races in his presence by 10%. 2. 3. Sovereign's Fate. Passive blessed by the heavens, the Ghost King Qin Song possesses 3 incarnations, allowing him to be immune to 2 fatal damages, and instantly recover 100% of his maximum health. 3. Destiny Bestowed. Passive each attack from the Ghost King Qin Sang adds an additional 20% of his maximum physical attack damage. Introduction. The ruler
of a certain divine dynasty, who once achieved monumental feats akin to creating the world but due to deep obsessions could not forget after death, transforming into the Ghost King, waiting for the day he could reign
again.
Fuli, Jinzhou level boss, level, LV.700 health, 24 million attack, 700,000, 1 million defense, 500,000 speed, 32,888 skills. Introduction. The son of the Ghost King Qin Song, Fuli, who has devoured the divine corpse, is in the final stages of transformation. If he successfully transforms, he will become a world-destroying existence.
Father and son fighting together?
Lin Chen looked at the attributes of the 2 bosses before him, feeling a surge of emotions. He never expected the rules of this world to be so darkly humorous, even resurrecting history from his past life to create some bizarre plot.
You insignificant beings, what do you intend to do?
Qin Song rose, flying out of the palanquin, looking down at Lin Chen from a high vantage point. I sense the aura of a soul reaper from you.
Isn't this intelligence a bit too advanced?
Lin Chen blinked, unable to hold back a retort.
After all, the boss guarding the 6th layer of hell, the Soul Reaper, was indeed slain by his own hands.
Forget it, it's just a monster plot.
Lin Chen
shook his head, brushing away that fleeting sentiment, as a pure white divine sword appeared in his hand.
It was the divine artifact, Skyward.
Today, there is only one use left for the divine sword.
Dying under the divine artifact sword can be considered a form of respect for you.
Lin Chen looked up at the Ghost King Qin Song in midair.
In an instant, Lin Chen's figure became illusory, splitting off 3 identical
clones from his main body.
It was the skill he comprehended during his 3rd job transfer, Shadow Clone. 3 clones stood before Lin Chen, each holding a sky sword. Not bad at all,
Lin Chen remarked, shaking his wrist with the sky sword, and the 3 clones did the same with their swords.
The coordination is decent.
Lin Chen nodded, no longer hesitating, as the tip of his sword pointed directly at Qin Song in
mid-air. A mere ant dares to point a sword at me?
Qin Song, seeing this, seemed offended, and the imperial dragon aura around him surged, leaving no trace of the Ghost King's presence. One must admit, this rule simulated the 13 slots of the divine dynasty's ruler perfectly.
But is having 13 slots enough?
Lin Chen demonstrated with action that to act impressive, one must have sufficient strength.
Swish, 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 swish.
4 beams of sword light ignited, and the sky sword erupted with a blinding white light. 4 white dragon phantoms tore through space, charging towards Qin Song.
You, a bastard, dare! Qin Song roared in
anger, about to unleash some skill, but the incoming sword light perfectly illustrated what it meant to struggle like a trapped beast. 200000000. The first beam of sword light sliced through, cleaving Qin Sang's
body in half. You have successfully enraged me.
A flash of golden light appeared, and Qin Sang's body reformed, his dragon visage emanating an imposing aura without anger.
200 million, the second beam of sword
light cut through, severing Qin Sang's body at the waist.
You will pay for your actions.
Another flash of golden light, and Qin Sang's body reformed once more. However, this time, before he could utter any threats, the 3rd beam of sword light followed closely.
200 million. You have killed LV.1000 Qin Song, world-destroying level boss. The notification sounded, and Qin Song was dead beyond revival. But it wasn't over yet.
Just as the 4th beam of the sky sword descended, the sword light that should have vanished did not disappear. Instead, it erupted in an instant.
Sword blade storm. Thousands of sword blades rampaged, and terrifying damage numbers floated up.
The surrounding heroic monsters had no chance to react, all being sliced into pieces, including the otherworldly ghost, Fuli, who also could not escape.
Before long, the 4
sword blade storms finished their release, leaving only a ground littered with broken corpses and dismembered heroic warhorses.
You have obtained the Divine Seal Throne, Special. You have obtained LV.1000 Emperor.
Battle Armor, Artifact. You have obtained the Heart of the Ghost King, Special. You have obtained the Celestial Spirit Stone, Special.
Continuous pleasant notifications rang out, and the 4th phase, Task of the Fall of the Gods, was also declared complete.
Congratulations, you have completed the Fall of the Gods, 4th phase, and obtained Ancient God Halo Fragmented, the Fall of the Gods, 5th phase. Automatically triggered. Hidden within the gates of hell are 3 ghost kings who share the corpses of the 3 gods to nourish their offspring, aiming to cultivate them into even more terrifying beings. The otherworldly ghost Fuli is merely one of them. Another son of a ghost king has already completed his transformation. Please quickly proceed to the 18th layer of hell to find clues about the 3rd son of the ghost king. The task prompt for the 5th phase of the Fall of the Gods was also triggered.
Let's go!
Once the notification completely disappeared, Lynch directly chose to teleport out.
Swish! With a flash
of light, Lin Chen reappeared in the wilderness of Longjing, leisurely flying towards Longjing City.
2 hours later, Lin Chen walked out of the Tianbao Trading Company, much to the astonishment of the middle-aged
steward, and returned to his residence in Tianshanrenjian. In just one day, his package had once again accumulated 15.6 billion gold coins.
Although the harvest was significantly less compared to yesterday, let's not forget that this was achieved without the luck boost from Xiao Wang and without selling valuable items like the Divine Armor and Celestial Spirit Stones.
The Celestial Spirit Stones, Lin Chen had no intention
of selling.
One could see some clues from Yun Pianpian's attitude towards the Celestial Spirit Stones, and he himself would eventually ascend. If he had enough Celestial Spirit Stones by then, would he still worry about the so-called Celestial Transition tasks? As for the Imperial Armor that had dropped, Lin Chen also took a look at its attributes.
Quite overpowered. However, his current level did not allow him to equip it.
He originally intended to sell it directly but was persuaded otherwise by the middle-aged steward.
The reason was simple.
If he sold the divine artifact directly, even with the strength of the Tianbao Trading
General Bank, they could only offer a standard price.
But if it were placed at the auction 2 days later, the selling price would be immeasurable. For this reason, Lin Chen made a mental note of the middle-aged steward's favor. After returning to his room, Lin Chen took out the divine artifact reward from the Fallen Deity mission.
Ancient God's Halo, damaged attributes, invisible, can be repaired, 10 celestial grade. Bracelets, Divine Seal. Lin Chen looked at the slightly damaged bracelet in his hand and frowned. 10 celestial grade bracelets. A familiar formula, a familiar taste, as long as he had money. As for what the
Divine Seal was, Lin Chen once again fell into a knowledge-blind spot.
Forget it, it doesn't matter. Perhaps there will be a reward at the auction in 2 days. After flipping through many ancient books in the room, Lin Chen found no information about the Divine Seal and ultimately had to give up. The next day, after the usage count of the Divine Sword cooled down again, Lin Chen was about to embark on his delightful journey to Hell, Dragon Capital Wilderness.
You have used the Hell Seal, detecting that you last explored the 12th layer of Hell.
Do you wish to automatically teleport to the 12th layer of Hell? Yes/no yes.
With a flash of light, Lin Chen appeared in the 12th layer of Hell.
Half an hour later,
after consuming 6 uses of the Divine Sword, Lin Chen stood in the 18th layer of Hell, satisfied as he
looked at the rewards in his bag, ready to teleport out.
All the monsters had been cleared, and he had once again obtained a damaged divine artifact bracelet. Staying here was pointless.
Just as Lin Chen was about to teleport out directly, the familiar prompt sound of a quest notification rang in his ears.
The 18th layer of Hell, which has brought disaster to the world, has finally been cleared. This is a blessing for humanity, a blessing for all. However, it seems that some unknown existence is hidden beyond this 18th layer of Hell. You who are in the 18th layer of Hell seem to vaguely hear the sighs of the 3
gods. Unique hidden quest, offspring of the deity, triggered. Do you accept?
Yes/no prompt. This quest is a branch of the Fallen Deity mission. Even if the quest fails, you can still continue with the subsequent
tasks of the Fallen Deity. Damn, another unique hidden quest? Lin Chen was startled and quickly selected yes.
Such a rare quest would be foolish to give up, especially since the prompt clearly stated that even if the quest failed, it would not affect the subsequent tasks. Quest name, Offspring of the Deity. Quest content. Please go to the non-existent 19th layer of Hell and rescue the polluted offspring of the Deity. Quest reward, certain probability of making the deity's offspring recognize you as their master. Quest time limit, 1 hour. Can it be that tricky?
Lin Chen looked at the time limit on the quest panel, falling into a brief silence. To go? Or not to go? He felt a bit conflicted.
If he went, there was a high chance of danger. After all, he had experienced the difficulty of the 18th layer of Hell.
Under normal
circumstances, even an ordinary god-level powerhouse would find it difficult to pass through, let alone that unknown 19th layer of hell, which sounds like an extremely dangerous place.
But if I don't go? There would always be some regrets.
The rewards on the task panel have clearly stated that there is a certain chance to make the offspring of the gods recognize their master. These are the offspring of the gods. At the very least, they must be at the level of divine beasts, right? For a moment, Lin Chen felt a bit conflicted. I'll go. Fortune favors the bold. After a long while, Lin Chen made up his mind. Although he had already used up the number of times he could use the divine sword today, he had only used one of his invincible skills so far. Even if he encountered danger, he could rely on the invincible skill to get through. After all, he could teleport out of this gate of hell at any time. Moreover, the task prompt also indicated that even if the task failed, there would be no penalties, and it wouldn't affect the progress of the subsequent tasks. With this in mind, Lin Chen no longer hesitated.
But now, another question arose. Where is the 19th layer of hell?
Lin Chen looked around the palace, but there was no teleportation portal,
nor any teleportation prompts. Could it be that he had to fly up?
Lin Chen looked up at the dome of the Great Hall and felt it was a bit unreliable. The Great Hall, having endured the baptism of the four-layer blade storm, remained as steady as ever.
Wanting to break through the Great Hall and fly up to investigate? What was the difference from dreaming? However, just then, a prompt suddenly sounded. Detected that you have gathered 3 divine seal thrones in your bag. Would you like to synthesize them immediately? Yes/no divine seal thrones? Lin Chen was momentarily taken aback by the prompt. He hadn't paid much attention to this throne before, but now that he had gathered 3 divine seal thrones, it was normal for there to be a prompt. Yes, Lin Chen made his choice and continued to observe his surroundings, hoping to find the entrance to the 19th layer of hell.
Swish! Endless golden light erupted, and the 3 divine seal thrones automatically flew out of Lin Chen's bag, arranging themselves in a triangular formation in midair. The dazzling sight left Lin Chen momentarily stunned. Drawing a pie is just drawing a pie. Why make such a big fuss? Lin Chen frowned, feeling disturbed by the 13-grid display of the divine seal thrones.
Boom! A loud collision sound erupted.
Just as Lin Chen was continuously complaining in his heart, the 3 divine seal thrones in midair suddenly crashed into each other. Congratulations, you have successfully synthesized the divine authority throne. The prompt sounded, and the golden light in midair vanished. A throne made entirely of glazed gold floated in the air.
Full 13 grids.
Lin Chen nodded repeatedly as he looked
at the divine authority throne in midair. I have to say,
the exterior of the throne, made of glazed gold, was carved with dragon patterns and wind shadows, with 9 huge gemstones embedded in the center of the backrest, giving a sense of grandeur without losing its depth.
Congratulations, the divine authority throne has recognized its master. The prompt sounded, and the divine authority throne slowly shrank, flying towards Lin Chen. What exactly is the use of this thing? Lin Chen reached out to catch the divine authority throne that was falling from midair.
Divine authority throne, specialist symbol of divine authority from ancient times, forged by the 9 ancient gods. For unknown reasons, it was shattered, and its fragments became 3 divine seal thrones, which have been managed by the 3 ancient god clans for generations.
Effect, unknown prompt. The divine authority throne is not only a symbol of status, but it also harbors supreme divine power within.
The divine master has left some kind of power within it, which seems to be the key
to opening a certain portal.
Turns out after all this time, it's just drawing a big pie. Lin Chen looked at the specific information of the divine authority throne, feeling somewhat speechless.
What ancient gods? What symbol of divine authority? What supreme divine power?
I don't need any of that. I don't want a drawn pie. I need an actual pie.
However, just as Lin Chen was complaining about the throne of divine authority,
he suddenly realized something and took another serious look at the prompt on the throne of divine authority.
This power seems to be the key to opening a certain portal. A key? The non-existent 19th hell? Could there be some connection here?
Lin Chen's mind was racing, making comparisons between the past and present.
When he first obtained the throne of divine authority, its introduction was a symbol of the identity
of the 3 lords of hell, while this prompt indicated it was a symbol of the god's divine power. Analyzing it based on the background of the god's fall, it was clear that this was because the 3 lords of hell, Wei Zhanxue, occupied the fragmented throne of divine authority, which explained the differing introductions. But why would the 3 lords of hell cling to the throne of divine authority? It was obvious that the throne, which provided no enhancement in strength, was rather useless, wasn't it? Was it merely for some so-called symbol of divine power? That seemed a bit unlikely. 3 ghost kings believing in divine power? Just thinking about it was somewhat ridiculous. Thus, only one explanation remained. The 3 lords of hell knew the true purpose of the throne of divine authority, or rather, they were scheming for the supreme divine power within the throne. With this thought, Lin Chen felt a flicker of understanding in his heart. Swish! A fierce glint flashed in Lin Chen's eyes as he forcefully smashed the throne of divine authority towards the dome of the Great Hall. Boom! A tremendous sound of vibration erupted, and the indestructible dome of the Great Hall was actually cracked open. Crack! 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 The crack continued. to spread, and the entire Great Hall seemed to be on the verge of collapse. It won't shatter the entire 18 layers of hell, will it? Lynch felt a bit uncertain. He was also taking a gamble. After his earlier analysis, he speculated that this non-existent 19th layer of hell was likely an independent hidden map that required a triggering opportunity. And that opportunity was the throne of divine authority he had just synthesized. However, this was merely his speculation, and in reality he had no confidence at all. Before long, the cracks on the dome became increasingly dense. Waves of terrifying aura swept through the entire Great Hall from behind the cracks. 2 minutes later, crack! With a strong sound of shattering, the entire dome of the Great Hall was completely shattered. Congratulations, you have discovered the hidden map 19th layer of hell. Would you like to teleport immediately? Yes/no, this really works. Lin Chen looked at the white light above the dome, somewhat speechless. Yes, however, Lin Chen didn't hesitate much and made his choice directly. Since there was a divine beast of his own in the 19th layer of hell, finding the entrance and not teleporting would be a huge loss. With a flash of light, Lin Chen was teleported to a brand new map. You have arrived at the 19th layer of hell, the prompt sounded, and after confirming he was in the right place, Lin Chen began to survey his surroundings alone. The 19th layer of hell was vastly different from the previous 18 layers of hell. No longer were there mountains of corpses and seas of blood, nor were there piles of white bones, and there were no grand halls of the checkpoint. Layers. The entire 19th layer of hell was filled with the sounds of birds and fragrant flowers, with babbling brooks in the distance, resembling a paradise. Strange, strange. Lin Chen muttered a few times, saying to himself, but where are the offspring of the gods? After confirming that there was no immediate danger nearby, Lin Chen began to ponder where the objective of this task might be. Independent of the 18th layer of hell, the 19th layer of hell is an independent space constructed by the divine power of the three gods using the divine authority throne, within which lies the future hope of the ancient gods. However, an unexpected event has occurred, and the ancient gods have suffered an unprecedented blow. After this blow, the gods fell, and the ancient gods completely disappeared from this world. Yet, even worse things were happening at this time. The Ghost Clan, living in the dark underground, rose up and took the opportunity to occupy all the territories of the ancient gods. The 18th layer of hell was seized from the three gods by the three rulers of hell, and the remaining consciousness of the fallen three gods could only watch helplessly as all this unfolded. In the end, the fallen three gods paid the price of their consciousness permanently dissipating, using their remaining divine power to seal the 18th layer of hell in an independent space. Perhaps, the divine authority throne can guide you to where you want to go. A series of background plot details echoed in Lin Chen's ears, and the glowing divine authority throne reappeared before him. Just follow along, right? Lin Chen looked at the direction indicated by the golden light emanating from the divine authority throne and stepped forward. 5 minutes later, under the guidance of the divine authority throne, Lin Chen arrived at a pond. No, it wasn't actually a pond. To be precise, it should be a sacrificial site. In the very center of the pond stood an altar. Above the altar rested a giant egg about the height of a person. However, the condition of the giant egg did not seem very good. The giant egg radiated a sacred light, but it could not conceal the half-shell that had already been tainted by ghostly energy. Congratulations, you have found the sacrificial site of the offspring of the deity. The prompt sounded again, and Lin Chen activated an invincible skill and slowly walked up to the altar. Offspring of the deity tainted by ghostly energy. Attribute, invisible introduction, the last hope of the ancient gods, the offspring of the divine lord of power, sealed for some reason until now, has unexpectedly been tainted by ghostly energy and is evolving in an unpredictable direction. Prompt, only the divine power of the divine lord of power can awaken the sealed offspring of the deity. Do I have to move this egg back? Lin Chen blinked at the information about the offspring of the deity. He had already tried to put the giant egg into his bag, but it had no effect whatsoever. Really have to move it back? Lin Chen thought for a moment and found it somewhat feasible, then bent down to exert force. However, under Lin Chen's strength comparable to a 7th-turn professional, the giant egg remained completely unmoved. What am I supposed to do? Lin Chen shook his head helplessly. Can't put it in the bag, can't move it. Do I have to smash it directly? An absurd thought suddenly popped into Lin Chen's mind about smashing the giant egg in front of him. Wait, smash it? Suddenly, Lin Chen seemed to realize something, looking at the floating divine authority throne and then at the introduction on the giant egg. He didn't know who the divine lord of power was, but the introduction said that only the divine power of the divine lord of power could awaken the offspring of the deity. And wasn't the divine power of the divine lord of power sealed within the divine authority throne? With this thought, Lin Chen seemed to have found a solution. He gently took the floating divine authority throne into his hands. Then, holding the divine authority throne, Lin Chen slammed it down onto the giant egg. Boom! A violent roar erupted, and the entire 19th layer of hell trembled. Incessantly, even Lin Chen's body felt somewhat unsteady. Crack! 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 Immediately, cracks began to appear on the surface of the giant egg.
Is it working? Lin Chen was delighted to see this and swung the divine authority throne down onto the giant egg again. Boom! A loud rumble echoed once more, and the cracks on the giant egg increased. Come again! This went on repeatedly until Lin Chen smashed the giant egg with the throne of divine authority 9 times, at which point the egg finally shattered completely. Crack! 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 Lin Chen watched as the eggshell continued to fall away, a sense of anticipation rising in his heart. Divine beast, come into my embrace. Before long, the eggshell on the surface of the giant egg completely fell off, and Lin Chen could vaguely see the general outline of what existed inside the giant egg. Why does it look a bit like a human shape? Lin Chen scratched his head. Whoosh! Suddenly, a beam of golden light erupted from within the giant egg, shooting straight into the sky. The blurry figure inside the giant egg also became visible. Is it really a human shape? Am I about to get a human pet? Lin Chen was somewhat bewildered. Beast-shaped pets were the most common on Dragonstar, and there were also some strange ghost-type pets, but he had never heard of a human-shaped pet. The offspring of the deity has absorbed some divine power from your ancient god battle armor and seems to have undergone some changes. The offspring of the deity has absorbed some divine power from the goddess's protection on you and seems to have undergone some changes. The offspring of the deity has absorbed some divine power from the ancient god treading moon on you and seems to have undergone some changes. The offspring of the deity has absorbed some divine power from the ancient god halo on you and seems to have undergone some changes. The offspring of the deity has absorbed your power and seems to have undergone some changes. 4 prompts sounded at this moment. No way? Lin Chen quickly checked his equipment and then breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it's just formalism. The attributes of my divine gear haven't decreased. If he had damaged his 4 pieces of divine gear for a divine beast that he wasn't even sure he could obtain, that would have been a huge loss. But thankfully, the imagined situation did not occur. Congratulations, the offspring of the deity has absorbed enough divine power, has automatically recognized you as its master, and has successfully transformed into a divine embryo. Your task, the offspring of the deity, has been completed. 2 more prompts sounded. It recognized me as its master just like that? Lin Chen was overjoyed. He had thought that obtaining a divine beast would be fraught with difficulties and require a huge price, but it turned out to be so easy to recognize him as its master. Immediately, Lin Chen looked expectantly at the now smaller divine embryo. Divine embryo, not revived. Attributes: invisible, can revive. 1,000 bottles of pure jade dew. Throne of divine authority. Description: a divine embryo transformed from the offspring of the ancient god, the last hope of the ancient god clan, possessing infinite potential. Perhaps one day it could surpass the limits of the ancient gods. Another pie in the sky? Lin Chen couldn't help but twitch his mouth. However, this time he wasn't discouraged. Unlike the grand promises made by the throne of divine seal at the beginning, the divine embryo before him belonged to the kind of promise that could be seen. Moreover, this promise seemed to be truly big and round. Based on his understanding of the rules, although this so-called rule loved to make promises, as long as the promise was clearly defined, it would definitely deliver. Once the specified conditions were met, perhaps one day it could surpass the limits of the ancient gods. The conspicuous subtitle made Lin Chen glance at it a few more times. He wasn't very familiar with the level of ancient gods, but he knew that the rewards for a divine being's fall mission were all divine artifact sets. How could the strength of the ancient gods be lacking? At the very least, they must be of the world-destroying level, right? According to the ranking of spirit beasts on Dragonstar, it would at least start from the divine beast level. And didn't the description say so? The divine beast before him had the chance to surpass the ancient gods. Doesn't that mean this pet could very likely reach a level beyond divine beasts? Realizing this, Lin Chen felt invigorated once again. No longer feeling heartbroken over the 10 million per bottle of pure jade dew. Is there anything that money can't solve? 1,000 bottles of pure jade dew only cost 10 billion. Young master has money, so I bought it. Lin Chen had already made up his mind. He must hatch the spirit beast, which is very likely a super divine beast, in the shortest time possible. With that thought, Lin Chen directly teleported out of the 19th layer of hell. 1 hour later, inside the Dragon Capital Tianbao Trading Bank, the familiar middle-aged manager looked at Lin Chen in shock, stammering, "Lin, young master Lin, are you sure you really want 1,000 bottles of pure jade dew?" At this moment, he was utterly astonished. First, Lin Chen sold a batch of items worth 12 billion, and now he wanted 1,000 bottles of pure jade dew? The total value of 1,000 bottles of pure jade dew is 10 billion. Having seen many storms, he wasn't particularly surprised by a 10 billion transaction. What shocked him was the implication of Lin Chen's words. It is well known that raising spirit beasts is expensive. The spirit pets that require pure jade dew are at least of celestial quality, but even celestial spirit beasts would only use up to 10 bottles of pure jade dew at most. Lin Chen wants 1,000 bottles in one go? What kind of spirit beast has he obtained? Could it be a divine beast? The middle-aged manager couldn't help but shiver. A divine beast? The number of people in the entire Dragon Kingdom who possess divine beast spirit pets is probably even fewer than the number of divine-level experts. Yes, I want 1,000 bottles, the sooner they arrive, the better.
Lin Chen nodded, looking like a young master who wasn't short on money.
Alright. Since young Master Lin isn't joking, I understand.
The middle-aged manager wiped the sweat from his forehead. Every time Lin Chen came, he managed to shock him.
If this continues, his heart might not be able to take it. When can you gather them all? Lin Chen asked again.
He was also aware of the sales volume of pure jade dew. Only spirit beasts above celestial quality would use pure jade dew, and there aren't many people in Dragon
Capital who own celestial spirit beasts, so he understood that even the Tianbao Trading Bank couldn't possibly produce 1,000 bottles of pure jade dew all at once. By tomorrow at the latest.
The middle-aged manager
thought for a moment before answering.
1,000 bottles of pure jade dew were indeed not enough in stock at the Tianbao Trading Bank in Dragon Capital, but tomorrow is the annual Tianbao auction, and rare resources from
all over would arrive then.
He could easily send a message tonight to gather pure jade dew from the branches.
Moreover, this way, he could sell Lin Chen a favor. Tomorrow, huh?
Lin Chen nodded, feeling that this timing was quite reasonable, especially since he also had a piece of divine armor to auction at tomorrow's Tianbao auction.
Yes, definitely tomorrow. The middle-aged manager nodded repeatedly, then took out a
diamond card from his pocket and handed it to Lin Chen, saying, "Young Master Lin, this is a VIP diamond card for tomorrow's auction.
With this card, you will have an independent private room at the auction. Thank you very much."
Lin Chen nodded, directly taking the diamond card and turning to walk out. He would definitely attend tomorrow's auction, but he didn't want to draw too much attention.
It must be said that the
middle-aged manager's diamond card was just what he needed. "Young Master Lin, take care, and I will be waiting for your arrival tomorrow." The middle-aged manager smiled as he saw Lin Chen out of the Tianbao Trading
Bank's main door.
The next day, Lin Chen arrived at the venue of the Tianbao auction according to the time on the diamond card. At this time, the entrance to the auction was bustling with cars and people. And among the crowd, Lin Chen saw quite a few familiar faces.
"Young friend Lin Chen, you're here too? Mo Gu."
At the entrance of the auction, the elder of the Long family, Long Tian, who was about to enter, saw Lin Chen and hurried over to greet him, with Long Ao following closely behind.
"Elder Long, you're here too."
Lin Chen nodded in response.
"Haha, isn't this a stroke of luck?" Long Tian chuckled, appearing quite familiar as he continued, "Little friend Lin Chen, why not come in with me? My Long family has a private room."
After all, as a local power in Longjing, the Long family, ranked among the top families, always had
their own independent rooms at the Tianbao auction house over the years. "Thank you for your kind offer, Elder Long, but I'll pass."
Lin Chen politely declined.
"In that case, I won't insist. Let's head in." Long Tian nodded at the words and walked into the auction house with Long Ao following behind. As they walked, he reprimanded Long Ao who was beside him. "Look at Lin Chen, calm and unflustered, not trying to curry favor. Now look at you, when will you change that pretentious habit of yours?" "Uncle, I'm really not being pretentious, and it's impossible to use someone else to show off." In the gate of hell, Lin Chen really did take down a world-destroying boss with 70 million health in one strike. "Then you should fix your bragging habit." "No, uncle, why don't you believe me? I'm really not bragging." "Then you should fix your delusional habit." "Uncle, I." Long Tian and Long Ao gradually walked away, but their conversation still reached Lin Chen's ears. "These days, if you show off too much, honestly, you'll be considered delusional." Lin Chen muttered softly, mourning for Long Ao in his heart. Noon. The auction officially began, and the entire hall was filled with people, around 300 in total. On the second floor of the hall, there were 9 private rooms clearly prepared for some VIPs. At this moment, Lin Chen was in one of the private rooms. "Welcome everyone to this Tianbao auction." At the front desk of the hall, the middle-aged manager, Lu Tianzi, smiled broadly at everyone present. "This auction will still be hosted by me." As the manager of the Tianbao Trading House in Longjing, he had hosted the auctions for the past few years. "Alright, old Lu, stop the chit-chat and get started." "Yeah, it's the same old routine every year. Can't you change the host to a beautiful lady?" "We're not interested in you, you fatso." Laughter erupted in the hall. Clearly everyone was quite familiar with Lu Tianzi. "Ha ha, since that's the case, I won't waste any more time." Lu Tianzi, seeing the situation, was not angry and directly got to the point. "Now let's get to the main event. Please take a look. This is the first item up for auction today." Lu Tianzi clapped his hands, and a maid walked out from backstage, holding a tray. Level 800 Immortal Sword, Finghua Sword. Lu Tianzi spoke again, introducing it. "This is the Immortal Sword Finghua, produced from the Abyss of Demons. Its base attack power is higher than that of other swords of the same level, and its additional 3-dimensional attributes are equally impressive. Plus it has 2 passive skills and 3 active skills." As he finished speaking, the specific attributes of the Finghua sword appeared on the large screen behind him. Starting bid is 1.5 billion, with each bid increasing by no less than 10 million. "You may begin bidding." Lu Tianzi continued. 1.51 billion, 1.52 billion, 1.53 billion, 1.6 billion. The price kept soaring.
with most of the bidders being major class changers of the swordsman profession. Clearly, an immortal sword held great appeal for them. 2 minutes later, as the price soared to 2.3 billion, there were not many left willing to continue bidding. 2.5 billion. Suddenly, a deep voice rang out, and a robust man covered in flames stood up. This is Zhao Yu. Didn't he just survive the life and death tribulation? How did I end up liking this beacon fire sword? Isn't it? The passive skill of the beacon fire sword, with its fire damage enhancement, perfectly complements Zhao Yu, this blazing swordsman. It's no wonder he wants it. A subtle murmur arose as many recognized Zhao Yu's identity. Is there anyone willing to bid higher? Lu Tianzi calmly scanned the surroundings. 2.5 billion had already exceeded the original value of the beacon fire sword, but this was the Tianbao auction house, and he felt there should still be room for further increases. However, among the crowd below, although a few seemed inclined to raise their bids, upon seeing Zhao Yu, who was radiating flames, they all helplessly shook their heads and chose to remain silent. The sword was indeed valuable, but it wasn't worth offending a powerful figure who had successfully transcended the tribulation. 2.5 billion for the first time, 2.5 billion for the second time, 2.5 billion for the third time. Sold. In the end, Lu Tianzi discerned the situation and, after calling the bid 3 times, announced the auction's success. As the manager of the Tianbao trading house, he was no stranger to such occurrences. He didn't pay it much mind, because the truly valuable items were still to come. Those were the main attractions, and by then, who would care about your identity? It seems this auction isn't absolutely fair. At this moment, Lin Chen, in a box on the second floor, observed everything. In this world, the strong indeed held absolute power, even in transactions. The auction continued. Soon, 2 hours passed with a total of 12 items auctioned, none of which went unsold. During this time, Lin Chen hadn't placed a single bid, and no one in the other 8 boxes on the second floor made a move, clearly waiting for something. The auction continues. I believe the next item will pique everyone's interest. Lu Tianzi at the front desk slowly spoke, glancing at the second floor before continuing. The 13th item in this auction is the celestial beast egg, 7-colored deer. As he finished speaking, he unveiled the red cloth covering the tray held by the maid behind him. Whoosh! 7 dazzling beams of light instantly illuminated the entire venue, revealing a pet egg surrounded by celestial energy before everyone. Wow, it's actually real. I heard a few days ago that there would be high-quality celestial pets for sale at this auction, but I didn't expect it to be the 7-colored deer. Damn, it's the 7-colored deer. I thought it was just an ordinary celestial beast and was planning to compete for it, but now it seems hopeless. Old Wong, what are you thinking? This is the top-tier 7-colored deer among celestial beasts. Do you really think you can compete with those on the second floor? Stop dreaming. Voices of astonishment erupted, and the crowd below stared intently at the pet egg with fiery eyes. I believe everyone should be aware of the unique qualities of the 7-colored deer, right? Lu Tianzi looked at the crowd's gaze, nodded in satisfaction, and continued, however, I still need to emphasize a few points. This is the celestial beast 7-colored deer, a top-tier existence even among celestial beasts. If you can successfully raise it to adulthood, it can rival a tribulation transcending expert, especially a law-type tribulation expert. Moreover, you may not know some insider information. The celestial beast 7-colored deer and the divine beast 9-colored deer share the same origin. If luck is on your side, the 7-colored deer has a certain chance of evolving into a 9-colored deer. As the manager of the Tianbao trading house, Lu Tianzi's rhetoric was impeccable. In just a few sentences, he introduced the extraordinary nature of the 7-colored deer, and even released some insider information to drive up the price. As for the probability of the 7-colored deer evolving into the 9-colored deer, he did not mention it. However, precisely because of this, the audience, who were already eager for the 7-colored deer, were now showing signs of near madness. There's a chance it could evolve into a divine beast. Once that probability is successfully triggered, that would mean possessing a spirit beast comparable to a god-level powerhouse. How could they not be tempted? Old Lu, stop the nonsense and quote a price quickly. This time, no matter what, I, Li Quan, will fight for it. Stop the nonsense, just quote the price. I want this 7-colored deer, please give me foam, some face. A series of urgent voices rang out, and many even stood up directly. If this weren't Long Jing, they would have already started fighting for it. At this moment, Lu Tianzi squinted his small eyes, observing the reactions of the crowd below. His introduction had been very successful. This time, the price of the 7-colored deer would surely fetch a high bid. Alright, then I won't waste any more words. The starting price for the 7-colored deer is 30 billion, and each bid must increase by no less than 1 billion. Lu Tianzi announced the starting price directly. 31 billion. Everyone, give me some face for Li. Instantly, someone in the audience made a bid. Who do you think you are? Giving you face? Just increase it by 1 billion, why not just drop out? 40 billion. Is 40 billion a lot? 45 billion. 50 billion. In just a few seconds, the auction price for the 7-colored deer shot up to 50 billion. Wow, is this 7-colored
deer really that valuable?
At this moment, Lin Chen, who was in a box on the second floor, felt a bit regretful. Lu Tianzi had initially wanted to sell this 7-colored deer to him for the base price of 30 billion, but he hadn't bought it. It seemed like a wrong decision. If he had known the 7-colored deer was worth so much, he would have definitely secured it. After all, he could make hundreds of billions in
profit just by reselling it.
Of course, now he could only think about it. After all, the auction had already started, and there was no other way.
100 billion.
Suddenly, a somewhat familiar voice reached Lin Chen's ears, and the bid came from one of the boxes on the second floor.
100 billion? The crowd below was taken aback.
Increasing the bid by 30 billion at once, that's quite a bold move.
However, when they looked in
the direction of the voice, they found it was someone from the second floor making the bid, and they were no longer surprised. After all, those who could enter the second floor boxes were members of the top families in Longjing or some of the richest individuals from various provinces. Although they were reluctant to admit it, they had no chance of competing with those backed by large families.
Box 5 on the second floor bids 100 billion. Is there anyone willing to go higher?
Lu Tianzi looked up at box 5 on the second floor and continued. This is the 7-colored deer, which has a chance to evolve into the divine beast, the 9-colored
deer. Everyone should think carefully. This old guy seems to be getting restless again. In box 5 on the second floor, a middle-aged man wore an unhappy expression.
Dad, you have so much money, are you
worried about others competing with you?
Beside him, a chubby figure shrugged nonchalantly.
What do you know? Is my money just blown in by the wind?
The middle-aged man frowned.
It's not blown in by the wind. It's picked up from the teleportation array.
The chubby figure shot back directly.
Is there really no one else willing to bid? Lu Tianzi's voice rang out again. 120 billion.
Suddenly, another voice came
from box 6 on the second floor. Guests in box 6 bid 120 billion. Is there anyone willing to go higher? Lu Tianzi's face was filled with joy. Dad, someone is competing with you. Hurry and make a bid. Be quiet. 150 billion. 170 billion.
The presents in box 6 continued to raise the price, and the price of the 7-colored deer was pushed up to 170 billion. 170 billion. The guest in box 5 bids 170 billion. Is
there a higher bid? Lu Tianzi's face was filled with excitement.
Normally, the price of a 7-colored deer would peak at 100 billion. After all, according to the research of the professionals at their Tian trading company, the chance of a 7-colored deer evolving into a 9-colored deer is estimated to be less than 1 in a million. Yet now it had been inflated to 170 billion, which was quite surprising.
It's
certain that the person in box 5 is Wang Laolu. This GRD has come to join the fun. It seems they are determined to get this 7-colored deer.
An elderly man in box 6 showed an unhappy expression. Although
the identities of the people in the second floor boxes were not public, he could deduce who they were based on their voices and bidding levels.
Second uncle, why don't we just let it go? Wang Zizai wants this
7-colored deer because of his incredibly lucky son, but we might not have that kind of luck. A middle-aged man beside him shook his head. As a member of a large family, he was also quite tempted by the 7-colored deer, but he understood that a 7-colored deer would top out at 100 billion. Now that it had been inflated to 170 billion, continuing to raise the bid would be unwise.
After all, Wang Zizai is nicknamed Wang
Laolu and never plays by the rules. Who knows if he might suddenly stop bidding to trick them?
No, I must take advantage of this GRD. If he continues to follow, then so be it.
The old man shook his head and then
announced a price, 190 billion. 190 billion. The guest in box 6 bids 190 billion. Lu Tianzi's face was completely beaming. 200 billion. The guest in box 5 continued to bid. 200 billion. 200 billion. Is there anyone else who wants to bid?
At this point, there were no words left to describe Lu Tianzi's feelings.
Tianbao Trading Company holds an auction once a year, but ultimately they are just middlemen. The higher the value of the items sold, the more commission they earn. 200 billion once, 200 billion twice, 200 billion 3 times. Sold. Congratulations to the guest in box 5. In the end, the mythical beast, the 9-colored deer, was successfully auctioned off to box 5. Next, let's continue with the next item in this auction.
Lu Tianzi's voice rang out again, calming his excited heart as he continued.
This auction item is divided into 3 parts, and according to the seller's request, it will not be auctioned separately. 7-turn task item, Divine Seal. The red cloth was lifted, revealing 3 gleaming golden seals in front of everyone.
I'm sure you all know that most 7-turn tasks require the Divine Seal, so those about to turn 7 should pay attention. It's also good for those who have already turned 7
to prepare in advance for their juniors.
Lu Tianzi smiled as he observed the reactions of the crowd below, then said, starting bid is 3 billion, with each bid increasing by no less than 100 million.
3.1 billion, 3.2 billion, 3.3 billion.
Several voices rang out, but the bidding for the Divine Seal was not as intense as for the previous sought-after items.
After all, it was just a task item, not a rare treasure.
Dad, my 3-turn task just happens to need the Divine Seal. The chubby boy in box 5 glanced at the middle-aged man beside him and said, "Dad, hurry and make a bid." "Do I really need to bid for such a small item? Use your own pocket money to bid." The middle-aged man shook his head and directly refused. "What if my pocket money isn't enough? Then figure it out yourself. These small things can be easily found with a little effort. Are you still not my real dad? I often wonder if you are really my son. And if the 7-colored deer can't evolve into a 9-colored deer, just wait and see how I will settle the score with you." Not long after, the price of the 3 divine seals had reached 4 billion and no one was willing to continue bidding. "Isn't that enough?" In the first private room, Lynch muttered. He was determined to obtain the divine seals that could repair 2 artifact bracelets, but he didn't plan to be a fool, so he needed to wait for the right moment to act. Now, the price of the divine seals had clearly reached its limit, and it was time for him to make his move. However, just as Lin Chen was about to place his bid, a voice suddenly rang out from the 5th private room. 4.5 billion. This voice? Why does it sound so familiar? Moreover, it was clearly not the same voice as the one who had just bid for the 7-colored deer. A look of suspicion appeared on Lin Chen's face. The guest in the 5th private room bids 4.5 billion. Is there a higher bid? Lu Tian's voice echoed again. 4.6 billion. Lin Chen didn't think much. If he didn't place a bid now, he was afraid he would miss out on the divine seals. 4.7 billion. The 5th private room raised the bid again. 4.8 billion. Lin Chen continued to follow the price. 4.9 billion. Who is this? Are they deliberately going against me? But this voice does sound somewhat familiar. Dad, hurry up and bid 10 billion to secure it. In the 5th private room, the chubby figure wore a puzzled expression. You only need 1 divine seal, and 1.5 billion is the maximum. Now you want me to bid 10 billion? How could I have such a wasteful son like you? The middle-aged man looked disgusted. Bidding for the 7-colored deer was a last resort, and he knew that with his son's luck, it was very likely that the 7-colored deer would evolve into a 9-colored deer, which is why he was willing to pay double the price to secure it. But the divine seals were not particularly rare items. Spending 10 billion on them was simply foolish. Fine, you won't help me bid, right? Then I'll find someone else. A hint of dissatisfaction appeared on the chubby boy's face. 5 billion. Lin Chen frowned and placed another bid, while his doubts grew heavier. After several rounds of bidding, he felt that the familiar voice definitely belonged to someone he knew. Could it be? A glimmer of light flashed in Lin Chen's eyes as he quickly opened the guild chat interface. Lin Chen at Fortune's Child, where are you? Soon, Wang Defa replied. Fortune's Child, Mogu, I was just looking for you. I'm so furious. I'm at the Tianbao auction house and someone dares to compete with me. Wang Defa, 4 items. Mogu, can you lend me some money? I must get my revenge. At this moment, Wang Defa completely forgot about Yun Pianpian's threat in the guild. Lin Chen. At this time, Lin Chen looked speechlessly at the guild chat channel. Fortune's Child, Mogu, I don't need much, just 10 billion will do. Fortune's Child, Mogu, why aren't you talking? Fortune's Child, Mogu, are you still there? You have been muted. A few seconds later, Wang Defa received a notification that he had been muted by the guild. What should I do? For a moment, Wang Defa was at a loss. Meanwhile, in the 1st private room, Lin Chen rolled his eyes in exasperation. It turned out that the one he had been outsmarting all this time was little Wang. Could he let the divine seals go? Those were 2 artifacts. Absolutely not. I only need 2 divine seals. If little Wang doesn't want much, I could sell him the remaining one. Lin Chen made a decision in his heart. Is there anyone else who wants to bid? In the venue, Lu Tian's voice rang out. Again. 10 seconds later. 50 billion for the first time. 50 billion for the second time. 50 billion for the third time. Sold. Congratulations to the guest in box 1. Finally got it. Lin Chen let out a sigh of relief. As long as Xiao Wang doesn't recklessly raise the bid, they can still be good friends. Yes, that's right. The auction continued. Soon, it was evening. All 49 items had been auctioned off and none were left unsold. We are about to start the auction for the last item of today's auction. On the stand, Lu Tian's face revealed a hint of mystery as he teased. As you all know, the last item of the Tianbao auction every year is always the grand finale, and this year is no exception. As soon as he finished speaking, a maid walked out from the back carrying a tray, followed by 2 ninth-turn professionals. Clearly, the Tianbao Trading Corporation placed great importance on this last auction item. Stop teasing us, what is it? Old Lu, this trick is outdated, hurry up and bring it out. Enough with the nonsense, let us see what this hidden treasure is. It can't be a divine artifact, right? The voices of impatience filled the air. After all, even if they couldn't afford to bid, it was still nice to join in the excitement. Alright, I won't keep you in suspense. Lu Tian's face broke into a proud smile as he continued, but someone actually guessed it right. The final item of this auction is indeed a divine artifact. Everyone, please look. The red cloth was lifted, revealing a set of armor in a brilliant golden glass color before everyone's eyes. In an instant, the entire venue fell silent. A pin drop could be heard.
even in the box on the second floor. The family bigwigs held their breath. It really is a divine artifact, and it's divine armor. After a long moment, someone spoke dreamily, as if they were in a dream. Across the entire dragon kingdom, all the divine artifact components combined barely numbered in the hundreds. It's important to note that this includes all the divine artifact components. On average, there are only about 10 pieces of divine artifacts per part. Whenever a divine artifact emerges, it is invariably absorbed by the Sword God Mountain and the Mage Sea, though some well-established families do possess a few divine artifacts. However, it cannot be denied that the value of a divine artifact is essentially beyond monetary measure, because a divine artifact that suits oneself is incredibly rare, enough to drive most god-level powerhouses mad with desire. The starting bid is 1 trillion, with each subsequent bid not less than 10 billion. The specific attributes of the divine armor lit up on the big screen, and Tian slowly spoke, not providing any further introduction. Divine artifacts, those who understand know, no further introduction is needed. 1 trillion. Everyone felt a chill in their hearts. It wasn't because the price of the divine artifact was too high, on the contrary, this starting price was quite cheap. It was just that very few people in the audience on the first floor could afford this price. 110 billion. At that moment, someone in box 2 on the second floor directly placed a bid. 120 billion. Immediately after, box 3 also placed a bid. 150 billion. Box 4 raised the bid by 300 billion all at once. Damn, it looks like I'm about to become that sinful rich person. In box 1, Lynch looked at the frenzied bidding from the other boxes, a vulgar expression of money on his face. So tempting, it was just too tempting. Having a fortune of over 1 trillion, what's wrong with being a vulgar rich person? 200 billion. Soon, the bid for the divine armor was raised to 200 billion, and the upward momentum showed no signs of slowing down. 21 trillion. I hope everyone here can give the Long family some face. Next time we have a divine artifact, the Long family will definitely not compete. Another voice called out with a bid. In the second private room, Long Tian opened the door with a serious expression, followed by the somewhat bewildered Long Ao. That's Elder Long Tian of the Long family. It seems the Long family is determined to acquire the divine artifact armor this time. That's hard to say. Those in the second floor private rooms are not ordinary people. The crowd downstairs looked up, their faces showing expressions of anticipation. The Long family's self-revelation indicated that the bidding had escalated, and there might really be a good show to watch. Old Long, your Long family's reputation won't work today. Just then, the door of the third private room opened, revealing a frail middle-aged man. 22 trillion. The middle-aged man continued to raise the bid without giving any face. That's Zhao Qingxuan from the Zhao family. Wow, now there's really a good show to watch. Rumors have long circulated that the Long and Zhao families are at odds. Hee, today was definitely worth coming. I can see such a good show. The people on the first floor, seeing this scene, had no interest in guessing who would ultimately win the divine artifact armor. At this moment, they just wanted the commotion to get even louder. After all, these big shots from the families were rarely seen. Old Long, old Zhao is right, this is an auction, and everything depends on money. This is not a place for you to show off, otherwise, my Tian family will be the first to disagree. 23 trillion. A deep voice rang out as the door of the fourth private room opened, revealing a burly middle-aged man, the representative from the Tian family, Zhao Qingxuan. Hee, I didn't expect today to be so lively. Let my little sister join in too. 24 trillion. A charming voice emerged, and a stunning figure appeared before everyone, none other than Fengling. Fengling, what do you mean by this? I can understand old Zhao and old Tian competing for this divine artifact armor, but what do you, a mage, want it for? Long Ao's face showed dissatisfaction. This divine artifact armor, whether in its additional attributes or accompanying skills, was clearly meant for warriors. It was somewhat unfair for a mage like Fengling to compete for it. Zhao Qingxuan and Chen Xuelin nodded in agreement, looking displeased at Fengling. The divine artifact armor was already rare, and with one more competitor, their chances would decrease. You can't say that. Who says mages can't bid for warrior artifacts? Is there a rule at the auction against it? A somewhat laid-back voice emerged. In the fifth private room, Wang Zizai slowly walked out in a mage robe. Wang Zizai, Wang Laolu. Why is this useless thing everywhere? The others showed expressions of surprise. Wang Zizai's appearance was indeed unexpected. Is that Wang Zizai, the governor of Tianhai province? It really is Governor Wang. I heard Governor Wang is not only the governor of Tianhai province but also the richest man in Tianhai province. A slight murmur arose, and the crowd on the first floor looked at Wang Zizai with curiosity. Clearly, they had heard some rumors about him. What Governor Wang said makes sense. There's no rule at this auction that mages can't bid for warrior artifacts. Right? Fengling's voice rang out again. Humph. Then let's talk money. Long Tian snorted coldly and continued to raise the bid. 25 trillion. 26 trillion. 27 trillion. Zhao Qingxuan and Chen Xuelin quickly followed suit. 30 trillion.
A scattered voice rang out again, and Wang Zizai directly made a bid, raising the price to another level.
Is this old Wang really that rich? In the private room number 1.
Lin Chen looked at the tense scene, shocked in his heart.
This old Wang is truly wealthy.
No wonder when Xiao Wang threw 200 million at him, old Wang didn't even bat an eye.
Truly a nouveau riche from a landlord's family. The more they explode, the richer they get. Wang Laolu, don't go too far.
If you insist on causing trouble today, then don't expect to get any resources from the Tianling mine in Tianhai province.
In the future,
Long Tian looked at Wang Zizai with a face full of anger, clearly a bit anxious. The Tianling mine is the task item required for most 6-turn professionals to change jobs, and in the entire Dragon country, only a few special maps near Longjing produce it, which has always been controlled by the Long family. Now, Long Tian is using this as a threat, clearly intending to tear the facade for the sake of the divine
armor.
Yes, Wang Laolu, if you continue to cause trouble, don't expect to have any Zijing Sueya in Tianhai province in the future. Old Wang, you should think carefully before making a bid.
Otherwise, the allocation of the Bu Jincheng controlled by the Qian family will also be reconsidered for Tianhai province.
Zhao Qingchuan and Shan Xuelin also looked at Wang Zizai with unfriendly expressions.
As some of the top families in Longjing, they monopolize certain special resources, which is also a major source of funding for their respective families. Why are these families in Longjing so wary of old Wang? Lin Chen in the first-floor private room showed a puzzled expression.
Xiao Wang had told him in detail about old Wang's strength, level 999, although very strong, he had never been able to become a deity. Perhaps with the advantage of the space-type artifact in his hand and being a space mage, he could challenge some god-level powerhouses, but fundamentally he was still somewhat lacking. Therefore, Lin Chen believed that these families
in Longjing were not wary of old Wang's strength. That only leaves one possibility.
The auction is a contest of funds, and these families in Longjing lack the confidence to compete with old Wang in terms of financial
resources. Want to threaten me?
A cold smile appeared on Wang Zizai's face, and then he said, then come and try. Those resources you mentioned, Tianhai province doesn't want them anymore, but I, Wang Zizai, will say this today: if we really tear our faces, then don't expect anyone from your families to use any teleportation array in the entire Dragon country in the future.
Wang Laolu, what do you mean by that? Wang Laolu, I don't believe you dare to break the rules.
Old Wang, if you dare to do this, aren't you afraid of the Sword God Mountain and Mage Sea seeking justice? The three of them changed their expressions.
Upon hearing this,
the high-ranking members of each family knew that almost all the teleportation arrays in the entire Dragon country were maintained and supported by Wang Zizai alone.
Moreover, the initial construction of the teleportation arrays was personally handled by Wang Zizai.
If Wang Zizai really decided to wash his hands of it, then these families would truly not dare to use the teleportation arrays for any emergencies
in the future.
After all, if something went wrong, Wang Zizai could easily tamper with them.
And at that time, even god-level powerhouses would have no chance of survival in the spatial turbulence. You are the ones who are not following the rules.
Wang Zizai showed obvious dissatisfaction on his face and continued, if you really dare to act recklessly, then let's see if I, Wang Zizai, dare to retaliate. His words were full of threats.
You, Wang Laolu, how dare you? Old Wang, you are determined to cause trouble, aren't you?
The three of them were furious upon hearing this. In their hearts, they believed that Wang Zizai was purely causing trouble this time. After all, what use does a mage have for a warrior's artifact armor?
Ahem.
Everyone, please calm down. Don't let a single artifact armor ruin our harmony. Just then, a
dry cough came from box number 9, and an old man walked out. Is this Wu Tiansu? Is it really old Wu? Damn, wasn't there a rumor that old Wu was no longer around?
The crowd on the first floor turned to look. Recognizing the identity of the old man as Wu Tiansu, the current head of the Wu family, a being who had already achieved godhood.
Old Wu. I've met old Wu.
Old Wu, what brings you here?
Wang Zizai and the
others raised their eyebrows and greeted the old man. This was a true god-level powerhouse and the head of the Wu family, so they couldn't afford to be disrespectful.
Waiting to die at home doesn't feel too good, so I came out for some fresh air. Wu Tiansu smiled and nodded, then turned his gaze to Long Tian and the others, saying, Little Long, Little Chen, Little Zhao, I'm not saying you three, but this is just an auction, no need to be so tense. After saying that, Wu Tiansu shifted his gaze to Wang Zizai and continued, and you, Little Wang, your temperament is still too impulsive. Now you're all provincial leaders, how can you still be so rash? Is the teleportation array something you can just move at will? Old Wu is right. Long Tian nodded, then spoke up, but Old Wu, you also saw it, Wang Zizai is clearly trying to raise the price maliciously. What use does a mage have for this divine armor? What does it have to do with you? Wang Zizai shot back directly. He certainly wouldn't be so bored as to spend a fortune on something he couldn't use. Instead, he had recently made contact with the Sword God Mountain and learned that there was a divine robe suitable for mages, but the other party definitely wouldn't give it to him for free. So, when he saw the divine armor at the auction, he suddenly had the idea of trading. However, he couldn't say this outright. Old Wu, look at his attitude. Long Tian frowned. Alright, everyone stop arguing. As an old man, I say. Since this is an auction, you all must follow the rules. The highest bidder wins, and don't involve anything else. Wu Tiansu spoke, glancing at a few of them, and continued, I wonder if you can give this old man some face? Upon hearing this, the others exchanged glances. Alright, we'll listen to old Wu. The highest bidder wins. Old Wu's face must be given. I have no objections. After a moment of thought, they all agreed. Ripping off the mask of civility would benefit no one, but given their status, how could they easily take back what they said? So they followed the steps Wu Tiansu provided, which also allowed them to give him some face. That's good. Wu Tiansu nodded. Then you little ones continue. This old man has no interest in competing with you. With that, Wu Tiansu walked back into box number 9. 30 trillion, is there a higher bid? Lu Tian's voice rang out again. At this moment, his forehead was covered in sweat. It was clearly just an auction, but it almost turned into a battlefield, giving him a heart-stopping feeling. 31 trillion. Long Tian continued to raise the bid. 32 trillion. 33 trillion. The bidding continued. 35 trillion. Long Tian refused to back down, then glanced at Zhao Qingxuan and Qian Shuilin, saying, Old Zhao Old Qian, why don't we three families cooperate and secure this divine armor first? My Long family is willing to contribute the most, and we promise not to compete again when we get the divine artifact. Later. Good, that's a good idea. After all, as people from Longjing, we can't let outsiders take the lead, right? Zhao Qingxuan nodded at the words, then said with a mocking expression, however, the terms of this cooperation need to be revised. My Zhao family can also contribute a significant amount, but of course, this divine armor must first belong to my Zhao family. He. Everyone seems to have their own calculations. But let's talk money. Qian Shuilin sneered. They all knew that divine artifacts were rare and hard to come by. If they missed this opportunity, who knew when the next divine artifact would be auctioned? As for cooperation, that was pure nonsense. Since we can't reach an agreement, let's not discuss it. Long Tian's expression was quite unpleasant. At the same time, the three of them silently opened the chat channels of their respective family guilds. Tian Long, a divine armor has appeared at the auction. Immediately notify the family head to gather funds, the more the better. Qingxuan Lushui, hurry and notify the family head. The Tian Bao auction has a divine artifact in the world. Qian Duo, where's the family head? Where's the family head? Quickly notify the family head to raise money for the auction. If we don't hurry, the divine artifact will be gone. In an instant, undercurrents were surging. The three of them quickly shared the news of the divine armor in the guild channel, hoping to gather more funds as quickly as possible. The auction continued. 40 trillion. Wang Zizai called out another astonishing price. At this moment, he and the representatives of several major families were completely caught up in the bidding, unwilling to back down. Meanwhile, the onlookers on the first floor were also completely stunned. Do the big shots not treat money as money? Is 10 trillion just a casual move? 45 trillion, let's see who else wants to raise the bid. Long Tian gritted his teeth and raised the price by 5 trillion in one breath. Clearly, the current price had reached the limit he could bear, or rather, the limit of funds the Long family could mobilize in a short time. Sure enough, when this price was announced, the entire venue fell silent. Zhao Qingxuan and Qian Shuilin exchanged reluctant glances with Long Tian, ultimately shaking their heads helplessly. 40 trillion was already the maximum amount their family could mobilize in a short time. Any more was impossible, let alone the current 45 trillion. 45 trillion, is there any higher bid? Lu Tian's slightly stammering voice rang out. At this moment, he was also a bit dazed. Although he had hosted auctions more than once, he had never encountered such an intense scene. 50 trillion. Wang Zizai's voice echoed. At this moment, even he was struggling to bear it, his tightly clenched fists proving everything. This place is really lively. Just then, a slightly mocking voice came from the entrance of the auction. Who is it? Why does that face look so familiar? It's the sword maniac from Sword God Mountain. Everyone turned around, and some recognized the identity of the suddenly arrived person. The sword maniac? What is he here for? At this moment, not only the people on the first floor noticed the sudden arrival of the sword maniac, but even Wang Zizai, Long Tian, and others did as well. Everyone continue. I'm just here to enjoy the show. The sword maniac glanced at the several private rooms on the second floor and casually found a spot to sit down. 50 trillion, is there any higher bid? Lu Tianzi quickly recovered after a moment of shock. 3 minutes later, still no one raised the bid. 50 trillion once, 50 trillion twice, 50 trillion 3 times. Sold. Congratulations to Wang Zizai for winning this divine armor. The divine armor was finally auctioned off, and Wang Zizai couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Humph. You old six, Wang. Forget it, this old six has made too much in the teleportation array. A few voices of dissatisfaction arose. Although Long Tian and the others were unwilling, they could only give up and return to their private rooms. 50 trillion. In the first private room, Lin Chan's eyes sparkled with golden light. It was the first time he had ever seen so much money. Thinking about how this money would soon enter his pocket, Lin Chen felt an overwhelming excitement. Alright, today's auction will come to an end. Please wait a moment, esteemed guests, shortly. Dedicated personnel will connect with the guests who won the bids to complete the transactions. Lu Tian's voice rang out again. At this moment, he was in a good mood. This trading event not only allowed their Tianbao trading company to earn a significant amount of revenue, but also, thanks to the auction of a divine armor, they would once again make a name for themselves throughout the Dragon Kingdom. 5 minutes later, in the first private room where Lin Chen was, Lu Tianzi personally walked in with a tray. Young Master Lin, this is the divine seal you bid on. Lu Tianzi lifted the red cover, revealing 3 divine seals before Lin Chen's eyes. Thank you. Lin Chen nodded and placed the 3 divine seals into his package. Young Master Lin, your divine armor was auctioned for 50 trillion. According to our agreement, we should deduct a 10% handling fee, but for you, young Master Lin, our higher-ups have collectively decided to only charge you a 1% fee. Additionally, we at Tianbao Trading Company will also reimburse you for the auction fees of the 3 divine seals. How does this proposal sound to you? Lu Tianzi said with a smile as he walked over to Lin Chen. Normally, a 10% handling fee is uniformly deducted from the auction revenue. But for Lin Chen, they had to treat him with utmost care as his potential was simply too terrifying. Moreover, his negotiation skills were impressive. The price of the 3 divine seals was negligible compared to the divine armor, so he didn't even mention the auction fees for the divine seals, effectively doing Lin Chen a favor. That's great, thank you, Manager Lu. Lin Chen nodded, having no objections. If he had sold that divine armor himself, getting 30 trillion would have been a good outcome, and there were risks involved. However, by entrusting it to Tianbao Trading Company for auction, the price not only increased by 20 trillion but was also much safer. As for the favor Lu Tianzi had done, Lin Chen noticed it as well. Nevertheless, he kept it in mind, deciding that next time he needed to sell any unused divine artifacts, he would come to Lu Tianzi. Since young Master Lin has no objections, I will transfer the funds to you now. As for the 1,000 bottles of pure jade you requested, I have already gathered them for you, and they will be delivered to your residence shortly. You can pay then, Lu Tianzi mentioned with a smile regarding the pure jade due and quickly transferred the funds to Lin Chen. Soon, Lin Chen's package increased by 49.5 trillion gold coins. Is this the thrill of being wealthy? Even just looking at it feels so satisfying? Gazing at the long string of numbers in his package, Lin Chen couldn't help but feel emotional. Not lingering for long, after completing the transaction, Lin Chen left the first private room and arrived at the 5th private room. Lin Chen? Mo, what brings you here? At this moment, in the 5th private room, Wang Zizai was staring wide-eyed at Wang Defa, and both were surprised to see Lin Chen arrive. What a coincidence! I just saw Governor Wang spending money like water, so I came to take a look. Lin Chen smiled, finding Wang Zizai increasingly likable. Indeed, without Wang Zizai, the divine armor would never have fetched a price of 50 trillion. Still spending money like dirt, willing to spend 50 trillion to trade for a divine artifact with the Sword God Mountain, yet not willing to give his own son even 10 billion, what a miser! Wang Defa muttered quietly. Next to him, Wang Zizai showed an awkward expression upon hearing this, and then said, "You young people continue your conversation, I won't disturb you." With that, he walked out of the private room. He really couldn't stay here any longer. What if his foolish son revealed something embarrassing? As soon as Wang Zizai left, Wang Defa couldn't help but complain to Lin Chen, "Mo, I'm so furious today, you have no idea how arrogant that person in the first private room was, daring to compete with me, Wang Defa, 4 things, and my dad too, not willing to give me a single cent. And Mo, I was looking for you in the guild just now, how come I suddenly got muted?" Mute? Lin Chen rolled his eyes. At that moment, he wanted to say that if it weren't for the Brotherhood, given how much you were screwing me over, I would have kicked you out long ago. But Wang Defa's next realization left Lin Chen at a loss for words. Oh, I know, it must be that Demoness Yun Piampian who found me too noisy. Absolutely. That Demoness must be deliberately retaliating against me. Wang Defa was fuming, convinced that his speculation was absolutely true. Maybe, probably, perhaps, it should be. Lin Chen wore an awkward smile. There was simply no way to communicate. Every time he tried to chat a bit, this guy would break his defenses. However, he didn't expose him. After all, Yun Piampian did hold a position in his guild and had the power to mute. In the end, Lin Chen could only seriously look at Wang Defa and say, "Little Wang, give me 20 billion. Sure." Without a second thought, Wang Defa directly transferred the money to Lin Chen. However, when the transfer was completed, Wang Defa finally realized something was off. Wait a minute, didn't I borrow 100 billion from Mo? How come now I'm the one giving Mo money? For a moment, a look of confusion appeared on Wang Defa's face. As for Wang Defa's confusion, Lin Chen completely ignored it, instead taking out a divine seal from his package and placing it on the table, then said, "This is the divine seal you wanted, I'm leaving now, got some other business." With that, he turned and walked out of the private room, leaving Wang Defa looking bewildered. Half an hour later, Lin Chen arrived at his residence in the heavenly realm.
At this time, the delivery personnel from the Tianbao trading house had been waiting at the door for a long time, and after confirming Lin Chen's identity, they completed the transaction.
Don't let me down, it better be at least a divine beast?
Inside the room, Lin Chen took out the throne of divine authority and 1,000 bottles of pure jade dew, and without hesitation poured them onto the divine embryo.
10 minutes later, a golden light and a black light shone simultaneously. Congratulations, you have obtained the Super Divine Beast Tongling, Super Divine Beast, level, LV.0 stamina, 1000 strength, 10 agility, 1000 endurance, 1000 magic power, 2000 growth, combat power, 1200 loyalty, 100.
Talent 1. Learning. As a special being of the transcendent ancient god race, Tongling has a strong learning ability.
2, 3.
Skills 1. Rain of Flowers. Releases a rain of flowers, dealing 150% magic damage to enemies within a certain range.
2, 3, 4. Description: offspring of the ancient god race's divine master, possessing the most orthodox ancient god bloodline, but due to a
mutation, it has been tainted with ghostly energy. However, this mutation seems to be developing in a positive direction. The light of the sacred in the dark slowly faded, revealing a petite figure in front of Lin Chen. This body, both dark and bright, seemed to embody the intertwining of light and darkness. Within its approximately 30-centimeter frame lay immense energy, and its delicate features appeared to be the most perfect creation in the world, with a pair of pointed ears reminiscent of the elven race.
So it really is a pet. Could it be that I, a bachelor, am about to become a father?
Lin Chen felt a bit unsettled, an
awkward expression crossing his face.
The moment Tongling hatched, he felt a connection as if their bloodlines were intertwined, a sensation akin to facing his own daughter.
Yes, that's right, a daughter. After all, Tongling clearly resembled a human female. Of course, the rules weren't overly malicious. Although Tongling was newly born, she still wore a long robe of black and white. But these attributes are truly insane. Lin Chen shifted his gaze to Tongling's attribute panel.
Comparing his own attributes and combat power at level 0 to Tongling's was like comparing the dregs of the dregs.
Moreover, Tongling's growth attribute was an astonishing 10 stars, something he had never heard of before.
Among the divine beasts he knew of on Blue Star, the highest growth star level was only 9 stars, yet Tongling had 10 stars.
Don't underestimate
the difference of 1 star. Spirit pets don't need to complete job change tasks to level up.
Although their final level can't exceed that of their master, the potential is there. Simply put, the growth of a spirit pet is equivalent to the innate talent of a human job changer.
If one had to compare, a spirit pet with 9-star growth and one with 10-star growth would be like the difference between a 9-star sword pattern
talent and a divine sword pattern talent among human job changers. Although the difference is slight, the chasm between them is insurmountable. After all, just like the job changers in the Dragon Kingdom, there are at least 8,000 job changers above the 9th transition, but there are only a few divine-level powerhouses. Dad!
Just as Lin Chen was lost in thought, Tongling, floating in midair, opened
her black and white eyes and spoke. Holy crap!
Lin Chen was startled, looking at Tongling with a strange expression.
Her talent for learning was impressive, but this was too strong, right? Didn't she just say Dad a moment ago? Oh, Chow! Tongling continued to mimic.
Lin Chen's eyes widened instantly, and this time he refrained from speaking rashly.
This spirit pet was too human-like, and her learning ability was astonishing.
Overcome by a sense of guilt for not wanting to lead the child astray, Lin Chen could only choose to stare in silence.
Dad, oh, noisy.
With feet the size of a fingernail, Tongling lightly tapped the air and flew directly in front of Lin Chen, locking eyes with him.
In that moment, an eerie scene unfolded in the room.
A handsome young man was staring into the eyes of a miniature woman, both wide-eyed
at each other. After a long while,
Lin Chen felt his eyes growing a bit sore, and with a wave of his hand, he summoned Tongling into her exclusive spirit pet space.
Who cares if it's a pet or not? As long as it's in my hands, it's mine. And this is a super divine beast. If it's not unique in the world, it's pretty close.
Lin Chen thought for a moment and made a decision in his heart.
So what if it's a pet? This just shows how special the super divine beast is. Others want one but can't get it.
There's no need to get tangled up over such matters. Lin Chen stopped dwelling on it and took out 2 divine seals and 2 broken
artifact bracelets from his package. Detected materials to repair ancient god halo. Would you like to proceed with the repair? Yes/no. Yes. Lin Chen immediately made his choice. Dazzling golden light erupted, and the rust on the 2 artifact bracelets slowly faded away. 5 minutes later.
Congratulations, ancient god halo has been successfully repaired. Congratulations. Ancient god halo has been successfully repaired. 2 prompt sounds rang out in succession, indicating the successful repair of the 2 artifact bracelets. Ancient God Halo, Artifact, required level, LV.300 physical defense, 40,000 magical defense, 40,000. Strength plus 3,000 stamina plus 3,000 agility plus 3,000 endurance plus 3,000 skills. 1. Conceal, can hide its appearance, making it look like an ordinary bracelet.
Can be. 2.
Ancient God Aura, passive under the Ancient
God Aura, each of your attacks will carry a holy strike.
3. Demon Slayer, passive, each of your attacks will deal an additional 10% damage to ghost-type monsters. 4. Ancient God's Fury, passive, whenever you take
damage, there is a certain chance to trigger the Ancient God's Fury for an automatic counterattack.
5. Ancient God Halo, activate the Ancient God Halo to briefly become immune to all damage and negative
states. Duration, 10 seconds. Characteristics, 1. Growth, the Ancient God Halo will automatically grow with the user's level, enhancing all attributes and skill power upon growth. 2. Non-tradable, the Majesty of the Ancient Gods cannot be triggered once equipped by the user. The Ancient God Halo, infused with the aura of the Ancient Gods, cannot be traded for life.
Ancient God Set, 5 knights with 5 pieces of Ancient God gear, all attributes will be additionally increased by 110%.
Now this really covers all bases.
Lynch donned the 2 Ancient God Halos, the crimson gold light swirling around him.
The bizarre attributes added
by the Ancient God Halo were secondary. The key was that he now had 2 more invincible skills. For an ordinary professional, invincible skills are a rare sight in a lifetime, yet he possessed 7 all by himself.
That was quite speechless. However, this feeling of being speechless was truly exhilarating.
Just imagine, even if surrounded by a group of god-level powerhouses, after breaking through their defenses one by one with the Divine Sword, leaving a few invincible skills behind and then riding the Wind Sword to escape, even if he couldn't take down all his opponents, he could probably make the remaining ones die of frustration.
In the afternoon, a gentle breeze blew, showing no signs of heat.
Lin Chen returned to the outskirts of Longjing.
These maps should be just right for leveling up with Tongling, right? Lin Chen glanced at the
several markers on the map in his hand and nodded to himself. This time he came to the wild not to farm for resources, but purely to help Tongling level up. After all, no matter how strong the super divine beast is, it still needs to level up. Let's head to this LV.300 Morningstar map first. Lin Chen made his choice and then soared away on his sword.
10 minutes later, Lin Chen arrived at the LV.300 Morningstar location. Stepping into the Morningstar area, Lin Chen found an unoccupied corner. Swish!
A sound of a sword ringing echoed as the divine sword Xingxian was drawn, sweeping across the entire map.
Your level has reached
the current limit. Unable to continue gaining experience, you killed the Morningstar. Your spirit beast Tongling gained 1000 experience points. You obtained LV.300,000 speed bracelet golden aura. Congratulations, your spirit beast Tongling has leveled up to level 8. Your level has reached the current limit. Unable to continue gaining experience, you killed the Morningstar. Your spirit beast Tong Ling gained 10,000 experience points. Congratulations, your spirit beast Tongling has leveled up to level 118.
Continuous prompt sounds rang out, but Lin Chen couldn't be bothered to look for someone worth
over trillions. These small things were completely beneath his notice. This time was solely for rapidly leveling up Tongling.
A few seconds later, all the prompt sounds disappeared, and Tongling's level had risen to level 120. Not bad, leveling up to 120 in just one map.
Lin Chen looked at Tongling's attribute panel and nodded in satisfaction. Then he was teleported to Longjing. There was no choice. The power of the divine sword still couldn't be perfectly controlled, so he had to ruthlessly destroy the map.
And so, an hour and a half later,
when Lin Chen appeared in Longjing for the 7th time, Tongling's level
had risen to 300. Tongling, Super Divine Beast, level, LV.300 stamina, 32,000 strength, 12,000 agility, 32,000 endurance, 42,000 magic, 47,000 growth, combat power, 45,000 loyalty, 100 talents, 1 learning.
As a special being surpassing the ancient god race, Tongling has a strong learning ability.
2. Enlightenment. As a super divine beast, Tongling possesses the ability of enlightenment, allowing it to learn any magic system skills. 3. Skills. 1. Rain of Flowers. Releases a rain of flowers, dealing 150% magic damage to enemies within a certain range. 2. Storm Arrival. Releases a storm, dealing 170% magic damage to enemies within a certain range. 3. 4. Introduction. Offspring of the ancient god race's deity, possessing the most orthodox ancient god bloodline, but due to a mutation, it has been
tainted by ghostly energy. However, this mutation seems to be developing in a positive direction.
TSK. Truly worthy of being a super divine beast. Lin Chen couldn't help but click his tongue as he looked at Tongling's attribute panel.
Even though he had equipped 2 divine artifact bracelets and had not yet undergone the 4th job change, his combat power was only close to 40,000, while Tongling's combat power had
reached 45,000. On the surface, this didn't seem like much.
But don't forget, Lin Chen's attributes had a significant boost from the sword path's origin, and he was also equipped with divine gear, which allowed for such combat power comparable to some 6th job changers. It could be said that without using the divine sword, Lin Chen's apparent combat power was indeed inferior to Tongling's.
This talent for enlightenment is really good. Lin Chen focused his attention on Tongling's second talent. It was clear that Tongling belonged to the magic system of super divine beasts. Although he had never heard of spirit beasts being able to actively learn human skills, the panel would never be wrong.
If Tong Ling could learn forbidden spells, Lin Chen muttered, thinking of a possibility. He hurriedly rushed to the Tianbao trading hall.
Young Master Lin, what rare treasures are you selling this time? Half an hour later,
Lin Chen sat calmly in a chair in the Tianbao trading hall's annex, while Lu Tianzi stood beside him with a smiling face. Every time Lin Chen came to the Tianbao trading hall, he always brought many rare items.
This time, he was still very much looking forward to it. Here, these are the ones.
Lin Chen waved his hand, and the spoils from destroying 6 maps appeared in the courtyard.
Young Master Lin is as generous as ever.
Lu Tianzi reflexively wiped his forehead.
Although he wasn't sweating yet, seeing the items occupying half the
courtyard, he could already anticipate the outcome. Count these items, and also bring out all the spell skill books from your various systems.
The more, the better, including forbidden spells.
Lin Chen nodded, not
paying attention to Lu Tianzi's flattery.
His purpose for coming here was very clear, to buy more skill books for Tong Ling.
Young Master Lin, you can't be joking, right? Lu Tianzi, who was about to start counting the items, was taken aback.
As we all know, mages of various schools are divided by attributes.
Under normal circumstances, those who change jobs to become mages can only learn spells corresponding to their own
attributes. Lin Chen suddenly wanting all of them truly left him a bit taken aback.
Moreover, are forbidden spells that easy to obtain?
At today's Tianbao auction, only 3 forbidden spell books were sold, and they
all went for around 200 billion.
Where is he supposed to get forbidden spells for Lin Chen?
Do you think I'm joking?
Lin Chen pouted and continued with an air of extravagance. Bring whatever you can, the more,
the better. Well, alright.
Lu Tianzi smiled awkwardly. It's just that, young Master Lin, we do have quite a few law system skill books here, but we really don't have any forbidden spells.
He didn't bother to question what Lin Chen wanted so many skill books for. As long as there was money to be made, it was fine. It's just that there really were no forbidden spells.
Then let's get some other skill books, but they
must be of high quality.
Lin Chen nodded, not insisting too much.
Forbidden spells are already rare, and the learning conditions are extremely strict.
It's normal for the Tianbao trading house to have no stock, but
he certainly wouldn't let other high-level skill books slip by. Alright, I'll send someone to arrange it right away. Lu Tianzi nodded repeatedly upon hearing this. An hour later, after Lu Tianzi
briefly left to sort out the items, he returned to Lin Chen with 20 high-level law system skill books. Young Master Lin, these are all the high-level law system skill books we could find. Lu Tianzi placed the thick stack of skill books in front of Lin Chen.
Name your price. Lin Chen nodded.
He still trusted Lu Tianzi.
After deducting the items you just sold, you only need to pay an additional 2 billion gold coins. Lu Tianzi smiled. These skill books are really expensive.
Lin Chen rolled his eyes but didn't haggle, directly transferring 2 billion to Lu Tianzi.
Congratulations, your spirit beast, Tong Ling, has comprehended the skill Phoenix Dance in the 9 heavens.
Congratulations, your spirit beast, Tong Ling, has comprehended the skill Fire Dance in the sky.
Congratulations, your spirit beast, Tong Ling, has comprehended the skill Water flooding the Golden Mountain.
In the room, Lin Chen looked at Tong Ling, who was continuously comprehending skills, and couldn't help but show a joyful expression. Now that Tong Ling's level had risen, and the skills were complete, it was undoubtedly an extremely powerful existence.
Knock, knock.
Just then, a sudden knock on the door interrupted him.
Who is it?
Lin Chen frowned. Immersed in joy, he generally
disliked being disturbed by others. Lin Chen.
A voice came from outside the door.
This voice?
Lin Chen was taken aback, feeling that the voice was somewhat familiar, and a face quickly appeared in his mind.
What does he want?
A look of suspicion appeared on Lin Chen's face, but he still opened the door.
You opened the door a bit slowly, huh?
A chubby figure outside the door teased Lin Chen, then directly stepped into his room.
The sword maniac visits. I wonder what brings you here.
Lin Chen frowned. He felt a bit annoyed by such impolite behavior, and he never had a good impression of the sword maniac.
He didn't know what
the sword maniac's purpose was this time. I'm here to take you to Sword God Mountain. The sword maniac glanced around the room and continued. You should have already advanced to the 3rd job, right?
As the
first disciple under the sword god, it was incredibly easy to check on someone through the job change temple.
Lin Chen nodded, not denying it.
At the same time, he became more vigilant. The first time he met the sword maniac was outside the gates of hell, and at that time, the sword maniac had played a trick on him. Moreover, he had learned from Wang Defa that this sword maniac was even more troublesome than Wang Zizai, so he
couldn't afford to take it lightly. That's good. Come with me.
With a smile, the sword enthusiast showed no other signs of emotion on his face. It's time to fulfill the champion's reward for the city championship.
Champion's reward for the city championship?
Lin Chen's face revealed a hint of confusion upon hearing this. The champion's reward for the city championship indeed promised the qualification to enter Sword God Mountain or Mage Sea, but he had not made a choice yet. Why would the sword enthusiast assume he would definitely choose Sword God Mountain?
Was it just because he was a renowned swordsman? For a moment, Lin Chen
felt something was off about the sword enthusiast in front of him.
What? Are you afraid I might harm you?
The sword enthusiast's smile remained unchanged, and he continued, "To be honest, I don't really like you. But the Lord has specifically requested you to go, so I have no choice." With that, he helplessly shrugged his shoulders. "Damn, I know you don't like me. I could tell that outside the gates of hell. But you're being way too direct, aren't you?" Lin Chen couldn't help but grumble in his heart, trying to find a hint of something unusual on the young face of the sword enthusiast, but no matter how he looked, he couldn't see any abnormalities. However, the more it was like this, the more cautious Lin Chen became. After all, a dog that bites usually doesn't bark, and it was clear that the sword enthusiast belonged to this type. "Stop looking, rest assured, at least this time I won't harm you," the sword enthusiast said bluntly. This time? Lin Chen's mouth couldn't help but twitch. He had no idea where he had offended the second sword god of the Dragon Kingdom. However, now that such words had been spoken, it was evident that the sword enthusiast held hostility towards him. If I remember correctly, the champion's reward for the city championship should allow for a choice between Sword God Mountain or Mage Sea, right? Lin Chen's voice floated in the air. "Sorry, but I think even though I am a renowned swordsman, I would still prefer to choose Mage Sea." Now, with the sword enthusiast's hostility so apparent, could he expect a peaceful journey to Sword God Mountain? He wouldn't believe it even if he were killed. "Is that your choice?" The sword enthusiast was not angry. Instead, he looked at Lin Chen with a playful expression. He had indeed come here on the orders of the Sword God Lord, but if Lin Chen refused the invitation to Sword God Mountain, that would be another matter. Thus, he had made his stance clear from the beginning, wanting Lin Chen to retreat in the face of difficulty. "You should know, with the secrets you carry, Sword God Mountain is your best choice." A hint of coldness appeared in the sword enthusiast's eyes as he teased Lin Chen. "Secrets?" Lin Chen was taken aback. Sure enough, the secrets about the divine sword couldn't be hidden from these big shots. Lin Chen sighed inwardly. However, he had no intention of hiding anything, and based on the current attitude of Sword God Mountain towards him, he could confirm 2 points. First, the Sword God Lord of Sword God Mountain held goodwill towards him. Second, the sword enthusiast in front of him seemed to genuinely dislike him for some reason. "You don't need to worry about that." Lin Chen shook his head nonchalantly, recalling the news he had heard from Wang Defa at noon, and he already had a countermeasure in mind. "Are you sure you've thought it through?" The sword enthusiast spoke slowly, then added, "You should know that not everyone can enter Sword God Mountain. Without the sword seal, even a divine-level powerhouse cannot step into Sword God Mountain." As he spoke, a small sword seal appeared in his hand. He was not worried that Lin Chen would go to Sword God Mountain on his own. As a place of pilgrimage for swordsmen, without the sword seal from the Sword God Lord, it was very difficult for anyone to enter. "I have made up my mind. I still have a certain yearning for Mage Sea," Lin Chen said seriously. Since arriving in this parallel world, he had indeed admired mages, but in the end, he had become a swordsman. Saying this shouldn't be a problem, right? "In that case, I won't force you to go to Sword God Mountain." The corner of Jianqi's mouth curled into a faint smile as he squeezed the recording stone in his hand and walked out of the room. The purpose of this trip had been achieved. That was to prevent Lin Chen from entering Sword God Mountain. If it weren't for this, he wouldn't have taken on a task that should have been handled by Shifeng. The hostility he initially showed towards Lin Chen was all for this reason. "Safe travels," Lin Chen said with a smile, waving at him. However, once Jianqi completely left, the smile on Lin Chen's face vanished in an instant, replaced by a serious expression. Jianqi's attitude towards him had become very clear. Moreover, Jianqi's visit was a direct confrontation. His actions were aimed at forcing Lin Chen to refuse entry to Sword God Mountain. Although such behavior was lowly, it was the most effective. After all, a normal person facing such a threat from the second sword god of the Dragon Kingdom would have no way to respond, even if they understood the situation. But was Lin Chen a normal person? Perhaps I should find an opportunity to take him out, Lin Chen muttered to himself. Although Jianqi had never attacked him, having such a dangerous figure harboring hostility towards him was inevitably a threat. As for why he didn't follow Jianqi to Sword God Mountain and take him out along the way, Lin Chen had his own considerations. After all, the existence of the sword tomb within Sword God Mountain would be greatly beneficial to him. If he took out Jianqi on the way, he feared he wouldn't even be able to enter the gates of Sword God Mountain. Of course, a more important point was that Lin Chen already had a way to get to Sword God Mountain. 2 hours later, as dusk fell, in the high sky of Longjing's wilderness, Wang Zizai took Lin Chen and Wang Defa and directly traversed space, their bodies disappearing from sight. Night fell, with the moon bright and stars sparse. After a half-day's journey, the three finally arrived at the location of Sword God Mountain. "Moge, look, this is Sword God Mountain." The mist swirled, and the twinkling starlight was hidden within the fog, a towering peak shrouded in mist. At this moment, Wang Defa's eyes were filled with excitement. After all, it was his first time at Sword God Mountain. Lin Chen nodded, remaining silent. The Sword God Mountain in the mist unconsciously gave him a sense of familiarity, as if it were some kind of artifact. "Stop dawdling, let's go in," Wang Defa said excitedly as he moved forward. Suddenly, a large hand abruptly grabbed him. "Are you looking for death?" Wang Zizai's voice rang out, his face showing a serious expression. I've told you before not to be so reckless.
Do you think this mist and starlight are just for show?
This is the protective barrier of Sword God Mountain. Even a divine-level powerhouse would not fare well if they barged in.
Is it that scary? Wang Defo was taken aback, feeling a bit wronged as he said, You didn't tell me in advance. Did I not say it?
You didn't.
No, I definitely said it. If you don't believe me, ask Lynch. In the midst of the bickering
between the lively father and son, both turned their gaze to Lynch.
Lynch awkwardly twitched his mouth.
He was somewhat speechless about this pair of mutual traps and could only helplessly say, You
probably did mention it, but little Wang must have forgotten. Is that so?
Wang Defa, not doubting it, nodded and said, Then it must have been mentioned, but it was probably because my dad's space teleportation
cooldown was too long, which made me confused during the flight afterward. Wang Defa found an excuse for himself. Upon hearing this, Wang Zizai couldn't help but show a black line on his forehead. This excuse was truly pathetic. Moreover, if the cooldown for space teleportation wasn't long, then who would your dad be afraid of? If he couldn't win, he could just run away.
Of course, he definitely couldn't say such things out
loud.
Alright, Wang Xingshou, let's quickly take out the sword seal and go in. Lin Chen played the mediator and said to Wang Zizai. He had come to Sword God Mountain with Wang Zizai this time because he had heard
Wang Defa mentioned during the auction that Wang Zizai's purpose in acquiring the divine armor was to trade with Sword God Mountain.
Since Wang Zizai could trade with Sword God Mountain, it was undoubtedly true that he possessed the sword seal. Wang Zizai nodded, not thinking too much about it, as the mountain's protective restrictions were not a secret. Clang! A sound of a sword ringing out echoed, and a small sword seal
suddenly rose into the air from Wang Zizai's hand. Click, click, click.
A faint sound of a door opening was heard, and a portal appeared before Lin Chen and the others.
Let's go!
Wang Zizai took the lead
and entered the portal. Half an hour later,
at the peak of Sword God Mountain, the area was shrouded in mist, making it appear even more mysterious. Not far away, deep within the mist, a majestic hall stood tall, pushing aside layers of clouds and mist, resembling a giant sword that made one want to bow in reverence. The group walked forward along the mountain path. Soon, they arrived at the entrance of the hall.
You've arrived?
The main door of the hall opened, and the figure of Sword God Shifeng appeared before the three.
Brother Shifeng, sorry to disturb you again.
Upon seeing this, Wang Zizai cupped his fist towards Sword
God Shifeng. Wang Xingshou is too polite. I assume you are well prepared with the items for exchange this time. Please wait a moment in the hall. The master wishes to see Lin Chen. Sword God Shifeng glanced at Wang Zizai before turning his gaze to Lin Chen. In response, neither Wang Zizai nor Wang Defa was surprised.
After all, as a swordsman, Lin Chen would definitely choose to go to Sword God Mountain for the rewards of the
city competition.
Moreover, with Lin Chen's talent, it was only natural for him to be summoned by the Sword God Master.
Come with me, Lin Chen.
Sword God Shifeng smiled at Lin Chen.
Thank you, Sword God Shifeng, for leading the way.
Lin Chen replied politely. He wouldn't treat Sword God Shifeng the same way he treated the sword maniac. After all, Sword God Shifeng had been quite friendly to him and had inexplicably taken the blame for him a few times. He couldn't hold a grudge against all the sword gods of Sword God Mountain just because of one sword maniac, right? His worldview was indeed sound. Lin Chen praised himself in his heart. As they ascended, Sword God Shifeng led Lin Chen to the second level of the hall. Master, Lin Chen has arrived. Sword God Shifeng respectfully addressed the elder who had his back turned to them upon entering
the second level of the hall. Shifeng, you may step back.
The Sword God Master spoke but did not immediately turn around.
Yes.
Sword God Shifeng directly exited the second level of the hall.
In an instant,
only Lin Chen and the Sword God Master remained on the second level of the hall.
So this is the Sword God Master?
The number one sword god of the Dragon Kingdom, even the top expert in the Dragon Kingdom.
But this back view seems too ordinary, right? Lin Chen couldn't help but mutter as he looked at the elder's back. After a long while,
the Sword God Master slowly turned around. An aged face appeared before Lin Chen's eyes. Lin Chen was somewhat surprised. He could clearly sense some signs of decay on the Sword God Master's face. This was a clear indication of old age, suggesting that the Sword God Master wouldn't live
much longer. Although after the game-like transformation of Blue Star, some diseases that humans had no longer existed, they still couldn't escape the cycle of life and death. However, according to the information he knew, the Sword God Master was at most around 70 years old. How could he look like this? In an instant, his heart was filled with confusion. Lin Chen, right? The aged lips slowly parted, and the Sword God Master looked at Lin Chen with an appreciative expression. That's the spirit, kid.
Lin Chen nodded, neither humble nor arrogant.
Not bad, you really know how to keep your composure.
The Sword God Master nodded
in satisfaction.
Few people can remain so composed when meeting him for the first time.
You're too kind, Master.
Lin Chen shook his head.
What does the Sword God Master mean by this? Is he trying to play tricks? What happened to entering the Sword Tomb? Why is there no mention of it? Does he intend to go back on his word?
For a moment, various possibilities flashed through Lin Chen's mind.
Just now, what did you see from my silhouette?
Suddenly, the sword god master spoke again, his originally gentle face instantly turning serious.
An exam question? Lin Chen was taken aback.
He recalled the moment he saw the sword god master's
silhouette. A majestic sword aura? Astonishingly otherworldly? Ethereal and transcendent?
It didn't seem like any of those. The impression the sword god master gave him was just that of an ordinary old man.
Ordinary.
In the end, Lin Chen could only answer truthfully.
But it was indeed so. Whether it was the sword god master from before or the one now,
he gave off the feeling of a neighborly old man, nothing more ordinary. The kind that would go unnoticed in a crowd. The sword god master was taken aback, a look of clear astonishment appearing on his face. He was momentarily speechless.
Did I answer incorrectly? Lin Chen looked at the sword god master's expression, unable to help but wonder if he had made a mistake?
Or perhaps he hadn't noticed the sword god master's uniqueness earlier. However, the sword god master's next words left him
stunned. Indeed, it is ordinary.
The look of astonishment vanished, and a hint of a smile returned to the sword god master's face.
I thought you would say something like sharp and extraordinary, astonishingly, otherworldly, or ethereal and transcendent.
The sword god master spoke again. The more he looked at Lin Chen, the more he found him pleasing to the eye, continuing, when my several disciples first met me, they were
far from as calm as you. I've asked them this question too. Dao Yi's answer was sharp and extraordinary. Xing Wu's answer was ethereal and transcendent.
Jianxi was okay, he answered profound and
unfathomable.
The sword god master recounted the answers of his 6 disciples one by one.
What is this nonsense?
Lin Chen felt somewhat speechless upon hearing this. The 7 sword gods under the sword god master
were famous throughout the Dragon Kingdom and even had a great reputation in foreign lands. He truly didn't expect these sword gods to be so flattering before they became famous. Wait, that's not right. It seems one is missing. What was the answer of the Shifeng sword god? Lin Chen asked inexplicably.
The sword god master only mentioned the answers of 6 sword gods and did not mention the one he had the most contact with, the Shifeng sword god. As for Shifeng, he was quite straightforward. The sword god master pondered for a moment and then said, I don't know.
Don't know? Lin Chen was taken aback again. He wanted to ask, are you getting old and confused? Didn't you say you asked your disciples? Could it be that the Shifeng sword god is so neglected? After all, he is a sword god.
But looking at the Shifeng sword god, it didn't seem like
he was that out of favor? No, don't know?
In an instant, Lin Chen realized. What the sword god master meant was that the Shifeng sword god's answer at that time was I don't know.
So did that kid pass?
Without delving further into others' family matters, Lin Chen cautiously asked. In his mind, the sword god master must have his own deep meaning in asking this, but he just didn't know if his answer was acceptable.
Little guy, you're overthinking it.
The sword god master smiled broadly and continued, this isn't a test, I was just asking casually.
Damn it. Lin Chen felt an urge to curse. If it wasn't a test, you should have said so earlier. It made me think of countless adjectives just now.
However, he ultimately held back the complaints in his heart and continued to ask, Lord Sword Master, about the sword tomb we agreed upon. He had come specifically for the sword tomb. There had long been rumors that the sword god of the stream wind was originally a 9-pattern
swordsman who gained immense fortune within this sword tomb, thus establishing his path to divinity. As a swordsman, how could he not be interested in such a miraculous sword tomb? Ha, you little guy are indeed very honest.
The sword god master chuckled and continued, many people in front of me act very respectful. Even if they have countless greedy thoughts in their hearts, they dare not show it.
I must say, you are quite special.
With that, the sword god master's gaze was completely focused on Lin Chen. In that moment, Lin Chen felt as if he was entirely surrounded by sword energy. That aged figure no longer seemed ordinary,
resembling a colossal sword capable of cleaving through anything. Sword energy's sharpness and anomaly?
For no reason, Lin Chen thought of a certain rumor. Although he had countless anomalies himself, they were all obtained
through equipment.
However, the sword god master before him was a genuine embodiment of sword path sharpness, which indicated that the other's understanding of the sword had reached a terrifying level, allowing him to generate
anomalies solely through his own power without relying on external objects.
In an instant, Lin Chen's heart became cautious. At this moment, the sword god master's surprise was no less than Lin Chen's.
The world only
knew that sword path sharpness anomalies were difficult to automatically derive, but they did not understand the special effect of sword path sharpness anomalies, which was the submission of all swords.
Of course, the so-called
submission of all swords only apply to swords below the divine sword rank. At this moment, the sword god master was already certain that all the swords Lin Chen had used before were divine swords.
After a long while,
the sword path sharpness anomaly slowly faded, and the sword god master once again appeared as an ordinary old man.
Sit down.
You need not worry about the sword tomb, you will have your turn, but I have a few more questions
to ask you.
With a wave of his hand, 2 jade and glass chairs appeared beneath them. Lin Chen did not rush or act overly familiar, he calmly sat down in the chair.
Everything on you should be divine swords, right? The sword god master sat down and slowly spoke, as if inquiring about something commonplace. Sure enough, such secrets could not be hidden. Lynch was taken aback at the words but did not conceal anything, replying, indeed. He had long anticipated this day, but he was not worried at all. Now, he had enough ability to protect himself. Even in this sword god mountain, he was confident he could escape. Very good. The sword god master nodded and continued, you need not explain the origins of these divine swords. As for how you can wield divine swords at your current level, there's no need for an explanation. Everyone has their own secrets. He had always held an appreciative attitude towards some exceptionally talented geniuses. After all, at his level of strength there was not much left to pursue. The second question, if one day the Dragon Kingdom suffers an irresistible disaster, would you intervene? The sword god master asked again. I would. Lin Chen nodded without hesitation and continued, however, I would act according to my own strength. If that day truly comes and my strength is sufficient, I would not hesitate to intervene. His words were heartfelt. After all, whether in his previous life or this one, he still had a sense of belonging to his country. If that day truly came and he had the strength, he would undoubtedly fight without regard for himself. This matter is unrelated to interests, unrelated to anything else, only for the sake of the convictions in his heart. What if your strength is not enough? The sword god sovereign nodded in satisfaction and asked again, run. Lin Chen replied seriously, run? This time, it was the sword god sovereign who was taken aback. If my strength is temporarily insufficient, then I will do everything I can to escape this disaster. When the day comes that my strength is sufficient, I will return to settle the score. Lin Chen continued, his voice filled with sincerity. He would not put on a facade, disguising himself with so-called heroic words. Nor would he engage in foolish stubbornness. Because he understood his uniqueness, if that day truly came, running away would be the best choice, and sacrificing oneself for no reason would be the most foolish choice. Have you ever thought, if everyone had your mindset, would this country still have a faith to uphold? The sword god sovereign stared intently at Lin Chen. He. Suddenly, Lin Chen laughed. I don't know what others think, but running should be the most correct choice for me. If that day really comes, I believe the sovereign would be the first to let me escape. Because you know there is only one Lin Chen in the entire Dragon Kingdom. He harbored his own selfishness in his heart, while also holding on to his own principles. At the same time, he understood the terrifying aspect of being a level 13 player. Just like the ladder system among the major families in Longjing, when faced with irresistible factors, talent is used to weigh the burdens. Although it is cruel, it is also practical. After all, the current blue star is no longer the peaceful blue star of the past. In this blue star, where monsters abound, if faced with an irresistible destructive blow, protecting the strongest seeds of hope is the most correct choice. Otherwise, with the strength of Sword God Mountain and Mage Sea, they could completely abolish the ladder system among the major families in Longjing. However, they did not do so, which indicates their acceptance of this behavior. You are very clever. The sword god sovereign scrutinized Lin Chen a few more times and continued, after the city competition, I had Shifeng observe your character. As expected. Lin Chen was not surprised, this was within his expectations. Although your previous answer did not satisfy me, I must say it was the most perfect answer. At this point, a complex expression appeared on the sword god sovereign's face. When the monsters attacked the city, you were able to do your utmost to save several cities. That shows you have heart. Is that acceptable? Lin Chen was momentarily stunned. At that time, during the monster siege, he really hadn't thought too much about it. After all, even if he didn't take action, there would be other strong individuals from different cities coming to assist. But how to explain this misunderstanding? It's not bad, right? Lin Chen did not respond but waited for the sword god sovereign to continue. In my assessment of you, your talent belongs to the absolute genius level, and your wit is also at the upper tier. You could guess that someone would cover for you when the map was destroyed, and your character is passable. Finally, the sword god sovereign sighed softly, but you must remember one thing, as a citizen of the Dragon Kingdom, you must bear your corresponding responsibilities. I hope you will always remember the word responsibility. With that, the sword god sovereign stood up and looked at Lin Chen, saying, little guy, congratulations on passing the test. Now, come with me to the sword tomb. About 5 minutes later, among the cliffs of Sword God Mountain, countless sword energies surged, ceaselessly. Is this the sword tomb? Lin Chen gazed dreamily at the sea of sword energy swirling around, feeling an increasingly strong sensation in his heart. If he could enter the sword tomb this time, there would be unexpected gains. Yes and no. The sword god sovereign pondered for a moment. What does that mean? A look of confusion appeared on Lin Chen's face. It wouldn't be wrong to call it the sword tomb. It is indeed the burial place of swords, but it is not formed by natural means. The sword god sovereign continued. Not formed by natural means? Could it be? Suddenly, Lin Chen thought of a possibility. The sword tomb here seems to be seamlessly integrated with the entire Sword God Mountain, yet it also feels like an independent place. Such a strange sensation. You guessed Correctly, this sword tomb is indeed a treasure, and the entire Sword God Mountain is also a treasure, the Sword God Master slowly explained. In the early days of the game's invasion into reality, humanity indeed faced the most difficult times, but it was also the time of greatest opportunity. Is it really a treasure? Lin Chan's eyes lit up. After the 7th transition, a job changer can refine a treasure that belongs to them, but the rarity of treasures can be said to be even more scarce than celestial artifacts. Because of this, ordinary job changers experience a significant increase in combat power after the 3rd transition, and after the 7th transition, their various means become even more astonishing, all due to the existence of treasures. If the sword tomb before him is truly a treasure, it must be the most top-tier existence. As for the entire Sword God Mountain, Lin Chen dared not think too much. Go in. Although this sword tomb is my treasure, I have spent nearly 30 years and still haven't fully refined it. You can only stay inside for a maximum of 3 minutes, and what opportunities you gain will depend on yourself. The Sword God Master spoke again, then waved his hand lightly, and boundless sword energy scattered, revealing a bottomless black passage in front of Lin Chen. Hearing this, Lin Chen nodded and, without further hesitation, leaped onto the Wind Chaser sword and charged downward. You have entered the sword tomb. The scene changed, and a prompt sounded. Lin Chen felt as if he had entered an independent small world. Is this sword tomb also a self-contained space? Riding his sword, Lin Chen carefully surveyed his surroundings. He had seen self-contained space treasures before. The competition venue of the city domination tournament was refined from the treasure of the Law God Master, the illusion of Shumi, which was said to be incomplete. But the sword tomb before him was clearly intact. I wonder what benefits I can gain. Lin Chen muttered to himself, continuing to delve deeper on his sword. Before long, a glowing area caught Lin Chen's attention. The light flickered on and off, surging like tides. That is, seeing this, Lin Chen increased the speed of the Wind Chaser sword beneath him and arrived at the source of the light. How is this possible? When Lin Chen saw the scene before him, a look of shock appeared on his face. In a pitch-black sword pool filled with various swords, colors of sword light flickered intermittently. At the very top of the sword pool were 3 steps. On the first step lay the divine swords Lin Chen was familiar with, numbering over 100. Xing Xian sword, blazing flame sword, thunderstrike sword, heavenly punishment sword. Most of them were divine swords transformed from ordinary swords by Lin Chen, and even the source aura of the divine swords was identical, with no differences whatsoever. On the second step, 2 divine swords stood proudly in the sword pool, one of which was the earth artifact, Sky Vault. What on earth is going on? For a moment, Lin Chen was somewhat dazed. This is too bizarre. Lin Chen's expression turned serious as he looked into his bag. The Qingxian sword, blazing flame sword, and the earth artifact Sky Vault were all lying safely in his bag, showing no signs of change. Could it be that these divine swords in the sword tomb are not the real bodies? Lin Chen couldn't help but think. If it were equipment below the artifact level, there might be a chance of duplicates dropping, but artifacts are different. On the entire blue star, as long as it reaches the artifact level, the equipment possesses unique characteristics. This means that once an artifact drops, no one else can drop the same artifact, which is one of the reasons artifacts are extremely scarce. Lin Chen maneuvered the Wind Chaser sword slowly toward the center of the sword pool. This is the Wind Chaser sword. Lin Chen arrived at the first level of the sword pool's staircase, and a green divine sword surrounded by azure breezes could only be the Wind Chaser sword. Perhaps there is some secret within. With great skill comes great boldness. Lin Chen cautiously activated an invincible skill and reached out towards the Wind Chaser sword. Is it an illusion? His slightly wrinkled palm easily passed through the phantom of the Wind Chaser sword, but he grasped nothing tangible. Just as expected, Lin Chen sighed in relief upon seeing this. If the divine swords in this sword pool were all real, it would surely shock the world, as a sword tomb capable of producing divine swords would hold extraordinary significance. At the same time, Lin Chen understood that if the sword tomb in the hands of the sword god truly possessed such magic, his advantage of being level 13 would be greatly diminished. Sing! Just then, a faint sound of a sword's chant suddenly rang out, not loud, but clear enough to reach Lin Chen's ears. This sound. Lin Chen was astonished, scanning his surroundings, and saw that the broken swords beneath the 3 levels of steps were gently vibrating, as if they were about to break free from the ground. At that moment, a familiar background prompt also sounded in Lin Chen's ears. The sealed burial ground of the swords, which has been dormant for millions of years, seems to have undergone some marvelous changes today. The divine swords that have long slumbered in the sword tomb are gradually losing their original sword souls as the power of the sword tomb wanes, but today, the arrival of an uninvited guest seems to have broken the shackles within the sword tomb. At this moment, the sword tomb appears to be reviving, and the divine swords that have long lost their sword souls seem to feel an inexplicable affinity. Meanwhile, the sword energy clouds outside the sword tomb suddenly erupted, thousands of sword energies disappearing in the blink of an eye, then converging into a giant sword, seemingly trying to break through the heavy shackles and soar into the sky. What is happening? The sword god on the mountain peak looked at this scene with a look of astonishment. Is it Lin Chen? Suddenly, the sword god thought of something. Before meeting Lin Chen, various anomalies had already appeared within the sword tomb, with continuous revivals of divine sword phantoms. Indeed, this sword tomb is truly connected to that little guy Lin Chen. With this thought, a hint of comfort appeared on the sword god's face. Now, his time was running short. He had been refining the sword tomb for about 30 years, yet he had never fully refined it. Thus, he understood in his heart that the true master of the sword tomb was not him. It seems it's time to make a decision. Finally, the sword god sighed softly and no longer paid attention to the changes within the sword tomb. At this moment, Lin Chen was still observing the agitated broken swords near the burial sword pool, a strange feeling surging in his heart. That feeling was indescribable and unclear. Yet, Lin Chen could vaguely sense that these divine swords, which had lost their sword souls, needed him very much, or rather, needed something from him. Could it be that this cheat has the potential to grow further? Unconsciously, Lin Chen looked at his own hands. The previous background prompt had already made it very clear that this sword tomb was indeed the burial ground of divine swords, and the uninvited guest mentioned should be himself. This also explained that he was the cause of these anomalies. As for the so-called affinity, Lin Chen speculated that it should be due to the origin of his innate sword path. But after all this speculation, what benefits could this sword tomb truly bring him? Lin Chen's brows involuntarily furrowed. He had always been a pragmatist. Although the sword tomb appeared mysterious and powerful and had countless connections to him, he did not know how to utilize the sword tomb to strengthen himself. This left him quite speechless. It's like a poor man guarding a mountain of gold but unable to access the gold within. It's truly frustrating. If the divine sword's essence overlaps with these phantoms, unconsciously, Lin Chen thought of a possibility. Immediately, the Wind Chaser's sword beneath his feet moved, charging towards the phantom of the Wind Chaser's sword beside him. There was no choice. Divine swords were capricious. Even if the Wind Chaser's sword, the vessel of his sword, was damaged, Lin Chen wouldn't feel the slightest bit of heartache. After all, there were many replaceable divine swords. Buzz! A faint rumble sounded as the Wind Chaser's sword completely overlapped with the phantom of the divine sword. In an instant, countless azure winds swirled up, and the Wind Chaser's sword, now merged with the phantom of the divine sword, radiated a dazzling light. Your Wind Chaser sword seems to have undergone some changes after a brief fluctuation. The brilliance on the surface of the Wind Chaser sword faded, and various phenomena receded. A prompt sounded in Lin Chen's ear. Just as expected, a glimmer flashed before Lin Chen's eyes, and with a single hand gesture, the Wind Chaser's sword returned to his side. Wind Chaser sword, sword vessel, quality, characteristics, 1. Wind Chaser can instantly increase speed by 1500%, duration, 60 seconds. 2. Moon Chaser can use the lunar phase mark within the Wind Chaser sword to target an enemy. Once marked successfully, the target's location can be locked at any time. Maximum number of targets that can be marked, 30. Lunar phase mark duration, 48 hours. 3. Spatial traversal, lock onto a specific coordinate and instantly arrive at that location. Awesome! Awesome! Lin Chen looked at the upgraded Wind Chaser sword vessel, repeatedly praising it. Although the quality only gained an extra star, one shouldn't underestimate the difference that one star makes. In Lin Chen's view, this star's difference should represent the gap between ordinary divine artifacts and earth divine artifacts. After all, the speed had increased fivefold again, and the number of lunar phase marks had reached 30. More importantly, the new characteristic, spatial traversal, had emerged. This was simply a god-level skill for killing, looting, and escaping. Even someone like Wang Zizai, a spatial mage close to becoming a deity, couldn't casually mark map locations to achieve spatial traversal that ignored distance, but the Wind Chaser's sword could do that. For a moment, Lin Chen was overwhelmed with joy. If the Wind Chaser's sword can evolve again among these divine sword phantoms, then what about the other divine swords? Lin Chen calmed his mind and then waved his hand. Swish! Continuous sword lights lit up, filling the entire sword tomb. Over 100 divine swords floated in mid-air, including the earth divine artifact, the firmament. Go! Without any hesitation, Lin Chen directed the over 100 divine swords to fly towards their corresponding divine sword phantoms. At this moment, he had grasped a significant characteristic of the sword tomb. Since the Wind Chaser sword could complete its evolution among the divine sword phantoms, the other divine swords must be able to as well. Especially the firmament, which was already an earth divine artifact. If it were to evolve again, what level of divine sword would it become? Lin Chen's heart was filled with anticipation. Everything awaited the completion of the evolution of all divine swords to be revealed. However, just as the over 100 divine swords were about to merge into their respective divine sword phantoms, a prompt suddenly sounded. Your time in the sword tomb has reached 5 minutes and you will be forcibly teleported out. Swish! A burst of light rose, and Lin Chen, with a face full of anger and shock, was teleported out. What the hell? Is it that much of a scam? On the peak of Sword God Mountain, Lin Chen couldn't help but curse at the sword tomb nestled between the cliffs on both sides. Scam! It was simply too much of a scam. That was at least over 100 earth divine artifacts, and there was even a strong possibility of encountering something beyond earth divine artifacts. Did it just slip past him like that? Lin Chen wanted to cry but had no tears, feeling somewhat lost in life. However, the only thing that made him feel a bit better was that even though he had been teleported out, the more than 100 divine swords in the package were still there, otherwise he would really have nowhere to cry. He. Greed knows no bounds. At that moment, an old voice sounded behind Lin Chen, and the figure of the sword god master appeared behind him. You knew about this long ago. Lin Chen was taken aback, then quickly reacted. From the meaning of the sword god master's words, it seemed he should understand this major characteristic of the sword tomb. But why didn't you remind me? Lin Chen suppressed the urge to curse and looked at the sword god master with a resentful expression. One of the characteristics of the sword tomb is to promote the evolution of divine swords. The sword god master nodded. As expected, Lin Chen hung his head in disappointment, but he no longer blamed the sword god master in his heart. After all, the sword god master allowing him to enter the sword tomb was already a kindness. As for what he could gain, that was entirely his own issue. Whether someone reminded him or not, he couldn't blame others. One of your divine swords should have grown a bit, right? The sword god master looked at Lin Chen and asked calmly. He had long known that the sword tomb could promote the evolution of swords, but it required a long time. In his view, Lin Chen had only been in for 5 minutes, and for one of his divine swords to gain some enhancement was already quite good. Yes, it has grown a little. Lin Chen replied with a hint of regret. Well, that's not bad. The sword Godmaster nodded and continued. My own sword has also been nurtured in this sword tomb, and it took 25 years to reach the level of a terrestrial artifact. According to my calculations, for an ordinary sword to transform into a divine sword in there, it would take at least 10 years, and currently, the sword tomb can only nurture one sword at a time. Any more than that won't work. The sword god master gestured with one hand. In an instant, the sword energy surrounding the sword tomb was severed, and a dragon-like phantom rapidly ascended, ultimately transforming into a divine sword that appeared in the sword god master's hand. This is my sword, Qiu Long. Qiu Long was originally a divine sword, and it took 25 years of nurturing to be promoted to a terrestrial artifact. The sword god master spoke again. This was also the reason he didn't remind Lin Chen. After all, nurturing a divine sword takes an extremely long time, and he was worried that a proud young man like Lin Chen might lose sight of the bigger picture and refuse to let go. If that were the case, the final outcome would not be good. So, that's how it is. Lin Chen spoke slowly, his expression of speechlessness deepening. At that moment, he really wanted to cry. You took 25 years to nurture a terrestrial artifact. But Hanging 13 doesn't need that. A divine sword evolving into a terrestrial artifact only takes a moment. The Gong Fong sword is a perfect example. But he absolutely could not say any of this. After all, even as a Hanging 13, he had to restrain himself. Master, can I go in again? Suddenly, Lin Chen seemed to think of something. Going in once was a regret, so going in again to make up for that regret would be fine, right? Lin Chen looked at the sword god master with hopeful eyes. I could agree to let you go in again, but the sword tomb probably won't agree. The sword god master shook his head with a smile. He could understand Lin Chen's feelings. When his own disciples first entered the sword tomb, they had similar thoughts, right? But this sword tomb was quite special. Even he, the master, could not enter at will, as there were strict time limits. As long as you agree, the rest is up to me, Lin Chen quickly said upon hearing this. Then, he once again rode the Gong Fong sword and charged towards the bottom of the cliff. Bang! A loud collision sound erupted, and Lin Chen was directly bounced back. At the same time, a prompt sounded in his ear. You cannot enter the sword tomb. You must wait 365 days before you can enter again. What the hell? Is even hanging at level 13 not allowed? Lin Chen didn't believe it and once again dove down on his sword. Bang! Another collision sound echoed, and Lin Chen, rebounded once more, received the same prompt again. This repeated until Lin Chen was rebounded by the sword tomb for the 9th time, finally coming to terms with reality. How is it? Didn't I tell you? The sword god master looked at Lin Chen, who was hitting a wall, with an expression that said it was to be expected, and continued, under normal circumstances, you can only enter the sword tomb once every 10 years. This is what my 7 disciples experienced firsthand. Even I can only enter once every 3 years. The sword god master stated some facts. Wait, 10 years? Lin Chen was taken aback, looking at the prompt on the panel. Fortunately, this level 13 hanging isn't completely useless. A year is enough. At this moment, Lin Chen felt a bit more balanced. What do you think of this sword tomb? Suddenly, the sword god master asked Lin Chen leisurely. A treasure for swordsmen, irreplaceable. Lin Chen answered without a second thought. Then do you want it? A tempting voice rang out, and the sword god master looked at Lin Chen with a calm expression. Do I want it? Lin Chen was stunned again, carefully assessing the sword god master, and when he saw that the sword god master wasn't joking, he relaxed and replied directly, I want it. Isn't that obvious? If this sword tomb were in my hands, it would be like an upgraded version of hanging at level 13. Who wouldn't want it? Then how about making a deal? The sword god master slowly spoke. Please, go ahead.
Lin Chen perked up at once and immediately stated, "As long as I can do it, even if it means climbing a mountain of knives or descending into a sea of fire, I will not
hesitate." As long as he could obtain this sword tomb, Lin Chen was willing to pay any price. It's not that serious.
The sword god master was clearly taken aback by Lin Chen's words. Others, no matter how much they wanted the sword tomb, would at least be a bit more tactful, but Lin Chen, on the other hand, was just short of writing his desire on his face. However, he didn't mind this, it actually showed that Lin Chen was a person of true
feelings. "Please, just tell me the conditions,"
Lin Chen said somewhat eagerly. He really wanted the sword tomb, but he had never thought of snatching it. After all, even if he had the strength to snatch it, the rules on Blue Star would prevent him from doing so. Now that there was such an opportunity, he wouldn't let it slip by. The conditions are simple. Half a month from now, the Demon and God Arena within the mysterious territory will
open.
If you can represent the Dragon Kingdom and win first place in the Demon and God Arena at that time, I can gift you the sword tomb as a refining treasure after your 7th transformation. The sword god master stroked
his beard and said, "Mysterious territory? Demon and God Arena?"
Lin Chen was stunned. He had heard of the mysterious territory.
After the game descended into reality, the regions on Blue Star underwent some changes, among
which the mysterious territory is an unclaimed area adjacent to the 7 kingdoms, covering an area equivalent to 1/3 of the Dragon Kingdom.
As for the Demon and God Arena, he had no idea what it was.
The sword god master seemed to see the confusion in Lin Chen's heart and further explained, "The Demon and God Arena is a lost land within the mysterious territory. Strictly speaking, it should be the central hub, and it only opens once every 10 years. The god-level powerhouses from various countries have studied this and ultimately concluded that there is likely a key to controlling the mysterious territory within the Demon and God Arena, but how to find
this key remains unknown. I don't have high demands of you.
In this current competition of the Divine Demon Arena, you need to secure first place while ensuring that the key to the mysterious territory does not fall into
the hands of other countries' geniuses."
He did not directly require Lin Chen to find the key to the mysterious territory. After all, the Divine Demon Arena has been opened 4 times so far, and no one has ever obtained the key, so asking Lin Chen for that would indeed be a bit unreasonable.
What is the level of danger involved?
After a moment of thought, Lin Chen did not immediately agree but instead showed a cautious expression.
The Divine Demon Arena, just hearing the name suggests it is extraordinary.
There must be unpredictable dangers within. The sword tomb may be good, but one must have their life to claim it.
You can rest assured about this.
Although the monsters inside are fierce, and there are quite a few world-destroying level beings, they shouldn't pose much of a threat to you.
Moreover, as the number of openings of the Divine Demon Arena has increased, some rules have changed.
This time, only those who have not exceeded the 4th job transfer are allowed to enter, said the sword god master.
Is that not a big challenge?
Lin Chen felt a bit speechless.
Calling world-destroying monsters not a big challenge?
But then again, for someone of the sword god master's strength, ordinary world-destroying monsters indeed wouldn't be considered a challenge.
However, there is a level restriction, no more
than 4 job transfers.
In the entire Dragon Country, perhaps only he and Yun Pianpian have the strength to enter the Divine Demon Arena?
For others, going there would be no different from seeking death.
This time, our Dragon Country has 3 slots to enter the Divine Demon Arena.
Initially, only Pianpian was selected, but if you are willing, your slot can be confirmed right now. The sword god master spoke again.
Then how many slots are there for foreign countries to enter the Divine Demon Arena? Lin Chen asked again. Although the threat from the monsters inside the Divine Demon Arena is not great, let's not forget about the job changers from abroad. If
those foreign job changers are all at the level of Immortal 4 and they come in dozens at once, he and Yun Pianpian would not be able to withstand it.
Of course, if these foreigners band together, he wouldn't be afraid. You can rest assured about this as well.
There are only 7 countries adjacent to the mysterious territory, and each country has only 3 slots.
Although there are quite a few ascenders in those countries, ascenders
at the level of Immortal 3 and Immortal 4 are extremely rare. The sword god master noticed Lin Chen's concerns. Ascenders are already rare. Even with the strength of the Dragon Country, there are barely a handful.
And currently, the only known one below Immortal 4 is Yun Pianpian. How many can the other countries have? So that's how it is.
Lin Chen nodded, understanding the meaning behind the sword god master's words, and then agreed.
In that case, this deal is settled.
The sword god master nodded in satisfaction upon seeing this. Although he had long thought of passing the sword tomb to Lin Chen through their communication, he could also
see Lin Chen's character.
No profit, no early rise, but he has his own steadfastness and principles. For this reason, he thought of such a method, to attract him with benefits.
After all, profit is the best principle that
remains unchanged through the ages. Using righteousness to pressure people is truly a last resort.
Swish! However, just then, a sound of breaking air suddenly rang out, and the figure of the sword enthusiast appeared, beside Lin Chen and the sword god master. I have seen the master.
The sword enthusiast cupped his hands and saluted the sword god master, his gaze towards Lin Chen filled with coldness.
You're here.
The sword god master waved his hand, glancing at the sword enthusiast and then at Lin Chen. My disciple was careless. This time I missed the chance to stop Lin Chen from going up the mountain, allowing him to go up with Wang Zizai. I truly feel guilty. The sword enthusiast spoke, his words carrying a deeper meaning. He originally thought that this time he had secured the opportunity to stop Lin Chen from going up the mountain. After all, without the sword seal, no one would dare to intrude on Sword God Mountain. And he could use the prepared Shadow Stone as an explanation. Unexpectedly, Lin Chen actually came to Sword God Mountain with Wang Zizai, which felt like a silent loss for him, leaving him with unspoken grievances. The Sword Mad and the Sword God need not feel ashamed. After all, we have only met a few times and are not familiar with each other. Perhaps we have brushed past each other again, and the Sword Mad did not recognize me, Lin Chen said leisurely. The meaning behind his words was clear. We have met, yet you claim we haven't. Doesn't that just prove that you, a sword god, are blind? You, a glint of coldness flashed in the Sword Mad's eyes, but he had no way to counter it. He couldn't possibly admit to having met Lin Chen and intentionally not bringing him to Sword God Mountain, could he? They say the Sword Mad is infatuated with the sword. Why does it seem like you're stuttering now? A playful smile appeared on Lin Chen's face as he stepped forward. He never held back against those who harbored ill intentions towards him. And of course, he wouldn't soften his words either. Truly sharp-tongued. Suddenly, the Sword Mad smiled, his eyes turning cold as he continued. I suppose the Lord has also given you a spot in the Divine Demon Arena. You should be careful. The blatant threat caught Lin Chen off guard. He then looked towards the Sword God Lord beside him. He didn't understand why the Sword Mad harbored such hostility towards him, and it seemed he was utterly unrestrained in front of the Sword God Lord. Sword Mad, you've said too much. The Sword God Lord frowned, looking at the Sword Mad with slight displeasure. It was the Sword Mad who lost composure. Upon hearing this, the Sword Mad retracted the killing intent in his eyes. What on earth was going on? Suddenly, Lin Chen had a bad premonition. It seemed that there was definitely some secret between the Sword Mad and the Sword God Lord. Moreover, this secret was certainly related to him. Alright, Lin Chen, you can go back now. The Sword God Lord spoke again, his face regaining a gentle smile. Okay. Lin Chen nodded, not refusing. After all, the deal had been struck, and he only needed to do what he was supposed to do. As for the rest, whether it was the Sword Mad's hostility towards him or the Sword God Lord's final attitude towards him, that was a matter for later. Of course, if the Sword Mad really dared to make a move against him, he wouldn't mind trying to kill a great ascender. Before long, Lin Chen left, leaving only the Sword Mad and the Sword God Lord atop the mountain. A gentle breeze blew, bringing with it a mist. The Sword God Lord and the Sword Mad faced each other, neither speaking first. After a long while, a sigh escaped, revealing a hint of worry on the Sword God Lord's face. Lord, can you not pass the Sword Tomb to Lin Chen? Surely there are other ways to resolve your condition. The Sword Mad couldn't help but speak up, his youthful face showing clear reluctance and sorrow. It's due to the rules, it cannot be changed. The Sword God Lord smiled lightly and continued, I know your thoughts, but Lin Chen is the hope for the future of the Dragon Kingdom, even if he is somewhat lacking compared to Pian Pian. I don't believe it. A fierce expression appeared on the Sword Mad's face as he pointed to his own visage, saying, since the Blue Star game began, all sorts of geniuses and treasures have emerged endlessly. If my face can achieve reverse aging, then why should you, Lord, give up on finding a way to extend your life? He was already over 50 years old, yet his appearance remained youthful, just like a young man, thanks to consuming the Tian Yang grass. In today's world, although life and death were common, he didn't believe there truly was no way to extend life. You are still too obsessed. The Sword God Lord shook his head helplessly as he looked at the Sword Mad. You pride yourself on being the Sword Mad, hoping to one day prove the sharpness of the sword path, yet you do not realize that sometimes it is your own obsession that influences you. The Sword God Master sighed again and continued, my lifespan has been damaged by the rules, and I have little time left. However, Lin Chen is the best successor of the Sword Tomb. His life and death are merely a matter of time. There must be another way. The expression on the Sword Maniac's face grew even more ferocious. As the eldest disciple of the Sword God Master, he was different from the other brothers. He had followed the Sword God Master since childhood, and no one could understand his feelings for him. Perhaps to others, the remaining 6 disciples of the Sword God Master referred to him as Master, but he still called him Master as a sign of distance. Yet only he understood that this was not a lack of closeness, but rather a respect for the Sword God Master that had reached an incomprehensible level for others. Stop being so stubborn. Since that incident, I have long since come to terms with it. Perhaps I was truly wrong. The calamity of life and death may be the best proof of that. The Sword God Master spoke again, his face filled with desolation. The Master was not wrong back then. The sealing of the junior sister was also a helpless act. Even if you have given up now, I will not give up. Even if there is only a glimmer of hope, even if it only extends your lifespan a little, I will not allow Lin Chen to obtain the Sword Tomb. The Sword Maniac gritted his teeth. He didn't care about right or wrong regarding that incident. As long as it was done by the Sword God Master, he felt it was not wrong. There was originally no conflict between Him and Lin Chen. But if Lin Chen wanted to obtain the sword tomb, it would be a matter of life and death for him. Because he knew that once the sword tomb was inherited by Lin Chen, the sword god master would immediately die. The next morning, in front of the city gate of Tianzhuan City, 3 figures descended from the sky. Finally back. It's much more comfortable standing on our own turf. Wang Defa stretched lazily. These past few days, he had either been in Longjing or at Sword God Mountain. While both places were good, they were not his own, which made him feel somewhat uneasy. Look at you, what a big shot. Wang Zizai laughed and scolded. At this moment, he was in a great mood. With an additional divine outfit, his strength had greatly improved. Imoga, let's settle down here this time. Don't worry, once we're in Tianzhuan City, it's up to us brothers. Wang Defa ignored Wang Zizai and focused his gaze on Lin Chen. Yeah, I'll stay for a few days, but not too long. Lin Chen nodded with a smile. He understood Wang Defa's good intentions, and indeed, compared to other places, he felt safer in Tianzhuan City, and he could also do some things more freely. Hey, what do you mean a few days? Just settle down in Tianzhuan City. You can choose any property in the city, and I'll have my dad buy it for you. Don't worry about anyone refusing to sell. If you like it, it must be yours. Wang Defa said, wrapping his arm around Lin Chen's shoulder with a goofy expression. Wang Zizai, standing nearby, couldn't help but twitch his face. Oh no, this foolish son is starting to dig a hole for me again. However, he did not refuse. With Lin Chen's potential, if he was willing to settle in Tianzhuan City, he would indeed do as Wang Defa suggested. No need. Lin Chen awkwardly shook his head, feeling somewhat unaccustomed to the dynamic between the father and son. In the end, Wang Defa did not press further. After entering the city, he went back to the city lord's mansion with Wang Zizai. Meanwhile, Lin Chen headed straight for the transmutation temple in the city. Once again arriving at the transmutation temple, Lin Chen felt quite emotional. More than a month ago, he was just an ordinary boy who had not yet awakened. Now he had transformed into a great master. Now he possessed the strength to slay god-level powerhouses. Although he had not yet undergone the 4th transformation, it was not an exaggeration to call him a great master. The path was smooth. Lin Chen arrived at the site of the transmutation divine stone and gently placed his hand on it. Detected that you meet the conditions for the 4th job transfer. Would you like to accept the 4th job transfer task? Yes/no. Yes. Random task acceptance successful. 110. Task name, generous donation. This task is the first phase of the 4th job transfer. Completing it will automatically accept the next phase task. Task content, submit 1 million gold coins to complete the task. 0/1000000. Task time limit, 24 hours. This task is great. Lin Chan's eyes lit up. Compared to searching for task items worth tens of millions or even hundreds of millions, simply submitting gold coins was practically a benefit. Immediately, Lin Chen opened his backpack and submitted 1 million gold coins. Gold coin submission. Successful, automatically accepting the next phase task. Task name, generous donation. This task is the second phase of the 4th job transfer. Completing it will automatically accept the next phase task. Task content, submit 10 million gold coins to complete the task. 0/100000000. Task time limit, 24 hours. Another benefit. Without any hesitation, Lin Chen submitted 10 million gold coins. Gold coin submission successful, automatically accepting the next phase task. Task name, generous donation. Another generous donation? For 3 consecutive times, Lin Chen received the same job transfer task, but this time the amount of gold coins required for the generous donation reached 100 million. Fine, I'll pay, I'm not short on money. Lin Chen reluctantly submitted 100 million gold coins. However, what followed left Lin Chen dumbfounded. The 4th phase of the job transfer task was still generous donation. What the hell? Lin Chen looked at the job transfer task on the task panel and couldn't help but curse. However, despite his complaints, Lin Chen still submitted 100 million gold coins again. After all, the job transfer task couldn't be reset, and the difficulty of the task depended entirely on luck. Gold coin submission successful, automatically accepting the next phase task. The prompt sound rang again, and Lin Chen frowned, looking at the task panel generating the task. He couldn't help but mutter, if it's generous donation again, I swear I won't transfer jobs, I won't indulge you anymore. Just as Lin Chen's harsh words were not finished, the same subtitle appeared. Task name, generous donation. This task is the 5th phase of the 4th job transfer. Completing it will automatically accept the next phase. Task content, submit 1 billion gold coins to complete the task. 0/10000000000. What the hell? Lin Chen couldn't help but roll his eyes. Forget it, I have money, I'll endure it. 1 billion gold coins disappeared from Lin Chen's backpack again. Gold coin submission successful, automatically accepting the next phase task. This time it won't be generous donation again, right? The task panel jumped again, and Lin Chen's eyelids twitched. According to the rules, if it's still generous donation, wouldn't the next phase require 10 billion gold coins? Task name, generous donation. As expected, what you think is what you get. The Consecutive 6 phases of the generous donation task almost made Lin Chen spit blood. However, the only thing that comforted Lin Chen was that the amount of gold coins required for the 6th phase of the job transfer did not continue to multiply by 10 but was exactly the same as the 5th phase. If you have the ability, keep giving me generous donation. Lin Chen gritted his teeth and submitted 1 billion gold coins again. This is all money. At this moment, Lin Chen felt like crying without tears. According to the normal tasks for job transfer at the 4th stage, who needs items worth over 10 million? But for him, it just happened to be not normal. Gold submission successful. Automatically accepting the next stage task name. Item retrieval. Current task is the 7th stage of the 4th job transfer. Automatically accept the next stage task upon completion. Task content. Find a deep sea crystal and submit it. Task time limit, 24 hours. Thank goodness, it's just a deep sea crystal. Lin Chen breathed a sigh of relief. He then ran towards the Tianbao trading branch in Tianzhuan City. Half an hour later, Lin Chen spent 10 million gold coins to buy the deep sea crystal. He submitted the task item again. Lin Chen began his 4th job transfer task once more. By noon, after spending 5.8 billion gold coins, Lin Chen finally completed 9 rings of the 4th job transfer task, leaving only the last ring remaining. Automatically accepting the next stage task name, divine item. Current task is the 10th stage of the 4th job transfer. Upon completion, you can go to the job transfer temple for the transfer. Task content. Find a divine item and submit it. Task time limit, none. This last ring task is quite reliable. Lin Chen looked at the task description on the task panel and nodded in satisfaction. Divine items, with a surface area of 13 slots, are actually quite easy to find. There's no requirement for it to be a divine artifact. Fragments of divine artifacts also count as divine items and are quite cheap. However, for Lin Chen, who has the ability to transform into a divine sword, he could just casually find a divine sword to submit, saving himself 10 million. But there's no rush to complete this last stage task. Lin Chen pondered for a moment, already having a plan in mind. He had a prior deal with the sword god, having entered the demon and god arena to secure first place. If he successfully completed the 4th job transfer now, he would definitely not be able to enter the demon and god arena. What if I complete the 4th job transfer inside the demon and god arena? Unconsciously, Lin Chen began to formulate an idea. The entry requirement for the demon and god arena is not to exceed the 4th job transfer, so once inside, there are no restrictions. Completing the 4th job transfer there, even if he couldn't officially transfer at the job transfer temple, would still significantly enhance his strength, making it easier to handle unexpected situations. With this in mind, Lin Chen abandoned the idea of immediately completing the last stage of the job transfer task. Meanwhile, in the mage temple on the endless sea, a magnificent man engulfed in flames entered a side hall and looked at the woman in white. Inside, softly saying, "Shanxian, the other candidate for the demon and god arena has been confirmed. It's Lin Chen." As expected, a calm voice responded, with no ripple on Yun Shanxian's face beneath her veil. It was well-deserved for Lin Chen to earn a spot with his strength. "There's one more thing," the magnificent man spoke again, seeming hesitant. "News has come from the sword enthusiast that as a condition for Lin Chen to win the championship in the demon and god arena, that person promised Lin Chen that if he could take first place, he would pass on the sword tomb to Lin Chen." Clang! The sound of an item dropping echoed as Yun Shanxian's staff fell to the ground. In a flash, more than half a month had passed. During this half-month, Lin Chen lived quite freely, enjoying beautiful scenery and traveling around. During this time, he visited Qingjin City again to meet Gong Fong and Xiao Qing, and especially reminded Xiao Qing to eat more. He also communicated with Feng Ling and De Qing in Longjing and other places. Overall, Lin Chen had a fulfilling half-month. One day, as usual, Lin Chen walked out of the Tian Shangrenjian in Longjing, planning to continue enjoying the beautiful scenery. Lin Chen. Suddenly, just as Lin Chen stepped out of the main door of Tian Shangrenjian, he heard a familiar voice. "Xiao Wang." Lin Chen turned his head and discovered a chubby figure waving at him, accompanied by a familiar face, Yun Pianpian. "What are you two doing here?" Lin Chen looked suspiciously at Wang Defa and then at Yun Pianpian. These two could actually come together? It was truly unbelievable. "I didn't want to come either," Wang Defa said with a mournful expression, jogging over to Lin Chen's side. "I was coerced into it again. They said I had to accompany you and the demoness to that so-called demon arena." "Your father actually agreed?" Lin Chen was astonished. With Wang's Zai status, he couldn't possibly be unaware of the dangers in the demon arena, where there was more than one world-destroying monster. What was old Wang thinking? This wasn't just putting his son in a difficult position, it was practically risking his life. However, Wang Defa's next words made Lin Chen understand the reason behind it. "When the demoness first came to my house, my father flatly refused when he heard she was going to the demon arena. Even though the conditions she offered could sway anyone, my father showed no interest at all," Wang Defa continued, a hint of emotion appearing on his face. "That was more like it." Lin Chen nodded at this. Although old Wang was unreliable, he would never let his son go to his death. But not
Long after the demoness left, the entire outer area of Tianzhuan City was surrounded by heavenly fire. Wang Defa continued, Mogu, you have no idea how terrifying that scene was. An entire city was surrounded by heavenly fire. At this point, Wang Defa's body couldn't help but shudder, clearly still shaken by the experience. A city surrounded by heavenly fire? Who could do that? So fierce? Lin Chen couldn't help but think. A name surfaced in his mind. Could it be? Sai, Mogu, you must have guessed it, right? In the entire dragon country, who else has such power besides the mage sees mage god? Wang Defa sighed helplessly. But my father really has guts. That heavenly fire trapped the entire Tianzhuan city for a whole day and night, and my father didn't compromise at all. Wang Defa said. And then? Lin Chen was very curious. It was obvious that the mage god had personally descended to force Wang Zizai to compromise. Then that person came in person. Wang Defa spread his hands and continued, I don't know what that person said to my father, but in the end, my father agreed in a daze. And they seemed to look down on me. Suddenly, a hint of resentment appeared on Wang Defa's face. Look down on him? What was that about? Lin Chen felt frustrated. Clearly, during this trip to the demon arena, those big shots from the dragon country were determined to obtain the key to the demon arena, otherwise they wouldn't have lowered themselves to pressure Wang Zizai. And as the lucky star, Wang Defa was, in some ways, more important than he and Yun Pianpian combined. How could he be looked down upon? Mogu, don't doubt it. If you don't believe me, look at the equipment I'm wearing. Wang Defa said, displeased, as he took off his gear to show Lin Chen. Wow! Lin Chen was shocked after seeing the attributes of the 7 pieces of equipment. Although these were just bronze, silver, and at most purple gold items, without exception, each piece came with an invincible skill. In other words, Wang Defa was now armed to the teeth. Isn't this looking down on me? Do I, Wang Defa, with my extraordinary talent, need these invincible items? They clearly look down on people. Wang Defa's voice was filled with complaints and defiance as he continued, at that time, I directly refused. These things are for weaklings, what do I need them for? As a result, my father actually beat me up right in front of that person. Mogu, do you think I'm being wronged? The person at that time stared at me in a daze, clearly feeling that I had backbone and ambition. It was just that my father didn't understand me. How can a son be treated like this? Wang Defa's resentment grew heavier as he spoke. Lin Chen, upon hearing this, felt that the world was too strange. He could only respond with an awkward smile. The invincible gear that countless job changers dream of was actually seen as something for weaklings in your eyes. No wonder old Wang beat you up. Moreover, Lin Chen could also imagine the scene at that time. I'm afraid that the Divine Mage Lord didn't expect that there really were talents like little Wang in this world. Lin Chen. At that moment, a cool voice rang out beside Lin Chen. Yun Pianpian slowly walked towards him, this time at the Divine Demon Arena. I will give it my all. Give it your all? Lin Chen looked at Yun Pianpian with curiosity. Presumably, Yun Pianpian had already successfully reached the 3rd level of immortality, able to restore her true self without limits, so she could indeed give it her all anytime and anywhere. But why tell me this? This time, I won't let anyone take the first place in the Divine Demon Arena. A rare seriousness appeared in Yun Pianpian's tone. A show of force? Lin Chen's eyes widened a bit. Even if a woman is strong, there's no need to show off to me, right? I'm hanging at level 13. Do you think I'm an easy target? In an instant, Lin Chen felt a bit unhappy and said, what a coincidence, I also have my eyes set on the first place in the Divine Demon Arena. For a moment, the two were at odds, and the atmosphere became somewhat tense. After a long while, a hint of desolation flashed in Yun Pianpian's eyes as she softly said, if I were willing to trade anything for this first place, would you help me? Her voice was filled with mixed emotions, carrying an imperceptible sadness. For a moment, both Lin Chen and Wang Defa looked dumbfounded. Yun Pianpian was asking for help. Sister, are you okay? Wang Defa mustered his courage and stepped forward a few paces. Yun Pianpian asking for help? This was simply unbelievable. As the pride of the Dragon Kingdom, with unmatched strength, background, and beauty, how could she ask for help for a mere ranking? Something was off with Yun Pianpian. At this moment, Lin Chen had a bad feeling and kept scrutinizing Yun Pianpian. The calm demeanor she had when she lost in the final performance of the city competition, along with her disinterest in everything, flashed through Lin Chen's mind. Logically speaking, a woman like her shouldn't care about fame and fortune. So what was it really for? Could it be that there was something extraordinary in the reward for first place in the Divine Demon Arena that made Yun Pianpian lose her composure? Lin Chen couldn't help but think. But after considering it, he felt something was off. With Yun Pianpian's status, what could she not obtain? Just like in the Gates of Hell, although the immortal spirit stones were precious and rare, Yun Pianpian could still set the ownership of items to herself without raising any objections. However, if even this were not the case, then what exactly was Yun Pianpian trying to obtain? Lin Chen found it hard to understand. In the end, he could only speak seriously. Sorry, I won't give the first place in the Divine Demon Arena to anyone.
The importance of the sword tuned to him was akin to enhancing his own abilities. He would not miss this opportunity for anything. As for Yun Pianpian's ultimate goal, he didn't want to think about it any further. After all, in this world, strengthening oneself was the most important thing. As for everything else, it was not something he should consider. Lin Chen. Yun Pianpian spoke softly, her eyes filled with complex emotions, as if she wanted to say something more. The time is almost up. The Lord of the Mage God and the others are waiting outside the city. However, at that moment, the sword god Shifeng appeared in the line of sight of the three, interrupting Yun Pianpian's words. All right, let's go. Wang Defa quickly nodded in agreement and then pulled Lin Chen towards the city gates. Today's Yun Pianpian was indeed a bit off, and he worried that if this continued, Yun Pianpian might take action against Lin Chen. But taking action wasn't a problem. He had absolute confidence in Lin Chen's strength. It was just that if it affected him, that would be troublesome. Before long, Lin Chen and the others, under the guidance of sword god Shifeng, arrived outside the city. At this time, several people had already been waiting outside the city for a long time, most of whom were familiar faces. Jian Qi, Yun Yi, and a majestic man whom Lin Chen had never met before. Moreover, judging by their positions, even Jian Qi was standing at the forefront of the majestic man. This person should be the one from Mage C. Lin Chen lingered on the majestic man for a moment. Just as he was about to withdraw his gaze, a scorching look met his eyes. The majestic man turned around, surrounded by raging heavenly fire, yet no one was harmed. How terrifying! Lin Chen was taken aback. In an instant, he felt as if he were trapped in a sea of flames, unable to escape. Imoge, that one is the Lord of the Mage God, Yun Hai. A faint voice sounded. Wang Defa whispered in Lin Chen's ear, Imoge, you must not make eye contact with him. He has the eye technique, heavenly light blazing. Flame eye. Making eye contact is like having your heart burned by raging fire. Although it won't cause harm, it will be very uncomfortable. Alas! Imoge, where are your eyes looking? Wang Defa looked up, and upon seeing where Lin Chen's gaze was directed, he appeared as if he had seen a ghost. At this moment, under Yun Hai's gaze, Lin Chen felt as if he were being scorched by flames. Suddenly, a faint sound of a sword chant rang out, and the celestial sword wrapped around Lin Chen trembled slightly, bringing him back to his senses. Yun Hai was taken aback, a hint of surprise appearing on his face as he silently nodded. He had heard of Lin Chen's name, but had never seen Lin Chen's true strength. This time, his eye technique also had a bit of a testing intention. However, Lin Chen indeed exceeded his expectations, managing to break free from his eye technique in an instant. Let's go. This time I will personally take you to the mysterious territory. Yun Hai's slightly majestic voice rang out, and a three-headed blazing dragon instantly manifested. Roar! The dragon's roar shook the heavens, and the raging flames surged in all directions as Yun Hai soared into the sky. Hee. A cold laugh sounded. Jian Qi glanced at Lin Chen before leaping up, followed closely by Yun Yi, Yun Pianpian, and Shifeng. Imoge, let's go up too. Wang Defa's small eyes were filled with joy. This is the Lord of the Mage God's divine pet, the three-headed blazing dragon. Ordinary divine-level powerhouses are no match for it. I never expected that one day I, Wang Defa, would also ride such a mount. As he spoke, he was the first to use the levitation technique to fly up. Seeing this, Lin Chen said nothing more and also leaped up. Roar! The thunderous dragons. Roar sounded again as the three-headed blazing dragon took to the sky. Let me tell you the rules of this divine demon arena. On the dragon's head, Yun Hai stood with his back to the crowd. First, survival in the divine demon arena is the most crucial. At this point, Yun Hai indifferently glanced back at Wang Defa as if wanting to say something. However, after a moment of silence, he still did not speak. Second, the competition system in the divine demon arena adopts a points system. At that time, there will be a plaque made by the 7 nations handed to you, which will record the monsters you kill within and automatically convert them into points. Thirdly, and most importantly, killing is allowed in the demon arena, so be careful of competitors from other nations. As he spoke, a hint of caution appeared in Yun Hai's eyes, and he continued, the most brutal and dangerous threats in the demon arena are not the monsters, but your own kind. In previous years, our dragon nation has always been targeted, and not many have made it out alive from the demon arena. I expect this year will be no different. His authoritative gaze swept over Lin Chen and the others, his eyes filled with sharpness. The targeting of the dragon nation was no secret. As a mysterious and powerful nation, it had always been a thorn in the side of others. Wasn't it supposed to be a simple competition? Wang Defa was startled, feeling a bit intimidated. It is indeed a simple competition, but that doesn't prevent killing. Yun Hai nodded, casting a slightly exasperated glance at Wang Defa. In contrast, Yun Pianpian seemed to have returned to her usual calm demeanor, indifferent to everything around her. So, if we kill our opponents, can we gain the points from there? Nameplates? A soft voice spoke up. It was Lin Chen. Everyone turned to look at him. Of course you can. Yun Hai nodded, a hint of appreciation in his eyes. He liked this straightforward attitude. If opponents teamed up to kill him, then he would fight back. Unknowingly, Lin Chen had gained the favor of this powerful mage. Half a day quickly passed. With the speed of the three-headed blazing dragon comparable to a 9-star sword carrier, they arrived at the border of the nation by evening. You have left the borders of the Dragon Nation. Border restrictions have not yet been lifted. You cannot temporarily enter the territories of other nations. You have entered the mysterious territory. 2 consecutive notifications rang out, jolting Lin Chen's spirit. He didn't know what the so-called borders were for. It seemed that for the 50 years since the game had descended into reality, borders had always existed. This is the mysterious territory. Yun Hai's voice rang out as he steered the three-headed blazing dragon toward a certain location within the mysterious territory. About half an hour later, they arrived at a small town. No, to be precise, it should be called a small village. Although there were iron walls surrounding it, it was not an officially recognized city by the rules. We greet the Lord. Outside the village, a group had been waiting for a long time. Alright, no need for formalities, take us to a place to rest. Yun Hai nodded, and the group jumped down from the three-headed blazing dragon. Yes, the leader of the group quickly led them into the village. After a brief allocation of accommodations, they did not chat much further. Lin Chan returned to his own quarters. The demon arena would not open until tomorrow, and there were no other pressing matters today. Night. Outside the village, the occasional roar of monsters could be heard. Mo Go, are you there? A timid figure pushed open Lin Chen's door in the dark room. Xiao Wang? Lin Chen got up from his bed and waved his hand, illuminating the room with a moonstone. Hee, I knew you weren't asleep. Mo Go. Wang Defa approached Lin Chen with a smile. Is there something you need? Lin Chen asked, a look of confusion on his face. He didn't think Wang Defa would come to have a heart-to-heart in the middle of the night. Besides, he had no interest in heart-to-heart talks with men. It's nothing much. I just suddenly remembered something my dad told me to do. Wang Defa scratched the back of his head. Something that old Wang had instructed? And it was related to me? Lin Chen instantly perked up. Although Wang's eye seemed unreliable on the surface, he was actually very strategic. Just like when he faced the 2 elders of the Gong family outside Tian's city, even though Wang's eye had the strength to kill them instantly, he did not do so. However, at that time, he did not understand Wang's eye's true strength. It was only after he learned about Wang's eye's real power that he suddenly realized. Well, I don't know what got into my dad, but he suddenly became so generous and asked me to give you a weapon. Wang Defa took an item out of the package. Swish! A beam of sword light suddenly illuminated the previously dim room. A divine sword. Lin Chen's pupils constricted. Although he had not yet seen the attributes of the sword in front of him, he could tell at a glance, being the one who understood divine swords the best, that the weapon in Wang Defa's hand was definitely a divine sword. This is it. Wang Defa smirked and continued, this divine sword is what my dad asked me to give you. I don't know how such a stingy person suddenly became so generous. Could it be that you are actually his biological son? As Wang Defa muttered, he handed the divine sword to Lin Chen. This time, however, Lin Chen unusually did not retort back at Wang Defa. Clang! As the divine sword was grasped, a high-pitched sword cry rang out. Affected by the source of the sword path, your Liuli Chihua sword automatically transforms into the earth artifact. Funhua Tian New sword Finhua Tian New sword earth artifact. Lost bound. Wearing level 1000 attack power 10 million. Strength plus 110,000 stamina, plus 110,000 agility, plus 110,000 vitality, plus 110,000 skills. 1. Hidden additional. A special skill attached for unknown reasons, can hide its appearance, making it look like an ordinary low-grade weapon. Can be. Characteristics. 1. Non-tradable. The celestial artifact spirit has awakened, and once used, it is in a bound state, and cannot be traded for life. Description. Liulit Sanchon's fire, the stone of Tianru's collapse. When the sword is drawn, it is like the wrath of heaven descending upon the world. Looking at the specific attributes of the Finhua Tian New sword, Lin Chen instantly became agitated. Until now, he had gone through countless hardships to obtain an earth artifact, yet he never expected to acquire another one today. Imogu, tell me honestly, do you have some unspeakable secret with my dad? Wang Defa's voice rang out again, his small eyes suspiciously staring at Lin Chen, trying to find a clue. Lin Chen smiled wryly and shook his head, saying, I really have no unspeakable secrets with your dad, and I can assure you that you are definitely your dad's biological son. Isn't that right? With Wang's stingy personality, how could he possibly give away an artifact for no reason? It was clear that he was aware of the dangers of the demon and god arena and was worried that Lin Chen would not do his best, wanting to use this divine sword to buy Wang Defa's life. The reason for having Wang Defa personally deliver it was probably also due to their friendship. In this way, not only could a deal be made, but it also allowed Lin Chen to see Wang Defa's pure character. As for where the divine sword came from, Lin Chen could also be sure that it was definitely one of the conditions agreed upon by the mage from the Sea of Mages with Wang's eye. Otherwise, if Wang's eye had already possessed a divine sword, he probably wouldn't have needed to spend 50 trillion to bid for the artifact armor, but would have directly used this divine sword to trade with the sword god mountain. How can you be so sure? Did my dad tell you? Wang Defa was not willing to give up, determined to find out the truth.
He didn't say. Lin Chen shook his head in exasperation and continued, but think about it, if you weren't your dad's biological son, would he be so at ease letting you hand over an artifact to me? In the end, Lin Chen could only provide Wang Defa with a different explanation. That makes sense, it shows that my dad still trusts me and thinks I'm reliable. Wang Defa nodded in agreement. Reliable? Lin Chen couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth at those words. If Xiao Wang can be considered reliable, then there probably isn't anyone unreliable in the entire Blue Star. Meanwhile, in a camp 1,000 miles away from the village where Lin Chen and the others are located, dozens of foreigners with different pupil colors and hair colors are sitting in a room. Lord Michael, are you sure this will really work? A short figure among them couldn't help but ask while looking at the token in hand. Yamamoto, you can see the introduction of the token, why ask unnecessarily? The blonde-haired, blue-eyed Michael said disdainfully, moreover, even if this cooperation fails, I have a backup plan. As he spoke, several gleaming special tokens appeared on the table. The next morning, Lin Chen and the others set off again, and after about 2 hours, they arrived near the Demon God Arena. In fact, to call it the Demon God Arena is more like calling it a place of abyss. Is this the Demon God Arena? Wang Defa asked blankly, staring at the abyss before him. The massive canyon spanning thousands of miles was shrouded in mist as if it had been cleaved open by some creature's sword, and from time to time, terrifying roars echoed from within the abyss. Inside is the Demon God Arena. Yunhai's face showed a serious expression as he glanced at Lin Chen and the others and continued, remember, once you enter the Demon God Arena, your life must come first. Do not be greedy, and definitely do not be reckless. Although there are all kinds of rare treasures in the Demon God Arena, you must have your life to claim them, Yunhai reminded again. The people from the Dragon Kingdom really came early. After all, when the last Demon God Arena opened, only one person from the Dragon Kingdom came out alive. It seems they want to study the terrain in advance this time. Yamamoto, what you said is completely wrong. With the size of the Demon God Arena, do you think you can figure it out just by staring at it from the outside? A series of mocking voices rang out as a group of foreigners in various outfits flew in from a distance. Have we really spoiled you? Before Lin Chen and the others could react, Yunhai directly took to the sky. Roar! The three-headed blazing dragon appeared from the spirit pet space, overwhelming dragon might suppressing the scene. Immediately after, boundless heavenly fire suddenly descended, instantly surrounding that group of foreigners. Blazing explosion. Yunhai waved the staff in his hand, and the explosive aura erupted instantly. Buzz! A strong wind arose. The wind fueled the flames, and the raging fire surged directly towards the group of foreigners. Yunhai, do you want to go to war with my lighthouse nation? Bastard, what do you want to do, Yunhai? This madman, how can he still be like this? Caught off guard, Yunhai's sudden attack left the group of foreigners unable to react in time, forcing them to use their invincible skills to withstand it. 10 seconds later, the heavenly fire vanished, and the group of foreigners glared at Yunhai with unfriendly expressions. At this moment, they felt extremely displeased, but it seemed they were wary of something, and no one had the intention to counterattack. Not convinced? A cold smile appeared on Yunhai's lips. Then let's go to war. Yunhai stood proudly in the air, divine fire swirling around him, like a flame deity sweeping through the world. My Sakura nation will not stoop to the level of a madman. The short Yamamoto took a step back, clearly not daring to further provoke. Yunhai, don't you think you're being a bit excessive? Do you want to tear up the Seven Nations Treaty? Unlike Yamamoto, Michael from the Lighthouse Nation stepped forward. Excessive? Yunhai spoke again, his eyes revealing an undisguised coldness. Is it not excessive for you to join forces against my Dragon Kingdom? Don't talk to me about the Seven Nations Treaty. If you really want to fight, then let's go to war. My Dragon Kingdom fears no one. The Seven Nations Treaty is a non-aggression pact signed by 7 countries near the mysterious territory. Of course, with national borders in place, it is quite difficult to enter other countries. This so-called Seven Nations Alliance is actually just a means to better divide the resources within the mysterious territory. A golden-haired Michael was clearly very angry, with holy light flickering around him. However, in the end, he chose not to speak further. The Lord of the Cloud Sea is so fierce. Wang Defa, standing on the ground, swallowed hard. He could see that most of the foreigners across from him were already ascended beings. The fact that the Cloud Sea dared to face many alone required not only immense strength but also absolute courage. The Lord has never been one to compromise. Yuni beside him spoke softly. Ever since the last Demon and God Arena 20 years ago, our Dragon Kingdom has been targeted by the other 6 nations. Now that they are acting this way again, how could the Lord possibly endure it? Others might not know, but as the Mage God of the Mage Sea, she understood Yunhai's temperament. A typical hawk, there was absolutely no possibility of compromise. After the 3rd celestial event, with a shift in the heavens, those from Sakura Country and Lighthouse Country, though strong, are ultimately only at the 6th celestial level. The Lord of the Cloud Sea has already stepped into the 7th celestial level. If it weren't for the national borders and the old
geezers behind their countries, the Lord would have erupted long ago. At that moment, the voice of the sword enthusiast rang out. As an ascended being at the 5th celestial level, he had the most say. This temper was simply that of a hot-headed old man. Lynch glanced at Yunhai in midair and couldn't help but nod. The mage god Lord Yunhai was not as unfathomable as imagined, but it was precisely this upright and unyielding nature
that allowed the Dragon Kingdom to maintain its footing amidst decades of decline.
Ha, Lord of the Cloud Sea, what could possibly make you so furious? At that moment, another group flew in from a distance, led by a middle-aged
man with a wrinkled face. That old schemer is here too.
The sword enthusiast's eyes flashed with a hint of killing intent upon seeing him. That is Qiu Jingao from Pickled Vegetable Country at the 6th celestial level. The one beside him is the top figure from Asan Country, also at the 6th celestial level. Yuni spoke up, naming the identities of the people in the distance.
Since everyone is here, let's prepare to start. The Demon and God Arena. Yunhai's voice rang out again.
Clearly, he had no good feelings towards these foreigners and was unwilling to waste words.
It should be so.
Qiu Jingao quickly flew to the side of the crowd. And then 21 jade tokens appeared in his hand. This time, the Demon and God Arena competition will be hosted by my Pickled Vegetable Country. I believe everyone knows the rules, so I won't elaborate further. Please, check the tokens. As soon as he finished speaking, the 21 tokens rose into the air. Every 10 years, a country hosts the Demon and God Arena competition, and this time it happened to be Pickled Vegetable Country's turn. As the host, the tokens they produced were naturally not trusted by the other 6 countries. Therefore, every time the host produced tokens, they would be inspected by the other nations.
No problem. Very normal. No tricks.
After a moment, the leaders of each country finished their inspections and nodded to each other upon finding no issues.
Since there are no problems, let's distribute the tokens,
Qiu Jingao said, and
the 21 tokens scattered around.
Yunhai, who was in midair, reached out with one hand and 3 tokens were drawn into his hand. Then he descended to Lynch and the other side.
I've checked these tokens, and there are no issues.
You can input your identity information into them.
Yunhai glanced at Lin Chan and the other 3 before handing the tokens to them. However, it was time.
The contestants from each country completed
their identity information input. Meanwhile, the abyss not far away gradually dispersed its mist, revealing a bottomless dark canyon.
All the contestants were fixated on the dark canyon. Only Lin Chen seemed a bit distracted. The wind soared beneath his feet, trembling slightly. Lunar mark successful. Target marked. Honda Ichiro lunar mark successful. Target marked. Putong lunar mark successful. Target marked. Jingtung Tai.
The mist
slowly dissipated, the ground began to tremble, and a massive crack in the canyon gradually opened, a beam of golden light shooting up from the bottom, catching everyone's attention.
Is that the Demon God Arena? This aura seems to intertwine the divine and the demonic. Truly eerie. I heard there are incredible things inside the Demon God Arena.
The sacred light and dark aura intertwined, creating an inexplicable sense of emotion.
Many present were seeing the Demon God Arena for the first time and were quietly discussing among themselves.
Not far away, Michael exchanged glances with 3 contestants from the Lighthouse Nation beside him.
Whoosh! 3 figures quickly ascended, their waist badges glowing brightly as they swiftly entered the canyon.
Clearly, the Americans wanted to seize the initiative. At the same time, as the 3 entered, 3 dazzling beams
of light shot out from the canyon. Putong, Ascendant 4 Odom, Ascendant 2 Sikimlu, Ascendant 2 all 3 were ascendants. Damn, it seems the Lighthouse Nation was well prepared. Wang Defa, standing nearby, showed an odd expression, while Yun Yi and Jian Qi beside him couldn't help but frown.
It was evident that this year's competition in the Demon God Arena had been thoroughly prepared by the Lighthouse Nation.
Then we from the Kimchi Nation won't hold back,
Qiu Jingao said, quickly signaling the 3 people beside him. In the blink of an eye, 3 more figures rushed into the canyon.
The strength information of the 3 appeared in
mid-air, only to dissipate moments later. Following that, contestants from the other 4 nations also entered the canyon one after another, leaving only the contestants from the Dragon Nation still inactive.
It seems this time they are all well prepared. Yunhai glanced at Lin Chen and the others beside him.
The contestants who had just entered were all at least 2 ascendants from each country, and several nations even had ascendant 4s. Their overall strength was significantly stronger than in previous years.
Should we just give up? Wang Defa shrugged unceremoniously. He knew his combat power in a Demon God Arena full of ascendants, not being taken
out by monsters. He feared he would still fall victim to contestants from other nations.
Well, if you want to forfeit, I won't force you, but you might have to return to the Dragon Nation alone,
Yunhai said, his mouth
twitching. Then, I guess I'll go in. Wang Defa quickly moved to Lin Chen's side upon hearing this.
From Yunhai's earlier performance, he could tell that the other party was not joking. If he really forfeited and was left here, with his strength, he would only face a worse fate. So now, clinging to Lin Chen was his best choice.
Yunhai, are you still discussing tactics with your Dragon Nation?
At that moment, Qiu Jingao from afar turned his gaze to Lin Chen and the others.
Tactics? I think it's more like they're being timid.
Not every person from the Dragon Nation has Yunhai's courage, they must know the casualty rates from previous demon god
arenas. Several voices rang out, and the leaders from various nations sneered, wearing expressions of watching a show. Everyone knew that the first nation to enter the demon god arena could gain some advantage, which
was why the Lighthouse Nation was so eager. However, seeing the Dragon Nation still hesitating, it inevitably sparked such thoughts in their minds.
Humph.
Yunhai snorted coldly, ready to erupt.
Whoosh! At that moment, a sound of breaking air suddenly rang out. A figure in a white robe, Yunpiampian, abruptly flew into the canyon.
Oh, this must be the #1 genius of the Dragon Kingdom, the Sword God's only daughter, Yunpiampian.
Right? I heard that Yunpiampian has the strength of Ascension. Ascension? Isn't that quite common in this arena of gods and demons?
It's a pity that this junior, being the Sword God's only daughter, happens to be a
mage. Voices echoed, and Yunpiampian's strength was revealed in midair.
Yunpiampian Ascendant 4 eye-catching subtitles floated in the air, and the leaders of several countries, including the Lighthouse Nation,
were momentarily stunned.
It turned out that Yunpiampian indeed possessed the strength of Ascendant 4.
However, they didn't pay much attention, as their own countries also had Ascendant 4 existences.
Sword God's
only daughter?
Lynch glanced at the not-so-pleasant-looking Yunhai, filled with confusion.
But this wasn't the time for him to ponder these things. He directly said to Wang Defa beside him, Xiao Wang, let's go in too. Good, do we really have to go in? Wang Defa's voice trembled slightly, his small hands gripping Lin Chan's arm tightly. Lin Chan rolled his eyes in exasperation and didn't say anything more.
Whoosh! A flash of sword light appeared, and Lin Chen stepped on the Jifeng sword, flying into the canyon. Lin Chen third transition, Wang Defa third transition. The two figures gradually disappeared, their strength also exposed in midair.
The people from the other countries were momentarily stunned. Fourth transition? Were they really just ordinary third transitions?
I thought the Dragon Kingdom would send some luxurious lineup this year. Turns out it's
just to make up the numbers.
Yunhai, I heard that Yunpiampian is your niece. You really are heartless. Alas, it seems that the Sword God truly doesn't care for his daughter. No wonder that incident happened back then. A series of slightly mocking voices rang out, and the leaders of various countries looked at Yunhai and the others with great interest. They were genuinely afraid that this time the Dragon Kingdom would send out some luxurious lineup. After all, in every competition of the arena of gods and demons, although the 6 nations worked together against the Dragon Kingdom, the contestants from their countries also suffered considerable losses. Seeing Lin Chen and Wang Defa's strength this time, they felt relieved. In their view, the Dragon Kingdom was definitely just trying to save face, deliberately sending 2 fourth transition juniors to their deaths. And as for Yunpiampian, she was merely brought out to prevent ridicule from the other nations.
Boom!
Yunhai did not speak, his body suddenly rising into the air, and flames instantly covered the entire arena.
Who will win? We shall see in 3 days. If you all wish to start a war now, I wouldn't mind. His fiery gaze swept across the crowd. Yunhai was as domineering as ever. Humph! I disdain to argue with a madman. Let's see. 3 corpses in 3 days. I wonder if you can still be so arrogant then? You won't be able to be arrogant for much longer. A series of low, cold laughs echoed. However, no one had the intention to confront Yunhai. As the strength of Ascendant 7 was there, even if they all attacked together, they might not be able to gain the upper hand against Yunhai. Good, my life is in your hands this time.
Inside the arena of gods and
demons, Wang Defa cautiously followed Lin Chen, not daring to breathe loudly.
Lin Chen frowned, not answering Wang Defa but carefully observing the surroundings.
Just as they entered the arena of gods and demons, Yunpiampian's figure had disappeared.
Clearly, for some reason, Yunpiampian held a significant grudge against him this time and wanted to act alone.
Good, say something. If you keep quiet like this, it's easy for me to think. We might drop dead at any moment. Wang Defa spoke again, glancing around the dense jungle, feeling as if a world-destroying boss might suddenly charge out. Don't worry, you won't die for now.
Lin Chen replied, still observing the surroundings while casually glancing at the Jifeng sword beneath his feet.
Hondalangi, Demon Arena 2325, 2480, Pudlang, Demon Arena 1314, 2890, Jingteng Tai, Demon Arena 4980, 5420. The coordinates of 18 marked targets flashed before his eyes. These were the coordinates of the remaining 6 countries' contestants that he had marked using the Jifeng sword before the Demon Arena opened. Should he act now to avoid prolonged troubles? Or wait until the end for a decisive blow?
At this moment, Lin Chen felt a bit conflicted. He marked the coordinates of the other 6 countries' participants with the intention of
striking them down. After all, Yunhai had clearly stated that killing was allowed within the Demon Arena, and from the words of the other countries' leaders, he could tell that in recent competitions, they were clearly targeting the Dragon Country. Therefore, Lin Chen did not intend to sit idly by. Since others were already thinking of killing him, why should he be polite? He understood the principle that the first to strike is the victor, while the second to act suffers the consequences. If I strike first and take them all out, it would be safe, but I can't guarantee the points. Lin Chen frowned. He had the confidence and strength to instantly eliminate the
contestants from the other 6 countries, even if they had a presence of CNC. However, if he did that, no one would be left to help him earn points. What if I let them live a few more days? Lynch thought again. This time, he was determined to win first place in the Demon Arena, but with the variable of Yun Pianpian, he worried that something unexpected might happen. After all, in a super large map like the Demon Arena, whether he could secure first place also depended on luck. Moreover, with Xiao Wang by his side, he felt his luck would definitely not be bad. But if he didn't encounter a big boss, that would be troublesome. With this in mind, Lin Chen felt it would be better to hold off for now and then reap the rewards later. After all, that would be a more permanent solution. Go, what are you talking about at a time like this? You don't really want to take out all the people from other countries, do you? Wang Defa said anxiously. It was rare for him to be smart, yet he suddenly heard Lin Chen mumbling about letting them live a few more days? This was clearly very unreliable. Most of the contestants from the other countries were ascenders, not just any random people. How could they be taken down so easily? Xiao Wang, you're not running a fever, are you? Lin Chen nodded seriously, pretending to reach for Wang Defa's forehead. It had to be said that Wang Defa had become smarter this time, actually guessing his thoughts. Go, you can't be serious, right? Wang Defa was on the verge of tears. If Lin Chen really thought that way, wouldn't they risk being taken out instead? Don't worry, I'm a kind-hearted person. After all, we are international friends, I'll let them live a few more days. Lin Chen nodded with a generous demeanor. Wang Defa had a long face, momentarily unsure of what to say. A little over half a day later, Lin Chen and Wang Defa continued forward, gradually delving deeper into the Demon Arena. During this time, the roars of monsters and the fluctuations of large-scale skills could be heard from the surrounding dense forest. However, even so, they had yet to encounter a single monster, nor had they seen any other contestants. Go, how is it? Now you know the strength of this child of destiny, right? Wang Defa's voice rang out. At this moment, he no longer had the fear he felt when he first entered the Demon and God Arena. Instead, he wore a smug expression. After a little more than half a day, not only had no danger occurred, but he hadn't even seen a shadow of a monster. He believed all of this was due to his extraordinary luck. You really are a lucky star, Lin Chen said with a dark face. At this moment, he had the urge to abandon Wang Defa. After all, he wasn't like Wang Defa, who was here to slack off on vacation. He aimed to take first place in the Demon and God Arena. Otherwise, how could he obtain the sword tomb? However, this thought was fleeting. Even without Wang Zizai's gift of the divine sword, he wouldn't abandon him due to their friendship. That's a must. Wang Defa laughed heartily. Feeling increasingly good, bringing me along must be your wisest decision. With such a vast map, we can't possibly encounter any danger. Let's just treat this trip as a vacation. At this moment, he completely forgot about Lin Chen's goal of taking first place in the Demon and God Arena. Lin Chen rolled his eyes at this, feeling quite speechless. Boom! Just then, a rumble shook the ground. Not far away, thousands of golden lights suddenly soared into the sky, and within that golden light, there were wisps of black mist. Something's happening? Seeing this, Lin Chen instantly perked up and pulled Wang Defa towards the source of the golden light. Since they weren't encountering danger, why not actively seek it out? What's going on over there? The golden light shines everywhere. There must be treasures emerging. Hurry over, we can't let people from other countries get there first. In the dense forest, figures rushed towards the explosion of golden light. Before long, Lin Chen dragged Wang Defa to the site of the golden light explosion. What kind of place is this? There can't be any danger, right? Wang Defa hid behind Lin Chen, his small eyes scanning the situation not far away. Just after boasting about being the child of destiny, he didn't expect to encounter such a situation, which was truly something he didn't want to see. In the midst of a waterfall, the water flowed rapidly and the golden light burst forth from it, while around the golden light there was quite a bit of black mist, seemingly confronting. The golden light. You have arrived at the land of divine fall. The 6th stage of the fall of the gods is automatically triggered. The ancient demon and god arena, where divine blood and demonic energy were spilled, even after millions of years, the traces of the great battle still exist. Here lie the heroic spirits of 3 gods, and there are also lurking demonic creatures. However, as time passes, the consciousness of the gods has gradually dissipated, but the aura of the fallen demonic creatures is gradually reviving. Brave warrior, are you willing to go to the land of divine fall to cleanse the demonic creatures? Yes/no. The familiar background prompt sounded, causing Lin Chen to be taken aback. After clearing the 18 layers of hell, there had been no further developments in the next stage of the fall of the gods, and Lin Chen didn't expect to trigger it again in this demon and god arena. However, after a moment of thought, Lin Chen understood. The demon and god arena was clearly a place where the gods and demons remained, so it made sense that there were fallen gods here. Yes, Lin Chen chose to accept the task without any hesitation. The demonic creatures in the land of divine fall are gradually reviving and urgently need divine power to suppress them. As a warrior with the inheritance of 5 gods, you should bear this responsibility. Task content: go to the land of divine fall to accept the trial task. Reward: celestial invitation of the moon. Fragmented. Reminder: the current task is the 6th stage of the Fall of the Gods. Completing the current task will automatically trigger the next stage task. On the task panel, the task of the Fall of the Gods was updated again. There should be 3 artifacts this time, right? Lin Chen looked at the prompt on the task panel, secretly guessing in his heart. The 3 gods are clearly divided into 3 guardian layers, just like the 3 lords of hell and the 18 layers of hell. Completing each layer's challenge will yield a corresponding broken artifact. Mo, should we just retreat? Wang Defa's voice rang out again. He looked around at the ever-increasing black mist, always feeling a sense of foreboding. Retreat? Lin Chen frowned. With 3 artifacts right in front of him, how could he possibly retreat? Should he take Xiao Wang in with him? Lin Chen turned and scrutinized Wang Defa closely. Leaving Xiao Wang outside was indeed too dangerous, and if he brought him in, although it would also be fraught with danger, he could at least keep an eye on him. Mo, you don't really want to take me to explore here, do you? Wang Defa instinctively took 2 steps back at Lin Chen's gaze. Congratulations, you guessed right. A mischievous smile appeared on Lin Chen's face. Mo, please no. Before Wang Defa could react, Lin Chen grabbed him directly, and the wind-chasing sword beneath his feet instantly accelerated, rushing towards the waterfall, leaving only Wang Defa's screams behind. About 10 minutes later, several foreign figures arrived one after another. The anomaly just now came from here. A man frowned as he surveyed the surroundings. He had a special positioning skill that allowed him to pinpoint coordinates immediately. But now, the area was peaceful, with golden light and black mist. Vanished, there was no sign of any anomaly. Could it be a mistake? Another man beside him spoke up. He was also examining the surroundings but found nothing unusual. Forget it, opportunities in the demon and god arena cannot be forced, let's hurry and score points. At that moment, the leader, who had been silent, finally spoke. It was clear he didn't want to waste time here. Alright, yes, we should leave, after all, this time, the points are more important. With that, the group quickly departed. Meanwhile, outside the demon and god arena, haha, our Honda from Sakura country is amazing. In just half a day, we've already scored 12,000 points. The short-statured Yamamoto couldn't help but laugh out loud as he looked at the score rankings in midair. You're only in 3rd place, and you're this happy? The current 1st place is Plant from Lighthouse Country. The representative from Asan Country chimed in to dampen Yamamoto's spirits, then walked over to Michael's side and continued, Lord Michael, it seems the 1st place in this demon and god arena will once again be yours from Lighthouse Country. Flattering without reservation. But he couldn't be blamed. Asan Country had few resources, and although he was at the same level as Michael, he still had to act according to Michael's mood. Upon hearing this, Michael nodded with a smile. Although he didn't like the Asan Country representative's self-deprecating flattery, being flattered by someone of equal strength was still quite pleasing. Lord Qiu Jingao, your Gua Jingsheng from Kimchi Country is also quite impressive. You've claimed the 4th to 6th places. The Asan Country representative, seeing that flattering Michael wasn't very effective, moved over to Qiu Jingao from Kimchi Country. 4th to 6th places are useless. Dragon Country and Lighthouse Country are still stronger. Plant and Yinpianpian are in 1st and 2nd place, and their scores are very close. Qiu Jingao shook his head. A simple, ordinary truth ignited like a fuse. Ha. Lord Qiu Jingao, don't be so modest. If you say Lighthouse Country is strong, I'll admit it, but if you say Dragon Country is strong, I'm not so sure. Hitler from Sunset Country took a few steps forward, pointing at the rankings in midair and continued, look at the last 2 contestants. Which country are they from? As everyone heard this, they instantly perked up and turned their attention to the last 2 names on the leaderboard. 20 Lin Chen, Dragon Country, points 021. Wang Defa, Dragon Country, points 0. The only 2 players with 0 points stood out remarkably. It seems the Dragon Country has truly fallen. They've resorted to finding 2 slackers to handle the competition. Yamamoto's voice rang out. Just as I suspected. It's also to be expected. After all, the Dragon Country has lost too many people in the Divine Demon Arena over the past few decades. I actually think this approach by the Dragon Country is quite good. After all, it's a great way to conserve strength. Continuous discussions erupted, and everyone looked at Yunhai with a mocking expression. Yunhai let out a cold snort, divine fire erupting around him. However, this time he did not lash out in anger. After all, these foreigners hadn't explicitly said anything, they were merely stating the current facts. Moreover, he himself felt that something was off. It was one thing for Wang Defa, the lucky star, to be a slacker, but what was Lin Chen doing? Among the 21 contestants from 7 countries, aside from Lin Chen and Wang Defa with 0 points, the lowest score was 4,000, which was quite embarrassing for him. Meanwhile, the sword fanatic beside him remained unchanged in expression. He stared intently at the rankings on the scoreboard. As long as Lin Chen didn't secure 1st place this time, he wouldn't need to worry about anything else. Is this really the land of divine fall? Lin Chen looked around. The scene completely different from the Divine Demon Arena, resembling an independent little world. Little Wang shouldn't run into any problems, right? Lin Chen muttered. After entering the land of divine fall, he noticed that Wang Defa had completely disappeared. However, he wasn't overly worried. Since the land of divine fall was a place of trials, the one being tested should only be him who had received the task of the fallen deity. As for little Wang, he would likely be temporarily transported to an independent space. Without overthinking, Lynch stepped forward. At this moment, the task panel did not provide him with any further hints. Everything had to be explored by himself. After flying for about 10 minutes, a magnificent hall appeared in Lin Chen's view. Is this the Transmutation Temple? A hint of surprise appeared on Lin Chen's face. In his sight, a grand hall stood over a kilometer away, with 2 stone-carved Eastern dragons at the entrance. Both the design and the decorations in front of the hall resembled the Transmutation Temple, the only difference being that this Transmutation Temple was a bit too large. It really is the Transmutation Temple? Lin Chen murmured, and with a surge of speed from his wind sword, he instantly arrived at the entrance of the hall. You have discovered the Divine Transmutation Temple. A notification sounded. Unlike the usual background prompts, this one resembled a notification for discovering a new map. It really is the Transmutation Temple. Lin Chen's pupils widened in shock. As everyone knows, after the game invaded reality, only within cities recognized by the rules would there be transmutation temples. Simply put, in the early stages of the game's invasion of reality, the rules had divided the territories of each country by national borders, and only within those rule-defined areas would there be transmutation temples. So how could there be a transmutation temple in the land of divine fall? Could it be? Suddenly, Lin Chen thought of a possibility, but it was so absurd that he couldn't be sure. He stepped into the transmutation temple. Everything was as usual. After 2 turns, Lin Chen arrived in front of a giant stone tablet, which was the transmutation stone tablet. Since this is the transmutation temple, it should be able to help me complete the 4th transmutation, right? Lin Chen murmured, then took out a divine sword from his bag and directly chose to submit it. Submission successful. Congratulations, you have completed the 10 stages of the 4th job transfer task. Please proceed to the job transfer temple for your transfer. With all 4th transfer tasks completed, the familiar prompt sound rang out once again. How about giving it a try? Lin Chen looked at the job transfer stone tablet in front of him and placed his palm on it. Meets the conditions. For divine job transfer, detected that your 4th job transfer task is complete. Would you like to break through immediately? Yes/no. It really can be done. A hint of joy appeared on Lin Chen's face as he made his choice. Yes. Swish. The familiar sword light illuminated, and Lin Chen felt a surge of power instantly coursing through him. Congratulations, you have successfully completed the 4th job transfer and can continue to level up. Congratulations, you have gained 9 talent points. Congratulations, you have automatically learned Soul Sword Technique. Congratulations, you have automatically learned Sword Eye. Congratulations, you have automatically learned Divine Angry Dragon Slash. 5 consecutive prompts sounded, and Lin Chen's heart filled with joy. 9 talent points. This meant that his sword path innate talent could continue to be enhanced. Lin Chen quickly opened the skill panel and frantically clicked 6 times after the introduction of the sword path innate skill. You have consumed 6 talent points, and the sword path innate has been upgraded to level 7. Sword path innate LV.7, passive, can be enhanced, can be advanced with the recognition of the sword path innate. You will gain unexpected rewards. When using sword techniques, you will have a 1200% damage result. Bonus. When using sword techniques, the skill coverage can be increased by 2200 times. Each time you level up, all your attributes will be significantly enhanced. With the sword path innate, you can ignore levels in use any level sword type weapon 7 times every 24 hours. Now the safety issue is even more assured. Lin Chen looked at the activated 7 mysterious sword array and nodded in satisfaction. As the saying goes, offense is the best defense. For one's own attack power, the higher, the better. The quickest way for Lin Chen to enhance his attack power was through the existence of the sword array. Now that the 7 mysterious sword array was activated, it was equivalent to having another terrifying trump card. As for the remaining 3 talent points, Lin Chen did not use them recklessly. He wanted to wait until the 5th transfer to see if he could unlock the ultimate 9 extreme sword array all at once. It seems like I've also gained an extra skill from this comprehension. Lin Chen turned his attention to the 3 skills he had just comprehended. Sword Eye. Active. Condense the sword eye to pierce through the enemy's hand. Using sword eye allows you to penetrate the specific attributes of any target. This skill is pretty good. Lin Chen nodded in satisfaction. On Blue Star, personal attribute panels have absolute privacy. No matter how strong one is, they cannot penetrate other strengths. As for whether there are skills that can see through others' attributes, Lin Chen was uncertain, but so far, he had not encountered any job changers with such skills. It can be said that while the sword eye skill has no attack or defense power, it absolutely possesses uniqueness and practicality. After all, being able to see through an opponent's strength first can provide a strategic advantage, preventing any surprise attacks from those who might be pretending to be weak. Isn't the soul sword technique just a killing version of sword control? Lin Chen continued to look at the next skill. Soul Sword Technique, active. Control the sword with the soul, killing enemies from 1,000 miles away. You can control flying swords to kill enemies, taking their
heads from 1,000 miles away. Pretty good.
Lin Chen was also quite satisfied with this skill.
With the Soul Sword Technique, he could achieve maximum long-range killing, further ensuring his own safety. After all,
entering some dangerous places often comes with the risk of falling at any moment, and with the Soul Sword Technique, he no longer needed to worry about that.
Moreover, the most important thing is that the Soul Sword Technique was comprehended at just the right time. Lin Chen still hasn't forgotten the targets marked outside the Divine Demon Arena.
In his original plan, he intended to block the exit on the last day of the arena's closure and harvest them one by one, but now with the Soul Sword Technique, it has become much easier.
I suppose this Divine Angry Dragon Slash should be quite extraordinary, right?
Finally, Lin Chen's gaze fell on the last skill. In the 13-grid highest category, Divine Angry Dragon Slash, active. The wrath of the Divine Dragon can break through certain taboos. Using the Divine Dragon Slash can inflict 70% of one's physical damage value on the
opponent.
Tip: the Angry Dragon Slash can ignore any defensive skills. This skill is just average, huh? Lin Chen frowned as he saw the introduction of the Divine Angry Dragon Slash. With such a 13-grid skill, how could
it only deal 70% of physical damage?
Even the Flying Dragon Slash can provide a 120% physical damage bonus.
This Divine Angry Dragon Slash is too weak. Damn. Just as Lin Chen was feeling gloomy and continued to look down,
he noticed something was off and exclaimed,
"Can it really ignore any defensive skills?"
Lin Chen was taken aback and rubbed his eyes.
What are defensive skills?
Clearly, they refer to some damage reduction skills and
defense enhancement skills.
But let's not forget, invincibility skills also belong to the category of defensive skills. They are just more perverse, as they can negate 100% of damage.
The value of this skill is simply too high. A serious expression appeared on Lin Chen's face.
It is well known that on the entire Blue Star, equipment with invincibility skills is the hardest to obtain.
Don't be fooled by Wang Defa having 7 invincibility
skills. Remember, those were 7 pieces of equipment with invincibility skills that the Mage God Lord pieced together, and the quality of those items is not high. Now, Lin Chen possesses an attack skill that can ignore invincibility skills. To some extent, he already has the ability to instantly kill anyone. After all, human transmuters do not have health bars as thick as those of bosses of the same level. In critical situations, even some
major ascenders can only rely on invincibility skills. And now, these invincibility skills will be ineffective in front of Lin Chen, who could possibly challenge him.
Thinking of this, Lin Chen felt ecstatic.
With the
Divine Angry Dragon Slash, he truly no longer needs to think twice about how to bait out the enemy's invincibility skills.
Stay low-key, don't be arrogant. With a joyful expression, Lin Chen suppressed his inner
excitement and slowly stepped forward to continue exploring the other rooms in this special transmutation temple. He had a feeling that this transmutation temple was definitely extraordinary, not an ordinary one. The 3 special skills he just comprehended and the hints before the transmutation were enough to indicate that. Lin Chen stepped lightly, each step cautious.
After 3 minutes passed and he explored 2 more rooms without any gains, Lin Chen arrived at the last room in the Transmutation Temple. You have entered the Divine Demon Trial Area. Just as Lin Chen stepped 1 foot into the room, a prompt sounded. Divine Demon Trial Area?
Lin Chen was taken aback but did not retreat. Instead, he walked straight in.
Hiss.
Inside the room, a piercing sound echoed continuously and a mass of black mist swirled around the ceiling. The black mist seemed neither round nor flat, as if there was an inexplicable terror behind it. Jimmy. At that moment, a faint whimper reached Lin Chen's ears.
Tong Ling?
Lin Chen immediately opened the spirit pet space. A miniature, graceful figure
flapped its wings and flew chaotically in front of Lin Chen. What is this supposed to mean?
Lin Chen frowned, unable to understand what Tong Ling was trying to do.
Although it was a master-servant relationship and even a
shared soul, Lin Chen still couldn't quite understand what Tong Ling meant.
Jimmy.
Tong Ling flapped her wings quickly, seeming a bit anxious, her tiny fingers pointing at the black mist in midair.
Dad, I want that. Want the black mist? Lin Chen finally reacted. Go ahead. Without much thought, Lin Chen directly agreed to Tong Ling's request.
As a super divine beast, Tong Ling had an intelligence no less than that of a normal human, and her choice must have its own reasoning.
Jimmy.
After receiving Lin Chen's permission, Tong Ling joyfully flapped her wings and flew towards the black mist.
Who? Tong Ling flew next to the black
mist, opening her rosy little mouth and blowing hard.
Is she going to absorb the black mist? Lin Chen watched Tong Ling intently. As long as there was any abnormality, he would unhesitatingly put Tong Ling into the spirit pet space. However, the imagined abnormality did not occur. As Tong Ling continued to exhale and inhale, the black mist gradually diminished, until finally, half of it disappeared, and Tong Ling contentedly patted her little belly and flew back to Lin Chen's side. Congratulations, your spirit pet Tong Ling has comprehended the source of darkness new skill?
Lin Chen's eyes lit up, quickly looking at Tong Ling's skill bar.
Source of
Darkness, passive. The source of darkness, refined from the purest magical energy in the world, possesses an extremely strong amplification ability.
1. Infinite magic power. Tong Ling does not need to consume magic power when using any skill. 2. Magic power amplification. When Tong Ling uses all attack skills, their power will automatically amplify by 10 times.
3. Magic power growth. Each time Tong Ling levels up, her magic power will have
additional growth value. This is too overpowered.
Lin Chen was somewhat speechless at this moment. This source of darkness skill, in a sense, was a weakened version of the sword path source, although it was not as absurd as the sword path source overall. It was still enough to be considered broken. After all, Tong Ling originally had the insight skill, allowing her to learn any magic system skill without limits, and now she had infinite
magic power. Didn't that mean that as a spirit pet, Tong Ling could unleash a barrage of attacks without worrying about consumption? Moreover, Tong Ling's attributes were already unmatched among the same level, and with
such an enhancement, she was practically a walking nuclear bomb. I wonder if those so-called god-level seed geniuses will feel ashamed and look for a block of tofu to smash their heads against when they see Tong Ling's panel one day, Lin Chen thought with a bit of dark humor.
But it was indeed true.
At the same level, even with his absurd panel attributes, he was slightly inferior to Tong Ling.
If it weren't for the absurd attack enhancements
from the divine sword and the sword path source, he might not even be Tong Ling's match, let alone those weaklings.
Thinking of this, Lin Chen's dark humor couldn't help but grow. I must find an opportunity to let those little brats experience what it means to be outclassed by a pet. A wicked smile appeared on Lin Chen's lips. Ding! Would you like to immediately begin the trial of the divine being? Yes/no. Just then, a prompt suddenly sounded, catching Lin Chen off guard. The trial of the divine being? Could it be the sixth phase task of the fall of the divine being? Lin Chen quickly looked at the task panel. Sure enough, at this moment, the sixth phase task of the fall of the divine being was also updated. Find the demon god trial area and undergo the trial. So that's how it is. Lin Chen's heart instantly understood. The so-called trial of the divine being should be in this room. Unconsciously, Lin Chen looked up at the black mist in the air and directly chose yes. The black vortex slowly spun. In an instant, Lin Chen's figure disappeared without a trace. The first phase of the divine trial officially begins. Attack of low-level monsters, 133rd. A prompt sounded, and Lin Chen appeared on an open grassland. In the distance, the sky was slowly covered by demonic energy. Roar! 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 Continuous roars echoed as terrifying horned monsters gradually came into Lin Chen's view. LV.100 low-level monster. Lin Chen glanced at the monster's attributes and opened the spirit pet space again. Jimmy! Tong Ling appeared in midair, happily spinning around, seemingly in a great mood after comprehending the essence of darkness moments ago. Tong Ling, it's up to you, leave none alive. Lin Chen pointed at the horde of monsters charging from afar. Jimmy! Tong Ling nodded and quickly flew towards the distance. Moments later, at the location of the monster horde, a sea of fire raged, flood surged, and lightning illuminated the dark sky. 3 million, 2 million. You have killed a low-level monster, gaining 1,000 experience points. You have killed a low-level monster. Your Tong Ling gained 1,000 experience points. Congratulations, you have successfully completed the first phase of the divine trial. The second phase of the divine trial will begin in 1 hour. Massive damage numbers floated up, and continuous prompts followed one after another. In a short time, Tong Ling had killed all the monsters of the first phase. As expected, in this independent little world, one can ignore the level rules. Lin Chen was not surprised by Tong Ling's damage. To him, it would be strange if Tong Ling, as a super divine beast, did not possess such power. What surprised him was that this divine trial could actually ignore level rules, allowing him to gain experience. However, this situation was somewhat within his expectations. After all, the independent maps of the 18 layers of hell could ignore rules, so it was normal for the divine trial to do the same. It was just a pity that the monsters in this trial area seemed not to drop equipment. Lin Chen did not dwell on this too much. He had just completed his 4th promotion and needed experience to level up. As long as there were monsters for experience, he did not care much about the rest. An hour of boring waiting passed. The second phase of the divine trial officially begins. Attack of low-level monsters, 233rds. The prompt sounded again, and swaths of monsters reappeared in Lin Chen's view. LV.200. Low-level monsters, still low-level monsters, but their attributes had multiplied several times. Tong Ling. Seeing this, Lin Chen called out to Tong Ling, who was joyfully flying in midair. Jimmy! Tong Ling struck again. As always, with a barrage of attacks, it took less than a minute to resolve the situation once more. This experience is quite substantial. Lin Chen glanced at the experience bar, which had already reached 1/3 of the required experience for leveling up, and that was without encountering any bosses. Thus, the monotonous waiting and brief moments of annihilation continued. It wasn't until the 8th wave of LV.800 monsters appeared that Lin Chen called Tong Ling back and chose to take action himself. He knew that with Tong Ling's current attributes and the enhancement from the essence of darkness, dealing with the LV.700 monster horde was already the limit any higher, and Tongling might encounter an accident. Although as a spirit pet, Tongling could still be revived after death, there was a 1-month cooldown for resurrection. He did not want to waste that month due to his own carelessness. Swish! A flash of sword light appeared, and thousands of skulls filled the sky as Lin Chen directly used the Wanxie sword. Boom! The sword energy slashed out, and the 8th wave of monsters was collectively annihilated. Congratulations, your level has risen to level 328. Congratulations, your spirit pet Tongling's level has risen to level 328. The pleasant sound of the level up notification rang out, making Lin Chen unable to contain his excitement. At this rate, after completely resolving the 33 waves of monsters, both he and Tongling would reach level 400, and with that special class transfer temple in this trial ground, he could definitely attempt a 5th transfer here. Without thinking too much, Lin Chen continued to wait. In the blink of an eye, another 3 hours had passed. The 11th wave of monsters was about to arrive. The 11th stage of the divine trial officially begins. The Phantom of the Demon King Chair, 1133rds. The boss is finally here? Lin Chen perked up at the sound of the notification. During the first 10 waves of monster attacks, although the 10th wave's monsters had reached LV.1000, there had never been a single boss. And now that the boss had appeared, didn't that mean that after the 33 waves of monster attacks were completely over, he was very likely to obtain 3 broken divine artifacts instead of just 1? Thinking of this, Lin Chen felt invigorated, filled with fighting spirit. Swish! The sword was drawn, and the heavens changed. Lin Chen didn't even look at the boss's attributes before using the celestial sword. After all, it was a boss that could be called a demon king, even if it was just a phantom. Out of caution, Lin Chen still used the earth artifact, the celestial sword. Boom! The celestial sword slashed out. In an instant, the void split, and a divine punishment sword light fell, instantly slaying the demon king's phantom that had just shown its face. Congratulations! Your level has risen to level 350. Congratulations, your spirit pet Tongling's level has risen to level 350. Congratulations, you have completed the Fall of the Deity, Stage 6, and obtained Heavenly God Inviting. The moon, broken, the Fall of the Deity, Stage 7, automatically triggered. Just as Lin Chen had thought, the 11th stage of the Divine Trial task ended, and the 6th stage of the Fall of the Deity was also declared complete. A jade green belt appeared in Lin Chen's inventory, but before he could check it, the subsequent events of the Fall of the Deity were automatically triggered. Although the 3 gods in the land of Divine Fall have lost consciousness, they still sealed the Demon King in the abyss. However, with the eruption of demonic energy, the sealed Demon King has manifested its phantom avatar. Brave warrior, show your strength and slay the escaping Demon King's phantom to prove your power to the 3 gods. Task content: accept the deity's trial and slay the phantom of the Demon King Hars. Task reward: Flying Ping Silver Helmet, broken. Task time limit: none. Tip: the current task is the 7th stage of the Fall of the Gods. Completing the current task will automatically trigger the next stage task. Another 11 waves, and I'll soon have the 7th piece of the Divine Artifact set. Lin Chen looked at the task panel's description, murmuring to himself, the Flying Ping Silver Helmet. Just from the name, it was clearly a helmet component, and he didn't know if it was a cruel twist of fate, but the name of this helmet artifact sounded somewhat familiar to him. 1 hour later, a new wave of monster attacks arrived. LV.100 Frenzied Monster, Jimmy. Seeing this, Tongling in midair didn't need Lin Chen to give any commands and directly charged towards the group of monsters. The wind rose, thunder surged, darkness and light intertwined. In just a few dozen seconds, the battle was over. Jimmy, Tongling flew to Lin Chen's side as if seeking credit, affectionately rubbing its little head against Lin Chen's arm. Good, Tongling is the best. Lin Chen reached out and patted Tongling's little head. He could feel that as Tongling's level increased, its intelligence seemed to be growing as well. However, the higher the level of the Tongling, the less it seemed to like speaking human language, resembling more of a spirit pet. Nevertheless, Lin Chen did not pay much attention to this. As a super divine beast, Tongling's loyalty had always been at a full 100, with no possibility of betrayal. 10 more hours passed, and it had been a day and a half since Lin Chen entered the Demon and God Arena. Next, I should be facing the shadow of the Demon King Hars. Lin Chen glanced at the sky in the distance, which was gradually being covered by demonic energy. He knew that the so-called shadow of the Demon King was about to descend. Roar! With a roar, the distant sky rapidly transformed, as if a tear had been forcibly ripped in the heavens, and a massive bull-headed figure fully emerged. The second phase of the divine trial officially begins. Shadow of the Demon King Hars, 2233rds. You foolish ancient god clan, dare to send such ants to seal me. The Demon King Hars looked up, his eyes as large as grinding discs radiating endless demonic energy, causing the very earth to tremble with his every movement. Another long-winded boss. Lin Chen couldn't help but curl his lips in annoyance. It was not good for this monster to have intelligence. Too much nonsense. Of course, this intelligence was indeed lacking. Even on the brink of death, it still couldn't see reality. Swish! Without any further ado, 3 sword lights ignited, the Qingxian sword, the Qishao
sword, and the Jinglei sword arranged in a triangular formation before Lin Chen's shoulder. Go! Lin Chen pointed his fingers like a sword and directly unleashed the three talents sword formation. After all, in a few hours, the usage time of the divine sword would cool down again, so why not use it? Moreover, the first 7 waves of small monsters would be handled by Tongling, so he didn't need to worry about anything at this moment. Clang! The sword light surged, and 3 great images appeared, which instantly merged into a massive divine sword, slashing towards Hars. With such low-level divine power, you think you can harm me? You're simply dreaming. The Demon King Hars showed a disdainful expression and did not dodge at all. 120 million, a massive damage number floated up, and the enormous body of the Demon King Hars was directly split in half. How is this possible? Your divine power. The massive body slowly fell, and the Demon King Hars stared at Lin Chen in disbelief, but he had no chance to speak again. Congratulations, your level has risen to level 385. Congratulations, your Spirit Pet Tongling's level has risen to level 385. Congratulations, you have completed the Fall of the Gods, Phase 7, and obtained Flying Ping's Silver Helmet, damaged, the Fall of the Gods, Phase 8, automatically. Triggered. Golden light continuously floated around Lin Chen and Tongling, their levels directly rising to 385, while a slightly rusted silver helmet appeared in Lin Chen's inventory, which was the Flying Pang. Silver Helmet. Brave warrior, congratulations on successfully clearing the 2 major Demon King shadows in the land of the fallen gods, but this is just the beginning. Deeper in the land of the fallen gods, the shadow of the Demon King Emperor Tian has already sensed your presence. The Demon King Emperor Tian possesses the purest ancient demon bloodline. Brave warrior, please proceed with caution. Task content, accept the trial of the gods and kill the shadow of the Demon King Emperor Tian. Task reward, Ancient God's Right Hand, damaged. Task time limit, none. The task for the 8th phase of the Fall of the Gods was updated, and the specific task objectives appeared. Demon King Emperor Tian? Lin Chen couldn't help but twitch his mouth. He always felt that this so-called rule had some connection to his past life. First, it was the Qin dynasty ruins, and now, it was bringing out Emperor Tian. It should be noted that in this parallel world there were no legends of pre-Qin and Emperor Tian. Meanwhile, outside the demon and god arena, the leaders of various countries were flattering each other, each displaying a very satisfied expression, except for Yun Hai and a few others. Your Excellency Michael, the Plutarn of your lighthouse nation is truly strong, nearing 100,000 points now. Indeed, Your Excellency Michael, it seems the champion of this demon and god arena competition will once again be from your lighthouse nation. Ha, it's only expected that the lighthouse nation would take the crown. It seems the dragon nation is about to make a big joke of themselves this time. Beside Michael of the lighthouse nation, several national leaders continued to flatter him while intentionally or unintentionally glancing towards Yun Hai not far away. This time, the dragon nation was indeed weaker than ever. Had they known this would be the case, they wouldn't have gone through the trouble of making plans in advance. This time, it was a boon for those idiots. Michael wore a smile, while inwardly he was constantly grumbling. The weakness of this year's Dragon Nation contestants was beyond his expectations. However, he was pleased to see it. As long as the champion of this demon and god arena remained with the Lighthouse Nation, that was enough. After all, as a powerful Lighthouse Nation, their authority must not be infringed upon by other countries. Only in this way could they ensure their leadership position. Lin Chen, what on earth are you doing? On the other side of the split canyon, Yun Hai looked up at the score rankings in mid-air, frowning. 1. Plutarn, Lighthouse Nation, points 98252. 2. Yun Pianpian, Dragon Nation, points 95822. 20. Lin Chen, Dragon Nation, points 021. Wang Defa, Dragon Nation, points 0. Although Yun Pianpian and Plutarn were very close in points, Yun Hai understood that with Michael's cunning nature he must have prepared some sort of backup for Plutarn, making it very difficult for Yun Pianpian to surpass him in points. However, Lin Chen, who was originally held in high regard by the Sword God, still had 0 points, which left him speechless. Nearly 2 days had passed. Did Lin Chen still have a chance to catch up in points? It seems that madman Yun Hai is still not willing to give up. Yun Hai must have pinned all his hopes on Yun Pianpian. As for Lin Chen and Wang Defa, they were probably just sent to die. Yun Pianpian is indeed impressive, but one person is not enough. Low murmurs arose, and the leaders of various countries stared coldly at Yun Hai. They could see that Yun Hai was very concerned about the ranking of points. But was this useful? The moment the Demon and God Arena opened, the outcome was almost predetermined. Moreover, Michael still had 2 backups. Even if Yun Pianpian had a chance to catch up in points, there would definitely be no chance for a comeback. Another 10 hours passed. The time until the opening of the Demon and God Arena had exceeded 2 days, and there was less than 1 day left before all contestants would be teleported out. Master, Pianpian's points are about to surpass that of the Lighthouse Nation's Teplarn. Why do you still look so troubled? Yuni glanced at the score rankings in mid-air, then looked at Yun Hai beside her. Currently, Teplarn still held the first position with 132,000 points. Yun Pianpian was in second place, with 130,000 points. Under these circumstances, in the final moments of the Demon and God Arena, Yun Pianpian had a real chance to surpass Teplarn. Let's hope so. Yun Hai nodded heavily. Initially, he had placed all his hopes on Yun Pian. As for Lin Chen, he had never held much hope. Yet now, for some reason, he felt a constant sense of unease in his heart. Moreover, the people from the Lighthouse Nation, like Michael, were incredibly calm. At this moment, in the land of Divine Fall, Lin Chen was staring seriously at the distant sky. The third stage of the divine trial officially begins, the phantom of the Demon King, Emperor Sakya 3333. The prompt sounded. In an instant, the entire horizon was shrouded in darkness, with not a glimmer of light remaining. A fierce wind rose, and demonic energy surged as a massive humanoid face slowly took shape in the air. This last boss is a bit fierce. Lin Chen couldn't help but look up at the giant face that was forming. On Blue Star, in most cases, one could judge the strength of a boss based on its appearance in the 13 squares. It could be said that a powerful boss might not always fill all 13 squares, but a boss that filled all 13 squares was definitely not weak. And now, the appearance of the Demon King, Emperor Sakya, directly changed the entire map's sky, indicating its extraordinary power. Jimmy, Tong Ling flew back and forth in the air, looking somewhat anxious, her small eyes constantly gazing into the distance. Don't worry, it's just a phantom. It can't stir up much of a storm. Lin Chen extended his finger to reassure Tong Ling. After the previous trials, he had also discovered some clues. These unrecorded monsters, at the same level, had attributes that were even higher than those of ghostly beings. This could be seen from the two previous phantoms of the Demon Kings. Just a phantom could reach LV.1000 world-destroying level. How terrifying would the real body be? However, even so, Lin Chen was not worried. No matter how strong those so-called Demon King bodies were, they couldn't come out now anyway. He truly didn't take this mere avatar seriously. Dawn, the sound resembling a heartbeat echoed across the entire plain, and the massive face in the air was fully formed. Demon King Phantom Emperor Sakya, world-destroying level boss, level, LV.1000 health, 200 million attack, 12 million, 14 million. Defense, 10 million speed, 32,000 skills. Traits. Introduction. Emperor Sakya, a pure-blooded demon, is a direct descendant of the celestial demon and the only being with pure demon blood since the era when the celestial demon was sealed. Its power has reached a taboo level, and even as just a phantom, it possesses an unfathomable strength. This attribute is even more perverse than Qin Sang. Lin Chen glanced at Emperor Sakya's attributes and couldn't help but click his tongue. Just a phantom, and its attributes had already surpassed most world-destroying level bosses. How strong would the real body be? If it were the real body, it should reach the so-called taboo level, right? Lin Chen shook his head, unable to suppress his thoughts. Currently, as far as he knew, the most powerful monsters on Blue Star were only world-destroying level existences. However, for world-destroying level bosses, most Ascenders had the ability to slay them. In fact, if this game continued on this path, it wouldn't be long before humanity could sound the horn of counterattack. However, if it were just like this, how would the so-called rules continue the game process? Clearly, under such circumstances, the rules would definitely continue to open new expansions, allowing the so-called taboo-level existences to descend. Of course, these were just Lin Chen's personal speculations. There was no reason for the speculation, it was just that he had played too many online games in his past life. Roar! A fierce roar erupted. In the sky, demonic energy surged, and the giant face opened its mouth wide, as if it wanted to swallow the entire plane whole. Forget it. There's no time to waste, there are still more prey to harvest outside. Lin Chen frowned, not intending to give the avatar of Emperor Tian another chance to be arrogant. Swish! 4 swords emerged, and the 4 divine sword source images appeared, immediately activating the 4 symbols sword formation. Completely. 1 sword slashed down, as if tearing through the sky, cutting through the sun and moon. 240 million, a damage number exceeding 200 million floated up, and the giant face avatar in mid-air was directly killed. The 4 symbols sword formation constructed from earth artifacts is indeed terrifying. Lin Chen looked at the damage number that broke 200 million, then glanced at the burning fire heavenly wrath sword floating in mid-air, unable to suppress his astonishment. Although the power of the 4 symbols sword formation was terrifying, it definitely couldn't have dealt such damage without the presence of the burning fire heavenly wrath sword. Your level has reached the current limit, unable to gain more experience. Your spirit pet's level is equal to yours, unable to gain experience. Congratulations, you have completed the fall of the deity. 8th stage, gained ancient god's right hand, damaged. A notification sound rang out, and a blood-red glove appeared in Lin Chen's inventory. Another 3-piece artifact set obtained in one breath. Li Mo looked at the 3 damaged artifact pieces in the inventory, a hint of a smile appearing on his face. This feeling of abundant harvest was truly refreshing. It should be about time to be teleported out. Calming his mind, Lin Chen quietly waited to be teleported away. A long while passed. The anticipated teleportation did not occur. Instead, the magic energy in the air above the entire plane grew thicker. Could there still be a boss? Lin Chen thought carefully. There had indeed been a notification for completing a task, but it was only the completion prompt for the fall of the deity's 8th stage, without any prompt for completing the 33 trials. This was worth pondering. The increasingly terrifying phenomena. The prolonged absence of the task completion prompt. Up until now, the scene map had not been teleported away. All of this indicated that either there were other bosses present or there were follow-up tasks. Jimmy. However, at that moment, Tongling automatically appeared from the spirit pet space. Do you want that magic energy? Lin Chen was taken aback. In that special room, Tongling had comprehended the perverse passive skill Dark Origin by absorbing a portion of the magic energy. Now, Tongling wanted to absorb the magic energy in midair. What changes would occur if she succeeded? Lin Chen dared not imagine. This place was filled with the magic energy of the entire plane. Jimmy, Tongling called out twice again, clearly a bit anxious. Go ahead, just remember not to overdo it. Lin Chen nodded in agreement and reminded her. Jimmy. Hearing this, Tongling quickly soared into the sky. Ha! A slight exhalation sound emerged, and Tongling's tiny body was almost negligible amidst the pervasive magic energy. In the air, however, there seemed to be an inexplicable rhythm between her inhaling and exhaling. The magic energy in the air surged rapidly, entering Tongling's small belly at an incredible speed. About half an hour later, the magic energy in the sky gradually decreased, until only about 1/3 remained, and Tongling finally flew back to Lin Chen's side, looking quite satisfied. However, at this moment, Tongling seemed to be a bit drunk. Hick! Tongling let out a satisfied burp, her petite body swaying left and right in front of Lin Chen, clearly drunk. Having drunk so much, it's understandable to be tipsy. Lin Chen couldn't help but smile and nodded. Given Tongling's size, absorbing 2/3 of the magic energy from the entire plane was quite a feat. Hick! Another burp sounded, and Tongling's body disappeared without a trace. Lin Chen was somewhat surprised. Your spirit pet Tongling has fallen into a brief slumber. For some reason the notification sounded, and Lin Chen glanced at the spirit pet space where Tongling's figure still lingered, finally feeling relieved. At the same time, he felt a bit of anticipation. Once Tongling completely digested the demonic energy within, it would definitely become even more monstrous, and in certain aspects, it might even rival him. Thinking of this, Lin Chen's mood became exceptionally pleasant. This trip to the Divine and Demon Arena was truly worth it. Even without the agreement with the Sword God Lord in not obtaining the Sword Tomb, he felt it was not in vain. Boom! Just then, the entire plane suddenly trembled. This should mean it can be teleported out. Lin Chen felt the vibrations around him and couldn't help but think. However, the next scene left him disappointed. The plane continued to shake, showing signs of collapse, while the demonic energy in the sky completely vanished, replaced by a golden light enveloping the entire plane. Is there really a follow-up mission? Lin Chen took a step forward, feeling a sense of familiarity as he stood in the golden light. In the next moment, a figure appeared not far away. Is this an illusion? Lin Chen was taken aback. Immediately after, 2 more figures appeared. 2 men and 1 woman stood together, their deep gazes radiating a terrifying light. Is this the 3 divine phantoms of the divine and demon realm? Lin Chen was astonished. Although he couldn't see the faces of the 3, one of the men wore a blood-red glove, exuding an unfathomable aura, while the other man donned a silver helmet, exuding an extraordinary presence. As for the last woman, a jade-green belt wrapped around her waist, emanating an inexplicable aura. She was the goddess Yaoyu. Time reversal, reappearing the ancient battlefield of gods and demons? Lin Chen murmured, focusing intently on the 3 deities. Not long after, the sun and moon in the illusion continuously alternated, and he didn't know how many days had passed, but the 3 deities maintained the same posture. Until one day, the sun no longer rose, the golden light no longer protected the plane, and a giant face suddenly descended. Is it Emperor Chakra? Lin Chen looked at the scene in the illusion, speculating on the identity of the giant face. Boom! A violent explosion sounded as the 3 deities engaged in battle with Emperor Chakra. Divine radiance and demonic energy intertwined until the entire plane exploded and the illusion vanished without a trace. Is that it? Lin Chen looked around, which had returned to normal. In astonishment, he always felt like he had missed something important. The opening of the Divine and Demon War signifies that not only are the Ghost Clan stirring, but the even more terrifying Demon Clan is also restless. Yet it seems there is some conspiracy behind it all. The sudden arrival of the Hell Lord and the descent of the Demon King Emperor Chakra, all of this heralds the coming storm. The voice of the background information echoed in Lin Chan's ears. We can't go on like this, that Emperor Chakra is too strong, the Divine Lord is held back by the Ghost Clan, and we are no match for him. We can only use that method. Don't hesitate, we must not allow Emperor Chakra to descend. The illusion reappeared, and the phantoms of the 3 deities appeared in Lin Chen's sight. However, at this moment, the 3 deities seemed to be in poor condition, their bodies stained with blood, clearly suffering severe injuries. I don't know how long sacrificing the 3 of us and the entire arena can hold Emperor Chakra. A deep and hoarse voice sounded. The man wearing the blood-red glove showed no hesitation and directly self-destructed.
There will be a way. We can hold on for a day if possible.
The divine woman whispered, her azure attire rippling, resolutely choosing to self-destruct.
I hope the divine Lord can arrive soon. The holy court plan cannot be delayed any longer.
Finally, the man wearing the silver helmet also followed suit, sealing a key within the void.
Boom! The power of the three gods' self-detonation flattened the entire plane. The scene shifted again.
Lynch saw the plane that had returned to its former state. However, compared to the plane in the illusion, Lynch always felt that something was missing.
That key, sealed in the void, should be the key to controlling the entire mysterious territory, right?
Lynch murmured, his eyes shining with golden light as he slashed towards the void with his sword.
Crack! The sound of space shattering echoed, and a shimmering golden key appeared before Lin Chen's eyes.
Key of the Gods, special item, an important key to unlock a certain ancient divine land, rumored to grant control over a region of ancient
gods to its possessor.
Effect, unknown hint. The mysterious key is a symbol of divine authority, but the current conditions for unlocking it seem to not meet certain requirements.
This should be the key, right? Lin Chen
spoke to himself, looking at the gleaming key in his hand. Originally just a phase task of the fall of the gods, obtaining this key was purely an unexpected joy. Of course, this so-called key that could control the entire
mysterious territory seemed to come effortlessly, but in reality, it required many factors.
First, one must receive the unique hidden task of the fall of the gods, or those foreign job changers must also receive similar tasks related to the fall of the gods to trigger the conditions. Second, one must possess solid strength, otherwise, even if the corresponding triggering task conditions are met, it would be impossible to pass through 33
trials consecutively.
Finally, a certain amount of luck is needed, as this land of divine fall is not so easily discovered. Yet Lin Chen just happened to meet all these conditions. But these rules are really a trap.
Lin Chen sighed again.
If this key of the gods could be used right now, its value would be absolutely immeasurable. It would be equivalent to 1/3 of the mysterious territory of the Dragon Kingdom, and its resources
are simply unimaginable.
Whether sold or used personally, the resources in the future would definitely be endless. Of course, Lin Chen did not intend to sell this key of the gods or engage in trade. His vision was more long-term, and he understood in his heart that by mastering this key of the gods, if operated properly in the future, it might be possible to establish a nation or, in a certain sense, significantly expand the territory of the
Dragon Kingdom.
Moreover, even if he was just a solitary individual now, using the key of the gods as a trump card would definitely allow him to reach a cooperative condition with transcendent forces like the Sword God,
Mountain, and the Mage Sea.
Of course, all of this was predicated on having sufficient strength. After all, he understood the principle that a common man is innocent, but possessing a treasure can lead to trouble.
Without
enough strength, obtaining such a heaven-defying item would only make one a lamb waiting to be slaughtered.
Another 5 minutes passed. The entire plane showed no signs of movement.
Lin Chen suspiciously surveyed his
surroundings, feeling that something was off.
Now that the 33 trials were completed, and the task of the fall of the gods had come to an end, even the key of the gods was in his hand.
So what else was there in this plane?
Swish! Just as Lin Chen was deep in thought, a beam of golden light suddenly descended from the horizon. In an instant, an endless pressure enveloped Lin Chen, and a golden silhouette appeared in the void.
What is this?
Lin Chen lightly scolded, and the Basya sword instantly appeared in his hand, triggering his invincible skill.
Roar! The Basya silhouette roared, its back resembling a mountain, as if it were about to break through the restrictions. Sigh! A faint sigh echoed, seemingly striking at one's soul. What on earth is this?
At this moment, Lin Chen felt a splitting headache.
He could sense that the silhouette facing away from
him was not a physical entity, but more like those Demon King phantoms.
But what was the true identity of this silhouette? Was it friend or foe?
The pressure on Lin Chen grew heavier, and even though the invincible skill of the Basya sword could protect him, it couldn't withstand this kind of pressure.
Song Qion.
Without much thought, the earth artifact Song Qion suddenly appeared from Lin Chen's pack.
Clang! A sound like clashing
gold echoed, and the surrounding space shattered abruptly around Lin Chen, triggering the protective characteristic of the Song Qion sword.
Crack!
A brilliant white sword light slashed out, and the sound of shattering followed, causing the pressure on Lin Chen to vanish.
Let's see who you really are.
With his ability to move restored, Lin Chen suddenly looked up, his pupils filled with sword energy, gazing at the shadow in the air that turned its back to all beings.
Ancient God, Li Tian, Shadow, who?
Lin Chen frowned, his pupils dilating. He had heard the name of the ancient god Li Tian before. Strictly speaking, his spirit pet Tonling was a descendant
of Li Tian.
However, this Li Tian's shadow surprisingly had no level at all, which was something he had never seen before. Under normal circumstances, before a new expansion was opened, Li Tian's shadow should be at the same level as the shadow of Emperor Shi Tian.
Yet, the Li Tian shadow before him indeed showed no level display. Whoosh! A sound like a startled phoenix rang out.
Suddenly, the Li Tian shadow turned around.
In just an
instant, the entire space trembled again, as if it could barely withstand Li Tian's divine power.
Can't see clearly?
Lin Chen forced himself to calm down, his sword pupils operating at their peak. In his line of sight, the towering man radiating golden light in the void had turned around, but his features remained indistinct. No. To be precise, it wasn't that he couldn't see, but that he couldn't remember. This situation felt as if it had forcibly altered his thinking. What does Li Tian want? Lin Chen's expression darkened as he rapidly connected the dots in his mind. The mysterious territory was originally supposed to be a stronghold of the ancient god clan. After the demon clan's arrival, the ancient god clan was caught in a pincer attack, and the divine lord Li Tian couldn't spare the time to resolve the troubles here. In the end, the three gods self-destructed the entire mysterious territory to seal the three great demon kings that had descended. The reason Li Tian's shadow existed here should be that he came after hearing about the situation. It was even possible that the mysterious territory, which should have ceased to exist, was restored by Li Tian himself. Moreover, Lin Chen thought of a certain possibility. Looking at the entire quest chain regarding the fall of the gods, the ancient god clan must have reached its lowest point, with consecutive divine deaths and the invasion of foreign races, prompting the ancient god clan to no longer have the strength to persist. As the divine lord, Li Tian would inevitably go to the places where the other gods had fallen to handle the aftermath. Thus, the final result became clear. The task of the gods' fall was likely orchestrated by Li Tian himself. However, after the game invaded reality, it was forcibly transformed into an important quest chain by the rules. Could it be that the ancient god clan truly existed in this parallel world? The more Lin Chen thought, the more alarmed he became, and a terrifying suspicion arose in his heart. Since such an outrageous event as the game invading reality could happen, then in this parallel world's more distant past, the existence of races like the ancient god clan, demon clan, and ghost clan might not be impossible. For a moment, Lin Chen felt as if he had unearthed some kind of truth. Boom! Suddenly, a sound of earth-shaking tremors came, and countless golden lights erupted from the ground, causing the Li Tian shadow to vanish. Has he left? Lin Chen looked around, seeing no trace of Li Tian. However, a familiar scene reappeared. Countless golden lights filled the entire plain, revealing images from ancient times. Is that Emperor Shi Tian and Li Tian? In the scene, two figures stood opposed in the void. Although their appearances were unclear, Lin Chen could still discern the identities of the two phantoms. Li Tian, the fortune of the ancient god clan has already waned. Your obsession will ultimately lead to a bad end. A harsh voice echoed, and a giant face constantly shifted. Even the worst outcome is better than the success of you foreign races. Li Tian circled in the void, exuding an aura of authority without anger. Then, the great battle commenced. Demonic energy and divine light filled the heavens and the earth, as if stars were falling, and the entire world dimmed. The scene changed continuously, almost to the point where it was indistinguishable to the human eye. It was unclear how long this battle lasted. When Lin Chen saw Li Tian again, the figure radiating golden light was already drenched in blood, while Shi Tian had vanished without a trace. Li Tian won? Lin Chen analyzed the outcome of the battle. Shi Tian not being sealed by the three gods was within his expectations. After all, he was a being capable of challenging Li Tian. However, it was also impossible for Shi Tian to emerge unscathed from a seal formed at the cost of self-detonation by the three gods. It was normal for him to be defeated by Li Tian. But if Li Tian won, what happened next? Lin Chen's pupils constricted, desperately wanting to see the next scene. However, he was disappointed. That bloodied figure gradually receded, ultimately disappearing at the edge of the plain. The lingering image within the golden light also came to an abrupt halt. The truth behind the decline of the ancient god clan gradually surfaced, seemingly containing a shocking secret, but all of this was gradually buried in the long river of history with the passage of time. At the end of the ancient god era, the ghost clan had already awakened, the demon clan had descended, and the various gods fell one after another. The god Lord Li Tian sought to turn the tide and lay out the entire world. However, the layout of god Lord Li Tian encountered some kind of forbidden existence at a certain link, leading to the complete defeat of the ancient god clan, ultimately burying them in the river of time. The golden light slowly dissipated, and the secret information of the ancient god clan lingered around Lin Chen's ears. Is this just another piece of information? Lin Chen muttered to himself, expressionless. Ever since he received the task of the god's fall, he had personally experienced the information regarding the ancient god clan. Now, although there were still some overly obscure secrets unknown to him, he had a general understanding of the reasons behind the decline of the ancient god clan. Ding! A faint vibration sounded. Lin Chen looked in the direction of the sound, and at the edge where the golden light was about to fade, an ancient, already shattered ring suddenly slipped down. Li Tian's ring? Is this the last piece of the ancient god set? Lin Chen stepped forward, wanting to pick up the ring, but ultimately found, to his dismay, that it was merely a phantom. However, it was precisely because of this that he was even more certain that this shattered ring was indeed the final component of the ancient god set. Currently, he had encountered the 8 gods involved in the fall of the gods and obtained 8 divine artifacts, with only the ring component of the artifact remaining unacquired. God Lord Li Tian was great, yet tragic. Originally, with his layout, he could have turned the tide and changed the situation of the entire ancient god clan, but he failed. In his original plan, whether facing the demon clan, the ghost clan, or other races, as long as he could successfully establish that place, all disasters would be easily resolved. However, things did not go as planned, and God Lord Li Tian's plan ultimately failed. Yet, although God Lord Li Tian's plan failed, his layout was still feasible. The people of the ancient god clan referred to this plan as forging the holy court. The background prompt sounded again, causing Lin Chen to be taken aback. Forging the holy court? Lin Chen felt as if a certain clarity had emerged in his heart. Clearly, this so-called forging the holy court should be about establishing a place of protection. But what kind of sanctuary can withstand the joint invasion of various alien races? Or is it said that this so-called holy court can prevent the invasion of these alien races? Now, the truth of the fall of the gods has surfaced. Are you, who possess the legacy of the 8 gods, willing to inherit the wishes of the god Lord Li Tian and undertake this sacred and great task? You have triggered the main quest of the Dragon Kingdom, Forge the Holy Court. Do you accept it immediately? Yes/no. Hint 1. Forging the Holy Court is the main quest of the Dragon Kingdom and also an individual quest. Each time a stage is completed, all job changers in the Dragon Kingdom will receive unexpected rewards. 2. The main quest of the Dragon Kingdom, Forging the Holy Court, is a clue-based quest that requires the entire nation to explore together. 3. This quest can be shared, with no limit on the number of participants. 4. Once you abandon the main quest, you will never be able to participate in it again for life. Main quest? A glimmer of golden light flashed in Lin Chen's eyes. He had always suspected that a new expansion was about to descend upon the entire Blue Star. It seems that his guess was not wrong. Nowadays, on Blue Star, both the monster and human sides have clearly reached a certain limit in terms of combat power. If they want to continue, they can only open a new expansion. Moreover, Lin Chen, who had played many online games in his previous life, knew that once a main quest was successfully completed at a certain stage of the game, it would definitely unlock the next stage of the expansion. Yes, without any hesitation, Lin Chen chose to accept. Although once the new expansion opened, the human side would inevitably repeat the disasters of the early invasion of the game into reality. But in this parallel world, that is how it is. The beginning of disaster is also the beginning of fortune. Whether it is the impending arrival of a forbidden level boss or the continuous strengthening of various monsters, this is an irreversible trend. Even as a citizen of the Dragon Kingdom, if he were to abandon this task for a moment of comfort, there would surely be others who would take on this task. Moreover, the fourth hint clearly stated that once he abandoned this main quest, he would never be able to join it again, which meant that compared to other job changers in the Dragon Kingdom, he would miss out on many invaluable rewards, something he did not want to see. Furthermore, he understood that since forging the Holy Court was the main quest of the Dragon Kingdom, under the interference of rules, other countries would also have corresponding main quests. If he were to give up now, he would not only be abandoning his own interests but also the interests of the entire nation. The saying goes, one step slow, every step slow, and he did not want the Dragon Kingdom to fall behind other countries. You have accepted the main quest of the Dragon Kingdom, Forge the Holy Court. You have fulfilled the wishes of the god Lord Li Tian and received the reward, Favor of the Goddess, Fragmented. Congratulations, you have completed the 9 stages of the Fall of the Gods quest. Special reward, Blood of the Ancient God, special. Just as Lin Chen chose to accept the quest, 3 prompt sounds rang out. Is this even possible? Lin Chen stared blankly at a broken ring and a drop of golden blood in his bag. If it weren't for the fact that the Fall of the Gods quest had already disappeared from the quest panel, he really wouldn't believe that the last stage of the Fall of the Gods quest, which had no prompts, was completed just like that. It should be noted that the first 8 stages of the Fall of the Gods quest, although not very difficult for him, would definitely be life-threatening for ordinary job changers, even for those who had achieved godhood. Yet, the last stage of such a difficult quest was completed by him in a muddled manner. This is really a combination of luck, strength, and good looks. Lin Chen muttered to himself, and after thinking it over, he felt relieved. The plan to forge the Holy Court was originally conceived by the god Lord Li Tian, but in the end, Li Tian failed. With such regret, Li Tian must have hoped that his plan could succeed in the end. From this perspective, accepting the task of forging the Holy Court was equivalent to inheriting the wishes of Li Tian, making it quite reasonable for him to complete this final stage of the task effortlessly. Understanding this, Lin Chen no longer found it strange. The task panel became blurry once again. The first phase of the main quest, Forging the Holy Court, finally appeared. Forging the Holy Court. Phase 1 task, Light of the Gods. The Holy Court, which carries the hopes of the gods, must use the light of the gods as a medium to have a chance to lay its foundation. Task requirements: collect 100 billion units of the Light of the Gods, 0/1000000000000. Task deadline: 14 days. Task rewards: random rewards, distributed based on individual contribution values. Tips: 1. After the main quest Forging the Holy Court is triggered, killing all types of monsters has a chance to drop the Light of the Gods. 2. If enough Light of the Gods is not gathered within the specified time, the task will be considered a failure.
Meanwhile, the people of Blue Star all received the same 2 notifications simultaneously. Dragon Country's main quest has been triggered. A new expansion is about to begin. As the first country to trigger the main quest, all job changers in Dragon Country will receive an additional 1% boost to their attributes. For other countries, the difficulty of triggering the main quest has been reduced. Countries that cannot trigger the main quest within 7 days will automatically start the main quest. Damn, the main quest is here. Damn it, why did the Dragon Country people trigger it first? What are those big shots in Lighthouse Country doing? Haha, the main quest is here, and we in Dragon Country are already ahead at the start. It's just too exhilarating. In an instant, the reactions from countries around the world were all different. The Dragon Country people triggered the main quest first? This is not good news. Damn, the main quest opened right at this time. Outside the Demon Arena, the leaders of various countries clearly also received these 2 notifications. So what if they triggered the main quest early? This is the perfect opportunity to eliminate you all at once. A shadowy glint flashed in Michael's eyes as he looked towards the sea of clouds. It must be said that the timing of this main quest opening was quite unfortunate and could greatly affect his upcoming plans. However, it also strengthened his resolve to implement his plan. He absolutely could not allow Dragon Country to grow strong again. This was something that Lighthouse Country could not tolerate. Main quest? Forging the Holy Court? Our Dragon Country's main quest has opened first? At this moment, Yun-Yi, standing beside Yun-Hai, also showed a hint of astonishment and glanced at her attribute panel. Dragon Country had been at a disadvantage for years, and the sudden triggering of the main quest was like a timely gift. Just the reward for being the first country to trigger the main quest was an overall 1% boost to all job changers in Dragon Country. Although this 1% boost may not seem like much, it should be noted that Dragon Country has nearly 1.5 billion people. A 1% increase per person adds up to a significant amount. Moreover, for some god-level powerhouses like her, even a mere 1% increase in attributes was quite considerable. Indeed, Yun-Hai glanced at his attribute panel and nodded. Whether it was the rule notification or the increase in attributes on the panel, all proved that Dragon Country's main quest had been triggered early. But who was the one who triggered the main quest? He could not know. Yun-Yi, you need to return to the Mage Sea immediately to oversee the situation, and also notify the Mage Guild and those affiliated guilds to gather all personnel as quickly as possible to prepare for the upcoming main quest. Yun-Hai quickly reacted. The main quest has been activated. Although the specific task details at this stage are still unknown, as the master of the Sea Mage, he understands what it means to prepare for a rainy day. This main quest could very well be an opportunity for the Dragon Kingdom to rise again. Sword Maniac, you should also go back and inform your teacher to get ready. Yun-Hai glanced at the Sword Maniac not far away and said. Although he knew that the Sword God would definitely react immediately, it wouldn't hurt to notify him. Moreover, if it weren't for ensuring the safety of Lynch and the others, he would have probably returned to the Dragon Kingdom by now. Rest assured, Master. Understood. Yun-Yi and the Sword Maniac both nodded. Then, the two of them flew off into the distance together. On Sword God Mountain, the Sword God sat cross-legged at the edge of the cliff outside the Sword Tomb, momentarily stunned by the sudden notification of rules. This day has indeed come. He smiled calmly, then transformed into a beam of sword light and vanished. Meanwhile, Lin Chen, who was once again teleported to the job change temple, was unaware of all this. I can now undergo the 5th job change. Perhaps taking on a job change task in this special job change temple will yield unexpected rewards. Lin Chen stepped forward, heading towards the room that housed the job change steel. Having tasted success once, he wanted to try again, wondering if he could comprehend some extraordinary skills like the Angry Dragon Slash. After completing a job change task in this divine job change temple, he gently placed his palm on the job change steel. Sing! A crisp sound of a sword echoed. Congratulations, empowered by divine power, you have successfully completed the 5th job change. Congratulations, you have gained 11 talent points. Congratulations, you have automatically learned Heavenly Sword Technique. Congratulations, you have automatically learned Divine Heaven's Cry. A flash of golden light appeared, and 4 consecutive notifications rang out, but there was no job change task as he had imagined. Is this even possible? Lin Chen was completely stunned. He had originally just wanted to use this special job change temple to take on a job change task, hoping to see if he could once again comprehend divine skills like the Angry Dragon Slash. After completing the task, unexpectedly, he jumped straight to the end, not only comprehending another divine skill but also skipping the job change task entirely. The ancient god clan is indeed extraordinary. Lin Chen muttered to himself, his expression turning serious. If the ancient god clan still existed in this era, in a sense, they should belong to a rather special branch of humanity. After all, from those data fragments, the ancient god clan was not inherently powerful but needed to grow. If the ancient god clan still existed in this era, then on this blue star, where the game invades reality, they would possess overwhelming advantages. No need to complete job change tasks, as long as the level is sufficient, one can break through directly. In a sense, this is simply the favored one in this world, capable of unlimited growth. But is it really like that? A contemplative look appeared between Lin Chen's brows. It shouldn't be possible to grow without limits. Lin Chen shook his head, dispelling that thought from his mind. The ancient god clan, in a certain sense, transcends the rules of the current Blue Star. Whether it's the suppression of level rules being ineffective against them or the current job change not requiring the completion of tasks, all indicate the uniqueness of the ancient god clan. However, to say that the ancient god clan is completely beyond the rules seems a bit unrealistic. After all, even the layout of the Divine Lord in the Fall of Deities can be constrained into a task chain by the rules. Thus, while the ancient god clan is special, they are not entirely beyond the rules. To be precise, the ancient god clan should possess some unique advantages compared to normal humans. A conjecture arose in Lin Chen's heart. He carefully compared the past and present, as well as the differences between the current normal job changers and the ancient god race, and discovered some clues. Moreover, it's very likely that not only the ancient god race possesses these peculiarities, other races should have them too. Lin Chen couldn't help but recall the celestial spirit stones that erupted from the 18th layer of hell. In a sense, the celestial spirit stones, as a special item, are even more miraculous than this job-changing divine temple. After all, celestial spirit stones can unconditionally allow ascenders of level 3 and above to break through directly, while it remains uncertain whether the job-changing divine temple can achieve this. Divine power, demonic energy, and ghostly energy fused to form celestial spirit stones. Lin Chen's mind raced as he carefully analyzed some information he had grasped. I understand. Suddenly, Lin Chen's pupils dilated, as if he had grasped some key point. The ancient god race primarily relies on divine power, which is the source of their strength, so in this job-changing divine temple, the residual divine power replaced the job-changing task, allowing me to complete the breakthrough directly. Lin Chen slowly spoke, analyzing to himself. Demonic energy is the source of power for the demon race, just like the Tongling. That has been tainted by demonic energy, which can absorb demonic energy to grow and evolve. The more Lin Chen thought, the more he felt his analysis made sense. As for the celestial spirit stones formed by the fusion of ghostly energy and divine power, they are even more effective, allowing low-level ascenders to complete breakthroughs directly. Lin Chen felt as if he had uncovered a small part of the rules. Although it was just a small aspect, the composition of the source of power, it still helped him understand. Regardless of the race, when reaching a certain level, external power is needed to complete the breakthrough. The rules are set based on this point, which is why there are so-called job-changing tasks. From these clues, although the breakthroughs for human job changers are more difficult, overall, they hold the greatest advantage. Because human job changers can use the source of power from all races to complete breakthroughs, this means that the growth of human job changers has no upper limit. But wait, it can't be limitless. If it were limitless, then what would the so-called qualifications be? Lin Chen shook his head again, feeling that his analysis was still somewhat off. If human job changers had no upper limit, then the monsters would have been cleared out long ago. It should be that the rules have added a so-called qualification limit to the characteristic of human job changers being able to absorb all sources. This time, Lin Chen nodded, feeling that his thoughts were no longer problematic. However, reality is indeed like this. If there were no influence from qualification limits, and only the restrictions of job-changing tasks, then even if the job-changing tasks were extremely difficult, the major job changers among the current human job changers would at least be dozens of times more than they are now, if not more. Forget it, I won't think about this anymore. Getting stronger as quickly as possible is the hard truth. In the end, Lin Chen stopped overthinking and began to examine the job-changing divine temple. A wonderful idea surged in his mind. Since this divine job-changing temple has such a special function, if he were to claim it for himself, wouldn't he no longer need to waste time and resources on job-changing tasks every time he changed jobs in the future? Once the thought emerged, Lin Chen felt that the feasibility was quite high. Although for others, even if they understood this point, it would be impossible to achieve. After all, the divine and demon arena only opens once every 10 years, and each time it only opens for 3 days. But let's not forget, he holds the key to control the entire mysterious territory, the key of the gods. However, due to insufficient control conditions, he currently cannot open the divine and demon arena at any time, but that doesn't mean that once the conditions of the rules are met, he won't be able to do so. With this thought, a surge of fighting spirit rose in Lin Chen's heart. The job transfer tasks are both a trap and a waste of time, and many of them even come with time limits. If he could master this job transfer temple, it would definitely be a one-time solution. But I just don't know how long the remaining divine power in this job transfer temple can support me through several transfers. Lin Chen muttered again. He wasn't naive enough to think that once he mastered this job transfer temple, he would no longer have to do any job transfer tasks in the future. From the analysis above, he understood very well that the so-called job transfer tasks were actually equivalent to the accumulation of power sources for other races during their breakthroughs, and they were not unlimited. Let it be. Lin Chen decided not to think too much and instead focused on the newly comprehended divine skill. Divine heavens cry, active the blood of the heavens weeps, and disaster is sure to follow. It can convert any attack into a corresponding value of soul-type attack.
Tip: soul-type attack skills can directly target the essence of the target, restricting its phased resurrection.
This skill is quite perverse.
Lynch said to himself. Soul-type attack skills are something that only hidden class mages have a chance to comprehend. It can be said that soul-type attack skills are an existence that kills invisibly, making it hard for anyone to defend against. After all, soul-type attack skills are unseen and unfelt. No one knows when they might be struck and ultimately die without a trace. Moreover, this divine Heaven's Cry skill not only possesses the strangeness of soul-type attack skills but also has the characteristic of restricting phased resurrection. In simple terms, some powerful bosses do not have their health points represented by surface values. Instead, they possess phased resurrection characteristics.
For example, the Hell Lords in the 12 layers of Hell have 3 phases of resurrection.
On the surface, they only have a health cap of over 100 million, but when accumulated, it exceeds 300 million.
Furthermore, this accumulated health is not uniform but exists separately.
This means that even the strongest attacks must strike such a boss 3 times to kill it. However, with the Divine Heaven's Cry skill, Lin Chen does not need to
do that.
According to the characteristics of the Divine Heaven's Cry skill, even if the opponent has 9 phases of resurrection, Lin Chen can directly annihilate its essence, preventing it from triggering the other 8
phases of resurrection.
This can maximize the efficiency of using the Divine Sword. Lin Chen said to himself.
As his strength grew, the bosses he encountered were at least of the world-destroying level, all possessing
extremely powerful characteristics, and it was very likely he would encounter bosses with phased resurrection characteristics again. When facing such bosses, Lin Chen could only consume multiple uses of the Divine Sword to
kill them.
But now, that was no longer necessary. With a single strike, he could directly annihilate their essence, preventing resurrection. This Heavenly Sword technique is also quite good.
Lin Chen glanced at another skill he had just comprehended.
Heavenly Sword Technique, passive: the Sword of Heavenly Punishment, devastating and unstoppable. Under the enhancement of the Heavenly Sword Technique, it can deal 300% final damage to the
target.
Stackable, with the Divine Sword and the innate talent of the Sword Path already in his possession, Lin Chen was now even more formidable. Although the Heavenly Sword Technique is not an attack-type skill but rather a buff-type skill, its stackable nature provides Lin Chen with greater room for development.
I wonder if my strongest attack can break 3 billion now. A smile crept onto Lin Chen's lips. Just a few days ago, his strongest attack could only deal over 200 million damage, but now it was heading towards 3 billion. However, this was not a mere fantasy. He had yet to use the strongest 7 mystical sword formation, and now with an additional Earth-grade divine artifact and the enhancement of the Heavenly Sword Technique, he felt that breaking through 3 billion in cumulative damage would not be a problem at all. Thinking of this, Lin Chen quickly opened the skill panel and frantically clicked 7 times after the introduction of the Sword Dao Origin skill.
You have consumed 7 talent points, and the Sword Dao Origin has been upgraded to level 8 Sword Dao Origin LV.8. Passive, can be enhanced, can be advanced. You, recognized by the Sword Dao Origin, will have unexpected gains. When using sword techniques, you will receive a 1500% damage result bonus. When using sword techniques, the skill coverage can be increased by 2500 times. Each time you level up, all your attributes will be significantly enhanced. With the Sword Dao Origin, you can ignore levels and use any level sword weapon 8 times every
24 hours. Awesome!
Lin Chen looked at the already lit 8 Desolation sword array and felt an immense sense of satisfaction in his heart. He was just one step away from unlocking the final 9 Extreme sword array. However, when he saw the talent points required for the next upgrade of the Sword Dao Origin, he felt a bit frustrated. 6/30. He had 2 talent points left after the 4th transition, and now with the 5th transition,
he had gained 11 more talent points.
Upgrading the Sword Dao Origin to level 8 consumed 7 points, leaving him with only 6 points now. But the next upgrade of the Sword Dao Origin required a full 30 points.
It seems that the invincible dream during the 6th transition is impossible to achieve.
Lin Chen rolled his eyes.
He hadn't forgotten the introduction to the 9 Extreme Sword Array. Once activated, its power was enough to annihilate the world, and surely no living being on this blue star could withstand it. However, reality hit him hard. Based on the characteristics of each upgrade of the Sword Dao Origin, he had long anticipated that he could unlock the 9 Extreme Sword Array during the 6th transition, but he didn't expect that upgrading the Sword Dao Origin from level 8 to 9 would require so many talent points. Forget it, in a way, I can already be considered invincible now.
Lin Chen comforted himself. The 8 Desolation Sword Array had been unlocked, and with the ability to ignore invincibility skills through the Angry Dragon Slash +2 Divine Swords, he felt that even the existence of Immortal 7 would definitely not withstand his sword array before the new expansion pack was updated.
No more thinking, the persimmons are ripe, it's time to harvest.
In the end, Lin Chen gave up on his unrealistic thoughts and walked back along the path he came from. The unlocking of the 9 Extreme Sword Array now seemed not far off, and there was no need to dwell on it. The most important thing now was that the persimmons he had planted were almost ripe, and all he needed to do was harvest them to exchange for the sword tomb from the sword god master. After all, it was already very close to 3 days since he entered the divine demon arena. If he didn't harvest the persimmons soon, they might just run away. Before long, Lynch arrived at the entrance of the land of divine fall and was successfully teleported out. Mogu, you can't die. If you die, I'm finished too. The key is, if you die, I die too, then neither of us will have anyone to collect the bodies. Wouldn't that be a laughingstock? Lin Chen's figure reappeared near the waterfall and he heard the familiar nagging voice. This little Wang's mouth is really asking for a slap. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen, who was in a good mood, instantly frowned. Mogu, hurry up and show up. We brothers haven't roamed the world yet. It would be too bad if you just disappeared like this. At the very least, if you die, it's fine. Just send me your stuff so I can enjoy it. That way, even if you're in the underworld, you can watch your brother roam the world for you and you can rest easy. Wang Defa clasped his hands together, eyes tightly closed, continuously praying on a large rock by the waterfall. He had been automatically teleported out half an hour ago. After coming out, he hadn't seen Lin Chen's figure. He thought that Lin Chen might have encountered an accident. After all, not everyone was as lucky as him. He had entered the Godfall land without any issues and even lay back to collect a huge pile of items. The most crucial part was that every time he picked up equipment in the Godfall land, he would hear the prompt, Lin Chen has slain XXXX, you have obtained XXXX. At first, he marveled at how awesome Mogu was, and he felt quite good about happily collecting equipment along the way. However, by the time the 33rd prompt sounded, there was no more noise, and it remained that way until he was teleported out. Therefore, he felt that Lin Chen might have been taken down by the monsters within the Godfall land. Mogu, if you don't come out soon, I'm going to run away. But don't worry, I'll definitely give you the equipment you dropped as a relocation fee. Wang Defa muttered again. This demon arena was just too dangerous. Even Lin Chen could have died, and he didn't want to linger here any longer. Equipment dropped? Lin Chen silently walked up behind Wang Defa, a look of suspicion on his face. However, this did not affect his concern for Xiao Wang. Bang! With a kick, Lin Chen, under deliberate control of his strength, still sent Wang Defa tumbling under the boulder. Who dares to kick me? Wang Defa was furious but didn't turn around. Instead, he chose to run away. Why are you running? Lin Chen's voice sounded exasperated. This Xiao Wan was both cowardly and playful, truly a low-quality player. That voice? Mogu? Wang Defa quickly turned around and saw a familiar figure. Mogu, you really didn't die. Excitement spread across Wang Defa's face as he quickly ran to Lin Chen's side, saying, I was just thinking about how to deal with that batch of relocation fees. Relocation fees? Lin Chen's mouth twitched. The person was dead. What was the point of relocation fees? Moreover, he was all alone and had no ties. Who would he give the relocation fees to? But since you're not dead, Mogu, then I guess I won't need that batch of relocation fees. Wang Defa scratched the back of his head awkwardly. It wasn't that he wished for Lin Chen to die. The main reason was that being with Lin Chen always felt like playing with fire. Just like back in Tianzhuan City, Lin Chen had offended the Gong family after just one turn, and all the subsequent events proved that Lin Chen liked to dance on the edge of a knife. Honestly, what are relocation fees? Lin Chen asked, deep in thought. With Xiao Wang's personality, he definitely couldn't keep things hidden, and although Xiao Wang was unreliable, he had never let him down. Mogu, you don't know? Wang Defa was taken aback and said with a hint of flattery, in that Godfall map, didn't you clear the trials 33 times in a row? He remembered clearly that during the nearly 2 days spent in the Godfall map, he had received prompts about Lin Chen clearing the trials 33 times. There was no way this could be wrong. He still had that much memory. Exactly. Lin Chen nodded, then seriously scrutinized Wang Defa. The fact that Xiao Wang knew the exact number of times he had cleared the trials in the Godfall map was somewhat baffling. Could it be that Xiao Wang had also taken the trials? However, as soon as this thought crossed his mind, Lin Chen shook his head. It wasn't that he looked down on Xiao Wang, but with Xiao Wang's strength, he couldn't possibly clear 33 trials. Even old Wang probably wouldn't stand a chance. Moreover, the Fall of the Gods was clearly a unique hidden quest. He had already accepted it, and others could not accept it again. Then it's true, Mogu, you're really fierce. Those so-called demon kings can't stop you at all. Wang Defa flattered him and continued, it's precisely because you're charging ahead that I can safely pick up equipment from behind. Although he didn't know much about those demon king phantoms, he could tell from their names that these monsters were definitely not ordinary. Picking up equipment? Lin Chen was stunned. Again, and then he thought of a possibility. No wonder after killing so many monsters, he only gained experience and no equipment dropped. It was because the Godfall land was divided into 2 independent maps. He had been fighting desperately to kill monsters, but the equipment he dropped ended up with Xiao Wang. However, he wasn't surprised by this. In a sense, since there was a land of gods, there must also be a land of demons, and it was normal for the Godfall land to be unrestricted by rules. Don't worry, Mogu, since you're not dead, I, Wang Defa, will definitely not keep this relocation fee for myself.
Wang Defa patted his chest, showing no intention
of hiding anything, as one piece of equipment and some special items continuously appeared before Lynch. LV.1000 Heavenly Dao Demon Blade, Artifact, Fairy Spirit Stone, Special, LV.900 Imperial Heavenly Demon Armor, Celestial Artifact. 10 minutes later, various pieces of equipment and some special items were laid out in front of Lynch. Lynch was somewhat speechless, looking seriously at Wang Defa.
It wasn't that.
The items in front of him left him at a loss for words, but rather Xiao Wang's actions. It didn't surprise him that the monsters from the 33 trials could drop these items, it was just that Xiao Wang's honesty made him feel a bit embarrassed. Normally, even a god-level job changer would be tempted by these items, and even if they were shared, they would likely keep some for themselves. But Xiao Wang did not.
Lin Chen could see
that Xiao Wang was truly unreserved.
For a moment, he didn't know how to allocate them.
Logically speaking, these items were dropped through his hard work and should rightfully belong to him. But upon reflection, without Xiao Wang's luck, he might not have even discovered the Godfall land. I'll take these 4 items, and the rest are yours. In the end, Lin Chen made a decision, putting the artifact Demon Blade and 3 Fairy Spirit Stones
into his bag.
He wasn't particularly short on money now, but he placed great importance on some special items. For example, the Fairy Spirit Stone, a rare and sought-after item, he certainly had no reason to give up.
Good, are you looking down on me? Wang Defa frowned upon hearing this.
Although these items were valuable, as the only son of the provincial governor of Tianhai, he had never lacked money, unless his father was deliberately
making things difficult for him.
Moreover, since he had brought out these items, he had no intention of keeping any for himself. He planned to give them all away. Because compared to these items, he felt that his friendship with Lin Chen was more important.
Indeed, I do look down on you a bit.
Lin Chen nodded seriously.
Were the rich second generations all like this now? Not wanting money?
It was truly unreasonable he should look down on
these rich kids. No way, Mogu, I know you're trying to provoke me into taking these items.
But as a brother, I absolutely cannot do that, Wang Defa said with righteous indignation.
Was there no sense of justice left?
Lin Chen couldn't help but roll his eyes and said, you can choose not to take these items, but I have a big plan coming up, and I might not take you along.
A big plan? Wang Defa's face showed interest upon hearing this. After
careful consideration, he finally put the remaining items on the ground into his bag.
Money wasn't important. Moge's big plan was something Wang Defa had to be a part of, otherwise, how could he prove the brotherhood between them? 2 hours later, Lin Chen and Wang Defa arrived at the entrance of the Demon and God Arena. This place was both an entrance and an exit. Mogu, why don't you think it over again?
After all, this job carries some
risks. Those foreign ascenders are no small fries, and we might very well flip the script. Wang Defa couldn't help but stand behind Lin Chen.
On the way back, Lin Chen had already shared his specific plan with him, completely
annihilating the foreign competitors.
It had scared him quite a bit at the time, and he still felt a lingering fear. Lin Chen's idea was too crazy. One must know that most of those who could enter the Divine Demon Arena
were ascenders, and among them were even those who could rival Yin Pianpian. In a one-on-one situation, Wang Defa believed Lin Chen would definitely succeed.
But now, Lin Chen clearly wanted to take down all the foreign
competitors by himself.
Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Those little shrimp can't stir up any waves. Lin Chen calmly nodded, as if waiting for something.
Little shrimp? Wang Defa's expression turned even uglier. Who in the entire Blue Star would dare to treat ascenders as little shrimp? Even the 2 lords of the Dragon Kingdom wouldn't do that, right? Mogu, why don't we play it safe? Those ascenders can't be called little shrimp.
They could very well be big white sharks.
How about we find some stragglers to take down instead? Wang Defa spoke again.
He could see that Lin Chen was absolutely serious about his plan. In this situation, he understood that trying to dissuade Lin Chen would be useless, so he proposed this more reliable method.
No need, it's too troublesome to harvest them one by one.
Lin Chen shook his head and directly refused.
Right now, the lunar
phase marks on those foreign competitors were still present. If it weren't for wanting to be a bit more cautious and letting those people earn more points before taking action, he would have made a move long ago and wouldn't have waited until now.
Mogu, are you really serious? Wang Defa was a bit flustered.
He had always thought he was reckless enough, but he didn't expect Lin Chen to be even more reckless.
Do you think I'm joking?
Lin Chen smiled and continued, you have 7 invincible skills. Even if my plan fails, you can completely rely on your invincible skills to escape this Divine Demon Arena, so don't worry. After saying that, he patted Wang Defa's shoulder and earnestly said, rest assured, this time we brothers are going to do something big. You will definitely love this feeling of fishing.
But I really don't like the feeling of possibly being eaten by the fish. Wang Defa hung his head, feeling despondent.
The final outcome of this plan could very well be that he wouldn't catch any fish and would instead end up being the bait.
Don't worry, they're just a few little fish. Lin Chen reassured Wang Defa again.
He couldn't do much about Wang Defa's mindset. The fact that the other party hadn't run away directly already showed a deep bond with him. After all, he couldn't reveal all his trump cards to Wang Defa. Meanwhile, outside the Divine Demon Arena, Yun Pianpian from the Dragon Kingdom is really strong. She actually surpassed Putlang from the Lighthouse Nation. The Dragon Kingdom should not be underestimated. They managed to turn the score around relying on just one person. There are still 6 hours until the Divine Demon Arena closes. I wonder if Putlang from the Lighthouse Nation can catch up. The leaders from several countries looked at the score projection in mid-air, discussing among themselves. 1 Yun Pianpian, Dragon Kingdom, points 1552522. Putlang, Lighthouse Nation, points 138822. 20 Lin Chen, Dragon Kingdom, points 021. Wang Defa, Dragon Kingdom, points 0 now. With only 6 hours left until the end of the Divine Demon Arena, Yun Pianpian had successfully completed the comeback. While they marveled at Yun Pianpian's strength, they also speculated whether the Lighthouse Nation had any other tricks up their sleeve. Baigu, it seems you were wrong again this time. I wonder if you'll regret putting all your hopes on Lin Chen. Yun Hai, from a distance, glanced at the scores in mid-air and muttered to himself. Baigu, the true name of the Sword God Lord. As two of the great lords of the Dragon Kingdom, he understands Baigu better than anyone else. It can be said that in this competition of the Divine and Demon Arena, the two of them are once again at odds. The difference is that Baigu has placed all his hopes on Lin Chen, while he has chosen to believe in Yun Pianpian. Sigh, Lin Chen is indeed impressive, but Pianpian is ultimately your daughter. Do you really have to be so ruthless towards your own daughter? A hint of reluctance appeared on Yun Hai's face, as if he were reminiscing about the past. As the Lord of the Law God, even though Lin Chen stood on the opposing side of his and Baigu's bet, he never harbored any hatred towards Lin Chen. However, recalling the various past events, he simply could not swallow this grievance. Now, with the Divine and Demon Arena about to conclude, it would once again prove that Baigu's choice was wrong. So what if you've overtaken? Let you be proud for a while. Michaela glanced at Yun Hai in the distance, still very calm. This time, the championship of the Divine and Demon Arena must belong to the Lighthouse Kingdom. No one can change that. Soon, 4 hours had passed again, and only 2 hours remained until the closure of the Divine and Demon Arena. At this moment, the score rankings in mid-air were constantly changing, sometimes with Yun Pianpian in first place, and sometimes with Putlang in the lead. This competition in the Divine and Demon Arena is truly intense. Yun Pianpian from the Dragon Kingdom and Putlang from the Lighthouse Kingdom are both formidable. The two are practically evenly matched. To be honest, I actually think Yun Pianpian from the Dragon Kingdom is a bit stronger. Everyone looked at the score leaderboard in mid-air and couldn't help but discuss. Although they were unwilling to see the Dragon Kingdom rise again, they had to admit that Yun Pianpian was indeed powerful to the extreme. On the surface, it seemed that Putlang could share the glory with her. But let's not forget, Putlang achieved such scores with the help of two ascenders as teammates. Meanwhile, Yun Pianpian relied purely on her own strength. As for Lin Chen and Wang Defa, who still had 0 points, they were automatically ignored by them, or rather, they had never cared about these two who came to seek death, and in their view, Lin Chen and Wang Defa had likely already perished in the Divine and Demon Arena. Time slowly passed, and only 1 hour remained until the end of the Divine and Demon Arena. On the score leaderboard, Yun Pianpian had once again pulled ahead of Putlang in points, and barring any accidents, the first place should undoubtedly belong to Yun Pianpian. However, an unexpected change suddenly occurred. Several names on the score leaderboard saw their points surge dramatically, directly surpassing Yun Pianpian and occupying the top 3 positions. What's going on? As the organizer, Xiao Jinggao looked on in disbelief. A dark scheme? He couldn't help but think, casting his gaze towards Putlang's location, and took a deep look at the score leaderboard in mid-air. 1 Putlang, Lighthouse Kingdom, points 3582822. Sata Ichiro, Sakura Kingdom, points 2882523. Dara Jones, Sunset Kingdom, points 2668824. Yun Pianpian, Dragon Kingdom, points 234282. 18th Zimet, Lighthouse Kingdom, points 019. Kojiro Taichi, Sakura Kingdom, points 020. Lin Chen, Dragon Kingdom, points 021. Wang Defa, Dragon Kingdom, points 0. A huge change had occurred on the score leaderboard. Not only had the points of Putlang and his 2 companions surged, but there were also 6 more contestants with 0 points. It seems this is Michaela's trump card. Xiao Jinggao frowned at the sight. The current results were already very clear. It must be the 3 countries of the Lighthouse Nation, the Cherry Blossom Nation, and the Sunset Nation working together, using some special tool to transfer all the points of the other competitors to their own domestic seed players. Michael, is it really fitting for you to play dirty with your status? This is quite an ugly display, isn't it? Suddenly, Yun Hai soared into the air, surrounded by divine flames, clearly furious to the extreme. Lord Yun Hai, I wonder what you mean by that? Miller remained calm and collected, showing no signs of panic, and pointed to the scoreboard in mid-air, continuing, Are you slandering me just because our Putlang from the Lighthouse Nation surpassed your Yun Pianpian from the Dragon Nation? With that, a playful smile appeared on his face. He.
Lord Yunhai, it's not right to slander Lord Michael like this. Yunhai, the scoreboard cannot be wrong. How can you say that? Lord Michael is playing dirty?
Two voices chimed in as the leaders of the Cherry Blossom Nation and the Sunset Nation stepped behind Michael. Humph. Whether there's foul play, you all know in your hearts.
Yunhai snorted.
Coldly, pointing to the lower positions on the scoreboard, how do you explain that the scores of the other 6 players from your 3 nations suddenly turned to 0?
Oh, so that's it. Michael feigned surprise, saying,
what a coincidence, our Hisela from the Lighthouse Nation obtained some small tools in the demon arena that can transfer points. This was his first backup plan, using the special tools obtained 10 years ago in the demon
arena to transfer points, ensuring the championship position in this demon arena.
The reason he didn't use them 10 years ago was that the Lighthouse Nation still won the championship without special tools.
As for the Cherry
Blossom Nation and the Sunset Nation, he sold them favors to win them over, because in his eyes, the only real opponent was the Dragon Nation.
Yunhai was furious and about to explode, but in the end, he still didn't take action.
Because he knew the rules of the demon arena, aside from not being able to kill players from one's own country, there were no other restrictions. And now, although the other 6 players from the Lighthouse Nation, the Sunset Nation, and the Cherry Blossom Nation had 0 points, they were not dead. Because if one were to kill others, they must destroy the opponent's nameplate to gain their points. Therefore, strictly speaking, Michael and the others did not violate any rules. The other leaders from the 3 nations standing at a distance also shook their heads helplessly. As the leaders of their respective nations, they could think of what Yunhai thought. They could only lament the Lighthouse Nation's unresolvable backup plan, which indeed made it hard to guard against. Lord Yunhai, I advise you not to make unreasonable trouble.
Yunhai, your Dragon Nation is still doing useless work this time.
The leaders of the Cherry Blossom Nation and the Sunset Nation looked at Yunhai with mocking expressions. They were already allied with the Lighthouse Nation, so they were naturally pleased to see Yunhai suffer. Humph. In the end, Yunhai could only snort coldly and slowly descend to the ground. He knew that the contest in the demon arena had already been settled.
At this moment, at the entrance of the demon arena,
Lynch stood there bored, calculating the time, while Wang Defa paced back and forth beside him.
Moga, there's only 1 hour left before the demon arena closes. Aren't we going to run? Wang Defa glanced at Lin Chen anxiously.
If they didn't run now, once the ascenders from other countries arrived, they wouldn't be able to escape even if they wanted to.
No rush, it's them who should run. Lin Chen
shook his head, unfazed.
Boom!
Just then, a sound of space tearing suddenly rang out.
3 figures with golden hair appeared in Lin Chen and Wang Defa's line of sight. They have arrived.
Lin Chen's eyes lit up instantly, realizing that the competitors from other countries had already grown quite fat.
Dragon country people? A foreigner at the forefront stepped forward. Just the 2 of you? I didn't expect that even on the verge of leaving, you could still harvest extra prey.
A cruel smile appeared on his face. In his view, Lin Chen and Wang Defa were merely extra prey, as he didn't believe they could turn the tables in a 3 against 2 situation.
Good, that mixed hair guy in the lead is Pudlang. Wang Defa whispered in Lin Chen's ear. Pudlang? Lin Chen was taken aback.
He had heard of this first genius from the Lighthouse country who could rival Yun Pian.
2 lone prey, how exciting. We haven't killed any dragon country people in this hunt yet, which is quite imperfect. This is God's favor, giving us a chance to make up for our regrets. The other 2 competitors from the Lighthouse country also stepped forward. Considered prey? Lin Chen was momentarily stunned, feeling somewhat amused, and said, you 3 little mixed hairs really hope for God's favor, don't you? But unfortunately, even if your God came today, he couldn't save you. You despicable dragon country person, what do you mean by that?
One of the competitors from the Lighthouse country glared angrily at Lin Chen.
It means nothing, just wanted to tell you that your God is a joke in front of me, but I still want to thank him for sending you to your deaths.
Lin Chen spoke again, the azure light of the Wind Chaser sword surged beneath his feet, and a void black hole appeared in front of him.
Arrogant dragon country person, you're looking for death. Despicable dragon country, you will soon pay the price for your words and actions. Do you think you can escape just because you've comprehended the power of space? You're dreaming. Pudlang and his 2 teammates spoke in succession. As ascenders of their country, they didn't regard the power of space with much importance. After all, one of them also possessed the power of space. Instead, they thought Lin Chen was trying to escape using the power of space. A bunch of small fish.
Lin Chen sneered, the heavenly punishment sword instantly appearing in his hand. And beneath his feet, the Wind Chaser sword shimmered with 18 small blue moons.
Despicable dragon country person, don't even think about escaping. Seeing this, Putlang's holy aura surged violently, and an angelic phantom appeared behind him. Escape? I hadn't really thought about it.
Lin Chen shook his head, and then a golden light shone, 3 phantoms appearing beside him.
It was the skill clone Shadow. Interesting, this skill resembles the Shadow clone from Sakura country. Pudlang remarked, his face showing even more mockery.
Only by killing powerful opponents could he satisfy his twisted desire for slaughter.
Good, be careful. Wang Defa kept retreating.
He understood that Lin Chen was about to make a move, and with his strength, interfering would only make things worse.
You think too highly of the little son. A hint of sarcasm appeared on Lin Chen's face.
You small fish always see others as prey, yet never understand that you are the real prey. As he spoke, a glint of brilliance appeared in Lin Chen's eyes. Swish! Suddenly, sword energy surged forth, 3 heavenly
swords standing upright behind Lin Chen. The heavenly sword technique had been successfully activated. This aura.
At this moment, even Putlang noticed something was off with Lin Chen.
The final result will tell you that. From the beginning to the end,
you were the prey all along. Lin Chen's cold voice rang out, as if pronouncing the judgment of death. Roar! A furious dragon phantom soared into the sky, instantly empowering the heavenly
punishment sword. Not good. Quickly use the invincible skill.
Putlang felt a strong sense of crisis rising in his heart. He had a feeling that the prey before him possessed the strength to kill him, so he held nothing back.
Clang! In an instant, the holy angelic phantom behind Putlang spread its wings, enveloping the 3 of them within. An area-wide invincibility skill?
Lin Chen was somewhat surprised.
He hadn't expected Putlang to possess such a skill.
Normally, invincibility skills were rare, let alone one that could cover a certain area.
But it's all in vain.
Lin Chen shook his head and slashed towards the spatial void.
Hum, hum, hum. 3
sword sounds rang out simultaneously, and the 3 clones beside Lin Chen also unleashed their dragon's fury slash at the same time.
What is this Dragon Kingdom person doing? Is it just a bluff? Putlang's face showed a hint of confusion.
Under such intense pressure, he could sense that Lin Chen was not merely bluffing.
But why was Lin Chen attacking the spatial void? However, the next moment he understood. Crack, crack, crack. The
sounds of space shattering echoed consecutively. In just a split second, 3 fiery red long swords hovered above Putlang and the others, and then they struck down with force.
Humph! Arrogant Dragon Kingdom person, do you not know we have invincibility skills? A look of disdain appeared on Putlang's face.
At this moment, he understood Lin Chen's method of attack. Although he was surprised by the bizarre nature of Lin Chen's attack, he was not worried, because during the effective time of the invincibility skill, any attack would be rendered ineffective. But just a second after this thought arose, he found himself speechless. The fiery red long swords,
like sides from hell, directly ignored the angelic phantom's wings and struck them down for real. How is this possible?
Putlang and the others were horrified, and the next moment, their bodies were sliced in half.
Damn! In the distance, Wang Defa couldn't help but curse upon seeing this.
It wasn't until he confirmed that Putlang and the others were dead beyond any doubt that he ran back to Lin Chen's side.
Imogu, did these few bastards just die like that?
Wang Defa stammered as he asked. At this moment, his heart was like a stormy sea. Even having seen Lin Chen kill a world-destroying level boss in one strike hadn't shocked him this much. These were 3 living ascenders, and among them was Tepulang, who had the strength of a celestial 4, yet he was killed by Lin Chen with a single sword.
Moreover, he had clearly seen Tepulang use an invincibility skill.
Yet he still couldn't escape the fate of death. They should all be dead, and not just those 3. Lin Chen nodded, then with a single hand gesture 4 plaques appeared in his hand, including the clones he had unleashed. A total of 4 strikes. He just didn't know which unfortunate soul from which country had been the 4th to be slain. However, none of this could affect him in the slightest. After all, those foreigners who had already been marked were dead in his heart. Their identities were not that important.
Imogu, are you saying you really have the confidence to wipe out all those small fries?
Wang Defa glanced at the 4 plaques that had suddenly appeared in Lin Chen's hand, recalling Lin Chen's initial words, and he already believed it to a large extent. Lin Chen truly had the means to annihilate all those foreign participants.
Barring any accidents, not a single one of them will escape. Lin Chen nodded, neither confirming nor denying.
Then, with a shake of his hand, the Tianwen sword appeared in his grasp once more. Swish! As the sword light flashed, 4 dragon phantoms emerged, and Lin Chen slashed again towards the spatial void.
10 seconds later,
4 more plaques appeared in Lin Chen's hand.
30 seconds later,
Lin Chen made 3 consecutive moves before finally stopping. At this moment, Lin Chen's hands were already filled with nameplates, and upon careful counting, there were exactly 18.
My goodness, is this even possible? Wang Defa stared blankly at the nameplates in Lin Chen's hands. At
this moment, he was completely stunned. The 18 nameplates in Lin Chen's hands had already proven that all the contestants from countries other than the Dragon Kingdom had been completely annihilated,
and Lin Chen had accomplished this in less than a minute. Meanwhile,
within 100 meters of the entrance to the demon arena, if one looked closely, they would find the bodies of foreigners scattered everywhere. All these bodies shared a common feature: the expressions on their faces were filled with horror and despair at the moment of their death.
Outside the demon arena at this moment,
the leaders of the 5 countries, including Sakura country, were gathered around Michael, constantly flattering him.
Congratulations, Lord Michael.
Once again, your lighthouse country has taken first place in this demon arena competition. Ha, it was expected that lighthouse country
would come in first.
That's for sure, unlike certain countries that keep trying to turn things around but can't seize the opportunity.
The continuous flattery echoed around. Even the leaders of various countries, who already possessed the strength of immortal level 6, could not escape this so-called human sentiment. Sigh. Yunhai could only sigh helplessly at the sight. Time passed second by second. The score leaderboard in midair showed no changes. They should be returning soon. Michael glanced at the score leaderboard in midair and said confidently, now, there were less than 10 minutes left until the demon arena closed. It was likely that those contestants were already waiting at the exit of the demon arena. I just wonder if Putlang can create another miracle. Michael looked up, a glimmer of brilliance in his eyes, as if hinting at something. Every time the demon arena was about to end, it was the most intense moment, because all the contestants would gather at the exit, and at that time, a chaotic battle would ensue. He was waiting, feeling a bit expectant. Expecting Putlang to continue the glory of Lighthouse Country from previous years and to decisively slay the strongest genius of the Dragon Kingdom, Yun Piampian. As for whether Putlang would be counterkilled, he hadn't thought about it at all. The probability of such an event happening was almost non-existent. In every session of the Demon Arena, the 6 countries had tacitly formed an alliance to jointly target the Dragon Kingdom. In a situation of 18 against 3. Oh, no! It should be 18 against 1, as Lin Chen and Wang Defa were automatically ignored. In this case, Yun Piampian had no chance of turning the tables. Hurry up and end it. Let me see the despair of the Dragon Kingdom losing another genius. Michael muttered to himself, his voice filled with a hint of madness. Crushing geniuses and suppressing the Dragon Kingdom was what he most wanted to see. At this moment, at the exit of the Demon Arena, Lin Chen leaned against a giant tree, with Wang Defa looking at him eagerly beside him. Mo, just tell me, are you really dual cultivating in magic and martial arts? Or are you practicing space-type spells? Wang Defa stared at Lin Chen with anticipation. Just now, Lin Chen's methods of slaying other contestants were truly unbelievable. Moreover, as a space mage, he could clearly see that the spatial void that had just appeared was definitely a high-level space-type spell. No! Lin Chen decisively shook his head. On Blue Star, there were indeed dual-class or even multi-class job changers, but those were all from the same series of multi-classes, and their effect was at most to provide more attack methods. They weren't that terrifying. Moreover, the so-called dual cultivating magic and martial arts multi-class job changers were somewhat impractical, because the attributes of dual-class practitioners who cultivate both magic and martial arts grow more balanced. No particular aspect stands out, and they can only be described as mediocre. Of course, some complementary multi-class practitioners are indeed powerful. For instance, the mage god Lord Yunhai is a dual-class practitioner of wind and fire. Fire borrows the momentum of wind, not only amplifying the attack power of fire spells but also increasing their coverage. However, such complementary multi-class practitioners are truly rare. As for him, he merely utilizes the wind-chasing sword as a medium to cast spatial voids. It is not what one would call a dual cultivation of magic and martial arts. Mo, stop hiding it. I'm also a spatial mage. Why don't you give me some pointers? Wang Defa clearly did not believe Lin Chen's words. I think if you want pointers, you should ask your father. Lin Chen replied, somewhat speechless. This little Wang really thought he was omnipotent. With the number 1 spatial mage in the entire Dragon Kingdom as his father, did he really need outsiders to guide him? Don't mention it, my dad always. Wang Defa's anger flared up, and he was about to say more. Whoosh! Suddenly, a sound of breaking air interrupted Wang Defa's words. Ha! Lin Chen looked up at the familiar figure rapidly approaching from the sky. The Demoness is here. Upon seeing this, Wang Defa shrank back, hiding behind Lin Chen. At this moment, Yun Piampian was completely different from her usual self. The ethereal and serene aura was gone, replaced by a chilling atmosphere, and her white robe was stained with spots of blood. Clearly, she had been fighting hard over the past 3 days. Lin Chen, Yun Piampian descended from midair, her feet touching the ground, her gaze complex as she stared at Lin Chen. You came. Lin Chen nodded calmly. Yun Piampian said nothing and walked aside, her complex gaze tinged with a hint of surprise. In the end, she couldn't help but ask, is it just the 2 of you here? Given the current scene at the entrance, she found it quite strange. There were only about 5 minutes left until the Demon God Arena closed, yet none of the foreign participants were here. This left her, who had been prepared to fight desperately, feeling empty-handed. It's just the 2 of us. Lin Chen smiled, offering no further explanation. The bodies of Putlang and the other 2 who had died here first had already been refreshed, so it was normal for Yun Piampian to have such doubts. Where did those foreign competitors go? Yun Piampian frowned, puzzled. Under normal circumstances, this was the time when those foreign competitors would be blocking here, teaming up to target the Dragon Kingdom participants, making it the most dangerous moment in the entire Demon God Arena. Yet now, not a single foreigner could be seen. Could it be that they were delayed by something else? Yun Piampian couldn't help but think. They must have gone underground. Lin Chen blurted out. The dead were already buried deep underground. That made sense, right? Underground? Yun Piampian was taken aback.
A bad feeling surged in her heart. Could it be that those foreigners had fortuitously discovered the hidden map within the demon god arena, and the Dragon Kingdom was isolated again? Thinking of this possibility, Yun Pianpian felt conflicted. The time until the closure of the demon god arena was drawing near, and she no longer had the chance to go underground to seize opportunities. In the end, she could only give up. The last agonizing 5 minutes finally passed. Boom! With a loud sound, the exit door of the demon god arena opened again, slowly beginning to close. Let's go! Seeing this, Lin Chen leaped out. Wang Defa and Yun Pianpian followed him without hesitation. They've come out! Congratulations, Lord Michael, your lighthouse nation has once again claimed the top position. Congratulations! Outside the demon and god arena, voices of congratulations rang out as the leaders of the other 5 nations surrounded Michael. At this moment, Michael was like a star surrounded by the moon. In stark contrast, however, there was only a solitary figure in the cloud sea. Lin Chen and the others appeared, having heard the congratulatory voices just moments before. It's surprising that 3 people from the Dragon Kingdom came out first. Yamamoto from the Sakura Kingdom showed a look of astonishment. The fact that Lin Chen and Wang Defa were still alive was truly unexpected for him. There's no rush, the main event is still to come. Michael remained calm and composed, showing no signs of change on his face. Now that several people from the Dragon Kingdom had been teleported out, it meant that the overall situation was settled, and the Dragon Kingdom had absolutely no chance of turning the tables. As long as their putlang from the Lighthouse Kingdom came out, this trip to the Demon and God Arena would be considered a perfect conclusion. At this moment, he felt a surge of excitement, and in his mind he could already envision the scene of Putlang emerging while the Cloud Sea was left in disarray. Indeed, there's no need to rush. It seems the Dragon Kingdom had some good luck this time. Not a single person died. Yamamoto nodded in agreement and then burst into laughter. Perhaps they found a hidden place and have been hiding like mice, the leader of the Asen Kingdom flattered. That is a possibility. After all, even the most cunning cat can make mistakes. Yamamoto spoke again. Clearly, he compared Lin Chen and the others to mice, while the competitors from their own nation played the role of cats. He. The mocking and derisive voices around Lin Chen reached his ears, but he didn't care. He merely sneered coldly and walked over to the side of the Cloud Sea. Wang Defa, on the other hand, had a flushed face, as if he was trying his best to hold back something. As for Yin Shanshan, she glanced at the score leaderboard in midair and secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Although she was surprised that despite giving her all, she still didn't secure first place, and even more surprised that Lin Chen had 0 points, none of it mattered anymore. What was important was that Lin Chen did not get first place. Good, I really can't hold it in any longer. At this moment, Wang Defa, who had come to Yun Hai's side, finally spoke up. He was genuinely furious at the sight of those foreign competitors gloating. Alas, this time you can't blame yourselves. Michael's backup plan is truly unbeatable. Losing is just losing. Yun Hai sighed, showing no intention of blaming Lin Chen and the others. In his view, Wang Defa must be feeling frustrated at this moment. Yun Hai, where are Jian Qi and Yun? Lin Chen timely shifted the topic. I don't know who triggered the main quest of the Dragon Kingdom. I've already sent them back to prepare. Yun Hai replied. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen showed a strange expression. Rest assured, even if I'm the only one here, they wouldn't dare to act recklessly. Yun Hai's gaze turned cold as he scanned Michael and the others. This was his confidence as a level 7 immortal. At this moment, he actually hoped that Michael and the others would provoke him, as he could use that to vent his frustrations. Lin Chen was taken aback, realizing his words had been misunderstood. However, he didn't bother to explain further. Another minute passed, and the portal at the exit of the Demon and God Arena had closed by 1/3. Why haven't they come out yet? Xiao Jinggao looked at the slowly closing portal, frowning. There's no rush. Perhaps they were delayed by something. Michael's expression remained unchanged, but a vague sense of unease began to rise in his heart. 2 minutes later. What on earth is going on? Where are our competitors? Their nameplates haven't shattered. Why are they still not coming out? The people from the Dragon Kingdom have all come out. What are they still lingering for? The great door at the exit of the Divine Demon Arena was about to close. Yet, the contestants from the other 6 nations had not emerged at all. In that moment, they fully realized something was amiss, their gazes involuntarily turning towards Lin Chen and the others. They went underground. A languid voice echoed. Facing the unfriendly stares of a group of ascenders, Lin Chen showed no fear. Instead, he pointed at the ground. Underground? A hint of surprise appeared on the faces of the 6 nations. Leaders. Could it be that they triggered some hidden map? Were they trapped within it? I advise you to speak the truth. Xiao Jinggao's expression darkened. Unlike others, although he had speculated that some contestants from several nations were trapped in a hidden map, upon further reflection he realized something was off. With a total of 6 nations and 18 contestants, having half trapped would be remarkable. How could all 18 have rushed in? Xiao Jinggao, watch your words. Before Lin Chen could speak, Yun Hai stepped forcefully in front of him. Yunhai, we know you're strong, but you Dragon Nation must give us an explanation for this
matter. Xiao Jinggao remained unafraid.
This was a matter of life and death for over a dozen ascenders. At this moment, he didn't mind rallying the other 5 nations against the Dragon Nation.
Explanation? When my Dragon Nation had casualties in previous years, how often did I ask you for an explanation?
A hint of anger flashed across Yunhai's face, divine flames surging around him.
Crack! Just then, the divine demon arena completely shut down. It's over.
The leaders of the 6 nations understood that their contestants were likely in grave danger.
However, they still wanted to know how their nation's contestants had died. We mean no harm, we just want the truth. Even if we lose, we want to lose with clarity. Xiao Jinggao spoke again.
Meanwhile, Michaela remained silent, a sinister look crossing his face as a token appeared in his hand.
Want to know the truth? At that
moment, Lynch stepped forward, facing the leaders of the 6 nations directly. Then let me tell you the truth.
His expression remained calm. Ha!
The leaders of the 6 nations showed skeptical looks.
What truth could an ordinary third-tier swordsman know? First of all, I did not deceive you, nor do I disdain to deceive you. Pudlang and the others are indeed underground.
Lynch spoke slowly, but don't misunderstand, this so-called underground does not mean they entered some special place, but rather they have been buried deep underground. In the ancient words of our Dragon Nation, it means they have returned to the earth.
Returned to the earth.
The 4 words pierced the hearts of the 6 nations' leaders like a sharp sword.
However, a few leaders still refused to believe it.
Dying in the divine demon arena was common, but for 18 to die in a row, and this
coming from the mouth of a third-tier swordsman, how could they accept it? I know you don't believe it, and I understand your confusion about how they died if they are indeed dead, so don't rush.
Lin Chen continued, look
at these, and you'll understand.
With that, 19 tokens appeared in Lin Chen's hand. Aside from one being his own, the rest were obtained from killing others.
How is that possible? I don't believe it. How could a third-tier swordsman have such strength? Voices of astonishment and anger erupted one after another. At this moment, it wasn't just them who didn't believe it. Even Yun Hai and Yun Pianpian beside Lin Chen wore expressions of disbelief. How could this be possible? Among the 18 contestants, at least 12 were ascenders. Did Lin Chen single-handedly take down 12 ascenders? However, before they could think much, Lin Chen provided an explanation.
18 plaques rose into the air, and Lin Chen spoke with a hint of leisure. I must say, you foreigners always doubt this and that, especially the people from the Lighthouse Nation who
always see themselves as hunters and others as prey.
His voice carried a sense of helplessness, as if scolding disobedient juniors. But have you ever considered that facts are facts, because all facts must be backed by
strength?
Lin Chen shook his head to himself and then crushed one of the plaques.
Baka, this plaque is real. You actually killed our Sakura Nation's contestant. Yamamoto was the first to react. At the moment Lin Chen crushed the plaque, their Sakura Nation contestants' ranking on the leaderboard vanished completely.
Meanwhile, Lin Chen's ranking shot up to second place.
This is impossible. How could a mere third-tier swordsman like you kill our nation's ascenders?
The representative from Asan Nation was furious.
Crack! Lin Chen did not respond and crushed another plaque. Oh, no! Our Asan Nation's Deli Jones has divine protection. How could he die at your hands?
The leaderboard changed again, and Lin Chen surged to first place with over 570,000 points.
Crack! 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 The sound of plaques shattering continued until after the 16th crack. Only 3 names remained on the leaderboard, and Lin Chen's points reached a terrifying 1.34 million.
Even Wang Defa, with 0 points, was ranked third. After a long while, everyone finally reacted and had to accept reality, with
Yun Pianpian looking particularly dejected.
Angry and unfriendly gazes shifted from Lin Chen to Yun Hai.
Yun Hai, do you not intend to provide an explanation for this matter? Xiao Jinggao's expression was extremely grim.
He needed an explanation, one that could compensate for the deaths of all the ascenders from their country. Baka, you Dragon Nation killed all the contestants from our 6 nations. You must have used some trickery.
If you do not hand over that Lin Chen today, we will never let this go. Yamamoto also spoke up, his heart burning with rage. Humph. What explanation do you want? Yun Hai snorted coldly, standing alone against the 6 nation representatives, his aura not weakened in the slightest. At this moment, his heart was filled with joy. Lin Chen had single-handedly taken down all the contestants from the 6 nations, and no matter what method he used, it was something the entire Dragon Nation could be proud of. Yun Hai, I advise you to hand over Lin Chen, or the consequences will be beyond your ability to bear. Yamamoto spoke again. For some reason, he was now completely different from 3 days ago, having gained the courage to challenge Yun Hai. Are you dreaming?
Yun Hai's expression gradually darkened. In previous years, when your 6 nations teamed up to hunt our Dragon Nations
contestants, when did I ever ask you for an explanation? Now that the tides have turned, have you lost all sense of shame? Furthermore, I declare here today, if you want an explanation, then let's go to war. Also, the championship rewards agreed upon by the 7 nations cannot be lessened, and anyone who fails to deliver today will not be allowed to leave.
Yun Hai was very assertive, divine flames erupting around him, a divine fire
barrier enveloping everyone for dozens of miles. Clearly, Yun Hai was serious. Ha! Suddenly, Yun Hai was taken aback. Why is the sword maniac back again?
Within his divine fire barrier, he sensed the presence of the sword
maniac. Sword maniac?
Lynch was startled upon hearing this, instantly thinking of a certain possibility. Swish! A sound of sword chanting echoed, and the Tsunxiong sword appeared in Lin Chen's hand, while the invincible
skill of the ancient god battle armor was also activated. Boom! Boom! Boom!
Just then, the sky suddenly changed, dark clouds swirling, and a massive explosion echoed as 9 heavenly calamity swords surged
towards Lin Chen, slashing fiercely. Sword maniac, have you lost your mind? The sudden attack was something even Yun Hai couldn't intercept. I knew you would pull this.
A cold glint flashed in Lin Chen's eyes.
At this moment, a surge of anger rose within him.
With enemies ahead, his own people were turning against each other.
No matter the reason, he would not let the sword maniac leave alive today. No one could.
As the 9 calamity swords descended, a golden giant's phantom suddenly appeared behind Lin Chen. Roar! The giant bellowed, using its arms to shield Lin Chen's body, preventing him from advancing an inch.
Clang!
The sound of swords clashing rang out, and the protective function of the celestial sword was triggered, causing it to soar into the sky. Lin Chen was not idle either. The heavenly sword technique and the angry dragon slash were instantly infused into the celestial sword. You really deserve to die. Lin Chen controlled the sword, his voice icy, without any hesitation as he directed the celestial sword to slash at a point in the void. Puff! The sound of the sword piercing flesh echoed, and the figure of the sword maniac appeared. However, at this moment the sword maniac was already dead, his body severed beyond recognition. Yet on his face there seemed to be a sense of relief.
Mo.
Everything happened too suddenly, and Wang Defa looked at Lin Chen in front of him, feeling a chill in his heart.
As for Yun Hai and Yun Pianpian, they said nothing, merely frowning.
The sword maniac dared to ambush Lin Chen. Even if Lin Chen didn't kill him, Yun Hai would personally slay the sword maniac afterward. Therefore, Yun Hai felt that Lin Chen was not in the wrong. However, the current situation was somewhat complicated. Just moments ago, he sensed 2 powerful auras approaching rapidly, not weaker than his own.
Follow me!
A heavy voice rang out as 3 blazing fire dragons were released by Yun Hai. Roar! The roar of the dragons shook the heavens, and Yun Hai leaped up, forcibly dragging Lin Chen and the others alone. Yun Hai, we haven't taken those rewards yet.
Wang Defa was taken aback. Why was the usually domineering law god suddenly retreating? Forget about those things. Yun Hai frowned, not offering any explanation.
Lin Chen, however, vaguely understood something. What could make Yun Hai so apprehensive was likely the arrival of several powerful beings from the other 6 nations, at least a few with strength at the Immortal 7 level or above.
Want to leave? I'm afraid it's too late. A gloomy voice rang out as Michael directly blocked Lin Chen and the others' path. If you don't want to die, get out of the way. Yun Hai scolded. He didn't want to waste time dealing with Michael. He. Yun Hai, you really are arrogant. Suddenly, a 6-winged angelic apparition appeared behind Michael. Moreover, all the high-ranking officials from Jiujing, except for Yamamoto, appeared behind Michael. You've reached Immortal 7 too? Yun Hai's heart sank. He could feel the 2 auras behind him drawing closer, and if this continued, being besieged by 3 Immortal 7s, even if he could escape, Lin Chen and the others would undoubtedly face death. After all, after the immortal transformation, with 1 transformation into the first layer of heaven, no matter how strong Lin Chen was, he couldn't possibly contend with 3 Immortal 7s. Surprised, aren't you? Michael's voice rang out again, but this is just the beginning. Today, not only will you die, but the entire Dragon Kingdom will once again crawl at the feet of my Lighthouse Kingdom. As he finished speaking, a token appeared in Michael's hand. This is the National War Token. I wonder if, after your law god of the Dragon Kingdom dies, the remaining sword god, barely hanging on, can withstand the army of my Lighthouse Kingdom? This was his second backup plan, aiming not only for Yun Hai and the others' lives but also plotting against the entire Dragon Kingdom. Just as Michael was about to use the National War Token, a prompt suddenly rang in everyone's ears. The Sakura Nation has declared war on the Dragon Nation. The national war has successfully commenced, and national borders are temporarily invalid during the national war. Personnel from both countries can kill freely, and third-party members are not allowed to join the national war. Live broadcast system is activated, and suspended platforms will be established in every city of both nations, which will periodically broadcast important battles that affect the outcome of the national war. The national war point system is activated, and the rules will automatically determine the contributions of each job changer in the national war. The national war mode is officially open. The sacred totem is being generated. Combatants: Dragon Nation vs Sakura Nation. Currently in the first phase of the national war mode. Awakening power task content: by killing monsters, there is a chance to drop awakening stones. Submitting awakening stones can earn national war points, and
Awakening stones can be used to empower the sacred totem of your nation. Tips 1. The national war mode is divided into 3 phases, and the progress of each nation's national war tasks does not affect each other. 2. Victory and defeat determination. 1. The country that first completes the 3 phases of national war tasks is the winning country. 2. Directly destroying the opposing nation's sacred totem will result in an immediate victory, so protect your nation's sacred totem well. The sacred totem will automatically generate in the capital city of each nation. 3. This national war has a surrender mode. If the number of people choosing to surrender in one nation exceeds 70%, it will be automatically determined as the losing nation. Automatically surrendering nations will only receive a 50% penalty. 3. Rewards for the winning nation. 1. National power plus 20%. 2. All job changers base attributes plus 20%. 3. Automatically gain 20% of the opposing nation's territory. 4. Nationwide celebration effect for 30 days. Nationwide celebration, a buff effect. During this period, all job changers' monster drop rates and hidden quest trigger rates will double. 4. Penalties for the losing nation. 1. National power, minus 20%. 2. All job changers base attributes, minus 20%. 3. Territory area of the nation, minus 20%. 4. National sorrow effect for 30 days. National sorrow, a debuff effect. During this period, all job changers' monster drop rates and hidden quest trigger rates will have as the first nation to activate the national war mode. All job changers in the Sakura nation will receive an additional 1% boost to their attributes. A series of prompts rang out, catching everyone off guard. At the same time, people from both nations received the same prompt. Ha ha ha. Have we been living too comfortably, daring to declare war on our dragon nation? They are so foolish. How many people do we have in the dragon nation? Do they think the total population of the Sakura nation is more than our province? Hurry, brothers, gather quickly, complete the 3 phases of the task early, and crush the Sakura nation. Within the dragon nation, countless job changers were excited. Whether in times of peace or now, the dragon nation and the Sakura nation have an indelible hatred. This time, they finally have a chance for revenge. However, the reaction of the Sakura nation was the exact opposite of that of the dragon nation. Baka, which idiot triggered the national war task? Do they want to annihilate the Sakura nation? It's over. This national war task is clearly advantageous to the dragon nation. Those damn dragon people, they have the largest population on the entire Blue Star. What should we do? Within the Sakura nation, countless job changers lamented. In their view, the national war had just begun, and it seemed destined for their failure. Meanwhile, outside the demon arena, people from various nations wore different expressions. Michael's face was as dark as it could be. Yamamoto, are you playing with fire? Aren't you afraid of the Sakura nation being annihilated? The national war token was given to Yamamoto by him, and it was also his final trump card this time. There were a total of 3 pieces, 1 given to the A3 country, and 1 to the Sakura country. According to his original plan, after ambushing Yunhai and the others here, he would directly declare war on the dragon country, forcefully flattening this ancient nation. He was confident that the lighthouse country had the strength to do so now. In the original agreement, the Sakura country was supposed to declare war on the kimchi country, the A3 country on the pasta country, and as for the richest dragon country, it was to be declared war on by their lighthouse country, thus forming a perfect balance. But who would have thought that he would be outsmarted by Yamamoto? Ha ha, you don't need to worry about it, Your Excellency Michael, Yamamoto said smugly from several miles away. If it had been a day earlier, he would never have dared to act this way. After all, the strength of the dragon country was well known, and among the 6 countries, only the lighthouse country had the guts to declare war on the dragon country, and that was only after successfully ambushing the existence of the immortal level 7, Yunhai. But now, things were different. Just a day ago, he received a message from another immortal level 6 existence in the country. A lucky individual from the Sakura country triggered a forbidden level task and successfully summoned their guardian deity. The forbidden level, boss Yamada no Orochi. Forbidden level was a very unfamiliar rank. But when he saw the attributes of Yamada no Orochi, he completely relaxed. The forbidden level was definitely above the world-destroying level, and the so-called ascenders were nothing in its presence. Thus, he made the decision to declare war on the dragon country ahead of the lighthouse country. With the help of Yamada no Orochi, he was confident he could crush the dragon country effortlessly. By then, not only would he gain substantial national war rewards, but the overall strength of the Sakura country would also skyrocket. At this moment, he even envisioned that this national war was undoubtedly a blessing from the gods for the Sakura country, marking the beginning of their rise to world dominance. Using my lighthouse country as a stepping stone, thinking you can take down the dragon country like this? Aren't you afraid of choking on it? And do you really think you can leave today? Michael was furious to the extreme. As one of the leaders of the lighthouse country, he would not allow himself to be toyed with like this, especially by someone who had previously been a sycophant to him. As soon as he finished speaking, the space around Yamamoto cracked open, and 2 elderly men with golden hair suddenly appeared, launching an attack at him. In an instant, the power of holy light enveloped the entire area. Clearly, one of the elderly men had used a restriction to try to seal off the space around Yamamoto, not giving him a chance to escape.
Michael, do you think I would dare to do this without a backup plan?
Yamamoto was completely unperturbed, tearing open a golden scroll. Swish! The golden scroll tore apart, and thousands of golden lights erupted from within, blocking the
attacks of the two golden-haired elders. This is the Amaterasu scroll, which has the effect of forcibly tearing space for teleportation.
Although the Amaterasu scroll is not an invincible skill, it has the effect of an
invincible skill. Yamamoto laughed even more proudly.
The feeling of profiting by stepping on others' heads was simply exhilarating, especially when it was the head of the most powerful country on Blue Star.
You, Michael,
was out of breath, and the expressions of the two golden-haired elders in the distance also turned grim.
As level 7 immortals, they could easily kill level 6 immortals, but they never expected they couldn't break through a single scroll.
Take your time fighting, I won't linger. Yamamoto spoke again, his body slowly becoming ethereal, and just before he completely disappeared, he suddenly turned back to look in Yunhai's direction and
said, Yunhai, you probably don't know what the forbidden level is, do you? But don't worry, you'll find out soon enough. Forbidden level? A hint of confusion appeared on Yunhai's face. Could it be? Lin Chen's expression changed upon hearing this. Yunhai didn't know about the existence of the forbidden level, but he did. The new expansion has not yet begun, so how could a forbidden level existence appear?
At this moment, Lin Chen's heart was
quite unsettled. Since the Sakura nation dared to declare war on the Dragon nation, they must have some backing. If this so-called backing is indeed forbidden level, then it would be troublesome. Thinking of this, he couldn't
help but furrow his brows. Now, still being besieged by the Lighthouse Nation, this kind of thing happening is truly a disaster that comes in pairs.
Let's not talk about this anymore, it's better to leave quickly.
Yunhai had no time to ponder Yamamoto's words and continued to drive the three-headed blazing dragon forward.
If one Yamamoto has found an opportunity, do you all want to find one too? Today should yield some results. Yunhai, you all stay behind.
Two voices rang out, and the two from the Lighthouse Nation instantly accelerated, surrounding Lin Chen and the others in a sandwich formation.
As for the Sakura nation, my Lighthouse
Nation will definitely settle accounts with them in the future, but today, none of you from the Dragon Nation can escape. Michael's face twisted with rage, and the six-winged angel behind him appeared somewhat strange.
The originally perfect plan was disrupted by Yamamoto.
Now he wanted to vent the anger in his heart on Yunhai and the others. As for letting Yunhai and the others go and not making a wedding dress for the Sakura Nation,
he had never considered that. Because compared to the Dragon Nation, the Sakura Nation was always unworthy of attention.
He wasn't worried about the Sakura Nation winning this national war, rather, he feared the Dragon
Nation winning.
If the final outcome of the national war really turned out this way, then when facing the Dragon Nation again, they in the Lighthouse Nation would have no confidence at all. So, whether the Sakura Nation reaped the benefits this time or suffered a significant loss, Yunhai must die here. Michael, you really are foolish, willingly being used as a pawn by Yamamoto. Seeing the situation was dire, Yunhai spoke in a deep voice.
Yunhai, stop talking nonsense. You must understand why I am so determined. In my eyes, the Sakura Nation is just a clown, but your Dragon Nation is different.
Michael was not provoked by Yunhai's words.
The interests between nations cannot be influenced by personal feelings.
Although he wished he could kill Yamamoto immediately, he understood that the current Yunhai's return to the Dragon Nation had a greater impact on their Lighthouse
Nation. So, you all are sure of your victory over me?
Yunhai sneered, divine fire swirling around him, forming a giant fire dragon.
The manifestation of the angry fire dragon appeared.
This was Yunhai's strongest forbidden
spell manifestation, currently brewing. 3 against 1, you have no chance.
Michael waved his hand, and a holy light staff appeared in his grasp, the six-winged angel behind him spreading its wings, countless silver
lights igniting. At the same time, the other two powerhouses from the Lighthouse Nation also made their move. In an instant, 3 angelic phantoms formed a siege, and the nearby space was directly torn apart. Don't hold back, activate invincible skills. Yunhai lightly commanded, soaring into the air. Come and fight, he roared, wanting to draw all the firepower onto himself. I'll help you. Is it that easy to die? The two elders
from the Lighthouse Nation pursued Yunhai without hesitation.
Imogo, what should we do now?
Wang Defa, on the three-headed blazing dragon, looked at the current situation with some despair. Although the two powerhouses had been drawn away by Yunhai, there were still Michael and a group off behind them. Even if they had quite a few invincible skills, once caught up, there would be no chance of survival.
Roar! A dragon's roar echoed.
And the three-headed blazing dragon had already pushed its speed to the limit, but even so, it couldn't create distance from Michael and the others. Instead, the distance between both sides was getting closer.
What to do?
At this moment, Lin Chen also furrowed his brows, constantly pondering in his heart. Now he only had one more use of the divine sword left. With a single strike, under the effect of the anger dragon slash that ignored invincibility skills, he was confident he could cut down the existence of Qiu Jing, a high-level immortal of the 6th rank. This was also a backup plan he had kept in case of unexpected events.
However, he had little confidence
against Michael, who had secretly broken through to the 7th rank. From the previous attitudes of Yamamoto and others towards Yunhai, it was clear that even a group of 6th rank job changers had no chance of defeating a
7th rank. Was he left with no choice but to run away?
Lynch felt conflicted. Relying on the speed of the wind sword, he was fully confident he could safely take everyone away, but he couldn't stand the arrogance
of these foreigners. Lynch, take Wang Defa and go. I'll find a way to hold them off. At that moment, a cold voice rang out.
Yun Shanshan's hair danced in the wind, her eyes devoid of spirit, her pupils no longer holding the brilliance of the past. As she spoke, she gently rose into the air, intending to fly towards the back. However, a powerful hand grasped her wrist.
How can I let you, a woman, risk your life?
Lin Chen chuckled lightly, no longer feeling conflicted. Whether it was Yunhai drawing away 2 7th rank beings or Yun Shanshan actively blocking the enemies, it was all ultimately to ensure his survival, because both Yunhai and Yun
Shanshan understood that, compared to them, the grown Lin Chen held greater value.
But it was precisely for this reason that Lin Chen was unwilling to make a choice. If it was time to fight, then fight. If they had to run,
so be it. They could always come back for revenge later. Don't be impulsive. Yun Shanshan sensed something was off. If one doesn't act impulsively, what's the point of being young?
Lin Chen smiled freely, the wind sword appearing beneath his feet once more, and this isn't a situation where death is certain. Swish! The sound of the sword breaking through the air rang out, and the wind sword beneath Lin Chen's feet instantly reached its peak speed. In the blink of an eye, Lin Chen had positioned himself in front of Michael and the others. A little fish, truly commendable courage. Michael's expression remained unchanged. Lin Chen's speed surprised him slightly, but it did not affect his determination to kill Lin Chen and Yun Shanshan.
Lin Chen, what are you doing? Run! In midair, Yunhai, who was holding back 2 7th rank beings, couldn't help but scold. Rest assured, Lord Yunhai, none of us will die today.
Lin Chen looked up, his face showing no signs of panic, instead appearing very calm.
Clang!
The sound of swords clashing echoed as the burning fire heavenly wrath sword appeared in Lin Chen's hand. At the same time, 3 phantom heavenly swords appeared behind him. Roar! The anger dragon roared, a fiery dragon phantom swirling around the sword in Lin Chen's hand. In fact, until today, I have never killed an existence above the 4th rank of immortals. Lin Chen held the sword with one hand, standing with his hands behind his back. He was speaking the truth. Even in the demon and god arena, he had only slain
4th rank beings, and where would he find so many ascenders to kill in daily life?
Using your Dragon Kingdom's words, I really don't know if you are commendably courageous or foolishly ignorant.
Michael sneered, not taking Lin Chen seriously at all. A mere non-ascended swordsman, even if he had a trump card that could slay 4th rank ascenders, what could he do? A 4th rank ascender in front of him, without using invincibility skills, couldn't even take a single hit.
I thought the existence of the 7th rank wouldn't babble as much as those little fish. It seems this is a tradition of your lighthouse nation, full of nonsense. Lin Chen spoke lightly, a glimmer of light flashing in his eyes. Swish! Suddenly, the fiery sword energy surged, and Lin Chen slashed down.
An ant shaking a tree, overestimating itself. Michael showed no signs of panic and invincibility skill, enveloping him. Alas!
Just as the burning fire heavenly wrath sword in Lin Chen's hand was about to strike down, a sigh suddenly echoed. Suddenly, a space beside Lin Chen shattered rapidly, and 2 familiar figures
appeared. Sword God Sovereign? Wang Zizai? Lin Chen was taken aback and instantly sheathed his sword. Baigu, what are you doing here? Michaela looked at the elderly man in white robes, unable to suppress his surprise. Although he was also a celestial level 7, he had just recently broken through. Faced with an old celestial level 7 powerhouse like Baigu, he had no chance of winning. Hee, Michaela, long time no see. Baigu's lips
moved slightly, as if greeting an old friend.
You still dare to come? Are you really courting death? Michaela's expression changed, and he said sternly.
He had not considered Baigu in any of his previous plans, as the high-ranking officials of various countries knew that the sword god sovereign of the Dragon Kingdom had significant issues and could hardly take action, lest he risk falling. As one grows old, one becomes less afraid of death. Baigu gently shook his head, then waved his hand, sending Lin Chen back to Yun Shanshan and the others. At this moment, Yun Shanshan and Wang Defa also noticed Baigu's arrival, and the 3-headed blazing dragon halted in mid-air, no longer fleeing. Baigu! Baigu! In the distance, 2 celestial level 7 powerhouses engaged in battle with Yunhai also stopped simultaneously, looking at Baigu with complex expressions. What are you doing here? Yunhai quickly left the battlefield and flew to Baigu's side. If I don't come, how can you leave safely? Baigu still smiled, his expression unchanged, then looked at Wang Zizai beside him and said, Little Wang, you should go to those little guys. I'll handle things here, it will be fine. Wang Zizai nodded and quickly flew onto the back of the 3-headed blazing dragon. Dad, I knew you would come to save me. Wang Defa looked at Wang Zizai with excitement, and Dad, you're amazing, you even invited the sword god sovereign. Shut up, Wang Zizai scolded. The situation was not optimistic if it weren't for the treasure given by Yun Hai that had allowed him to successfully ascend to godhood the other day, and with his son here he would never have waded into this murky water. He still came. A hint of mist flickered in Yun Shanshan's eyes. By Gu, since you are here, we will give you face and let today's matter rest. Not far away, 2 celestial level 7 powerhouses from the Lighthouse Nation also approached Michaela and the others. One of the elderly men glanced at Baigu and slowly spoke. His voice was not loud, but it clearly reached Lin Chen and the others' ears. So fierce? Lin Chen was taken aback upon hearing this. Clearly, those foreigners were backing down, and they were also ascenders of celestial level 7. There had always been debates in the Dragon Kingdom about who was stronger, the Sword God Sovereign or the Law God Sovereign, but most people believed the Law God Sovereign was superior. However, it seemed that the reality was not so. Lin Chen focused intently, and given the current situation, he no longer needed to fight desperately. Dad, are those foreigners scared? A hint of excitement appeared on Wang Defa's face. Even he could see that those foreigners were backing down. It should be so. Wang Zizai nodded, but still frowned, not knowing what he was thinking. Get lost, the next time we meet will be the time of life and death. Before Baigu could speak, Yun Hai's voice rang out. At this moment, he wore a conflicted expression, deeply looking at Baigu. Damn, this is so unlike the style of Lord Yun Hai. How can we let them go now? They should all be killed. Wang Defa was somewhat unwilling. Shut up, what do you know? Wang Defa wore a face full of grievance, mumbling softly. I, the old man, don't intend to let this go. Unexpectedly, Baigu shook his head directly, his kind face showing no sign of jest. Baigu, let's go, there's no need to fight them. Yun Hai frowned, changing from his usual aggressive demeanor. Baigu, why must you? If we really fight, regardless of the outcome, you will undoubtedly die. Another powerful figure from the Lighthouse Nation, a Xianxi, shook his head helplessly. I've said it before, when a person gets old, they no longer fear death. As the words fell, the wind rose, and the sword energy surged forth. In an instant, Baigu's aura suddenly changed dramatically, the sharpness of his sword path breaking forth, enveloping the area within dozens of miles. In countless sword energies, a phantom of a coiled dragon also appeared, transforming into a divine sword that materialized in Baigu's hand. Is this the sword domain? Wang Zizai's pupils contracted, his body trembling. Involuntarily, Yun Hai, take those little ones and leave. Baigu, standing at the center of the sword domain, spoke again. Don't do anything reckless, or you'll die. Yun Hai's expression was conflicted, and he did not leave. I've never acted recklessly in my life. Being old, what's wrong with being reckless just this once? Baigu gently shook his head. Crack! A sound of shattering echoed. The coiled dragon sword in Baigu's hand was directly crushed. Sacrificial sword, are you crazy? Yun Hai's expression changed drastically, and he was about to intervene to stop Baigu. But at that moment, Baigu pointed a finger, and Yun Hai's figure directly appeared beside Lin Chen and the others. Sacrificial sword? This old man has gone mad. Run! Panicked voices erupted from the crowd where Michael and the others were. At this moment, the entire battlefield was thrown into chaos, a group of foreigners desperately fleeing in all directions. Holy light filled the sky, angelic phantoms trembled, and countless forbidden spells were unleashed without restraint, yet they could not shake the sword domain. Let's leave them all behind. Baigu's expression remained calm, a familiar smile still on his lips. However, at this moment, his aura had drastically changed, no longer that harmless old man. In this moment he fully revealed his sharpness, his aged body standing straight, radiating a fierce aura, with sword energies crisscrossing in all directions. The old sword god is indeed sacrificing his sword. Wang Zizai sighed softly, a complex expression on his face. Sacrificing the sword, and using his own divine sword as a catalyst. The consequences, of course, were self-evident. Why has he become so impulsive in his old age? Yun Hai gritted his teeth, his face showing a hint of ferocity. Father! Tears fell, and Yun Shanshan's body trembled slightly, her face beneath the veil filled with sorrow. Dad, what is a sacrificial sword? Wang Defa asked inopportunely. Shut up! Wang Zizai scolded angrily. At this moment his expression was serious, his gaze fixed firmly on the distant aged figure. Has he really sacrificed the sword? Lin Chen murmured to himself. He observed everyone's reactions. He felt no surprise at Yun Shanshan's title. Yun Shanshan, Baigu's only daughter, took after her mother. However, the relationships involved were somewhat intricate. Moreover, it seemed that Yun Hai's relationship with Baigu was not as bad as rumored. Yun Hai, is there any chance to save the old sword god? Suddenly, Wang Zizai asked. He had now become a deity with a deeper mastery over space, and he wanted to give it a try. It's useless. Yun Hai shook his head helplessly, a look of pity in his eyes. Continuing, he is determined to seek death, having already used the power of the sacrificial sword to break through to Xianxie, just to eliminate these enemies. Now, even if we want to help, we are powerless. He attempted to move his body. Although he could still move within a small range, he helplessly discovered that he could not escape the sword domain, divided by Baigu. This was something he had anticipated. After the transformation to immortality, one step leads to a new realm. Now that Baigu had broken through to the 8th level of immortality, he could be said to be the absolute number one in Blue Star, without exception. As expected, the sword domain of the old sword god is truly unsolvable. Wang Zizai attempted to use his own spatial spells only to find that while all spells could be cast, they had no effect whatsoever. When Baigu rose to fame, he had 3 swords. The first was the sharpness of the sword path, possessing unmatched attack power. The second was the sword domain, which could suppress all beings below his level to a certain extent. The third was the sacrificial sword, allowing the person and sword to be sacrificed together, forcibly elevating one level. Now, with Baigu's 3 swords unleashed, there was no turning back. Lynch felt a mix of emotions as he took a few steps forward, releasing his sword eye. Baigu occupation, sacrificial sword god level, LV.700 8th level of immortality, sacrificial sword. State, stamina, 4,820,000 strength, 5,280,000 agility, 5,120,000 endurance, 4,520,000 magic power, 520,000 combat power, 5,380,000 skills. Talent, an astonishing 5.38 million combat power. Lin Chen was shaken. Glancing once more at the sea of clouds, 3.82 million combat power. Just a single transformation apart, and there was a difference of over 1.5 million in combat power. Although this was partly due to Baigu's sacrificial sword, this combat power was undoubtedly the most outrageous among current human transmuters. Baigu, have you really gone mad? At this rate, you won't survive half a day. A 7th level immortal from the lighthouse nation roared in the void. He was in a dire state. If it weren't for the invincible skill still in effect, he would have likely been slain by now. Baigu, withdraw the sword domain. I can guarantee with my integrity that the Lighthouse Nation and the Dragon Nation will not offend you in the slightest. Another 7th level immortal from the Lighthouse Nation was also anxious. If this continued, they would all die. After all, no matter how many invincible skills one had, there was ultimately a time limit, and that time would not be long. What difference does life and death make? Baigu retorted, his sword finger still moving incessantly. Haven't you all passed through the tribulation of life and death and understood this principle? His words remained calm, even as he burned through his last vitality, showing no signs of regret. You madman, I don't believe you can hold on for long. Michael's golden hair danced wildly as he desperately counterattacked while using his invincible skill. Boom! The void trembled as the 6-winged angel's phantom waved the holy staff in its hand. Swish! However, with just a stroke of sword energy, the 6-winged angelic apparition behind Michael was directly shattered. How can you be so strong? Michael felt his mind shatter. In the sword domain, Baigu did not deliberately target anyone, and under the coverage of the invincible skill, he could not truly perceive Baigu's terror. It was only now, as he engaged in battle, that he sadly realized he didn't even have the qualification to fight Baigu. Lord Baigu, spare us. Lord Baigu, please let us go. Lord Baigu, we have no intention of being enemies with the Dragon Nation. One after another, pleas for mercy arose, and the leaders from countries like Asan directly softened, no longer displaying the arrogance they had when pursuing Lin Chen and others. Now, their equipment with invincible skills was already limited. If this continued, they would definitely die. Baigu shook his head, remaining silent, his rough fingers flashing continuously, clearly having developed a killing intent. The sword energy continued to surge, and the foreign leaders could only make their final struggles. 30 seconds later. With a wail, the leader of the Asan nation was instantly killed by a sword aura. 35 seconds later. 4 consecutive wails echoed, leaving only 3 immortal 7 powerhouses from the Lighthouse Nation on the battlefield. Baigu, have you thought this through? Are you really willing to go down with us? If we survive this, we will definitely make the Dragon Nation pay blood for blood. One of the immortal 7 powerhouses from the Lighthouse Nation had a fierce expression. He was scared, truly scared. Given his current state, he could barely hold on for another 20 seconds. Blood for blood? Shouldn't that be something said by someone from the Dragon Nation? Baigu's expression remained unchanged, but his voice carried a hint of coldness. Another 20 seconds passed. The Lighthouse Nation powerhouse, who had made the threats, was cut down by several sword auras, his body severed. What do we do? Michael panicked, looking at another immortal 7 powerhouse beside him. We can only hold on. Baigu's sword domain won't last much longer. The other immortal 7 powerhouse's face was as dark as it could be. As a fellow immortal 7 powerhouse, his teammate had already been killed, and he could only cling to life. Now, he could only pray that Baigu's sword domain would dissipate quickly, giving them a chance to escape. Only these 2 scruffy ones left. Baigu the sword god is so fierce. Wang Defa's eyes sparkled with excitement. Baigu's overwhelming slaughter of these foreign ascenders brought him great satisfaction. 10 more seconds passed. Sigh. With a light sigh, the sword domain vanished. Good opportunity. Let's go. Michael and the others immediately took out a spatial scroll from their packs, tearing it open without hesitation. Whoosh! A bright white light shone, and the two figures disappeared. What a pity! Baigu, seeing this, did not pursue further. He knew that his own state had nearly reached its limit. Cough. A light cough sounded, and a trace of blood appeared at the corner of Baigu's mouth. Baigu, old sword god. Yun Hai and the others rushed forward. I'm fine. Bye. Gu glanced at everyone, his gaze lingering briefly on Yun Pianpian before saying, you all go back. Go back, go back. Wang Defa nodded repeatedly. At this moment, even he felt that Baigu's condition was not good. Roar! The three-headed blazing dragon soared into the sky again. Half a day later, the group successfully arrived at Sword God Mountain. Lin Chen, come with me. At the top of Sword God Mountain, Baigu did not pay attention to anyone else but called Lin Chen aside. The wind howled at the sword tomb on the peak of Sword God Mountain. An old man and a young man stood facing each other. As promised, the sword tomb belongs to you. Bye. Gu looked at Lin Chen with a gratified expression, then pointed with one hand, causing the entire cliff to tremble. A small sword tomb flew to Lin Chen's side. Lin Chen stared blankly at the sword tomb before him, not immediately taking it. At this moment he felt no joy in his heart. He knew that Baigu had little time left, and if he accepted the sword tomb now, Baigu would die immediately. What's wrong? Don't want it? Baigu smiled slightly and continued, actually, I should have died long ago. I've only been hanging on to do one last bit for the Dragon Nation. His words carried no waves, as if life and death were trivial matters to him. Lin Chen remained silent. Sigh, you child. Baigu shook his head helplessly, a fresh trickle of blood escaping from the corner of his mouth. Don't blame him for the matter of the sword maniac. Sword maniac? Lin Chen was taken aback. He named himself Sword Maniac because he cannot escape the obsession in his heart. A hint of sadness appeared on Baigu's face. He understood that passing on the sword tomb to you and me would undoubtedly lead to death, and he has been seeking a way to extend his life. But isn't the method to extend life hard to find? Alas! He sighed and continued, in fact, he wasn't wrong. Faced with the greater good and personal feelings, he couldn't make a better choice, ultimately having to use his own death as a third option. The third option? Lin Chen seemed to realize something upon hearing this. The sword maniac killing himself would mean losing the greater good for the Dragon Kingdom. However, not killing himself, in the face of personal feelings, he didn't want to see himself win the championship, which would cause Baigu to die immediately. Therefore, the sword maniac chose the third method, severing the first two options at the cost of his own life. He recalled carefully that when the sword maniac attacked him, it seemed he didn't use any invincible skills, showing a certain degree of a desire for death. Of course, even if the sword maniac had used invincible skills, it would have been useless, as his angry dragon slash could ignore invincible skills. Also, after I die, I hope you can take care of Tian. Plan. Baigu spoke again, a pleading look on his face. I owe this child a lot, and this life can never be compensated. She has always hated me for what happened 25 years ago, hating me for abandoning her and her mother for the sake of a city. Baigu seemed to be reminiscing, a painful expression appearing on his face. But that was the life of a city's people. I couldn't be that selfish. In the end, her mother met a tragic death, and she had to be frozen. A tear rolled down the corner of Baigu's eye, self-reproach and regret filling his aged face. Perhaps, this is the price to pay. Maybe death is also a kind of liberation for me. Baigu struggled to shift his body and looked at Lin Chen again, saying, all along, I've been asking myself whether it was right or wrong. Many times, I regretted my choices back then, but in the end, my heart could never provide a clear answer. Lin Chen nodded, still silent. He could understand Baigu's feelings. In the face of so-called greater good and familial affection, it was indeed difficult for someone like Baigu to make the right choice. Inherit my sword tomb. Once you survive the tribulation of life and death, the entire Sword God Mountain will be yours. Baigu spoke again, I have no other demands of you, just hope that you can protect my Dragon Kingdom to the best of your ability. Also, don't think about hiding anything. The hearts of the people in the Dragon Kingdom are not that dirty. At least Yun Hai is not that kind of person. He had once experienced the most painful moments and did not want to use his death to influence Lin Chen, because he knew that using such greater good to pressure someone was a wrong approach and unfair to Lin Chen. I understand. Lin Chen spoke softly, feeling quite complicated inside. That's good, that's good. Baigu's body trembled, but a look of relief appeared on his face again. He didn't need Lin Chen to make any promises, he just needed Lin Chen to remember the sense of responsibility in his heart. The rivers and mountains of the Dragon Kingdom will be protected by you from now on. Put. Another mouthful of blood spurted out, and Baigu's aura quickly weakened. Now, are you still not planning to take over the sword tomb? His eyes were filled with hope, fearing that Lin Chen would refuse. Because by taking over his sword tomb, Lin Chen would have to bear a responsibility. Lin Chen still chose not to take over the sword tomb. Instead, he took out a drop of golden blood from his package, the blood of the ancient god. The blood of the ancient god did not have the effect of extending life, but it could preserve the last breath of life of a dying person and put them into a deep sleep. Lin Chen didn't know if he could save Baigu, but he still wanted to give it a try. In the end, Lin Chen stepped forward, putting the sword tomb into his package, and quickly dripping the ancient god's blood onto Baigu. The life force of Baigu, who had lost the sword tomb, was rapidly fading, but upon seeing Lin Chen take over the sword tomb, a hint of tranquility appeared on the dying Baigu's face. "Father!" A clear voice rang out as Yun Pianpian descended from the sky, her face streaked with tears after losing her veil. However, at this moment, Baigu had already closed his eyes. "Is it ineffective?" Lin Chen's expression was complex. Swish! Just as the last trace of Baigu's life force was about to be extinguished, a blood-red light suddenly erupted from his body. The blood of the ancient god has taken effect. The life force of the beneficiary can be preserved for 30 years. The notification sounded, and Lin Chen let out a sigh of relief. Although he did not agree with some of Baigu's actions, he respected him as a person and did not want to see him die. "Father!" Yun Pianpian sobbed continuously, no longer resembling the goddess she once was. "Lord Baigu is not dead." Lin Chen spoke up, wanting to comfort Yun Pianpian, but he didn't know how to do so, so he could only speak the truth. "I obtained a special item in the demon and god arena that can preserve the life force of a dying person. Perhaps in the future, we can find a way to extend Lord Baigu's life." "Really?" Yun Pianpian looked up at Lin Chen. At that moment, she resembled a wounded little girl, seemingly seeing a glimmer of hope in her despair. "You should believe it in half an hour." Lin Chen nodded, not providing further explanations. Under the influence of the rules, the bodies of human job changers and monsters would only remain for about half an hour, and by then, the truth would be revealed. Time passed second by second. This half hour was extremely difficult for Yun Pianpian to endure. It wasn't until 40 minutes later that Baigu's body still remained, and only then did Yun Pianpian feel relieved. "Lin Chen, thank you." Yun Pianpian stood up, supporting Baigu's body as she expressed her gratitude to Lin Chen. She had always been clear about her grievances and knew that her father could not hold on for much longer. She did not blame Lin Chen for inheriting her father's sword tomb. Therefore, she had been fighting desperately in the demon and god arena, hoping to find a legitimate way to prevent such a thing from happening. Yet, the final outcome was still hard to change. However, she understood the purpose behind everything her father had done. She held no hatred towards Lin Chen. On the contrary, because of Lin Chen, her father was able to retain the last trace of life force, filling her heart with gratitude. "This is what I should do." Lin Chen shook his head, saying no more, and turned to leave. He wanted to leave this hard-won solitude to the father and daughter. Meanwhile, a scene appeared on the floating platforms of major cities in the Dragon Kingdom and the Cherry Blossom Kingdom. On the screen, a gigantic snake-like monster was crossing the sea, swimming towards the Dragon Kingdom, followed by a dark mass of job changers from the Cherry Blossom Kingdom. "What kind of monster is that? It looks like the Yamada no Orochi from the Cherry Blossom Kingdom. What did the Cherry Blossom people do? How can they control the monster?" Voices of astonishment echoed throughout the major cities. Before long, the image on the floating platform changed again, revealing the specific attributes of the Yamada no Orochi. "My god, a forbidden level boss? 3 billion health points? How could such a monster appear? How are we supposed to fight this?" The Cherry Blossom Kingdom clearly wants to use the monster to strike directly at the heart. "Someone tell me, what should we do?" Voices of panic arose, and despair was evident on the faces of the people of the Dragon Kingdom. At this moment, in the lords' mansions of the major cities, information systems were operating rapidly. "Quickly notify Sword God Mountain and Mage Sea about this matter. An unprecedented taboo-level boss has descended. This is a monster like no other. No, we must find a way to defeat this taboo-level boss and contact those two lords directly." In an instant, the highest level of alarm rang throughout the Dragon Kingdom. Meanwhile, in the main hall of Sword God Mountain, Lin Chen and Yun Hai sat facing each other, with Wang Zizai and Wang Defa beside them. "We've received news, just as you predicted. The taboo-level boss is indeed in existence that transcends the world-destroying level, and it is not something that ascenders can deal with." Yun Hai glanced at Lin Chen with a heavy expression. Just moments ago, Lin Chen had shared the main quest of the Dragon Kingdom with them, wanting to disseminate it to all the job changers in the country as quickly as possible. At the same time, Lin Chen also reminded him about the existence of the taboo-level boss. "No way? This taboo-level boss has never appeared before. How could it suddenly show up now? And it even let a little brat control one?" Wang Defa's face showed signs of panic. He had also looked into the attributes of the eight-headed serpent. He couldn't analyze the combat power of the eight-headed serpent in detail, but he knew that with his father's godly strength, he definitely couldn't withstand a single blow from the eight-headed serpent. The main quest and the national war system are both activated. Although the new expansion has not officially started, we cannot rule out the possibility that some lucky individuals triggered a certain taboo quest. Lin Chen analyzed. He had long suspected the emergence of the taboo-level boss, just didn't expect it to happen so soon. "What should we do?" Wang Defa panicked, feeling a bit at a loss. "There's no other way, we can only fight hard." Yun Hai stood up directly and then looked at Lin Chen, saying, "I will immediately return to hold a national high-level meeting to formulate a response plan. Lin Chen, you stay here to accompany Pian. This time, you youngsters don't need to attend the meeting. Wang Zizai, come with me." With that, he flew out of the hall. Lin Chen, take
Good care of my useless son.
Wang Zizai smiled and didn't say much, following closely behind Yun Hai. He understood Yun Hai's intention. The current situation was already very clear. Yun Hai did not have confidence in dealing with the eight-headed serpent and wanted to keep Lin Shan and the others out of it to preserve the legacy of the Dragon Kingdom.
And he, even though reluctant, had to go for the sake of his son, given the peril the Dragon Kingdom faced. Go, what do they mean by this? Just leaving us here?
Wang Defa was stunned, clearly not understanding Yun Hai's deeper meaning.
Perhaps.
Lin Shan shook his head. At this moment he felt very heavy-hearted,
as if calculating something. Let's go for it.
In the end, Lin Shan decisively nodded, flying out with his sword, heading straight for the Tianbao trading headquarters in Longjing.
Half an hour later,
the teleportation arrays in the major provincial capitals of the Dragon Kingdom reopened, and faces rarely seen on ordinary days quickly rushed through the teleportation arrays towards Longjing. In Longjing, in the conference
room of the Long family,
Yun Hai sat in the main seat, resting his chin on his hands, his face showing a heavy expression. Below him were the heads of major families, provincial leaders, and various godly powerhouses.
This meeting is somewhat urgent. To keep it short, there are only two matters.
Yun Hai began, acting decisively and directly sharing the main quest of the Dragon Kingdom with everyone.
The first matter is that the provincial leaders must quickly mobilize all job changers above the 7th transition within their provinces, and then, centered around these job changers, ensure that the main quest of our Dragon Kingdom is shared with every job changer. Yun Hai spoke slowly, then continued, remember, I only give you half a day's time. With the national war imminent, the entire Dragon Kingdom had little time to waste. Secondly, after completing this task, I require those who have advanced to the 7th rank or above to return immediately and then use the teleportation array to gather at the Four Corners City. Additionally, inform the city guards of each city that they must patrol continuously for 24 hours over the next few days to ensure stability within the cities. He tapped his fingers on the table, pondering for a moment before continuing. I believe you all know the reason for this. Troop mobilization. The truth can be shared with those who have advanced. This mobilization is purely voluntary and does not require enforcement. No need for enforcement? Everyone was taken aback by his words. Yun Hai was
always decisive in his actions. If he believed something was right, he would spare no effort in pursuing it.
And now, he was not enforcing the mobilization? Could it be? For a moment, everyone shared the same thought.
Yun Hai did not have confidence in dealing with the eight-headed serpent. Otherwise, given his character, he would never act this way. Master Yun Hai, is it true that even with your strength, you cannot handle the eight-headed
serpent? Suddenly, someone spoke up, unable to contain their curiosity.
This person had a refined appearance. Although middle-aged, he exuded the charm of a young gentleman.
He was the second disciple of Baigu, known
as Guxing, who possessed the strength of a third-tier immortal.
Less than 30% certainty.
Yun Hai shook his head, speaking honestly. If the eight-headed serpent did not have its healing and 9-stage resurrection abilities, I would have at least over 60% certainty. However, the existence of such a taboo-level creature is too terrifying. Those two characteristics of the eight-headed serpent can only be countered with lives.
He did not hide anything, sharing his estimation.
Moreover, this less than 30% certainty was only based on the advantage of troop strength. Under normal circumstances, it could be achieved.
If any unexpected
events occurred in his plan, the actual certainty would likely drop to less than 10%.
Is that all the confidence you have? What if Master Baigu were to join you? At that moment, the governor of Tianjia province stood up and asked. The two great masters of Manhwa, Baigu and Yun Yi, were rumored to be evenly matched in strength. If the sword god master were to join in, it would undoubtedly increase the odds of victory. However, as soon as these words were spoken, 6 unfriendly gazes bore down on the governor of Tianjia province. Ahem.
Please don't misunderstand my meaning, esteemed sword gods. What I meant was that at the most critical moment,
Master Baigu might be able to make a move.
The governor of Tianjia province dared not meet those gazes, awkwardly smiling. The existence of Baigu's body posed a significant risk among the high-ranking officials of
Manhwa, which was no secret. This was also why the position of the Mage Guild had been rising in Manhwa over the past decade. Baigu will not make a move.
Yun Hai pondered, feeling quite helpless.
At present, everyone
was unaware that Baigu was nearly dead, with only the last trace of life remaining. He also did not intend to share this news with everyone just yet,
because if this news were to spread under the current circumstances, the entire Manhwa would fall into chaos.
After all, losing one of the two stabilizing pillars of Manhwa before the battle was truly despairing. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the crowd varied, but no one dared to oppose. The second matter concerns the guarding of the sacred beast totem. Yun Hai continued, I plan to send a group of top-tier experts to protect the sacred totem in Longjing. He still held on to a glimmer of hope and
did not intend to put all his forces into a direct confrontation with the Sakura nation. Moreover, guarding the sacred totem was of utmost importance. What if the Sakura nation set up a false front to attract the attention of the entire Manhwa while secretly launching an attack? This was something that could not be overlooked. Most importantly, even if they failed in this direct confrontation, it would leave a glimmer of hope for those guarding the sacred totem and for the entire Longwa.
Master Yunhai has thought this through quite thoroughly.
The sacred totem is of utmost importance in the national war and should be heavily guarded. But who should be assigned to guard the sacred totem?
Everyone nodded in agreement, then looked around.
Clearly, guarding the beast totem was much safer than personally going into battle. After all, although the safe zones within the
cities had become ineffective during the national war, the strength of Longjing as the capital of the Dragon Kingdom should not be underestimated.
No matter how you looked at it, taking on the task of guarding the sacred totem was safer than participating in the battle. As for the candidates, I have already thought it through in detail.
Yunhai spoke up. In this direct confrontation with Sakura country, the mage profession is more crucial. While the swordsman's offensive capability is strong, but they lack area attack skills. At this point, everyone present changed their expressions. Therefore, I have decided to assign the task of guarding the sacred totem to the 6 sword gods of Sword God Mountain, along with 3 other assistants.
Yunhai found a suitable excuse. Now that the sword maniac had fallen and Baigu had met such a fate, he didn't want anything to happen to the people of Sword God Mountain again. As for the list of the 3 assistants, he already had a plan in mind. Yun Chanqian, Lin Chen, Wang Defa.
These 3 were the strongest geniuses of the Dragon Kingdom.
Only by protecting these 3 could the future of the Dragon Kingdom have hope.
Master Yunhai, the people of Sword God Mountain are not afraid of death. A voice rang out, and the 5th sword god of Sword God Mountain, Feng Xiao,
stood up resolutely.
The sword gods of Sword God Mountain had never feared death. As swordsmen, they would rather die than bend. He felt that Yunhai's decision was an insult to them.
However, others did not see Yunhai's decision in the same light. The mage faction in Sword God Mountain had always been at odds.
This time, Yunhai surprisingly did not allow the sword gods to participate in the battle, which was indeed puzzling.
This is an order, not a discussion.
Yunhai stood up, a powerful pressure emanating from his body. Follow my orders, and you need not concern yourselves with other matters. After saying this, he directly stood up and walked towards the
direction of the Tianbao Trading Company in Longjing. 1 hour later,
inside the Tianbao Trading Company in Longjing, Lu Tianzi looked at Lin Chen with a troubled expression.
Young Master Lin, please don't make it difficult for me. The items you want, our Tianbao Trading Company can only provide this much.
He pointed to the few items in front of him, looking quite helpless. Lin Chen had come this time to order items worth 200 billion, and this was just what was currently available. As for the Kunwa Stone, Xianbing Pearl, and the amplification scrolls that could increase skill ranges by over 100 times, he truly could not provide those.
The Kunwa Stone
and Xianbing Pearl were produced in the Endless Sea and had always been controlled by the mage faction. Even if he had the guts, he wouldn't dare to covet those items. As for the amplification scrolls for skill ranges, over 100 times, he had never even heard of them. Although amplification scrolls were not common, there were still quite a few in Tianbao Trading Company, but those that could amplify by over 100 times were simply
non-existent. Moreover, why would a swordsman like Lin Chen need amplification scrolls? Really none? A look of doubt appeared on Lin Chen's face. His trip to the Demon and God Arena had yielded 4 broken artifacts, but the materials in front of him were only enough to repair 2, still lacking 2 of the most crucial repair materials. As for the amplification scrolls, he absolutely needed to obtain them, as it concerned the life and death of the entire Dragon Kingdom. Young Master Lin, there really are none.
Lu Tianzi had a face full of, and then continued, at this critical time, I have taken a huge risk to obtain these materials for you.
Just an hour ago, our president received a notification from the Lord of the Cloud Sea.
In order to respond to the national war, the Mage Sea will temporarily take over all resources of the Tianbao Trading House and has paid a large
deposit.
So please don't make it difficult for me. He spoke honestly, not daring to conceal anything. After all, he was just a steward, and he couldn't afford to offend either the Mage Sea or Lin Chen.
Is that so? Lin Chen nodded slightly, not feeling that Lu Tianzi was lying.
With the national war imminent and the Sakura nation coming on strong, it was understandable for the Cloud Sea to make such a decision.
However, the inability to
repair the remaining 2 artifacts would affect his overall combat power, which was not beneficial for the upcoming actions.
Do you know where I can find these 2 materials? Lin Chen then asked. It didn't matter if the Tianbao Trading House didn't have them. The main thing was to gather information about these 2 materials. If time allowed, he wouldn't mind spending a fortune to buy them. Kunwa Stone and Xianbing Pearl are both produced in the Endless Sea. If you want them, you can only contact that person within the Mage Sea, Lu Tianzi said, then hesitated and glanced at Lin Chen. But given your relationship with the Mage Sea, it might not be so easy to obtain.
The origin of Kunwa Stone and Xianbing Pearl was not a secret. The reason he hadn't told Lin Chen earlier was that they at the Tianbao Trading House were quite aware of Lin Chen's situation and knew that his relationship with the Gong family was not very good. Even now that the Gong family had been destroyed, Lu Tianzi didn't think Lin Chen had a chance to get these 2 items.
The Mage Sea, huh?
Lin Chen murmured, then
continued to ask, what about the skill range amplification scrolls that exceed 100 times? This, I really have never
Lu Tianzi stammered in response, but before he could finish, a servant hurriedly burst in,
interrupting their conversation. How dare you? Don't you know that young Master Lin is here? Why are you so flustered? Lu Tianzi looked displeased at the sight. Steward. The servant gasped, then quickly ran to Lu Tianzi's side and said, the Lord of the Cloud Sea has come personally. What? Lu Tianzi was taken aback, then awkwardly turned to Lin Chen and said, young Master Lin, the Lord of the Cloud Sea has come personally. It must be regarding the takeover of the Tianbao trading house. I can't accompany you for now.
After saying that, he was about to leave quickly. He understood that this might offend Lin Chen, but in his heart, it was clear who
weighed more between the Lord of the Mage Sea and Lin Chen. Suddenly, just a few steps away, Lu Tianzi stopped and turned back to Lin Chen, saying, by the way, young Master Lin, didn't you want Kunwa Stone and Xianbing Pearl? This is actually a good opportunity. His mind was quite sharp. Now that the Lord of the Mage Sea had arrived, he could act as a connector. Even if Lin Chen couldn't get the Kunwa Stone and the Mage Sea, he could say he had tried his best, and Lin Chen would have nothing to say. However, this might provoke the Lord of the Mage Sea's displeasure. But at that moment, he couldn't care less. I understand, I'll go find the Lord of the Cloud Sea right now. Lin Chen nodded.
Originally, he wanted to find Yun Pianpian, but since the Cloud Sea had arrived, it saved him the trouble.
Alright, I'll take you there right away. Lu Tianzi quickly nodded.
Then kindly reminded, young Master Lin, the Lord of the Cloud Sea has a bad temper, so when you meet him,
I know, just take me there. Lin Chen interrupted Lu Tianzi.
Before long, the two arrived at a private room on the
third floor of the Tianbao trading house.
This private room is the highest treatment that the Tianbao trading house offers to its distinguished guests, and it is usually not open to the public. At least, Lin Chen has never enjoyed such treatment.
I've met Lord Yunhai, let me introduce you to this person.
Inside the room, Lu Tianzi was about to introduce Lin Chen to Yunhai.
Lin Chen. Yunhai turned around and saw a familiar figure. Lord Yunhai. Lin Chen nodded.
Lu Tianzi, seeing this, nervously wiped the sweat from his forehead.
It turns out these two know each other. Are you here to purchase job change items? Yunhai asked. No, I specifically came to find Lord Yunhai.
Lin Chen shook his head and said directly, I need Kunwa stones and Xianbing pearls.
You don't have to be so straightforward, do you? Lu Tianzi couldn't help but let the sweat beads slide down his forehead. This is the Lord of the Mage God. Although Lin Chen is a genius, isn't he being a bit too direct? However, Yunhai's response next left Lu Tianzi stunned. Alright.
In 2 hours, someone will deliver these
items to your residence. Yunhai nodded, not even discussing the price.
As the Lord of the Mage God, he has his own demeanor.
In the current environment, it is no longer a time to haggle over benefits. For a genius like
Lin Chen, he would spare no effort in nurturing him.
Thank you.
Lin Chen expressed his gratitude and then added, I also need scrolls that can amplify skill range by more than 100 times.
My heavens, please don't scare me like this. Lu Tianzi was almost on the verge of kneeling.
Lin Chen's actions truly frightened him. It was one thing to directly ask the Lord of the Mage God for items, but to ask for more afterward?
At this moment,
he even had the illusion that this was not a conversation between a senior and a junior, but rather a mutual transaction in an equal relationship.
Scrolls that amplify skill range by more than 100 times? Yunhai was taken aback. However, after a moment of thought, he directly agreed, sure, I have that in my pack right now. He nodded and took out a scroll from his pack, handing it to Lin Chen, saying, this amplification scroll can increase the skill coverage range by 300 times. Throughout the entire exchange, he never asked Lin Chen what he needed these items for. Because he knew that this journey was perilous and he might not return, it was no longer meaningful to haggle over such matters. Thank you,
Lin Chen said again, then turned his gaze to Lu Tianzi and said, Manager Lu, please step aside. I have some matters to discuss with Lord Yunhai privately.
Okay.
Lu Tianzi quickly nodded upon hearing this and then hurriedly ran out in a fluster. He dared not stay here any longer. He realized that the Tianbao trading house had completely underestimated Lin Chen's value. At this moment, he just wanted to leave quickly and inform the president of this news.
Speak, what is it? After Lu Tianzi left, Yunhai asked proactively.
I want to make a deal. The 3 items just now will count as a
deposit for Lord Yunhai.
Lin Chen slowly began.
A deal?
Yunhai was taken aback upon hearing this, then smiled and said, those 3 items are a gift from me to you. There's no need for a deal.
At his level, there are very few things that can move him.
Although Lin Chen is a prodigy to an extraordinary degree, he didn't think Lin Chen had anything that could entice him. Lord Yunhai, please don't be in a hurry to refuse.
After Lin Chen
finished speaking, he took out a gleaming golden key from his pack.
The key of the gods?
Yunhai was stunned upon seeing this, and when he saw the specific function of the key of the gods, his pupils instantly widened. Is this the key to the mysterious map? He blurted out.
Exactly. Lin Chen nodded. I wonder if Lord Yunhai is interested in this deal.
Yunhai pondered for a moment, then said seriously, let's hear it. The mysterious map. cannot be unlocked due to certain restrictions at the moment, but I have a feeling that these restrictions will disappear before the new expansion is launched. Therefore, I want to exchange 1/3 control of the mysterious map for 3 conditions. Lin Chen said. Currently, the mysterious map has not been unlocked, but he had already considered how to use the divine key. If he were to be selfish and claim the entire mysterious map for himself, it would certainly be good, but even if he controlled the entire mysterious map, it would be difficult to develop its resources in the shortest time without manpower. However, if he had powerful partners, then none of this would be a problem. Initially, he intended to make this deal with Sword God Mountain, but now that Bai Gu has fallen into a deep sleep, Mage C is his best choice. Most importantly, the threat from Sakura Country is imminent. Even if Dragon Country ultimately faces defeat, possessing the divine key would allow him to leave Dragon Country with a final glimmer of hope. Are you sure you want to do this? Yunhai neither refused nor immediately agreed. The mysterious map, equivalent to 1/3 of Dragon Country's area, holds unimaginable resources, and Lin Chen is actually willing to share it with others? Such audacity is not something an ordinary person can possess. Absolutely. Lin Chen nodded without hesitation. Alright, you can state your conditions now, this deal is done. Yunhai looked at Lin Chen meaningfully. At this moment, the appearance of the divine key undoubtedly brought a glimmer of hope to the entire Dragon Country. Even if Dragon Country ultimately faces defeat, it could rely on the mysterious map in the future. Once the mysterious map is unlocked, it will undoubtedly be recognized by the rules as part of Dragon Country's territory, or even become a vassal state of Dragon Country. First, exclude Wang Zizai from this battle list and have him unconditionally follow me for 3 days. Lin Chen stated his first condition. He knew that as a space mage who had been conferred the title of God, Wang Zizai would play a crucial role in this battle. There was no way he could be absent from the battle list. Agreed. Yunhai thought for a moment and then agreed. Second, when I need it, I want to be able to freely call upon any resources within Mage C. Lin Chen said. No problem. Yunhai replied without a second thought. Third, Lin Chen began but suddenly stopped, then looked deeply at Yunhai and said, in the face of insurmountable danger, I hope that Master Yunhai will prioritize his own life and choose to flee if necessary. He did not have complete confidence in his plan to slay the serpent. If he were to fail, Yunhai's character would undoubtedly lead him to fight to the death, and he did not want someone like Yunhai to die in this battle. There was no other reason, simply that he did not want Yunhai to follow Bai Gu's old path. This thought might be somewhat selfish and unfair to Yunhai, but he still proposed this condition. You should understand that as the master of the law of Dragon Country, I should not act recklessly. Yunhai's heart trembled and flames flickered in his eyes. Indeed, he was not only Yunhai but also the master of the law of Dragon Country, one of the stabilizing forces of the entire Dragon Country. Others could flee or retreat, but he, Yunhai, could not. Is Master Yunhai refusing? Lin Chen's expression remained unchanged as he continued, if Master Yunhai refuses, then this deal will be void. He did not waste words or directly persuade him, instead, he used the most forceful method to pressure Yunhai. Yunhai hesitated, a conflicted expression on his face. Finally, he sighed deeply and said, I agree. Pleasure to cooperate. Lin Chen smiled upon hearing this and then walked towards the door. He might never be able to embody the great righteousness of Bai Gu, nor could he be like Yunhai, willing to disregard life and death for the sake of faith. He would only protect those he felt should not die within the limits of his ability. At the same time, even he himself did not realize that his plan to slay the serpent was also a desperate struggle. 2 hours later, in a private room at Longjing Tian Shangrenjian, Lin Chen looked at the restoration materials spread across the entire table and slowly took out the 4 broken divine artifacts from the package. Detected materials for repairing the heavenly god Yaoyu. Would you like to repair it immediately? Yes/no. Detected materials for repairing the Fei Peng silver helmet. Would you like to repair it immediately? Yes/no. Detected materials for repairing the ancient god's right hand. Would you like to repair it immediately? Yes/no. Detected materials for repairing the goddess's preference. Would you like to repair it immediately? Yes/no. Yes. Lin Chen made his selections in succession. Swish. 4 beams of golden light suddenly illuminated the room. The ink jade belt shimmered with a brilliant blue light. The crimson blood gloves appeared somewhat eerie. The rust on the broken silver helmet vanished at a visible speed, and the glass-inlaid golden ring radiated a spectrum of colors. The 4 divine artifacts were undergoing restoration and transformation. 5 minutes later. Congratulations, your heavenly god Yaoyu has been fully restored. Congratulations, your Fei Peng silver helmet has been fully restored. Congratulations, your ancient god's right hand has been fully restored. Congratulations, your goddess's preference has been fully restored. For notification sounds rang out again. The ink jade belt became even deeper in color, enveloped in a swirling purple-blue light, while the blood light on the divine right hand seemed to influence one's mind. The Fei Peng silver helmet also displayed 2 feathered plumes, exuding a sense of authority. Even the goddess's preference ring showcased its original brilliance, with 7 colored light continuously swirling around it. Finally restored. Lin Chen breathed a sigh of relief and looked at the specific attributes of the 4 divine artifacts. LV.400 Heavenly God Yayu, Divine Artifact, LV.400 Fei Peng Silver Helmet, Divine Artifact, LV.400 Ancient God's Right Hand, Divine Artifact, LV.400 Goddess's Preference, Divine Artifact. The attributes of the 4 divine artifacts appeared before Lin Chen's eyes, all possessing growth potential. I wonder how much my combat power can increase this time, Lin Chen murmured as he quickly equipped the 4 divine artifacts.
Clang! The sound of metal clashing echoed, and Lin Chen underwent a tremendous transformation.
The silver-white battle helmet covered his head, with 2 feathered plumes hanging down, and the ancient yet dignified ancient god armor radiated golden light, with dragon patterns coiling around his arms. The ancient jade belt cinched the armor at the waist. The overall appearance was majestic and sacred, without any sense of incongruity. However, Lin Chen did not pay attention to these superficial aspects but quickly looked at his attribute panel. Lin Chen Occupation, Swordsman, Ancient God, Level, LV.400, Stamina, 210,000 Strength, 280,000 Agility, 240,000 Endurance, 230,000. Magic Power, 150,000 Combat Power, 320,000 Skills. Talent. This combat power. Lin Chen was astonished, doubting whether he had read it wrong. Although he had gathered the 9 pieces of the Ancient God set and was now at level 400 with 5 transformations, the attributes of the divine artifacts had also significantly increased, but it shouldn't be that high.
So that's how it is.
Suddenly, Lin Chen's gaze fell on the 3 major
characteristics of the Ancient God set. Ancient God set, 9/9
With 9 pieces of Ancient God equipment, all attributes are increased by 500%. 2. Name of the Ancient God, passive with 9 pieces of Ancient God equipment. You have completely gained the recognition of the Ancient God clan. You can unconditionally enter all maps related to the Ancient God clan. 3. Might of the Ancient God, active aura skill, the majesty of the
Ancient God is inviolable.
Once activated, all enemy attributes within a 1000 by 1000 range will be suppressed by 20%. Limited to beings below the taboo level, it is evident that the combat power of over 300,000, which is close to that of an ordinary 9-turn job changer, is brought about by the first major characteristic of the Ancient God set.
Although the second passive characteristic, Name of the Ancient God, currently has no effect, it will have immense significance in the future.
After all, some plots and maps related to the Ancient God clan require special keys, and possessing the name of the Ancient God allows unrestricted access to these places.
As for the
final might of the Ancient God, it is somewhat dispensable for Lin Chen. However, this is only true for Lin Chen personally. Imagine, in future national wars, even if Lin Chen does not take action, simply standing there
could suppress the enemy's attributes by 20%.
In situations where both sides have similar strength, Lin Chen's presence is equivalent to a collective buff, potentially determining the outcome of the battle.
I wonder if my
current combat power combined with the 8 Desolation Sword formation can wipe out the Yamata no Orochi and the 300,000 troops of the Sakura Nation in one go, Lin Chen muttered to himself.
He had already reached the limit of what he could enhance at this point. Theoretically, dealing over 5 billion damage while using the 8 Desolation Sword formation is not difficult. However, Yamata no Orochi is a taboo-level boss that he has never encountered before.
Even with the 2 most troublesome characteristics that counter Yamata no Orochi, the Angry Dragon Slash and the Heavenly Cry Sword, Lin Chen did not have complete confidence.
Forget it, since I've come this far, there's no need to think too much.
Lin Chen shook his head silently. Now that the Ancient God set was complete, he had also obtained the Skill Range Enhancement Scroll. It can be said that he had done everything he could. The rest depended on the final outcome.
It's time to find old Wang.
Lin Chen stepped out of the room. In his plan, Wang Zizai occupied an extremely important role. Now, with only half a day's time left, before the troops of the Sakura Nation arrive in the territory of the Dragon Kingdom, he could not afford to waste any more time.
2 hours later, Lin Chen arrived at Tianzhuan City again through the teleportation array. At this moment, in Tianzhuan City, squads of city guards were shuttling back and forth, and groups of civilian job changers occasionally appeared. Everything reflected a tense atmosphere. Lin Chen walked straight ahead and soon arrived at the Lord's mansion. Young Master Lin. A guard at the entrance of the Lord's mansion respectfully saluted Lin Chen. By now, the name Lin Chen had spread throughout the Dragon Kingdom, and in Tianzhuan City, where
Lin Chen's rise began, everyone knew him.
Take me to see Governor Wang. Lin Chen nodded and spoke. Yes, young Master Lin, please follow me. The guard immediately led the way, skipping the notification process. Half a
month ago, Wang Zizai had ordered that if Lin Chen visited the Lord's mansion, there was no need for notification. He could be let through directly. Before long, Lin Chen arrived at Wang Zizai's residence, and at that moment, faint sounds could be heard coming from Wang Zizai's room. Good son, ask your father what exactly is going on with Lin Chen. Why did Lord Yunhai suddenly order that I do not need to participate in the battle? Wang Zizai was filled with confusion. His participation in the battle was personally appointed by the Law God Lord, and he could not refuse it for reasons of righteousness or personal feelings,
because Yunhai had already given
the position of guarding the sacred totem to Wang Defa. Don't ask, Wang Defa decisively refused, while tossing a bunch of jade grapes into his mouth, mumbling, I always feel like you're trying to trick me again, but don't even think about targeting Imogu, otherwise, I'll be the first to disagree. After all, we're good brothers.
Trick Lin Chen?
Wang Zizai was taken aback, a hint of annoyance appearing on his forehead. At that moment he wanted to curse, but he held it back. To avoid tricking a brother, does that mean he should trick his father instead? And how did you even become my brother? Don't you know in your heart? If I weren't secretly supporting you, do you think you could build a friendship with Lin Chen so smoothly? Wang Zizai felt extremely speechless. Knock knock. Just then, a sudden knock on the door interrupted. Who is it? Wang Zizai asked impatiently. He was in a very bad mood and didn't want to be disturbed.
Lin Chen.
A familiar voice came from outside the room.
Lin Chen? Mo-gu? Both Wang Zizai and Wang Defa were taken aback. Wang Defa quickly got up and opened the door. Mo-gu, you finally came. Just now, my dad was still thinking of tricking you.
Upon seeing Lin Chen, Wang Defa's face lit up, instantly launching into his trickster routine.
This trickster! Wang Zizai couldn't help but twitch his eyelids.
In fact, he had only sensed something was off and wanted to gather some information. He never intended to trick Lin Chen at all. Lin Chen was momentarily speechless, then said, I believe Governor
Wang is not that kind of person.
He had clearly heard Wang Zizai's words in the room. Suddenly being called back, anyone would realize something was amiss, especially someone as perceptive as Wang Zizai. It was entirely normal for him to react this way.
But I don't believe it. Wang Defa popped another grape into his mouth, determined to keep tricking his father. What sin have I committed? How could I have such a trickster for a son?
At this moment, Wang Zizai felt a deep sense of sorrow, even beginning to doubt whether he had been too scheming in the past, leading to the retribution of having Wang Defa as his son.
However, with Lin Chen present, he
couldn't lose his temper. Instead, he stepped forward and said, Lin Chen, don't listen to this kid's nonsense, let's talk about serious matters. In the order from Yunhai, he was to fully comply with Lin Chen's arrangements. He had long guessed that Lin Chen would come, and he had only wanted to use Wang Defa to gather some information, merely to better prepare himself.
What serious matters could there be? It's either tricking others or being tricked by someone else. Wang Defa showed no respect. Get out.
However, before he could finish, Wang Zizai kicked Wang Defa, sending him straight out of the room.
The entire room fell silent. Alright, Lin Chen, you can now share your intentions.
After Wang Defa was kicked out, Wang Zizai felt much more at ease and personally poured a cup of tea for Lin Chen.
Now, he no longer dared to treat Lin Chen as a junior, whether it was when
Wang Defa recounted the matters of the divine and demon arena or the attitude of the law god towards Lin Chen. He understood that Lin Chen's strength had reached a terrifying level.
Thus, even though he knew his own
rank was far higher than Lin Chen's, he didn't dare to show any contempt. Just like this order from Yunhai, requiring a god sealer to completely obey the commands of a fifth-turn professional.
Any god sealer would feel
displeased about this, even causing some trouble. But Wang Zizai wouldn't,
because he understood that Lin Chen's strength absolutely could not be judged by superficial ranks. Governor Wang is indeed well informed. Lin Chen
smiled, leisurely taking a sip of tea.
In this day and age, being uninformed can easily lead to death.
Wang Zizai spoke softly, with a hint of implication.
But someone like Governor Wang can live a long life. Lin Chen said. He wasn't flattering Wang Zizai.
In this gamified blue star, people like Wang Zizai were indeed the most suited for survival. In Lin Chen's understanding of Wang Zizai, the other party was a person who was versatile, knew how to assess the situation, and understood when to advance and retreat. Such a person was not like Baigu, who only had great righteousness in his heart, nor like Yunhai, who would rather die than yield. However, to say that Wang Zizai had no sense of righteousness in his heart would also be incorrect. Wang Zizai did have a sense of righteousness, but it was a choice made after careful consideration. In some ways, Lin Chen and he were
quite similar in this regard. Let's skip the pleasantries and get straight to what you need me to do. Wang Zizai laughed heartily, getting straight to the point. When talking to Lin Chen, he always felt an indescribable awkwardness because he could never quite guess what Lin Chen intended to do next, and he really disliked that feeling. I suppose with Governor Wang's current strength, using spatial power, you should be able to perform long-distance teleportation between two countries, right? Lin Chen took a sip of tea and asked leisurely.
Wang Zizai's eyes narrowed slightly, and he did not answer immediately.
Governor Wang, don't be surprised, this is purely my personal speculation. That day, the sword god Baigu was probably brought by you, right?
Lin Chen gently blew on his tea and spoke again. He had carefully reviewed the situation outside the demon
arena that day.
Baigu's death was clearly a result of Baigu calculating himself into the equation. In fact, regardless of whether those foreigners would take action, Baigu would have sacrificed himself to clear some
obstacles for the entire Dragon Kingdom.
And to ensure the success of the plan, it was impossible to lay an ambush in advance. Because as a fellow immortal level 7, Baigu would not be much stronger than Yunhai without sacrificing his sword, and there was a high chance he would be discovered. Therefore, there was only one possibility: to use spatial teleportation to instantly reach the outskirts of the demon arena and strike decisively. The key to all of this was the need for someone capable of performing long-distance spatial teleportation. In Lin Chen's mind, while Wang Zizai was trading with Yunhai, he was also making a deal with Baigu. The reason Wang Zizai could ascend to godhood so quickly was not only due to the price offered by Yunhai, it was likely that Sword God Mountain also contributed significantly. You can guess this too? Wang Zizai was surprised. His ascension to godhood was no longer a secret. Even if he wanted to hide it, he couldn't. However, very few people knew his specific strength. The implication of Lin Chen's words was certainly not that he traveled with the sword God to the mysterious territory, but rather that he directly used spatial teleportation to cross most of the Dragon Kingdom and brought the sword god along. Not hard to guess. Lin Chen smiled. Indeed, as you expected. With my current strength, I can indeed perform cross-border teleportation under the condition of disappearing at the national boundary. In the end, Wang Zizai did not continue to conceal his strength. Since that's the case, I would like to make a deal with Governor Wang and pull off a big score. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen's eyes sparkled. Wang Zizai's ability to perform cross-border teleportation greatly ensured the feasibility of his plan. Pull off a big score? Wang Zizai's eyes lit up, revealing a professional demeanor. He was familiar with such matters. But then he quickly realized something. Pulling off a big score was good, but Lin Chen had yet to specify what exactly it was. I have a plan to directly ambush the 8-headed serpent and the 300,000 troops of Sakura country on the coastline. Lin Chen revealed his plan. Eliminating the 8-headed serpent and the 300,000 troops of Sakura country? Wang Zizai's pupils constricted sharply, and he was utterly shocked. Could it be that Lin Chen has also completed some kind of forbidden task, thus gaining the support of a forbidden-level boss? I wonder if Governor Wang is willing to help. Lin Chen asked. Although he had the wind-chasing sword's spatial teleportation, it could only be used once in a short period. To be safe, and to prepare for the possibility of a planned failure, he needed someone he could trust to escape with him right after his strike. While the wind-chasing sword was fast, it wasn't foolproof. After all, some restrictions could seal off space. Wang Zizai remained silent, seemingly deep in thought. After a long while, he slowly spoke. Can I see the forbidden-level existence behind you? In his mind, Lin Chen's willingness to do such a thing surely indicated the presence of a forbidden-level entity behind him. However, even so, he was still cautious. After all, among beings of the same level, ascenders varied in strength, and the forbidden-level existence would undoubtedly be the same. Forbidden-level existence? Lin Chen was taken aback. He quickly regained his composure. He understood Wang Zizai's meaning and candidly replied, to be honest, Governor Wang, there is no forbidden-level existence behind me. He spoke the truth without any concealment. He understood that someone like Wang Zizai was not easily fooled. No forbidden-level existence? Upon hearing this, Wang Zizai's confidence deflated. Like a punctured balloon. Without a forbidden-level existence, how could they pull off something big? The Yamata no Orochi was a forbidden-level boss that even the Cloud Sea couldn't handle. Without other forbidden existences to obstruct them, if someone went, he could only think of one possibility: delivering food. The only ultimate backup plan I have this time is myself, Lin Chen said solemnly. He knew that his statement would be hard to convince others. After all, he was just a fifth-turn swordsman. Although some of his performances were extraordinary, it was still hard for people to believe he could deal with the Yamata no Orochi. Yourself? An expression of extreme disbelief appeared on Wang Zizai's face. He knew about Lin Chen's feat of slaying the Immortal Four in the Demon and God Arena. However, compared to the Yamata no Orochi, the Immortal Four was nothing. It could be said that without activating invincibility skills, the Yamata no Orochi could instantly wipe out a group of Immortal Four powerhouses. I know Governor Wang doesn't believe me, so this time I intend to make a deal with you, Lin Chen said helplessly, slowly continuing. This time, I only need you to use a cross-national teleportation to take me away after I make my move. His plan was simple: to intercept and eliminate the Yamata no Orochi on the coastline before the army of Sakura country arrived at the border. The reason he didn't seek cooperation with Yunhai was that compared to Wang Zizai, Yunhai had almost no chance of agreeing. The other party would definitely not let him take risks, and he would ultimately miss this opportunity. Therefore, he sought Wang Zizai alone and wanted to reach an agreement through a deal. Lin Chen, this isn't a matter of trading or not, it's that I truly can't do this. Wang Zizai shook his head and directly refused. I know you're strong enough that you can't be measured by common sense, but no matter how strong you are, you can't possibly be a match for the Yamata no Orochi. He had many thoughts. On the surface, it seemed that as long as he took Lin Chen away after his strike, there would be no danger. But would the people of Sakura country be that simple? Would they not think that someone might come to intercept? Of course, they would think of that. So he was worried that even if Lin Chen acted quickly, if he failed, he might not have time for spatial teleportation and would be trapped by the restrictions sealing off space. At that time, both he and Lin Chen would surely perish. Trust me once, even if I can't slay the Yamata no Orochi, I have confidence in annihilating the 300,000 troops of Sakura country. Lin Chen's eyes were filled with determination. With the enhancement of the 300-fold skill range amplification scroll, even if the 8 Desolation Sword formation cannot eliminate the Yamata no Orochi, it would be enough to wipe out the 300,000 troops of the Sakura nation. This. Wang Zizai looked at Lin Chen's determined expression, unsure of what to say for a moment. As long as Governor Wang is willing to help me, then this immortal spirit stone will be yours. Lin Chen spoke again, taking out a milky white stone from his bag. Immortal spirit stone? Wang Zizai turned his head, his breath quickening for a moment. Now that he had become a deity, the chances of ascending in the future would be greatly increased. After ascending, there would be a considerable period of weakness, but with this immortal spirit stone, he would only need to safely complete the job transfer task before becoming an immortal too. For a moment, Wang Zizai's heart was stirred. What does Governor Wang think? Lin Chen asked again. This time, he had prepared everything, and could not afford any mistakes at this stage with Wang Zizai. Based on his understanding of Wang Zizai, he anticipated the possibility of refusal. However, for someone like Wang Zizai, perhaps apart from Wang Defa, everything else could be priced in terms of benefits, including himself. Actually, this matter is not impossible, but I have a more reliable method. After thinking for a moment, Wang Zizai said, since you were so confident in being able to kill the 300,000 troops of the Sakura nation, you must have some terrifying backup plan, but this backup should only be usable once, or rather, only once in a short period. He slowly spoke, laying out his speculation. He had already learned from Wang Defa that Lin Chen could achieve spatial teleportation, and coming to seek his help this time was tantamount to indicating that Lin Chen's spatial teleportation, like his backup plan, should only be usable once, otherwise he wouldn't have gone through so much trouble to find him. That's right. Lin Chen nodded, openly admitting it. It was reasonable for Wang Zizai to guess this point. Then since you want to make a big move, why not go for a dual approach? A characteristic sly smile appeared on Wang Zizai's face. Dual approach? Lin Chen was taken aback. The reason you came to me instead of seeking Lord Yunhai is probably because you understand that Lord Yunhai would definitely refuse, right? Wang Zizai continued, actually, we can do this. The existence of the floating platform allows us to observe the battlefield at any time. We can wait until they are about to engage in battle and I will take you directly for spatial teleportation. At that time, it will depend on your backup plan. If you can truly do what you say, then I will once again bring Lord Yunhai and others to strike at the heart of the Sakura nation, destroying their sacred totem. A hint of madness flickered in Wang Zizai's eyes. At this moment, he had already made up his mind. Since he was going to help Lin Chen, he might as well go all out. He was betting that Lin Chen could succeed, and all he needed to do was lead the way. Moreover, even if Lin Chen's plan failed and did not yield the expected results, when the national war began, based on Yunhai's character, he would inevitably force him to take Lin Chen away. No matter how he calculated it, he wouldn't lose, and choosing this plan would also ensure greater safety for both him and Lin Chen. Of course, Wang Zizai had to admit that it was indeed Lin Chen's offer that moved him. As a shrewd person, Wang Zizai understood that this price was not Lin Chen's bottom line, but he did not ask Lin Chen to raise the price further. The reason was simple, such behavior would only make Lin Chen dissatisfied. As someone who had been in the game for a long time, he naturally understood this point, knowing who could be offended and who could not, otherwise, he wouldn't have survived until now. This idea is indeed not bad. After a brief contemplation, Lin Chen felt that Wang Zizai's plan was more reliable. At the same time, he couldn't help but marvel at Wang Zizai, who truly deserved to be called a professional schemer. Initially, his plan only considered Yunhai's refusal and the cost of asking Wang Zizai for help, which is why he thought of bypassing Yunhai and directly confronting the armies of Sakura country and the eight-headed serpent. However, he overlooked the fact that these two matters were not in conflict. Yunhai was straightforward in nature, but not blindly foolish. Once he took action and saw the concrete results, he would naturally not obstruct it. Thus, there was an opportunity to continue with the next plan, striking at the heart of the enemy and ending this national war as quickly as possible. There's no time to waste, let's set off right away. A rare excitement flashed in Wang Zizai's eyes. It had been many years since he became the governor of Tianhai province, and he hadn't pulled off any major schemes in a long time. With Lin Chen's involvement this time, he felt that if this plan succeeded, his name would surely be recorded in history. Thinking of this, he felt a surge of eagerness. After all, for a schemer, such a grand plan was absolutely thrilling and exhilarating. All right, let's get moving. Lin Chen nodded and walked towards the door, with Wang Zizai closely following. Creak! The door opened, and Wang Defa's sneaky figure, eavesdropping, was caught red-handed. Dad, brother Mo, I heard your big plan. Can you take me along? Wang Defa rubbed his hands together, looking excitedly at Lin Chen and Wang Zizai. Initially, when he Overheard Lin Chen's thoughts, he felt a chill in his heart, thinking it was utterly unreliable and instinctively wanted to stop it. After all, this was truly too crazy. However, after hearing his father's supplementary plan, he felt that the feasibility of this matter was quite high. To put it another way, even if the plan failed, there wouldn't be too many safety issues, so he planned to be a slacker once again. No way. Wang Zizai flatly refused. What a joke, this wasn't child's play. How could he let Wang Defa, this troublesome kid, tag along? Brother Mo, you wouldn't want to leave me out, would you? Wang Defa looked at Lin Chen with hopeful eyes. That's not it. Lin Chen shook his head seriously. There's a chance. Seeing this, Wang Defa's face lit up with excitement. However, Lin Chen's next words directly crushed his hopes. I didn't even consider you at all. Lin Chen spoke frankly. Aside from himself and Wang Zizai, he hadn't thought about anyone else for this plan. In his view, this plan was a gamble. After one strike, life and death would be determined, and it wasn't better with more people. Even if it were Yun Shanxian asking to join, he would refuse without hesitation. How can you do this? Wang Defa sulked, looking somewhat aggrieved. However, before he could finish his sentence, Lin Chen and Wang Zizai had already walked out the door. Dad, Brother Mo, you can't do this. Wang Defa hurriedly followed. Bang! The sound of the door locking echoed. Keep an eye on this kid, he is not allowed to leave the Lord's mansion before I return. Wang Zizai's commanding voice came from outside. An hour later, Lin Chen and Wang Zizai teleported to the border city between the Dragon Country and Sakura Country, Wushuang City. There are really a lot of people. Stepping out of the teleportation array, Lin Chen glanced at the streets of Wushuang City, which were packed with job changers of various professions. As a border city, Wushuang City was usually not this lively. Clearly, Yunhai's orders had begun to be executed, and a large number of job changers were gathering in Wushuang City. This was to be expected. Wang Zizai nodded, but for a moment, he felt a bit melancholic. This national war was about the life and death of the Dragon Country. Being cautious was never too much. At the same time, he thought about how many job changers would perish if Lin Chen failed this time. He hesitated to imagine such losses. For Long Country, it would be simply unbearable. Let's go. Be careful to hide our identities. They should be gathering by dawn, and the army from Sakura Country is expected to arrive at first light. Lin Chen looked up at the sky and walked towards the center of Sifang City. The night sky was pitch black, without a hint of starlight. Alright, let's wait there. Wang Zizai followed closely behind. In the center of Sifang City, countless heads were gathered. Although it was already night, the scene was far from the expected tranquility. On the contrary, more and more people were continuously rushing here. Can our Long Country win this time? Voices occasionally rose from the crowd, most discussing whether Yunhai and the others could successfully ambush the army from Sakura Country. However, the atmosphere was somewhat oppressive. A sense of helplessness hung in the air. Don't worry, we will definitely win. Our Long Country has two anchors of stability. How could those little days be our opponents? An elderly man spoke up. He had personally experienced the despair during the early days of the game's invasion into reality. At that time, Long Country gradually emerged from its predicament under the leadership of Baigu and Yunhai. The old man believed that this time, there would surely be no accidents. Alas, although the two lords are strong, this time there are taboo-level monsters. Another sigh echoed. Compared to those elderly people with civilian professions, he, as a combat job changer, understood better what taboo level truly meant. An existence that surpassed world-destroying levels. Just looking at its attributes made it clear that it was nearly impossible to resist. Brat, what are you talking about? How could our Long Country lose? The old man was infuriated by the words. In his heart, Long Country had overcome so many hardships. How could they not overcome this hurdle? Grandpa, I don't want to admit that Sakura Country is stronger than us, but the reality is such. Sakura Country has taboo-level existences, but we Long Country do not. The job changer who had just spoken revealed a look of despair. As a job changer, he did not dare to argue with the old man, for he was now too preoccupied with his own thoughts. If Yunhai and the others were defeated, the first to suffer would be Sifang City. The reason he was still here was that, to some extent, he still held a glimmer of hope, hoping for a miracle to occur. Foolish boy, don't worry. Our Long Country will not fail, the old man said, comforting the job changer with a smile. Meanwhile, across Long Country, countless people were sleepless that night, with the centers of major cities filled with crowds. This night would be crucial. If they won, Long Country would enter a brand new phase of rebirth. If they lost, everything would be in vain. Time passed second by second. Finally, the early morning arrived. Boom! A thunderous sound suddenly cut through the night sky. On the coastline outside Sifang City, 2 million troops from Long Country had gathered, led by Yunhai, who stood atop a three-headed blazing dragon. Beside him, all 7 of the Mage Sea's great mages were present, along with some other level 5 guild leaders who had already ascended to godhood. Overall, this time, aside from Sword God Mountain, all the god-level powerhouses of Long Country had come out. No one wanted to live in hiding. They are ready. In the center of Sifang City, Lin Chen quietly said as he watched the
Scene on the suspended platform. Once the people from Sakura country cross the sea line, it will all depend on you. Wang Zizai spoke solemnly. To some extent, Yunhai and the others were going with a determination to die, for Long country had never had a precedent of surrendering without a fight. The only turning point in all of this is Lin Chen. As long as Lin Chen's plan can succeed, everything will not need to be so troublesome. Rest assured, I said that even if we can't kill the eight-headed serpent, the 300,000 troops of Sakura country won't survive either. Lin Chen nodded, his voice laced with undisguised killing intent. Perhaps. To others, slaughtering 300,000 people in one go is too cruel, making him a veritable executioner. However, the same logic applies. If Long country loses, what kind of situation will they face? Under an avalanche, no snowflake is innocent. He still remembers the lessons from Long country's past life, so there is no mercy in his heart, and he will not allow history to repeat itself. The Lord of Cloud Sea has arrived on the battlefield. Our Long country's 2 million troops are pressuring the entire coastline, truly majestic. 13 god-level powerhouses, including several ascenders, this lineup is guaranteed to win. In various cities, some civilians watched the scenes on the floating platform, unable to suppress the surge of blood in their veins. The spectacle was too magnificent. Moreover, compared to the 300,000 troops of Sakura country, Long country had a full 2 million troops and a host of god-level powerhouses, leading the less experienced to believe that Long country would surely win. However, in contrast to these people, those combat class job changers wore expressions of deep concern. Can Long country really win? They were worried, they were anxious, and they were yearning for a miracle to occur. Splash, splash, splash. On the coastline, heavy rain suddenly fell from the night sky, with lightning continuously streaking across the darkness. Yun-Yi, send someone to check how long it will take for the eight-headed serpent to arrive here. Yun-Hai glanced at Yun-Yi beside him and spoke. Yes. Yun-Yi nodded and then walked back. Not long after, a ripple in space appeared near Yun-Hai, and a man stepped out from the spatial void. This man was one of Long country's spatial mages, Shen Yuanjin. A 9-turn spatial mage, his strength was second only to Wang Zizai. Lord Yun-Hai, according to the speed of the eight-headed serpent, it will reach the coastline in another 2 hours. Shen Yuanjin approached Yun-Hai and said respectfully. However, there was a hint of fear that he could not conceal on his respectful face. Just a moment ago, he had merely used spatial power to appear for an instant, and he had already been targeted by the eight-headed serpent. He had no doubt that if he had been even a moment slower, he would never have returned. 2 hours, huh? Yun-Hai looked up at the night sky, letting the rain fall on him, lost in thought. Time flew by, yet it seemed to stretch on endlessly. On the coastline, the 2 million troops of Long country occupied the area, and no one spoke. 2 hours later, the rain intensified, showing no signs of letting up. Clang! With a thunderous sound, the seawater at the edge of the coastline surged wildly, as if a giant wave wanted to engulf everyone. It's here! Is that the eight-headed serpent? Finally here, those bastards! After the giant wave, 16 blood-red pupils the size of cars came into view for everyone on the coastline. Even from several miles away, they could still see the figure of the eight-headed serpent. Its massive body nearly covered half of the coastline. Is that the creature from the myths of Sakura country? Isn't that size too big? It's truly terrifying. Such a monster actually exists in this world. Across Long country, exclamations of astonishment arose. Although they only saw the figure of the eight-headed serpent through the floating platform, it did not affect their visual perception. Let's go, teleport directly over, Lin Chen said, glancing at Wang Zizai beside him. Don't be anxious. Given the character of the Lord of the Cloud Sea, he will definitely launch a collective attack at this moment. We can take this opportunity to observe if the Yamata no Orochi has any hidden traits. Wang Zizai shook his head, his expression serious. The meaning behind his words was already quite clear. To ensure Lin Chen's success rate, he didn't mind letting the army on the coastline test the waters. Sure enough, just after the Lord of the Cloud Sea finished speaking, the scene on the suspended platform changed dramatically. Attack! A loud shout rang out, and the Lord of the Cloud Sea soared into the air, divine flames instantly enveloping the entire coastline, while the rain in the night sky evaporated at an astonishing speed. Even the seawater at the edge of the coastline was continuously retreating. Everyone, go all out. Target Yamata no Orochi. The Lord of the Cloud Sea's voice echoed across the entire coastline. His plan in his heart was already very clear. Before Yamata no Orochi descended and made a move, he would launch a full-force strike, without any thoughts of testing the waters, because only in this way could they have a glimmer of hope. Boom! The sound of explosions filled the sky. At that moment, the entire night sky was completely illuminated. Among the 2 million troops of the Dragon Kingdom, all ranged classes were exerting themselves to the fullest, leaving no reservations. In just an instant, divine thunder roared through the heavens, a sea of fire covered the coastline, and countless elemental skills like frost and gale followed one after another, with numerous phenomena manifesting, all targeting Yamata no Orochi and the people of the Sakura Kingdom. Baka, these despicable Dragon Kingdom people are actually playing sneak attacks. Yamamoto looked at the sky full of phenomena with an ugly expression.
These attacks might be inconsequential to Yamata no Orochi, but for them, it posed a catastrophic
threat. Lord Yamata, please take action and eliminate these vile Dragon Kingdom people.
Yamamoto quickly spoke, requesting the colossal being beside him while the attacks had not yet fully descended.
What a hassle. Just a bunch of ants. One of the 8 heads of Yamata no Orochi glanced back at Yamamoto and then a blood mist rose from its eyes. The blood mist dispersed quickly, instantly enveloping the entire coastline. At this moment, the attacks from the Dragon Kingdom also descended. Boom! The sound of explosions erupted and the entire coastline trembled incessantly, on the verge of collapse, while the seawater surged into towering waves. We hit. Even if we can't kill that Yamata no Orochi, it should be enough to give those Sakura Kingdom transmuters a good scare. It absolutely has to succeed. Everyone in the Dragon Kingdom was nervously watching this scene. In fact, the power gap between the Sakura Kingdom and the Dragon Kingdom was very obvious. Without Yamata no Orochi, in a head-on confrontation, the Sakura Kingdom would have no chance against the Dragon Kingdom. At all.
And the Lord of the Cloud Sea understood this point, which is why he launched the sneak attack. The sound of explosions gradually ceased and the surface of the sea slowly calmed down.
A few minutes later, all the fluctuations disappeared and a red mist reappeared in everyone's sight. It failed.
Seeing this, the Lord of the Cloud Sea felt his heart sink. He knew that this attack had failed and what the Dragon Kingdom would face next was self-evident.
Did we fail? It's over. My 2 million Dragon Kingdom troops attack didn't inflict any damage on the Sakura Kingdom?
On the suspended platform, the scene became clear again.
Contrary
to what the Dragon Kingdom people had imagined, there was no complete annihilation of the Sakura Kingdom army, nor was there any serious injury to Yamata no Orochi. Everything was just perfectly intact.
Is this really Heaven's way of destroying my Dragon Kingdom?
Why does Heaven treat my Dragon Kingdom this way?
That damned Sakura Kingdom, that damned national war, it's simply unfair.
Some sighed, some cried, some were angry.
At this moment, the entire Dragon Kingdom seemed to be crushed under a wave of oppression, their hearts already devoid of hope. Ha ha ha, the Yamata no Orochi of my Sakura country is truly fierce. What good is having more people? They still can't break through the defenses of the Yamata no Orochi.
I can't wait to go and attack the Dragon Kingdom, but unfortunately, my strength isn't enough.
Otherwise, I would definitely join the expedition. This time, unlike within the Dragon Kingdom, the entire army of the Sakura country was filled with wild joy upon witnessing this scene.
Initially, they were worried that, given the vast disparity in forces, the
Sakura country's army might encounter an accident, but they never expected the Yamata no Orochi to be so powerful, with no one in the Dragon Kingdom able to breach its defensive skills. Foolish Dragon Kingdom people, still dreaming of ambushing us with their numerical advantage. In the sea, Yamamoto looked at the unscathed army of the Sakura country and laughed heartily without a care. Just a moment ago, he had felt some concern. However, now he was completely certain of the strength of the Yamata no Orochi, which was definitely beyond what an ascendant could withstand. Kill all the Dragon Kingdom people. Occupy their land. These resources rightfully belong to our Sakura country.
Excited voices echoed from the army of the Sakura country. At this moment, the morale of the Sakura country's army soared.
Master, should we try again? On the coastline, Yuni asked Yun.
High in the air with a complex expression. She felt a sense of despair in her heart. The attack of 2 million high-level job changers, including the presence of Yun Hai, a celestial level 7, had failed to breach even the
defenses of the Yamata no Orochi. She didn't know if there was any meaning in continuing this battle. No need. Yun Hai shook his head, then spoke like thunder. Everyone, hold your positions and do not act recklessly. He understood that even if they launched another attack now, it would not be of much use. Because without breaking through the defensive skills of the Yamata no Orochi, everything was just empty talk. Therefore, he wanted to give it a shot, to see if he could break through the defenses of the Yamata no Orochi alone in a desperate situation, as that was the only way to inflict substantial damage on the people of the Sakura country. However, just as Yun Hai charged into the sea, a stunning figure appeared in front of him first. Chen. Yun Hai was taken aback. Get back. His pupils were about to split and he felt extremely anxious. Yet, Yun Chen seemed to ignore him and continued to accelerate. Is that Yun Chen? Has the goddess joined the battle? Is she going to risk her life? But is it useful? Those watching from the floating platform revealed complex expressions upon seeing this. In their hearts, Yun Xian was an unattainable goddess, but considering the current strength, no one believed she was stronger than Yun Hai. However, at that moment, a sudden storm of snow and wind erupted on the screen, and countless ice spikes descended. The ice-snow goddess phenomenon appeared behind Yun Xian. Yun Xian waved her shimmering white staff, and a series of forbidden spells were instantly unleashed. 15 consecutive forbidden spells? My heavens, that's terrifying. Even Master Yun Hai can't unleash 15 consecutive forbidden spells instantly, right? 15 phenomena followed one after another, and while the crowd was shocked, a glimmer of hope rose in their hearts. Perhaps Yun Xian could break through the defensive skills of the Yamada no Orochi? Yun Xian has broken through. Again? Wang Zizai, in the center of the four-direction city, couldn't help but speak as he watched the scene before him. We can't wait any longer. Lin Chen beside him frowned and grabbed Wang Zizai. Now, come with me. After I make my move, the rest will depend on you. As the words fell, the wind-chasing sword beneath Lin Chen's feet emitted a green light, and a void suddenly appeared. Lin Chen pulled Wang Zizai and walked directly inside. After the national war began, the safety zone characteristics of the two countries' cities temporarily disappeared, so there were no longer any restrictions even within the city. Were those two figures just now Lin Chen and Governor Wang? It really seems to be them. Are they also going to join the battle? The appearance of Lin Chen and Wang Zizai caught the attention of many people in the city. It's over, the goddess has failed. At that moment, a voice filled with despair suddenly rang out. A group of people stared intently at the suspended platform. The 15 forbidden spells had already been released, yet the defensive skill of the eight-headed serpent still had not vanished. In an instant, everyone felt an overwhelming sense of despair. However, just as the people of the Dragon Kingdom felt hopeless, they spotted a familiar figure in the sky. No, not one, but four. Is that Lin Chen? What a fool, why did he go too? He hasn't ascended yet. A group of people sighed helplessly. Yet, Lin Chen's next move left everyone stunned. Standing in the night sky, Lin Chen's body suddenly radiated a golden light and an ancient god's phantom appeared behind him. At the same time, 3 giant swords were inverted above his head and a furious dragon phantom continuously circled around him. I smell the aura of the ancient god clan. Is this the remnant of the ancient gods from the Eastern Kingdom? Devour him, quickly devour him. Above the sea, the 8 massive heads of the 8-headed serpent constantly swayed, and the blood-red giant pupils flashed with a bloodthirsty light. Is this the boy who participated in the demon god arena? Yamamoto was taken aback, then glanced at Yun Piampian not far away, a cruel smile appearing on his face. If we kill you seeds of the Dragon Kingdom, then the Dragon Kingdom will never have a chance to rise again. His thoughts were undeniably vicious. Killing the older generation of ascenders like Yun Hai could almost paralyze the top power of the Dragon Kingdom. If they could also kill Lin Chen and others, it would mean the Dragon Kingdom would have no new generation seeds left. After all, for decades, many ascenders from the Dragon Kingdom who participated in the Demon God Arena had been killed by their joint efforts, and now the Dragon Kingdom was in an era of transition. Lin Chen. From a distance, Yun Hai's brows furrowed to the extreme. Whether it was Lin Chen or Yun Piampian, they were the future hope of the Dragon Kingdom and absolutely could not die here. This was also the reason he did not allow Lin Chen and others to participate in the battle this time. But now, not only had Yun Piampian come, but even Lin Chen had arrived. Sigh. He sighed helplessly, then summoned divine fire around him, raising his power to the utmost, clearly intending to fight desperately. At this point, even if the Dragon Kingdom lost, he could not let Yun Piampian and Lin Chen come to harm. Go back, leave this to me. At that moment, Lin Chen, surrounded by several phenomena in the void, glanced at Yun Piampian not far away. Yun Piampian remained indifferent, still showing no signs of action. Trust me, take Master Yun Hai and leave. Lin Chen said softly again upon seeing this. The current battle was no longer a matter of numbers. If he could not kill the 8-headed serpent in one strike, then bringing more people would be meaningless. Yun Piampian looked up, a hint of complexity appearing in her beautiful eyes. Can he really do it? At that moment, she couldn't help but recall Lin Chen's rise. Scenes from the past flashed in her mind. Perhaps, he really could. A surge of inexplicable trust welled up in Yun Piampian's heart, and without hesitation, she turned and flew towards the coastline. The goddess has retreated. It seems she knows she can't win. But why is there no sign of retreat from Lin Chen? Lin Chen, hurry up. Don't make a pointless sacrifice. In every city of the Dragon Kingdom, everyone's hearts were in their throats. Lin Chen and Yun Piampian, as the two strongest geniuses of their time, the loss of either would be unbearable for the Dragon Kingdom. Moreover, most people understood that this national war could be lost, but Lin Chen and Yun Piampian absolutely could not die. Otherwise, the Dragon Kingdom would truly have no hope. Lord Yaki, please make your move. Yamamoto's gaze flickered, not daring to act himself. He found the young man before him quite strange, clearly not yet ascended, with a low level, yet possessing the strength to slay a celestial for. Being cautious, he did not want to take risks. The remnants of the ancient god clan are truly a delicious feast, a snake-headed figure spoke, greed gleaming in its eyes. Hiss. Immediately, the snake head opened its mouth, releasing a mass of green gas. Zirala! The green gas instantly enveloped the area. A bizarre scene unfolded. Wherever the green gas passed, the seawater in the ocean inexplicably evaporated. Without breaking the invincible trait, no matter how strong you must endure my 8 desolation sword formation. Lin Chen's sword eyes rotated as he looked at the Yaki Great Serpent. Yaki Great Serpent, taboo level boss, level, LV.1000, taboo, health 3 billion.
Attack 15 million, 22 million defense, 12 million speed, 1,285,225 skills. 1. Deadly poison gas. Active sprays poison gas in a 1000 by 1000 range to attack. Those affected by the poison gas take continuous damage equal to 1/10 of the Yaki Great Serpent's base attack power per second for 60 seconds. 2. Eightfold Heaven. Active stacks 8 heads to deliver a fatal blow, capable of inflicting 3200% of the base attack damage in one strike. Traits. 1. Eightfold Resurrection. The Yaki Great Serpent automatically restores 100% of its health limit each time it receives fatal damage, up to 8 times.
Current resurrection count 8/8. 2. Mythical Reflection.
As a taboo-level being in the mythology of the Cherry Blossom Kingdom, the Yaki Great Serpent possesses the trait of Mythical Reflection, which can be triggered autonomously, granting 60 seconds of invincibility upon
activation. 3. Mythical Revival. As an entity in the revival of the Cherry Blossom Kingdom's mythology, the Yaki Great Serpent automatically restores 1% of its maximum health limit every second. Introduction.
One of the mythical guardians of the Cherry Blossom Kingdom, a taboo-level existence, its strength is terrifying to the extreme, beyond human capability to contend with.
3 billion health points have already left people in despair, not to mention the 8 stages of resurrection and the invincibility skill.
Overall, at this stage, the Yaki Great Serpent is absolutely invincible. Even Lynch does not have absolute confidence in slaying
it with a single sword strike.
The speed of the poison gas's coverage was rapid.
In an instant, it reached Lin Chen's vicinity. Zirala.
A piercing sound rang out, and the ancient god's phantom behind Lin Chen moved, instantly isolating the nearby poison gas. A divine skill, but it's useless against the weak descendants of the ancient gods. The Yaki Great Serpent spoke again, its 8 snake heads writhing wildly. It relished the thrill of torture, and since the target was a descendant of the ancient gods, it was in no hurry to end the battle. Gradually, the poison gas completely surrounded Lin Chen.
It's over. There's no way to escape now. Even
if Lin Chen can endure for a while with the invincibility skill, once that skill ends, he will have no chance of survival. The onlookers felt a heavy weight in their hearts upon witnessing the scene.
Lin Chen, hurry and run. I'll hold off this monster.
From a distance, Junhai rode the divine fire, and the raging flames surprisingly countered the poisonous gas of the Yamata no Orochi, creating a sense of a standoff.
What an opportunity. Lin Chen, escape now. Run.
In every city of the Dragon Kingdom, countless people were fixated on the suspended platform, hoping Lin Chen could seize this chance to flee.
However, an unexpected scene unfolded.
Above the sea, Lin Chen spread his arms, and an ancient, slumbering aura slowly awakened around him.
Zheng.
A sound of a sword ringing echoed as Lin Chen pointed with one hand, and the earth artifact, Sang Xiong,
appeared on his left shoulder. What is Lin Chen doing? Why isn't he escaping with such a good opportunity? He can't be thinking of attacking the Yamata no Orochi, right? How foolish. The Yamata no Orochi is not something that current human job changers can handle.
Discontented voices arose, and the onlookers wore expressions of frustration. Both Yun Hai and Yun Pin's actions proved that the Yamata no Orochi was beyond the
capabilities of current job changers. Even someone as strong as Yun Hai, with the existence of Xian Qi, couldn't break through the Yamata no Orochi's defensive skills. Could Lin Chen manage it?
Clearly, the crowd did not believe Lin Chen could stand shoulder to shoulder with Yun Hai.
Zheng.
Another sword-ringing sound echoed, and a giant fire dragon materialized.
Roar. The giant dragon roared, swiftly transforming into a flaming longsword.
The burning fire heavenly fury sword.
Is this his trump card?
Indeed, he is quite special, able to wield divine swords at this level, and not just one.
Wang Zizai, hiding in the void, couldn't help but click his tongue in admiration.
Lin Chen's burning fire heavenly fury sword was evolved from the divine sword he had gifted him. Although the current burning fire heavenly fury sword was fundamentally different from the divine sword he had
originally given Lin Chen, it didn't prevent him from recognizing it. Moreover, in some respects, he understood Lin Chen's trump cards better than anyone else. After all, Lin Chen had risen in Tianhai province, and how could he not have conducted investigations on Lin Chen in secret? Overestimating oneself. The Yamata no Orochi remained unfazed.
In its eyes, Lin Chen was merely an ant, although he bore the aura of the ancient god clan.
It was not enough to warrant its attention. Zheng, Zheng, Zheng.
3 more sword-ringing sounds echoed, and 3 divine swords materialized above Lin Chen's head, arranged in a triangular formation.
In an instant,
the cries of 10,000 ghosts filled the air, thunder cracked the sky, and a sacred palace appeared.
Divine sword Wanxie, divine sword Jinglei, divine sword Fudi. The 3 divine swords all unsheathed. 5 divine swords now.
Wang Zizai's heart tightened as he watched from the shadows. It was already an exaggeration for one person to possess 5 divine swords, and he had a feeling that these 5 divine swords of Lin Chen seemed to complement each other, their power definitely not as simple as 1 + 1.
Perhaps he really can succeed.
At this moment, even Wang Zizai felt a flicker of anticipation rise within him.
It is well known that across
The entire Blue Star, regardless of how special a profession may be, one can only equip one weapon. Even Bai Gu, who is known as the first sword god, is no exception. Yet, at this moment, Lynch seemed to have broken this limitation. Zheng, zheng, zheng. However, before Wang Zizai could fully process his shot, 3 more sword ringing sounds echoed. In the night sky, a pink peach blossom bloomed in midair. Splash! At the same time, the sea surged with towering waves, and the surrounding waters flowed backward, as a phantom of the tyrant broke through the flood and appeared beneath Lin Chen's feet. Divine Sword Xiangxi, Divine Sword Fuhai, Divine Sword Ba Xia, all manifested extraordinary phenomena. At this point, 8 divine swords hovered in the air, and 9 extraordinary phenomena were bestowed upon Lin Chen. What kind of skill is this? Could it be that all 8 of Lin Chen's swords are divine swords? Even if they are 8 divine swords, they are useless. They can't possibly harm the 8-headed serpent. The people of the Dragon Kingdom were shocked, but very few held any hope for Lin Chen, because they all understood that even if Lin Chen's 8 swords were all divine artifacts, it would still be difficult to inflict damage on the 8-headed serpent. After all, even a powerful immortal like Yun Hai, wielding a divine artifact staff, could do nothing against the 8-headed serpent. So they felt that divine swords of the same level in Lin Chen's hands would be equally ineffective against the 8-headed serpent. However, just as the crowd was buzzing with discussion, Lin Chen and the image moved again. Above the sea, countless waves surged. Lin Chen walked on the waves, forming a sword seal with one hand, and finally pointed gently at the 8-headed serpent. Boom! The sound of the void shaking echoed, and the 8 desolation sword formation had been triggered by Lin Chen. Sing, sing, sing. 8 consecutive sword chants rang out, and the 8 divine swords around Lin Chen trembled, rising into the sky at an incredible speed, ultimately forming a bagua pattern high above. At the same time, the 3 avatars beside Lin Chen also used the 8 desolation sword formation in the same manner. Open! The 8 desolation sword formation took shape, resembling 4 small suns, illuminating the entire void and completely brightening the coastline for thousands of miles. Boom! The 8 swords moved slightly, slowly rotating, and a hint of primordial aura emanated from the empty spaces of the sword formation. What skill is Lin Chen using? On the coast, Yuni was shocked, her face displaying an expression of disbelief. This should be a secret technique, right? Another mage beside Yuni spoke up. As god-level powerhouses, they had seen much, but they had never encountered such a bizarre attack skill. This is the aura of ancient primordial times. Why does this remnant of the ancient god clan possess such power? Stop talking nonsense, hurry up and stop this kid, I sense death from him. At this moment, the 8-headed serpent was no longer calm. Fear was evident in the 16 eyes atop its 8 heads. Boom! The 8-headed serpent swung its tail, creating countless waves, and a divine might descended upon its massive body. The 8-headed serpent is attacking. How long can Lin Chen's invincible skill hold out? It should last for a while. I've heard Lin Chen has at least 7 invincible skills. The people of the Dragon Kingdom were shocked, but a glimmer of hope also arose in their hearts. Perhaps Lin Chen could really do it. Rumble! The space was continuously shattered by the 8-headed serpent. But under the forced influence of the invincible skill, Lin Chen remained unharmed. You're panicking. Endless killing intent revealed itself in his cold eyes. Lin Chen slowly tore open a scroll in his hand. You have used the skill range amplification scroll. The coverage of any of your skills will increase by 300 times. Duration, 10 seconds. The expected prompt sounded, and Lin Chen, like the heavenly decree, gently uttered a word. Slash! The voice rang out like the pronouncement of death, and the 8 desolation sword formation erupted completely, countless golden lights shooting into the sky. Crack! The sound of extreme shattering followed, as if breaking some kind of boundary. At this moment, the wind rose and clouds surged, the world changed dramatically, and the vast sea trembled wildly, seemingly unable to withstand this terrifying power. Impossible! Run! This kid is not human! The 8 heads of the 8-headed serpent spoke in succession, frantically trying to escape. Too late! Lin Chen whispered, his heart exceptionally calm. The moment he activated the 8 desolation sword formation, he entered a wondrous state. This state is hard to describe. However, in this inexplicable state, he has already realized in his heart that the 8 desolation sword formation is enough to slay the Yamada no Orochi. Clang! After a brief explosion in the high sky, the 8 desolation sword formation completely merged, forming massive primordial swords. Hum, hum, hum. The giant swords softly hummed, locking onto the Yamada no Orochi, and then struck with force. Boom! A thunderous explosion erupted, for swords unleashed simultaneously, and the vast sea was instantly evaporated, while the Yamada no Orochi and the army of Sakura country beneath the sword's edge had no chance to escape, vanishing without a trace. Yes, they disappeared without a trace, leaving not even a corpse behind. Congratulations, you have slain the Yamada no Orochi, earning 50 million experience points, and your level has increased to 500. Your level has reached the current limit and cannot be further increased. Please proceed to the job change temple for a job change as soon as possible. Congratulations! You have slain the Yamada no Orochi, earning the LV.1000 Yamada Blade, Earth Artifact. Congratulations, you have slain the Yamata no Orochi, earning 3 spirit stones, special.
Congratulations, you have slain the Yamata no Orochi, earning the primordial liquid, special.
A series of notifications rang in Lin Chen's ears.
Holy crap, holy crap, holy crap. Is this real? Am I hallucinating out of despair? At this moment, not only were the people in the major cities of Dragon Country dumbfounded, but even the 2 million job changers along the coastline were left slack-jawed. The scene just witnessed was deeply etched in their minds, yet hard to believe. The might of Lin Chen's sword, no, it should be the might of 4 swords, seemed to have flattened the vast sea. They couldn't imagine what kind of attack power could reach such a terrifying level. Was the Yamata no Orochi slain? Did we win? It seems that way. We should have one. I feel like I'm dreaming.
On the coastline, the 2 million job changers stood frozen in place, with occasional murmurs of discussion. They personally felt the terror of Lin Chen's sword. When Lin Chen struck, they felt as if they were in the ancient primordial world. If it weren't for the activation of the national war mode, they had no doubt that they, too, would have vanished under Lin Chen's sword. Did we win? Not far away, Yun Hai came to his senses, but still wore a shocked expression. As the master of the law god, one of the 2 stabilizing pillars of Dragon Country, he had not been disturbed by external factors since he rose to fame. Yet even he, today, was rarely flustered. Lin Chen, awesome. At that moment, a ripple appeared in the void, and Wang Zizai's figure emerged. At this moment, Wang Zizai was shocked but wore a smile. Under the might of Lin Chen's sword, he was not deliberately targeted, otherwise, the space he occupied would have surely shattered. We really won, Yun Pianpian whispered. Unlike the reactions of others, although Yun Pianpian was shocked by the power of Lin Chen's sword, she always held a glimmer of hope for him in her heart. It seemed that Lin Chen's success was only to be expected. Who the sea breeze rose, carrying a hint of blood. The vast sea no longer held its former splendor, replaced instead by a muddy and deep canyon rift. Under the influence of Lin Chen's 8 Desolation Sword formation, the starting point of the sea area from the 4 corners of Dragon Country to the vast sea was directly evaporated. Although, relative to the overall vastness of the sea, the area of the vast sea seemed not very large, it encompassed the sea areas of several countries. At the same time, among the several countries through which the vast sea flowed, all foreign nations received the same notification. The sea area encompassed by your country has been permanently destroyed. Upon the release of this news, the high-ranking officials of various countries were shocked. This included the Lighthouse Nation. Although the Lighthouse Nation is quite far from the Dragon Nation, the unfortunate sea area flows right along the edge of a city in the Lighthouse Nation. Who dares to be so audacious? Destroying the sea area map, killing without mercy. I will go and slay them right now. Idiot. That's a sea area map, not some monster map. Are you going to send yourself to your death? In the capital city of the Lighthouse Nation, several voices arose. It's better to inform Lord Michael about this matter. Finally, a deep voice rang out, making the final decision. Meanwhile, on the coastline, everyone slowly began to accept this reality. A swordsman who had yet to ascend had forcefully slain a forbidden-level beast and annihilated 300,000 troops of the Cherry Blossom Nation. And in midair, Yun Hai and a few others looked at Lin Chen with complex expressions, momentarily unsure of what to say. Encourage him? Although Lin Chen is younger, he is clearly much stronger than them. Praise? That wouldn't work either. The Mage Sea had already put all its resources into trading with Lin Chen. What could Lin Chen possibly lack? In an instant, Yun Hai found himself in the most awkward situation of his life, unsure of how to converse with Lin Chen. Governor Wang, what are you still dawdling for? Continue with the next plan. A ethereal voice sounded, and Lin Chen's voice seemed to have undergone some change. Right, there's still a follow-up plan. Wang Zizai quickly nodded upon hearing this, then turned to Yun Hai and said, Master Yun Hai, please summon all the divine level experts along the coastline. I will take you to Guanxi City in the Cherry Blossom Nation. To Guanxi City? Yun Hai instantly reacted, a fierce look flashing in his eyes. He then thundered, all divine level and above experts, heed my command and gather here at the fastest speed. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As soon as Yun Hai finished speaking, dozens of figures flew in at high speed, gathering in less than a minute. Let's go. Yun Hai glanced at Wang Zizai, then turned his gaze to Yin Pianpian and said, Pianpian, you should come along this time too. As for Lin Chen, he did not inquire, because he could sense that Lin Chen's condition was not very good at the moment. Moreover, the only trump card of the Cherry Blossom Nation, the Yamata no Orochi, had already been slain. If he still couldn't destroy the sacred totem of the Cherry Blossom Nation, then he, as the mage God Lord, would be too useless. Let's go. A sly smile appeared on Wang Zizai's face, and with a wave of his hand, a void appeared. My Cherry Blossom Nation's army and the Yamata no Orochi have been wiped out just like that? Who exactly is that man? Is he really also a job changer? Run fast. Run at the fastest speed. The people of the Dragon Nation will definitely not let us go. Within the Cherry Blossom Nation, panic spread among the people. Lin Chen's one-sword kill of the Yamada no Orochi and the slaughter of 300,000 troops of the Cherry Blossom Nation had transcended their understanding, leaving them in mental anguish, too, afraid to entertain any other thoughts. Of course, there were a few high-ranking officials of the Cherry Blossom Nation who were exceptions. Given the current situation, we have no possibility of escape. The only way is to hold the sacred totem and hope for a miracle. An emergency meeting was convened among the ascenders in the capital of the Cherry Blossom Nation, where a female ascender spoke solemnly. She was Fan Dao Tian, with strength equivalent to Yamamoto, both at the 6th level of immortality. The reason she did not participate in the battle this time was to guard the sacred totem of the Cherry Blossom Nation. Is this really useful? Yamamoto and the others were all killed with one sword. The Yamada no Orochi was no match for that man. Can we really hold the sacred totem? Someone spoke up, their voice trembling slightly. Clearly, they did not want to make a pointless sacrifice, they only wanted to save themselves. Xiao Tiankuan, we have no other choice, it has to be this way. Fan Daotian's chest heaved, disappointment etched on her face. This country was nearly beyond saving now. Failure was not terrifying. What was terrifying was the loss of fighting spirit. And now, because of that man's sword, a huge shadow had been cast over the entire Sakura nation. Let's vote. Do we defend or flee? Fan Daotian spoke again. Boom. However, just as she finished speaking, the ground suddenly shook. What's happening? Fan Daotian was startled and rushed out of the room. My lady, the dragon people are coming. A guard reported anxiously from outside the room. The dragon people are coming? Fan Daotian was taken aback. The two nations were separated by a great distance, with seas in between. How could the dragon people arrive so quickly? She found it hard to believe. But when she looked up and saw the half-sky already illuminated by divine fire, she had no choice but to believe it. Should we run now? What are we still doing here? Run. A bunch of cowards. The dragon people are already bullying us and you're only thinking about running? One by one, the others emerged from the room, but most wore expressions of despair, with only a few appearing indignant. Everyone, the dragon people have already reached the capital of our Sakura nation. Even if we want to run, it's too late, so I hope you all consider carefully. Do we scatter and get picked off one by the dragon people? Or do we unite to seize that last glimmer of hope? Fan Daotian pointed out the crux of the matter and continued, moreover, I observed carefully just now, the man from the dragon nation wielding the sword hasn't come over. With just a cloud sea, we might not necessarily be unable to hold our ground with the protective formation of Guanxi City. She encouraged everyone, hoping for the best. As the capital of the Sakura nation, Guanxi City, although the safe zone had become ineffective after the war began, still had a very strong city defense formation. Upon hearing this, everyone exchanged heavy glances, but no one spoke. They knew Fan Daotian was right. But the shadow that had been planted in their hearts made them reluctant to face the dragon people. If you all continue to hesitate, then do as you wish. Seeing this, Fan Daotian steeled her heart and flew into the sky. She was betting on these people's fear of death. Sure enough, just moments after Fan Daotian flew away, several ascenders followed closely behind. The others, after a brief hesitation, hurriedly followed as well. They understood that they were all in the same boat now. Fleeing alone would surely lead to the quickest death. Meanwhile, in the void at the center of Guanxi City, divine fire spread for dozens of miles, and the dragon nation's god-level powerhouses, led by Yunhai, all stared solemnly at the massive stone sculpture on the ground. Master Yunhai, should we destroy the sacred totem and then retreat, or? A black-clad figure cloaked in a cape asked in a low voice, but he did not finish his last words. Moreover, there was a clear killing intent in his voice. He was Hu Bishang, the president of the Dragon Nation's Hunter Guild. As the president of the Hunter Guild, Hu Bishang was already a hidden assassin by profession, showing no mercy when it came to killing. At the beginning of this national war, the entire Dragon Nation had been feeling extremely stifled. Therefore, he needed to vent now. Master, let's just destroy the sacred totem and then retreat, Yuni suggested, glancing at the Sakura people who were already fleeing in all directions on the ground. As a powerful female warrior, although Yuni had already achieved divinity, she was not keen on excessive slaughter. He. The few people beside him showed a mocking expression upon hearing this. However, as Yuni was a god-level powerhouse under the Law God Lord, they didn't dare to say much. Yunhai's face revealed hesitation, as if he was struggling with something in his heart. But in the end, he still spoke up, destroy the sacred totem at all costs. If there are any obstacles during this period, feel free to take action. He didn't issue the most direct command, but the meaning in his words was already very clear. That's more like it. This is the Law God Lord I know. Several excited voices rang out, and with a flash, the figures of Hubishi and others disappeared without a trace. Ah, you bunch of executioners. I will curse you Dragon Kingdom people for your indiscriminate slaughter of the innocent. Before long, countless wails echoed, flames and frost filled half the city, and a shadow kept flashing. Each time it appeared, a head of a Sakura country person was severed. Except for a few. Like Yuni, it seemed that no one else had discussed beforehand to destroy the sacred totem. Isn't this a bit cruel? Yunhai and the others clearly want to massacre Guangxi City.
Cruel? When the Sakura country bullied our Dragon Kingdom, did they ever show mercy?
At this moment, in the major cities of the Dragon Kingdom, the images on the suspended platforms had all turned to Guangxi City.
Because of this, many people began to
voice their objections to Yunhai and the others' actions.
I still say, if it weren't for Lin Chen's intervention this time, would there still be any living people in Sifang City? A man spoke angrily in the center of Sifang City.
Just now, someone in Sifang City actually spoke up for the Sakura country people, claiming that Yunhai and the others' actions were too cruel.
Isn't this cruel? Our Dragon Kingdom has always adhered to the principle of kindness. How is this different from being executioners?
And yes, Lin Chen saved the Dragon Kingdom, but with Lin Chen's strength, as you can see, he could completely annihilate the Yamada no Orochi.
Even if he
was ruthless, he shouldn't have wiped out all 300,000 job changers. After all, there are supposed to be prisoners of war in peacetime.
Someone couldn't help but retort.
This person stood with an air of superiority, judging the matter from a moral high ground.
I'll beat you to death, you little brat.
At that moment, an elderly man from a living profession raised the hoe in his hand and swung it at that person.
The one who acted was the old man who had just firmly believed that the Dragon Kingdom would surely overcome the difficulties. What do you know, you little brat?
This world is now an apocalypse. You have never experienced the darkness before the peaceful times.
Did those little days ever show any mercy to our Dragon Kingdom people? The hoe swung, the old man's chest heaving with anger, his eyes reddening. Old man, are you looking for death? The man's face darkened instantly after being unexpectedly hit by a hoe.
As a combat profession job changer, being ambushed successfully by an old man from a living profession was truly embarrassing for him.
I don't think this old man is wrong.
Some people have their spines broken and spend their whole lives groveling.
With such courage to lose your temper, why haven't I seen you actively apply to participate in this battle? Several figures
stood in front of the old man, all looking at the man with unfriendly expressions. People die, but their integrity remains, which is admirable. But if the spine is broken, it can never be reconnected in this lifetime.
Humph. Just a bully at home. If you dare to make a move, you can try to see if you can bear the consequences.
More and more people stood in front of the old man, all glaring at the man with unfriendly looks. Even the
city guards maintaining order around pretended not to see this scene.
Sai, returning from the coastline, Lin Chen, hidden in the shadows, sighed at the sight and then disappeared into the crowd.
In this world, there will
always be those with a saintly disposition who only stand on the moral high ground to criticize others. This time, when Wang Zizai and others attacked Guangxi City, Yunhai did not call him.
Aside from considering his own
condition, a significant reason was Yunhai's concern.
Because Yunhai could not be sure if he could once again unleash the 8 Desolation Sword formation. If he couldn't, it wouldn't matter whether he went or not. After all, the downfall of Sakura country was already a foregone conclusion. However, if he could still wield the 8 Desolation Sword formation, that was not what Yunhai wanted to see. Yunhai understood that, based on his merciless
annihilation of 300,000 troops from Sakura country with a single sword, as long as he had the opportunity, there was a high possibility he would bloodily wash away the entire Sakura country. Therefore, it was precisely because of this consideration that Yunhai did not actively mention going to Sakura country together. Of course, given his temperament, he would indeed act this way. If he could still use the 8 Desolation Sword formation today, he wouldn't mind personally going for a visit, giving Sakura country a surprise, and directly obliterating the nation. It was just a bit regrettable that the 8 Desolation Sword formation could not be used today. And by the time 24 hours had passed, it was feared that Yunhai and the others would have already succeeded, and the national war would come to an end, with borders restored. The rain fell heavier
and heavier as Lin Chen arrived alone in the wilderness map of Sancheng.
At this moment, the wilderness map showed not a single figure.
Whoosh!
The rain poured down mercilessly, and Lin Chen walked alone.
He felt a sense of melancholy and helplessness. Killing.
For him, it was an ordinary matter, but slaughtering 300,000 people with a single sword left him feeling somewhat lost.
Was it wrong? Lin Chen murmured to
himself, then shook his head. He had the chance to hold back with that sword, but he did not do so. Moreover, even if he had the chance again, he would make the same choice. In his mind, killing 300,000 was
the same as killing an entire nation.
Furthermore, sometimes, kindness only brings about adverse effects. He walked further away, his thoughts gradually solidifying, no longer pondering right or wrong.
Because in today's
world, there is no such thing as right or wrong, only victory and defeat. Meanwhile, in Guangxi City of Sakura country, blood stained half the city, and countless citizens of Sakura country continued to fall.
Whoosh! Suddenly,
several booming sounds erupted as Fan Dao Tian and others arrived at the center of the city.
Lord Yunhai, how about we call off the national war? Our Sakura country is willing to surrender. Fan Dao Tian looked at the
tragic scene around him, steadied his mind, and spoke loudly. He did not care about the lives and deaths of these ordinary people, but he did care about the gains and losses of the entire Sakura country.
Surrendering was also her helpless move,
because she understood that if Yunhai and the others insisted on continuing, Sakura country would undoubtedly be defeated. Who, however, before Yunhai could respond, endless ice and snow suddenly materialized, covering several miles. Boom! Crack! The sounds of explosions and the shattering of profound ice echoed continuously as Yun Shanxian, with a frosty expression, made her move. She showed no hesitation and did not care how others viewed her. She followed Yunhai here today simply because she was also filled with anger. The dragon country, which her father fought to protect, was on the verge of being invaded by these foreigners. She was filled with righteous fury. Lord Yunhai, is this how you negotiate terms? Fan Daotian exclaimed in shock, speaking sternly. What a foolish woman. Although I have a fondness for your Sakura country's films during peaceful years, that does not give you the reason to be so reckless. A gloomy voice echoed, and then two god-level powerhouses from the Sakura nation were torn apart. The one who struck was none other than the president of the Hunter Guild, Hu Bishing. You're seeking death. Fan Daotian roared in anger, and a phantom of a Shikigami appeared behind him, ready to attack Hu Bishing. However, at that moment, ripples of space emerged around Hu Bishing, and his figure vanished without a trace. Lord Fan Dao, there's no other way. We can only activate the city defense formation and fight to the death, said an ascender beside Fan Daotian, his face revealing a cold light. Boom! Fan Daotian no longer hesitated and directly activated the city defense formation of Guanxi City. In an instant, a massive transparent shield rose up, seemingly wanting to envelop the entire Guanxi City. Hiss! Just as the city defense formation was activated, the fire clouds that had covered the sky above Guanxi City erupted. Who gave you the chance to negotiate? A chilling voice rang out as Yunhai unleashed his full power, no longer holding back. Roar! The flame dragon roared, and the city defense formation of Guanxi City was shattered, revealing the strength of the Immortal Seven powerhouse. At the same time, with the assistance of the Divine Fire, Yun Pianpian and others also launched a full-scale attack on the god-level powerhouses of the Sakura nation. Boom! 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 The sound of continuous explosions rang out. 1 minute later, all the ascenders from the Sakura nation were killed. Simultaneously, the sacred totem not far away was completely destroyed. The sacred totem of the Sakura nation has been shattered. The national war ends. Victorious side. Dragon Nation. As the victorious nation of the national war, the Dragon Nation will receive the following rewards. 1. Dragon Nation national strength plus 20%. 2. All class changers base attributes plus 20%. 3. The 8 cities of Sakura Nation, including Chuanqing, Xinqing, and Sichuan, automatically belong to the Dragon Nation. The indigenous people of Sakura Nation in these 8 cities will be automatically teleported to other cities in Sakura Nation. 4. The effective universal celebration will enhance the Dragon Nation for 30 days. As the defeated nation of the national war, the Sakura Nation will receive the following penalties. National War points calculation completed. Rewards are being automatically distributed. Several notification sounds spread across the entire Blue Star, and the first national war after the game invaded reality ended in less than a day. Above the sea, the islands of the Sakura Nation instantly split apart, and the indigenous people among the 8 cities were teleported to other cities. No! My attributes. I was originally at the 4th transition level. How come my attributes are now even worse than the 3rd transition? Damn it, who started this national war? Countless wails echoed within the Sakura Nation. Faced with the forced penalties of the rules, everyone was powerless. At the same time, in the border area of the Dragon Nation near the sea, the borders of the Dragon Nation directly extended, and several cities surged up, shaking the ground and mountains. Wow, this is amazing. Look at the cities that suddenly appeared in the wild. What's so interesting about that? My attributes have already increased by 20%, so I don't have to worry about grinding in the secret realms anymore. Haha, what kind of luck is this? I just walked into the wild and found a hidden map. Within the Dragon Nation, laughter and joy filled the air. The national war ended, the Dragon Nation won, and it was a time of great harvest. The vast majority of class changers rushed into the wild, eager to seize some opportunities. The Dragon Nation actually won. Far away in the Lighthouse Nation, Michael also received the rule notification. At this moment, his expression was exceptionally gloomy. The people of the Sakura Nation are truly useless. Even with the help of a forbidden-level boss, they still lost. An old man beside Michael showed an angry expression. He was the Immortal 7 powerhouse who had escaped from Yunhai's grasp. At this moment, his heart was filled with extreme rage. The Dragon Kingdom, which was already difficult to deal with, would undoubtedly see a significant increase in overall strength after digesting the gains from this national war victory, potentially shaking the leadership position of their Lighthouse Nation. They are indeed useless, but we should consider our backup plan. Michael pondered. The situation he least wanted to see had indeed occurred. Whether it was Yamamoto who had betrayed him or the Sakura Nation's victory, he could accept either outcome. In fact, to some extent, he hoped for the Sakura Nation's success. Because in his eyes, even with the rewards from this national war victory and the assistance of a taboo-level existence like the Yamata no Orochi, he wouldn't take it to heart. However, the Dragon Kingdom was different. This ancient Eastern nation had an incredibly strong foundation. Even after the gamification of Blue Star and being targeted by the combined efforts of 7 nations, it still stood firm. Ultimately, the Dragon Kingdom was the thorn in his side, the splinter in his flesh. In this national war, you have earned 1,326,800 national war points, which will automatically be exchanged for the following rewards: 1. Jinghai Qing Tian Sword, Earth Artifact, 2. Shieling Divine Liquid * 3, Special 3. Red Gold Treasure Chest * 104. Silver Treasure Chest * 505. National War Token * 1, Special. The rewards are quite plentiful. The sudden notification of rewards did not surprise Lynch. It could be said that he had single-handedly secured the victory in this national war, so it was only reasonable to receive such points and rewards. Another Earth Artifact? No. It should be said to be above Earth Artifacts. Lin Chen murmured, looking at the package. For some reason, after using the 8 Desolation Sword formation, his entire mindset had changed. If it had been before, he would have remained calm but felt particularly delighted inside. But now, Lin Chen's heart had truly achieved a state of no sorrow and no joy. Swish! A beam of sword light appeared, and the Jinghai Qingtian sword materialized in Lin Chen's hand. Influenced by the essence of the sword path, your Jinghai Qingtian sword has automatically transformed into the Fuhai Yunkong sword. Heaven Artifact Fuhai Yunkong sword. Heaven Artifact, Lost, Bound, Wearing Level, 1000 Attack Power, 100 million. Strength, plus 550,000 Stamina, plus 550,000 Agility, plus 550,000 Vitality, plus 550,000 Skills. Traits. Description, Fuhai Yunkong. Divine Thunder 6 Ding, a true ancient divine sword. Heaven Artifact, huh? Lin Chen looked at the attributes of the Fuhai Yunkong sword and murmured. A full 9 active skills, 9 passive skills, plus 6 major traits. And it even had the effect of breaking through the void. It could definitely be considered the #1 artifact on Blue Star today. This chilling divine liquid is quite interesting. Lin Chen then turned his gaze to the 3 bottles of golden liquid in the package. Chilling divine liquid, special, can automatically elevate the grade of any non-weapon equipment. Tip: the equipment that can be upgraded cannot exceed the artifact grade. It's time to upgrade the grade of the ancient god set. Lin Chen murmured. Now, he was almost invincible and had no obvious shortcomings. If he had to say there was one, it was that his daily usage of the divine sword was still not enough. Additionally, although his attack power had reached an apex, his other attributes were still lacking compared to his attack power. Now, with the chilling divine liquid, this problem could be perfectly solved. The only downside was that there were only 3 bottles of chilling divine liquid. This meant he could only elevate 3 pieces of ancient god equipment to the earth artifact level. That's enough for now. It actually doesn't make much difference. Lin Chen muttered, glancing at the hundreds of reward treasure chests before finally focusing on the last national war token. National war token, special. The holder of this token can initiate a national war against any country. Note: 1. Once a national war is initiated, it cannot be retracted, so please use it cautiously. 2. Only the top 10 ranked countries can use this token. This is a bit troublesome. Lin Chen frowned, but he could understand. The restrictions on the national war token were clearly intentional. Otherwise, if someone with extraordinary luck obtained the token and initiated a national war at will, it could very well lead to the downfall of their own country. Crack! Just then, the space around Lin Chen suddenly split open, and the figures of Yun Hai and others appeared before him. Seeing this, Lin Chen instantly perked up and stepped forward, saying, "Master Yun Hai, this thing might be useful right now." With that, he directly tossed the national war token to Yun Hai. National war token? Yun Hai was taken aback, and after a moment of thought, a fierce look appeared on his face. The Lighthouse Nation has declared war on the A3 Nation. National war successfully initiated. National borders temporarily invalid. The Sunset Nation has declared war on the Kimchi Nation. National war successfully initiated. National borders temporarily invalid. 3 consecutive war declaration notifications rang out, leaving Lin Chen and the others stunned. No one spoke. Everyone was momentarily at a loss for words. Yun Hai's face showed an awkward expression. These foreign devils are really cunning. Wang Zizai's expression was somewhat unnatural, and he finally spoke up. Clearly, the news of the Dragon Nation's victory over the Sakura Nation had spread throughout the Blue Star. Some people couldn't sit still. He understood that the Dragon Nation had always been deeply rooted, but for decades it had been targeted by the 7 neighboring countries, which had kept it in a suppressed state. Now, with the Sakura Nation actively declaring war, the final result was that they shot themselves in the foot. Not only did they lose the national war, but they also allowed the overall strength of the Dragon Nation to rise another level. In this situation, the other 6 countries that had previously targeted the Dragon Nation were beginning to feel a strong sense of crisis, which explained their actions. These people really only see their own interests. Lin Chen sighed. Initially, the 7 nations formed an alliance to target the Dragon Nation and curb its development. Yet, now, after just one victory in a national war, certain countries made a drastic choice, completely disregarding their former alliance and directly initiating national wars again. They're scared. Yun Pianpian spoke softly, her eyes showing no emotion. She was right, the Lighthouse Nation and others were indeed afraid. They were worried. worried that after the Dragon Nation digested the gains from this national war, it would proactively
declare war on one of them, which is why they chose to declare war on other countries in advance.
Thus, under the coercive influence of the rules, aside from the two sides initiating the national war, third-party countries
had no opportunity at all.
This benefits those guys who Bishing's lips curled into a cold smile, feeling quite displeased. He was always ruthless and believed in settling scores. Now that the Dragon Nation had Lin Chen's presence, it was the best time to initiate a national war, yet these foreigners exploited the loopholes in the rules. Revenge isn't something to rush, besides, they can't hold out for too long.
Yun Hai's face showed a contemplative expression as he slowly spoke. Although the countries declaring war were former allies, human hearts are inscrutable.
Even if the two sides reached some sort of agreement to drag things out, over time, under
mutual suspicion, any slight disturbance could destroy this balanced relationship.
Therefore, he felt this situation wouldn't last long.
Master Yun Hai, do you mean that even if these countries want to drag things out, they will still be wary of each other and can't hold out for too long?
At that moment, a god-level powerhouse from the assassin profession stepped forward. His gaze flickered, as if he were pondering something deep within. However, he understood that there are no eternal friendships between nations, only absolute interests. Once the interests of his own country were affected or threatened, that fragile friendship would be shattered in an instant.
Indeed. Yun Hai nodded.
From a broader perspective, even if such a situation fell upon the Dragon Kingdom, it would not be exempt from the norm. The reverse operations between countries like the Lighthouse Nation would
certainly not last long. So, if during this deliberately stalemated period the sacred totems within each nation were attacked, would that disrupt this balance?
A sly smile appeared on the face of the god-level powerhouse.
Ha!
Everyone was taken aback by his words. They had considered this method, but the rules clearly stated that third-party nations were not allowed to intervene during national wars, and the newly established borders were the best proof of that.
Theoretically, there is such a possibility. Yun Hai spoke up.
The already fragile surface friendship would be hard to maintain if, at such a critical moment during a national war, the sacred
totems of one's own country were attacked. In that case, I might have a way to force their national war to end early. The god-level powerhouse spoke again, his smile taking on a somewhat lewd quality. Yuan Yin, what do you mean by that?
Wang Zizai, who was nearby, asked curiously. Yuan Yin was a powerhouse from the same era as him, but the other had been lucky enough to ascend to godhood before him.
Everyone, please look at this.
Yuan Yin flipped his palm, and a token surrounded by black mist appeared in his hand.
This is? Everyone looked on with curiosity.
Border crossing token, special, bound. Holding this token allows one to traverse freely
between nations without being restricted by borders. Reminder, 1. This token has a binding effect. 2. This token can only be used by one person.
As everyone clearly saw the specific effects of the token, they
exchanged complex glances with Lin Chen.
This border crossing token seemed useless on ordinary days. After all, no one would be bored enough to voluntarily go to another nation to seek death. However, at this moment, this
border crossing token held crucial importance for the entire Dragon Kingdom.
Yet, there was a problem now laid out before everyone. If this token were not bound, or if it were bound to Lin Chen or Yun Hai, it could play a pivotal role. But now, this border crossing token was bound to Yuan Yin, which posed a dilemma for everyone. Yuan Yin's strength as a newly ascended god was already considerable, showing signs of being the second assassin of the Dragon Kingdom. However, compared to those ascended beings from abroad, Yuan Yin's strength as a god seemed somewhat lacking.
This token is good, but it still needs to be used cautiously, Yun Hai said hesitantly.
In his mind, his first thought was to have Yuan Yin, who held the border crossing token, stir up relations between the 6 nations.
However, he also understood that with Yuan Yin's strength, even if fully equipped with
invincible skills, it would be difficult to retreat unscathed, and it was more likely to backfire.
Are you worried about my strength, Master Yun Hai?
Yuan Yin's eyes flickered as he took out a small paper figure from his bag. Illusory paper figure, special, created from the heart, controlled by the heart. Effect: after using the illusory paper figure, one can mimic the skills and attack methods of the target.
Remaining uses, September 9th, reminder.
Using the illusory paper figure can only simulate the target's skills and attack methods. The final damage value of the skills depends on the user's own attributes.
Yuan Yin, you truly are a crafty one. Wang Zizai's eyes couldn't help but reveal a look of admiration.
He and Yuan Yin were strong figures from the same era, both recognized as the Old Six at that time. However, as their strength increased and their status changed, they
rarely used the tricks of those Old Six anymore. Mutual respect.
Yuan Yin squinted his eyes slightly, surveying the crowd around him with a smile.
These are 3 pieces of invincible equipment at the level of celestial artifacts, so be careful along the way.
Seeing this, Yun Hai directly took out 3 pieces of celestial equipment from his pack and handed them to Yuan Yin. As the master of the Mage Sea, he understood Yuan Yin's
intentions well.
However, he didn't mind, because although Yuan Yin had the responsibility to do this, he was not obligated to. I have one here too, but old Yin, you must know your limits.
Don't try to be sly, or Lin Chen and Master Yunhai will definitely be unhappy.
Wang Zizai also took out a piece of equipment with invincible skills from his pack and handed it to Yuanin. At the same time, he was reminding Yuanin, worried that he only wanted to gain enough benefits without putting in the effort.
Old Wang, you can rest assured about my credibility. Yuanin smirked, unable to help but glance at Lin Chen and Yunhai. As long as he wanted to develop in the Dragon Country, he absolutely couldn't be cunning in this matter. He understood this principle. I have an invincible piece of equipment here too. I'll give you one for self-preservation. Me too. A group of powerful beings above the divine level spoke up one after another. Except for Lin Chen, everyone took out a piece of invincible equipment from their packs and handed it to Yuanin. Their thoughts were the same as Yunhai's. Although Yuanin had 2 special items with him on this trip, there was still a great danger. It could be said that if Yuanyin's identity was exposed or if he couldn't escape in time, it would almost certainly lead to his death. Thank you all for your generosity.
Yuanyin's smile grew even more pronounced and he felt his hands getting a bit weak from collecting the equipment. However, during this time, he intentionally or
unintentionally glanced in Lin Chen's direction. I don't have any extra equipment with invincible skills.
At that moment, Lin Chen spoke up, taking a slow step forward, and continued, keep this thing with you for protection.
And remember, this time you must succeed, not fail. A single-edged dagger was directly thrown into Yuanyin's hands by Lin Chen.
His words were very forceful. Since Yuanin had received so many benefits, he must provide
corresponding value in return.
Although a divine dagger wasn't much to him, he didn't want to be the big fool. Therefore, Yuanin had to succeed.
Rest assured, young Master Lin, I will do my utmost this time.
Yuan didn't have time to check the attributes of the dagger in his hand and quickly nodded. In the battle at the sea, Lin Chen had killed the 8-headed serpent with a single sword and slaughtered 300,000
troops from the Sakura nation, proving his strength.
The current Lin Chen was no longer that promising genius from before, but a genuine powerhouse. He dared not be the slightest bit negligent.
You all continue discussing
the specific plans. Lin Chen nodded, said no more, and then rode the Wind Chaser sword, flying towards the city of Sikhen. Who after Lin Chen left, Yuanin let out a sigh. I really didn't expect Lin Chen's strength to have reached such a level. He was already regretting his actions today. Although no one thought there was anything wrong with this approach, he could still sense something from Lin Chen's tone. If he failed this time, he was afraid he wouldn't be able to return, especially after taking so many benefits.
Old Ian, you really need to take care this time.
You dare to accept Lin Chen's things. I admire you.
A hint of schadenfreude appeared on Wang Zizai's face.
Even if Lin Chen gives me nothing, I won't refuse this mission and I will definitely give it my all.
Yuanin shook his head, somewhat frustrated.
But now that you've taken Lin Chen's things,
you have no chance to play tricks, Wang Zizai said. Humph, am I that kind of person? Do you think I would covet Lin Chen's things?
Yuanin huffed unhappily, then displayed the attributes of the dagger in front of everyone.
LV.1000 Dark Night Sky, Divine Artifact. Holy crap, a divine artifact. Lin Chen is really generous. This is quite a big deal. Everyone was astonished, unable to hold back their voices. Although they were all at least divine level beings, each of them, except for Yunhai and Yun Pianpian, had at most 2 divine artifacts. Now, with Lin Chen's first move being a divine artifact, they were truly stunned. Now we really have to fight for our lives.
Unlike the reactions of others, Yuanin had a face full of despair. Originally, he thought that as long as he did his best for this mission, if things became impossible, he would protect himself and not force it. But now, with Lin Chen's grand gesture, he had no doubt that if this mission failed, Lin Chen might really eliminate him. At this moment, however, Lin Chen was not thinking about any of this. After entering the 4-direction city, Lin Chen headed west, exiting the city through another gate and making his way to the mysterious territory outside the Dragon Kingdom's border.
2 hours later, the heavy rain
subsided, and the morning sun rose. You have entered the mysterious territory. The familiar prompt sounded, and Lin Chen once again arrived in the region of the mysterious territory. I suppose the mysterious territory should
be unlocked now?
Lin Chen stood in the void, a golden key appearing in his hand. Key of the Gods, special item, an important key to unlock a certain ancient divine land, rumored to grant control over an ancient divine
land to its possessor.
Effect, the heir of the ancient divine clan can use this key to control the mysterious territory.
Indeed.
A glimmer of excitement shone in Lin Chen's eyes.
The end of the First National War on Blue Star, the defeat of the taboo-level boss, all indicated that some restrictions no longer existed. Although the new expansion had not been fully unlocked yet, the appearance of the taboo-level boss made it expected that the mysterious territory could also be unlocked. Detected that you possess the key to the mysterious territory. Would you like to use it immediately?
Yes, Lin Chen did not hesitate and made his choice directly.
He came to the mysterious territory to gain control over this unclaimed area, facilitating the continued expansion of the Dragon Kingdom and some transactions with Yunhai. Boom!
As soon as Lin Chen made his choice, the entire mysterious territory began to tremble. Even the bordering cities of several neighboring countries were affected.
An earthquake? What era are we in that there are still earthquakes? Could it be that powerful beings are fighting again? Oh my god, why is my lighthouse country shaking again? The direction of the tremor is towards the mysterious territory. The job changers in several bordering cities were all speculating. Congratulations! You have successfully gained control of the mysterious territory. Mysterious territory updating. Since you now have a nationality, the newly generated map will automatically be incorporated into the territory of the dragon kingdom. 2 prompts sounded, and Lynch was not surprised at all. Regarding the final ownership of the mysterious territory, whether independent of the dragon kingdom or belonging to it, he could accept either. 5 minutes later. Mysterious territory update successful. You can name it yourself. The key of the gods, suspended in midair, instantly transformed into a beam of golden light flying into Lin Chen's forehead. At the same time, a new page appeared on Lin Chen's attribute panel. Territory, unnamed region lord, Lin Chen map areas, 1, Divine Demon Arena 2, Endless Abyss 3, Monster Jungle. Current territory control, Lin Chen tip 1, the Lord can independently divide territory control with a maximum of 3 divisions. 1/3, 2. The territory enjoys all rule bonuses of the Dragon Kingdom. 3. This territory cannot be transferred or traded. This feeling. In an instant, Lin Chen felt that all areas of the mysterious map were under his will. The northern part should be the Divine Demon Arena. Lin Chen closed his eyes, sensing a special map constructed of divine power and demonic energy at the northernmost point of the territory. The southern part should be the Endless Abyss. At the southernmost point of the territory, a mixed aura appeared in Lin Chen's consciousness. At this moment, he felt like a god within this territory. Although he couldn't do as he pleased, even the grass and trees within the territory could not escape his perception. Detected the presence of other nations' job changers in your territory. Do you want to expel them immediately? A prompt sounded. Expel. Lin Chen made his choice. He knew that foreign job changers had been stationed in this mysterious map for many years. Now that the mysterious map belonged to him, he would no longer allow this situation to continue. Swish! Thousands of light orbs lit up and a group of foreign job changers disappeared, looking bewildered. When they reappeared, they found themselves in the capital cities of their respective nations. Oh god, what is happening? Wasn't I in the mysterious map? What happened? Why was I teleported out? Did a space mage act on me? Did they forcibly teleport me out? In the capital cities of various nations, surprised voices rang out. At this moment, these foreign job changers had no idea what had just happened. Detected that you have your own guild. Do you want to merge your guild into the territory? Tip: after merging the guild into the territory, the guild will enjoy the characteristics of a normal guild without any impact. This is much more convenient. Lin Chen was taken aback, then chose yes. The guild space had always existed independently. It could be said that at certain times, in a non-combat state, the guild space was absolutely a lifesaver. Of course, in a non-combat state, there wasn't much that could threaten life. However, the ability for the guild to merge with the mysterious map greatly facilitated him, because he could directly use the guild to teleport to the mysterious map each time, saving a lot of time. Your guild has successfully merged with the territory. The prompt sounded again. Child of Fortune, damn, Mo-go, what big thing have you done again? Why am I getting prompts about the guild space merging with some territory? Queen Sister? Yun Pianpian? In the guild channel, people kept popping up, all inquiring about the guild space. However, Lin Chen did not explain anything. Instead, he directly chose to mute the guild information. Next, it's time to change jobs. Lin Chen felt a bit excited and then flew towards the Divine Demon Arena. Half an hour later, Lin Chen entered the Divine Demon Arena and arrived at the waterfall he had faced before. This time, he did not rely on Wang Defa's luck, nor did he need the cooldown time for the Divine Demon Arena to open. With a casual wave, the entrance to the Divine Demon Arena, which had been hidden behind the waterfall, appeared. Now, as both the Lord and the one bearing the name of the ancient god, he no longer needed any so-called opportunities or keys to enter any ancient god's domain. Swish! A flash of light, and Lin Chen found himself back in the land of Divine Fall. The familiar place was no different from before. Lin Chen moved forward and entered the Transmigration Temple of the ancient god clan. He placed his hand on the Transmigration Divine Stone, and a prompt sounded. You have met the requirements for the 6th Transmigration. Would you like to transmigrate immediately? Yes, a burst of golden light appeared and then vanished in an instant. Congratulations! Empowered by divine power, you have successfully completed the 6th transmigration. Congratulations, you have gained 13 talent points. Congratulations, you have automatically learned Divine Sword Domain. Congratulations, you have automatically learned Sword Control. The prompts continued to sound. Sword Domain? Lin Chen was a bit surprised and shifted his gaze to the skill panel. Divine Sword Domain, Active Domain. Skill: using the sword as a guide, release a unique domain. Effects: 1. In this domain, all your attributes will increase by 20% while suppressing all enemy targets within the domain by 20% of their attributes. 2. The sword domain has a restraining effect.
When the opponent's attack exceeds the limit that the sword domain can withstand, it will be forcibly broken.
Note: 1. Domain skills have a chance to be countered by other domain skills.
2. Divine sword domain will increase as your level rises.
This skill is a bit overpowered.
Lynch muttered to himself. The sword god Baigu only comprehended the sword domain after ascending, and he had witnessed
its power firsthand.
It could be said that as long as the opponent's strength was not greater than yours, the sword domain was essentially a cage, leaving no chance for the enemy to escape.
This sword control is also somewhat useful.
Lin Chen then focused on another skill. Sword control, passive with the will of the sword. You can perfectly control the power of all sword-type weapons. The previous incidents of causing explosions were
due to not being able to properly control the power of the divine sword,
and even now it was the same. But now, Lin Chen no longer needed to worry about that, as constantly causing explosions was indeed not good, especially since the mysterious map was now his territory. He didn't want to wait for updates every time he cleared a map. 13 talent points, almost there. Finally, Lin Chen looked at the talent points needed to upgrade the Sword Path Origin, 19/30. Once the Divine Sword cools down tomorrow, I can directly go for the 7th Transmigration in one go and then refine the Sword Tomb plus upgrade the Sword Path Origin to level 9.
Lin Chen thought for a moment and then flew out of the Transmigration Temple.
Meanwhile, in the conference room of the capital city of the Lighthouse Nation,
Michaela and others sat across from the representatives of the A3 Nation. Lord Michaela, thank you very much for this.
The representative of the A3 Nation wore a smile, clearly satisfied with the outcome of the discussion.
A little over half a day ago,
while he was struggling with how to respond
to the upcoming retaliation from the Dragon Nation, he received the notification that the Lighthouse Nation had declared war on the A3 Nation. At that moment, he was shocked and even felt a bit anxious. Wasn't it agreed that they would form a defensive alliance and help each other? How could the Lighthouse Nation turn against them so suddenly?
It wasn't until the envoy from the Lighthouse Nation personally came to explain the situation that he finally felt relieved. For this reason, he had specially brought a group of experts from his country to the Lighthouse Nation to have detailed discussions with Michaela.
The final negotiation results were also very satisfactory to him.
Michaela had promised that all transmigrators from the Lighthouse Nation would absolutely not cross the border to attack the people of the A3 Nation. Of course, the representative of the A3 Nation also immediately guaranteed that his country's people would do the same. As for the progress of the National War Mission, it could be advanced in a controlled manner.
After all, the National War Mission was divided into 3
phases, and they could easily create a stalemate in the 3rd phase, after which the representative of the A3 Nation could declare war on the Lighthouse Nation, thus continuing the cycle.
After all, the National War System
has been activated, and the National War tokens are no longer so rare. Even the current leader of the A3 country has one in hand. This is supposed to be a mutually beneficial arrangement between our two countries. At least it can ensure that we can develop safely amidst the threat from the Dragon country. When the new expansion arrives and our countries become strong again, that will be the real time to take action against the Dragon
country. Michael nodded with a smile.
If it weren't for the overwhelming threat from the Dragon country, even their Lighthouse country wouldn't have the confidence to deal with it, so why would he engage in empty pleasantries
with the A3 country? Then I look forward to that day.
The leader of the A3 country kept nodding. We won't disturb you any longer, Your Excellency Michael, we'll take our leave. In the end, he bid farewell to Michael and left with a group of experts by his side.
Michael, do you really think this won't cause any problems?
After the leader of the A3 country left, only Michael and a powerful figure from the Immortal 7 remained.
In the conference room,
there's no other way now. After all, the Dragon country has means to kill taboo-level existences. We shouldn't easily go to war with them.
Michael rubbed his temples, feeling quite a headache.
Now that the Cherry Blossom country has been defeated and the national war is over, they can no longer enter the Dragon country or the Cherry Blossom country.
They have no knowledge of the Dragon country's means to kill taboo-level existences.
In this situation, he didn't dare to declare war on the Dragon country, because if things went wrong, their Lighthouse country would end up like the Cherry Blossom country.
Are you really that at ease with those little A3s?
The Immortal 7 expert frowned and continued. Zulian seems weak and incompetent, but he is not without his own schemes.
From the earlier conversation with Zulian and the personnel he brought, it was clear that the A3 country had come well prepared. This is unavoidable. The current outcome is already the best scenario. Michael shook his head helplessly. At least we can hold on for more than 2 months. He had carefully calculated the time for the national war through prompts. If the 3 phases of tasks went quickly, they could finish within a month, and if slowly, it could drag on for a longer time. Moreover, Zulian also
had a national war token in hand, so under these circumstances, they at least had a 2-month buffer period, which was one of the important reasons for him to declare war on the A3 country.
I personally think we still need to be cautious of Zulian. The Immortal 7 experts' frown deepened.
Being the leader of a country is definitely not that simple. It can't be someone without brains.
Don't worry, Zulian sees the situation clearly. He knows what to do and what not to do now. And even if Zulian really has bad intentions, we can strike first. Michael spoke up.
He had already made thorough plans in his heart. If Zulian had ulterior motives, he would definitely take the initiative and not give the A3 country a chance to breathe. Let's hope so. In the end, the immortal 7 experts sighed and left directly. The next morning, Yunhai and others arrived at the mysterious territory, followed by at least tens of thousands of job changers, many of whom were secondary profession job changers. Combat personnel, be responsible for guarding the surroundings. Uni, you supervise personally. Miners, go mine, and job changers in construction professions, start selecting sites and prepare to begin work. Yunhai shouted loudly, issuing orders. Just last night, Lynch found him. He specifically introduced the situation of the mysterious territory to him, and Lin Chan also granted him 1/3 of the permissions for the mysterious territory. Knowing this news, he couldn't sleep all night and gathered personnel overnight to prepare to build a city in the mysterious territory, planning to construct the strongest city to guard the border. After all, looking at these high-level maps within the mysterious territory, it is entirely possible to cultivate a batch of major job changers at the fastest speed. It can be said that this opportunity is definitely a chance for the rise of the Dragon Kingdom. It just needs some time. And now, he has summoned personnel overnight for this matter. Moreover, this group of construction workers is merely the first batch of investment. Good. Yuni nodded, without any objections. When Yunhai told her about this, she was also incredulous, not expecting Lin Chen's influence to be so great. As for Lin Chen himself, he did not come along with Yunhai. At this moment, Lin Chen had just emerged from a secret realm in the wilderness of the Dragon Kingdom. 58 seconds. Isn't this record a bit too fast? Lin Chen looked at the recording stone tablet beside him and couldn't help but mutter. Job changers qualify to challenge secret realms after their 3rd job change, but most go in teams because the resources inside the secret realms, while abundant, are much more difficult than the wild maps of the same level. Now, Lin Chen, who had already reached the 6th job change, was visiting a secret realm map for the first time. Of course, with his absolute control over the divine sword, he would no longer encounter the issue of destroying maps. Let's go, on to the next secret realm. Lin Chen did not linger and turned to leave. His level had already reached 512, and if he fully cleared the secret realm maps today, he would likely reach level 600, allowing him to proceed to the 7th job change, at which point his strength would definitely rise to another level. Now, he was already looking forward to the power of the 9 extreme sword formation in the sword tomb. This time our challenge time should be around an hour and a half. We will definitely rank first. Just after Lin Chen left, 10 figures teleported out of the secret realm. That's for sure, our god-slaying team is not something those trash can compare to. Another voice chimed in. This secret realm is called the Shadow Secret Realm, and just to challenge it, one needs to be at least level 500. As the god-slaying team within the Hunter Guild, they are undoubtedly among the top 3. After the victory in this national war, they plan to leverage the attribute boost from the victory to refresh the record of this secret realm again. What the hell? How is this possible? Am I seeing things? At that moment, a voice of astonishment rang out. One of the team members, who was close to the recording stone tablet, stared dumbfounded at it. Old 6, is it that our record for clearing this time is so fast that even you can't believe it? The leader laughed as he walked towards the person. No, Captain, you need to look at this first place record. The person shook his head, his finger trembling as he pointed at the recording stone tablet. Upon hearing this, the others sensed something was off and looked over. Shadow Secret Realm clearing records: 1 58 seconds 2 90 minutes 38 seconds 3 112 minutes 52 seconds 58 seconds? How could someone achieve this record? Someone exclaimed in shock, feeling it was unbelievable. They were already one of the top 3 teams in the Hunter Guild, and their strength was unquestionable, even ranking high in the entire Dragon Kingdom. Is it a bug? Another person murmured, clearly also unable to believe it. Idiot, this isn't a real game. Where would there be bugs? The leading man frowned. Could it be that the mages from Mage C came over? At this moment, the one who first noticed the record spoke up, but then he shook his head. That's unlikely. Even the Mage C's clever team couldn't be that fast. A contemplative expression appeared on his face. The clever team was recognized as the strongest 6th job change team in the Dragon Kingdom, and this team had even killed an 8th job change boss, showcasing their terrifying strength. But even so, the Miao Fa team couldn't have taken less than a minute to clear the Shadow Secret Realm. Oh, I understand now. It must be a great mage of the 9th turn or above who made the move. At that moment, a burly man revealed a look of realization on his face. The crowd couldn't help but twitch their lips at his words. Nonsense. Keep talking. Do you think the secret realm between LV.500 and LV.600 is just for show? Under the influence of the rules, let alone a 9th turn powerhouse, even if the god of magic himself came, he couldn't break the rules. I thought of a possibility. Just when everyone was at a loss, the leading man spoke again with a serious expression. It should be that person who came to farm the map. That person? The crowd was taken aback. Is it Yun Pianpian? The goddess actually came to farm the map? A hint of excitement appeared on the burly man's face. Are you really that stupid? The leading man's face showed a hint of black lines as he continued, if Yun Piampian came here to farm the map, the monsters would definitely be upgraded to corresponding ascended monsters, far less efficient than her leveling up in the wild maps. Then who could it be? The burly man showed a puzzled expression, unconsciously scratching the back of his head. It should be Lin Chen. The leading man slowly spoke. Lin Chen? At this revelation, everyone was shocked. If Lin Chen's name had spread throughout the Dragon Kingdom before, it was only because his talent and potential were simply too strong. But ever since Lin Chen single-handedly killed the 8-headed serpent and wiped out 300,000 troops from the Sakura nation, everyone had placed Lin Chen on par with the two lords. No, to be precise, Lin Chen's position in everyone's hearts had surpassed that of the two lords. After all, judging by the situation at that time, Lin Chen's strength was definitely greater than that of Yun Hai. Lin Chen, is it really Lin Chen? The burly man's excitement grew even more. He was also a swordsman, and compared to Yun Piampian, he admired Lin Chen even more. Meanwhile, Lin Chen, who was farming in another secret realm, was completely unaware of how much his casually refreshed clearing record had sparked everyone's imagination. In the afternoon, Lin Chen walked out of the 8th secret realm map. His level had already reached 600. It's time to go back for the 7th turn. Lin Chen muttered to himself, then opened the guild interface. Brush. With a flash of light, Lin Chen appeared in the guild space. This is really convenient, Lin Chen said to himself, then walked out of the guild space and into the mysterious map. Now the guild space had merged with the mysterious map. However, the guild space Lin Chen was in was slightly different from other guild spaces. That is, the guild space that had merged with the mysterious map had opened a portal, allowing Lin Chen to enter the mysterious map at any time. The 7th turn. I've been looking forward to this for so long. After exiting the guild space, Lin Chen flew towards the direction of the demon and god arena. More than half an hour later, Lin Chen entered the demon and god arena and once again arrived at the Transmigration Temple in the land of Divine Fall. He placed his hand on the Transmigration Stone Tablet. A familiar feeling washed over him. Congratulations, empowered by divine power, you have successfully completed the 7th turn. Congratulations, you have gained 15 talent points. Congratulations, you have automatically learned sword concealment. Congratulations, you have automatically learned God sword breaking the sky. Finally, the 7th turn. Lin Chen felt a surge of power within him. The 7th turn, another watershed among transmigrators. Only those who have crossed the 7th turn can be called great transmigrators. At the same time, transmigrators after the 7th turn not only see their combat power multiplied but can also refine magical treasures. And magical treasures can be said to be the foundation of a great transmigrator. Powerful magical treasures can even allow some geniuses to fight beyond their level. I'm not in a hurry to upgrade the Sword Dao Origin and refine the Sword Tomb. Let's take a look at these two new skills first. Lin Chen let out a sigh. The more it was like this, the calmer he became, no longer having the restless mentality of being weak. Sword concealment, active release sword intent to conceal one's form, ignoring any skills that can see through. This is quite good, much stronger than the concealment skill that comes with the ancient god Moontreader. Lin Chen nodded. Although the concealment skill that came with the ancient god Moontreader was practical, it had environmental limitations and a chance of being seen through. However, sword concealment was different. It was undoubtedly the best skill for killing and looting. Let's see what the remaining divine skill does. Lin Chen shifted his gaze to the other skill. Divine Sword Breaking the Firmament. A sword of the divine, capable of breaking the firmament, unleashing a powerful strike that can deal 1000% physical damage to the target. Traits: 1. This skill can attach divine power when attacking. 2. This skill carries a 100% crippling effect. Divine power? Crippling effect? Lin Chen frowned as he looked at the skill panels. Description: he knew what divine power was. It was the so-called power of the gods. Divine power could amplify any equipment, giving it divinity. However, seeing divine power appear in a skill was a first for him, which was indeed surprising. As for the so-called crippling effect, he was a bit unclear. The crippling effect was, to some extent, a unique talent of the hidden assassin class, which had a certain chance to inflict a crippling effect on the target while attacking. Depending on the part that was crippled, the affected target would have a certain aspect of their attributes diminished. However, even the crippling effect possessed by hidden class assassins had a very low trigger probability. For instance, the top assassin of the Dragon Kingdom, Yubi Shang, had only a 3% chance of inflicting a crippling effect when he struck. But what about himself? A skill with a crippling effect that reached 100%. This is a good thing. Lin Chen didn't dwell on the probability issue any longer. Although he rarely had the opportunity to use the crippling effect, that tenfold increase in attack power was incredibly formidable in his hands. Next is refining the Sword Tomb and enhancing the Sword Dao Origin. Lin Chen was about to take out the Sword Tomb from his bag when he noticed 3 bottles of golden liquid at the edge of the bag's compartment. Oh right, I almost forgot about the Spirit Awakening Elixir. Lin Chen slapped his forehead and quickly took out the 3 bottles of Spirit Awakening Elixir.
Let's enhance the armor, belt, and helmet.
Lin Chen thought for a moment and then made his decision. The Spirit Awakening Elixir had restrictions. It could only enhance equipment that did not exceed the artifact grade and could not enhance weapons. Otherwise, he wouldn't mind producing 3 more divine swords of artifact level. Among the other 9 pieces of equipment, it was clear that the armor, belt, and helmet provided the highest defense, making the cost-effectiveness
of enhancing these 3 pieces higher.
The 3 bottles of golden liquid gently dripped.
Swish! In an instant, countless golden lights erupted.
Affected by the Spirit Awakening Elixir, your Ancient God Battle Armor. Successfully advanced to Earth Artifact affected by the Spirit Awakening Elixir. Your Ancient God Moon Invitation successfully advanced to Earth Artifact affected by the Spirit Awakening Elixir. Your Flying Pang Battle Helmet successfully advanced to Earth Artifact. 3 consecutive prompts sounded, and the 3 artifacts on Lin Chen officially advanced to Earth Artifact.
This attribute is really a bit over the top. Lin Chen glanced at the 3 newly advanced Earth Artifacts. LV.600 Ancient God Battle Armor, Earth Artifact. LV.600 Ancient God Moon Invitation, Earth Artifact. LV.600 Flying Ping Battle Helmet, Earth Artifact. With the growth characteristics, the levels of the 3 Earth Artifacts had also been raised to level 600. Its attributes had directly multiplied several times, especially the Ancient Divine Armor of the Earth, which, although only level 600, had attributes very close to those of the level 1000 Divine Armor auctioned at the Tian auction house back in the day. Next, it's time to enhance the Sword Dao Origin. Lin Chen felt an immense anticipation in his heart.
He had a habit of saving the best for last. Clearly, both the Sword Tomb and the Sword Dao Origin were the best in his mind. He opened the talent panel and frantically clicked 30 times on the
Sword Dao Origin.
You have consumed 30 talent points, and the Sword Dao Origin has been upgraded to level 9. Sword Dao Origin LV.9, max level, can be advanced. You, recognized by the Sword Dao Origin, will have
unexpected gains.
When using sword techniques, you will receive a 3000% damage result bonus. When using sword techniques, the skill coverage can be increased by 50 times.
Each time you level up, all your attributes will be significantly enhanced.
With the Sword Dao Origin, you can ignore levels and use any level of sword-type weapons. As a prompt sounded, Lin Chen's eyes brightened.
Max level? Moreover, there was finally no longer a limit on
the number of uses for the Divine Sword.
Lin Chen was overjoyed.
For many days, although he had the Sword Dao Origin as a cheat, making him invincible, the limited uses of the Divine Sword had been extremely frustrating.
And now, the limit was finally gone.
At this moment, Lin Chen couldn't help but feel excited. A glance revealed that the icon for the 9 Extreme Sword Formation was already lit up.
9 Extreme Sword Formation, active.
9 swords strike together, gods and demons retreat, taboos can be slain, everything in the world can be killed. Reaching the extreme is enough to destroy the world.
The introduction was incredibly imposing, showcasing the power of the 9 Extreme Sword Formation. However, Lin Chen did not find it exaggerated. He had personally experienced the might of the 8 Desolate Sword Formation, which was powerful enough to annihilate a country. And that was with the Sword Dao Origin at level 8. Now that the Sword Dao Origin had been upgraded to level 9, not only had the skill coverage area increased by a full 2,500 times, but he could also use the 9 Extreme Sword Formation. Lin Chen believed that if he were to use the 9 Extreme Sword Formation without any restrictions now, while he wouldn't dare to say too much, the chances of annihilating several countries in a row should be quite high. The rest depends on the Sword Tomb.
Lin Chen squinted his eyes and took out the small Sword Tomb from his bag. A good horse deserves a good saddle. Although the 9 Extreme Sword Formation was strong, it would be difficult to unleash its full power without sufficiently top-tier swords. The existence of the Sword Tomb was to create powerful divine swords for the 9 Extreme Sword Formation.
Detected the ancient treasure Sword Tomb on you. Would you like to refine it immediately?
Yes, Lin Chen made his choice directly.
Sing.
The endless sound of sword chants echoed, and the entire fallen godland trembled continuously. The Sword Tomb detached from Lin Chen's hand, soaring into the air and rapidly enlarging. Boom! In an instant, endless sword light erupted from within the Sword Tomb, directly aimed at Lin Chen.
This feeling,
Lin Chen was pierced by the sword light but felt no pain. He only sensed that all the divine swords in the bag were slightly trembling, like a group of hungry infants.
Congratulations, the Sword Tomb has been refined and will become your first
innate treasure. The prompt sounded, and the Sword Tomb slowly shrank, eventually flying back into Lin Chen's hand.
This automatically became an innate treasure?
Lin Chen was somewhat surprised.
Transmigrators could
refined their first innate treasure after the 7th transition and their second after the 9th, but it required a long time in the world to succeed completely. Moreover, the more powerful the treasure, the longer the
refining time.
Even the powerful Baigu, after more than a decade, had not fully refined the Sword Tomb.
But for him, it seemed like it took less than a minute to succeed in refining it, right?
Lin Chen was quite puzzled, but he didn't dwell on why this was happening. Instead, he focused his gaze on the Sword Tomb. Sword Tomb, fate treasure in ancient times, a treasure formed naturally from the convergence of countless sword intents. It is the burial ground for swords and also a place for honing them. Combat state / auxiliary state. Combat state 1. Sword prison in heart. Those who possess the sword domain can merge with the sword tomb, amplifying the power
of the sword domain.
2. Clear sword heart. During the duration of the sword tomb, the user is unaffected by any negative status. 3. World of swords. Once the sword tomb reaches a certain level, it can merge with the sword domain to create the world of swords. Auxiliary state 1. Burial of swords. Burying swords here can enhance the power of the sword tomb. 2. Nurturing swords. Can nurture divine swords, increasing their grade. Currently, nurturable sword types. Divine sword requires 7 days to nurture, can grow into earth divine sword. Current nurturable quantity 10. Earth divine sword requires 30 days to nurture, can grow into heaven divine sword. Current nurturable quantity 3. Is this what the sword tomb looks like in a fully refined state? Lin Chen's eyes lit up and he stepped forward, instantly teleporting into the guild space. After that, he exited the guild space and arrived in the mysterious territory. The 3 characteristics of the combat state can almost make me invincible in the sword domain, Lin Chen muttered to himself, analyzing carefully. Now, he possessed numerous invincible skills, along with the support of the sword formation and divine swords, making him unmatched in direct confrontations. As long as he remained wary of ambushes and abnormal statuses, he could almost stand invincible. The characteristics of the sword tomb's combat state just happened to fill in his shortcomings. Just think about it, a class changer with explosive attack power and numerous invincible skills, who is also unaffected by any negative status. It's enough to give one a headache. As for the auxiliary state of the sword tomb, I still need to explore it further. Lin Chen walked forward, his mind running through various possibilities. The burial of swords clearly meant that the sword tomb devours sword artifacts, allowing them to evolve. This was something he hadn't anticipated. Such a monstrous sword tomb could still continue to improve. With that thought, Lin Chen casually took out a divine sword from his bag and activated the burial of swords mode. Your sword tomb has devoured the autumn water sword. A prompt sounded, and then the surroundings fell silent once more. Is that it? Lin Chen was taken aback, and not believing in evil, he threw in 10 more divine swords. Your sword tomb has devoured the sea covering sword. Your sword tomb has devoured the azure feather sword. Your sword tomb has devoured the wind thunder sword. A series of 10 prompts sounded, yet the sword tomb showed no signs of change. It seems that the number of divine swords required to enhance the sword tomb must be quite substantial. Lin Chen frowned at the sight, sighing. Now, in his hands, ordinary divine swords were practically irrelevant, and with the ability to freely convert sword artifacts into divine swords, he wasn't worried about the quantity of divine swords. However, he couldn't guess the specific number. He could only convert more divine swords whenever he had the chance and mindlessly feed them in. In a way, the characteristic of nurturing swords is the most monstrous. Lin Chen waved his hand, and the sky sword and the burning fire heavenly wrath sword appeared in his grasp. He could convert ordinary sword artifacts into divine swords without limit. Meanwhile, the sword tomb could enhance sword artifacts above the divine sword level. In a sense, the sword tomb was an upgraded version of an external aid. It was just a pity that it seemed like the heaven divine sword was the pinnacle of equipment grades and could not be further enhanced. Of course, there was also the possibility that the current sword tomb was insufficient to enhance the heaven divine sword. Perhaps after its upgrade, it would unlock the slot for enhancing heaven divine swords. Without thinking further, Lin Chen directly activated the nurturing mode of the sword tomb, throwing in 2 earth divine swords. The sword tomb is currently nurturing the celestial sword, remaining divine artifact nurturing slots. 2. The sword tomb is currently nurturing the burning fire heavenly wrath sword, remaining divine artifact nurturing slots. 1 in 30 days, I will have 2 more heavenly artifacts. A hint of joy appeared between Lin Chen's brows. His requirements were not high, he just needed to gather 9 heavenly artifacts in the shortest time possible. By then, once the 9 extreme sword formation was unleashed, he believed he could wipe out any country, be it the Lighthouse Nation or the Kimchi Nation, with a single sword strike. Following that, Lin Chen selected 10 swords with higher attack power and placed them into the sword tomb for nurturing. The seeds have been sown, now I just need to wait for the harvest. After completing all this, Lin Chen nodded in satisfaction and then activated the sword domain. A faint sound of sword chanting arose, and the coverage of the sword domain did not cause any significant disturbance, but Lin Chen felt as if everything within a 10-mile radius was captured in his sight. This state is truly amazing. Lin Chen, using the sword domain for the first time, exclaimed. He then integrated the sword tomb into the sword domain. A slight vibration sounded, and the coverage of Lin Chen's sword domain expanded to a 30-mile radius. It seems to increase the coverage area of the sword domain by 3 times. Lin Chen nodded involuntarily. In the battle outside the demon and god arena, he could sense that both the divine fire domain of Yunhai and the sword domain of Baigu had a general range of about 30 miles. Of course, Baigu's sword domain had a wider coverage after the sword sacrifice. Now, he had just reached the 7th transition and could achieve this. It was indeed quite monstrous. Let's see what my current combat power is. Lin Chen retracted the sword domain, and the surroundings returned to normal. The sound of a divine sword being unsheathed rang out, and the overseas falling sky sword appeared directly in Lin Chen's hand. Lin Chen profession, swordsman, ancient god, level, LV.600 stamina, 630000 strength, 220000 agility, 720000 endurance, 820000 magic, 300000 combat power, 118000 skills. Talents. Over 1,000,000 combat power. Lin Chen looked at his attribute panel, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Under normal circumstances, the combat power of an ordinary 9 transitioner is around 300,000, while that of a strong individual who has survived the life and death tribulation is about 500,000. Even those divine level powerhouses cannot exceed 1,000,000 combat power. 1,000,000 combat power. To some extent, it represents a significant divide for transitioners, distinguishing between those who have ascended and those who have not. And now, he had already broken this boundary at just the 7th transition. It must be due to the overseas falling sky sword. Lin Chen muttered to himself as he looked at the heavenly artifact in his hand. The 3 pieces of earth artifacts he wore focused on defense, which explained his high endurance. As for strength, it was likely because his sword path origin had already reached level 9, allowing him to use any divine sword without restriction, thus enhancing the combat power attached to the divine sword. Otherwise, there was no way he could have over 2,000,000 in strength. Now it's time to level up again. The wind-chasing sword appeared beneath his feet once more, and Lin Chen rode the sword away, planning to head to the nearest city to the mysterious territory, Xifang City. Now, having just reached the 7th transition, he urgently needed to continue leveling up. After all, he did not want to waste the transition temple in the land of divine fall. Moreover, in his heart, the higher the combat power, the better. Becoming stronger would provide a greater sense of security. Racing along, with a substantial improvement in strength, Lin Chen continuously activated the acceleration skill of the wind-chasing sword, and in just over an hour, he arrived at the secret realm outside Xifang City. At this moment, the secret realm was already crowded with people. However, Lin Chen could understand. The Dragon Kingdom's national war ended in a great victory, and both the strength of the job changers and the monster drop rates saw a significant increase. Within 30 days, any job changer with a bit of sense wouldn't miss this opportunity to make money. But there are really too many people here. Lin Chen frowned as he looked at the entrance of the secret realm, which was surrounded tightly. Forget it, let's keep a low profile, he muttered to himself, then transformed into a sword, maximizing the speed of the wind chaser sword and directly charging into a secret realm map of LV.600 LV.700. Why do I feel like a gust of wind just blew past my ear? I felt it too. It can't be an illusion, right? Can the people in front stop dawdling? I still plan to make a big profit. Many people present showed puzzled expressions. Although they hadn't clearly seen Lin Chen's figure, they had vaguely sensed a sword light rushing past, but their eyesight couldn't catch it. However, no one thought too much about this strange occurrence. After all, for them, making money was the top priority. You have entered the secret realm. Bluebird Plane. Lin Chen's figure appeared within the secret realm, and groups of bluebird monsters came into his sight. Bluebird Plane? It does have some connection to the Azure Sword. A smile appeared on Lin Chen's face as he looked at the specific attributes of the bluebirds. Bluebird, normal monster, level, LV.620 health, 82828. Attack, 8,000, 12,000 defense, 12582 speed, 1,200 skills. With over 80,000 health, the boss in this secret realm probably won't exceed 1,000,000 health. Lin Chen muttered, then lightly swung the sea covering, falling sky sword in his hand. Swish! A sword light sword, and Lin Chen didn't deliberately use any skills, he merely unleashed a sword energy. Boom! A slight vibration sounded, and the attack of the heavenly artifact caused no commotion. Under Lin Chen's super control, even the phenomena didn't manifest. However, at that moment, all the job changers in the Bluebird secret realm were shocked by an astonishing scene. The monsters they were working together to kill suddenly split in half. What's going on? How did this monster just die on its own? Damn, is someone stealing the kill? Surprised voices echoed in the Bluebird secret realm. Let's go! After a few seconds, Lin Chen smiled slightly, not checking the loot in his bag, just glancing at his level. The monsters in his secret realm map had raised his level to 610. Riding the Wind Chaser sword, Lin Chen flew out of the Bluebird secret realm, accelerating again to transform into a sword light and disappear. Why do I feel the wind again? I feel it too. This wind is a bit strange today. Damn, can you all hurry up? There's always wind, are you crazy? Noisy voices rang out again, and the expressions of the job changers in the crowd varied. However, at that moment, what the hell, this is so unlucky. What's going on? All the monsters just died. Unlucky, unlucky. Our team was planning to kill the Bluebird boss, and I don't know which bastard stole the boss. This is ridiculous. Now we have to wait 2 hours for the monsters to respawn. A series of helpless voices arose as dozens of figures were teleported out of the Bluebird secret realm. They had come fully prepared but ended up with nothing. The monsters had inexplicably died, leaving them speechless. Is it really that strange?
Is it possible that a big shot has descended upon our four-square city? Stop talking nonsense. What big shot would pay attention to this kind of secret realm? Besides, someone of that level wouldn't even be able to enter. The crowd was abuzz with discussion. Holy crap, you guys, look at the record stone tablet. A surprised voice rang out. 32 seconds, on the record stone tablet, the top record had already changed. Which deity has descended? 32 seconds? Did they kill me to entertain the big shot? How is that possible? It must be a mistake with the record stone tablet. Who could possibly achieve a 32-second clear time? Doesn't that prove a skill cleared the map? We felt nothing in the secret realm just now. Voices of disbelief echoed. 32 seconds. This clear time was simply unbelievable, and those who had just been in the secret realm hadn't felt any significant skill fluctuations. Meanwhile, Lynch, the instigator, didn't care about any of this at all. Now that he had absolute control over the power of the divine sword, it was impossible for anyone to discover him, and as long as the secret realm wasn't destroyed, the monster respawn time was only 2 hours, which wouldn't have too much impact on other job changers. 10 minutes later, Lin Chen concocted another scheme and floated out from another secret realm, once again leaving many job changers in shock. 2 hours later, Lin Chen flew out from the 10th LV.600 LV.700 secret realm in Foursquare City and returned to the mysterious map. His level had now risen to 700, and he was about to achieve the 8th job change. As he moved forward, Lin Chen entered the Divine Demon Arena and arrived at the Job Change Temple in the land of Divine Fall. This journey of leveling up and job changing feels amazing. Lin Chen placed his palm on the job change stone tablet, looking forward to directly achieving the 8th job change. Swish! A golden light shone. Due to insufficient divine power, you are exempt from 40 job change tasks this time and will automatically accept the 8th job change task. Task acceptance successful. Overwhelming power, 1/8. Task content, kill 8 bosses of the overstate level or above to prove your strength, 0 out of 8. Upon completion, the next stage task will be automatically accepted. Insufficient divine power? Lin Chen looked bewildered. He had originally wanted to use the job change temple of the ancient god clan to reach the divine level as quickly as possible. Now it seemed impossible. However, he wasn't too disappointed. The ancient god clan had existed for countless years, and the divine power remaining in this job change temple was bound to be limited. Such a situation was normal. Moreover, he had jumped directly from the 5th to the 7th job change using this job change temple, so he had no reason to be dissatisfied. Besides, with his current abilities and the resources of the entire Mage Sea behind him, as long as the job change tasks weren't too bizarre, there wouldn't be any major issues, at most just a delay in time. Let's go do the job change tasks. Lin Chen didn't hesitate much and left directly. Half an hour later, in a certain area of the mysterious map, sword lights kept flashing, and the roars of monsters echoed continuously. Done. Lin Chen looked at the 8th overstate level boss's corpse in front of him and nodded in satisfaction. The benefits of having control over the mysterious map were now evident. The mysterious map, as a borderland between various nations, contained no low-level maps, and the resources within were endless, making it a source of expertise. Just like his current job change task, if he had to search for bosses one by one within the Dragon Kingdom cities, it would take at least several days. However, such a phenomenon did not exist in the mysterious map. Overstate level bosses were merely the threshold for low-level monsters within the mysterious map. You have completed the task Overwhelming Power. The next phase of the task is being randomly accepted. Task acceptance successful. Starlight Crystal, 2 out of 10. Task content, find a Starlight Crystal and submit it. After completing the task, the next phase will be automatically accepted. A prompt sounded, and the content of the second phase task for the 8th transition appeared. Starlight Crystal? Lin Chen frowned, as if he had never heard of it. However, Lin Chen was not worried. He rode the Wind Chaser sword and left this map, making his way to the center of the mysterious territory. At this moment, around the center of the mysterious territory, a large number of trees had been felled, and nearly 100,000 secondary profession job changers were busy at work. Although the foundation of a massive city had yet to take shape, it had already been planned out. Lin Chen, what brings you here? Yun Hai was taken aback upon seeing Lin Chen's arrival. He had been in the mysterious territory for 2 days, and as the master of the Mage Sea, he normally wouldn't be doing such supervisory tasks. However, the mysterious territory was too important, making him cautious. Yet, during these 2 days, Lin Chen, the rightful owner of the mysterious territory, seemed completely unconcerned about the city construction. So his arrival today was indeed unexpected. Of course, I'm here to have Master Yun Hai fulfill his promise. Lin Chen smiled and said straightforwardly. Fulfill his promise? Yun Hai instantly understood and spoke generously. Are you doing a job change task? Just say what resources you need. As the master of the Mage Sea, he had the confidence and would never go back on his word. Starlight Crystal. Lin Chen replied. Starlight Crystal? Yun Hai was taken aback, his heart skipping a beat. The Starlight Crystal was one of the essential materials for ascension, containing star power, and was indispensable for ascenders. Although the stock in the Mage Sea
was not abundant, it was still sufficient.
No problem, Yunhai said boldly, then called over Yun-Yi and whispered a few words to her. 3 hours later, Yun-Yi, after several transfers through teleportation arrays, arrived. Back in the mysterious territory. Master, I've brought the starlight crystal. Yun-Yi glanced at Lin Chen and handed a blue crystal to Yun-Hai. Lin Chen, here's what you wanted. Yun-Hai didn't even look at the starlight crystal and directly handed it to Lin Chen. Thank you.
Lin Chen nodded, and the starlight crystal in his hand instantly vanished. You have completed the task, Starlight Crystal. The next phase of the task is being randomly accepted. Task acceptance successful. Dragon Bone Marrow 3/10. Task content. Find a piece of dragon bone marrow and submit it. After completing the task, the next phase will be automatically accepted. This. Lin Chen looked at the new task content, momentarily speechless. He knew about dragon bone marrow. It was the marrow of pure dragon blood descendants, not uncommon but hard to obtain. Dragon blood monsters were already rare, and pure-blood dragon-type monsters were almost world-ending existences, just like Yunhai's mount, the three-headed blazing dragon, which was a pure-blood dragon. However, he couldn't just kill someone's mount to complete the task, right? Lin Chen felt a bit embarrassed and stammered, I still need dragon bone marrow. Upon hearing this, a black line appeared on Yunhai's forehead, but he still said generously, no problem, it's just
dragon bone marrow. Yun-Yi, go make another trip.
Oh, no, forget it. Contact Lin Fei and have him activate the small space teleportation array. See what Lin Chen needs and just have Lin Fei teleported over.
After saying
that, Yun-Hai directly slipped away. Lin Chen was clearly in the middle of a job change task, and according to the promise made earlier, he could mobilize all resources within the Mage Sea. So, he didn't want to stay here any longer. Given the situation, the items Lin Chen needed would only become more precious, so he decided to just avoid seeing it and not feel the pain. Alright, Yun-Yi nodded in surprise, then took out a small array resembling a teleportation circle. After a brief communication with Lin Fei, the mage god far away in the Mage Sea, a bright light appeared, and a piece of crystal-clear dragon bone marrow appeared in Yun-Yi's hand.
Dragon bone marrow,
Yun-Yi said, handing the dragon bone marrow to Lin Chen.
Thank you.
Lin Chen submitted the required items for the job change again.
You're welcome.
If you need anything else, just let me know, Yun-Yi smiled, not taking it too seriously. During the National War, Lin Chen's intervention could be said to have saved the entire Dragon Kingdom, and she felt that the Mage Sea's assistance was entirely justified.
It seems I need that Sun and Moon Divine Stone again, Lin Chen said, looking at Yun-Yi. No problem. Yun-Yi nodded. Extreme Cold Frost. The Mage Sea still has stock. Water Spirit Stone. We have that too. 10 minutes later.
Lin Chen had requested 8 items needed for the job change quest, finally pushing the 8th job change quest to its final stage. However, this last stage of the quest left Lin Chen somewhat speechless, unsure of what to say.
What do you need this time? Yun-Yi blinked, looking at Lin Chen. Well, this time I don't need any items. The 8th job change quest should be completed soon.
Lin Chen shook his head and left directly.
The final
stage of this 8th job change quest had inexplicably turned into calm as still water. Wait for 3 days and the quest would be completed automatically. It must be said that this job change quest was indeed quite
troublesome. 8th job change?
Yun-Yi stared in shock at Lin Chen's departing figure, astonished.
Just a few days since his 4th job change? And he was already on the 8th? She was very surprised and quickly informed Yun-Hai of the news.
In the blink of an eye, 2 days had passed. On this day, Lin Chen was in the temporary base of the mysterious map, constantly transforming the divine sword and feeding it into the sword mount, busy and
happy. Meanwhile, in the Lighthouse Kingdom and other nations, things were not peaceful. Those guys from the Asan Kingdom are really bold. They dare to ambush even our sacred totem? Those beasts from the Lighthouse Kingdom, do they want to tear up the treaty? Damn Kimchi Kingdom, clearly signed a treaty but still plays ambush.
In the capital city of the 3 nations, the responsible officials all wore ugly expressions. Especially Michael from the Lighthouse Kingdom, who wished he could eliminate the Asan Kingdom immediately. Michael, I told you long ago that those little Asan people are not trustworthy, and that Shulian is even less so.
The Celestial 7 expert beside Michael frowned tightly. Just last night, the sacred totem in the capital city of the Lighthouse Kingdom was suddenly attacked.
Although the ascender responsible for guarding the sacred totem had repelled the enemy, it had indeed caused them to break out in a cold sweat.
If no one had been guarding last night, the sacred totem would have been shattered and the Lighthouse Kingdom would have been declared defeated. In the national war, they could not bear the punishment for losing the national war. Shulian is truly seeking death.
Michael's face showed murderous intent, gritting his teeth. The holy staff in his hand was becoming
difficult to control. Your Excellency Michael, I find this matter a bit strange.
At that moment, a younger ascender at the conference table spoke up. Last night, I was responsible for guarding the sacred totem.
Although the enemy used Shulian's summoning technique, I still feel that the summoning phenomenon was too weak. He was Brian, a Celestial 6 expert from the Lighthouse Kingdom.
At this moment, he was staring at the recording stone. on the conference table trying to glean some clues from last night's footage. Strange? Those little Asan people are not good people to begin with. Although they superficially submit to our lighthouse kingdom, they